System binding in progress. System binding completed. I only sent 3 dog head emojis in the video comment section, and I didn't expect to actually bind to the millionaire system. Anyone who often watches Xiaoji's comic videos knows that binding to the system definitely comes with a beginner's gift pack, so I pretended to summon the system in my mind and opened the beginner's gift pack. Sure enough, in the next second, 2 items appeared on the system panel. I looked at the item on the left, which said, 10-fold cashback card, with a maximum cashback of 10 million. Valid for 1 day. Then I looked at the item on the right, perfect level driver god skill. This is too awesome. That means if I can spend 10,000 yuan in a day, I would directly become a millionaire. And with this driver god skill, I haven't even touched a car while getting my driver's license, and now I'm directly a seasoned driver. So I asked the system if there were any other functions available, and the panel displayed additional explanatory content again. After reading this, I finally understood the power of my golden finger. So I eagerly opened today's 1 yuan flash sale interface. When I saw the items on the system's flash sale page, I was stunned. It was actually a 1 yuan flash sale for a fully equipped Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG. That's the Mercedes G-Class. And not just any G-Class, but the G63, and the top configuration. The dream of many men was now materializing right in front of me. So I clicked to buy without hesitation, buying the dream of all men for just 1 yuan. Why hesitate? The system panel prompted, "Congratulations, host. Purchase successful." The Mercedes G63 AMG has been parked in parking space 88 at the East District of Lucheng High-Speed Railway Station, and the car key has been placed in the host's pocket. I suddenly felt something extra in my pants. It was real. At this moment, I finally confirmed that this was not a dream. The Mercedes G-Class, the car god skill, heaven has opened its eyes. However, I quickly calmed down because I was still on the high-speed train. To be honest, the system is really thoughtful, knowing to park the car near my destination. Just as I was immersed in joy, the girl sitting next to me suddenly said, "What a coincidence, we are actually from the same school." When I got on the train, I helped this beautiful girl with her luggage, which led to this moment. I heard Tang Ruobing's words and smiled as I said, "What a coincidence, are you also a freshman?" Tang Ruobing looked at me with a smile in her eyes and said, "I'm not a freshman, I'm already a sophomore, so you have to call me senior from now on." So I cheerfully called her senior, and Tang Ruobing responded to me with a smile, calling me junior. At this moment, a typical guy sitting on the other side coughed loudly and then said to me, "So, little brother, you're a college student, huh? I heard college life is great. I wonder if that's true." After saying this, he turned to look at Tang Ruobing, who was sitting next to me. Seeing this typical guy, it was obvious he wanted to show off in front of me. He continued, "Listen to me, you're still young, going to college is useless. You might as well work as a salesman with me. Think about it, after spending a few years studying, you end up making only 3,000 to 4,000 a month. How long will it take to earn back your tuition?" I looked at the man in front of me and didn't say anything because I felt that this person wasn't quite normal. I am someone with a system, I'm here to experience life, you know? Seeing that I seemed to be taken in by his words, he patted the bag in his hand and said, "Do you see the bag in my hand? Do you know how many years you need to work to afford it?" This bag was actually a high imitation he bought online, but most people wouldn't be able to tell. At this moment, he was very pleased with himself and secretly glanced at Tang Ruobing beside him. Just when he was still immersed in his sense of superiority, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. The self-righteous guy became displeased upon hearing my laughter and said, "Little brother, I'm just trying to give you some advice. What do you mean by that?" So I quickly restrained my smile, waved my hand, and said, "Big brother, don't get me wrong, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at the person who made this bag. It's really too funny." Upon hearing me mention the bag, he immediately became curious. "What's wrong with this bag?" "This is LV." I pointed to the LV logo on the bag and said, "Big brother, take a closer look at the V inside. Isn't it 2 overlapping verses?" He was taken aback, but still pretended to check it out. And sure enough, the V was indeed overlapping. I continued to tease the self-righteous guy, saying, "Big brother, this should be called LVV, not LV." At this moment, the self-righteous guy felt extremely awkward after hearing my words. He originally wanted to show off in front of these 2 college students, but unexpectedly made a fool of himself. However, he still pretended to be grateful and said, "Little brother, thank you so much. I'll go find them to settle this. I spent hundreds of thousands on this bag, and they gave me a fake one." After saying that, he left under the pretense of going to the restroom. After seeing the self-righteous guy leave, I initially wanted to take a nap, but Tang Ruobing kept pulling me to chat, so I had no choice but to talk with her. Of course, it was mostly her asking questions and me answering. 10 minutes before reaching the final stop, Lucheng Station, the average guy finally returned from the restroom. After getting back to his seat, he saw that I was looking at the scenery, so he occasionally chatted with Tang Ruobing, who was sitting next to me. Suddenly, he asked, "Are you going back to school later, beautiful? I have a car and can give you a ride." After saying that, he pulled out a Mercedes car key from his pocket and deliberately showed the Mercedes logo to Tang Ruobing. He thought that college students are very vain, and seeing his Mercedes would surely make them come over immediately. His car is a Mercedes E300L, which costs around 500,000 yuan when new, but he definitely can't afford a new car. This is a second-hand car that has been in a flood, costing only a few thousand yuan. At that moment, he became more and more excited, as if he could see himself having dinner with Tang Ruobing. But the next second, Tang Ruobing directly rejected him. "No need, I can go back with my junior." She certainly understood the intentions of this average guy in front of her and naturally wouldn't take his car. Meanwhile, I was the most confused. I didn't even know when I agreed to go back to school with her, but I didn't say anything, as I knew I was just a decoy. The average guy, however, was different. After hearing her, he was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to be thanked and have her actively ask for his contact information? Is it my way of doing things that is wrong? It must be that college students are shy and feel embarrassed, so he continued to invite Tang Ruobing, saying, "You don't have to be polite with me." Just at that moment, the train also arrived at the station. Tang Ruobing ignored the average guy and said to me beside her, "Junior, could you please help me take down my suitcase?" After I took down her suitcase, she proactively asked for my contact information. As soon as the train came to a stop, I rushed out immediately. My Mercedes-Benz G-Class was waiting for me. However, since it was the terminal station, there was a large crowd, so I had to walk slowly with the flow of people. At this moment, Tang Ruobing was closely following behind me, her mood somewhat complicated. She didn't expect that the junior would actually not be interested in her, especially since she had many admirers in college. Who would have thought that compared to the G-Class, romantic feelings would only slow down my pursuit of dreams? After exiting the station, I headed towards the East District parking lot. Tang Ruobing inexplicably followed me to the East District parking lot. She had originally planned to take a taxi back to school from the taxi area, but out of curiosity about me, she completely forgot her plan. Meanwhile, the average guy behind suddenly saw Tang Ruobing ahead and quickly walked up to greet her. Upon seeing him, Tang Ruobing was somewhat speechless, but she still intended to continue following me. The average guy walked and said, "Beautiful lady, my car is right in front. Where are you going? Let me give you a ride." As he spoke, Tang Ruobing had already arrived in front of a Mercedes-Benz E300L, and the average guy naturally pressed the car key, causing the car's lights to turn on. He was very confident at this moment, not believing that Tang Ruobing would remain indifferent upon seeing his car. Right next to them was a bus stop. Taking the bus versus riding in a Mercedes, it was a no-brainer that riding in the Mercedes was better. "No need, I'm going back with the junior," Tang Ruobing said expressionlessly. I heard the voice behind me and curiously turned my head to take a look, only to realize that Tang Ruobing had been following me all along. However, when I saw the average guy, I instantly understood. Tang Ruobing looked at me apologetically and said somewhat shyly, "Junior Lin, can I go back to school with you?" I nodded and didn't refuse. We were both going to school, so it was just on the way. "Then let's hurry and go." Tang Ruobing had just looked up and seen a bus about to enter the station. Afraid she wouldn't be able to catch the bus, she hurriedly said to me. She took 2 steps forward but realized I hadn't followed. When she turned back to look, she happened to see me pull out a car key, and the lights of a nearby black Mercedes SUV lit up. Lin Fan looked at the appearance of this black Mercedes-Benz Big G in front of him with an unusually excited mood. "It's just too handsome. Box shape, rectangular front bumper with round headlamps and a central Triton star logo. The black exterior is tough and very off-road looking." Although Lin Fan was a little excited, he let out a deep breath and went to the trunk position and opened the trunk. Lin Fan gently placed the suitcase inside. He turned his head to look at Tang Ruobing and realized that Tang Ruobing was standing there in a daze. He walked over and took the suitcase from Tang Ruobing. Since he had promised to go back to school with Tang Ruobing, he naturally couldn't keep his word. Tang Ruobing instantly woke up. She looked at Lin Fan and said with a flirtatious smile, "I didn't think that school brother Lin was still a rich second generation." She had just seen that Lin Fan was actually the owner of the car next to her and was also startled. The clothes Lin Fan wore were all Volkswagen brands, and it was impossible to tell from his appearance alone that Lin Fan could afford to drive this car. She didn't know exactly how much the car was worth, but it certainly wasn't cheap as all. She was even more curious about Lin Fan in her heart, feeling that Lin Fan was like a mist that one couldn't see through. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Ruobing and wanted to tell her, "Brother is a rich generation. Get in the car," Lin Fan said to Tang Ruobing. He finished and took the lead in the car. You don't know what a luxury car is until you get inside. The interior is so luxurious. Leather seats, large HD display. Lin Fan gently touched the steering wheel and adjusted the seat to a comfortable position. "Buckle up and start the car," he said to Tang Ruobing, who was next to him. "Fasten your seatbelt, we're leaving." Tang Ruobing listened to Lin Fan and hurriedly fastened her seatbelt. Lin Fan took a deep breath and adjusted his mind to calm himself down. With a kick of the gas, the car scurried out of the parking lot and into the distance. Pei Yuan Tao stood dumbfounded. He was instantly dumbfounded when he just saw Lin Fan open the car door. Shocked, his mouth was wide open and his eyes were rolling in disbelief. How could he not have thought that Lin Fan, whom he had always looked down on, was driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G? The key wasn't just any Big G. It was the G63 AMG he'd dreamed of owning. He had dreamed countless times of fantasizing about owning a Big G, even if it was one of the most common ones. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. Having just pretended in front of Lin Fan, it was no wonder that Lin Fan hadn't reacted since the beginning. It turned out that he had always been a clown in front of Lin Fan. Owning an E300L is nothing compared to a G63 AMG. Even the new E300L is only a younger brother to the G63 AMG. Not to mention the fact that theirs is still a blistering car. A wave of decadence hit his heart and he looked at his car in front of him. No longer smelling good. Snap. He slapped him hard across the face and instantly his face reddened. It was all the trouble of pretending. If it wasn't for the sake of pretending in front of Tang Ruobing, how could he have missed the opportunity to get to know Lin Fan, make a good relationship with Lin Fan, may also be able to sell products, more importantly can expand contacts. Now it's good to pretend it's not. Relieved by the slap, he waved his hand and slapped himself again. Inside the car, Lin Fan drove for a while, his excited heart finally completely stable. At first, even if he had the skill of a car god, he didn't dare to drive fast. It's much better now. You can drive with one hand. In one word, that's handsome. Lin Fan finally arrived at Lucheng University after spending about 40 minutes according to the navigation. Today is the day of the new student registration. There are many people in cars. Lin Fan can only drive the car to the parking lot not far from the school. Lin Fan stepped down from the car, opened the trunk, and took his suitcase and Tang Ruobing's suitcase down. "Senior Lin, thank you." Tang Ruobing took the suitcase and smiled faintly at Lin Fan. "You're welcome." Lin Fan locked the car and glanced at the gates of Lucheng University not far away. He took a deep breath. "University, here I come." Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing carried their suitcases as they walked and talked towards the gates of Lucheng University. There are more than just freshmen and older students returning to school around the area. The crowd boiled over when they saw all Lin Fan walking. "I'll go. Isn't this the high and cold Tang University school flower? It's really pretty. Worthy of being the existence that has always just dominated the #1 school flower list." Who is the kid next to Tang Schoolgirl? Tang Schoolflower seems to be very familiar with him. It can't be Tang Schoolflower's boyfriend. This is big news. I don't think so. Schoolmistress Tang has never rumored a scandal. This kid should be a freshman. Schoolmistress Tang was kind-hearted enough to bring him to report. This kid is really lucky to be able to talk and chat with Schoolmarm Tang from such a close distance. Look, just now Schoolmarm Tang even laughed. Why isn't it me who was chatting with Schoolmarm Tang? The crowd instantly soured when they realized that Lin Fan was talking and laughing with Tang Ruobing, more so than if they had eaten no lemon. Someone quickly took out their cell phone and posted a picture of Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing walking and chatting together to the campus forum. Tang Ruobing brought Lin Fan to the freshman reporting place and said to Lin Fan, "In front is the reporting place for the finance department." Lin Fan nodded at Tang Ruobing and said thankfully, "Thank you, senior sister Tang." Although he could easily find the enrollment office by following the campus signage, Tang Ruobing was kind enough to bring him here, and he was still genuinely grateful to the other party. He said goodbye to Tang Ruobing and went to the finance department's reporting office. After checking in, he carried his suitcase and headed for the dormitory. Dormitory 302. Lin Fan came to the door of the dormitory and realized that the door was closed, and even though it was closed he could hear talking inside. Asterisk 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 lost again. Lin Fan pushed the door open and instantly saw 3 bare-chested men in the room playing a game. The 3 of them looked at Lin Fan. One of them stood up and asked, "Are you from this dorm too?" Lin Fan nodded. "Well, now we finally have everyone in our dorm. I'm the first one here. I'll be the boss of the dorm from now on." The person who spoke was called Zhang Ziqiang, a native of Lucheng. Chapter 5, Tang Ruobing and I just know each other. Why do you get here early and you're the boss? I don't recognize it. At that moment, a boy next to him stood up with a defiant look on his face. The boy's name is Li Moyo, and he's also a native of Yanagi. At this time, another person named Wang Jiyon stood up and said, "It's better to rank the sizes according to age. This is the fairest." Zhang Ziqiang nodded his head when he heard Wang Jiyong's proposal. He felt that he should be the oldest among the 4. Li Moyo nodded in agreement. The 3 of them finally looked at Lin Fan. "It's okay." Lin Fan continued to make the bed. The 4 men began to give their names and ages, and soon the rankings came out. The oldest, Zhang Ziqiang. The second, Li Muyang. The third, Wang Jiang, and the fourth, Lin Fan. The only one of the four people in the dormitory who came from out of town was Lin Fan, and the other three were all local to Luchang. After chatting for a while and familiarizing themselves with each other, the four of them looked at the time and saw that it was already past 11 o'clock, so the four of them decided to go to the cafeteria to have a simple get-together. There were 3 cafeterias at Willow City University, and they came to the one closest to them. The cafeteria has only 2 floors. On the first floor are some well-made dishes that you can buy and eat. The second floor is dedicated to stir-fry, where you can order from the menu. Since the 4 of them naturally couldn't choose the first floor for their gathering, the 4 of them directly walked up to the second floor and found that there were already quite a few people on the second floor. The 4 of them found a window seat, sat down, and ordered 4 stir-fries and a soup. The 4 of them chatted about one thing or another. At this time, the second oldest, Li Muyang, who was swiping his cell phone, suddenly let out a loud exclamation of surprise. This kid is really awesome. He's actually talking and laughing with the high-cold Tang schoolgirl. Zhang Zicheng and Wang Jiang instantly came over. It was really because the word school flower was too attractive. The 2 of them instantly saw a post called, Highly Cold Tang School Flower and Mysterious Man Talking and Laughing Now on Campus, post. There are photos below, which are very clear. Even the smile on schoolgirl Tang's face was clearly visible. Awesome. This kid is really a model for my generation. If I meet him, I'll definitely worship him and ask for advice on how to pick up schoolgirl Tang. Yeah, it's really strong. It said that school flower Tang is the top of the school flower list. I don't know how many people want to pursue school flower Tang. Why am I looking at this back with some familiarity? It seems like I've seen this kid somewhere before. When you say it like that, why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere too? Asterisk. How come this back looks so much like Lao Si? And this dress, that suitcase is just like old Four's, too. The 3 of them all looked at Lin Fan in unison. Lin Fan was a bit furious by the 4 people looking at him and hurriedly said, If the schoolgirl Tang you guys are talking about is Tang Ruobing, then I admit that it's me in the picture. When the 3 heard Lin Fan admit it, they immediately cast envious glances. Old 4, you're awesome. You've picked up the top of the school flower list as soon as you arrived. Old 4, I didn't expect you to be so deep in hiding. Awesome. Old 4 hurry to teach the brothers. How do you pick up Tang schoolgirls? You know Tang schoolgirls as a high cold goddess is not just talk. Many people pursue Tang schoolgirls have failed to return. The 3 of them looked at Lin Fan, their eyes full of expectation, hoping to learn the skill of picking up girls from Lin Fan. At the same time, he admired Lin Fan. Everyone is also a freshman, and they are still playing games in the dorms themselves, looking forward to having beautiful women in their classes so they can get out of being single soon. In looking at other people Lin Fan, he directly picked up the school flower of the school flower list. School flower Tang. Same people. How come there's such a big difference? Envy. Lin Fan looked at the eyes of the 3 and said helplessly, I just know Tang Ruobing. We're not even friends. The 3 men were still looking at him like that, clearly not believing him. She was just kind enough to give me a ride to the report. Lin Fan added, Is that really all? Really? At this time, the food began to be served. Lin Fan was too lazy to explain, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. When the 3 saw Lin Fan's appearance, they thought about it and felt that Lin Fan couldn't possibly pick up Tang Ruobing as soon as he arrived. But being able to talk and laugh with Tang Ruobing in close proximity also made them envious. The 4 of them ordered 4 beers, 1 for each of them, and began to eat. The 4 of them finished their meal and returned to the dormitory. In addition to Lin Fan, the other 3 had brought computers, and as soon as they returned to the dormitory the 3 of them began to play games. Lin Fan had nothing to do and decided to go out for a stroll and buy a laptop on the way. After all, there are times when not having a computer is still quite inconvenient. Lin Fan got up and headed outside. Not far from the side of Luchang University there is a pedestrian street, which sells everything. Cell phones, computers, clothes, snacks. Lin Fan decided to change his cell phone first, to one with lots of space and speed. He simply tapped the 1,000 times cashback card into use. Lin Fan came to a cell phone store and picked a $6,000 cell phone that was very fast in both space and speed. Lin Fan was preparing to transfer the data on his old phone to his new phone. Ding! The text message beep sounded. Your card with tail number 4321 received a bank transfer of $6,000 with a balance of $6,000 601. Lin Fan looked at the string of zeros, his hands trembling a little with excitement, and exhaled deeply to calm himself down. $6 million. He's never seen that much money. Worthy of being 1,000 times cashback card. It's really awesome. Only spent $6,000, and got $6 million straight back. Lin Fan tidied up his mood and started transferring the data from his old phone to his new one. Soon the data transfer was complete. Lin Fan swiped his new cell phone a few times. Nice and very silky. He was so satisfied that he walked out of the cell phone store and he went to a computer store not far away. Walked into the store just in time to see a young man say to the middle-aged man, "Dad, I'll take this one. It's the only one that runs the game silky smooth. Son, I think this one next to it is not bad, so consider it." The middle-aged man pointed to a computer not far from the side and said to the younger man. The middle-aged man had a large gold chain around his neck. The waitress next to her, Dai Weiwei, also persuaded the young man. She could see that the middle-aged man would only be able to buy the young man a laptop for about $20,000. Lin Fan walked into the store, and that Dai Weiwei didn't come forward to greet him. She just lightly glanced at Lin Fan. From Lin Fan's dress she knew that Lin Fan was just here to have a look and couldn't afford the laptop here. After all, the laptops in their store are all manga high-end. The cheapest are tens of thousands of dollars. Most of the poor students dressed like Lin Fan were just here to look around and wouldn't buy at all. At that moment, the young waitress came out from the back of the store. Dai Weiwei called out to the servicewoman, "Xiao Li, you receive this gentleman." The young girl's name is Zian Li, an intern at this store. Li Zian hurried over to Lin Fan and asked politely, "Sir, may I ask what kind of notebook you need?" Chapter 6, This is the only laptop. Lin Fan took a look at Li Zian, and her eyes lit up. This girl was wearing a black and white professional dress. Her face was painted with light makeup, and she was as fresh and vulgar as a neighboring sister. This Li Zian looks particularly comfortable to look at. At the very least Lin Fan thinks so. "I want a fast laptop." Lin Fan thought about it and said, he uses his laptop to play some games usually, but mostly he's going to use it to look up some information and work on a file that has to be fast. He didn't want to play a game that took half a day to get in and process a file that was slow. When Li Zian heard Lin Fan's words, she was a bit hesitant. She looked at what Lin Fan was wearing and thought that Lin Fan didn't have much money on him either. She looked at the laptop next to her at a little over 10,000, which was arguably the cheapest in this store. She spoke up, "This one is a new laptop, and it's pretty fast. Would you like to try it?" Lin Fan glanced at that laptop price and immediately frowned slightly. Li Zian saw Lin Fan frowning, thought Lin Fan think this notebook is expensive. Then she cannot do anything about it. Their store's notebooks are on the high-end route. There is no cheaper. She bit her lip and came to Lin Fan. Her little head looked around and whispered to Lin Fan, "Not far from our store out, there's another one that sells laptops. There are cheaper ones there." She finished quickly distancing herself from Lin Fan, her face unconsciously red. Lin Fan glanced at Li Zian and thought that this girl was very interesting. "Which is the most expensive laptop in your store?" Lin Fan naturally understands what Li Zian has in mind, which is nothing more than treating him as a poor student with no money. Li Zian looked at Lin Fan suspiciously and asked carefully, "You want to see the most expensive notebook?" Lin Fan nodded. Li Zian was a little confused about Lin Fan. Just now he was looking at a notebook of more than 10,000 yuan and frowned at the price, but now he wanted to look at the most expensive notebook. Still, she brought Lin Fan to the most expensive laptop, and the most expensive laptop was none other than the one next to Vivian Tai. When Dai Weiwei saw that Li Zian had brought Lin Fan over here, she was instantly very unhappy in her heart. She was now in the process of convincing this young man to buy that 20,000 plus laptop, and seeing that she was about to succeed, she didn't want Lin Fan to spoil it. "Li, why did you bring someone here? All the laptops here cost over $20,000. You take this gentleman around to that area of the 10,000 plus. Dai Weiwei said in an unpleasant tone to Li Zian. Li Zian seemed to be a little afraid of this Dai Weiwei and turned around to take Lin Fan away. "It's just this one laptop." Lin Fan pointed at this laptop in front of him and stopped Li Zian from opening her mouth. Li Zian looked at the laptop Lin Fan was pointing at and asked in disbelief, "Sir, you are buying this most expensive laptop. The price of this laptop is $88,800. Li Zian carefully reminded Lin Fan again. When Dai Weiwei heard that Lin Fan wanted to buy that most expensive computer, she clasped her hands to her chest and a disdainful expression appeared on her face. She didn't think Lin Fan could afford that most expensive laptop. Thinking that Lin Fan was just holding out her face, she had the next episodes all figured out, and was sure to find an excuse to leave, such as not having her bank card with her, not having her cell phone with her, or something like that. Lin Fan took out his bank card directly from his pocket and handed it to Li Zian. Swipe. Li Zian took the card and glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded to Li Zian and told her to go swipe her card. Li Zian bit her lip and picked up the cash register next to her. Swipe. Dai Weiwei wanted to laugh now, knowing that the payment failure prompt was sure to come next. She wanted to see what kind of expression Lin Fan would have when she heard that the card swipe had failed. "Let's get you loaded." Card swiped successfully. "You spent 88,800 yuan this time." A successful swipe beep sounded. Li Zian immediately opened her mouth wide, with an unbelievable face, looking at the cash register in her hand, which showed a successful payment. She also thought that Lin Fan couldn't possibly have so much money in his card. and just wanted to turn off the beeping sound so that Lin Fan wouldn't lose face. But who knew that the card was successfully swiped? It was too much for her to believe. After all, just now she thought Lin Fan was still too expensive for a 10,000 plus laptop. Now it's changing hands, but for one of the most expensive laptops in the store. Her head was a little dizzy at the moment. Such a big order this deal went through. Happiness came so suddenly that it made her feel a little unreal. She could see that Davy had to waste half a day's effort every time she sold a laptop. And she sold the laptop without saying a few words in total or even introducing the laptop. Dai Weiwei was directly dumbfounded when she saw Lin Fan's successful payment. Her mouth was wide open in shock, and her eyes rolled up in a hellish look. How is that possible? Obviously a poor student. How do you have the money to buy such an expensive laptop? Must be something wrong with my own ears. But then she saw the printout of the small ticket and a wave of remorse came over her. She couldn't wait to slap herself twice now. It's all because of his own dog's eyes that he missed out on such a big client for nothing. She was very remorseful at this point, but there are no pills of regret to take. Li Ziyan carefully handed the small ticket and bank card to Lin Fan. Sir, your small ticket and card. I'll get your laptop right away. Li Ziyan quickly took a new laptop from the storehouse and handed it to Lin Fan, and also gave Lin Fan some small freebies, gaming mouse and keyboard and so on. Lin Fan directly left with his laptop as he prepared to go back to his dormitory. He had just received another $4 million in arrivals, and now he had really stepped into the ranks of the multi-millionaires. In his heart, he had to marvel at the power of the tycoon growth system. Just a short half a day or less, let him turn from a poor man into a multi-millionaire. It was so cool. He was now very much looking forward to the system quest. I wonder what great rewards you can get for doing the quests. Lin Fan walked into the dormitory and saw that the three roommates were still playing games. Lin Fan took the laptop out of the case, ready to try how fast the computer was. Lin Fan turned on the computer, and a gorgeous startup screen suddenly appeared. This boot screen is just beautiful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Si, what kind of computer is this? This screen when you turn on the computer is also too powerful. I don't know when the oldest three, Wang Ziyong, came behind Lin Fan. Hearing Wang Ziyong's voice, Zhang Ziqiang and Li Muyang also came over, and at once the gorgeous opening screen made the two of them look dumbfounded as well. This is not the opening screen, it is simply a sci-fi blockbuster. Could this be Jedi gaming? Boss Zhang Ziqiang asked uncertainly. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Ziqiang, then nodded. The name of this laptop was indeed Jade Shadow Gaming. Chapter 7, the highly cold schoolgirl asks me out to dinner. I'll go. This one is really Jedi gaming. That awesome computer. The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, was beyond sighing and gently stroked the computer keyboard with his hand. Textured. Boss, is this laptop powerful? The second one, Li Moyo, asked suspiciously. Of course it's awesome. The price alone is not something the average person can afford. Officially priced at a whopping 88,800. Zhang Ziqiang glanced at Li Muyang and opened his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Muyang and Wang Ziyang exclaimed out in wide-eyed shock. They thought their 20,000 laptop was impressive, but they didn't realize that Lin Fan's laptop was going to be over $80,000. The three of them were incomparably sighing in their hearts. It was still old four who was deeply hidden. The three of them are all local people in Luchang. The family is still some small money, but to buy a computer is to buy a 20,000 or so. It would still be a bit of a luxury to buy an 80,000 almost 90,000 computer. After all, 20,000 computers are already awesome and run all games very smoothly. The three of them were speculating about what kind of family Lin Fan came from, out of which came the $80,000 computer. Senior, let me talk to you about something. Can you let me play with your computer? Zhang Ziqiang asked, rubbing his hands together. He hadn't played with such an awesome computer before and was very eager to try out what it felt like. Lin Fan stood up and said directly, just in time for you to help me test my speed. He was not a petty person, letting Zhang Ziqiang run the game in order to test the performance of this computer. He is not very obsessed with games, usually just play a landlord or something, and can't test the computer at all. When Zhang Ziqiang heard Lin Fan's words, he couldn't wait to sit down and start downloading the game. Nowadays, the speed of the internet are fiber optic. That is quite fast. A few G file, a few minutes to download. Lin Fan felt like a dream as he lay on his bed and thought back on this half-day's experience. Who would have thought that he had gone from a poor man to a multi-millionaire in half a day? I am afraid that even if he said it, no one would believe it. He was very thankful in his heart for the monopoly growth system. He must make good use of the system to strive to become a real tycoon soon. The time flew by and it was almost 5:30. Senior, your computer is amazing. Very fast. Runs big games very silky smooth. It's a blast. Zhang Ziqiang stood up and said excitedly, just be fast. Lin Fan nodded and said, Senior, What game do you play? I'll download it for you then? Zhang Ziqian looked at Lin Fan and asked. After all, he had occupied Lin Fan's computer for the whole afternoon, and he was a bit upset if he didn't do something for Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, I usually just play a landlord. I'll just download it myself when the time comes. The three people in the dormitory were all dumbfounded when they heard Lin Fan's words. A shocked face looked at Lin Fan, filled with incredulity. Buying a computer this awesome just for playing Dojo. $1,000 computer to play the landlord will not be stuck. Also very smooth. A godly man is a godly man. That's awesome. This thinking is really beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The three of them thought they were better than average enough. However, when they were compared to Lin Fan, they were found to be no different from ordinary people. Old 4. Awesome. Pity my low culture. I can only send A to you. Senior. I'm convinced. The three of them were really convinced of Lin Fan. What kind of divine roommate was this? Let's go out for kebabs today. My treat. Boss Zhang Ziqiang said with bravado. The second, Li Muyang, said happily, let the boss break the bank. Sorry, I won't go to the gathering tonight. You three go. The oldest three, Wang Jian, suddenly said. All three of them looked at the oldest, Wang Jian, waiting for the following. Hey, just now my high school classmate messaged me back and promised to come out and have dinner with me tonight. The oldest three, Wang Jian, said with incomparable triumph. After he learned that Lin Fan had picked up Tang Ruobing, he had already begun to plan in his mind how to get off the hook. Of course, after knowing that Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing didn't have anything, it suddenly occurred to him that if he was the first to get off the hook, would it make his three roommates envious and jealous? He mustered up enough courage to send a message to his class crush, asking out for dinner. He hadn't held out much hope. After all, the two had only been nodding acquaintances in high school, but what he never expected was that the class flower agreed. How could this not make him happy? He felt like he had taken a big step forward on his way to getting off. And as for accompanying his three roommates to dinner, sorry about that, dude, getting off was the most important thing. The oldest Zhang Ziqiang and the second Li Muyan looked at the oldest Wang Jian with incomparable envy. How could they not expect Wang Jian to take the first step on the road to getting off without saying a word? And the poor two of them didn't even have a target. Alas, it looks like the three of us will have to eat at the barbecue tonight. Boss Zhang Ziqiang sighed with just a little sour taste. Surprisingly, he felt like eating dog food. Oldest, you don't have a date tonight, do you? Boss Zhang Ziqiang looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was just about to say that he didn't have a date when his phone rang. Lin Fan took a look at the phone number and was puzzled for a moment, not understanding what Tang Ruobing was calling him for at this hour. Without much hesitation, though, he slid the answer button. Senior sister Tang. Hello, Lin Fan greeted politely. Tang Ruobing's nice voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Senior Lin, I don't know if I have time tonight. I would like to treat you to dinner and thank you for your help today. Lin Fan was ready to reject Tang Ruobing. After all, sending Tang Ruobing back was just a side trip. It was nothing. Not to mention that I do have to go to a potluck with two roommates tonight, so that should count as something. At this time, the mechanical voice of the system rang out. Posting tasks. Promise to go on a dinner date with Tang Ruobing. Rewarded with a set of Haitian no. 1 villa. Refusing to go on a dinner date with Tang Ruobing is rewarded with $1 million. Lin Fan directly froze when he heard the system voice. He was just wondering when the system mission would come, but he didn't expect it to be released so soon. He froze slightly and quickly came back to his senses, saying without hesitation, there's time. Is there any hesitation at all? Of course not. Between the villa and $1 million, it's definitely going to be the villa. Ordinary house prices on this side of Luchang are above 10,000. Not to mention villas. He didn't expect to have his first villa so soon, and it was exciting to think about. As for having dinner with two roommates, does it matter if it's a villa? When Tang Ruobing heard Lin Fan's reply, a smile instantly appeared on her face and she hurriedly said, we'll meet you at the East School gate later. Okay. After the two made an appointment, Lin Fan hung up the phone. The three roommates' eyes were round and unblinking as they stared at Lin Fan. Chapter 8. You don't have a date too, do you? Lin Fan looked at the three. Uncertain. The oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, asked with difficulty. Oldest 4. You don't have a date too, do you? Lin Fan nodded. Just made an appointment. It would be rude to refuse. Lin Fan said without blushing. Of course he wouldn't say it was for that Haitian no. 1 villa. It wouldn't be schoolgirl Tang, would it? Wang Jian, the third oldest beside him, stuttered and asked. Well, it's Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan directly admitted that there was nothing bad to admit about this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old 4, you still say you don't have anything with schoolgirl Tang, and you've even started dating. Lao Si, you are so ungrateful. All good buddies and you still hide it. Senior, you are really good. The oldest three Wang Ziyong heard a burst of bitterness. Just now also in the triumph of their own will be the first dormitory off the single. He hadn't even begun to take steps on his own road to getting off the hook. And look at the fact that other people, Lin Fan, had already begun to start dating schoolgirl Tang. He shamelessly invited the class flower to dinner. And then look at other people's Lin Fan. Tang's school flower took the initiative to ask Lin Fan to dinner. How can people be so different from each other? At once he felt that his class flower did not smell good. Lin Fan straightened his clothes and prepared to go out, and just put on his shoes and froze. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtaining a set of Haitian No. 1 Villa. System points +5. The relevant documents of the villa. Have arranged for someone to send them to the host. I go. This system is really efficient. This just promised to go out to eat with Tang Ruobing. The mission reward was issued. Awesome. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. Lin Fan took a look at the unfamiliar number, but slid the answer button anyway. May I ask if you are Lin Fan? Mr. Lin, I am. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Lei Fingning, the Haitian property manager. I've sent you the documents for your Haitian No. 1 Villa. I'm now at the east entrance of Luchine University. I wonder if it's convenient for you to pick them up now. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Fan hung up the phone and quickly walked out of the dormitory. He can't wait to get his hands on the villa papers now. The three people in the dormitory were filled with envy when they saw Lin Fan leave the dormitory. The second oldest, Li Muyang, turned to the oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, and asked, "Boss, are we still going to the barbecue? What's the point of eating dog food when you're already almost full? Let's both just eat instant noodles in the dorm." Zhang Ziqiang finished glancing at the oldest, Wang Ziyang. The heart sighs secretly now the dormitory is left with him and Li Muyang without a target. It seems that he also have to work harder. He does not want to become the last dormitory off the single. Wang Ziyang heard Zhang Ziqiang's words, immediately just frustrated face, stretching open. He is not better than Lin Fan, but he is better than the boss Zhang Ziqiang and the second Li Muyang. He regained his confidence and concentrated on dressing himself, getting a tie hairstyle and spraying some perfume on his body. Nice, perfect. Putting on his shoes, he walked out of the dorm with his head held high. The oldest in the dormitory, Zhang Ziqiang, and the second, Li Muyang, looked at each other and squatted down to take out a bucket of noodles from under the table, preparing to make noodles. There's no room for them to pick up girls, so they'll have to pick up noodles. Haitian property manager Lei Fingning stood at the entrance of Luchang University, looking at the outgoing and incoming college students, sighing that youth is really good. The matter of delivering documents to clients originally did not require him to deliver them personally, and usually sent a person directly on the line. But Lin Fan was a bit special. He had purchased the Villa King of the Haitian No. 1 Villa, which had to attract his attention. More importantly, he wanted to get acquainted with Lin Fan, and he was very shocked when he realized that Lin Fan's address was at Luchang University. He thought that he could take the Haitian No. 1 Villa how to be a successful person, but did not expect that it was a college student. Lin Fan came to the entrance of the school and immediately saw a middle-aged man in a black suit standing not far away, holding a plastic file bag. Lin Fan walked up to the middle-aged man and asked out loud, "Are you manager Lei Fingning Lei?" Lei Fingning nodded and said, "I am Lei Fingning. You are Mr. Lin Fan Lin, right?" Lei Fingning looked at Lin Fan in front of him and sighed in his heart that he was still really young, looking less than 20 years old. Lin Fan hummed. Lei Fingning handed Lin Fan the document bag in his hand. "Mr. Lin, the information on Villa Haitian 1 is all here." Lin Fan glanced at the document bag in his hand and said politely, "Trouble manager Lei." "No trouble, no trouble." Lei Fingning hurriedly waved his hand and said, he didn't dare to be arrogant. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so polite and courteous, which made him take Lin Fan more seriously. Through the speech he guessed that Lin Fan's tutelage must be very strict. Otherwise, like Lin Fan's age, the general rich second generation would have long tailed up to the sky. He made up his mind that he must get on well with Lin Fan. Such a person would definitely have a great future in the future. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. Lin Fan saw a silhouette walking not far away. It was Tang Ruobing who had come. "At your service, Mr. Lin." Lin Fan nodded at Lei Fingning, bid farewell to him, and walked towards Tang Ruobing. "Senior Tang, you're here." Lin Fan smiled faintly at Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing changed a set of clothes, no longer the jeans in the morning, replaced with a set of floral dresses, looking clear and very beautiful. "Senior Lin, you're in a hurry to wait," Tang Ruobing said with some embarrassment. When she called Lin Fan, she had already changed her clothes and was ready to come down, but she temporarily changed her mind and changed into another set of clothes. Originally, she had planned to arrive at the school entrance earlier to wait for Lin Fan, but once she changed her clothes, she was late. "It's not late, I just got here too," Lin Fan said with a smile. I wonder what Sister Tang treats me to, he digressed, curious as to what Tang Ruobing had invited him for dinner tonight. A big meal? It was possible. After all, from what Tang Ruobing was wearing, Tang Ruobing didn't lack money. Come with me. Tang Ruobing revealed a mysterious smile. After saying that, he lifted his leg and walked towards the distance. Lin Fan smiled helplessly. How could this invitation to dinner still be so mysterious? But if Tang Ruobing didn't say anything, he stopped asking. It didn't matter what he ate. He had a good appetite and wasn't picky. The crowd at the school entrance was abuzz when they saw Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan leaving with a smile on their faces. That kid couldn't be the one who entered the school with schoolgirl Tang in the morning, right? Not so what? The clothes are exactly the same. See Tang schoolgirl smiling so happily, won't the two really have something, right? Holy, this is big news. Where the hell did this kid come from? He's too good. Doesn't look old. Can't be a freshman, right? This is too unbelievable. A freshman taking down the high-flying school beauty Tang as soon as she arrived. This is too terrifying. A boy in the crowd with black glasses looked at the photo in his hand, quickly logged into his forum account and posted the photo he had just taken with a caption. Shocked. The high-flying Tang schoolgirl is on a dinner date with a mysterious man. Chapter 9, I bought a house. Tang Ruobing suddenly asked, Senior Lin, can you eat spicy food? Lin Fan nodded. I'm not a picky eater. I can eat anything. When he heard Tang Ruobing's question, he secretly wondered in his heart, could it be that Sister Tang was going to treat him to Sichuan cuisine? Lin Fan followed Tang Ruobing to the pedestrian street, and soon the two of them stopped in front of a store called Next Door Old Lee's Spicy Hot Pot. Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing, his eyes filled with doubt. Tang Ruobing said to Lin Fan, here it is. This is it. The flavor of this spicy hot pot is particularly authentic. You're in for a treat today. She finished and took the lead. Lin Fan shook his head, very helpless. He didn't understand how a big lady like Tang Ruobing liked to eat spicy hot pot. Student Lin, take the basin here and get your favorite dish. Tang Ruobing took a basin on the side and said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan walked over and grabbed a basin as well, picked up the clip next to him, and began to clip vegetables into the basin. Soon the two of them chose and handed the basin to the owner. The two tubs cost a total of $68. Tang Ruobing paid the money, and since Tang Ruobing said it was her treat, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't fight with Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing found a seat and sat down. The spicy hot pots were made quickly, and before long 2 large pots of spicy hot pots were brought up. Tang Ruobing picked up her chopsticks and couldn't wait to pick up a slice of the dish, dipped it into the bowl of dipping sauce, blew twice and sent it directly into her mouth, spitting hot air out of her mouth and said, it's so delicious. That's what it tastes like. Senior Lin, hurry up and try it too. Lin Fan picked up his chopsticks and put a ball into the bowl, rolled it inside the dipping sauce twice, chucked it out, and gently blew on it a few times before bringing it into his mouth. How's school, brother Lin? Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan with wide eyes and asked. It's really good, colorful and tasty. Lin Fan gulped down the pills and said in admiration. I was right, wasn't I? Tang Ruobing said happily. The two men talked as they ate. Tang Ruobing? A young man's voice rang out beside Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing looked at the visitor. Cold wind swarm. Tang Ruobing, it's really you. What a coincidence. I thought I was looking at the wrong person. Lung Fingchuan looked like he was familiar with himself and sat directly in the middle of Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. Lung Fingchuan looked at Tang Ruobing. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He didn't just happen to meet Tang Ruobing, he looked for her all the way here. He saw the pictures of Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan in the campus forum and instantly exploded with anger. He liked Tang Ruobing for a long time, and the few times he asked Tang Ruobing out to dinner alone, Tang Ruobing refused him. Now that he saw that Lin Fan was actually eating alone with Tang Ruobing, how could he not be angry in his heart? He took out the already done real estate license from the dormitory and searched all the way in the pedestrian street, which finally let him find Tang Ruobing in the next door oldly spicy hot pot. He glanced at Lin Fan next to him and asked suspiciously, and this is? Looks unfamiliar. He's Lin Shuebi, a freshman this year, Tang Ruobing said with a simple introduction. She and Lung Fingchuan were not very familiar with each other. They were from the same department and often took classes together. They just knew each other. So it's a schoolmate. How are you? Schoolmate Lin. I'm Lung Fingchuan. Lung Fingchuan heard Tang Ruobing's introduction, and immediately put down his heart. It turned out to be a freshman. It seems that it is not Tang Ruobing's boyfriend, or else just now when Tang Ruobing introduced it, he was not addressing Lin Fan as a schoolmate. Lin Fan said indifferently, lowering his head afterward and continuing to eat his spicy hot pot. Lung Fingchuan saw Lin Fan's attitude, very angry. Which schoolmates see him, not warmly called a Lang brother. Lin Fan is good, just a simple introduction of a name without the following. He saw Tang Ruobing ignoring himself as well, concentrating on eating spicy hot pot there. His heart felt a pang of suffocation. when he had just come in, but he had seen Tang Ruobing chatting with Lin Fan. Now that he was sitting here, Tang Ruobing didn't say a word to him, practically treating him like air. That gap is too big as well. It gave him a pang. It's hard to bear, but as long as he showed his strength, he believed that Tang Ruobing would change and would know how to choose. Ouch! Why did it fall on the floor? Lung Fingchuan deliberately dropped the bag of real estate license in his hand to the ground. When he looked up, he saw Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan both looking at him. Cough cough. He cleared his throat and said, "The real estate office is so efficient these days. It's only been an hour and all the papers are done," he said and held out the real estate license in the bag. He realized that Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan just glanced at him and started eating the spicy hot pot again. He wanted to go up and give Lin Fan a slap. Tang Ruobing itself is high cold. What are you pretending to be high cold? But he held back. If he hit Lin Fan, he probably wouldn't think of getting close to Tang Ruobing in the future. Hold back. Hold back. You must hold back. Oh schoolmate, listen to your schoolmate. Ask your family for some money and buy a house. Can't afford a big 300 square foot house like brothers, but put a down payment on a small 100 square foot house. The house will definitely appreciate in value in the future. Lung Fingchuan looked at Lin Fan with an "I'm doing you a favor" look. After Lung Fingchuan finished speaking, he really saw Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan both looking at him. The heart was suddenly very proud to know that the area he bought, the price of the house is 20,000 square feet. His 300 square feet of house spent more than 6 million. What's this? That's strength? In the future, this will be the wedding room for graduation. How can a freshman compare himself? Even if you graduate from college and get money from your family, you'll only be able to put a down payment on 100 square feet. To want to buy a 300 square foot house like his, as far as he was concerned, Lin Fan would never be able to afford it in his lifetime. Such was the gap. Who to choose? He believed that Tang Ruobing would definitely make the right choice. He didn't believe that Tang Ruobing would choose a poor student to follow and struggle for the rest of his life and live a hard life. He was now very pleased in his heart, fantasizing about Tang Ruobing taking the initiative to ask him out for dinner. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't speak, Lung Fengkun thought that Lin Fan was ashamed in his heart by what was said, and became even more complacent. He shook his head and sighed as he continued. Schoolmate, you must buy a house before graduation, even if it's 50 or 60 square feet. He was going to step on Lin Fan so hard that he wouldn't have the face to stay here any longer. In his mind, he fantasized about the scene where Lin Fan left in shame, and he himself accompanied Tang Ruobing on a shopping spree now. Well, Hawk is right, but I've already bought a house. Lin Fan pointed to the plastic bag next to him and said. Lung Fingchuan was shocked when he heard that Lin Fan had bought a house, but soon only a face full of disdain remained. Buying a home, and what kind of home you can buy? In his opinion, Lin Fan was only worthy of a small house of 50 or 60 square feet. A big house of 300 square feet like his, killing him? He didn't believe Lin Fan could afford it. Then, let's Shueji see if this house of yours has any room for appreciation. Lung Fingchuan said and opened the file bag. He wanted to humiliate Lin Fan in front of Tang Ruobing, completely trampling him under his feet and rubbing him hard. But when he opened the document bag and saw the real estate license inside, he was instantly confused. Chapter 10 Lemon and Grapefruit Tea. Villa 1 Haitian? How is that possible? Lung Fingchuan's shocked mouth was wide open, and his eyes were rolling round and round with a look of having seen a ghost. Isn't Lin Fan a poor student? How can you afford a villa? How could he not have thought that the house Lin Fan bought would be a villa? And even more so, he didn't think of the Haitian No. 1 villa, the king of Haitian villas. To know that a set of ordinary villas inside the Haitian villa are 2 to 3 million. This Haitian No. 1 villa is said to be as high as 60 million. In the whole Lucheng can rank. The price is a full 10 times what he paid for this house. He told himself he was looking at it wrong. He widened his eyes even more and looked at them 10 times in a row. Make sure it wasn't his eyes. It was Lin Fan who really bought a villa. A sense of frustration rose from his heart. The heart was full of bitterness. Just now, he was proudly pretending to Lin Fan. Who knows that the real thing is himself? Now that's a real bigot. He carefully put the real estate license into the bag he had just put it in. He stood up and turned to Lin Fan, bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry, Lin, Mr. Lin, for interrupting your meal. I'll leave now. He finished and left without looking back. Just now he was glad he hadn't said anything out of line. Otherwise, if Lin Fan retaliated against him, then he would be in deep. Tang Ruobing glanced at the departing Ling Fengkun and then at Lin Fan. She always felt that schoolmate Lin here was very mysterious and had endless secrets to dig up. The two quickly finished their meal and returned to school. At this time, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and saw a message from the class group. Class meeting tonight. Lin Fan looked at the time. The time for the class meeting was almost up, said goodbye to Tang Ruobing, and walked directly towards the classroom where the class meeting would take place. Classroom 312. When Lin Fan arrived, the classroom was already full. When everyone saw Lin Fan come in, They all looked at Lin Fan at once. It was really because Lin Fan's big and tall 1 meter 8.5, and that handsome face. It was hard for people not to pay attention to him. Old 4, this way. Boss Zhang Ziqiang waved his hand at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked towards Zhang Ziqiang's position and realized that the other 3 people from the dormitory had all come. So he walked straight over. Meng Xiqing looked at Lin Fan with a face full of hostility. In the entire Finance 2 class, only Lin Fan's face value was higher than his. The original face value that he had been so proud of had gone straight down a notch when compared to Lin Fan. How could he not be angry? Why does this kid look familiar? He picked up his phone and swiped through the campus forum posts. Shocked. The high-flying Tang schoolgirl is on a dinner date with a mysterious man. Curious to click on the post. He saw the image inside where Lin Fan was following Tang rubbing away with a smile on his face. Seeing this picture made him even more jealous of Lin Fan. He had just thought about pursuing the class flower in their class, but then he looked at other people. Lin Fan, who had already picked up the school flower. He took a deep breath and decided to take the position of class president tonight and use his job to get close enough to take down the class flower. Although the class flower was inferior to the school flower, it was still a flower no matter what. He was still very confident about taking the position of class president. A clatter of heels sounded outside the door and with a creak, the door was pushed open. In walked a woman of about 27 or 88 years of age. The woman's face was painted with light makeup, her face was delicate, and her hair was tied up simply. Front and back, tall, light green short sleeves on top and white 9-minute pants underneath. Hello everyone, I'm your counselor, Murong Shui. Murong Shui had just finished speaking when the stage burst into loud applause. Murong Shui got the school flower list that is the proper school flower. When see their counselor is a big beautiful girl. Not only boys are excited, girls also like. Murong Shui began to talk about the next arrangements, mainly about the military training starting tomorrow. Murong Shui had pretty much explained things. Okay, now it's time for everyone to introduce themselves. Start over here and start introducing them one by one. Murong Shui finished and began to lead the applause. The first person on stage was no other than Meng Xiqing. Hello everyone, my name is Monsieur. From, one by one, they began to introduce themselves, and Lin Fan briefly went up to introduce himself. He was bored, and he knew that there were campaigning for various class officer sessions to follow. The Finance 2 class has a total of 32 students, with a fairly balanced mix of males and females. Soon all 32 were introduced. The next step was to run for class officer. The first to run was, of course, class president. Those running for class president, please come to the podium in order. Murong Shui said to the crowd on the stage. The first to go on stage is the class flower Su Ruiwen. Su Ruiwen is not tall. Her skin is very white. A lovely doll face. Hello everyone, I'm Su Ruiwen, and if I'm of course class president, Lin Fan is going to fall asleep down there. It is really not interesting. He is a person who wants to become a great tycoon. He is not interested in being a class president, class cadre or something like that at all. When is the system going to give another mission? He just checked the price of the Haitian No. 1 villa, and without checking, it was a shock. The price of the Haitian No. 1 villa is surprisingly high at $60 million. His value instantly skyrocketed sixfold to a terrifying $70 million. One day was all it took for him to accomplish more than half of a small goal. That's so cool. True to form, the monopoly growth system is awesome. Posting tasks. Being a great tycoon, you should know how to care for your subordinates, care for your classmates, and buy your classmates and teachers each a cup of lemon grapefruit tea. Accept the mission and reward a Richard Mille RM027 Tourbillon Rafael Nadal watch, limited to 50 pieces worldwide. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan froze directly after hearing the system voice. This time, the reward was a wristwatch, and the key was still limited to 50 pieces worldwide. Although Lin Fan did not know the price of this wristwatch, it was certainly not cheap. More importantly, there are system points to be gained from doing quests, which are necessary for system upgrades. Now that the items obtained from the primary system are so awesome, wouldn't the secondary system obtain even better and more awesome? Of course he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity, and the system quest was taken. Teacher, I have a stomachache and need to go to the bathroom. Lin Fan directly stood up and said with a random excuse, to complete the task. Naturally, I had to leave the classroom. And not far from the entrance of the school there was a store that made cold drinks, where it happened to make lemon and grapefruit teas. Hurry up. Murong Shui didn't have the slightest doubt. Lin Fan hurriedly got up and left. Meng Xiqing looked at the departing Lin Fan, his face full of disdain. He had just been afraid that Lin Fan would compete with him for class president, treating Lin Fan as a competitor. But now he saw that he had been overly concerned. He now placed his opponent on the class flower Su Ruiwen. If he let Su Ruiwen become the class president, then he would be too passive, which he would not allow. Chapter 11, I really don't want to be class president. The campaign for class president entered the final stage of the statement. Meng Xiqing intentionally last on the stage to speak, so as to be able to give the deepest impression to the classmates. All of this was planned by him. The corner of his mouth curled up as he confidently walked up to the podium, as if he saw a beautiful picture of him already in the position of class president, together with the class flower Su Ruiwen. Cough cough. He cleared his throat and looked down at his classmates for the last thing he had to say. I will definitely lead the Finance 2 class when I become class president. The words were just in mid-sentence, when a knock sounded outside the classroom. Please come in. Morong Shui glanced at the door and spoke. Who could be pushed open and come in if not Lin Fan? Lin Fan was followed by a man in his 30s, and if he often went outside to buy drinks, he would definitely recognize this man as an employee of the drink store. Put it here, please, Lin Fan said to the man. You're welcome. The man put the 2 large plastic bags in his hand on the floor. He put it away and turned to leave. He still had to get back to the store and get busy. The students all looked at Lin Fan curiously. Morong Shui too, not understanding how Lin Fan came back with something when he went to the toilet. Lin Fan saw everyone looking at him. Cough cough. He cleared his throat and said slowly, I see that everyone is a little thirsty from all the talk, so I bought some lemon and grapefruit tea to quench your thirst. Front students pass back a bit. Lin Fan finished lowering his body, took 2 cups of lemon and grapefruit tea, got up, and handed a cup to Morong Shui. Teacher, hard work, thank you. Morong Shui's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan. She felt that Lin Fan was really special. Everyone else was busy campaigning for class president, but he was good enough to run straight outside the school gates to buy lemon and grapefruit tea. She now also understands that Lin Fan must not have had a stomachache just now. It was to go out to buy lemon and grapefruit tea, and she will not blame Lin Fan even if she knows it this time. After all, this is a piece of good intention of Lin Fan. Soon the lemon grapefruit tea was posted. Lin Fan returned to his seat. Old 4, dirt, old 4, awesome, senior, I'm convinced. I just wonder what's going on in this head of yours. Lao Si, it's amazing how you get frequent side eyes from the class flower and the counselor with a cup of tiny dew lemon pomelo tea. Old 4, pass on more experience in the future. How can we say that we are also brothers in the same trench? Yes, old 4, go back and pass it on. Don't ever hide it. Lin Fan had just sat down when the words of his 3 roommates came shooting out like a small steel cannon had been fired. Lin Fan was instantly somewhat speechless in his heart. He's just doing it for the system mission, okay? For that Richard Mill watch and system points. As for pleasing teachers and classmates, that didn't exist. Get a Richard Mill watch for a couple $100. Cootie. Only then would you give it up. He had just checked the price of the watch at the beverage store and it was a whopping $5 million. The key is still limited to 50 pieces worldwide, and this one has a lot of room for appreciation in the future. He had just finished posting lemon grapefruit tea, had already received a system reward. The watch was now lying in his system backpack, ready to be removed at any time. He received 5 more system points this time. Another small step closer to upgrading. Lin Fan was now very happy in his heart. Going out for a few minutes and getting a $5 million watch. Anyone would be happy. Meng Xiqing was directly dumbfounded. All the lines he had prepared were forgotten by Lin Fan. Morong Shui saw that Meng Xiqing didn't say anything and thought that Meng Xiqing had finished his speech. Okay, Meng students go down first. We have a final voting session for class president. One for regular class president and one for vice president. Now, everyone can write down the class president of your choice. Before Morong Shui had finished, the following had already begun to write. Soon after everyone finished writing, Morong Shui asked Su Ruiwen to help. Morong Shui read the votes and Su Ruiwen counted them. The results of the vote for the regular class president came in quickly. Lin Fan, 30 votes. Ruiwen Su, 1 vote. Monsignor, 1 vote. Seeing the results of this poll, Meng Xiqing was directly confused. It's a vote that he still casts for himself. That means no one voted for him but him. It gave him an instant myocardial infarction. It hurts. It feels like a heartache. After all this preparation, not a single person voted for him. He felt his heart bleed. What was even more unacceptable to him was that Lin Fan hadn't even run for class president and had voted so much. He felt his mind go blank. What the hell is this for? Lost. Heartache. He began to wonder about life. When Lin Fan's 3 roommates saw the result, they all gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Old 4, awesome. Senior, you are too good to take the position of class president without a word. Please accept my knee. Old 4, I am truly convinced. Your wave of operation is really slick. A direct reversal against the sky. No one expected you to vote the most. The 3 roommates spoke to each other, just as everyone envied Lin Fan for becoming class president. Lin Fan stood up. Teacher, can this vote be revoted? I really don't want to be class president, Lin Fan said with some difficulty. He wasn't even remotely interested in being class president. He just wanted to experience college life while becoming a tycoon. When Meng Xiqing heard Lin Fan's words, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. It felt like the body had been bludgeoned for 10,000 points. Bastard. He went through all the trouble of wanting to be class president, but Lin Fan was so good that he directly said that he didn't want to be class president, which made his young mind suffer a great blow. At this time, Su Ruiwen walked up and said, "Class leader Lin, I will assist you." Ruiwen Su is the vice president of the class. She looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, as if she was saying again that everything is with me. Don't worry. Meng Xiqing's heart, which had just calmed down a little, almost didn't faint when he heard Su Ruiwen's words. The purpose of him being class president is to pick up Su Ruiwen. Now it's good. Look at Su Ruiwen's posture. This is to fall on Lin Fan rhythm. He instantly felt the sky spinning and felt a dimming of the sky. It was like seeing a sky full of snowflakes dancing. Since Su said to assist you, you should be the first to try it out. After all, it's everyone's will. Morong Shui opened her mouth. She was getting more and more confused about Lin Fan's thoughts now. Just now she thought that Lin Fan bought lemon and grapefruit tea in order to buy people's hearts, in order to successfully run for the class president. But now it seemed that she had thought wrongly, and from Lin Fan's behavior, he really didn't want to be this class president. She was now very curious about what Lin Fan really thought. Squad leader, squad leader, squad leader. The students on the stage cheered when they heard Lin Fan become the class president, and the girls cheered the most vigorously. Lin Fan, look at this situation. This class president, he is determined. His heart is also a burst of helplessness, just to complete a task. How to inexplicably become the class president. Chapter 12, Let's friend each other too. Lin Fan could only take over the position of class president for the time being, and wait for a chance in the future before Morong Shui reassigned it. The other class officers were quickly chosen. Monsignor became a health committee member. Well, it's an official anyhow. This class meeting is quickly coming to a close. Classmate Lin Fan, let's add a friend for future contact. Morong Shui took out her cell phone and said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took out his cell phone, tapped the QR code, and asked Morong Shui to scan the code to add friends. The male students all looked at Lin Fan with envy. Buddy up with a beautiful teacher. They want to. They were all wondering how Lin Fan was so good when they were both freshmen. Meng Xiqing felt his heart ache again when he saw Lin Fan add Morong Shui as a friend. This should have been his treatment, but now it was Lin Fan's. Inside he wanted to growl out loud. Why? Why? At this time, Su Ruiwen walked over, looked at Lin Fan, squinted her eyes, and said, Class President Lin, let's add a friend as well. So if there's anything you want to do in the future, you can just order me to do it. Lin Fan looked at the lovely Su Ruiwen in front of him. How could he bear to refuse? And put the QR code in his hand in front of Su Ruiwen. Okay, Su Ruiwen said with a smile after friending Lin Fan. The boys in the class looked at Lin Fan with envy. Not only did he add the beautiful teacher as a friend, the class flower also took the initiative to add her friend. That was awesome. They were now practically admiring Lin Fan. Monsignor's myocardial infarction got worse. What's it like to see your favorite girl pleasing another man? Meng Xiqing felt like it was a little hard to breathe. His heart was dripping blood. He didn't even know how he got back to his dorm. Lin Fan walked out of the classroom and quickly walked towards the outside of the school. He had just taken his leave from Morong Shui. He's going to check out his Haitian One villa tonight. It was his first house, and crucially a top-of-the-line villa, so how could he not be excited? He couldn't wait to see the villa now. He went to the parking lot outside the school, started the car, and headed for the Haitian community. He opened the navigation and followed it all the way, and after 30 minutes, he finally arrived at the entrance of the villa. Lin Fan approached the security booth and took out the relevant documents and handed them to the security guard, who checked that they were correct before the three Lin Fans went in. Lin Fan saw the serious and responsible security guards inside in his heart, worthy of being a villa area. It is strict. Lin Fan drove all the way to the door of a huge villa. The villa was considerably larger than any of the villas next to it, standing out like an emperor. Grandiose, atmospheric. The bronze-colored double-opening doors give a heavy feeling. Lin Fan used the key to open it and did a fingerprint and face authentication by the way, so that in the future, even if he forgot the key, he could just swipe his face to come in. High tech, just awesome. Lin Fan walked into the villa and took a brief look through the moonlight. The most prominent thing outside was the blue rippling open-air swimming pool. There is also a small golf course next to it, so you can play golf during the week if you have nothing else to do. Lin Fan couldn't wait to head toward the house. Walking into the living room, the black leather sofa attracted him. Big enough. Lin Fan sat on it, very comfortable, stroked the surface with his hand. Texture. It's really worthy of a sofa produced by a major international brand. Lin Fan glanced around the house. This villa is a 3-story villa, home theater, private wine cellar, Chinese and Western kitchens, game room and more. All in all it's very complete. Lin Fan opened the refrigerator and took a drink, finding a comfortable position on the couch. Comfortable. After finishing his drink, Lin Fan got up and walked towards the second floor. When you come to the study, the shelves are filled with books. Lin Fan sat in the leather swivel chair and turned it gently. Not bad. It's a great feeling. He opened the system's virtual panel, opened his backpack, and tapped the Richard Mille RM027 watch he had acquired. The Richard Mille RM027 watch has been removed and placed on the host's desk. Lin Fan immediately saw a beautiful box on the table, and next to it was a small bag containing various certificates for the wristwatch. He picked up the box, flicked the switch, and with a click, the box opened, instantly revealing the true nature of the wristwatch inside. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's light enough for a sporty watch, no less, and the skeletonization is just beautiful. Supposedly you can wear it to play golf. Lin Fan stroked the body of the watch and muttered. He couldn't wait to put it on his wrist. Pretty. Nice. He played with his wristwatch for a while, putting it down as he found a sunny bedroom, showered, and changed into a set of pajamas. Not bad for a top villa. This arrangement is so thoughtful. Lin Fan came in a hurry, did not go back to the dormitory to get clothes, did not expect the check room, but prepared a lot of pajamas. Lin Fan finished his shower, swiped his phone for a while, and got ready for bed. After all, military training started tomorrow, and he still had to be on time. Lin Fan slept until dawn, and would have continued to sleep if the alarm hadn't woken him up. Lin Fan turned off the alarm and got up and headed for the restroom. Brush your teeth and wash your face, and wash up quickly. Lin Fan walked out of the restroom and clicked on the system's virtual panel. He hadn't forgotten about the daily $1 spike. Sure enough, the dollar seconds are back. Seeing the items, Lin Fan almost jumped up. $1 for a top-of-the-line Lamborghini Bat limited edition. Holy, this time it turned out to be a supercar. The Lamborghini Bat, a car he knew a lot about, especially the super cool scissor doors. With 670 horsepower, it accelerates to 100 kilometers in 3.2 seconds and can reach a top speed of 342 kilometers per hour. The price is even higher at $7 million. No man can resist the temptation of a supercar. Buy, without hesitation. Purchase. The system's mechanical electronic synthesized voice rang out in time. Lin Fan is now more and more think of this system sound good. Every day a few more times to be good. Congratulations host. Purchase successful. The Lamborghini Bat has been parked in the villa's garage and the keys have been placed in the host's study. Lin Fan hurriedly walked out of the bedroom and came to the study next to him. And sure enough, he saw that on the high-grade mahogany table, there was a car key. The system is forever a god. Now he's one step closer to a small goal in terms of value. Lin Fan couldn't wait to take the car keys and head downstairs. When I arrived at the garage, I saw a black sports car parked next to the Big G. The big bull on the front end was a particularly prominent feature. Lin Fan couldn't wait to press the car key, and suddenly the beautiful scissor doors slowly opened. He hurriedly sat down. Luxury interior, leather seats, comfortable. Initiation. There was a loud, deafening rumble of engines. A sense of pride was born. It was the first sports car of his life, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. He calmed down a bit and slammed his foot on the gas, and the car scurried right off. Chapter 13 Emptying the Watermelon Boss's Watermelons. In front of Willow City University, classes have officially started today, except for freshmen, of course, who are going to have military training. The parents had all left, and now that the school entrance was no longer crowded, Lin Fan drove his car directly to the school's east parking lot. After all, parking such a nice car outside, Lin Fan was still a bit uneasy. Lin Fan first went to the cafeteria to eat a breakfast, then returned to the dormitory and found that his 3 roommates were still sleeping. Wake up, military training is coming up in a few minutes, Lin Fan said to the 3. Old 4, say, what did you do last night? Boss Zhang Zichun poked his head out and looked at Lin Fan and asked. Going home. Lin Fan took out his military training clothes. Going home? Your family isn't from Luchang. What are you going home for? The second oldest, Li Muyang, got down from the bed and looked at Lin Fan and asked suspiciously. I bought a house in Luchang. This will be my home from now on. Lin Fan explained briefly. In the future, he would often not return to the dormitory, and it was still necessary to briefly mention it, so as to save the 3 of them from thinking nonsense and asking every time. I go. Lao Si, you're great. You bought a house in Lucheng so soon. Say, where did you buy it? Go to your place to play someday. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, jumped directly from the bed, and it was a good thing that the bed was not high. Haitian neighborhood. Lin Fan began to change his clothes. Lin Fan didn't directly say that he was in Villa Haitian no. 1. Saying so seemed like he was pretending to show off, and he didn't feel the need to show off in front of his roommate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old 4, awesome. I heard that district is good. The price of the house is more than 20,000 per square meter. It can be. Lao Si, there is room for appreciation in the future. Boss Zhang Zichang came down and patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, Lin Fan got dressed and didn't go to the playground right away, but instead sat down at the computer and played Fight the Landlord. When all 3 roommates were ready, the 4 of them headed for the playground. The 4 of them came to the playground and found that quite a few people had come, and the counselor Morong Shui was already waiting there. Today Morong Shui wore white long sleeves on top, jeans on the bottom, and a pair of flats on her feet. Morong Shui saw Lin Fan coming and shouted at him, Lin Fan, here. Lin Fan came to Morong Shui. Good morning, Mr. Morong. Lin Fan still had a lot of respect for his teacher. Lin Fan, in a moment you and the sports committee member will work together to maintain order. The instructor will be here soon. Don't leave a bad impression on the instructor right off the bat. Morong Shui glanced at the entrance to the playground and turned her head to say to Lin Fan in an explanatory manner. Lin Fan nodded. Since I have agreed to be the leader of this class, naturally cannot be negative. When it is time to manage, it is still necessary to manage. Lin Fan walked next to the sports commissioner, Pang Haoren, and said, people have almost arrived. Start standing in line. The instructor is coming in a while. Give the instructor a good impression. A good relationship with the instructor will be beneficial during military training. When he was in high school, he just didn't get along with the instructors and ended up exhausted from military training. Pang Haoren naturally understood Lin Fan's meaning and hurriedly said to the crowd that was standing and joking, gather. Pang Haoren was about as tall as Lin Fan, and his voice was even louder. And as he went on, everyone looked over. Lin Fan stepped forward, looked at the crowd and said, 1 row each for men and women, from shortest to tallest. Start the lineup. When the crowd heard Lin Fan's words, they all acted quickly, so it was evident that Lin Fan, the class president, was still very influential. Pang Haoren looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, class president, or you speak well. Lin Fan just smiled faintly at Pang Haoren. Although the first day of military training, but have experienced high school military training. Standing even if not standard, but not too bad. Soon a couple of pickup trucks drove up from the schoolyard. The truck stopped at the edge of the playground and a group of uniformed soldiers jumped out of it. Mulberry walked toward the truck. Not long after, Morong Shui returned, followed by a young soldier in his 20s. This is your instructor Yen Qiqiang. Instructor Yen will be in charge of all future military training. Morong Shui pointed at Yen Qiqiang next to her and said, Instructor Yen, this is class president Lin Fan and physical education committee member Pang Haoren. Lin Fan and Pang Haoren said loudly, good day, instructor. Yen Qiqiang looked at the 2 men and said, return to the line. Lin Fan and Pang Haoren quickly ran into the class line. Military training has officially begun. The sun was deliberately working against the crowds today and just wouldn't hide in the dark clouds. After an hour, the instructor finally let everyone rest. The crowd sat right down on the floor. OMG, I'm exhausted. I'm all legs. My throat is dry. I can't believe I forgot to bring water. Old Wang, you didn't bring any water? Old Li, did you bring water? I remember you didn't bring water either. Who says I don't have it? Look what's here. Isn't this a stereo? Take a closer look. It's a stereo any way you look at it. Hey, it looks like a stereo, but it's actually a thermos. That's ice water I just put in there this morning, said the one called Old Li, unscrewed the lid and gulped a mouthful. Cool. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Li, you're not being generous. Hurry up and let me have a sip. Not if you don't. Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, and in his heart, he also sighed a miscalculation. In hell, didn't bring any water. This is going to be a tough one. Mission release. Host being a great tycoon. How can the host be less of a philanthropist? Empty the watermelons of the melon seller boss at the entrance and care for the widows and orphans. Accepting the quest and rewarding the consummate level guitar skill. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the system voice. The system has released another quest. He was still wondering what today's system mission was, but he didn't expect the mission to come so quickly. Surprisingly, I was buying all the watermelons from the boss at the door. Even if the system didn't release the quest, he still had to find a way to get something to drink. He was really thirsty, and there were still more than 2 hours until lunch. This is a great way to not only get a thirst-quenching watermelon, but also to get the job done. But how do I get leave from the instructor to go out? He took out his cell phone and suddenly saw a message from Tang Ruobing. A twinkle in the eye there. Senior Lin, are you tired of military training? It's all exhausting. Sister Tang, do you have time now? Why do you want to skip school? Followed by a knock on the head emoji. No, when I came here, I saw a watermelon seller at the entrance. Quite poor. It just so happens that we are thirsty now. We want to buy all the watermelons of the old man and share them to quench everyone's thirst. When Tang Ruobing saw Lin Fan's reply, she realized that she had misunderstood Lin Fan, and at the same time, she felt that Lin Fan was even more special. Not only low-key, but also so caring. Sister Tang, is it still there? Got it. I'll be right there. Then thank you, Sister Tang. Just have the boss cart it over. Our military training is located in. Lin Fan put down his phone. This time the thirst problem was solved. There were skills to gain. And yes, there were system points. Chapter 14, Sister Tang delivers watermelons. 2 minutes later, at the entrance of the playground, a silhouette appeared, followed by an old man pushing a three-wheeler. The person who came was none other than Tang Ruobing. I'll be damned. Who is this schoolmate? She's really pretty. Foolish, you don't even recognize the high and cold school flower Tang. Who is the #1 school flower on the school flower list? Of course she's pretty. Just what is schoolgirl Tang doing in the playground? And who's the oldest man with her behind her? The boys looked at the walking Tang Ruobing and secretly swallowed a mouthful of water. Tang Ruobing was just too beautiful. Today, Tang Ruobing wore a beige long dress, which was simply beautiful, just like a fairy descending to earth. Not only did the boys gulp, but the girls were also filled with envy. Schoolgirl Tang is coming toward me, so it turns out that schoolgirl Tang is looking for me. Get lost. Can't you see that schoolgirl Tang is looking at me? Hurry up and get out of the way. I wonder what kind of person could be worthy of schoolgirl Tang. She's simply beautiful. If I could have dinner with schoolgirl Tang, I'd wake up smiling in my dreams. You'd better wake up. Find a mirror to take a look at yourself first. Just like this you've just approached schoolmarm Tang, and you won't scare schoolmarm Tang away. Seeing Tang Ruobing arrive, Lin Fan hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Senior Sister Tang. Hard work. Lin Fan smiled faintly at Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing blinked her eyes, revealing a charming smile as she opened her mouth and asked, I've done you such a great favor. How are you going to thank me? The crowd were all dumbfounded when they saw Lin Fan actually chatting with Tang Ruobing with a smile on his face. One by one, their mouths opened wide in shock, their eyes rolling round and round, full of unbelief. This is the high and mighty schoolgirl Tang. Envy, or envy. I'll go. Who is that kid? So powerful that he knows schoolgirl Tang. Look at schoolgirl Tang's expression. It's not as simple as knowing each other at all. It's really impressive. I remember. This kid is the mysterious man who had a scandal with schoolgirl Tang yesterday. I didn't think that he was a freshman. Awesome. It's really awesome. The same freshman. Why this kid can make Tang schoolgirl favorite it. The gap between people and people is also too big. Finance too. The class president is awesome. He even knows schoolgirl Tang. It feels like the two have an extraordinary relationship. The class president is really strong. This has just started the school year and has picked up the high and cold school beauty Tang. Look at the way the two are talking. To say that there is no relationship, beat me to death. I don't believe it. Class president is mighty. Really giving our finance 2 class a long face. Directly taking down the first place in the school flower list. Awesome. Lao see this is really taking down schoolgirl Tang. So arrogant that he's going to make the relationship public? Lao see, you're really too ruthless. I'm already thirsty enough now, and you're feeding me dog food. Let's see if I don't clean you up when I get back to the dormitory. No, we must let old 4 pass on his experience. We have to get off the hook quickly. Otherwise we'll eat dog food every day and sooner or later we'll eat vomit. Lin Fan looked at the dumbfounded crowd and said in a good-natured manner, Boys, move your hands and cut the watermelon. The crowd awoke with a start, and only then did they notice the watermelon in the boss's car. Hooray, squad leader, mighty, squad leader, awesome, squad leader, I want to give you a monkey. The boys got up and shouted loudly. I don't know which boy shouted that he wanted to give Lin Fan a monkey, and immediately the whole Lin Fan was full of black lines. Next to her, Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, I didn't realize that schoolmate Lin's prestige was quite high. General, Lin Fan said hurriedly. Lin Fan picked up a piece of cut watermelon and handed it to Tang Ruobing. It's really thanks to senior sister Tang today. Tang Ruobing took the watermelon, her small mouth gently biting into it as she looked at Lin Fan and said, Don't think you can just show your gratitude with a piece of watermelon. That. Lin Fan held the watermelon in one hand and rubbed his head with the other. Sister Tang, then what do you think you want? He really didn't know how to thank Tang Ruobing. Why don't you buy me dinner? Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and said, Eating spicy hot pot? Lin Fan asked directly. Senior Lin, you're too stingy. Tang Ruobing skimmed her lips. Lin Fan was instantly confused. How am I being petty? Aren't you the one who loves hot and spicy food? Yesterday you treated me to spicy hot pot as a thank you. How is it that I'm being cheap when I buy you hot and spicy food? He could only think about these words in his mind, but he didn't dare to say so directly. Lin Fan was really a little confused about Tang Ruobing. He had to marvel at the fact that a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. What does that Tang senpai want to eat? Feel free to say. Lin Fan directly kicked the ball to Tang Ruobing. Now he is not bad money. So what if he wants to eat anything and let Tang Ruobing just pick it? Let me think about that and let you know when I do. Alright, Senior Lin. I'll leave first, bye. Tang Ruobing waved her hand at Lin Fan and turned to leave. Lin Fan threw the watermelon rind into the bag and picked up another piece to eat. Not to mention it was really sweet. After Tang Ruobing left, the oldest man also pushed his cart and left happily. The system voice also sounded at this time. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The consummate level guitar skill has been placed into the system backpack. Gained 5 system points. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction as he heard the system's voice. When the classes next to them saw that Finance Class 2 actually had a watermelon to eat, their eyes were wide open and they were unconsciously gulping. Why does Finance Class 2 have watermelon to eat and we can only gulp spit? This is too unfair. That's because people have a good class president in Finance 2. So why wasn't I assigned to Finance 2? Not only is casting a skillful job, but it seems that class placement is also a skillful job. Old Lee, why do you think this watermelon is so sweet? It's really delicious and so thirst-quenching. Old Lee looked at Old Wong, who had a smug look on his face, and then glanced at the ice water in his hand, and instantly felt that the ice water in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Although the two were in the same dormitory, the two were not in the same class. Old Lee could only watch Old Wang eat the watermelon. Continue military training after eating watermelon. The crowd of the second finance class was full of fighting spirit, a stark contrast to the rest of the class. Finally made it to noon. Lin Fan dragged his tired body to the cafeteria with his 3 roommates. All 4 of them were tired enough to ask for some random food and wolfed it down. After dinner the 4 of them returned to the dormitory, climbed straight into bed and lay down. The bed now feels incredibly comfortable. Lin Fan lay on his bed, tapped on the system virtual panel, opened his backpack, and instantly saw the shining golden guitar skills inside. Use. As Lin Fan's words fell and the skills disappeared from his backpack, he instantly felt his head swell, almost making him scream, but soon the swelling subsided, and his body underwent some changes. His fingers became more nimble, and even the fatigue in his body was eliminated. He found a remarkable level of understanding of the guitar and felt like a veteran who had practiced it for decades. He wanted to pick up a guitar and feel it at this point, but unfortunately none of them played guitar in the dormitory, so he would have to wait until he had the chance to try it again later. Chapter 15, Night Training begins. After the lunch break, military training continued. The afternoon sun was even more poisonous than the mornings, and the September sun is still hot. With the lesson from last time, this time Lin Fan directly had someone pull a few pieces of mineral water. Otherwise it would be embarrassing if it was still the same as it was in the morning. The afternoon military training went pretty well, except that the first day of military training felt very physically tiring. Lin Fan felt better, though, and wondered if it was because he had absorbed the guitar skill. Looks like playing the guitar takes physical strength too. Lin Fan understood after a little thought that this guitar playing was also a physical job. During dinner, he didn't receive a call from Tang Ruobing, which made him sigh in relief. He wasn't willing to wander around right now even if he wasn't particularly tired. Followed my 3 roommates to dinner and rested for a while before the evening's nightly training in education. The evenings are relatively nice though, no big sun, and the key is that you can bring small stools to sit on. The evening is mainly ideological education. A college student can not only have a strong body, but also have the correct values and outlook on life. Finally, the talent show. Freshmen are still very active, in high school are suffocated, and now come to the university, to let loose and show themselves. Hey, old 4, have you heard? Vice Class President Su Ruiwen is planning to dance tonight. The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, was wearing clothes and scowled at Lin Fan next to him. I don't know, Lin Fan said casually. He really didn't know, didn't care at all whether Su Ruiwen danced or not. He had been waiting for the system mission all afternoon, and as a result, he had waited for a silent night, which inevitably made his heart a little disappointed. Old 4, how could he have the heart to care about the vice class president? Old 4 must be hiding in the corner with schoolgirl Tang. The oldest 2, Li Moyo, came over and said with a grin. Lin Fan blankly glanced at the second oldest, Li Muyang, and said without any good humor, I really have nothing to do with senior sister Tang. We're just ordinary friends. He's only known Tang Ruobing for less than 2 days now. What can he have? Is there really love at first sight? It wasn't even love at first sight. It was just love at first sight. Tell me yourself, old 4, do you believe yourself when you say this? First a dinner date, and today a thoughtful watermelon delivery. You tell me, what normal friend would do that? The oldest 3, Wang Jian, looked at Lin Fan with disbelief on his face, and spoke in a sour tone, more sour than if he had eaten a lemon. Lin Fan is also too lazy to explain. As for the 3 roommates do not believe, it is none of his business. He only cares about when the system is in the process of giving him a task. All 4 of them packed up, grabbed their ponies, and headed for the playground. As the class president, Lin Fan still had to take the lead, and if he went late, it would be a bit unreasonable. Lin Fan followed his 3 roommates to the playground and found that quite a few people had already come. The dude is awesome. Flipping over so many times and not getting hurt at all. That's awesome. Only to see a tall boy from an unknown class in the distance was doing somersaults. More than 10 somersaults in a row, causing the surrounding students to shout, "Holy, that dude is even better. Is that Ironhead Kung Fu? Awesome." In a class next to him, a boy was head over heels, legs up, looking awesome, which instantly drew screams from the girls next to him. Every class basically has 1 or 2 of these capable people. That's too curly. Senior, do you have any talents? Boss Zhang Zicheng saw the people performing around him and sighed, feeling a sense of loss. It's a competition to actively get priority in choosing a spouse by showing your talent in such a positive way. He, who had no talent and could only play games, lost the first track. Boss, you're asking the wrong person. Lao Si doesn't need talent at all. Lao Si already has Tang schoolgirl. Would he still look at other girls? The oldest too, Li Muyang, said with a sigh of relief. He also had no talent, and he hadn't expected college to be so rolled up. This finding a girlfriend was so hard. The oldest too, Li Muyang, looked at the oldest 3, Wang Ziyong, and opened his mouth to ask, "Oldest 3, how are you doing with that class flower of yours?" His purpose of asking the oldest, Wang Ziyong, was not to care about Wang Ziyong at all. He was just afraid that if Wang Ziyong got good with his class flower, then wouldn't he and the oldest, Zhang Zicheng, be left without girlfriends in their dormitory? The oldest 3, Wang Ziyong, burst into a bitter smile when he heard the oldest 2, Li Muyang's question. "Where's the progress?" "It's just 1 meeting." Okay. The second Li Muyang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, feeling that there was something wrong with his words. He hurriedly added, "Don't be in a hurry. Take your time." Lin Fan found a seat and sat down as one after another people arrived. The vice class president, Su Ruiwen, walked over to sit next to Lin Fan, and the 3 roommates hurriedly moved their positions away when they saw Su Ruiwen sitting next to Lin Fan. Today, Su Ruiwen wore a flowing ancient dress, looking a bit clean and uncluttered. "Class president, do you think I look pretty today?" Su Ruiwen asked with a smile. "Well, it's quite pretty." Lin Fan glanced at Su Ruiwen and said matter-of-factly, "Class president, what's your relationship with Tang Ruobing?" Su Ruiwen asked with wide eyes, looking at Lin Fan curiously. That was the purpose of her visit, to confirm whether Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing were related or not. Although she was confident in her appearance, she was also self-aware that compared to Tang Ruobing, there was still quite a gap. If Lin Fan was really in a man-woman relationship with Tang Ruobing, then she wouldn't get too close to Lin Fan in the future. If Lin Fan is not related to Tang Ruobing, then she is still very hopeful. After all, close to the water is the first to get the moon. School sister Tang and I are just ordinary friends. Lin Fan didn't know that Su Ruiwen had another purpose for asking this and answered honestly. "Really?" Su Ruiwen asked excitedly. Obviously at this time she was very excited. Rumors are really not to be trusted, and the only way to find out the truth is to ask the person concerned. Lin Fan didn't understand why Su Ruiwen was so happy, but still nodded as an answer. "Thank you, squad leader. I'll go first." Su Ruiwen finished standing up and left, not dragging her feet at all, looking at Lin Fan inexplicably. "Old 4, awesome. I just don't understand. Lao Si didn't show any talent. How come this class flower likes Lao Si? If you had Lao Si's face, I guess Su Banhua would like you too." Su Banhua doesn't look like such a shallow person either. I really can't figure it out. It's right to wonder. Some people are born to be protagonists. There's no way around it. But seriously, Su Banhua is really pretty tonight. She feels like a big star. Su Banhua, you'd better stop thinking about it and look at the other flowers in the class, or else you'll be left with only cauliflowers by then, and that'll be a disaster. Also, what did you say about the girl named Zoe? Holy, I can't tell. You're good at this. What's wrong with that? It's needy. It's comfortable to cuddle with. It's better than a ribsmith. Chapter 16. Are you still competing or not? Just as a few people were chatting in whispers, Instructor Yen Qichang and Counselor Morong Shui arrived. Morong Shui arrived and had Lin Fan count the number of people, confirming that everyone had arrived, and today's night training officially began. The instructor, Yen Qichang, began to speak from above, and the crowd sat up straight like a schoolboy. They tried to sneak in their cell phones too, but Morong Shui slipped back and forth. See, Morong Shui already has 3 cell phones in her hand. They felt that it was better not to bother Morong Shui with the cell phone for safekeeping, and they all listened attentively. As for how much was heard, that's unknown. After half an hour, finally Instructor Yen Qichang finally finished speaking. There was a loud applause from below, and Morong Shui was very satisfied to see the performance of the crowd. It's time for free time down there, aka the talent show. The first one to come out to perform was naturally the vice class president, Su Ruiwon. Only Su Ruiwon walked to the front, nodding to the female classmate next to the one she was just sitting next to. The woman pulled out her cell phone and started playing music. Instantly an ancient song came out of the phone speakers. The music started and Su Ruiwon began to dance to the music, like a butterfly in a flower. Time passes quietly. The music stops, and so does Su Raven. There was a loud applause from below. Su Ruiwon's dancing was indeed very good, and it looked like she had practiced. Su Ruiwon returned to her seat and purposely glanced in Lin Fan's direction. A boy came on stage next, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and clutching a guitar. The boys stood in front and sang to themselves. The end of the song was rewarded with a round of applause from the crowd. There are still a lot of talented people, singing, dancing, fast-talking, and stand-up comedy. It was looking like the night training was coming to an end. At that moment, a boy from a neighboring class came over, coming directly in front of Lin Fan. He opened his mouth and said, "I'm Chiu Zai, the class president of Finance Class 1. Lin Fan stood up politely even though he didn't know the purpose of Chiu Zi's visit. Lin Fan, I wonder if class president Lin dares to compare talents? Chiu Zi, he said in a bad tone. Since Lin Fan had invited Finance Class 2 to eat watermelon in the morning, his classmates felt that he was useless as the class president, and he felt that his face was completely lost. He was very angry in his heart. He hated Lin Fan very much. He had been pondering how to get his face back, and tonight he finally found his chance. He just wanted to properly humiliate Lin Fan in front of everyone, so that Lin Fan could also taste what it was like to lose face. He is not worried about Lin Fan's refusal. Lin Fan refused. Do not need him to appear. Lin Fan naturally lose face. No talent. Then the class will inevitably feel that he is the class president than Lin Fan 100 times stronger. Face naturally find back. If Lin Fan agreed, he wasn't afraid. His guitar was already considered a quasi-professional level. He didn't believe that Lin Fan could beat him. And when Lin Fan lost in talent, he would naturally lose face. He was winning at this point. It was as if he could now see Lin Fan's disheveled appearance as he lost face. Smug. Smug. He was very smug in his mind. Buying people's hearts and minds by watermelons. That's nothing. Having talent is really something. Before Lin Fan could say anything, the students next to him yelled, "Benji, compare yourself to him. Squad leader. I'm with you. Squad leader. Chip him." When the crowd heard Chiu Zai's words, they knew that Chiu Zai had come to provoke him, so naturally they couldn't spoil him. At this time, a system voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's head. Release the mission. How can the host, being a great tycoon, be looked down upon? The host shows his talent and crushes the other side. Accept the mission and get 100% of the equity of Skydweller. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the system voice. He had planned to teach this Chiu Zi a good lesson. Now there were also system rewards, which could only mean that the system mission had come at too timely a time. Tianjuk, he had heard his roommate say, was a particularly hot Netflix restaurant recently. They say you have to make reservations in advance for all meals, or you won't have a place to go. The per capita spending even starts at 300, so you can say that it's a day's work. How could he not have imagined that such an awesome restaurant would soon be his? Although he didn't know how much the restaurant was worth, he was sure it was very much. He was very excited in his heart. With this restaurant, he had a great possibility of reaching a small goal in his value directly. He's also officially in the billionaire category. In less than 2 days, it made him a billionaire. It really deserves to be called the Monopoly Growth System. It's just awesome. Okay, I promise. Lin Fan looked at Chiu Zi and said indifferently, "You first, or me first? I invited you, so naturally I came first." Chiu Zi, he said confidently. He didn't believe that Lin Fan could come up with any talent at all, but he had been observing over there for half a day, and Lin Fan hadn't come up to perform at all. Knowing that universities needed to show off in order to be recognized, if Lin Fan really had talent, he wouldn't believe that Lin Fan would hold back from showing it. Good, Lin Fan said indifferently. It didn't matter to him who performed first. The end result was the same. Although he felt somewhat bullied by Chiu Zai, but who let Chiu Zai bump into him? Then he could only say that Chiu Zai was unlucky. Chiu Zi, he couldn't pick on anyone but Lin Fan, who had a system. Chiu Zi, he went back to his class to get a guitar. The crowd in the finance I class yelled and screamed, "Squad leader, go for it. Class president, you're the best." It was evident that Chiu Zai was still very influential in the first class of finance, but Chiu Zi, he didn't care at all about other people's shouting. What he cared most about was what their class flower, Lu Ziyan, thought. He was captivated when he saw LV Ziyan's first glance. He originally had a higher prestige in the class than he does now, but after Lin Fan used a watermelon to buy people's hearts and minds, his prestige dropped, and even Lu Ziyan was visibly estranged from him. It made him blame Lin Fan for all of this. and he felt that it was Lin Fan who had ruined his relationship with Lu Ziyan. He provoked Lin Fan just to prove that he was better than Lin Fan. Let LV Ziyan see his true strength. He was fantasizing about Lu Ziyan seeing his victory over Lin Fan and taking the initiative to ask for his contact information. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look up to the sky. He was a bit grateful to Lin Fan. Otherwise he wouldn't have had the chance to ask for Lu Ziyan's contact information so soon. He unconsciously had a smug smile on his face. Lin Fan looked at Qiu Ziyi, who was standing there giggling, and said without any good humor, "Are you still competing or not?" He was a bit skeptical if this Qiu Ziyi was a psychopath, giggling all by himself there, but he endured it for the sake of the system mission. Even if Qiu Ziyi had a psychosis, he would stay away from it at most. Well, it's about keeping a safe distance, lest Qiu Ziyi have a psychotic episode and hurt him. Chapter 17, The Dumb Qiu Ziyi. Qiu Ziyi instantly woke up when he heard Lin Fan's words. He started by straightening his clothes. Then take the guitar strap and put it around your neck. Adjusted his posture. Pluck the strings and start singing. Seriously though, Qiu Ziyi's skill is still good. At the very least, everyone thinks it's good, and it's not a newbie once you hear it. Soon a song was played. A loud applause erupted from the side of the finance class. Squad leader. Awesome. Bandmaster. That was great playing. Squad leader. Mighty. Qiu Ziyi got a little light as he listened to the cheers of his classmates, and he looked at Lin Fan triumphantly. He felt like he had completely won. He sneaked a glance at the class flower, Lu Ziyan, and sure enough, Lu Ziyan was looking at him, which instantly made him even more complacent. Hey, kid, let's see how you can compete with me. Wait for the disgrace. Qiu Ziyi thought triumphantly in his heart. Lin class president, it's your turn. Qiu Ziyi said confidently with a smile on his face. Lin Fan came to the student who had just played the guitar. Use your guitar. The boy stood up, handed his guitar over to Lin Fan and whispered, Class president, admit defeat if you can't. This guy plays like a pro. He also played the guitar. Naturally he knew that Qiu Ziyi was at a very high level, and now he directly admitted defeat. Although it was a bit humiliating, but it was better than losing. Lin Fan gently patted the boy's shoulder and just smiled slightly without saying anything. Lin Fan came to the middle of the two classes, picked up the strap, put it around his neck, and gently plucked the strings to test the tone. It felt okay, not as good as Qiu Ziyi's guitar, but barely adequate. Qiu Ziyi almost didn't burst out laughing when he saw that Lin Fan was actually performing with a guitar as well. This is really playing a big sword in front of the god of Guan. He's pretty confident in his guitar skills then. He thought that Lin Fan was looking for death, to compete with him on his best guitar. Lin Fan thought about it and looked for a song that would be perfect for singing while playing on the guitar. Lin Fan gently strummed the strings, and a cheerful guitar sound rang out. As soon as Lin Fan opened his mouth, the people who were still talking stopped talking and quietly listened to Lin Fan sing. As Lin Fan's voice rang out, not only did Finance Class 1 and Finance Class 2 look at Lin Fan, even the several nearby classes looked here. The playground was instantly silent, with only Lin Fan's guitar and song floating around. Time flew by. As Lin Fan finished singing, both the boys and the girls at the scene stood up. There was a round of applause. Squad leader. Awesome. Squad leader. Mighty. Squad leader. I love you. Squad leader. One more. Squad leader. I want to give you a monkey. Squad leader. Squad leader. Good. It's so good. Very enthusiastic. That hustle and bustle do not know that one would think that a big star in a concert. Qiu Ziyi was completely dumbfounded when he saw how his classmates behaved. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to play the guitar so well. Simply more than professional. What's going on? He couldn't accept this. Guitar was his strong suit, and he had lost to Lin Fan in his strong suit, although he was unconvinced in his heart. But looking at the performance of his classmates on the scene, he knew that he had lost completely and utterly. He was very bitter in his heart. Originally, there was still some prestige in the first class of finance, but by him, the prestige would definitely drop again by a large margin, or even be completely gone. He couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps in the face. Why did he ask Lin Fan to compete in a talent contest? Now he's a disgrace to his grandmother's house. Lin Fan looked at his enthusiastic classmates and was also very surprised, not understanding how the reaction was so enthusiastic. The only way to explain it is that the guitar skills given by the system are so awesome. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% of the equity of Skydweller, and the relevant documents have been placed in the study of Villa Haitian No. 1. Gained 5 system points. The system voice sounded in Lin Fan's head. Awesome. The system is still giving out this reward so fast. Lin Fan was very excited at this time. Getting this reward, that would officially put him in the billionaire category. He was about to give the guitar back to the boy he had just been with. Class President Lin, can I add your contact information? A nice voice rang out from next to Lin Fan. The The girl was tall and very pretty with her face painted with delicate makeup. This girl was no other than the class flower of finance class 1, LV Zian. Josie he almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of blood when he saw LV Zian take the initiative to ask Lin Fan for his contact information. He went through all the trouble just to get LV Zian's attention so that he could have a chance to ask for LV Zian's contact information. But now what? LV Zian even took the initiative to ask Lin Fan for contact information. How can he stand it? He was so angry he almost fainted. Why do you want Lin Fan around me? Why? If it wasn't for Lin Fan, there was still a good chance that he could get LV Zian's contact information with his talent. Now I'm afraid there's no longer a hint of possibility. He instantly felt heavenly. He felt it was a hole he had dug for himself. If he didn't seek out Lin Fan to test his talent, Lin Fan wouldn't show his talent at all. And if Lin Fan didn't show his talent, then LV Zian wouldn't have taken the initiative to seek out Lin Fan for his contact information. He felt that he was a man who had pushed Lu Zian to Lin Fan. With a snap, he slapped himself hard across the face, giving himself a big slap, very loud. Everyone looked at Chiu Zai, not understanding why Chiu Zai slapped himself. Lin Fan glanced at Chiu Zihe and sighed in his heart. It's true that mentally ill people are very emotionally unstable. He looked at LV Zian in front of him. Although LV Zian was beautiful, she was still inferior to Tang Ruobing, even if LV Zian had drawn exquisite makeup. But it's kind of a pretty girl. The beautiful woman took the initiative to ask for his contact information in front of so many people. If he didn't give it then it would be too much to say. Lin Fan took his cell phone out and the QR code opened. LV Zian hurriedly swept the code to add friends. Thanks. After Lu Zian finished speaking, she ran towards the location of the first finance class with a red face. Lin Fan returned the guitar to the boy, and was rewarded with the boy's adoring gaze at Lin Fan. It's almost time. This night training is officially over. Lin Fan wasn't going to go back to the villa. One was that it was too late, and the other was that he was a bit tired. Back to the dorms. Senior, you were amazing. You didn't see the girls next to me screaming at the top of their lungs, dying to get up there and jump into your arms. Old 4, I just want to know what else you don't know how to do. You're also too good. No wonder you were able to pick up the high and mighty schoolgirl Tang. Senior, I'm kind of convinced that you're the teenage girl killer. The 3 roommates in the dormitory talked endlessly as soon as they returned to the dormitory. Lin Fan was too lazy to listen to their nagging, took a change of clothes and walked toward the bathroom. Chapter 18, I don't know you that well. Lin Fan finished his shower and took out his cell phone to check up on Skydweller. Skydweller was exposed by a food blogger because of its delicious dishes and became an instant hit. Those who have eaten it have praised it as delicious, making it more and more famous. The current valuation of Skyjuicer is around $80 million. Lin Fan was also shocked when he saw that Tianjuki was actually valued at 80 million. He knew that the Skydweller was worth a lot of money, but he still underestimated the value of the Skydweller. The system is awesome. This was something that had directly doubled his value to around $160 million, and now he was actually on the verge of 2 small goals. True to form, the Monopoly growth system is awesome. Lin Fan played with his cell phone for a while and felt his eyelids fighting. Today's day of military training was just too tiring. Put down your phone and go straight to bed. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up to the alarm, got up, and got out of bed. Wash your face and brush your teeth. The first thing I did after washing up was of course to look at today's dollar per second items. Seeing the $1 second items, Lin Fan directly froze. $1 a second for a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Rolls-Royce Cullinan is a luxury SUV, the dream luxury car of a man's heart. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and said directly, "Purchase. Congratulations host. Purchase successful. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan has been parked in the Villa Haitian No. 1 garage, and the car keys and related documents have been placed on the desk in the study of Villa Haitian No. 1. The system voice sounded in time. Currently Lin Fan had 3 luxury cars. Before he would wake up laughing if he dreamed of owning one. Now he had 3 luxury cars in 3 days. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan is even higher at over $8 million. Grows his value just a little bit more. Happy, so happy today. Lin Fan happily walked towards the cafeteria as a beautiful day began. Lin Fan came to the cafeteria and purposely asked for a halogen egg for breakfast to reward himself for owning another luxury car. Senior Lin? Lin Fan didn't need to turn around to hear this nice voice to know who it was. Who else could it be if not Tang Ruobing? At this time, Tang Ruobing carried a dinner plate and sat directly next to Lin Fan. Good morning Sister Tang, you're here for breakfast too. Lin Fan smiled and greeted Tang Ruobing. Today, Tang Ruobing wore a pink short sleeve on top and beige 9-minute pants on the bottom, her snow-white thighs showing a section, and her feet were wearing a pair of short-heeled pink small leather shoes, making her originally tall figure appear even taller. The people eating next to them were dumbfounded when they saw that Tang Ruobing actually took the initiative to sit next to Lin Fan. A man's mouth opened wide in shock, as if he could fit an egg in it. With an incredulous expression, You have to know that every time Tang Ruobing came to the cafeteria, she wouldn't even sit with any boys to eat except for sitting with her bestie roommate, not to mention being so talkative and laughing at dinner together. Who is this kid? So powerful that he made schoolgirl Tang take the initiative to sit next to him, seeing that they are wearing military uniforms. They should be freshmen. Is this freshman class so powerful, taking down the high-strung schoolgirl Tang as soon as they arrive? This kid looks side face is a bit familiar. I remember. Isn't this the mysterious man who had a scandal with schoolgirl Tang? Holy, Tang School Flower won't really have anything to do with this kid. This is too powerful. It's really a model for my generation. If it wasn't for the large number of people here, I'd want to go up and recognize my big brother. Hurry up and take the picture and send it to Li Xiao, who had to settle the score with this kid yesterday. It's already been sent, and I'm guessing that young Li is already on his way here. Tang Ruobing's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, I didn't expect school brother Lin to be so diligent and get up so early. It is important to realize that very few freshmen get up this early during military training, especially the boys. How could she not have thought that Lin Fan was not only rich but also so self-disciplined? Really too different from other boys. A biological clock has developed, and I can't sleep without getting up, Lin Fan said without blushing. Naturally he wouldn't say that he was woken up by the alarm clock. Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan chatted as they ate with you and me. At that moment, a boy walked in the door of the cafeteria. The two men who had just been eating saw the boys and stood straight up to meet them. The two men came to the boys and pointed in the direction of Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing and said a few words. This boy was the young Li Guangwei, that the two had just spoken of. Li Guangwei's family has tens of millions of assets, is considered a small rich second generation. Li Guangwei collected the anger on his face, took a deep breath and walked towards Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. Ruobing, what a coincidence, you're having breakfast too. Li Guangwei looked at Tang Ruobing and said with a smile on his face, unceremoniously sitting between Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing raised her head to look at Li Guangwei, and her face, which had just been wearing a smile, instantly turned cold and expressionless. Li Guangwei, please call me by my full name. I don't know you that well. Li Guangwei's face instantly froze. Just now he clearly saw Tang Ruobing talking and laughing with Lin Fan. To him this directly the tone of voice changed to be colder than ice. He felt very hurt. The little heart is so depressed it's dripping blood. He glanced at Lin Fan with an unkind look in his eyes, and he attributed it all to Lin Fan. He just couldn't understand what Tang Ruobing really saw in Lin Fan. Didn't see anything special about it except that it was a white boy and looked like a poor student. Humph. A poor student dares to compete with me for Tang Ruobing. He simply doesn't know the sky and the earth. He gritted his teeth and thought with hatred in his heart. A poor student only. He is a rich second generation. This society is not rely on the face of the society to eat, but also to look to the money. He instantly regained his confidence, a confident smile on his face. He pulled his sleeve upwards, and all of a sudden the fine wristwatch he just paid for was revealed. He didn't go through a lot of trouble for this watch. He looked at the Richard Mille RM11-01 Mancini wristwatch on his wrist and was very proud of his heart, knowing that this watch cost him more than $1 million. Lucheng, this small place is not sold at all. Young Li, this watch of yours is really beautiful. What brand is this? A boy behind Li Guangwei said loudly in surprise. It immediately drew the attention of the surrounding students. Li Guangwei glanced at the boy and gave the boy an appreciative look. In his heart, he thought, this little brother is quite up to it, so he can bring more in the future. Cough cough. Li Guangwei cleared his throat and glanced at Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan. Sure enough, when he saw Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan looking at him, he was even more pleased in his heart. He deliberately made a disinterested expression and said slowly, a Richard Mille RM11-01 Mancini wristwatch is just a piece. Li Guangwei's words immediately drew gasps from the surrounding students. Chapter 19, Little Fanboy Li Guangwei. Everyone looked at Li Guangwei's Richard Mille RM11-01 Mancini watch. There was envy in his eyes. This is Richard Mille watch. Really beautiful. This watch is not cheap at first sight, that's for sure. Richard Mille is a top-of-the-line luxury item. How could it be cheaper? Li Xiao is really great. Look at his look of indifference. It feels like such a watch is not rare for him at all. If I had such a watch, I could wake up laughing in my sleep. Che, if I had a watch like that, I'd stay up all night looking at it. As expected of Richard Miller, it's just beautifully atmospheric to do. Li Guangwei was very pleased to hear the crowd's comments. Kids, see that? That's the gap. He glanced at Lin Fan and thought smugly in his heart. Another boy next to Li Guangwei looked around at the crowd and asked aloud, Young Li, this wristwatch must not be cheap, right? Li Guangwei waved his hand and said indifferently, it's not much, just a little over $1 million. The people were all dumbfounded when they heard that Li Guangwei's wristwatch actually cost more than $1 million. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock and their eyes were rolling round and round. All want to see why this watch is worth over $1 million. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really poverty that limits my imagination. Such a small wristwatch. It costs more than $1 million. This is too extravagant. More than $1 million. But it's enough to buy an ordinary house in Willow City, right? Awesome. Really awesome. No wonder they say that poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. Such a tiny thing actually costs more than $1 million. It's really unbelievable. I thought it was tens of thousands of dollars, but I didn't realize it would take over $1 million. It's unimaginable. A faint smile appeared on Li Guangwei's face as he heard the crowd's comments. Delighted, pleased, or pleased. He looked at Lin Fan, wanting to see a look of shame on Lin Fan's face. He was now showing his strength, and he believed that Lin Fan would know what to do. He was very pleased in his heart. A poor student still wanted to compete with him for Tangruobing. It was simply a fool's dream. He wanted to see a change in Lin Fan's face, but he was destined to be disappointed. Lin Fan was there eating calmly since the beginning. There was no extra expression on his face at all. What's going on? It's not like the script he was thinking of. Shouldn't this kid have turned away in shame? Why are you still eating so calmly? Forced composure. Yes, it must be forced composure. But in fact, the mind panicked a bunch. Humph. I'd like to see how long you kids pretend. Li Guangwei thought darkly in his mind. Lin Fan finished eating the food on his plate and saw that Tang Ruobing had finished eating as well. School sister Tang, have you had enough? Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked. Aha. Tang Ruobing nodded and hemmed. Well then, let's go. Lin Fan got up and was ready to clean up his plate. His sleeves were a bit long. He pulled up his sleeves upwards, and all of a sudden his Richard Mille RM027 wristwatch was revealed. When Li Guangwei saw that Lin Fan even ignored him, he was very angry in his heart and was about to stand up and teach Lin Fan a lesson. But when he saw Lin Fan's Richard Mille RM027 watch, he directly froze. He quickly became agitated and stood up, going forward and directly about to grab Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan's eyes were quick. He directly pulled his hand away, looked at Li Guangwei, and said with a black face, that whoever, I'm not good with men, please respect yourself. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Guangwei hurriedly said, Big brother, I'm not good with men either. He then asked excitedly, Big brother, this watch of yours is the Richard Mille RM027? Lin Fan glanced at his wristwatch and nodded. It really is a Richard Mille RM027. It's beautiful, Li Guangwei said in surprise. His eyes were fixed straight on the Richard Mille RM027. This is the legendary Richard Mille RM027, which is not something that anyone can just buy. This Richard Mille RM027 is a whopping $5 million, 4 or 5 times as much as his Richard Mille RM11-01 Mancini. More critical is not you can buy it with money. This watch is a limited edition, only 50 pieces in the world. It can be seen very precious. It was a watch favored by a real big shot, and he hadn't expected to see it here today. The key was also worn on the hand of a man he considered a poor student. Inside he was a bitter man. Biggie, you're so powerful. Why are you still so low-key? He suddenly had a twinkle in his eye and thought this was a great opportunity to meet the big man. He hurriedly said to Lin Fan, Boss, you're my boss from today onwards, so thick thighs do not embrace. Is still waiting for the next time? The opportunity to come to be brave to seize, or the opportunity to run away from regret. He was glad he hadn't said anything out of line, or else he'd have upset the big man, and that would have been the end of it. Lin Fan looked at Li Guangwei in front of him and always felt that this Li Guangwei was not normal. Is it another psychopath? I don't understand how Willowtown University has so many psychopaths. He thought helplessly in his mind. Lin Fan was ready to put the plate into the tableware recycling area, but Li Guangwei snatched it directly from Lin Fan's hand. Boss, I'll just do such a small thing, Li Guangwei said with a smile at Lin Fan. He packed up Lin Fan's tableware, and when he saw Tang Ruobing's tableware, he also went straight to work to help pack it up. As he cleaned up, he smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you and the boss can just leave directly. I'll clean up here for you. When Tang Ruobing heard Li Guangwei call her sister-in-law, her ears suddenly turned red, but she didn't explain anything, and had a different feeling in her heart. The crowd was all confused when they saw Li Guangwei's behavior. The crowd's shocked mouths were wide open, as if they were able to fit an egg in, full of incredulity. Is this the same spirited Li Xiao who was just here? Why does it feel like Lin Fan's little brother? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is young Li crazy? Surprisingly, he's being so respectful to a freshman. I think it must have something to do with the wristwatch on that kid's hand. It was Li Xiao who saw that wristwatch that changed his attitude. That makes some sense. But how can a wristwatch be so magical? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That wristwatch worn by that kid just now is as high as $5 million. This is too much. I go. It's still true. This is too powerful. This is just a proper big brother. $5 million for a wristwatch. It's unimaginable. It didn't occur to me that our Willow City University still has such a hidden big brother. It's just that this big brother is also too low-key. Chapter 20, I parked that sports car yesterday. Senior sister Tang. Let's go. Lin Fan said to Tang Ruobing. Since Li Guangwei is willing to help them clean up, then let Li Guangwei clean up. For the mentally ill patients must meet their requirements. Otherwise when the condition worsens, it will be troublesome. What a nice guy himself. All this concern for the mentally ill. Lin Fan marveled in his heart. If Li Guangwei knew what was going on in Lin Fan's mind, he would surely spray out his old blood from more than 20 years ago. Tang Ruobing nodded and stood up. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing walked towards the outside of the cafeteria, in front of the dormitory. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing returned to the dormitory after separating, found the other 3 roommates still asleep. Lin Fan turned on his computer, found a song, and turned the stereo up to maximum. Instantly the whole house floated with song. Asterisk 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 me. 4. What are you doing turning it up so loud? The first one who couldn't stand it was the second one. Li Muyang. Hurry up, you're going to be late. Don't blame me for not warning you when you get penalized for running by the instructor. Lin Fan fought the landlord and said without lifting his head. When the 3 heard this, they hurriedly sat up. Military training was already tiring and torturous enough. They didn't want to go back to being punished for running. The 3 quickly finished packing. Lin Fan turned off his computer and went out of the dormitory, and the 4 of them walked towards the playground. The 4 of them arrived at the playground to find that quite a few people had already come. At this point, a few people gathered to say something. Old Zhang, do you know what I saw last night? One of the boys said excitedly. Old Wang, could it be that you saw a ghost? Old Zhang looked at Old Wang and asked suspiciously. Asterisk 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 off. You're the one seeing ghosts. Last night I was hungry and went out to get food, and I walked by the parking lot and saw a sports car. Old King said triumphantly. Che, isn't a sports car normal? It's not like we don't have rich second generation in Lu University. Old Zhang skimmed his mouth and said in disbelief. What do you know? That's no ordinary sports car. TSK TSK TSK. That shape is really beautiful. Old Wang immediately retorted. He took out his cell phone and pointed to a picture on it and continued excitedly. I took a picture with my cell phone and came to show you if it's beautiful. I go. It's really pretty. Which big young man is this coming to our Lu University, driving such an awesome sports car? Looking at the photo, Old Zhang, who had just retorted, suddenly exclaimed in shock. Old Wang instantly had a smug smile on his face. Now you guys believe me. Hey, I'm not lying to you. It really didn't occur to me that our Lu University has such a powerful person. It's really an eye-opening experience. At this time, Monsignor walked over. He was very proud of himself at the moment. He had borrowed the Porsche Cayenne from his cousin yesterday and was going to pretend. This Porsche Cayenne was the top of the line, and the car cost his cousin nearly $1 million at the time. No, with the car keys in his hand, he kept turning them as if he was afraid that no one else would see them. He looked at Lin Fan with contempt in his eyes. What's the use of being handsome? What's the use of being class president? Nowadays this society still depends on strength. What is strength? Driving a sports car is power. He couldn't believe that the class flower, Su Ruiwen, wouldn't be moved by the sight of the sports car he was driving. He had just heard the crowd talking and vaguely heard Old Wang and Old Zhang as they were discussing the sports cars in the parking lot. He was very pleased in his heart, not living up to his dead weight of borrowing a car from his cousin. It was worth it. At this moment, he seemed to see the scene where the class flower, Su Ruiwen, sat inside his sports car and took the initiative to ask for his contact information. What are you doing? Monsignor asked in a fake manner. Old Meng, we were just talking about the sports car that showed up on the parking lot. That sports car is so beautiful, and I don't know which big guy's sports car it is. Old Wan looked at Meng Xiqing and sighed. Oh, this, I thought it was something big, a big fuss. Meng Xiqing said with an indifferent expression. Old Meng, you've drifted. This is a sports car. This is not a big deal. Then what do you call a big deal? Old Wang was not happy when he heard Meng Xiqing's words. If you're talking about the sports car on the school parking lot, then I can tell you for sure that I parked that sports car yesterday. Monsignor looked like he was on cloud 9. It's like talking about a bike instead of a sports car. When the crowd heard Meng Xiqing's words, they gasped out in shock. I'll go. Old Meng, deep hiding. I didn't realize that the big brother we've always envied was you. Old Meng, awesome. Please accept my little brother's knee. Old Meng, that sports car of yours is so beautiful. No, you can't call Old Meng anymore. You have to call Meng Xiao. Meng Xiao, I want to hug my thigh. Meng Xiqing felt light and airy when he heard everyone's boasting. It's such a great feeling to be patted on the back. He unconsciously glanced at Lin Fan, who was not far away next to him. What's the point of making you class president? Brother has the ability of money. It is not a poor man like you. He was very pleased with himself at this point and wanted to laugh with glee. At this time, old Wang rubbed his hands together and smiled at Meng Xicheng. Young Meng, when are you going to start up that Lamborghini Bat of yours so we can all hear the sound? The Lamborghini Bat sports car is said to sound particularly good, and all of us are quite curious. What Lamborghini Bat? Mine is clearly a Porsche Cayenne. Okay, these dirtbags can even get the name of the car wrong. He thought these people hadn't seen the world and had misidentified the car. Cough cough. Monsignor cleared his throat and spoke. Class is over. Any time. And just for the record, my sports car is called a Porsche Cayenne, not some Lamborghini Bat. When old Wang heard Meng Xicheng's words, he asked suspiciously, that's not right, young Meng, that car is the Lamborghini Bat. If you don't believe me, take a look, the picture is here, he said, handing his cell phone to Monsieur. Meng Xicheng saw the sports car in his cell phone and directly froze. Surprisingly, it really is a Lamborghini Batmobile, instead of his Porsche Cayenne, which was half loaded with air. The sports car wasn't his, which was a little embarrassing, but even if this sports car Lamborghini Bat is not his Porsche Cayenne is. He was sure none of these people had ever been in a Porsche Cayenne. He instantly regained his confidence. A confident grin was suddenly back on his face. This Lamborghini Bat is indeed not the sports car I have. Like this sports car only a real big young man can afford to drive. Monsignor shook his head and sighed. He also wants to have a Lamborghini Bat sports car, but the strength does not allow. This sports car is more than $7 million. Is his cousin cannot afford to buy? Envy. I don't know which big brother parked in the parking lot. If I can make a good relationship with this big brother, it will help me a lot in the future when I go into the society. He wondered if he wanted to get out of class and go squat in the parking lot. He gritted his teeth. Go, make sure you know the big guy. Senior, what's this in your pocket? Looks pretty upscale? Boss Zhang Zicheng took out something like a car key from Lin Fan's pocket. Chapter 21, I really don't have anything with Sister Tang. Senior, what's this in your pocket? Looks pretty upscale? Lin Fan sat down on the ground and the car keys fell out of his pocket. Boss Zhang Zicheng took the car keys out of Lin Fan's pocket. Old Wang heard Zhang Zicheng's call and looked over just in time to see Zhang Zicheng take the car keys out of Lin Fan's pocket. Old Wang's eyes were wide open at this time. With a look of disbelief, he walked quickly to Zhang Zicheng's side and said excitedly, "Can I take a look?" Zhang Zicheng didn't understand why this old Wang was so agitated, but he still handed the car keys to the old Wang. Beautiful, the texture, the weight. Yes, it's true, surprisingly true, old Wang said to himself, getting more and more excited. Ben, Chief, are these your car keys? Old Wang looked at Lin Fan and asked with a bit of a stutter in excitement. Lin Fan glanced at old Wang and nodded. So the Lamborghini Batmobile in the parking lot belongs to you, squad leader? Old Wang looked at Lin Fan and asked excitedly. He couldn't be wrong this time. This car key was for the Lamborghini Batmobile. Why does he know? I have to say he was a sports car fanatic, and although he couldn't afford a sports car, he bought a lot of various sports car keys. From what? Somewhere. Of course, Lin Fan said indifferently. If you're talking about the black Lamborghini Bat in the east parking lot, it is indeed mine. The crowd looked at Lin Fan with shocked faces when they heard his words. Each one's mouth was wide open and their eyes were rolling. How could they not expect this awesome sports car to be Lin Fan's? It was really because Lin Fan looked simply too far from those great young men they had imagined. Which of those great young men were not arrogant and looked down on ordinary people like them? In looking at Lin Fan, there was no shelf at all. It was simply down to earth. Holy, I didn't realize the real big man was the class president. That's amazing. The class president looks so nice and doesn't have any attitude at all. It's surprising that he's a hidden bigot. The class president is too low-key, isn't it? If it wasn't for the accidental discovery of the class president's car keys today, I don't know how long it would have been hidden from the public. Class president is not only multi-talented, but also young and golden. What a perfect person. And only Schoolmarm Tang is worthy of class president. Squad leader, are you still missing the pendant on your leg? Class president, please take my knee. You are amazing. Squad leader, I love you. Meng Xicheng was instantly confused when he learned that the Lamborghini Batmobile was actually Lin Fan's. He had just thought about how to curry favor with that big brother, but he didn't realize how ironic it was that that big brother was Lin Fan. He felt a pang of darkness now. He was not selected for class president and lost to Lin Fan. Then the sports car was a losing battle again. He felt that ever since he met Lin Fan, things hadn't gone well. He now felt that Lin Fan was his nemesis. He would have passed out if he hadn't been leaning against the tree next to him. He now had a pang of sadness in his heart. How was he so unlucky to be assigned to a class with Lin Fan? He felt a pang of dimness for the rest of his days, and felt that he would never get out again. He looked at Lin Fan, who was surrounded by the crowd, and his heart was more bitter than if he had eaten Huanglian. Soon the instructor Yan Qiqiang came, and this morning's military training officially began. While resting, Lin Fan received a message from Tang Ruobing. Senior Lin, do you remember owing me a meal? Remember, when Sister Tang wants to eat something, let me know. I've thought about what to eat. I wonder if schoolmate Lin has time to treat me at noon today? Lin Fan mused for a moment. Today was even more tiring than the first day of military training. He thought about refusing Tang Ruobing and hoped to treat her to dinner after the military training was over. At this time, the system voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Posting tasks. How can you be a great tycoon and go back on your word? Promise to treat Tang Ruobing to dinner and rewarded with consummate level fighting skills. No reward for refusing to invite Tang Ruobing to dinner. Lin Fan suddenly froze when he heard the system voice. This time, the system reward was actually a fighting skill. He realized after a day of military training yesterday that his physical fitness really needs to be improved, and he was thinking of getting a gym card when he finished his military training and going to the gym every day. After all, he was going to be the one who was going to become a tycoon, and he didn't want to just become a tycoon and get sick and take medicine all day. It didn't occur to him that the system was so thoughtful as to send him fighting skills. Fighting was a great test of physical fitness, and he was sure that once he absorbed the fighting skills, his physical fitness would reach a high level. He didn't hesitate and directly chose to agree to treat Tang Ruobing to dinner. Yes, I'll be in touch when class is over. Okay, then I'll wait for news from Senior Lin. Lin Fan put away his cell phone. At this time, the system voice rang out. The reward has been issued to the system backpack. Gained 5 system points. Lin Fan inwardly had to sigh a sigh of relief. The system is really powerful in doing things. He looked up to find his 3 roommates in the dorm looking at him. Lin Fan asked suspiciously, "There are flowers on my face? Old 4? Honestly tell me if you're making love to schoolgirl Tang again?" Boss Zhang Zichang asked with a gossipy face. "Yesterday, school sister Tang did me a favor, so today I'm just treating school sister Tang to dinner." Lin Fan looked at the gossipy Zhang Zichang and said without a trace of anger, "I don't know why all these people were so gossipy." It really made Lin Fan speechless for a while. Still just? Lao Si, can you think about how we single dogs feel? Eating dog food from you and schoolgirl Tang every day is making us sick. The second oldest, Li Muyang, said with a helpless face. Right, old 4, in the future, can you and schoolgirl Tang make love to each other and avoid us? That dog food really doesn't taste good. The oldest 3, Wang Jiang, said with a bitter smile. I really don't have anything with Sister Tang, Lin Fan explained helplessly. But look at the expressions of the 3. A look of disbelief. It seems to be saying, going out to eat with schoolgirl Tang 2 times in 3 days and still saying there is nothing. Who believes it? Lin Fan was too lazy to explain. Just in time for the break to arrive, and continued military training next. It was soon noon. Lin Fan made a call to Tang Ruobing and told her that he was going back to the dormitory to change his set of clothes. He returned to the dormitory to take off his military training clothes, rushed into the bathroom, and couldn't wait to take out the fighting skills in the system backpack. Use. All of a sudden, he felt various fighting techniques appear in his mind, while his body was changing drastically. It made him feel like his body was expanding, and it was a good thing that the feeling didn't last long. Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked down at his body, realizing that he had prominent 2 packs and 8 abdominal muscles. Instantly filled with surprise, he now felt that his entire body was filled with power. He was sure that training as intense as the military training was now would not tire him at all anymore. The system is awesome. The system is always God. Lin Fan didn't forget that he still had to go out to dinner with Tang Ruobing, and he took a quick cool shower. Lin Fan quickly put on a piece of clothing and headed out of the dormitory. Chapter 22. I'll show you the location. After Tang Ruobing answered Lin Fan's call, she simply cleaned up and went downstairs. She came to the entrance of the east gate of Lu University and stood outside near the parking lot waiting for Lin Fan. The last time she came to school, she arrived in Lin Fan's car, and she thought Lin Fan had put it here. At this time, a red sports car stopped next to them, and a head poked out of the car, looking at Tang Ruobing and asking loudly, "Where are you going, sister-in-law? I'll give you a ride." The person who came was no other than Li Guangwei. Now Li Guangwei, and not having a single thought about Tang Ruobing, calling your sister-in-law is so smooth and respectful. Tang Ruobing heard Li Guangwei call her sister-in-law again, causing her ears to add some more pink color. No need. Lin Fan will drive up later, Tang Ruobing said calmly, her tone slightly less icy. Wow. A moment later, big brother to come. That's fine. I'll wait here for a moment, big brother. The least we can do is say hello. Li Guangwei's eyes lit up when he heard Tang Ruobing's words. He decided to see what kind of car Lin Fan drove. If it was not a sports car, he could lend this sports car to Lin Fan. Then the relationship between the two of them would not be another step forward. To know that he drove this sports car is a Lamborghini Gallardo Maverick, although it is the cheapest configuration, but it also cost him more than $3 million. He usually love and cherish never willing to lend to others. He was really treating Lin Fan as a big brother, going so far as to lend Lin Fan his beloved car. Not long afterward, a loud engine sound came from the Lu University campus. Li Guangwei knew it was a supercar as soon as he heard the sound. He poked his head out and looked to the front of the school, wanting to see what kind of sports car it was and how it sounded more powerful than the sound of his sports car. Let his heart is very unconvincing. He intends to see who dares to be so arrogant. He is ready to teach the other party a good lesson there. A black sports car scurried out from the entrance of the school and finally stopped in front of Li Guangwei. Li Guangwei looked at the sports car that stopped in front of him and blurted out in shock, "Lamborghini Bat SV." His mouth opened wide in shock, as if he could fit an egg inside. He was a sports car fan, and this sports car was a Batmobile. But not just any Batmobile, but the awesome Lamborghini Bat SV. Ordinary sports car Bat price is about the same as his calf, but this Bat SV is up to more than $7 million. The key is still a limited edition. Not you have the money to buy it. Just as he was shocked, the scissor doors slowly opened and a young man stepped down. Who is this person if not Lin Fan? Li Guangwei was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Lin Fan walk down from the car. How did he not expect Lin Fan to be driving a Lamborghini Bat SV, which was a limited edition supercar? Soon he was excited. Having the ability to buy such an awesome Lamborghini Bat SV proved that Lin Fan was indeed very strong. Even more so, he made up his mind that he must hold on to Lin Fan as his thigh. "Sister Tang, sorry for being late." Lin Fan gave Tang Ruobing an apologetic smile. "Not late, I just got here too," Tang Ruobing said with a faint smile. Next to him, Li Guangwei, who had just gotten off the car, instantly froze again when he saw Tang Ruobing smile. He should know that when he used to chase after Tang Ruobing had a cold face every time, making him think that Tang Ruobing couldn't smile and was just an ice-cold beauty. Now it seems that it is still his own charm that is not enough. Look at Tang Ruobing in front of the boss, well-behaved like a neighborhood sister. The boss is so awesome that he made the high-flying goddesses come down to earth. Li Guangwei admired Lin Fan even more in his heart, his eyes full of envy. Lin Fan was dumbfounded when he saw Li Guangwei get out of the car. With a slight frown, he looked at Li Guangwei and opened his mouth to ask, "You have something?" He sighed darkly. He was such a nice guy to still be so concerned about a mentally ill person. When Li Guangwei heard Lin Fan's words, he instantly woke up and hurriedly walked up and said with a smile, "It's not that I heard my sister-in-law say that the boss is coming and waited to say hello to the boss." Lin Fan glanced at Li Guangwei and nodded. "Okay, hello, you can go now." "Okay, it's my fault for not being long-sighted. I'll leave now. I won't disturb boss's date with his sister-in-law," Li Guangwei said as he backed away and kept giving Lin Fan a squeeze. It made Lin Fan look speechless for a while. Tang Ruobing heard Li Guangwei call her sister-in-law in front of Lin Fan, causing her ears, which had just returned to normal, to blush again. Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing and opened his mouth to ask, "Sister Tang, let's get in the car first." Because some people had started to gather in front of the school, Lin Fan didn't want to be treated like a monkey. Tang Ruobing naturally understood and nodded, lifting her leg and walking to the passenger seat to sit in. "Sister Tang, where are we going to eat?" Lin Fan entered the car and turned to look at Tang Ruobing. Just now on the phone Tang Ruobing hadn't been able to tell him where to eat either, and by now he didn't even know Tang Ruobing's destination. Tang Ruobing looked at the luxury car decoration inside the sports car and was also surprised in her heart. She thought that Lin Fan only had a Mercedes-Benz Big G, but she didn't think that Lin Fan had such a luxury sports car. She was becoming more and more curious about Lin Fan, and was eager to figure out what kind of person Lin Fan really was. Obviously a rich second generation, but without the arrogance of those rich second generation. Empty-eyed, Lin Fan gave her the feeling of being very grounded, making her very comfortable to be around. She narrowed her eyes when she heard Lin Fan's question. "I'll show you the location. Just drive." Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't think that it was this time. Tang Ruobing was still selling out, but it didn't matter, as long as he knew as much as he did when he arrived at his destination. He just knew it a little later. He started the car and with a kick of the gas, the sports car instantly sprinted away, quickly disappearing into the entrance of the Willow Gate. Lin Fan didn't realize that the brief moment he just spent at the entrance to the Lu Gate had been transmitted to the campus forum. The forums instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of sports car is this? It looks so beautiful. Upstairs I suspect you have an eye problem. Is it now that you care if the sports car is pretty or not? It's the high and cold Tang schoolflower who actually sat on this sports car. Holy, it's really schoolgirl Tang. I didn't expect the high and mighty schoolgirl Tang to bow down to the ability to pay money. But schoolgirl Tang should just be going out to eat with her friends. After all, it's lunchtime at this hour. I'm still curious about what kind of sports car this sports car is. I'll buy one in the future. Upstairs brother, you'd better wake up. This is a limited edition Lamborghini Bat SV. More than $7 million. Your family has a mind to consider buying one. I go. So expensive. Where is this great young man from? This is too powerful. I don't think this is the youngest member of our Lu University, but I've never seen this sports car before. I'm pretty sure this sports car belongs to our Willow University. I saw it parked there yesterday when I was parking in East. Which one of the big boys has changed his car? Why does this kid's back look somewhat familiar? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It wouldn't be the mysterious man who had a scandal with schoolgirl Tang, would it? When you say it like that, it's really like that. It seems like schoolgirl Tang this is a real name. I'm really sad. Che, say it like you have a chance if schoolgirl Tang doesn't have an owner. Chapter 23. As long as you're not afraid of getting fat, you can eat whatever you want. This look is the class president. The class president is really low-key, but it feels like schoolgirl Tang and the class president are quite a match. In one of the dormitories, old Wang took a bite of instant noodles and mumbled as he looked at the photos in his cell phone. Lin Fan's 3 roommates returned to the dormitory. Boss Zhang Zicheng suddenly shrieked out in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's awesome that Senior is on the campus hot seat again. Boss, hurry up and let me see. What did Lao Si get on the hot seat for this time? The oldest two, Li Muyang, asked eagerly. I'll go. This is old 4 dating schoolgirl Tang being photographed. The oldest 3, Wang Jiang, also came over and exclaimed. It's a good thing the 3 of us finished eating, or else we'd probably be instantly stuffed when we saw this dog food feeding image. Boss Zhang Zicheng spat. But seriously, Lao Si is really something. He's on the campus hotspot for 3 days, and he's become a campus celebrity just after the start of this school year. It's really enviable. The second oldest, Li Muyang, said with a face full of envy. Zhang Zicheng and Wang Jiang nodded coincidentally, both agreeing with Li Muyang's statement. Who didn't want to become an enviable and powerful person? Lin Fan drove the car, and after Tang Ruobing's command all the way, he finally arrived at his destination. Lin Fan parked the car and the 2 of them stepped out of the car. Tang Ruobing led Lin Fan to the front of the restaurant. Lin Fan froze directly when he looked at the name of the restaurant. The 3 gilt letters Sky Dweller instantly caught his eye. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. What a coincidence. He also exclaimed yesterday that he was waiting for the end of military training to come to Tianjuki to take a look. How to say that Tianjuki is also considered his first physical industry. The most important thing is to come and taste the food here, and if it is as good as the internet says it is. Tang Ruobing looked at the frothing Lin Fan, lifted her head, and said with a smile, Senior Lin, I'm going to ruthlessly slaughter you today. Lin Fan smiled and said, as long as you're not afraid of getting fat, eat whatever you want. Senior Lin, you're so annoying. Tang Ruobing beamed. Don't you know that women are most afraid of gaining weight? How can you let people eat properly when you say that? Tang Ruobing complained about Lin Fan in her heart. Lin Fan was a bit puzzled when he saw Tang Ruobing's appearance. He was just being honest. After all, this is his territory. As long as Tang Ruobing is not afraid to grow fat and not afraid to eat, casually eat. Lin Fan shook his head. A girl's mind was really hard to guess. Tang Ruobing saw Lin Fan's confused eyes and sighed. Schoolmate Lin is really a log. Sister Tang, I heard that it seems like you need to make reservations in advance here. I have no problem inviting you, but I didn't make a reservation in advance. Lin Fan said with some distress. He didn't intend to reveal his identity as the owner of Skydweller. He didn't feel the need to. If he did, it would feel like he was pretending to show off in front of Tang Ruobing. He didn't think it was necessary. It was better for him to get along with Tang Ruobing naturally, and he wouldn't go out of his way to deliberately please Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing did help him yesterday, and it was only right for him to treat Tang Ruobing to dinner. Don't worry, Senior Lin, since I brought you here, I'm prepared. I've already reserved a place in the hall. Come on, let's go in. I'm having the landlord today. After Tang Ruobing finished speaking, she took the lead and headed inside. Lin Fan hurriedly followed. When he walked into the hall, he immediately saw that there were already many people sitting in the hall, filled with laughter and discussion everywhere. The food here is really good, and the key is that it's not too expensive. It's just that you need to make a reservation every time, and you can't come anytime. This does taste good and feels better than some of the big hotels make. I didn't realize that old Yang Your Tongue is quite powerful. The chef of this Tianjuki is said to be the one that the owner of this place poached from a 5-star hotel at great expense. No wonder. I was still wondering in my mind, how come the meals here are so delicious? It turns out that they are made by the chef of a 5-star hotel. That's not surprising. I really didn't expect to spend such a small amount of money, but to be able to taste the dishes that can only be eaten in a 5-star hotel, it's really worth it. Yeah, if the food here wasn't good, it wouldn't be so hot. The owner of this place is so awesome and visionary. Would really like to meet this boss and see what kind of a person it is? You don't have to think about that. There are many bosses who want to meet Boss Tianjuk, but they've all been rejected, so no one knows what kind of person Boss Tianjuk is. This Skydweller boss is really mysterious. Who says it isn't? When the food is served, hurry up and eat the food. It won't be good if it gets cold. Tang Ruobing was also curious about this Sky Dweller owner after hearing the surrounding chatter. Lin Fan unconsciously touched his nose and sighed in his heart. How did I not know I was so mysterious? Tang Ruobing came to the front desk and reported the reservation information. The front desk arranged for a waiter to bring Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan to an empty table. Sir, ma'am, may I take your order now? The servicewoman asked politely. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his hand and said with a smile, I'm treating you today, so feel free to order whatever you want. There's no need to save money for me. When Tang Ruobing heard Lin Fan's words, she immediately smiled and said, then I'll be polite and ruthlessly slaughter you today. Lin Fan just smiled and didn't say anything. Tang Ruobing picked up the menu and was about to order. Tang Ruobing? A young man's voice came. Tang Ruobing raised her head and looked at the visitor, her eyes filled with doubt. The young man saw Tang Ruobing's appearance and knew that Tang Ruobing didn't recognize him. I'm Choi Hee-wang. Ah, high school classmate. Come to think of it? Choi Hee-wang's eyes were fixed on Tang Ruobing as he reminded. Seems to ring a bell. Tang Ruobing said with some uncertainty. When she was in high school, she could only recognize all of her female classmates, and as for her male classmates, she didn't even know what their names were. As for Choi Hee-wang, also only vaguely some impression. As for the name, naturally do not know. Choi Hee-wang heard Tang Ruobing's words and was overjoyed. He was still really afraid that if Tang Ruobing didn't remember a word, then he would have to vomit blood in depression. And this is? Choi Hee-wang glanced at Lin Fan next to Tang Ruobing and asked suspiciously. He looked at Lin Fan with a face full of hostility. He didn't understand how the high and cold Tang Ruobing could be eating with Lin Fan. This is schoolmate Lin, Tang Ruobing said faintly. When Choi Hee-wang heard Tang Ruobing's words and learned that Lin Fan was a student, the hostility in his eyes dissipated quite a bit, but there was more than a touch of contempt in his eyes. He stopped looking at Lin Fan and said with a smile, I didn't think you'd come here to eat too. Should we join you? I'm going to ask for a private room. Doesn't the box need to be booked in advance? Tang Ruobing looked at Choi Hee-wang and asked suspiciously. When she made her reservation, the private rooms were already booked out, and she had no choice but to book a lobby spot. That's for other people. For me there's no need to book at all. Choi Hee-wang's face was disdainful and said proudly. Chapter 24, Don't interrupt my dinner with Sister Tang. The surrounding people looked over when they heard Choi Hee-wang's words. This made Choi Hee-wang feel even more pleased in his heart. Who is this kid that he can go to the box without a reservation? It can't be bragging. I don't think it's likely either. How can there be empty private rooms when the Sky Dweller is full every day? I know about this kid. He is said to be the nephew of Choi Wanliang, the head of the purchasing department of Tianjikai. I said it. So there's someone on the inside. Someone on the inside is good for business. Choi Hee-wang's face became even more smug as he heard the murmurs around him. He is relying on his uncle's relationship as the head of procurement here, and often brings some friends here to eat and pretend. He felt particularly honored and satisfied every time. He looked at Tang Ruobing. In the past when he went to school, he heard that Tang Ruobing's family was good, but now it seems to be just average. If it was really good, it wouldn't be only able to eat in the hall. The idea that he didn't dare to think about when he was in school suddenly sprouted now, and he felt that he was worthy of Tang Ruobing. Ruobing, come on, let's go to the box and eat. Choi Hee-wang stared at Tang Ruobing and said confidently. He felt that he had demonstrated his strength. His uncle, Choi Wanliang, was the head of the purchasing department and had friendships with many bosses. He believed that as long as Tang Ruobing wasn't stupid, she wouldn't reject herself. He glanced at Lin Fan next to him, full of disdain. Such a poor walk into society can only be a beggar. There is no way to compare with him. He was now followed by the Sons of Millionaires, which was a network of people, shaking off Lin Fan by 100,000 miles, so he naturally wouldn't put Lin Fan in his eyes. When Tang Ruobing heard Choi Hee-wang's words, she immediately furrowed her willow brows and said with the icy coldness of her tone, We're fine eating in this hall, and please call me by my full name. We don't know each other that well. When Choi Hee-wang heard Tang Ruobing's words, he was immediately embarrassed. That's not what he thought it was. Just as Choi Hee-wang was about to continue pestering Tang Ruobing, a system voice rang in Lin Fan's head. Release the mission. Cleaning up assholes. How can a great tycoon allow assholes to exist in his business? Accepting the mission. Rewarded with consummate level basketball skills. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan was happy to hear the system mission. He had originally hated this kind of behavior of using relationships in his heart, and the key was still so blatantly showing off in front of him as his boss. Even if the system does not release the task, Lin Fan does not intend to let go of Choi Wanliang, uncle and nephew. As the head of the procurement department can even arbitrarily reserve the box, which seriously affects the hotel efficiency. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at Choi Hee-wang, faintly saying asked, Your uncle didn't give you fewer boxes, did he? When Choi Hee-wang heard Lin Fan's question, a smug smile appeared on his face, and with a disinterested look, he calmly said, I have the strength to do this, so why don't I use it? I wonder how this is paid for each time, Lin Fan asked indifferently. He had to figure out if this Chui Wanliang was just reserving the box or if there was something else. Ha ha ha, I've never spent money eating here, Chui Shiwang said triumphantly. His uncle is the head of the purchasing department here. Every time to his uncle's account. Of course, every time he controls the price of the consumption cannot be too outrageous, which is also his uncle accounted for. The few people who followed behind Chui Shiwang instantly laughed out loud as well. When we, Chui Xiao, come here to eat, it's just like being in our own home. We don't have to spend any money at all. That's right, this is Chui Xiao's territory. Ask the waiter if he dares to ask Chui Xiao for money. This kid is too ignorant of Chui Xiao's strength. It's the manager here who has to give Chui Xiao some face. This kid looks like a student who just started college and knows too little about people who are truly powerful. These people all followed Chui Shiwang along to mix food and drink, so naturally they had to hold Chui Shiwang in high esteem. When Chui Shiwang heard the words of the crowd behind him, he felt light and airy. The smile on his face became even more triumphant. Aren't you afraid the owner of this place will fire your uncle if you do that? Lin Fan asked the question in his heart. Theoretically speaking, Chui Shiwang doing this would affect the restaurant's income very much, but why didn't the previous owner stop it? Which made him feel a bit strange. Ha ha ha, the owner of this place and my uncle are good brothers. Not to mention that I don't have any problem coming in for an occasional meal, or even every day. Chui Shiwang glanced at Lin Fan and said smugly. Lin Fan now realized that the original boss probably didn't care about this place at all, trusting Chui Wanliang to the point that he probably didn't even know what was going on here. But now that this sky dweller was his, then such a thing would definitely not be allowed to exist in the future. Alright, you guys can go now. Don't disturb me from eating with senior sister Tang. Lin Fan waved his hand and said like he was chasing away flies. Kid, you really don't know the sky and the earth. Do you know whose territory this is? How dare you kick me out? Chui Shiwang looked at Lin Fan and said with a gloomy face, now it's you who's being evicted, and I'm sure soon your uncle will be evicted to keep you company. Lin Fan said with a calm expression. He was going to deal with Chui Wanliang's problem after he finished eating with Tang Ruobing, and this problem had to be solved today, so a little while later he let Chui Wanliang roll away after dinner. Ha ha ha, boy you're killing me with laughter. You have the audacity to drive my uncle away. Who do you think you are? When Chui Shiwang heard Lin Fan's words, he instantly burst out laughing and said with a face full of disdain. The people eating in the hall shook their heads and sighed when they heard Lin Fan's words. This brat even wants to drive away Chui Wanliang. He really thinks of himself as a person. Don't you know that Chui Wanliang is the brother of the boss here? It's really whimsical. This young man is probably trying to pretend to be a bully in front of that beautiful woman, without even understanding the situation. He's talking big. Now he's going to lose all his face in front of the beautiful woman. That person is Chui Wanliang, right? I didn't expect Chui Wanliang to come out at this time. This kid is probably going to be kicked out. Chui Wanliang happened to pass by the hall and heard it being very noisy. He was already in a bad mood, and now someone dared to cause trouble in the hall. He got a call from his original boss this morning telling him that Sky Jacket had been sold. It put him in a bad mood instantly. What kind of temperament this new boss had, he didn't know. He didn't know if he would pull out what he had done before. It put him in a very bad mood all morning. He came to the hall and saw that the troublemaker was actually his nephew Chui Shiwang. His face became even more gloomy. Wasn't this adding to his problems? He walked too quickly up to the table. Chapter 25, What if I don't go? What's going on? Chui Wanliang swept a glance at Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing, then looked at Chui Shiwang. Uncle, what brings you here? You know his uncle, Chui Wanliang, rarely comes to the hall. Here's the thing, Chui Shiwang added to Lin Fan's words. Kid, you are not welcome here. Please leave now. Chui Wanliang instantly became furious in his heart when he heard that Lin Fan had actually told him to leave the Skydweller. The last thing he wanted to hear in his heart was being kicked out of Skydweller. How could he not be angry when he heard Lin Fan's words? Lin Fan glanced at Chui Wanliang, his fat head. He raised his eyelids slightly and said faintly, what if I don't go? That's up to you. Security, hurry over here. Chui Wanliang waved his hand at the security guard at the door and called out. The two security guards hurriedly trotted over. After all, Chui Wanliang was the head of the procurement department, not something they dared to offend. Get this kid out of here, Chui Wanliang said in a deep voice to the two security guards. The two security guards were about to step forward, when a roar came from upstairs. Stop. Everyone looked at the person who had spoken. Bull White Mountain? When Chui Wanliang saw the visitor, he frowned slightly and said softly, the person who came was none other than Niu Baishan, the manager of the Skydwellers. The two security guards saw Niu Baishan coming and hurriedly backed up. Since Niu Baishan shouted to stop, if they were unknowingly stepping forward, then they would be waiting to get lost. Niu Baishan was just checking the surveillance as usual to see how the guests were eating. When he overheard Lin Fan and Chui Shiwang clashing, he took a closer look at the person who had clashed and realized that it was Lin Fan. and he secretly screamed out in a bad way. If Lin Fan feels that he is incompetent as a manager, then he will be the manager at the end of the day, waiting to roll up and leave. How he did not expect Lin Fan suddenly came to the restaurant to eat, even without a greeting. He was very glad in his heart to see Lin Fan. Otherwise something really happened. Then it would be too late for anything. He walked quickly towards Lin Fan. Cui Wanliang looked at Niu Baishan and asked in a deep voice, "Manager Niu, what do you mean?" He didn't understand why Niu Baishan was against him today, knowing that in the past, Niu Baishan didn't dare to go against him. Even though he was a purchasing department head, he and the original boss were good brothers. He wondered if Niu Baishan had taken the wrong medicine today. Did Niu Baishan think that with a new boss, he was no longer afraid of him? He was going to wait for the end of his shift, go find the original boss and ask for the address of the new boss. He was going to go meet the new boss and make a good impression on him, and then maybe he would still be in charge here. As if he didn't see Cui Wanliang, Niu Baishan came to Lin Fan's side, his body slightly bowed, and said respectfully, "Boss, you're here." The restaurant crowd was dumbfounded when they heard Niu Baishan's words. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with incredulity. How could they not have expected Lin Fan to be the owner of Skydweller? I'll go. This young man is actually the boss behind Skydweller. This is too unbelievable. No wonder this young man looks so emboldened. So this is someone else's territory. This time Cui Shiwang is considered to have kicked the iron plate. He even wants to drive away the boss of Tianjuki. Now his uncle Cui Wanliang is also dragged down by him. This time it's miserable. Cui Shiwang was instantly confused when he heard Niu Baishan call Lin Fan his boss. How could he have never imagined that the Lin Fan in front of him, who he had always thought of as a poor man, would be the boss of Tianzhou Guest? What's going on? Why is that? He couldn't believe it was all true. When he looked at his uncle Cui Wanliang, he instantly realized that it was all true. He was very regretful in his heart at this moment. Why he had come to provoke Lin Fan. Now he also knows that he is afraid that it will also involve his uncle's Cui Wanliang. He couldn't wait to smack himself a few times now. It was all the trouble of pretending. Cui Wanliang looked at Lin Fan with dull eyes. How could he not have imagined that this Lin Fan, who was going to be kicked out by him, was actually the new boss that he was thinking of sucking up to? What's going on? He sighed a dark sigh of being done for. The first time I met with my new boss, I offended him. I'm afraid there are no good days ahead for him. He hated Cui Shiwang to death in his heart. If it wasn't for Cui Shiwang, how would he have offended his new boss? He'd make sure to give Cui Shiwang a good beating when this was over. Other people pit their fathers. Damn it, but you pit your uncle. Cui Wanyan thought hatefully in his heart. Lin Fan said calmly to Niu Baishan, "Have someone from the legal affairs department come and take Cui Wanliang away, and properly investigate how much he has embezzled over the years." "Okay, I'll get the legal department over here." Niu Baishan took out his cell phone and made a call. When Cui Wanliang heard Lin Fan's words, he instantly went limp on the ground. His greatest fear had still happened. He knew that he had embezzled a lot over the years, and if he was really held accountable, he would probably spend the rest of his life in jail. How could he be willing to spend the rest of his life in jail? He looked towards Lin Fan, crawled to him, and kowtowed to him, saying as he kowtowed, "Boss, I was wrong. Please let me go. Boss, I was wrong. Please." Lin Fan kicks Cui Wanliang off. Niu Baishan turned to Lin Fan and asked carefully, "Boss, why don't you go upstairs to the exclusive box?" Lin Fan nodded, feeling that it was indeed inappropriate to stay in the hall right now. He didn't like the idea of being surrounded by a crowd at his dinner. Lin Fan said to Tang Ruobing, "Senior sister Tang, let's go upstairs to the private room." Tang Ruobing nodded, a bright light in her eyes. How could she not expect Lin Fan to be the owner of this hot mess of a restaurant? She was even more curious about Lin Fan. I don't know what other secrets schoolboy Lin has, Tang Ruobing thought darkly in her heart. Niu Baishan led Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing towards the upper floors. When Cui Wanliang saw Lin Fan go upstairs, he was completely desperate. Cui Shiwang came up to help Cui Wanliang. "Uncle, hurry up and get up." Cui Wanliang was furious when he saw Cui Shiwang. "Damn, it's all because of you, son of a, otherwise how would I have offended the new boss?" Cui Wanliang cursed as he picked up a nearby chair and struck at Cui Shiwang. Cui Shiwang never expected that Cui Wanliang would suddenly hit him with a chair, and was immediately hit squarely. Blood instantly flowed from Cui Shiwang's head. When Cui Shiwang saw the blood, he also became angry in his heart, and picked up the chair next to him, and hit at Cui Wanliang, directly knocking him to the ground. Cui Shiwang threw away the chair and went up to Cui Wanliang as a meal output. Cui Wanliang also do not admit defeat. The two people wrestling together. The two were eventually carried into an ambulance. Chapter 26. What's the problem? Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing came to the private room and finished ordering. The system voice rang out at this time. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has been issued to the system backpack. Gained 5 system points. Lin Fan opened the system's virtual panel and instantly saw that the points had reached 30, not far from upgrading. Lin Fan was very much looking forward to what kind of items he would be able to obtain after upgrading. Tapping the system backpack instantly saw that the basketball skill was in there. He closed the system backpack and resisted the urge to absorb the basketball skill now. After all, Tang Ruobing was still by his side now. Lin Fan raised his head and realized that Tang Ruobing had been looking at him, and asked suspiciously, "Senior Sister Tang, you've been looking at me like this, are there flowers on my face? I'm just curious as to what kind of a person Senior Lin is." Tang Ruobing held her chin, her beautiful eyes turning to look at Lin Fan. When Lin Fan heard Tang Ruobing's words, he smiled and said, "What can I be? Just an ordinary person." Lin Fan was indeed an ordinary person now, but someone who was destined to be a great tycoon in the future. However, if he were to say to Tang Ruobing right now that he was a future tycoon, he would definitely provoke a blank stare from Tang Ruobing, thinking that he was bragging. The food came up quickly. The two people had a word or two while chatting and eating. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing didn't drink alcohol because they both had classes in the afternoon, and one person asked for a cup of fruit juice. A meal was quickly finished, and Lin Fan drove Tang Ruobing to the dormitory floor in his car. It drew a crowd of spectators. "Holy, this car is too pretty. What kind of car is this? Look, schoolgirl Tang is coming down. I'm going. Is schoolgirl Tang on a date? Hurry up and film it. It's big news. The boy driving the car is so handsome. I wonder what department he's in. Forget about that boy. Didn't you see schoolgirl Tang get out of his car?" Tang Ruobing walked towards the inside of the dormitory building under the gaze of the crowd. She had long ago gotten used to being surrounded by people and instantly transformed into a high-cool schoolgirl. Tang Ruobing returned to the dormitory before she had a chance to sit down. "Ice, say, are you in love?" At this time, a beautiful woman whose looks were not inferior to Tang Ruobing's looked at Tang Ruobing with a gossipy face and asked. This person was Tang Ruobing's roommate, Zhao Sinan. Tang Ruobing glanced at Zhao Sinan, who had spoken, and shook her head. "No, schoolmate Lin and I are just ordinary friends." "Really?" Zhao Sinan asked as she stared at Tang Ruobing. "Of course it's true," Tang Ruobing said without a trace of anger. She and Lin Fan had only known each other for less than 3 days, so even if they became boyfriend and girlfriend, it wouldn't be so fast. However, she was indeed curious about Lin Fan in her heart. When Zhao Sinan heard Tang Ruobing say this, she was relieved. She was really afraid that Tang Ruobing would be tricked, especially those rich kids, with their flowery words and money power. Not all girls can resist. It's good that there aren't any. Little Ice, you mustn't be fooled by your schoolmate Lin's flowery words. Zhao Sinan decided it would be better to remind Tang Ruobing. "I know, schoolboy Lin isn't like that." Tang Ruobing put her bag on the table and said impatiently. From the beginning of her contact with Lin Fan, she realized that Lin Fan's eyes were always clear water, without the desire in the eyes of other boys who pursued her. This was the reason why she didn't resist eating with Lin Fan. Tang Ruobing looked around and asked suspiciously, "Where are Xiao Min and Xiao Yan?" Xiao Min's full name is Sun Qimin and Xiao Yan's full name is Wu Xiaoyan. Both of them are Tang Ruobing's roommates. Zhao Sinan sighed and said, "Just like you, the two guys went on a date, leaving me here as a single dog eating instant noodles. I've already said that I have nothing to do with schoolboy Lin." Tang Ruobing blankly glanced at Zhao Sinan. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, and his 3 roommates were all looking straight at him. Lin Fan was a bit furious at the look and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" He felt a bit puzzled. He didn't seem to have done anything, did he? "Senior, do you realize you're on the campus hit list again?" Boss Zhang Ziqiang said with a sigh. His eyes are full of envy. Can be on the campus hot search once is amazing. Lin Fan is good. After coming to school, has not stopped. Every day dominated the campus hot search list first. Boring. Lin Fan shook his head and said, "I'll go." "Old 4, did you just send schoolgirl Tang downstairs to their dormitory?" The second Li Muyang's eyes were wide with shock as he asked. Lin Fan nodded. It just so happened that he sent Tang Ruobing back directly on the way. "It's nothing, right?" "Yeah, just walked Sister Tang upstairs." "What's the problem?" Lin Fan asked, looking at Li Muyang with some confusion. "What else is wrong? Do you realize you're on the hot seat again?" Li Muyang said hatefully. The other 2 roommates also came over next to Li Muyang, and sure enough, they saw that Lin Fan had just sent Tang Ruobing's post directly into the top 10 of the hot search list. The 3 looked at Lin Fan with envious eyes. Lin Fan shook his head, sighing that these people were really boring. He changed out of his clothes and headed for the bathroom. Close the bathroom door. Open the system virtual panel and tap on the backpack. Use basketball skills. As Lin Fan's words fell, various techniques of basketball suddenly appeared in his mind, and his body underwent a slight adjustment. Time passed quickly and Lin Fan opened his eyes. He was now as familiar with basketball as a decades-old player. He feels like if he was given a basketball right now, he'd be able to shoot it in the basket from his dorm room. He felt the changes in his body and exclaimed, "This feels really good. The system is so awesome." Not only did it give him material money, but it also turned his body upside down. Let's just say that the system is always God. Lin Fan simply rinsed off a cool shower. He walked out of the bathroom, ready to get into bed and rest. Although the intensity of military training had no effect on him now, proper rest was still necessary. Senior. When did you build those muscles? Boss Zhang Ziqiang saw Lin Fan coming out of the bathroom and immediately exclaimed in shock. Just now when Lin Fan entered the bathroom, the three of them didn't pay attention to Lin Fan. At this moment, Zhang Ziqiang was quite shocked when he looked at Lin Fan's muscular body. He insisted on working out every day in high school to have what he considered to be a good muscle, and now compared to Lin Fan's muscles, he was simply weak. Holy, awesome, hurry up and let me touch it. The oldest two, Li Muyang, came over and stepped forward to touch Lin Fan's pecs. Lin Fan directly opened Li Muyang's hand and said without a good mood, "Brother is not good with men. Old 4, your muscles are so stylish and manly. No wonder you were able to take down schoolgirl Tang." The oldest 3, Wang Jian, said with a sigh, "What man doesn't want to have an enviable sinewy body? But exercise is a very testing thing, and very few people can stick to it." Lin Fan lazily ignored the three and went straight to bed to fight the landlord. Chapter 27, Have you found a girlfriend? Lin Fan looked at the time and saw that it was almost time, got up and dressed, and walked towards the playground with his 3 roommates. At this time, Pang Haoran, the physical education member, came running and said to everyone, "The instructor has something temporary to do, so we'll be free for half an hour." Everyone cheered when they heard it, and rushed toward the shade. Able to suffer half an hour less, can they not be happy? The group all found a shady spot to sit. Lin Fan was naturally no exception. He wasn't stupid enough to go sunbathing without training. Lin Fan just sat down. "Senior, you don't have a date with schoolgirl Tang tonight, do you?" Boss Zhang Ziqiang looked at Lin Fan and asked. Lin Fan shook his head. He was too lazy to explain. He didn't believe him every time he explained, so he didn't bother with words. "Well then, the 4 of us in the dormitory will go to the snack street for a barbecue tonight. My treat." Zhang Ziqiang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Boss, you found a girlfriend?" Lin Fan looked at Zhang Ziqiang and asked curiously. He didn't understand why Zhang Ziqiang suddenly wanted to invite guests. Could it be that he was happy to celebrate being off the hook? "Lao Si, are you doing this on purpose? To rub salt into my wounds?" Zhang Ziqiang stared at Lin Fan, both eyes round. "Then there's something else going on. Tell me, what makes you so kind to invite me to a barbecue?" Lin Fan looked at Zhang Ziqiang with an I see through you look. At this time, the second oldest next to him, Li Muyang, came over and said with a smile, "Oldest 4, it would be even better if you could ask a few of the sisters in schoolgirl Tang's dormitory out for dinner. I heard that schoolgirl Tang's roommate is also a rare beauty." Old 4, you can't take yourself off the hook and not care about your brothers. Lin Fan glanced at the oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, then at the second, Li Muyang, and finally at the third, Wang Jian, who had been eavesdropping next to him. He sort of realized that the real purpose was to think about asking Tang Ruobing's dormitory roommate. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and spoke. "I'm just an ordinary friend with senior sister Tang, but I'm trying to ask. As for whether or not it's successful, I can't guarantee it." Lin Fan didn't mind building bridges, but as far as being able to make a date, that wasn't something he could decide. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Tang Ruobing. A message from Tang Ruobing was soon received. "I'm going home for the night. The other 2 roommates are off on dates with their boyfriends, and there's another one with your roommate who I'm afraid isn't a good fit." Lin Fan's 3 roommates were disheveled when they saw the news. It seems like getting off is a long shot. Li Muyan looked up at the sky with emotion. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Ziqiang and shrugged. This matter wasn't really up to him. The other 2 roommates already had boyfriends. There's another one who's supposed to be number 2 on the school flower list. Zhao Sinan. Zhao Sinan is not their 3 roommates can be subdued. Chasing Zhao Sinan too many people. There is no lack of some rich second generation, but Zhao Sinan one cannot see. Visible Zhao Sinan's requirements are very high. It's okay, Lao Si, you've done your best with this one. Let's get together in our dorm for a barbecue in the evening. Isn't it just that you don't have a girlfriend? Dude's just as alive and happy. Zhang Ziqiang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile. Just as a few people were chatting, Xiao Zai, the class president of finance class 1, walked over. Xiao Zai stood in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Zai and asked suspiciously, "Squad leader Xiao, what's the matter with you?" He didn't know why Xiao Zai suddenly looked for him, and he didn't have any friendship with Xiao Zai. At this time, he was very puzzled in his mind by Xiao Zihe's arrival. Class President Lin, I wonder if you dare to come with me for a 2-man basketball confrontation now? Xiao Zihe stared at Lin Fan, his tone carrying a provocative flavor. He went back last night and thought about it all night. And finally it occurred to him that he had another strength, and that was basketball. When he used to go to high school, he was on the school's basketball team and could be said to be very good at playing basketball. He also played against a professional basketball team, and even though he lost, he proved that he was very strong. He was very confident that he would definitely win over Lin Fan in basketball. He was confident at this point. In his heart, he was a little worried that Lin Fan would refuse, so that he wouldn't be able to savage Lin Fan and make him lose face in front of everyone. He had thought about asking Lin Fan out at night. He had planned to have someone videotape it from the side and then upload the video to the campus forum so that the whole campus would know that Lin Fan had been defeated by himself. Now this opportunity is also very good. He was afraid to pass the video. The class flower LV Zian cannot see, now directly in front of LV Zian's face, so that Lin Fan face lost face. His heart is even more excited and excited. Lin Fan looked at Qiu Zihe with a pang of pity in his eyes. Why did he have to seek abuse? Knowing that Qiu Zihe's basketball skills were nothing in his eyes, the fact that he was playing basketball with Qiu Zihe gave him the feeling of bullying a small child. He was ready to reject Qiu Zihe because he thought playing basketball with Qiu Zihe was too boring. It's not like there's any reward for being a hot little cutie. We're just going to play basketball. Doesn't it smell good to sit in the shade and cool off? Before Lin Fan's mouth could open, the system voice rang out. Release the mission. Being a tycoon, it's time to show real skill, and in the face of provocation, one must fight back. Accept the mission and reward a limited edition Porsche 918 Spider. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan froze when he heard the system voice. The system was not letting him be idle. Seriously though, more quests like this from the system in the future. It's a Porsche 918 Spider, with a price tag of $15 million. This is a true $10 million sports car. That's double the price of his Lamborghini Bat SV. This Porsche 918 Spider is still a global limited edition of only 918 units. So don't think 918 is a lot. In fact, it is not. The 918 units to the world that is still too few. Many people want to buy cannot buy. How could Lin Fan not have thought that the reward for this mission would be a $10 million level sports car? How could he miss such a multi-million dollar sports car? Let alone a limited edition Porsche 918 Spider. With this Porsche 918 Spider he's infinitely closer to two small goals. Without hesitation, he stood up directly and said with a smile, "Okay, I accept." He was now looking at Qiu Zihe as if he was looking at a wealth-giving boy. The more he looked at him, the more he really liked him. He hoped that Qiu Zihe would challenge him more in the future. Then he would be very happy. When Qiu Zihe heard Lin Fan's promise, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He was really afraid that if Lin Fan refused, then all this he had planned would be in vain. However, he noticed that there was something special about the way Lin Fan was looking at him, giving him the feeling that, well, he, the Little Red Riding Hood, had met the big bad wolf. Chapter 28, Are you going to start or not? When Qiu Zihe spoke just now, he was intentionally very loud, just to draw the attention of the two classes, especially the first finance class. As long as he won against Lin Fan in basketball, he believed that his prestige in the first class of finance would return to its former peak, and it was even possible to surpass it. The girls in finance too were the first to shout, "Squad leader, go for it. Class president, you're the best. Squad leader, mighty. Squad leader, invincible." Qiu Zihe heard the girls in finance class 2 cheering for Lin Fan and fantasized if the girls in finance class 1 should be cheering for him as well. At this time, the class flower of finance class 1, LV Zian, took the lead and stood up. Qiu Zihe saw the class flower Lu Ziyan stood up, instantly in an excited mood. The basketball were in his hands constantly trembling. Sure enough, Lu Ziyan still looked favorably on herself. Qiu Zihe thought excitedly in his heart. LV Zian made her hands into a small trumpet and shouted, "Go for it, Class President Lin." All the other girls in the first finance class also stood up and shouted, "Class President Lin, you're the best." The smile on Qiu Zihe's face instantly froze, and one hand covered his chest as he felt a myocardial infarction. Why? What the hell for? I'm the president of the finance class. Instead of cheering for me, you guys are cheering for your opponents. My heart hurts. My heart really hurts. Qiu Zihe growled inwardly. He looked at Lin Fan with a face full of hostility. He must teach Lin Fan a hard lesson and make him lose face in front of everyone so that he could eliminate the hatred in his heart. Lin Fan lifted his leg and walked towards the basketball court next to him. The sun was so strong at this time of the day that there was no one playing basketball on the basketball court at all. Lin Fan wouldn't be acting like a cutie if it wasn't for the mission. Like Qiu Zihe to have a two-man basketball confrontation. The students of Finance Class 1 and Finance Class 2 all got up and came outside the basketball court. Lin Fan came to a stop at the basketball court and looked at Qiu Zihe. When Qiu Zihe saw Lin Fan's couldn't care less look, he became angry in his heart. Let you be complacent now. There will be a time for you to cry in a while. And when you are humiliated in front of the two classes, let's see if you can still maintain the calmness you have now. Xiao Zihe thought darkly in his mind. Lin Fan was instantly speechless when he saw Xiao Zihe glowering there and not saying anything. Is this Xiao Zihe a psychopath? He suspected Xiao Zihe was mentally ill last time. This must be it. Otherwise why would Xiao Zihe want to have a two-man basketball confrontation with him on such a hot day? Ugh, what a poor kid. I'm such a nice guy. Love to care for the mentally ill. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Zihe and secretly sighed in his heart. Cough cough. Lin Fan coughed. Xiao Zihe likes to bask in the sun. He doesn't want to accompany Xiao Zihe to stand here foolishly. What class president? Are you going to start or not? Lin Fan spoke as gently as possible. After all, you can't lose your temper with a psychopath. Xiao Zihe almost didn't take a breath when he heard Lin Fan's words. Let me ask you, are you hurt when you fight your opponent for half a day and it turns out that your opponent has no idea who you are? Xiao Zihe took a deep breath to calm himself down. He wanted to stay in peak condition and teach Lin Fan a good lesson. We'll each attack 10 times and defend 10 times, and we'll only remember the goals, not the points. Xiao Zihe briefly explained the rules. Lin Fan nodded, instantly understanding. The rules are simple. 1 offense and 1 defense, 10 times each to see who scores more goals. Do you attack first, or do I attack first? Lin Fan asked directly. He didn't want to keep spending his time like this. He thought about finishing the race as soon as possible and hurrying back to the shade to rest. I'll attack first. You play defense. Xiao Zihe said as he looked at Lin Fan. He wanted to show off his superior ball skills right away and rub Lin Fan directly on the ground. He couldn't wait a minute longer. All he could think of now was to make Lin Fan lose face as soon as possible. Lin Fan nodded. It didn't matter who started first because the outcome was already predetermined. Just now he was wondering how to save face for Xiao Zihe. If he attacked first it was hard to save face for Xiao Zihe. Now that Xiao Zihe was attacking, he could have not defended on the first goal and let Xiao Zihe score a goal so that Xiao Zihe's loss wouldn't be too ugly. Alas, one is still too kind. Lin Fan inwardly sighed. Xiao Zihe came to the center line position and instantly made an offensive stance, ready to dribble and attack. Lin Fan stood there looking at Xiao Zihe, not moving a muscle. Xiao Zihe saw Lin Fan standing there dumbfounded, thinking that Lin Fan had looked dumbfounded, and was secretly pleased with himself. He thought beautifully dodged and went right past Lin Fan and toward the basket. Clunk! The basketball went in. Xiao Zihe glanced provocatively at Lin Fan. He picked up the basketball and waited for the cheers around him, thinking to himself that he had just scored a very handsome goal. He began to fantasize about the playground ringing with pounding cheers. It was as if he had watched the image of class flower Lu Zian happily bringing him water. He smiled involuntarily. Aha! How come there's no cheering yet? That's not true. Just then, it was suddenly heard. Class president, don't be discouraged. It's only the first ball. Class president, failure is the mother of success. You will be able to defend the next ball. Class president Lin, you can definitely do it. I believe in you. Class president Lin, you're the best. Go for it. Squad leader, go for it. Go for it. Class president Lin. Xiao Zihe was instantly confused when he heard the voices around him. Shouldn't we be celebrating the cheers for my goal? Shouldn't class flower LVZN be happy to bring me water? Why are they all going to care about Lin Fan? Why? What the hell was that for? He growled madly inside. He looked at Lin Fan next to him, and he put it all on Lin Fan's head, thinking that it was all Lin Fan's fault. He wanted to ruthlessly hold Lin Fan down and rub him hard on the ground so that everyone could see his strength. Xiao Zihe gets back to center. There was hatred in his eyes as he carried the ball faster and faster in his hands, when suddenly he realized his hands were light. He looked into his hands and realized the basketball was gone. He was still puzzled when he heard bam, the sound of a basketball going in. He looked up and was instantly dumbfounded. Just now his basketball was surprisingly intercepted by Lin Fan, and he even let Lin Fan score a goal. Seeing Lin Fan score a goal, the playground instantly erupted in loud cheers. Squad leader, coming in. Squad leader, that was awesome. Squad leader, mighty. Captain Lin, it's a goal. Class president Lin, you're the best. Class president Lin, invincible. Xiao Zihe clenched his fingers tightly when he heard the cheers from the playground. It was a slap in his face. He just scored a goal and not a single one of them cheered for him. It's all about comforting Lin Fan. Now that Lin Fan had scored, surprisingly both classes cheered for Lin Fan. The key hasn't had a single person to comfort him. It made his heart pull out of his chest. Chapter 29. Why don't you two go rock paper scissors? At this time, two silhouettes suddenly ran inside the basketball court. One is LV Zian, the class flower of the first finance class. One is Su Ruiwen, the class flower of the second finance class. Lu Zian and Su Ruiwen each took a bottle of water and ran to Lin Fan. Squad leader, you must be thirsty. Here, have some water. Lin Ban Chang, here's your water. LV Zian and Su Ruiwen looked at each other, and Lin Fan clearly felt a murderous aura fill the air. I'm not thirsty. Thanks. Lin Fan didn't bother to take any of the bottles of water. He was afraid that if he took the water from one of them, the two would get into a fight. For the sake of others' safety, Lin Fan is better off not having any of them. Squad leader, let me wipe your sweat. Captain Lin, I'll give my shoulders a squeeze. Lin Fan couldn't stand it some more. He hurriedly said, please leave here first. Our match isn't over yet. Su Ruiwen and Lu Ziyan heard Lin Fan's words and reluctantly left the basketball court. Xiao Zihe, who was next to him, looked directly dumbfounded. He had just fantasized about him defeating Lin Fan and Lu Ziyan happily coming to bring him water. Now LV Ziyan didn't send water to him, but instead sent water to Lin Fan. And what made him even more infuriating was that Lin Fan didn't even drink the water that LV Ziyan sent him. It made him very unbalanced in his heart. He had to try his hardest to get something that Lin Fan didn't bother to get. It made his fists clench even tighter. Xiao Zi he looked at Lin Fan with somewhat reddened eyes and said through gritted teeth, it was a momentary oversight on my part just now. Next, I'm going to be serious. Lin Fan shrugged indifferently. As for Xiao Zi he not using his full power, it was said as if he had used his full power. Lin Fan made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Zihe's face was suddenly serious. He was now ready to give his all and not give Lin Fan any more chances to score. He started dribbling the ball and prepared for a layup shot. A bad feeling flooded through him as to how his hand had gotten lighter again. Bam! The sound of a basketball going through the hoop. He looked up at the image of the basketball jumping across the floor after it went through the basket. The basketball jumped very cheerfully, as if mocking him. He looked at the image and was instantly confused. He could now say that he had brought out his full strength. But why was the basketball still running into Lin Fan's hands? What's this for? He was beginning to wonder if he hadn't slept well last night and had just neglected it again. Definitely. He felt in his mind that the only reason he could convince himself of this was that he hadn't slept well. There was another loud cheer from the playground. Squad leader, mighty, squad leader, that was awesome. Class president, you're the best. Good for you, Lin Banchang. Captain Lin, I love you. Captain Lin, I want to give you a monkey. Lin Fan looked at the boy in finance class 1 who was shouting about having a monkey, only to see that the boy had a face full of black scruff that disgusted him and almost made him vomit out his lunch. Lin Fan looked at the dazed Xiao Zai and opened his mouth to ask, still going on? He actually wanted Xiao Zihe to give up. After all, this confrontation was too pedestrian for him, and was obviously bullying Xiao Zihe. Continue. Xiao Zihe gritted his teeth. The word continue squeezed out from between his teeth. He didn't believe that Lin Fan was so powerful. He felt that he must have been negligent, and this time he was prepared to put up a fight. He picked up the basketball and came to the center line position. Looking at Lin Fan with a wary face, he started dribbling the ball, only to see Lin Fan strike the moment he had just tapped the ball, and his hand was empty again. This time he watched Lin Fan grab the ball with his own eyes. Lin Fan didn't dribble the ball either and casually threw it toward the basket. Clunk! The basketball went into the basket with precision. Xiao Zihe was instantly dumbfounded. Why? He began to wonder about life. He watched Lin Fan snatch the ball away, dashing all his illusions. It wasn't even an oversight on his part. Rather, Lin Fan was indeed awesome. He couldn't believe it. His most proud basketball was surprisingly powerless in front of Lin Fan. He sat down disheveled on the floor. He no longer had the courage to compete with Lin Fan anymore. He lost, very thoroughly. His face was slapped by Lin Fan. He suddenly felt the sky dim and lightless. He instantly felt that the world had lost its color. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Zihe, who was sitting on the ground with a disheveled face, and shook his head. Why don't you just enjoy the cool air? Why are you looking for abuse? But if it wasn't for Xiao Zihe's provocation, the system wouldn't have released the quest. The system rewards had already been handed out just as Xiao Zihe completely ran out of courage to continue the match. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The Porsche 918 Spider has been parked in the Villa 1 Haitian garage. The key and related documents have been placed on the desk in the host's villa. Gained 5 system points. Lin Fan now couldn't wait to get back to the villa and see his Porsche 918 Spider, which was his first $10 million sports car. He was very excited just thinking about it. In the past to see others driving a million-level sports car envy. Now he not only has a million-level sports car, but also has a million-level sports car. Lin Fan took a deep breath and walked towards the shady ground. Lin Fan had just sat down when the two beauties, Su Ruiwen and Lu Ziyan, ran over. Aha! Then deliver the water. This again put Lin Fan in a difficult position. He was really scared of two people. Lin Fan looked at Su Ruiwen and Lu Ziyan who were a headache. Both of them were kind enough to send water. He couldn't refuse directly. He said with a consultative tone, how about, you two scissors and rock? Whoever wins, I'll drink whoever's water. How about it? Lin Fan thought that he was the genius of everything, that he could think of such a method. Su Ruiwen and Lu Ziyan nodded their heads, considered to agree with Lin Fan's suggestion. The male students of Finance Class 1 and Finance Class 2 were filled with envy as they looked at Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian, who were selling rock paper scissors. If one of these beauties brought them water, they'd all be happy for 3 days and nights. But now the two big beauties had to decide between rock paper scissors in order to get Lin Fan to drink their own water. Where's the justice in that? How come people are so different from each other? Both freshmen. Both just started college. Why is Lin Fan so good? Envy. Jealousy doesn't exist. Can't you see Chiu Ziyi is jealous of Lin Fan and is still sitting on the basketball court doubting his life? Some people are born to be protagonists and can't be provoked just because you want to. Rock, paper, scissors. The results are in. In the end, Su Ruiwen was the best. Lin Fan took the water in Su Ruiwen's hand and drank it in a big gulp. He was really thirsty even after just spending half a day in the sun. LVZN turned behind Lin Fan and stretched out her small snow-white hands and began to massage Lin Fan's shoulders, not forgetting to give Su Ruiwen a provocative glance. Chapter 30 I wonder if personal charm counts? Lin Fan looked at Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian's eyes as they looked at each other. It was really a big headache. Well, at that moment, the instructor returned. Only then did Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian reluctantly leave. Lin Fan was finally relieved in his heart. Old 4, awesome. Boss Zhang Zichang came over and squeezed his eyebrows. Old 4, you're trying to have it all in one size. You're not satisfied with having the Tang School flower. Now you're even picking the 2 class flowers. The second one, Limoyo, also came over. Old 4, you're going a bit overboard, and giving us single dogs a way to live. The oldest 3, Wang Jiang, also came to Lin Fan's side at some point. You think I want to? Lin Fan said without a trace of anger. His heart was now full of pain. Old 4, you're getting a bargain. If 2 class flowers surrounded me, I could wake up laughing in my sleep. Boss Zhang Zichang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a sigh. Lin Fan lazily ignored the 3 and hurriedly stood in line. He didn't want to be penalized by the instructor for running. The next afternoon of military training went well. After the military training was over, Lin Fan and his 3 roommates returned to the dormitory, changed their clothes, went out of the dormitory, and headed towards the pedestrian street. The 4 of them arrived at a Little Lee's barbecue. The 4 of them found a seat outside and sat down. Eating barbecue should be eaten outside in order to have a good time. Start ordering. The peanut burrata started with the waiter serving 2 plates. I asked for some lamb kebabs, beef kebabs, chicken wings, chicken hearts and beef tendons. Ordered 4 more root beers. What's a barbecue without a root beer? Old 4, hurry up and tell us your secrets of picking up girls. Don't ever hide them. Boss Zhang Zichang peeled a hairy bean and put it in his mouth and looked at Lin Fan and said, Old 4, hurry up. You don't want to see the 3 of us suffer every day, do you? The second oldest, Li Muyang, concurred. The oldest 3, Wang Jiang, did not say anything and nodded his head there vigorously. The meaning was obviously also waiting for Lin Fan to make a move. Lin Fan looked at his 3 roommates somewhat speechlessly. There's really no secret to this. I wonder if personal charm counts. Lin Fan was in the expectant eyes of the 3, as he uttered these words. Roll. Old 4, you mean to say we're ugly? The 3 roommates were a bit worse than Lin Fan, but they were still far from ugly. Lin Fan shook his head and raised it to a full 45-degree angle. This outside is one thing. It's still about the inside. The 3 men were suddenly in deep thought. Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the 3 people had quieted down and stopped asking questions. Boss, I think Senior has a point. The second, Li Muyang, raised his head to look at the eldest, Zhang Zichang. Just how does this inner being get seen? It's not possible to rip out my heart and show it to the other person, is it? The oldest 3, Wang Jiang, asked suspiciously. Yu Pyo, don't you know how to show your talent? The boss, Zhang Zichang, said without a trace of anger. But I don't have a talent either. The oldest 3, Wang Jiang, said in a low voice. The oldest, Zhang Zichang, and the second, Li Muyang, also stopped talking. Cough cough. Lin Fan sees his 3 roommates in a depressed mood and thinks he should give them some hope. That, in addition to the inner and outer, there is an ability to pick up girls. When the 3 of them heard Lin Fan's words, they were instantly energized, all of them looking at Lin Fan, waiting for the following. That, and its money power. Lin Fan peeled a peanut and put it in his mouth, saying without haste, he knew that all 3 of his roommates were supposed to be from good families, and he could tell by the way they dressed. Of course we know this, but can we find true love? The oldest 3, Wang Jiang, asked suspiciously. Lao San, can you guarantee that if you find true love, you will get married, and once you are married, you will not get divorced? Boss Zhang Zichang said with disdain. The boss is right. The second one, Li Magumyo, suddenly figured it out as well. Boss, 3, look, beautiful women. Li Muyang pulled Zhang Zichang and Wang Jiang's arms and said excitedly, why didn't you pull Lin Fan? In Li Muyang's mind, Lin Fan has Tang school flower and 2 class flowers. Lin Fan is not at all short of beautiful women. I go. It's really beautiful. This beautiful girl in yellow clothes is the school flower level. Right. And the beautiful girl in white clothes next to her has also reached the class flower level. Right. The oldest third Wang Ziyang's eyes were round and excited. Strange. Why haven't I seen this beauty in the school flower list? Boss Zhang Zichun looked at the 2 beauties walking towards him and asked suspiciously. He studied the school flower list so much that he can recite it backwards. This schoolgirl was unfamiliar. Most likely not a student at Ryu University. Lin Fan did not look up at all, self-consciously eating Mao Do peanuts. Looking at a beautiful woman is not as fragrant as eating Mao Do peanuts? Holy, a beautiful woman is coming at me. What am I going to do? The oldest 3, Wang Jian, said excitedly, off, clearly coming at me. Boss Zhang Zichun said excitedly, don't you guys argue, the beauty is coming to me. The oldest 2, Li Muyang, looked at the walking yellow-clothed beauty, the excitement in his eyes undisguised. Lin Fan? A nice, pleasant voice rang out. All 3 were confused. The 3 of them all looked at Lin Fan in shock, each with their mouths wide open and their eyes rolling round and round with incredulity. How could they not expect that the yellow-clothed beauty was here to find Lin Fan? The trio began to growl madly inside. Lao Si, how come it's you again? Do you still let us single dogs live? I'll go. I haven't even eaten my meal yet. I'll eat a dog food first. Lao Si, I'll never come out to eat with you again. Old 4, can you not be so powerful and give the brothers something to look forward to? Lin Fan naturally didn't know what was going on in the minds of his 3 roommates, and even if he did, he wouldn't take it seriously. He raised his head to look at the yellow-clothed beauty and asked with less certainty, Sister Wanqing? It's really you, Brother Sailor. The yellow-clothed beauty quickly stepped forward and said excitedly, I thought it was a case of mistaken identity. Really? Why didn't you contact me when you came to Willow City? Lin Fan touched his nose and hurriedly said, that, Sister Wanqing, I'm going to wait until the end of military training to contact you. This yellow-clothed beauty was called Zhou Wanqing. It is Lin Fan's neighbor. Lin Fan's big sister next door, so to speak. It's just that he hasn't seen him for a while. I didn't expect that he has changed so much now. If it wasn't for Zhou Wanqing taking the initiative to talk, he wouldn't dare to recognize him when he walks on the street. The previous Zhou Wanqing had a look of a tomboy, but now with her long hair draped over her shoulders and light makeup on her face, she was simply a different person from before. That's more like it. Zhou Wanqing glared at Lin Fan. You're getting ready for a barbecue. I haven't eaten yet either. Let's join you. With that, he sat down next to Lin Fan. Wanqing, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhou Wanqing was about to introduce the beautiful woman in white next to her to Lin Fan when a young man's voice suddenly came from the side. Mu Jiannan? Zhou Wanqing's willow brows slightly knitted as she softly muttered to herself. Chapter 31, What Gossip Boyfriend? Mu Jiannan, why are you here? Zhou Wanqing glanced at Mu Jiannan and said in an icy tone. Compared to just talking and laughing with Lin Fan, it was like a different person. This Mu Jiannan was following her like a dog's skin, making her very upset. I came to Willow City University today to find my best friend and to take a break. She didn't expect this Mu Jiannan to follow her anyway, making her very angry. Mu Jiannan wasn't angry at Zhou Wanqing's words, he just liked Zhou Wanqing's character. I came to Lu University to look for my big brother. I really didn't expect to meet you, Wanqing, or else I wouldn't say that we are destined to be together. Mu Jiannan looked at Zhou Wanqing and said with a smile. Zhou Wanqing rolled her eyes. These words lie to hell. She wasn't going to believe Mu Jiannan's bull ******. She decided to stop ignoring Mu Jiannan and have a good chat with Lin Fan. Being able to meet Lin Fan here put her in a much better mood. Brother Xiaofan, this is my good friend and best friend He Yunmei, also from your Lu University. This is my little neighborhood brother Lin Fan. Zhou Wanqing introduces Lin Fan and He Yunmei to each other. Hello, Sister Yunmei, Lin Fan said politely. Hello. He Yunmei looked at Lin Fan and always felt that there was something familiar about him, but she couldn't recall it for a while. When Lin Fan saw that He Yunmei had been staring at him, he touched his nose in some embarrassment. At this time, Zhang Zicheng, the boss next to Lin Fan, touched Lin Fan under the table. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at Zhang Zicheng suspiciously, not understanding what Zhang Zicheng was up to. Only Zhang Zicheng kept squeezing his eyebrows there, and there were a few anxious moments on his face. Lin Fan was speechless, just so desperate to find a girlfriend? Sister Wanqing, Sister Yunmei, these 3 are my roommates. This is the boss, Zhang Zicheng. This one is the second one, Li Magumyo. This is the oldest, Wang Jiang. Lin Fan introduced the 3 roommates to Zhou Wanqing and He Yunmei. Hello Sister Wanqing, hello Sister Yunmei, hello Sister Wanqing, hello Sister Yunmei, hello Sister Wanqing, Hello Sister Yunmei. The three roommates hurriedly smiled and greeted Zhou Wanqing and He Yunmei. They naturally wouldn't have the luxury of having any relationship with Zhou Wanqing. That was Lin Fan's and they naturally wouldn't fight for it. But He Yunmei is different. Although not as beautiful as Zhou Wanqing, but how to say is also a class flower. More importantly, He Yunmei is Lu Di. As the saying goes, it is better to be close to the water than to the moon. And they think they still have a chance. Even if there is no chance, when the time comes, when the relationship is good, ask He Yunmei to introduce a few beautiful young ladies. It is still good. Zhou Wanqing smiled and greeted Lin Fan's three roommates. Hello there. He Yunmei was a bit less talkative than Zhou Wanqing, but she still said politely, hello, you guys. Mu Jiannan, who was next to him, felt a pang of heartache when he saw Zhou Wanqing's few people who were talking and laughing. Every time he was with Zhou Wanqing had a cold face, but now he felt that he was not even as good as the stranger he had just met in Zhou Wanqing's heart. Makes him wonder a bit about his own personality. He was feeling a little hard to breathe at this point, and this time it was really a serious heart attack. As the saying goes, no comparison hurts. It's hard, it's still hard. Why? He looked towards Lin Fan beside Zhou Wanqing. It's you, it's got to be you. He directly hated Lin Fan. He treated Lin Fan as a rival, thinking that if he defeated Lin Fan he would be able to obtain Zhou Wanqing's heart. He took a closer look at Lin Fan, covered from top to bottom in a popular brand. He had just learned from Zhou Wanqing's conversation with Lin Fan and the others that Lin Fan was Zhou Wanqing's neighborhood little brother. Zhou Wanqing, her family, Mu Jiannan understand, is an ordinary family, which is also the reason why Mu Jiannan dare stalking. If Zhou Wanqing is really a golden lady, he is expected to have as far as possible to avoid as far as possible. Since Lin Fan was Zhou Wanqing's neighbor, naturally her family background was similar to Zhou Wanqing's. An idea immediately arose in his mind, and that was to make Lin Fan develop a sense of inferiority and actively alienate Zhou Wanqing, making Lin Fan think that he was not worthy of Zhou Wanqing. He unconsciously felt toward his pocket at the thought. It was a car key, Porsche 718, which is his favorite car. The car cost him almost $800,000 to buy. Being able to drive a sports car while in college gave him a sense of accomplishment. Even some college students who graduate and work for years may not be able to afford a sports car. He just wanted to show the ability of the banknotes in front of Lin Fan, so that Lin Fan could see his strength. When Lin Fan compared himself to him, naturally a discrepancy arose in his heart. By then, Lin Fan would naturally take the initiative to alienate Zhou Wanqing once he knew he was chasing her. The more he thought about it in his mind, the more pleased he became. That was the effect he wanted. It was as if he could see Lin Fan leaving in defeat, making him even more pleased in his heart and almost bursting out laughing. He took the car keys out and put them on the table, slapped the table. The few people who had caught their attention immediately looked at Mu Jiannan. Mu Jiannan was satisfied to see the crowd's reaction. Wanqing, when are you going back? Tell me, I'll drive you back. You haven't been in that sports car of mine, have you? Just in time to take you for a ride today. Mu Jiannan looked at Zhou Wanqing and said with a smile. There was smugness and confidence in his eyes. He looked at Lin Fan from time to time, wanting to see what changes Lin Fan's expression had made, but he realized that Lin Fan's face hadn't changed at all since the beginning. How come? Shouldn't it be full of envy? Shouldn't we be ashamed? It must be loaded. Kid, just pretend. Humph, I'll see how long you pretend. He grunted coldly in his mind. The Lin Fan he felt was dying together. Release the mission. Solving the troubles of your neighbor's sister. Being a great tycoon. How can you ignore your neighbor's sister when you see her in trouble? Accept the quest and gain the consummate level singing skill. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the system voice. This time the reward was actually a skill. Not bad, although he is not a singer star, but as long as the skills he is not too much, the skills do not pressure the body. He looked to Mu Jiannan. It seemed like Zhou Wanqing's troubles came from Mu Jiannan. Lin Fan thought darkly in his heart. Zhou Wanqing was just about to speak and refuse when she heard He Yunmei beside her suddenly cry out in shock. I remember. Zhou Wanqing was startled by He Yunmei and said without a good breath, can you stop making such a fuss? She didn't understand what the fuss was about today with this best friend. He Yunmei ignored Zhou Wanqing but pointed at Lin Fan and asked in shock, you're Tang Ruobing's rumored boyfriend? At that moment, everyone looked at Lin Fan in unison. Lin Fan said helplessly, what scandalous boyfriend? School sister Tang and I are just ordinary friends. Chapter 32 Boss, I finally found you. This can't be. The internet has captured the image of you sending Tang Ruobing Tang schoolgirl back to the dormitory. He Yunmei shook her head with a disbelieving face. She finally knew why she looked familiar with Lin Fan. She didn't expect Lin Fan to be Tang Ruobing's boyfriend. Suddenly her gossipy heart burned. But, seriously, you and schoolmarm Tang Ruobing Tang are quite a match. That's a beautiful car. Is it yours? He Yunmei stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes and asked. Lin Fan nodded breathlessly. I don't know what's wrong with these people. They love to gossip so much. How did he become a scandalous boyfriend when he was just dropping off Sister Tang on his way? Lin Fan spat helplessly in his mind. This car isn't cheap, is it? Hyunmei turned her head to look at Zhou Wanqing and said with a smile, I really didn't think that you, the little brother next door, was still a rich second generation. Zhou Wanqing was flabbergasted by Hyunmei's words. Shu Fan's brother is a rich kid. How come I didn't know? And what the hell is Tang Ruobing Tang's rumored boyfriend? Her mind was now a foggy mess. Cloud May. What do you mean? Why am I a little confused? Zhou Wanqing looked at Hyunmei in confusion. Wanqing, come, show you the picture and you'll understand. Hyunmei said as she tapped the photo on her phone and handed it to Zhou Wanqing. The photo was exactly the image of Lin Fan sending Tang Ruobing back to the dormitory. Zhou Wanqing looked at the photo in her cell phone. Her shocked little mouth slowly opened wide as if she could put in an egg. It was very cute. This is really Shu Fan's brother. How is this possible? You know that little Fan's brother just started college. Like not even for a few days yet. This took down the high and cold schoolgirl, Tang Ruobing, which was too unbelievable. This is the high and cold school flower Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing's name she has heard of, but never with which boy rumors. Whether this is true or not, it shows that little Fan's brother is awesome. True to form. My own little sale brother. Zhou Wanqing thought darkly in her heart. Mu Jiannan, who was next to him, didn't care at all when he heard Hyunmei's words. He skimmed. And this car isn't cheap? A $100, 000 plus car isn't cheap. It's unseen. He thought that Lin Fan would just be able to drive a car that was over $100, 000 and it would be good enough. However, he heard Hyunmei say that Lin Fan was Tang Ruobing's rumored boyfriend, which raised his interest. High cold school flower Tang Ruobing even he has heard of. That is really iceberg goddess-like existence, but also some people rumor. Tang Ruobing family background is extraordinary. Once upon a time, Tang Ruobing had never had any rumors, but he didn't think that this time he had rumors with Lin Fan, and he couldn't believe it in his heart. He quietly came behind Zhou Wanqing and looked at the picture in his cell phone. He was instantly confused when he saw the black Lamborghini Batmobile in his cell phone. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling in disbelief. How could he not expect Lin Fan to be driving a Lamborghini Bat? This car could buy his sports car several times over. How is that possible? Isn't Lin Fan a poor boy? How can you afford to drive such a nice sports car? Why? He kept asking himself in his mind. He was beginning to doubt life, and he was pretending to be in front of Lin Fan. I didn't realize that the last was myself. It was very hard on his heart. He wanted to find a crack in the ground right now. It was so embarrassing. Although Zhou Wanqing was puzzled as to why Lin Fan had such a beautiful sports car, she didn't ask. She planned to ask when she was alone with Lin Fan. Brother Xiaofan, I'll trouble you to take me back to school when the time comes. Zhou Wanqing looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile. Lin Fan patted his chest and said, no problem. There was certainly no problem sending Zhou Wanqing back. By this time, the kebabs were partially cooked and started to make their way to the table. Mu Jiannan watched as Lin Fan and Zhou Wanqing talked and laughed while eating, causing him to lose his head for a moment. He had no appetite at all now. Nope. There's no way Lin Fan can afford a multi-million-dollar sports car. Most likely Lin Fan rented it to pretend. Yes, it's a rental. Where else would a college student from an ordinary family get so much money to buy such an expensive sports car? Almost fooled by Lin Fan. Luckily I'm smart. Good for you Lin Fan. I didn't expect you to pretend at such a high level, but today you've met your match. He was secretly pleased with himself and regained his confidence. In his mind, he began to think about how to expose Lin Fan and make him lose face in front of Zhou Wanqing. At that moment, he unintentionally saw the person coming this way, and his eyes lit up. Just because he didn't know the provenance of the sports car himself didn't mean his big brother didn't. He hurriedly stood up and headed toward his big brother. He hadn't really lied just now. He had really come to Willow City University to look for his big brother. Big brother, you're here. Mu Jiannan came in front of a young man, his body slightly bowed, and said respectfully, what's it to me? The young man asked impatiently. He was fretting right now, so naturally he didn't want to nag Mu Jiannan. Brother, can you please help me look at a sports car out of the way? I suspect that kid rented it. Seeing that his big brother was a bit impatient, Mu Jiannan hurriedly said. He had approached his big brother ready to bond, but looking at his big brother now, it seemed like something was bothering him. He could only let his big brother expose Lin Fan for now, and then contact his big brother emotionally when he had the chance later. Just this? The young man asked with a grimace. Trouble you, big brother, Mu Jiannan said hurriedly. Never mind, since I'm here, I'll take a look for you. Did that boy offend you? The young man sighed as he glanced at Mu Jiannan and said, this Mu Jiannan is also his own little brother anyways. Since he is here, it doesn't matter if he helps to take a look. That's not true. It's just that I can't stand to see that kid acting up in front of my girlfriend. Mu Jiannan shook his head and gritted his teeth. Well, hurry up and take me there. I have things to do, the young man said impatiently. Big brother, follow me. Mu Jiannan hurriedly led the young man towards the place where Lin Fan's few people were eating. Soon the two arrived not far from Lin Fan's few people. Big brother, that's the kid. Mu Jiannan pointed at Lin Fan and said. A flash of surprise appeared on the young man's face when he saw Lin Fan, and he quickly walked towards him. When Mu Jiannan saw his big brother walking towards Lin Fan, he was very pleased in his heart. Kid, you're done. Let's see how you can still pretend this time. By then Zhou Wanqing will definitely despise you and will alienate you. Still want to pretend to chase women. You're still a bit young. His heart at this time was very all pleased and very comfortable, as if he saw Lin Fan's disheveled appearance. But the next scene he saw was completely dumbfounded. Boss, I finally found you. The young man turned to Lin Fan, his body slightly bowed, and said respectfully. Chapter 33, What do you want from me? Boss, I finally found you. The young man turned to Lin Fan, his body slightly bowed, and said respectfully. This young man was no other than Lin Fan's little fanboy, Li Guangwei. Mu Jiannan was instantly confused when he saw the way Li Guangwei was treating Lin Fan. His mouth was wide open in shock and his eyes were rolling. How could he not have expected such a situation? Is this still his big brother? This pose? This stance? Why does it look so familiar? Isn't that what he just did to his big brother? Isn't Lin Fan a poor boy? Why was his own big brother so respectful to him? What the hell is going on here? Mu Jiannan's mind was now completely confused. The big brother who was so powerful in his heart was so respectful to Lin Fan, making him unable to accept it. He felt faint and a wave of dizziness hit him, and if he hadn't been holding onto the table next to him he would have fallen to the floor. Lin Fan lifted his head and looked at Li Guangwei, his brows slightly furrowed as he asked suspiciously, "What are you looking for me for?" Just now, listening to Li Guangwei's tone, it should mean that he had been looking for him for a long time. He didn't remember having any interactions with this Li Guangwei, so Li Guangwei looking for him made him very puzzled. Boss, here's the thing. I told our sports car club about you and everyone wants to meet you. I wonder if you have time tomorrow night. Boss? Li Guangwei's eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Fan, afraid that Lin Fan would say something to refuse. Lin Fan didn't say anything and looked at Mu Jiannan behind Li Guangwei and opened his mouth to ask, "Is this person also from your sports car club?" Li Guangwei looked at the dumbfounded Mu Jiannan and was furious, wanting to go up and beat Mu Jiannan violently. "You are still someone else pretending to be a pussy. I think it is you who is pretending to be a pussy. It's now, isn't it?" He cursed Mu Jiannan severely in his heart. However, when Lin Fan asked, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly said, "Yes, it's my little brother. Why don't you come over here? What are you doing there?" Li Guangwei said angrily to Mu Jiannan. Mu Jiannan instantly woke up when he heard Li Guangwei's angry voice and hurriedly walked carefully to Lin Fan. He now felt that if he could make Li Guangwei treat Lin Fan like this, then Lin Fan's origin was definitely not simple. After all, Li Guangwei in his heart that is a heaven and earth fearless master, but such a person is now in front of Lin Fan like a little brother. That fully explains that Lin Fan is not ordinary. He was scared for a moment in his heart. Just now there was a pretense, but it was good that he did not go overboard with his words, or else he would be miserable today. Li Guangwei looked at the dumbfounded Mu Jiannan, stretched out his hand, ruthlessly slapped the back of Mu Jiannan's head, and said with hatred, "Hurry up and call the boss." He felt as if it was a mistake to accept Mu Jiannan as a junior brother. Feeling that Mu Jiannan was like a piece of wood, Mu Jiannan rubbed the back of his aching head and hurriedly said, "Good day, boss." Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "I'm not a boss. Just call me Lin Fan." He didn't want to be any boss. He was the one who wanted to be a tycoon. All these jungle bosses could only be younger brothers. That's not good. Look at it this way. How about I call you Brother Fan? Li Guangwei shook his head directly and said thoughtfully, "Let him not call Lin Fan boss. Then how else could the two get closer?" Since Lin Fan didn't like to be called boss, then call him brother. It was also a way to get closer. Lin Fan waved his hand and said indifferently, "As you wish." Lin Fan raised his head to look at Mu Jiannan and said indifferently, "Don't pester Zhou Wanqing in the future." When Mu Jiannan heard Lin Fan's words, he hurriedly and respectfully said, "In the future, I promise to absolutely stop harassing sister-in-law." When Zhou Wanqing heard Mu Jiannan's address, her ears suddenly warmed up, and she wanted to retort, but she swallowed her words as they came out of her mouth. Lin Fan naturally didn't care what Mu Jiannan called him, and he didn't bother to explain. He's explained his affair with Tang Ruobing many times. Does it work? So others can say what they like. The matter has been settled. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward obtained has been released to the system backpack. Gained 5 system points. Lin Fan was in a very good mood when he heard the system voice. Not only had he gained skills, but he also had points. This was getting closer to upgrading. Lin Fan raised his head to look at Li Guangwei and said after a moment of contemplation, "Let's add each other's contact information, and when the time comes, you tell me the address of the party and I'll go there myself." Li Guangwei had helped him after all. Without Li Guangwei's appearance, he would have needed to go through a lot of trouble to solve Zhou Wanqing's troubles. Lin Fan also wanted to see what the sports car club party Li Guangwei was talking about was like. Gain insights and expand your horizons. That's how you become a qualified tycoon. Li Guangwei happily exchanged ways with Lin Fan. After saying goodbye to Lin Fan, he left with Mu Jiannan. Mu Jiannan walked out of the pedestrian street with Li Guangwei and finally asked the question in his heart. "Big brother, what is this brother Fan's origin? Make you treat him like this? Doesn't he just have a Lamborghini bat, which should be about the same price as your Lamborghini Ghidorah?" "Big brother?" Li Guangwei stopped and said with a sigh. "That car is not an ordinary bat, but a Lamborghini Bat SV limited edition sports car that costs close to $8 million. Mu Jiannan was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Li Guangwei's words. His mouth was unconsciously wide open and his eyes were round. $8 million? That's not 800. He already feels bullish with an $800,000 sports car. Now that Lin Fan, whom he had always despised, was driving a sports car worth $8 million. No wonder Big Brother was so respectful to Lin Fan. "I didn't realize that Lin Fan was the real hidden big shot. It's just that this big guy is so low-key too." At the same time, the heart was once again glad that it hadn't said anything excessive just now. What really made me decide to hold on to Fan as my thigh is still that $5 million Richard Mille RM027 limited edition watch. That's not something you can buy just because you have money, Li Guangwei said with an exclamation. A sports car worth $8 million. He can find someone to borrow, but this watch he has no way to borrow. Such a watch will not be lent out casually. When Mu Jiannan heard Li Guangwei's words, his mouth, which had just closed with difficulty, slowly opened again, as if he could put an egg in it. What did he hear? A $5 million watch? Holy, how rich does one have to be to spend $5 million on a wristwatch? Doesn't $5 million for a sports car smell good? That's a real bigot, a real rich man. He felt that compared to Lin Fan, he was a beggar. He laughed bitterly inwardly as he swore that he would absolutely have to go around Zhou Wanqing in the future, and definitely not let Lin Fan misunderstand him. If such a big man got angry, it wasn't something he could withstand. Chapter 34, Just Missing You. Lin Fan and Zhou Wanqing had a pleasant barbecue. After eating, the few people headed towards Willow City University. Entering the school, Lin Fan asked his 3 roommates to send He Yunmei back to her dormitory. All 3 roommates simultaneously gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. The 3 of them exclaimed in their hearts, "It's a brother." "It's enough." Lin Fan blankly glanced at the trio and led Zhou Wanqing to the parking lot. Push the sports car switch to turn on the sports car. Wow, it's beautiful. Zhou Wanqing looked at the gorgeous headlights and the slowly opening doors and marveled. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Get in the car." Zhou Wanqing carefully sat on the co-pilot and looked around curiously. Lin Fan started the car and a loud engine sound instantly rang out. Zhou Wanqing looked at Lin Fan in the driver's seat and asked curiously, "Brother Xiao Fan, this car of yours isn't cheap." Even if she didn't know anything about cars, she knew that such a beautiful sports car must not be cheap. She had seen Mu Jiannan's sports car. It didn't look as beautiful and atmospheric as this one of Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Zhou Wanqing and said with a smile, "Not expensive." It really wasn't expensive for him right now. He had another $10 million sports car in his garage, and this one, which was only $7 million or so, really wasn't expensive. Zhou Wanqing looked at Lin Fan, her face full of curiosity, and opened her mouth to ask, "Brother Xiao Fan, did you win the lottery?" Lin Fan's family's situation as a neighbor Hao will not understand, is an ordinary family. If Lin Fan buy an ordinary family car, she can still accept, but what Lin Fan had bought was a sports car, and that sports car must be much more expensive than an ordinary sedan, not something that an ordinary family could afford. The lottery is not that easy to win. Lin Fan started the car and said indifferently. Zhou Wanqing stared at Lin Fan with unblinking eyes. "You know, I like finance. It's what I've earned back from my investment," Lin Fan said without haste. This was a pretext he had thought of long ago. He couldn't tell that it was from the system, and he didn't intend to tell anyone about the system's existence. Of course, even if Lin Fan said that it was given by the system, it was expected that no one would believe it. Thinking that Lin Fan didn't want to talk about it and was making excuses, sometimes telling the truth didn't make people believe it. Instead, it was easier for people to accept it by telling lies. Zhou Wanqing froze for a moment when she heard the first half of Lin Fan's sentence. "When did I know you liked finance?" A series of question marks popped up on her head. Lin Fan continued, "I made investments with a friend. He put up the money and I put up the brains. And that's how I made some money." He knew that if he didn't make it clear, Zhou Wanqing would definitely ask endless questions. Time passed quickly and Lin Fan parked his car in front of Zhou Wanqing's school. "Brother Xiaofan, thank you. Zhou Wanqing stepped out of the car and said to Lin Fan in the car. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. "By Sister Wanqing, call." Zhou Wanqing waved the cell phone in her hand and said with a smile, "Bye." Lin Fan nodded and started the car, heading off into the distance. Lin Fan had no intention of going back to school. He was going to go back to Heishan One Villa. Half an hour later, Lin Fan returned to the villa. He pulled into the garage and instantly saw the two new cars parked in the garage. One is an atmospheric Rolls-Royce Cullinan. One is a super cool sports car Porsche 918 Spider. Lin Fan walked up and gently stroked the silver body of the Porsche 918 Spider with his hand. "Beautiful, just beautiful," Lin Fan said to himself in admiration. When he finished, he headed for the living room. He didn't stop at the living room and went directly to the study on the second floor, and immediately saw a number of items laid out on the table. It's the Porsche 918 Spider key that shines the brightest. Lin Fan picked up the car keys and couldn't wait to head downstairs. Walking into the garage and pressing the car key, the Porsche 918 Spider lights flashed on. The car door slowly opened and Lin Fan couldn't wait to sit in. "It's so beautiful and luxurious." Lin Fan looked at the interior decoration of the car and said in admiration. He started the car. A huge engine rumbled to life, and with a kick of the gas, the car scurried out of the garage. 10 minutes or so later, Lin Fan returned to the villa, sat on the comfortable sofa and opened a bottle of drink. "That's nice." Lin Fan remembered the sensation he had just felt and was just bursting with joy. He took a sip of his drink as if he had forgotten one thing. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and called his counselor Morong Shui to take a leave of absence. As a class president naturally cannot not go back to the dormitory without a word. How to talk to the guide. Lin Fan looked at the time and decided to call his mother. After telling Zhou Wanqing about his situation today, he believed that it wouldn't be long before Zhou Wanqing's mother would know about his situation. And with Zhou Wanqing's mother's loudspeaker personality, she would definitely look for his mother to inquire about the situation. It would be a little embarrassing when his mother didn't know his side of the story. But from a neighbor, Lin Fan found his mother's phone number and dialed it. A short while later, the call was answered. "Sailor, is that you? Calling this late, is something wrong?" His mother's anxious voice came at once when the call was answered. Mothers worry when their children travel 1,000 miles. Lin Fan suddenly felt some wetness in his eyes. He hadn't heard his mother's voice in a long time. Mom, I'm fine, I just miss you," Lin Fan said with a smile, just a little shaky voice. He often didn't come home in his last life, and he didn't want to honor his mother until she died, but it was too late. God had given him another chance to honor his parents, and he decided that he must cherish it. "Silly boy, didn't you just go to school? If you miss mom, just come back when you're on vacation." "Scared me to death. I thought something was wrong," Lin Fan's mother complained. "Mom, I invested with a friend and made some money. I just put $100,000 in your bank card. You and my dad don't have to save. Buy more good food." Lin Fan heard his mother's nagging voice and felt very affectionate. Smiling, "Ah, little Fan, what kind of investment are you making? Making so much money, but don't do anything illegal." When Lin Fan's mother heard that Lin Fan had called for $100,000, what she got in return was not a surprise but a face full of worry. This is also the reason why Lin Fan did not give more. If he gave his mother $1 million, probably this night his mother will not be able to sleep. For ordinary people $1 million is a big number. "Mom, don't worry, serious business, your son you don't understand." Lin Fan knew why his mother was worried and hurriedly explained. Lin Fan's mother listened to Lin Fan and believed that Lin Fan would not do anything illegal. "Son, this money mom is saving for you for when you get a wife in the future." Hearing his mother's words, Lin Fan knew that persuasion was useless and he could only think of a way later. Lin Fan chatted with his mother for a while longer and hung up. Lin Fan was in a good mood as he got up and walked towards the second floor to change into a swimsuit. Come to the villa's outdoor pool. Swimming, not to mention worthy of the top villa. The water temperature of the swimming pool here is constant. Chapter 35, I'll take you there. An hour later, Lin Fan returned to the second floor bedroom. Wash up and lie down on the bed to get ready for bed. He was very much looking forward to the new day. The next morning, Lin Fan was woken up by the alarm. He sat up, opened his arms and stretched. It's still a king-sized bed. It's literally 100 times more comfortable than the hard beds at school, Lin Fan said in admiration. Looks like it's time to see a counselor for a walk-in. Why do you need to live in a group home and sleep on a cubicle bed when you have a big house to live in and a big comfortable bed to sleep on? Lin Fan is ready to go to the counselor Morong Shui for a walk-in when he has time today. Of course the dormitory he wouldn't check out. He thought it would be nice to sleep in the dorm once in a while. He got up and headed for the restroom. After washing up, he sat on the bed and clicked on the system's virtual panel. He wanted to see what today's system's $1 spike item was. Lin Fan's eyes instantly widened when he saw the $1 spike item. $1 for a top-of-the-line Bentley Mulsanne. Holy, another limo. Is the system telling me to collect all the luxury cars? Hey, I like it. No man minds a lot of luxury cars, even if you can't drive it. It's nice to look at it as a toy display. Purchase. Lin Fan said directly without hesitation. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. The Bentley Mulsanne has been parked in the Haitian No. 1 Villa garage, and the keys and related documents have been placed in the villa study. Lin Fan was in a very good mood after hearing the system voice. This Bentley Mulsanne costs at least $6 million or more, which adds a little bit more to his value. Nice, really nice. Lin Fan got dressed, picked up the keys to the Porsche 918 Spider on the table next to him, and headed downstairs. When I arrived at the garage, I saw a blue Bentley Mulsanne parked there. Lin Fan circled around the Bentley Mulsanne twice and exclaimed, "Beautiful, beautiful, I like it." Gently patted the body of the Bentley Mulsanne. He looked at the clock. It was about time. Start the Porsche 918 Spider key. Sit in. Nice. Real nice. Despite experiencing the Porsche 918 Spider for a while last night, he was still thrilled inside to sit in it again. Can you not be excited? It's a multi-million-dollar sports car. Lin Fan started the car, and a loud rumbling engine sound instantly rang out. With a kick of the gas, the car scurried out of the garage and headed out of the villa. Lin Fan left a little late today, and the road already looked a little congested with a lot of people going to work. But these are not problems. Congestion that is for others. For Lin Fan that does not exist. All the cars avoided Lin Fan's sports car when they saw it, fearing that they might accidentally run into it. A strange scene appeared on the streets that were just crowded. As long as Lin Fan's car passed by, instantly all gave way and stopped, waiting for Lin Fan's sports car to leave these cars before starting. Such an operation immediately caused some people on the passenger side to be upset. "Honey, why did you stop? Don't you know I'm in a hurry?" A woman in the passenger side, wearing makeup, gave the man driving a disgruntled look. "Baby, don't you see that sports car out front?" the man said as he looked at the sports car in the distance. "Honey, isn't it just a sports car? What's the fuss? It's not like our family doesn't have one." The woman bristled, looking unconcerned. "Baby, so to tell you, just that sports car can buy our family that sports car more than 10 it. You say if you touch it, that shall not hundreds of thousands of millions of compensation to others," the man said bitterly. The woman in the car heard the man's words and instantly froze. Her mouth opened wide in shock, her eyes rolled up in surprise, and her face turned pale. You know that the sports car in their house is only about $1 million, and now the one they just had to pay hundreds of thousands or even millions for a little rubbing. How did that not shock her? At the same time, her heart breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully her husband had just stopped. What kind of big shot is this coming out to blow up the streets? This is too scary. This is too awesome. Even if a family like theirs had some money, it would be heartbreaking to lose hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. She gently patted her breasts, which were constantly beating from the shock, and hurriedly said to the man next to her, stuttering a little, "Slow, drive slowly." The man looked at the woman in the passenger side suspiciously. "You're not in a hurry?" The woman blankly glanced at the man and said without a good mood, "If you don't care about the hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars, speed up and drive." The man instantly wimped out at the woman's words. It really doesn't hurt the hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, he just wouldn't have parked. Lin Fan naturally didn't know the impact he was having on others. He had now driven to the entrance of Luchang University. He was about to head to the east parking lot, which was closer to their dorm, when he overheard a familiar face in front of him. There is no way really the other side is too dazzling. Grass-green dresses swinging in the breeze, long hair was simply tied up, full of youthfulness. This person was no other than the schoolgirl, Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan drove the car in front of Tang Ruobing and dropped the window. "Good morning, Sister Tang." If Lin Fan hadn't seen it, there would be no need to greet him, but if he saw it, he always had to go up and say hello, and besides, it wouldn't take much time. Tang Ruobing was still wondering why this car suddenly stopped in front of her. It was only when he saw that handsome face that he realized it was Lin Fan. "Good morning, Senior Lin," Tang Ruobing greeted with a smile. "Is this where Senior Sister Tang is going to class?" Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked. Tang Ruobing shook her head. "I don't have any classes in the morning. I'm going to go back to my dorm first. College classes are still easy. Some days one class a morning, some days no class at all. Senior Sister Tang, get in the car. It happens to be on the way. I'll send you there." Lin Fan opened the passenger door and said to Tang Ruobing. It was still a distance from the dormitory area, so it happened to be on the way, and there was no harm in bringing Tang Ruobing along. "Then thank you, Senior Lin." Tang Ruobing did not refuse. She saw from Lin Fan's eyes are full of sincerity. If other people's car Tang Ruobing will not get on. Tang Ruobing sat in the car and realized how luxurious this car was. Tang Ruobing asked curiously, "Senior Lin, are you changing cars again?" "Aha." Lin Fan nodded. He didn't want to explain too much, saying that it was given by the system. Tang Ruobing definitely didn't believe it, so he might as well not go and explain. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't want to say more, Tang Ruobing didn't ask much. She was just curious. After all, Lin Fan couldn't be seen as a rich man at all in his dress. It's really because Lin Fan is too low-key. Yet every day he drives a sports car worth a lot of money. This made Tang Ruobing very curious as to what kind of person Lin Fan really was. Senior Lin, what kind of person are you really? Tang Ruobing looked at the driving Lin Fan's side face and thought darkly in her heart. Chapter 36. It's mine. What's the problem? After Lin Fan sent Tang Ruobing to the dormitory, he drove the car to the parking lot, parked it and walked towards the dormitory. Coming under Tang Ruobing's dormitory today didn't cause too much of a shock. After all, with yesterday's experience, everyone knew that Tang Ruobing had a rumored boyfriend who drove a sports car. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, and sure enough, he saw that his 3 roommates hadn't gotten up yet. Get up! Lin Fan put the xiaolongbao and soy milk he had just brought along from the cafeteria on the table. Washing his hands, he picked up a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Grabbing the soy milk next to him, he took a sip. The 3 roommates sat up instantly at the smell of xiaolongbao. ****** Old 4. You're back. Boss Zhang Zichang was surprised to see Lin Fan who was eating xiaolongbao. How does it feel? Senior? The oldest 2, Li Muyang, looked at Lin Fan and hemmed and hawed. Old 4, you're great. Getting up so early after retiring night. The oldest 3, Wang Jiang, said with a face full of admiration. Lin Fan blankly glanced at his 3 roommates. What a bunch of old colorful bastards. I'm just sending Sister Wanqing back to school. I'm going home for the night. Lin Fan finished lazily ignoring the trio and quickly eliminated the xiaolongbao. He finished his soy milk and threw the cup in the trash. I'm going to see the counselor today to get the walk-in done. Do you have any to do together? Lin Fan asked as he looked at the 3 people who had gotten off the bed. Holy, 4, you're ditching your buddy. Boss Zhang Zichang pretended to look sad. Off. Brother is not good with men. Lin Fan said without a trace of anger. I'm not going to do a walk-in. It's so freeing here, and I'm not going to be annoyed by my mom when I get home. The second one, Li Moyo, said with a shake of his head. I don't do it either. My second is right. I can have as much fun as I want here, and when I get home, my mom is in charge of this and that. It's too unfree. The oldest 3, Wang Jiang, chimed in. Lin Fan didn't force it either. The 3 of them washed up and quickly eliminated the xiaolongbao that Lin Fan had brought. The 4 headed for the playground. The weather has been beautiful for the past few days. Aha! All 3 had gotten a bit of a tan. Lao Si, how did you grow this skin? It's the same military training. We are getting darker and darker in the sun, but you are getting whiter and whiter. It's too strange. Boss Zhang Zichang looked at the side of Lin Fan's face next to him and said, Can't help it. Born with it. Lin Fan said casually. He couldn't say that it was a system improvement. The 3 of them looked at Lin Fan as full of envy, cursing, really a little white boy, but why not me? Soon the 4 came to the playground. At this time, the playground had already come to a lot of people, and the 4 of them found a seat and waited for the instructor to arrive. Did you guys see that video this morning? Old Wang asked to Old Zhang and the others next to him. What video? Old Zhang asked suspiciously. They just woke up and came to the playground without even eating breakfast, so how could they have time to watch any videos? Old Wang hemmed and hawed, took out his cell phone, and quickly opened a video on it. The video shows a black sports car driving down the street and all the cars stop and salute as if the soldiers have seen a general. ********* Awesome. Which big man is this? This is too much. It's so grand. What kind of car is this? It's too pretty. I didn't realize we had such beautiful sports cars in Willow City. If I had a beautiful sports car like that, I'd wake up smiling in my sleep. Old Zhang looked at the car in the video and sighed. Old Zhang, it's not that I look down on you. You can't necessarily afford it even if you earn a lifetime of money. The old king said with a skittish grin. Who are you looking down on? And all your life? Old Zhang instantly quit. Hey, Old Chang, do you know what kind of car this is? Old Wang looked at the unconvinced Old Zhang and asked with a smile. What car? Isn't it just a sports car? Old Zhang said with an air of disbelief. He felt that this sports car was only $1 or $2 million. He didn't believe that he couldn't earn $1 or $2 million in his life. This old Wang was obviously looking down on him. Hey, it really is a sports car, but a Porsche 918 Spider. The old king hemmed and hawed. Old Zhang looked at the smug-looking old Wang and asked suspiciously. This car is expensive? It's true that he didn't study sports cars or he wouldn't have been unaware of the Porsche 918 Spider. Expensive? Hey, the Porsche 918 Spider is a limited edition sports car. The price of this car is estimated to be over $15 million. Do you think it's expensive? Old Wang said with an envious face. He wanted to have a sports car like this, but his strength didn't allow it. Old Zhang was instantly dumbfounded when he heard old Wang's words. His shocked mouth was wide open, and his eyes were rolling round and round in disbelief. How could he not expect a sports car to cost $15 million? This is too much. No wonder old Wang said he would never be able to afford it in his lifetime. $1 million or $2. He could still afford it if he struggled. $15 million? He wasn't really confident that he could save enough in his lifetime. It was just too much. He had a bitter smile on his face. That's a big gap between people. When the other few people heard old Wang's words, their reactions were no worse than old Zhang's, and they were all filled with shock. That's a $15 million sports car. The average college student is already envied for being able to drive a $100,000 plus minivan. It's a $1,500 sports car they can't even think about. At this time, a student suddenly stammered, "Class president, class president." Old Wang directly interrupted the man. "The squad leader's Lamborghini bat is nice, but it's still not even close to this sports car." This old king now thought that Lin Fan was driving a normal version of the Batmobile. The regular version of the Batmobile is only $4 or $5 million, which really doesn't compare to a $15 million Porsche 918 Spider. No, the male student said excitedly. "What isn't?" Old Wang looked at the male student in confusion. That male student directly handed his cell phone to Lao Wang and told him to look at it himself. Old Wang didn't care at first, but when he saw the photos in his cell phone, he was completely confused. His mouth opened wide in shock, as if he could fit an egg in it. What did he see? Just in time to see Tang Ruobing waving goodbye to a man. Even though the man was a backstory, the backstory was all too familiar, and the man was driving the very same Porsche 918 Spider. With eyes full of shock, he looked at Lin Fan, who was chatting next to him, swallowed hard, and asked with a dry voice, "Squad leader, is that black Porsche 918 Spider yours?" Lin Fan looked at old Wang, very confused as to what old Wang meant. Old Wang hurriedly showed Lin Fan the cell phone photo. "Good, it's mine. What's the problem?" Lin Fan asked suspiciously. Chapter 37, Something's happened to your little boyfriend. Old Wang's head felt buzzing when he heard Lin Fan's words. He guessed that this person was Lin Fan, but when he heard Lin Fan admit it was another matter. "No, it's fine," old Wang said hurriedly. He didn't even notice that he had all started stuttering. The conversation between old Wang and Lin Fan was overheard by old Zhang and the crowd. Their mouths were all wide open at this moment, their eyes round and full of incredulity. The owner of the sports car they envied turned out to be Lin Fan. How could this not shock them? Envy, no jealousy. When someone reaches a height that you can't catch up with in your lifetime, then you won't be jealous. That's when the instructor came. A new day of military training has begun. The military training went well, and soon it was time for a break, and the instructor had to leave for something, leaving everyone free to do their own thing. Everyone just sat down and didn't want to move. Lin Fan wasn't tired, but he wasn't going to stand there foolishly during his break. At that moment, a sudden roar came from the distance. Who is Lin Fan? Everyone looked at Lin Fan in unison. Lin Fan looked at the visitor and didn't recognize him. The person who came was 1.85 meters tall, all tendon meat, looked stout and powerful. Although Lin Fan didn't know what the other party was looking for him for, he stood up. "I am." Lin Fan shouted at the stupid big man. The stupid big man started shouting from the edge of the playground, and if he let the stupid big man keep shouting, I guess the whole playground knew him. Silly big guy saw Lin Fan stand up and quickly walked towards him. The pace is steady and tiger-like. The stupid big man walked up to Lin Fan and asked loudly, "You're Lin Fan, Tang Ruobing's rumored boyfriend?" Lin Fan rubbed his nose, wondering when he had become Tang Ruobing's rumored boyfriend. I'm just an ordinary friend with Sister Tang," Lin Fan still explained. He could see that the silly big man was probably one of Tang Ruobing's suitors. As for whether or not the stupid big guy believes it, that's up to the stupid big guy. Lin Fan didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. How about a man with a system? A future tycoon? The stupid big man looked at Lin Fan. His eyes narrowed, and he spoke. "If you want to become Tang Ruobing's boyfriend, you'll have to go through me first. Come and compete with me. Let me see how much weight you have." Lin Fan looked at the stupid big man in front of him with strange eyes. This man can't be sick, can he? You still need your permission to be Tang Ruobing's boyfriend? Who do you think you are? Is it another psychopath? What a poor baby, Lin Fan muttered in his mind. The stupid big man saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything and thought that Lin Fan was afraid. He hurriedly said, "I'll let you have one hand, and you'll be considered to have passed if you last 10 moves in my hand." The surrounding crowd boiled over when they heard the foolish man's words. Asterisk. Who is this? So powerful, but also let a hand, but also really think they are martial arts masters. That's right, about the same height as the squad leader, just slightly stronger than the squad leader. This is to look down on who, but also let a hand. Squad leader on, beat him. I go. I said, look how this person looks familiar. Isn't this sophomore Zhang Haoqiang? the runner-up of the Willow City campus fighting competition that was just held. A ruthless man. Asterisk 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 so powerful. This is not the class president has no chance of winning at all. The class president must not agree. Zhang Haoqiang is said to be the escort of schoolmarm Tang, so the rumors are true. This is knowing about the class president's affair with schoolmarm Tang, and has come to look for trouble with the class president. Now the class president is in danger. Lin Fan was ready to sit down and stop paying attention to this stupid big guy. He wasn't bored enough to fight a cutie. The point of a fight. Lin Fan, who was just about to sit down, suddenly froze. Release the mission. As a great tycoon, how can you back down in the face of provocation, show strength, and completely bow down to the other side? Accept the quest and reward the consummate level calligraphy skill. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the rewards in the system's voice, and this time it was even a skill again. Calligraphy skills. He writes well though. Well, it looks good, but it's only good. It's 100,000 miles away from calligraphy kodo, not to mention consummate calligraphy. The system is so awesome. He only needed to absorb the calligraphy skill instantly to become a master of calligraphy, knowing that many people could not become masters of calligraphy even after practicing hard for a lifetime. Accept the mission, Lin Fan said silently in his heart. He looked over at the stupid big man. This silly big guy is such a nice guy. When you do it next, control the intensity yourself as much as possible. Lin Fan thought darkly in his heart. Good, I agree. Lin Fan smiled at Zhang Haoqiang and said. Zhang Haoqiang directly froze when he heard Lin Fan's words. He had just watched Lin Fan not speak for a long time, thinking that Lin Fan was afraid that he still didn't dare to answer the battle, and was ready to lower the conditions again. I didn't expect Lin Fan to agree. The smile on Lin Fan's face made him feel like that smile was like the way he was happy when he saw delicious food. It puzzled him greatly. When the crowd heard that Lin Fan had actually agreed to compete with Zhang Haoqiang, they all stood up anxiously. Class president, don't agree to him. He's Zhang Haoqiang, the runner-up of the Lucheng campus fighting competition. You're no match for him. Squad leader, you can't show off. This is no joke. Squad leader, hurry up and hide behind us. There's no need for so many of us to be afraid of him. Squad leader, I'll protect you. At this time, Su Ruiwen, the class flower, blocked in front of Lin Fan, the old mother hen protecting the chicks like protecting Lin Fan. Lin Fan was touched to see the concern of the crowd. He smiled and said, when have you ever seen me fight a battle I wasn't sure of? But, the crowd wanted to say something else, but they were directly interrupted by Lin Fan. He looked at Zhang Haoqiang and said with a smiling face, begin. You make the first move, otherwise, you won't even have a chance to make a move. When Zhang Haoqiang heard Lin Fan's words, he was so angry that his hands were trembling. These were the words that he was going to say to Lin Fan, but at this moment, Lin Fan snatched them first. How could he not be angry? Kid, how dare you steal my words? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Let you know that pretending without strength is, he thought viciously in his mind. Willowtown University Library. Da 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 da. A rush of footsteps sounded in the library. The crowd looked up at the visitor and froze. The person who came was none other than Tang Ruobing's roommate, Zhao Sinan, the school flower on the school flower list. What's schoolgirl Zhou doing in the library? Seeing as how she left in such a hurry. This is an accident. Seriously though, schoolgirl Zhou was really pretty. Zhao Sinan stopped in front of Tang Ruobing and said eagerly to her, something happened to your little boyfriend. When everyone heard Zhao Sinan's words, they all looked at Tang Ruobing in unison. Chapter 38, I still have to talk to my classmates. This was a library that was already quiet, plus Zhao Sinan's voice wasn't small, and all of them immediately looked at Tang Ruobing in unison. Even if Tang Ruobing was a high-cool school flower, a blush unconsciously appeared on her face when she was shouted at by Zhao Sinan. Nan, what are you babbling about? What little boyfriend? Tang Ruobing glared at Zhao Sinan and said without a trace of anger, that Zhang Haoqiang came back and is now going to the playground to look for your little boy. Lin Fan then. Zhao Sinan hurriedly changed her words when she saw Tang Ruobing's murderous gaze. With Zhang Haoqiang's temper, I'm afraid that Lin Fan won't be able to avoid a flesh wound. Zhao Sinan sighed and held a minute's silence for Lin Fan. Tang Ruobing's face changed when she heard Zhao Sinan's words. Not bothering to nag Zhao Xinan, he didn't even bother to pack up the books on the desk, lifted his leg and ran towards the outside of the library. She was afraid that if she went late, Lin Fan would be beaten to a pig's head by Zhang Haoqiang, and that wasn't something she wanted to see. Zhao Sinan hurriedly followed Tang Ruobing. She also wanted to see what kind of god this Lin Fan was that made Tang Ruobing so nervous. The library crowd was abuzz when they saw Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan leave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tang schoolgirl, this is really have a boyfriend. Not a gossip boyfriend at all. This is a real hammer. I seem to have just heard that school Miss Zhao mentioned Zhang Haoqiang. Could it be that Zhang Haoqiang is back? It must be Zhang Haoqiang who went to find trouble with schoolgirl Tang's boyfriend. Otherwise schoolgirl Tang wouldn't have left in such a hurry. I'm so sad that my schoolgirl Tang has a famous girl. Shay, it's like saying that you have a chance because Dawn schoolgirl doesn't have a master. Playground. Zheng Haoqiang looked at Lin Fan with anger in his eyes. Kid, are you sure you want me to make the first move? Zheng Haoqiang had anger in his voice. Lin Fan hooked his hand impatiently. Hurry up and get started. I have to talk to my classmates. Zheng Haoqiang became even more angry when he heard Lin Fan's words. Surprisingly, he didn't take the match with him so seriously. He wanted Lin Fan to know the consequences of completely provoking him. He had it all figured out that he would make sure to keep Lin Fan in bed for a few days. He posed with his feet in an offensive stance. Even if Lin Fan was a rookie in his mind, he respected every opponent. With a push of his feet, his body scurried out, heading towards Lin Fan. The crowd cried out in shock when they saw Zheng Haoqiang attacking towards Lin Fan. Why is this Zheng Haoqiang stance so scary? Can the squad leader dodge it? If I were to take on this punch from Zheng Haoqiang, I would have been scared to death. Or is the class president great? Standing there without moving. Do you think there's a possibility that the squad leader was so stunned that he didn't know to duck or return fire? Not good. Squad leader, get out of the way. Squad leader, watch out. Zheng Haoqiang was filled with disdain when he saw Lin Fan standing there motionless, thinking that Lin Fan was dumbfounded by his aura. Let you pretend. Now you know you are. Kid will give you a good lesson today. Don't pretend without strength. He was very pleased in his heart, as if he could see Lin Fan lying on the ground and rolling around. How is that possible without hitting it? It hurt like hell. With a thud, Zheng Haoqiang lay on the ground and started rolling around in pain. The crowd was all confused when they saw Zheng Haoqiang's appearance. What is this a case of? One by one, their mouths were open and their eyes were wide open, full of incredulity. This Zheng Haoqiang won't be here to touch the porcelain. Right, why is he lying on the ground by himself and screaming so miserably? This Zheng Haoqiang wouldn't be colluding with the class president, would he? Deliberately acting for us to see. This acting skill is catching up with the movie star. It's really awesome. Class president is really bad. So it was an act, causing me to worry for half a day for nothing. Zheng Haoqiang growled inwardly as he heard the murmurs of the people around him. I am in real pain. Okay? Who's acting? Can't you see my tears are coming out? OMG. That hurts. This kid hits hard. It's over this time. Completely planted. Meet the master. Zheng Haoqiang's heart burst with sadness. It seems that this time he will have to stay in bed for a while. Oh, my god. What bad luck. Lin Fan looked at Zheng Haoqiang, who was rolling on the ground, and asked with a smile, still coming? When Zheng Haoqiang heard Lin Fan's words, his face turned even more ugly, forcing himself to endure the pain and hurriedly said, not coming. He wimped out. He won't come even if he's dead. Can't you see he's still rolling around in pain? He hadn't even seen how Lin Fan had struck just now. How could he fight? If I get punched in the face, I'm really going to be accounted for here today. When the crowd heard Lin Fan and Zheng Haoqiang's words, they were suddenly startled. Are the two not acting? How is that possible? Zheng Haoqiang is the runner-up in the Lucheng campus fighting competition. Then wouldn't the squad leader be better than the fighting runner-up? This is too unbelievable. Old 4, you weren't just acting with Zheng Haoqiang? Boss Zhang Zichang walked up to Lin Fan and asked about the doubts in his heart. Acting? I don't even know this stupid big guy. What's the act? Lin Fan felt puzzled when he heard Zhang Zichang's words. He wouldn't bother with Zheng Haoqiang. This stupid big guy, if it wasn't for the system rewards. Seriously though, this system is pretty quick to hand out rewards. Just after Zhang Haoqiang conceded, the system voice immediately sounded. Not only were the rewards placed in the backpack, but there were also 5 system points in the key, which brought him closer and closer to the system upgrade. He had just glanced at his points and they were already 45, just 5 points short of the 50 needed for the upgrade. He's in a very good mood right now. This Zheng Haoqiang may look a bit silly, but he is really a good person. Lin Fan unceremoniously sent Zheng Haoqiang a good guy card. The crowd gasped when they heard Lin Fan's words. Squad leader. That was awesome. I really didn't expect the class president to be both civil and military. That's too much security. No wonder schoolgirl Tang chose to be with the class president. I wish I had a boyfriend like the class president. Don't dream. The class president belongs to schoolmarm Tang. Since Lin Fan had gotten his reward, he naturally wouldn't bother with Zheng Haoqiang. Just now, when he threw his punches, he controlled the strength of his punches. It would just make Zheng Haoqiang particularly hurt, but it wouldn't cause any damage to his body. He had to sigh. The system was really powerful. It instantly turned him, someone who hadn't practiced fighting, into a master fighter. He could tell that Zheng Haoqiang often trained in fighting, or else he wouldn't have won the second place in the Lucheng campus fighting competition. Such a formidable figure among the youths could not walk a single move in his hands. The system is truly and forever God. Chapter 39, Who told you to come to trouble schoolboy Lin? Lin Fan was about to sit down when a petulant voice came from the distance. Stop. All of them raised their heads and looked at the visitor in the distance. The person who came was no other than Tang Ruobing, who hurriedly arrived, followed by Zhao Sinan. The playground crowd gasped when they saw Tang Ruobing arrive. I'll go. I didn't expect schoolgirl Tang to come. This is big news. Could it be true that rumor has it that schoolgirl Tang has a boyfriend? It's not that kid over there, is it? What, that kid? That's class president Lin, one of our freshmen who is very powerful. I've found that only class president Lin is also capable of being worthy of schoolmistress Tang. Although schoolmistress Tang is pretty, I still like schoolmistress Xiao next to her. Schoolmistress Tang looks really high and cold, giving people a feeling of being unattainable. I really don't know if schoolgirl Tang can smile and what she looks like when she smiles. Tang Ruobing was very anxious inwardly and quickly walked to Lin Fan's class. That's not right. Where's Young Ho Kung? Hasn't Young Ho Kung come yet? She patted her chest, which was heaving from the rush of walking, and let out a long sigh of relief. It's better if it doesn't come. She was really afraid that Zhang Haochang hadn't beaten Lin Fan badly without any lightness. Tang Ruobing saw Lin Fan standing not far away and hurriedly walked over. Senior Lin, it's great to see that you're okay. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan, who hadn't suffered any injuries in front of her, and revealed a charming smile. When the crowd saw Tang Ruobing smile, they were all dumbfounded. One by one, their shocked mouths were wide open, as if they could put in an egg, their faces full of incredulity. Is this still the same high-strung schoolgirl? It's just like the big sister next door. So gentle, so charming. I'll go. This smile of schoolgirl Tang is so charming. Whoever says that schoolmistress Tang is a high-strung school flower again in the future, I'll be in a hurry with him. Which grandson just said that schoolgirl Tang can't smile? Step forward and I promise I won't beat him to death. My heart is melting. Schoolmarm Tang's smile is so healing. If I could see Schoolmarm Tang smile every day, I would wake up from my sleep with a smile. Zhang Haochang saw Tang Ruobing coming. It had been prepared to accept Tang Ruobing's concern. Who knew that Tang Ruobing didn't care about him, the injured man, and instead went to care if Lin Fan was alright. He was instantly heartbroken. Cousin, I'm hurt. Zhang Haochang shouted at Tang Ruobing with a sobbing voice. Tang Ruobing looked around suspiciously and muttered, why is this voice so familiar? Zhang Haochang saw that Tang Ruobing hadn't seen him yet, and he endured making to crawl through the crowd. Cousin, I'm here. He endured the pain and waved his hand at Tang Ruobing. When Tang Ruobing saw Zhang Haochang, the smile on her face retracted and she turned back into her high-flying schoolgirl look. Zhang Haochang, who told you to come and trouble Senior Lin? When Zhang Haochang saw Tang Ruobing's appearance, his myocardial infarction became even worse. It felt like more pain in my heart. Cousin, I'm your own cousin. I'm the one who's hurt right now. His heart was full of aggravation. What's all this about? Is this really my own cousin who cares about me? It can't be a fake, can it? When the crowd heard Zhang Haochang's words, they all looked at Zhang Haochang with pity. In his heart, he could not help but sigh. Class President Lin's status in the hearts of schoolflowers was really high. I'm going. I didn't think that Zhang Haochang was even Tang Schoolflower's cousin. No wonder Zhang Haochang was only acting as Tang Schoolflower's escort and never rumored anything with Tang Schoolflower. It's just that this Zhang Haochang is so miserable. He was beaten by Class President Lin and rolled around on the ground. And this cousin, Schoolmarm Tang, blamed him? I guess he's starting to doubt his life now. Miserable, miserable, miserable. Serves him right. Who let him come to trouble Class President Lin? Humph. Let's see if he dares to trouble Class President Lin in the future. But it's strange to see schoolgirl Tang turn into a high-strung schoolgirl again. Why do I feel like this is my favorite schoolflower Tang? It seems like Schoolmarm Tang is still the same high-cool schoolmarm. That smile can only be enjoyed by Class President Lin. I'm so envious of Class President Lin. What a role model for men. Class President Lin is really great. Melting the high-cooled schoolmarm Tang. Class President Lin is my idol from today onwards. When Tang Ruobing heard Zhang Haochang's words, she then looked closely at him and realized that Zhang Haochang's face was very ugly. Concerned, she asked, Cousin, are you okay? Zhang Haochang heard Tang Ruobing's words of concern and tears came to his eyes. Cousin, you finally know you care about me. That's my real cousin. He was very moved in his heart. But then, Tang Ruobing said with a reproachful look in her eyes, don't come looking for trouble with Senior Lin in the future. Tang Ruobing's words made the touching feeling he had just felt disappear instantly. Cousin, I'm hurt. I'm all beat up. Shouldn't you be concerned about me? Zhang Haochang thought sadly in his heart. Cousin, my heart hurts. Zhang Haochang covered his chest and said to Tang Ruobing, Cousin, what's wrong with you? Tang Ruobing asked with concern. She saw that Zhang Haochang seemed to be having a hard time and tensed up. Lin Fan was also speechless as he looked at Zhang Haochang on the ground covering his chest. It would be a shame to not be an actor with that kind of skill. True is a talent. Come on, don't pretend. I still count when I lay my hands. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Haoqiang and said indifferently. Zhang Haoqiang said to Tang Ruobing, cousin, I'm in real pain. He didn't forget to glance at Lin Fan. Boy, how dare you hit me. I won't let you get away with it either. You still want to be with my cousin. Ha! Thinking. Zhang Haoqiang thought triumphantly in his heart. Lin Fan squatted down, looked at Zhang Haoqiang with a smile, and said teasingly, why don't you let me give you a good examination? Zhang Haoqiang was startled when he heard Lin Fan's words. With a sound of miso, he stood straight up. When Lin Fan had just struck out, he hadn't even seen how Lin Fan had struck out. If Lin Fan pulled a dirty trick while examining him, wouldn't he be in deep? The pain he had just felt was too much for him to want to go through again. Cousin-in-law. No, I'm done. Zhang Haoqiang hurriedly waved his hand at Lin Fan and said awkwardly. The look on that face was as awkward as it could be. When Tang Ruobing saw that Zhang Haoqiang was now alive and well, how could she not understand that it was Zhang Haoqiang who had just pretended? However, when she heard Zhang Haoqiang call Lin Fan cousin-husband, a blush unconsciously appeared on her face. Hurry up and follow me. Tang Ruobing glared at Zhang Haoqiang and said angrily, this cousin is a disgrace. Cousin's husband? Is that something you can just call him? Tang Ruobing stole a glance at Lin Fan, realizing that Lin Fan's face hadn't changed in any way. He let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It was very strange to feel a sense of loss in my heart at the same time. Chapter 40, Do you really want to learn? Senior Lin. I'm sorry. Tang Ruobing apologized to Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand. It's okay. It wasn't like he had suffered a loss. If Zhang Haoqiang hadn't come to him, he wouldn't have had a mission to do. Aha! He still has to thank Zhang Haoqiang. Some other day I'll invite Senior Lin to dinner to make amends. Tang Ruobing's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, this matter is indeed blamed on her cousin Zhang Haoqiang. Too reckless. Good thing Lin Fan was not injured. She invited Lin Fan to dinner to make amends as also should be. Sister Tang won't still treat me to spicy hot pot, right? Lin Bufan was in a better mood and flirted. Senior Lin, you're so annoying. I'll go first. Tang Ruobing blankly glanced at Lin Fan and said with petulant anger. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Fan to reply, he pulled Zhang Haoqiang next to him and was about to leave. When the crowd heard Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing's words, they were all dumbfounded. Is this sure it's the high and mighty MS, Tang? I didn't realize that schoolgirl Tang could also be pampered. Class President Lin is really great. Schoolmistress Tang in front of him, this is completely descending to earth and turning into a little woman. Class President Lin is really great. I didn't expect Schoolmistress Tang still has this cute side. Only Class President Lin can make Schoolmistress Tang like this. Class President Lin deserves to be the idol I worship. Class President Lin is really giving face to our new student. It's only a few days into the school year and he's already taken down the high-cooled school beauty Tang. It's really strong. It's so awesome. Cousin-in-law, I'm leaving. As Zhang Haoqiang was leaving, he didn't forget to wave his hand at Lin Fan and shouted. He changed his strategy now. He didn't want to ruin Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing's relationship now. He was ready to fight with Lin Fan and learn that superior fighting skills from him. After all, he was very envious of Lin Fan's out-of-this-world fighting skills, and if he could learn them, he was sure that the champion of the next Lucheng campus fighting competition would be him. When Tang Ruobing heard Zhang Haoqiang call Lin Fan cousin-husband again, she hurriedly tugged Zhang Haoqiang to leave quickly. It was too shy. Zhao Sinan looked Lin Fan up and down and said with a smile, no wonder he could charm Xiao Bing. He really is quite handsome. Lin Fan was a little embarrassed by Zhao Sinan's look and rubbed his nose. Good day, senior sister Zhao. This Zhao Sinan's picture he had seen on his roommate's cell phone. After all, Zhao Sinan was the school flower on the school flower list, so it wasn't surprising to see her picture. Goodbye, Senior Lin. Seeing that Tang Ruobing had already walked away, Zhao Sinan smiled at Lin Fan. She had come here to meet Lin Fan, and since she had, there was no need to stay here. See you later, senior sister Zhao. Lin Fan said politely. He always felt that this Zhao Xinan had a strange look in her eyes. Lin Fan was finally relieved when he saw that several people had left. He had had enough of that envious and jealous gaze around him mostly. He found a place to sit. Old 4, great. You and schoolgirl Tang are progressing quite fast. Now you've started seeing your brother-in-law. Boss Zhang Ziqiang came over and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Lin Fan blankly glanced at Zhang Ziqiang and lazily ignored the bastard. Old 4, how did you just knock that Zhang Haoqiang down? I feel like young Hokong fell down by himself. The second oldest, Li Muyang, looked at Lin Fan and asked suspiciously, just be fast enough. Lin Fan said indifferently. His punches were just too fast for the crowd to see. Nothing magical. Senior, can you teach me fighting skills? Lao San looked at Lin Bufan and asked excitedly. Senior, and me. The eldest Zhang Ziqiang and the second Li Muyang also said eagerly. Lin Fan frowned slightly and asked in some confusion. What are you guys learning fighting for? He knew that fighting was hard work. and since the 3 roommates had been spoiled since they were young, he didn't think they'd be able to learn it well. To protect myself, of course, the oldest 3 said directly. Aha, aha. The eldest Zhang Ziqiang and the second Li Muyan were also nodding their heads continuously beside them, meaning to protect themselves as well. Lin Fan was also speechless. Couldn't find another reason? 3 grown men protecting themselves? What a time to be alive. You 3 please put your hearts into your pelvic bones. No one is going to rob you blind, Lin Fan said with a refusal. It's not that Lin Fan doesn't teach, it's just that fighting requires strong physical abilities, or else it can't be practiced at all. Old 4, you are so inadequate. 4, don't you want your buddies to be nice when you're nice yourself? Senior, you're letting us down too much. Lin Fan was directly speechless. How does this feel like he's done something terrible? Okay, scared of you guys. You guys really want to learn? Lin Fan asked with a serious expression this time. The 3 nodded in unison, like chickens eating rice. Okay, since you guys are so determined, starting tomorrow you'll wake up at 5 a.m. 45,000 meter training. Lin Fan thought about it and said, he had originally planned to train for 10,000 meters, but after thinking about the fact that he still had military training to do, he just cut it in half. The 3 of them stopped at that. Old 4, you don't want to teach, just say so. Why are you looking for such a reason? Exactly. Lin Fan looked at the 3 and was speechless for a while. 3 lazy bastards. With a look of hatred, he said in an unkind manner, if fighting was really that easy to practice, wouldn't the streets be filled with fighting masters? The 3 of them lowered their heads when they saw that Lin Fan's expression was serious, and they figured it out as soon as they thought about it. It's really not an easy thing to become a grunt. This matter can only be forgotten. Even if they are killed, they can't bear this crime. Not long after, the instructor returned and the military training continued. The morning's military training ended quickly. After lunch, back in the dormitory, Lin Fan first used the calligraphy skill in the system backpack. He instantly felt like he had become a master of calligraphy, with all kinds of calligraphy under the sun at his fingertips. Grabbing a paper and pen from the table, he wrote a few random words on it. It's good. It's really good. Lin Fan looked at the words in his hand with admiration. The dragonflies and the phoenix dances. It's almost like being in the woodwork. Lin Fan was very satisfied in his heart. I didn't realize it was so easy to become a master calligrapher. The system is truly and forever God. Lin Fan hummed a little song and walked out of the dormitory. He was going to go find the counselor Morong Shui and get the walk-in procedures done. He found Morong Shui to quickly get the walk-in paperwork done and everything went smoothly. That way he could sleep at school if he wanted to and go back to the villa if he wanted to in the future. Lin Fan returned to his dormitory and lay on his bed. Looking at the points inside the system panel, there were still 5 points short of being upgraded. He was now in a very excited mood, not knowing what kind of benefits the system upgrade would bring him. Chapter 41, Ms. Tang's car broke down. Lin Fan was lying on the bed and was about to take a nap. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Fan picked up his cell phone and looked at it with a slight frown. Unfamiliar number. Still, he slid the answer button. Hello, who is it? Lin Fan asked politely. Cousin-in-law. It's me, Zhang Haoqiang. Zhang Haoqiang's voice rang out on the other end of the phone at once. Zhang Haoqiang's big, stupid figure suddenly appeared in Lin Fan's mind. He frowned slightly, not understanding what this stupid big guy was doing calling him. As for Zhang Haoqiang knowing his phone number, there was nothing strange about it. The names in their class groups were all names plus cell phone numbers. Zhang Haoqiang would know his cell phone just by asking a random Finance 2 classmate. Anything? Lin Fan said indifferently. Cousin-in-law, the time has come for you to make your move, Zhang Haoqiang said with a smile. Lin Fan was full of question marks. What's the time for me to make a move? Get to the point, or I'll hang up. He didn't have time to be here with Zhang Haoqiang guessing dumb riddles and wasting time. Having this time to sleep would not smell good? Cousin-in-law, my cousin just called me and said her car broke down on the road and asked me to pick her up. Zhang Haoqiang heard that Lin Fan was getting a little impatient and hurriedly said. Lin Fan said without any good humor. Your cousin's car broke down and asked you to pick it up. Why are you calling me if you don't hurry to pick it up? Lin Fan felt that this stupid big man was not in his right mind, and instead of hurrying to pick up Tang Ruobing, he called him with some inexplicable words. Had, this chance to save a hero is of course reserved for you, cousin-in-law. Zhang Haoqiang smiled lewdly and whispered. Lin Fan was also speechless. What kind of era is this now? Still saving beauty with a hero? Lin Fan was about to say no, when the system voice in his head rang out. Release the mission. Being a great tycoon, one should be full of love, heroically rescuing the beauty and helping Tang Ruobing to solve the difficulties to retrieve the information. Accept the quest and reward the consummate level learning skill. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan froze when he heard the system voice. A hero who saves the day? I didn't realize the system you've learned the hard way, but I like it. Now as long as he finished this quest he would have enough 50 system points for a system upgrade. The rewards this time are also very tempting. Learning skills Although he was barely admitted to Luchon University, but his studies were not the best. If he was good enough to directly test the Imperial Capital University, he was still fretting about whether he should enroll in a cram school to supplement his knowledge in various aspects. After all, to become a top tycoon also needed a good mind and extensive knowledge. Now with the learning skill, he believed that although he couldn't do it without forgetting, but it was certainly no problem to get twice the result with half the effort, and that would save him a lot of time. The system is pretty powerful. The system is so awesome. For the sake of system upgrades, Lin Fan would also accept quests, not to mention learning skills. He didn't know if there would be any next time if he missed out on learning the skill this time, and if there would be no more in the future, then he wouldn't regret it to death. Add me as a friend and send me Sister Tang's location. Since Lin Fan had taken the mission, he didn't nag at Zheng Haoxiang. It's been added. Cousin-in-law you pass. Hey, cousin-in-law I helped you this time. You owe me a favor Zheng Haoxiang hemmed and hawed, then said, got it. This time, it was indeed because Zheng Haoxiang told him about Tang Ruobing that he was able to have the opportunity to do this mission. It wouldn't be too much to count him as owing Zheng Haoxiang a favor. Lin Fan passed through Zheng Haoxiang's friend, and immediately a friend with the nickname, Beautiful Man in the Wind, sent a message. Cousin-in-law, this is my cousin's locus. There's a positioning in the back. Lin Fan was speechless as he looked at Zheng Haoxiang's nickname. The big dumb guy is pretty self-absorbed. Got it. I'll be right there. After sending the message, Lin Fan hurriedly got up, jumped out of bed, and started to get dressed. Senior, are you going out on a date with schoolgirl Tang? Zhang Ziqiang, the boss who was playing the game, raised his head to look at Lin Fan and opened his mouth to ask. Sister Tang's car broke down. I'll go pick her up, Lin Fan said as he dressed. Old 4, you're being a hero. Hey, will Tang's schoolgirl be moved to directly take her body and meet each other after dusk? Next, you know. The second Li Muyang heatedly smiled with a lewd expression and chuckled. Asterisk off. You've been watching too many TV shows. Lin Fan blankly glanced at Li Muyang and said without a trace of anger. Lin Fan quickly put on his clothes and shoes, pocketed his car keys, and headed outside, on a viaduct in Willow City. At this time a beautiful woman in a floral dress stood there, her long hair swinging in the wind. A red Mini was parked right next to her. This beauty was none other than Tang Ruobing. That's when a BMW 750 Li pulled up in front of her. A red-faced, middle-aged man stepped out of the car. There was a big gold chain hanging around his neck, as if he was afraid that people wouldn't know he was rich. Beauty, your car broke down? The middle-aged man flashed a confident smile at Tang Ruobing. He looked Tang Ruobing up and down, a silver light in his eyes. What a beauty, he marveled in his mind. Tang Ruobing glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded. Where to, pretty girl? I'll give you a ride. The middle-aged man patted his brand-new 750 Li. There was a smug smile on his face. The car cost him over $1,600,000. He didn't believe any woman could resist the lure of a luxury car, even a beautiful woman. The car was bought with a loan, but it didn't stop him from playing hard to get and picking up girls. Having just caught a college student 2 days ago, which gave him a taste of his own medicine, he was ready to go around the college neighborhood again to see if there was any prey that caught his eye. This just came to the viaduct and saw Tang Ruobing on the side of the road, and was instantly stunned. It was really because Tang Ruobing was so beautiful, and with the breeze blowing through, she was simply a fairy descending to earth. Feeling his good fortune, he didn't hesitate to go up and strike up a conversation. Confident, very confident. That's what the limo gave him for his bottom line. He fantasized about spending dinner with Tang Ruobing and enjoying that wonderful night view at night together. At that moment, a loud rumble of rumbling engines came from far away. A black sports car parked next to Tang Ruobing. Porsche 918 Spider. The middle-aged man blurted out in shock when he saw the sports car parked in front of him. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were rolling. That's a multi-million-dollar sports car. What a ride for a real big shot. How could he not expect to see such an awesome sports car here? He seemed to have thought of something, and a large amount of cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. The eyes were horrified to the core, and his body involuntarily trembled. Lin Fan walked down from the car and said to Tang Ruobing, Senior Sister Tang, are you alright? Tang Ruobing's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan and shook her head. I'm fine. Chapter 42, is there a low profile for schoolmate Lin? Lin Fan glanced at the dazed middle-aged man next to him, frowned slightly, and asked indifferently, is there something you want? The middle-aged man instantly woke up when he heard Lin Fan's words, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly shivered. It's okay, I'm leaving. After saying that, he hurriedly got into the car. started it, and headed off into the distance. He was afraid of being a second late and upsetting Lin Fan. That's a real biggie. He can't afford to be offended. He was just glad he hadn't said anything out of line, or he wouldn't have been able to leave today. He decided that he would never pretend to be a big shot again, because he didn't know when he would offend a big shot, and that would be the end of it. Soon the tow truck came and towed away Tang Ruobing's car. Tang Ruobing sat in the co-pilot and looked at Lin Fan and asked, "Senior Lin, why are you the one who came?" It was very strange in her mind. She clearly hadn't called Lin Fan. "It was your cousin who called me. He said your car broke down. Unfortunately, your cousin's car was having problems too, and he called me for help, so I just happened to be okay and came over," Lin Fan said as he started the car. Hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Tang Ruobing nodded, not doubting it. "This time, I'm really troubling senior brother Lin," she said with a smile. "Remember to buy me a big dinner next time." Lin Fan tilted his head a bit and smiled at Tang Ruobing. "Got it," Tang Ruobing said with a smile. "Sister Tang, where are we going now?" Lin Fan knew that Tang Ruobing wasn't going back to school. After all, the mission was for him to help Tang Ruobing retrieve the information. "Give me a ride home. I have a file I need to go home and get," Tang Ruobing said to Lin Fan. "Then I'll trouble senior sister Tang to show me the way." Lin Fan finished with a kick of the gas and the car scurried out, under Tang Ruobing's directions. After half an hour, the two of them arrived at Willow City's Jinghu Villa area. Lin Fan parked his car in front of Villa 9. Lin Fan looked at the huge villa in front of him and said with a smile, "I didn't think that school sister Tang was still a rich woman. You're really low-key, Senior Tang." He had just seen Tang Ruobing driving a red Mayanif that was around $300,000. You should know that this Jinghu Villa and the Haitian villa he lived in were both high-end villas in Luchang. The villas here basically cost more than $30 million, and those who can live here are all billionaires. Tang Ruobing blankly glanced at Lin Fan and said without a trace of anger, "I'm low-key. Am I as low-key as senior brother Lin?" Lin Fan rubbed his nose and asked with a smile, "Does senior sister Tang think I'm low-key?" He doesn't feel low-key anymore. He drives a $10 million sports car every day, and he still calls it low-key? Tang Ruobing's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Fan. To say that Lin Fan is low-key, but he drives a luxury car every day. To say that Lin Fan is not low-profile. Right, all the clothes are popular brands, and the whole body is only a few $100s. Tang Ruobing was a little confused about Lin Fan. Tang Ruobing decided to take the information first and was about to get out of the car when the window was knocked on. Tang Ruobing saw a beautiful woman with a well-maintained face standing outside through the car window glass. Tang Ruobing hurriedly opened the car door and walked down, asking in surprise, "Mom, why are you here?" Tang Ruobing was startled to see her mother suddenly appear. She couldn't understand how her mother was standing outside the car. This beautiful woman was none other than Tang Ruobing's mother, Li Simei. Tang mother Li Simei glanced at Lin Fan in the car and spoke. "I was just out for a walk and I happened to see this car parked out front, so I came over to ask. I didn't realize you were in the car." Bing bing, who is this handsome little man in the car? Tang motherly Simei looked at Tang Ruobing. When Lin Fan heard Tang motherly Simei's question, he hurriedly walked down from the car and said to Tang motherly Simei, "Hello auntie, I'm sister Tang's schoolmate. My name is Lin Fan." Tang motherly Simei looked at Lin Fan and began to look him up and down. "This young man seems nice. I just don't know about the character. My daughter has grown up and it is indeed time for her to find a boyfriend. Have a good talk with the lad later." Don's mother, Li Simei, was calculating in her mind. "Mom, my car broke down on the road, so I asked schoolboy Lin to give me a ride back to get some information." Seeing her mother Li Simei's eyes, how could Tang Ruobing not understand what was in her mother's mind and hurriedly explained. "Come inside," Tang mother Li Simei said with a smile. Speaking of looks and height alone, Lin Fan was out of this world. There was nothing to pick on. Don's mother, Li Simei, looked at it and liked it. "Then I'll bother auntie." Since Tang motherly Simei invited Lin Fan in, he naturally wouldn't refuse. That would seem too impolite. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing followed Tang motherly Simei to the living room. Tang Ruobing was going to get the information and headed upstairs. Only Lin Fan and Tang's mother, Li Simei, were left in the living room. "Little Fan, is it okay for me to call you that?" Tang motherly Simei looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smile. "Of course," Lin Fan said hurriedly. "Xiu Fan, how did you and Bing Bing meet?" Tang motherly Simei asked with a smile. "School sister Tang and I met on the high-speed train a few days ago," Lin Fan answered truthfully. "Oh, so you haven't known Bing Bing for long?" Tang motherly Simei said as she looked at Lin Fan. "Well, it's not long," Lin Fan said with but looking at Bing Bing, "It seems like she trusts you?" Tang motherly Simei asked as she looked at Lin Fan if she had deep meaning. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "Sister Tang is a person who is very easy to get along with." Tang motherly Simei looked at Lin Fan, wanting to see what was so special about him. She hadn't thought that her daughter wouldn't reject being with Lin Fan. You know, your own daughter has never gotten along so well with any boy over the years. Otherwise, she wouldn't be known as the high-flying schoolgirl. It seemed that his own daughter had really fallen for this Lin Fan. Even if it's not a favorite, it's still a good feeling, she thought darkly in her mind. She used to worry that her daughter would be too high-strung and wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend at all when the time came. But now it seemed that she had been overly concerned. Tang Motherly Sime asked a few more questions, and Lin Fan answered them all truthfully. Lin Fan's speech and conversation are not vulgar, and he is also very polite. The more Tang's mother, Li Sime, looked at Lin Fan, the more she liked him. Lin Fan looked at Tang Motherly Sime's eyes and felt strange. It always feels like this look is like the way a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law. Good thing Tang Ruobing came down from upstairs at this time. Otherwise, Lin Fan was ready to run away. It was really Tang Motherly Sime's eyes that made him uncomfortable. Mom, we're leaving, Tang Ruobing said to Tang Motherly Sime. Lin Fan hurriedly stood up and said to Tang Motherly Sime, Auntie, goodbye. He wasn't going to stay here for a moment. Little Fan, come to the house often when you have time, Tang Motherly Sime said with a smile. Okay, Auntie. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. After he finished speaking, he followed Tang Ruobing towards the outside of the villa. Lin Fan sat down in the car and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Fasten your seatbelt, start the car, and head toward the school. The trip back took 20 minutes, mostly because the roads were unfamiliar on the way there. Lin Fan sent Tang Ruobing down to the dormitory building and he drove the car to the parking lot. At this time, the system voice sounded in Lin Fan's head. Chapter 43, System upgraded to secondary system. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward obtained has been released to the system backpack. Gained 5 system points. Lin Fan brightened up when he heard the system voice. Enough system points. He was ready to ask the system how to upgrade, as his points now met the upgrade conditions. Before he could say anything, the system voice sounded again. The host's points have reached the upgrade requirements. May I ask if the host is upgrading? That's pretty sweet of the system. System, how long does it take to upgrade? Lin Fan asked eagerly. If the system upgrade would take more than 10 hours, he was prepared to wait until he went to bed at night to let the system upgrade. After all, he might trigger some quests during the day. If he missed some quests because of upgrading, he felt that it was a bit worthless. After all, doing quests had a certain probability of being able to obtain skills, and skills were not something that could be bought with money. The system upgrade will take about an hour or so, the system replied mechanically. Lin Fan fell into deep thought when he heard that the system upgrade would take more than an hour. An hour or so is not too long and not too short. Next up is an afternoon military training session, which shouldn't trigger any quests for an hour or so. Lin Fan thought darkly in his heart. He gritted his teeth and finally decided to upgrade. After all, he had been looking forward to the system upgrade for a long time. System upgrade. System upgrade in progress. Current progress 1%. Lin Fan saw that the system had already begun to upgrade and began to expect the system to hurry up and complete the upgrade. Lin Fan walked towards the dormitory. The start time of military training was about to begin in the afternoon. He had to go back to the dormitory to change his clothes. Going into the dorm and seeing 3 roommates getting dressed. Senior, I thought you weren't coming back? Was wondering if I should give you a vacation. The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, came forward and patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, Old 4, why did you come back so soon? Didn't go to the hotel with schoolgirl Tang? The oldest too, Li Muyang, looked at Lin Fan and asked with a lewd smile. This is a great opportunity. And it's a shame that Lao Si missed it. He secretly felt sorry for Lin Fan in his heart. Lin Fan lazily ignored the 3 and quickly put on his clothes. Hurry up and get going. Military training will start soon. Being late is a penalty for running. When the 3 heard Lin Fan's words, they hurriedly and quickly organized their clothes. Military training was already hard enough. They didn't want to be punished for running. The 4 men walked briskly toward the playground. Arriving at the playground, a few people were relieved to see that the instructor hadn't arrived yet. Not long after, the instructor came to start the afternoon military training. Military training intermission. The instructor saw that everyone was tired enough these days and told them to rest a little longer. At this time, Cui Mingjie, the class president of the economic management class next to him, stood up. Let's have a song with the finance 2 class, okay? He looked at the class and asked aloud. The students were instantly energized by the rakugo and said in unison, yes. Cui Mingjie turned around and shouted at the second finance class, Finance 2, come 1. The crowd in the economic management class shouted in unison, Winter melon rind, watermelon rind. If you don't sing, you're just being a jerk. 1 or 2, quick, quick, 1, 2, 3, come on, come on, come on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We waited so hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We waited so anxiously. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did you guys? Or did you not? Or did you not? Pang Haoran, the sports committee member of the second finance class, heard that the opposite economic management class was going to play the song and directly stood up. He shouted at the first class of economic management. The east wind blows, the war drums beat, to pull the song. Who's afraid? He turned and shouted at the finance 2 class. Class, sing or not? Sing, the students said in unison. Pang Haoran started, and at once everyone sang in unison. After the second class of finance sang, Pang Haoran naturally wouldn't let the first class of economic management off the hook like that. We sang in a sweat. Don't sit back and watch the economic management class. Who should sing if we do? In unison, the crowd said, Economic management class 1. Economics management class 1 come 1. Pang Haoran shouted, punch, punch, punch. Don't be an old man. Come on, come on, come on. Don't be an old lady. Naturally, the first class of economic management was no wimp and proceeded to sing a song. You sang back and forth. At this time, it was the turn of the economics management class to pull the song again, and the class president, Chui Mingjie, said to the group, how about we let class president Lin sing this time? Good. At once everyone screamed. Especially the girls screamed the most. The name of Lin class president was now a bull inside the freshmen. It could be said that no one knew about it. If someone mentioned Lin Fan inside the freshmen, maybe not many people knew about it. But if they said class president Lin, then everyone knew about it. When Chui Mingjie saw that everyone was in agreement, he suddenly had an excited smile on his face. The real purpose of his song pulling with the second finance class was to get Lin Fan to sing. Lin Fan seriously threatened his position in the first class of economic management. In the past, when he didn't know Lin's class president, which girl in the class wasn't enthusiastic about him. However, since the girls in the class have seen the Lin class president, began to discuss the topic of all the Lin class president, discussing him is left with 2 or 3 kittens, it made him very upset in his mind. He wasn't convinced. He wanted to trample Lin Fan under his feet, get the girls in the class to refocus on him. This Rakugo was the opportunity. He had learned to sing professionally. He was quite confident in his singing skills then. He knew that Lin Fan played the guitar well, but now it was a Rakugo, relying on singing, and without an instrument to add to it. He thought that Lin Fan would never be able to win against him. He first asked Lin Fan to sing, who had no distinctive voice and no professional skills, and was bound to let everyone down. When he got into the ring, he would just rub Lin Fan on the floor as soon as he opened his mouth, and everyone would still be cheering for him then. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and as if he heard everyone cheering, he unconsciously hemmed and hawed. The students looked at Chui Mingjie suspiciously. Aren't we going to ask Mr. Lin to sing? What are you giggling about? Is the squad leader sick? At that moment, a student reminded, class president, hurry up. Chui Mingjie hurried back to his senses when he heard his classmate's reminder. He confidently turned his head towards the second finance class and shouted, Lin Banchang, come on, want you to come. Just come on. You can't get off the stage by squirming. Want you to sing. You don't sing. Twisting and turning is not decent. It's not like that. Lin Fan, who is in the second class of finance, is waiting for the news of the system upgrade, and just now Lage has been playing soy sauce, so he didn't put it on his mind at all. I think he heard his name. Sure enough, everyone looked at him in unison. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. Can't you just let me make a little soy sauce in peace? He spat helplessly in his mind. At this time, suddenly the system voice rang out. System upgrade complete. Current system level 2. $1 spike items will be refreshed early this morning. Lin Fan instantly brightened up when he heard the system voice, instantly coming to life. He didn't expect the system to finish upgrading so quickly, and he was somewhat looking forward to the system's new mission next. Release the mission. Chapter 44, A Small Measure. A small measure. Release the mission. Detected that the host's prestige has been provoked. Being a great tycoon, he is bound to be in existence in the limelight, and his prestige cannot be provoked. Accepting the mission and rewarding Willow City with a 100% stake in the Golden Tripod building. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard the system release the quest. It's a case of think what you want. You know me better than the system. Lin Fan thought happily in his heart. When he heard the system's reward, he was instantly stunned. Ah, the GTA building in Willow City. That's one of the top few office buildings in Willow City. It was not because the Golden Tripod building was particularly valuable, but its location, in the center of Luchang. A lot of market capitalization, billions and billions of enterprises, and even tens of billions of enterprises in the inside to move in. With the GTA building, this instantly enriched his network. What he needed to become a top tycoon was not only money, but also strong connections. What made Lin Fan's heart flutter was that the total value of the golden tripod building was around $800 million. Holy, that's 8 little goals. The system is so powerful. I didn't expect that the system had just been upgraded and the first task was the golden tripod mansion worth $800 million. Lin Fan was very excited at this time. Accomplished that and he's worth infinitely close to $1 billion. That's 10 small goals. He couldn't even think about it before. He was unusually excited at the thought that he would soon be among the billionaires. He looked up at Cui Mingjie, the class president of the first class of economic management, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. What a money-giving boy. If it wasn't for Cui Mingjie's provocation, how would he have gotten a new quest to take on so quickly? And how would he have gotten such rich rewards? He was in a very good mood right now, and he wanted to sing a song. Aha! Take this opportunity to properly thank Cui Mingjie, the money-giving boy. Lin Fan stood up and pressed his hands down, and instantly the playground that had just been noisy instantly quieted down. When Cui Mingjie saw that Lin Fan had stood up, his heart instantly became excited. When Lin Fan finished singing, that was the time for him to make his own move. And that was exactly when Lin Fan made a fool of himself, and when he greeted the cheers of the crowd, he saw that Lin Fan just pressed his hand and the scene quieted down, making him extremely jealous. Now let's let you have your fun for a while. When I come out, that's when you'll make a fool of yourself, and then all your prestige will be mine. Cui Mingjie thought smugly in his mind, as if he saw himself like Lin Fan. The scene of the scene instantly quieting down when he pressed his hand, he unconsciously hemmed and hawed again. Luckily this time everyone went to focus on Lin Fan and no one paid attention to him. Otherwise the nonce think of him as a psychopath. Lin Fan saw that the scene was quiet. No more babbling, just start singing. As soon as he opened his mouth, the imposing song rang out across the playground. Even as distant classes looked over. The song is atmospheric, the voice is mellow, and it gives people an immersive feeling, as if the crowd has returned to the war era, and seen the forefathers, bathing in blood to kill the enemy. Shocked, still shocked, Lin Fan puts her singing skills to good use. After Cui Mingjie heard Lin Fan's song, his face, which had just been complacent, instantly froze and he looked at Lin Fan with a confused expression. His mouth was wide open at this moment, and his eyes were rolling round and round with a look of having seen a ghost. How is that possible? How can Lin Fan sing so well? That's not possible? This must be a fake. Yes, it must be a fake. Lin Fan's vocals at this point were simply comparable to those of a heavenly king, better than his professional teacher. His vocals are nothing compared to Lin Fan's. They're just the trash of the trash. Worthless. He was beginning to wonder if this was all a dream, that it was all a fake. He couldn't believe Lin Fan was so powerful. He couldn't accept the reality that his strongest skill was not even as good as garbage in front of Lin Fan. He snapped and gave himself a big smack in the mouth. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Are you awake? He looked at Lin Fan, who was still singing, and knew that this was not a dream at all, but was real. He looked at the girls in his class, and the 2 or 3 kittens who had just discussed him were all looking at Lin Fan with a look of adoration at this moment. There was a pang of bitterness within him. It was like lifting a stone and smashing it into his own foot. He covered his chest and felt a wave of pain hit him. Lin Fan quickly finished a song. Even though Lin Fan was already sitting on the ground, everyone was still in a daze. It was just too shocking for the crowd to wake up for a moment. The first person to wake up was instantly cheered and applauded. And as more and more people woke up, the applause became more and more intense. The boys all looked at Lin Fan with a face of adoration, practically treating him as an idol. The girls all looked at Lin Fan with watery eyes, hoping to have a beautiful encounter with him. Old 4, you're really great. Brother, I feel like I'm a waste and useless when I'm with you. Boss Zhang Zicheng looked at Lin Fan and said with a sigh, Old 4, what the hell else can you not do? Right, how can you be so good when you come from the same compulsory schooling? The second oldest, Li Moyo, said with a sigh, Old 4, now I'm just so impressed with you. You're so awesome. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, said as he gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Lin Fan was in a good mood and said with a smile, it's a small token. A small token. The 3 of them sighed when they saw Lin Fan's beaten face. It can't be helped. Who let people have that power? You can have it too if you have the strength. Didn't see the look that all the girls had when they looked at Lin Fan. They couldn't wait to swallow him. The 3 roommates all looked at Lin Fan with envy on their faces. The 3 of them are still worried about getting off. Then look at others. Lin Fan has not only the school flower, the class flower, and all kinds of colorful flowers around him. And look at them. Not even a single cauliflower except for computer game graphics. This gap is too big. Military training continues. Finish military training in the afternoon. Lin Fan asked his 3 roommates to go to dinner with him, and the 3 said in unison, no go. The 3 of them were irritated and decided to take it out on a good game. They didn't want to go out to eat with Lin Fan. And if they met another girl who struck up a conversation with Lin Fan, wouldn't they have to eat a bellyful of dog food again? They've had enough dog food, and the three are adamant about resisting eating it. Lin Fan saw that the three of them weren't going, changed his own clothes, and drove towards Tianjikai. He wasn't going to eat in the cafeteria tonight. It was just too bad compared to the food in the Skydweller. That's what happens when you're used to eating good food, and then you eat what used to be ordinary food, and it feels especially bad. Tianjuki is all Lin Fan's, so there's no need to be hard on your stomach if you want to eat. Lin Fan soon arrived at Tianzhou Guest, and the manager, Niu Baishan, learned that Lin Fan was coming and personally greeted him at the door. Niu Baishan brought Lin Fan to the exclusive box, which was specially prepared for Lin Fan so that Lin Fan could have a place whenever he came to eat. Chapter 45, Excuse me, please. Lin Fan is very satisfied with Niu Baishan's arrangement. He is now a billionaire anyhow. He doesn't care about this small amount of money. The box is idle. The system rewards were handed out in the afternoon after his song. The system never owed rewards. This point made Lin Fan very satisfied. The system was thoughtful enough to put all the information about the Jinding Grand Mansion in the study of Villa Haitian 1. Also earn 10 system points. The system upgrade gives more system points, but the points needed to upgrade have likewise increased. It used to take 50 system points to upgrade a level 1 system to a level 2 system. Today it takes 100 points to upgrade a level 2 system to a level 3 system. Lin Fan did some math and figured out that 10 quests would be needed to upgrade whether it was level 1 or level 2. It seems that the system upgrade is still dependent on completing the appropriate tasks. Lin Fan casually ordered 4 signature dishes, another seafood soup, and a bottle of juice, not wine. He had to go to Li Guangwei's party place to check it out later. While eating, he received a message from Li Guangwei, and sent him the location of the party. He didn't rush to get there, but continued to eat, and where does a party smell as good as a meal? An unpretentious meal was soon over. After finishing his meal, Lin Fan picked up the napkin next to him and wiped his mouth. Getting up and preparing to leave, Niu Baishan wanted to send Lin Fan away, but Lin Fan made a move to stop him. After all, Niu Baishan had his own business to attend to. It wasn't like Lin Fan didn't know the way. He could just go out himself. There was no need for Niu Baishan to send him. Lin Fan headed downstairs. Quickly arriving at the parking lot, he found a female internet celebrity holding a selfie stick and saying something to his Porsche 918 Spider. Lin Fan walked over. At that moment, the female netizen stepped forward and stopped him. Can't you see I'm on the air? Why don't you have any manners at all? She glared hard at Lin Fan and said. The female netizen turned her head to the live streamers. Pa boys, how come people are so unqualified nowadays? Don't you know what comes first? She looked at Lin Fan and said again. When I'm done live streaming and you're taking pictures, you wait by the side for now and I'll call you when I'm done live streaming. Lin Fan was speechless for a while as he looked at the female netizen in front of him. It's treating him like he's here to rub the car and take pictures. Please move over. This is my car. Lin Fan looked at the female netizen and said with some impatience. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big. Do you know what kind of car this is? Give back your car, and act like you know what you're doing. This car is a Porsche 918 Spider supercar that costs upwards of $15 million. Okay? The female netizen said disdainfully to Lin Fan. She had just looked up and down at what Lin Fan was wearing, and the whole thing was not worth as much as this one of hers. Such a poor in a few $100s can afford to drive a Porsche 918 Spider? Of course it was impossible. Beat her to death. She thought in her heart of hearts that Lin Fan could not be the owner of this sports car. Can open up such a sports car is bound to be really rich big brother? That a line of how not hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions of dollars to be worthy of driving such a super sports car. Although Lin Fan was handsome in appearance, what was the use of being handsome these days? It couldn't be used as food. The netizens in the live broadcast room also saw Lin Fan, and immediately talked. This kid can't be delusional. Can he? Who gave him the courage to pretend to be the owner of a sports car with just these ground floor goods? I have some admiration for this kid. He doesn't blush or gasp. If it were an ordinary person he'd really let him succeed in his pretense. But unfortunately our sister Ma is not an ordinary person. This kid isn't leaving yet, and this delusion is so bad that he really thinks he owns this sports car. Will Sister Ma get mad next? It's been a long time since I've seen Sister Ma get mad. He. This time this kid is going to have a hard time. The small bench walks up, ready to eat melon. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless as he looked at this female netizen. He was trying to be nice and get the webmistress to leave, but now it didn't seem to be working. He hadn't wanted to get rough with the woman, but there didn't seem to be a better way for him to leave now. Lin Fan walked towards the female netizen. The female netizen exclaimed when she saw Lin Fan walking towards her. What do you want? All the netizens are watching. If you mess up, you'll be arrested in a minute. Lin Fan went forward, directly tugged the female netizen's arm, and pushed it outward. Who knew that the female netizen's high heels were too high, and she was unsteady? and fell directly to the ground. The pain was so intense that she was zipping and screaming. "It hurts. Ouch. My ass is broken in half. Hit man. Hit man." The female netizen exclaimed at once. Lin Fan didn't even look at the female netizen on the ground. Directly took out the sports car keys, pressed the switch, and suddenly the headlights of the sports car lit up, and the car door slowly opened. Lin Fan directly sat in, started the car, and with a kick of the gas, the car instantly scurried out. The female netizen was instantly dumbfounded when she saw Lin Fan take out the car keys and open the car door, even forgetting the pain in her body. Her mouth opened wide in shock, as if she could fit an egg in it. How is that possible? Is it just my eyes? How did this sports car come to be owned by this poor guy? She couldn't accept that Lin Fan was actually the owner of the sports car. She sat dumbfounded as she watched Lin Fan get in his car and leave. She only slowed down when Lin Fan left and stood up to try to chase after him, but she couldn't even see the shadow of the sports car, and instead ate a mouthful of car exhaust. She was so remorseful in her heart that her intestines were green with remorse. It's like missing 5 million. She's here live nonstop just to meet the sports car owner and see if something can happen with him. But the real owner of the sports car came and she didn't recognize him. She couldn't wait to give herself 2 big smacks. Remorse, remorse, or remorse. The netizens in the live broadcast room completely exploded when they saw Lin Fan drive away. I'll be damned. This kid is really the owner of a sports car. I can't believe I looked away. Damn. I can't believe I missed the chance to hug my thigh. Regret. Regret. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This big man is also too low-key. Right. All the ground goods. Driving more than $10 million of sports cars. What combination is this? This time Sister Ma completely miscalculated. After waiting for half a day for Big Brother was right in front of her, but she was looked down upon. Now Sister Ma is probably regretting her intestines. Whoever made her dog-eyed deserved it. But seriously, this big guy is so young. Lin Fan left the parking lot, opened the navigation, and drove towards the Moyun mansion. The place where Li Guangwei and the others gathered was precisely at the Moyun mansion. Chapter 46 Villa No. 9 of Moyun Mansion. Moyun Mansion is a villa area, built next to Mo Shan. The villas here are all a bit larger than the average residential villa. Moyun Mansion consists of a total of 36 villas divided into 1 to 36. Inside each villa is quite luxurious, with a spacious living room, bar counter, chess and cards room, tea room, billiards room, home theater, KTV, and an open-air heated swimming pool on the top floor. Perfect for parties. This is why the place attracts a group of second-generation and wealthy tycoons to party here. Villa 9 of the Moyun Mansion. This was exactly where Li Guangwei and the others had gathered, and at this time, there were already quite a few people inside. Almost 10 or so. Brother Li, I've heard that a distinguished guest is coming today. Is that true? A junior brother next to Li Guangwei came over and asked curiously. He was very curious in his mind as to what kind of an honored guest it was. Could it be that the top young man of Willow City is coming? But it wasn't right. Just their segment couldn't attract top-tier big boys at all. Li Guangwei looked towards the talking all little brother, a slightly smug smile on his face, and spoke. Not bad. This honored guest that is coming today is a newly recognized boss of mine. I'll be damned. Rico, is it a top-tier big shot? A little brother behind Li Guangwei said excitedly. Everyone has everyone's circle. Like them, these second generation can only be said to be ordinary second generation, and their family only has a few tens of millions of assets, which is only the entry-level rich second generation. Those really top youngsters did not bother to play with them in a group, so they were very eager to enter the circle of top youngsters. But it's hard. It's hard. It's very hard. Now that they heard that the honored guest coming today might be a top-notch young man, how could they not be happy? If this is a good relationship, there may be a chance to see the circle of top big boys. Li Guangwei shook his head, looked into the distance and said, I don't know if it's a top-tier youngster or not. It was true that he didn't know if Lin Fan was a top-tier youngster or not, but he knew that Lin Fan was definitely not on the same level as them. Driving a Lamborghini Bat SV sports car of about $8 million and wearing a Richard Mille RM027 worth $5 million on his hand was not something that the second generation of their class could afford to play. I just don't know if it's an intermediate 2, or an advanced 2, or a top 2. He felt that it was unlikely that Lin Fan was a top-tier second generation. After all, top-tier second generations were too difficult to contact, and ordinary people wouldn't even get into their eyes. But even if Lin Fan was an intermediate second generation, it was still worth befriending him. The assets of these second generation families were at least in the hundreds of millions or even a billion or more, not something that could be compared to them. The junior second generation with tens of millions of assets. Li Guangwei saw the smiles fading from the faces of the crowd of juniors and knew their state of mind. He also wanted to be friends and get along with the real top 2, but it was unrealistic. The class of the second generation is not so easy to cross. After all, it is still to rely on strength to speak. He thought about it but decided to tell everyone something about Lin Fan. Cough cough. He cleared his throat. What I know now is that Fan drives a limited edition Lamborghini Bat SV sports car worth about $8 million. As Li Guangwei's words fell, everyone took a deep breath of cold air. One by one, they looked at Li Guangwei in shock, their mouths wide open and their eyes round. Nearly $10 million of sports car, or limited edition, that is not ordinary second generation can have. You can tell from the seat that this fan is most likely an intermediate second generation, maybe even a senior second generation. They had just heard Li Guangwei say that he didn't know what class of second generation he was, and thought that he was just a little bit better than them. That's not a little bit stronger. That's 100,000 miles stronger, okay? Even some mid-level second generation may not be able to own an $8 million sports car, let alone a limited edition. Their little hearts beat indisputably fast. Could it be that this fan is a senior second generation? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. A junior brother with a somewhat dry mouth asked, "Brother Li, is this brother fan a senior second generation?" Li Guangwei shook his head and sipped a drink. Everyone had driven here today and none of them had been drinking. I don't know if fan is a senior second generation or not, but I have a feeling it should be about the same. Li Guangwei said something ambiguous. The crowd of juniors looked at me and I looked at you. None of them understood what Li Guangwei meant by this. If you don't know, you don't know. How can you say almost? Li Guangwei could also see everyone's doubts. Fan usually wears a $5 million Richard Mille RM027 limited edition watch on his hand. He finished and took another sip of juice. He was also unconsciously gulping every time he thought about that wristwatch of Lin Fan's. When the crowd of juniors heard Li Guangwei's words, their mouths that had just closed with difficulty slowly opened again, looking at Li Guangwei in shock. What did they hear? $5 million worth of Richard Mille RM02s. The key is still a limited edition. The average $5 million watch some mid-level secondaries do get, but a limited edition is not something you can buy just because you have money. It also requires strong connections. The point is that only the high-class second generation would part with so much money for a watch. After all, this watch costs $5 million. $5 million isn't $500. Doesn't $5 million for a sports car smell good? They, the second generation, buy a wristwatch that costs hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars and already feel like a cow. Now compared to this brother fan, he was simply a beggar. How does a regular watch with hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars compare to a $5 million limited edition watch? There is no comparison between even ordinary $5 million watches. Now they understood the meaning of Li Guangwei's remark. This fan is most likely a senior second generation. Even if it's not a senior 2, it's the top intermediate 2. That was also an existence they had to look up to. Being able to get in touch with such a second generation is also of great benefit to them. If one day their family's assets entered the ranks of billionaires, having an acquaintance to cover them would also enable them to quickly integrate into the appropriate circles. Just as they were waiting with anticipation for Lin Fan to arrive, a sports car sound rang out from outside the door. Li Guangwei frowned slightly when he heard the voice. These sports cars didn't look like Lin Fan's cars, and since Lin Fan's arrival would only sound like one car, now it sounded like more than a dozen sports cars. He hurriedly got up, ready to go out and take a look. He couldn't let some irrelevant people ruin the party and leave a bad impression on Lin Fan. He came to the door to see a girl dressed as a little Teiyukai stepping out of a Lamborghini Aventador sports car. The girl was tall, with a small leather jacket on top, small leather pants on the bottom, and a pair of long leather shoes on her feet. Her face was painted with smoky makeup and her colorful hair was illuminated by the lights. Yunzi? When Li Guangwei saw the visitor, his face turned ugly and he muttered. Chapter 47, The Smug Yunzi. Li Guangwei walked up and came not far from Yunzi, his face ugly and nonchalant. Yunzi, what do you want here? You're not welcome here, please leave. Yunzi was his rival, and the two were often at odds. He knew that there was absolutely no good thing about Yunzi coming here, and he didn't want Yunzi to ruin the party. Yunzi didn't get angry at Li Guangwei's words, shook her hair, patted the Lamborghini Aventador sports car beside her, and asked with a smile, let's see how this big bull of mine compares to your little cow. When Li Guangwei heard Yunzi's words, his face instantly turned even more ugly. He didn't expect Yunzi to buy a Lamborghini Aventador, commonly known as the Big Bull. He could tell right away that the car was just new. Sure enough, that rumor was true. This Yunzi was most likely an intermediate second generation or senior second generation, not a junior second generation like them at all. That's why he chose to back off whenever he clashed with Yunzi. After all, there are times when it's better to be careful. Now it seems that this Yunzi is very uncomplicated. Sometimes rumors may not be empty. Li Guangwei didn't say anything. He knew that this Yunzi couldn't just come over to show off her newly bought car. There must be another purpose. Yunzi saw that Li Guangwei didn't say anything. Her heart was very pleased. This time she finally pressed Li Guangwei again. Li Guangwei, What's the point of you racing better than me? Heck, sis, this sports car big bull completely crushes your little bull to make up for the technology gap. Yunzi thought triumphantly in her heart. She came here today of course not to show off her new car. She can hear that this Li Guangwei recognized a big brother. Li Guangwei heard you recognized a boss, didn't you? Yunzi came to Li Guangwei and asked with a disdainful tone. So what if it is? Li Guangwei said with slight anger. As expected, he had guessed right. This Yunzi had come over just for Lin Fan and had deliberately come to cause trouble. His face turned even uglier, carrying some anger in his heart. Now he was thinking in his mind about how to get rid of this Yunzi, so that he wouldn't ruin the party and affect Lin Fan's impression of them. I wonder what kind of car this boss you recognize drives. Yunzi looked at Li Guangwei and put a piece of gum in her mouth with contempt in her eyes. Li Guangwei did not say anything. Lin Fan's Lamborghini Bat SV sports car price may not be as expensive as Yunzi's Lamborghini Aventador sports car, although it is a limited edition, but after all, the price difference, the two people will be a tie. He knew that Yunzi had come over to humiliate him and to find a sense of superiority. If his new boss wasn't as powerful as Yunzi's car, even if it was a tie, he would have lost. Although Lin Fan still had a wristwatch, he didn't know if Lin Fan would bring it. He expected Lin Fan to bring the wristwatch so that he could still press Yunzi. Otherwise he was bound to be crushed to death by Yunzi today. He was very unwilling and looked at Yunzi somewhat helplessly. Do you think it makes sense for you, an intermediate second generation, to come to us junior second generation to find presents? He was powerless to spit in his mind. He really couldn't figure out what this Yunzi was thinking. Is it all about feeling superior? Li Guangwei didn't say anything, but how could his little brother watch Yunzi be so arrogant? Humph. Brother Fan drives a limited edition Lamborghini Bat SV sports car. A junior brother directly stood out and said angrily. He was very angry in his heart. He felt that this Yunzi was really too arrogant. Knowing that they were partying today, they still came over to pick a fight and cause trouble. Oh, so it's called Brother Fan. Ha ha ha. The limited edition Lamborghini Bat SV does barely compare to my big bull. Yunzi laughed, more or less disdain in her tone. After all, her big bull costs $1 million or $2 more than the Bat. Even if the other car is a limited edition, the price difference can't be bridged. Li Guangwei, your newly recognized boss is not good. How about you recognize me as a big sister instead? Yunzi looked at Li Guangwei with a smile on her face and said playfully. When they heard Yunzi's words, the little brothers behind her burst out laughing. Li Guangwei, how good our big sister is to you. Hurry up and recognize our big sister as your big sister. There will be no more store after this village. It's still our big sister who was merciful and took pity on you before taking you in as a little brother. Hurry up and go up and call big sister. It's a rare opportunity. Our big sister is in a good mood today. That's it. Ha ha ha. Li Guangwei looked at Yunzi with a hint of blood in his eyes, which was infuriated by Yunzi. Yunzi, if you came to humiliate me today, then congratulations. You've achieved your goal and have succeeded. Now you're the one leaving. Li Guangwei took a deep breath, looked at the complacent Yunzi in front of him, and slowly said through clenched teeth, there's no rush. I haven't seen your so-called boss yet. How about a meeting with your boss? I'll be on the same level as yours from now on. You have no business being talking to me like that. Yunzi chewed her gum and leaned against the car door, saying casually. Li Guangwei clenched his fists tightly when he heard Yunzi's words. Humiliation. This is abject humiliation. It's a direct put-down. It made him directly shorter than Yunzi. The point is that he hasn't been able to refute it. After all, he really wasn't as strong as Yunzi. He had no choice but to admit it. At this moment, he somewhat regretted letting Lin Fan come over. If he knew that Yunzi would come to cause trouble, he would have said nothing to let Lin Fan come. He calculated the time and estimated that Lin Fan should be arriving soon. But this Yunzi obviously refused to go. Now he really didn't know what to do. One could only pray that when the time came, Lin Fan would be able to use his wristwatch to overpower Yunzi, so that Yunzi wouldn't dare to be too unbridled. At that moment, there was suddenly a loud rumble of engines in the distance. Soon a black sports car suddenly stopped in front of Villa 9. The crowd gasped as they looked at the stopped sports car. Could this be a Porsche 918 Spider? Asterisk. It's really a Porsche 918 Spider sports car. Which big shot has come to us? I'll be damned. Today is finally an eye-opening day to see a supercar that can only be seen on a cell phone. Not bad for a multi-million-dollar sports car. It's beautiful. Strange. How did such a big shot come to us? The door of the beautiful sports car slowly opened and a handsome young man stepped out of it. When Li Guangwei saw the young man, he immediately brightened up and hurriedly jogged over, his face full of smiles, his body slightly bowed, and said respectfully, "Boss, you're here." When the crowd heard Li Guangwei's words, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 48, I'm not late, am I? Boss, you're here. When the crowd heard Li Guangwei's words, they were all dumbfounded. One by one, their shocked mouths were wide open, and their eyes were rolling round and round in disbelief. Li Guangwei's crowd of minions were then filled with surprise. Is this Li's new boss? Fan? Holy, this is too good. It's a limited edition Porsche 918 Spider supercar. It seems likely that this fan is a senior second generation. Excited, still excited. When people ask who you work for, hanging out with brother fan, how dignified and powerful that would be. And when the time comes, won't some intermediate second generation have to give face when they see him? They also admired Li Guangwei in their hearts for finding such a powerful boss. Yun Zi's little brother, seeing Li Guangwei's appearance, his face turned very ugly. How is that possible? Didn't Li Guangwei's boss drive a Lamborghini Bat SV? But what about this Porsche 918 Spider? This was a mount that only a true senior 2 or even a top 2 would have. They were full of incredulity. Just now, he was still taunting Li Guangwei for having no vision and finding a boss who was inferior to his big sister. Practical? The boss of the family came in a limited edition, multi-million-dollar sports car, the Porsche 918 Spider. They immediately felt a hot sensation on their faces. Like they had been slapped twice hard. It hurts. It really hurts. Yun Zi also looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of incredulity. It's a multi-million-dollar sports car, and crucially, a limited edition Porsche 918 Spider. Although she's a nice big bull, she's still a far cry from a Porsche 918 Spider. The price of this Porsche 918 Spider is conservatively estimated to be more than $15 million. Their own big bull is only $9 million. What's more, this Porsche 918 Spider is a limited edition sports car. Then there will be a lot of appreciation in the future. The future 20 million, 30 million are possible. Although she was very unconvinced in her heart, but her strength was here. Not as good as others was not as good as others. However, she suddenly thought of a problem, and that was that although Lin Fan had such a good car, his driving skills might not be as good. She used to have nice sports cars, but they were crap, and she wouldn't be running around here looking for superiority with a bunch of junior 2s if it weren't for her. Yeah, car skills. She felt that her current car skills might not be unable to win against Lin Fan. She's been practicing her car skills so hard lately that she may not lose even if she races with Li Guangwei now. You should know that Li Guangwei is the best racer in this group of junior second generation. She didn't believe that Lin Fan would be more powerful than Li Guangwei. More importantly, she had never heard of Lin Fan as a person in the second generation sports car circle, and she thought that Lin Fan bought a sports car just to pretend to pick up girls, and would not race at all. A confident smile spread across her face as she made up her mind. Li Guangwei looked at Lin Fan and was also filled with shock. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to drive a Porsche 918 Spider over. It is important to realize that the Porsche 918 Spider is not only a multi-million-dollar sports car, it is a limited edition sports car. Limited edition sports cars aren't something you can buy just because you have the money. It takes connections. Not bad for a boss. Just great. In his heart, he was very glad to recognize Lin Fan as his boss. Lin Fan smiled and said, "I'm not late, am I?" Li Guangwei hurriedly said, "Brother Fan, the party has just begun. You've come at the right time. Brother Fan, let me introduce you to these minions of mine." Naturally, Li Guangwei wouldn't forget about his little brothers and greeted Lin Fan one by one. After all, the opportunity to contact such a senior second generation is not much. It can be said that the strength is not enough to basically not. "Hello, Brother Fan. Brother Fan, you are so handsome. Brother Fan, do you have a girlfriend?" Brother Fan. The juniors who had sisters were even thinking of introducing Lin Fan to someone. What if it's going to work? You've got a leg up. Lin Fan looked at these enthusiastic minions of Li Guangwei, and did not hold back, responded enthusiastically. After all, stretching his hand does not hit the smiling face. What if we need these minions someday? Don't underestimate anyone. It's all about connections, isn't it? Networking isn't just about being better than you. When the crowd of juniors saw that Lin Fan was such a powerful big brother, without any stance at all, they had even more admiration for Lin Fan in their hearts. "Brother Fan, let's go in." Li Guangwei finished introducing the crowd of minions and smiled at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, also wanting to see what these second-generation people played at every party. He was also very curious in his heart. Lin Fan was about to follow Li Guangwei in. At this time, a woman's voice sounded behind Lin Fan. "I want to race you." Lin Fan stopped and looked at Yun Zi, turning his head to look at Li Guangwei in confusion. Li Guangwei was furious when he saw that this Yun Zi still refused to give up. He had just been glad that Yun Zi should have left soon after seeing Lin Fan's sports car. How could he not have thought that this Yun Zi would want to race against Lin Fan? "Brother Fan, this woman's name is Yun Zi, one of my opponents," Li Guangwei hurriedly explained to Lin Fan. He turned his head to look at Yun Zi. "Yun Zi, are you finished or not?" Li Guangwei said with a bad face and with anger. This is a deliberate attempt to mess with him. Although he didn't know if Lin Fan would race, but seeing Lin Fan with such an elegant temperament, he felt that Lin Fan shouldn't like such a crazy project. After all, not everyone is into racing, and some people buy sports cars simply to play hard to get. Yunzi didn't take care of Li Guangwei, but instead looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes and continued, "I want to race with you." Lin Fan looked at the girl in front of him with a face of smoky makeup and didn't understand why such a pretty girl had to make herself look so ugly. But he wouldn't race this girl even if she didn't have smoky makeup. After all, it's not a day for racing. Lin Fan was ready to turn around and leave. At this time, the system voice rang out. Posting tasks. Being a great tycoon. How can you be looked down upon by a small woman, and use your car god skills to completely bow down to each other? Accepting the mission and rewarding Willow City Linjian Hotel with 100% equity. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan instantly froze when he heard the system voice. It's another mission. I'm going to go, but it's the Luchang Linjian Hotel. The system, you are awesome. You should know that the Luchang Linjiang Hotel is one of the few 5-star hotels in Luchang. The average normal standard room in a riverfront hotel is a couple hundred big ones. The presidential suite is even higher at $990 a night. The valuation is in the neighborhood of $300 million. That's 3 small goals. Not bad for a secondary system is awesome. The rewards for the quests are really great. Looks like my value looks like it's going to go up again. Lin Fan muttered excitedly in his heart. Chapter 49, just wait here. Accept the mission. Lin Fan said in his mind without hesitation. There is no hesitation at all for such a task. He hoped the more such missions the better. Racing with this Yunzi couldn't be easier. You know he's the one with the car skills. The more he looked at Yunzi, the more he really liked it. I didn't realize that this smoky girl was also a money-giving boy. No, I should say a money-giving girl. Lin Fan sighed happily in his heart. Okay, I promise you. Lin Fan turned to Yunzi and said with a smile. Yunzi always felt strange when she saw Lin Fan smile, but she couldn't tell. However, she was always relieved to hear Lin Fan agree. She was really afraid that Lin Fan wouldn't agree, and when the time came for her to leave in disgrace with her little brother, it would be too humiliating. Brother Fan, how could you agree to her? Li Guangwei said anxiously to Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand and said indifferently, I also want to experience the feeling of racing. It was true to his word. He hadn't really played around with his car skills since he'd gotten them. After all, he usually drove at normal speeds and couldn't bring his car god skills to bear at all. This time it's just the right time to try out extreme speed. When Li Guangwei heard Lin Fan's words, he cried out in secret that it was bad. Sure enough, he had guessed that Lin Fan didn't know how to race at all, and had never raced before, or he wouldn't have said such a thing. In his mind, he began to calculate that Lin Fan should not race with Yunzi, but looking at Lin Fan's current appearance, he was afraid that it would be difficult to change his mind. He just hoped that when Lin Fan raced, it would be good for him not to be competitive. Although the lanes over here were not comparable to professional racing lanes, they were still very dangerous for ordinary people, and he didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fan. He decided to sit in Lin Fan's car in a while, so he could remind Lin Fan when it was crucial. He hated Yunzi so much in his heart that he glared fiercely at her. Yunzi brightened up when she heard Lin Fan's words. Sure enough, it's just as I thought it would be. This one called Sales didn't race. Now I'm not going to win, she thought happily in her mind. She was now very confident in winning over Lin Fan. And as for Li Guangwei's angry eyes, she directly ignored them. She thought, well, she must give Lin Fan a little color in a while. Lin Fan had almost made her lose face in front of her crowd of minions. She definitely wouldn't let Lin Fan off easily. What's the deal with racing to win or lose? Lin Fan looked at Yunzi and opened his mouth to ask, but he had heard that racing had to be some kind of a lottery. Otherwise, what was the point of just simply racing? He wondered what these second-generation guys used as bets every time they raced. When Yunzi heard Lin Fan's words, she immediately brightened up. In the past, when they raced cars, they would just lose cash. But today she didn't want to use cash as a bet. He glanced at Li Guangwei, and hemmed and hawed in his heart. She thought this was more interesting as a bet. Cough cough. She cleared her throat, flashed her big eyes, looked at Lin Fan and said, whoever loses, how about being the little brother of the person who wins? When Li Guangwei heard Yunzi's bet, he immediately quit. No, you're taking advantage of Brother Fan, or cash. I'll pay for this one. He absolutely couldn't let Lin Fan agree to Yunzi's bet. Otherwise, if Lin Fan lost, wouldn't Lin Fan become Yunzi's little brother? Then wouldn't he, Li Guangwei, become Yunzi's little brother? How could this work? Li Guangwei wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Lin Fan. Well, that's it. Starting now? Lin Fan asked directly. Racing is just a blip on the radar for him. He still wanted to wait for the racing to finish and see what kind of party Li Guangwei and the others were having. Of course he wanted it to be as fast as possible. When Yunzi heard Lin Fan's words, she was instantly very excited in her heart. She had just been thinking about how to convince Lin Fan to start racing as soon as possible. She didn't realize that Lin Fan couldn't wait to race. Wouldn't that be just what she wanted? Good. we'll go to the Murray Mountain Ghost Road now. Yunzi agreed in a single breath. Yunzi started the sports car to take the lead and headed outside the Mo Yun mansion. Lin Fan followed. When Li Guangwei saw Lin Fan leave, he gritted his teeth and followed him in his car. The minions followed close behind. Yunzi quickly stopped in front of a rugged section of a circular mountain road. This section of the road was known to them as the Missouri Shan Ghost Road, named after the word ghost, so it was evident that it was very treacherous. Precisely because this section of the road is rugged and prone to danger, there are basically no vehicles here at night. It was just right for these second generation to use for racing, which was also the reason why Li Guangwei and his party liked to choose the Moyan mansion. Lin Fan stopped the car and took a look at the mountain road in front of him. It was indeed quite rugged. It's a good thing this stretch isn't very long. Lin Fan was still satisfied with this section of the road. His first time racing, he didn't know if he could handle a difficult course, and this rugged mountain road was just right for him. It would allow him to test if the car god's skill was really that powerful, and although he believed that the system wouldn't lie to him, he always had to try it out before he could rest assured. Li Guangwei and the others also arrived soon. Start at this light in front of you and come back to that headlight over there. Whoever gets back to the start first wins. Yunzi spoke the rules over to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. If there are no questions, let's get started, Yunzi said as she looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and got into the car. At this time, Li Guangwei walked over. Brother Fan, let me go with you? No, just wait here. Lin Fan directly refused. This point of the road was only a few minutes away. Lin Fan drove the car to the starting position. A girl with a hot body came to the middle of the two cars, took off the small leather jacket on her body, took it in her hands and waved it, which immediately attracted the crowd of minions next to her to scream. 3, 2, 1, begin. The little leather jacket was thrown straight up into the air. Lin Fan and Yunzi's car instantly scurried out. The two of them could be considered equal on this flat stretch of road, mainly because it was Lin Fan's first time driving such a fast car and he had to get used to the speed. Lin Fan quickly adapted to such a speed. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Lin Fan's sports car instantly overtook Yunzi like a runaway wild horse. Yunzi exclaimed in shock, "Don't you want to die?" Realizing that there was a curve ahead, even she needed to slow down and pass carefully. But then she saw an incredible sight. Lin Fan did a beautiful extreme drift as he went through the corner. Instantly going through the corner, Yunzi was directly dumbfounded when she saw Lin Fan instantly pass the corner. Her mouth was wide open in shock, and her eyes were rolling with disbelief. It's over? That's a very treacherous turn, and it just went by? The key went by without the slightest deceleration. How is that possible? Is that the legendary extreme drift? It must be. How else could you take the corners so easily? She was so shocked in her heart at this time that even her breathing became rapid. She pulled over. She wasn't going to compete. She admitted defeat. She had been completely convinced by Lin Fan's car skills. Chapter 50, still a little long. Li Guangwei was directly frozen when he saw Lin Fan directly extreme drift through the corner. His eyes went wide as he looked like he'd seen a ghost. This? How is that possible? Is this really not racing? Is this it? Is this the legendary extreme drift? A large series of question marks drifted through his mind. It made his brain a little dizzy. Shocked, shocked, still shocked. The crowd of juniors looked directly dumbfounded. Where had they ever seen such an overcurve? One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock and their eyes were rolling round and round. Holy, sail is amazing. It's so easy to get around the bend like that. I reduced my speed to the slowest possible every time before I dared to go through this corner. I really didn't expect Fan to go through the corner so silky smooth. It's unbelievable. That's too fast. How did this go over? I see. What Brother Fan just used was actually the legendary extreme drift through the corner. This is too cool. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I said to see how so familiar. So is the limit drift. Brother Fan is really great. Limit drift, but even many professional racers are not necessarily able to do. Brother Fan, mighty. Lin Fan quickly returned, and when he passed by Yunzi, he saw that Yunzi had actually stopped on the side of the road to stare, but he didn't stop to keep moving at an even pace. Not bad. He was consistent all the way through except for the initial acceleration, and then later, there was no further acceleration. And of course slowing down, that was even more impossible. Lin Fan quickly returned to the starting position. Lin Fan turned to Li Guangwei and asked, "How long did it take?" When Li Guangwei heard Lin Fan's question, he stumbled and said, "It took 5 minutes." It wasn't that he hadn't experienced a big scene, it was really that the time Lin Fan had used was too short. The fastest he'd ever done it had taken him 20 minutes, and Lin Fan had only used 5 minutes. How could this not shock him? Lin Fan frowned slightly and said to himself, "The time is still a bit long. If we hurry up, we should finish the run in 3 minutes. He had no intention of running it again though, just try it once. He realized that racing was just as good. When Li Guangwei heard Lin Fan's words, He stumbled and almost threw his cell phone out. Is that too slow? Listening to Sale. There's also a speed boost. That's too good to be true. At this time, Yunzi's car also came back. Li Guangwei saw Yunzi come back and wanted to see what else Yunzi had to say now. Yunzi walked up to Lin Fan and bit her lip. Brother Fan. She lost. She has to admit it. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Yunzi, waved his hand and said, "It was just a joke. You don't have to be my little brother." He didn't want to be the boss of anything. He didn't take racing seriously either. After all, he had car skills. Yunzi's racing skills were as childish as a child driving a toy car in Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan finished speaking and said to Li Guangwei, "Go back." Li Guangwei hurriedly nodded when he heard Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan started the car and headed towards the Mo Yun mansion. Back to Villa 9. Lin Fan picked up a bottle of juice and sat on the couch. The crowd gathered around. "Brother Fan, you just used extreme drifting to go around the corner, right?" "Aha." Lin Fan nodded and hummed. "Brother Fan, you're amazing. That extreme drift was awesome. Brother Fan, I'll toast you with tea instead of wine." Lin Fan chatted with the crowd for a while and realized that these second-generation gatherings were just that. Looked at the time and saw that it was getting late and got up to leave. When the crowd heard that Lin Fan was leaving, they all stood up to see Lin Fan off. It wasn't until Lin Fan left that the crowd re-entered the villa. Lin Fan drove straight back to Haitian No. 1 Villa. Back in the villa, Lin Fan couldn't wait to come to the study. There were 2 profiles on the table. One copy is related to the Willowtown GTA building. The other is information about the Linjian Hotel in Willow City. Lin Fan looked at the information in his hand with a satisfied smile on his face. Now he's worth $1. 3 billion straight up. 13 small goals, and it was as if he saw 20 of them beckoning to him. He put the information away and headed for the bedroom. Back to the bedroom. Lin Fan washed up, went to bed, swiped his cell phone for a while, and turned off the light to go to sleep. The next day, just after dawn, Lin Fan got up. Sleeping in that doesn't exist. Lin Fan got up and walked towards the restroom. After washing up, he sat on his bed and tapped on the system's virtual panel. Lin Fan instantly froze when he saw today's $1 second items. 1 kilogram of true second generation Dahongpo at $1 a second. 2 10 times cashback cards at $1 a second. With a limit of $50 million each. The system is awesome. True second generation Dahongpo. This is really good stuff. Don't think that just because it's a second generation big red robe that it's ordinary. You'd be wrong. Quite the contrary. Even money can't always buy it. True to Dahongpo flavor is the closest to the mother tree. Nowadays the mother tree, big red robe, doesn't even think about it. The 3 mother trees have been strictly protected from harvesting. Now the true second generation of the big red robe, as soon as it appears, is bound to be those who have heavenly means of the big man to buy away. It is simply very difficult to the hands of ordinary people. Even some of the great tycoons simply can't get it without strong connections. He didn't expect the system's $1 second item today to be the true second generation big red robe. The point is still a kilogram. A kilogram is a kilogram. Some tycoons are excited to get 20 grams and 50 grams. Instead, the system gave him a direct kilogram. Nice, really nice. Now the secondary market, a gram of real second generation big red robe has been speculated to 20,000. The point is that they are snapped up as soon as they appear. The money wasn't much, though. He had 20 million for the kilo, and the key was scarcity. "You can bring some to dad when you get home," Lin Fan muttered. Lin Fan looked towards the second $1 spike item. 2 10-fold cashback cards, each with a limit of $50 million. Don't think it's only 10 times too little. Quite a lot. It was important to realize that Lin Fan only needed to spend $10 million to get 100 million. $100 million. That's another small goal. Aha. The value has gone up a little bit. Not bad. Real good. Buy them all, Lin Fan said without hesitation. The system voice soon sounded. "Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. The 10 times cashback card has been placed in the system backpack. The true second generation big red robe has been placed in the villa study." Lin Fan heard the system voice and put on his shoes and ran towards the study. Sure enough, there was a small box on the floor of the den. The box was opened and a beautiful little tin can was stored inside. Lin Fan counted exactly 20 tin cans. This means that each tin contains exactly 50 grams of true second generation Dahongpo. Lin Fan looked at the tin can in his hand and said, "Who would have thought such a small jar of tea would be worth $1 million? When you open the jar, there is a sudden burst of fresh aroma. That smells good." Lin Fan picked up a can and headed outside. He was going to make himself a cup, put the tea and pour the water. Lin Fan held the teacup, gently put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it, and gently took a small sip. Not bad. Even he, a person who did not know tea, felt that it was good. So it was evident that this tea was really good. Chapter 51, This tin of tea is for you. Lin Fan finished his tea and looked at the time. There was plenty of time. he was going to walk around the villa. Moving into the villa, what kind of surroundings he hadn't gotten to know yet. Lin Fan walked out of the villa, taking a look at the other villas not far away. First of all, the area was much smaller than his villa. Worthy of a villa king? It's just big enough. Lin Fan walked forward along the path. At this point in the road you will encounter some runners, both old and young. Lin Fan's pace was neither fast nor slow. Soon a short mountain came into view. This mountain is not high. The old man can climb up. Passing down the hill, you can hear the birds chirping in the mountains. Take a deep breath and you can feel a hint of sweetness in the air. Lin Fan walked around the short mountain for a while. The environment here is very green, so it's no wonder the villas here are so expensive. Lin Fan turned around for a while and was ready to go back. Fast forward to the villa, not far away, and see an old man sitting on the ground resting. Lin Fan curiously walked forward and opened his mouth to ask, "Old man, what's wrong with you?" The old man looked to be in his 70s, with somewhat gray hair. The old man covered his stomach with one hand and waved it with the other and said, "Young man, thank you. I'm fine." I gasped for breath. "I'll be fine after resting for a while." Lin Fan opened the door to his villa and thought about it but decided to let this old man go to his villa to rest. After all, this old man was considered one of his neighbors. This is the villa area, but other people can't just come in. This old man was bound to live in a villa nearby. "Elderly man, I'll help you inside to rest for a while, and you'll get better faster with a cup of hot tea." Lin Fan walked up to the old man and said. The old man thought about it and felt that Lin Fan had a point. He smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, lad." Lin Fan went forward to assist the old man to the villa's living room and sat on the sofa. He took the freshly opened two big red robe from the tea room. Take out the tea leaves, put them in a teacup and pour in the hot water. A scent of tea wafted up through the house. The old man smiled as he looked at Lin Fan, thinking that Lin Fan was a really nice young man. He still has vision as the helmsman of a $10 billion corporation. Polite and caring, not quite as arrogant as those rich kids. It's very sedate. Aha! It's quite a match for his granddaughter. The more the old man looked at it, the more he liked it. Lin Fan handed the old man his teacup. "Thanks." The old man politely said thank you, but when he took the teacup and was about to drink it, he directly froze. His mouth slowly opened wide and his eyes rolled in disbelief. This color? This scent? Is this the second generation of Big Red Robe? There's no mistaking it, absolutely no mistaking it. Second generation Big Red Robe. He asked an old friend for 20 grams a long time ago, but it's long gone. He couldn't get that flavor out of his mind. He tried to get some more through his connections, but it's not that easy to get. This tea was bought by a really big shot as soon as it appeared. He thought he would never drink this tea again in this life. He hadn't expected to drink this tea at Lin Fan's house today. How can you not be shocked? He raised his head shocked or asked, "Little brother, this is the second generation of Big Red Robe?" He didn't notice that he even changed his title from lad to little brother. Lin Fan nodded and said with a smile, "I didn't realize the old man was still a connoisseur. Not bad. This is exactly the second generation Big Red Robe." The old man's hand trembled as he listened to Lin Fan's words and slowly brought the teacup into his mouth. He took a small, gentle sip. "It sure does smell like that," the old man said excitedly. It was a flavor he'd missed for a long time and dreamed of tasting again. Lin Fan was not surprised to hear the old man's words. People who could afford to live in a high-grade villa were bound to be worth a lot, and it was not surprising that he had drunk the second generation of the Great Red Robe. The old man carefully finished his cup of tea. "I don't know if it's the tea or if I'm just shocked by the second generation Dahongpo. His stomach doesn't hurt anymore." Old man Tang Yujo, "I don't know what little brother's name is?" Tang Yujo put down his teacup and asked with a smile. "So it's Elder Tang. My name is Lin Fan." Lin Fan said hurriedly, "I'll call you Sailor." Then, "Xiao Fan, old man, I have a word. I don't know if I should say it or not." Tang Yujo looked at Lin Fan and said with some embarrassment, "There is no way really he is too obsessed with this second generation of Big Red Robe." "Elder Tang, you said," Lin Fan said directly. He was also curious about what this Tang Yujo was going to tell him. "Fan, I wonder if you still have the second generation Big Red Robe. If there's more, old man, can I buy some?" The old man, "I don't want much. 20 grams, 10 will do." Tang Yujo was a little embarrassed, not expecting to beg to buy something from a junior one day. He thought in his heart that Lin Fan would not have too much. After all, this tea is too rare. Do not dare to expect too much. There are 10 grams of 20 grams will be satisfied. Lin Fan thought, what was the matter? This tea he still has quite a lot. "Elder Tang, please wait a moment." Lin Fan got up and walked toward the second floor, and soon walked down, holding an unopened can of second generation Great Red Robe. "Donald, here." Lin Fan handed the jar to Tang Yujo. Tang Yujo took the jar and held it carefully, afraid of dropping it on the ground and breaking it. "This jar must be 50 grams anyhow." "Sailor, thank you. You give me an account number and I'll transfer the money to you," Tang Yujo said hurriedly. Lin Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's fate that I met Elder Tang, so this pot of tea is for you, Elder Tang." Although he didn't know what Tang Yujo did, his identity was certainly not simple. You can never lose by giving a tin of tea to befriend each other. Tang Yujo was startled when he heard Lin Fan's words, knowing that this pot of tea would cost at least $1 million. To simply give it to someone he had known for less than an hour, he asked himself. He couldn't do it. The more he looked at Lin Fan, the more he felt that Lin Fan was not simple. He mused for a moment and took a jade pendant off his waist, handing it to Lin Fan. "Little Fan, I didn't bring any gifts with me when I came out in a hurry, so this jade pendant is for you." Lin Fan looked at the jade pendant in Tang Yujo's hand and was also shocked. This jade pendant looked like old jade. The color was especially good. A new jade of this color would not be less than $2 million now, let alone an old one from decades ago, and the price would at least double. Lin Fan waved his hand and said in rejection, "Elder Tang, there's no need for that." He could tell that this jade pendant Tang Yujo cherished it and played with it every day. Otherwise it wouldn't have such an even coating on it. He also sincerely wanted to befriend this Tang Yujo, so naturally he wouldn't accept this jade pendant from Tang Yujo. When Tang Yujo saw that Lin Fan insisted on not accepting it, the smile on his face withdrew and he said in a deep voice, "Little Fan, are you looking down on old man me? If you don't take it, then I don't want this tea either." Chapter 52, Are You Yunzi? Lin Fan saw that Tang Yujo had put his words to this point, so if he refused again, it would be a bit unreasonable. "Thank you, Elder Tang." Then, Lin Fan didn't push back any further and took the jade pendant, smiling. "That's right." A smile immediately bloomed on Tang Yujo's face. "The old man won't bother you then. I'm staying at Villa 6. Come over and play sometime," Tang Yujo said with a smile, getting up to leave after that. "Yes, I'll be sure to visit you sometime." Lin Fan got up and said with a smile. He sent Tang Yujo out of the villa. Lin Fan returned to the villa and looked at the time, picked up the car keys on the table and headed for the garage. After a loud rumble of the engine, the sports car scurried out of the villa. Lin Fan came to the school, parked his car in the school parking lot, and walked towards the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, sure enough, the three roommates were still sleeping. "Get up, you're going to be late." Lin Fan took out a new set of military training clothes and changed as he spoke. Luckily, 2 military uniforms were requested. He said to himself. He realized that the uniforms all smelled like sweat. The three roommates rushed to get up. That one was really fast. If you run in the 100-meter race, you might get a prize. Lin Fan took the clothes he changed out of, took them to the laundry room, threw them into the washing machine, swiped the card, and started to wash the clothes. That way you can just come back at noon and dry it straight away. Lin Fan and his three roommates arrived at the playground, almost late. With the arrival of the instructors, a new day of military training officially began. "It's finally time for a break. An ice cream would be so beautiful to eat at this point," one of the students said as he lay on the ground, looking at the sky, pursing his dry lips. "Holy, you're asking too much. You want more ice cream? I'd be satisfied if I had a bottle of ice water to drink." One of the students sighed as he held the sunburned water in his hand. "Ugh, this military training is so hard. I hope it ends soon. When military training is over, I'm going to go to the Westside ice cream parlor and get a strawberry-flavored First Love and treat myself." "Don't talk about it. It makes me a little greedy. I heard that ice cream parlor on the west side is old and hot. The line is old every day," a male student exclaimed. "Old for? Have you ever taken schoolgirl Tang to the west side ice cream parlor to eat ice cream? How did it taste? Was it as delicious as the internet said?" Boss Zhang Zichun looked at Lin Fan and asked with an expectant face. He felt that since Lin Fan was in love with Tang Ruobing, eating ice cream was definitely indispensable, so that Netred ice cream parlor in Xicheng was a must. Lin Fan was puzzled by Zhang Zichun's question. "I don't have a sweet tooth." Lin Fan was too lazy to explain his relationship with Tang Ruobing, since his three roommates didn't believe him even after he explained it. He didn't waste his breath. "Old for? This is your fault. You don't like sweets, so you won't take schoolgirl Tang to eat? You're also too selfish." "The oldest two," Li Muyang said righteously. "That's just it. 4. You're only making me despise you when you're like that." The oldest 3, Wang Jiang, looked at Lin Fan with a look of disgust. Lin Fan was completely speechless after hearing what the two said. Doesn't he just not have much of a sweet tooth? Why does it feel like you've committed a terrible crime and are leaving your family? Lin Fan was too lazy to bother with these three goods. Playground entrance. A pretty young lady appeared at the edge of the playground. She had a small leather jacket on top, a small leather skirt underneath, and a pair of long leather shoes on her feet. Short, burgundy shoulder-length hair swung as she walked, and her delicate face was painted with light makeup. Tall and well-built, the person who came was no other than Yun Zi. "I'm going to go. This young lady is so charged up. Mom, I'm going to fall in love. Where is this fairy lady from? It's so cool. Miss this face value." It's simply a proper school flower level. I feel that it's not even worse than Tang school flower. Look, 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 Missy is coming to me, coming to me. Hello classmate, may I ask which class Lin Fan is in? Yun Ziyi asked with a smile at one of the male students. The male students were instantly dumbfounded when they saw Yun Ziyi's smile. It was really Yun Ziyi's smile that was too nice and charming. How come there's such a charming young lady? Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Yun Ziyi hurriedly asked, classmate, classmate? The male student came back to his senses, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, pointed in the direction of Lin Fan's class, and stumbled. Lin, class president Lin, over there in finance class too. Thank you classmate. Yun Ziyi smiled and thanked her male classmates. After saying that, he turned around and headed in the direction of Lin Fan's class. Hey, hey, she smiled at me again. It was so charming. The male student giggled. Come back to your senses. The man has gone far away. I didn't realize that such a good-looking young lady was here to see class leader Lin. Class leader Lin is really great. Class president Lin is worthy of being my idol. Surrounded by beautiful women. I'm really envious. I don't know if you noticed, but it looks like Missy is holding a small refrigerator. Are you trying to say? The male student who had asked the question's eyes went wide. Nice. I think it's either ice water or ice cream in there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Lin class president is really awesome. Before there was a watermelon delivery from Tang schoolgirl, and this time there's a superb young lady delivering ice cream. This is going to blow up the tempo of the sky. Yun Zi saw Lin Fan sitting on the ground and walked over quickly. Lin Fan looked at the young lady who suddenly appeared in front of him and was a little confused, but looking at the young lady's eyes it seemed like she knew him. He took a closer look at Missy. Why is this dressing style so familiar? Are you Yun Zi? Lin Fan asked. Not quite sure. Hello brother Fan, Yun Zi said happily when she heard Lin Fan recognize her. When Lin Fan heard Yun Zi's words, he finally confirmed that the young lady in front of him was Yun Zi. Just the look can be described as a world away from yesterday. Gone is the smoky face from yesterday. Yesterday's colorful hair has also turned into short burgundy shoulder-length hair. It's really come a long way. You could say it's a different person. Why are you here? Lin Fan asked with some confusion. I've come to deliver ice cream to Fan. Brother Fan, you're already exhausted from military training. Hurry up and eat an ice cream to quench your thirst. I got this at the Westside Ice Cream Parlor. Everyone says it's good there. And I don't know what flavor you like. This is original. This is strawberry. This is chocolate. This is... Yun Zi opened the small refrigerator and said as she took it. The surrounding crowd were all dumbfounded when they heard Yun Zi's words. One by one, their mouths were wide open and their eyes were rolling round and round with incredulity. This is to deliver ice cream to Captain Lin? Is this still Netflix ice cream from the Westside Ice Cream Parlor? Original? Strawberry? Chocolate flavor? Is this one of all the flavors? Captain Lin is so awesome. Why is Class President Lin so good when he's also a freshman? Envy. Envy. Or envy. Chapter 53, It's okay, it's sweet. Lin Fan looked at the ice cream Yun Zi took out. Even if he was thick-skinned enough, he was a little embarrassed at this point. After all, so many eyes are watching? It made him uncomfortable all over. Put those away. Get the hell out of here. Lin Fan hurriedly stopped Yun Zi from continuing to take the ice cream. He was afraid of committing a public offense and getting beaten up later. Brother Fan, just have one. People have been waiting in line for a long time to get one. Yun Zi looked at Lin Fan and beamed. Lin Fan had a bit of a headache. Why was this young lady like this? Say, what's it to me? I'll promise you what I can do. Lin Fan said as he rubbed his temples. He didn't believe that this Yun Zi was so kind as to send him ice cream exclusively. When Yun Zi heard Lin Fan's words, her face burst into a smile. Brother Fan, you can definitely do it. Don't give me a high hat. Get to the point. Lin Fan didn't have the heart to nag Yun Zi here. Can't you see all these eyes on him? Though it's all envious glances now. Who knows if it'll turn into jealousy and hatred in a while. I want Brother Fan to teach me extreme drifting. Yun Zi said the real purpose of coming here. She had thought all night last night about how to get Lin Fan to promise her to teach her extreme drifting. It finally made her think of this beauty ice cream scheme. In the morning she sent her little brother to stand in line for ice cream while she redid her hair. Sure enough it worked well. Not for nothing she's been working so hard. It's really because Lin Fan's extreme drifting is so cool. If she could learn extreme drifting, she was sure her racing skills would be able to go to the next level. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. What's the point of learning an extreme drift? This girl is so desperate too. Lin Fan directly took out his cell phone and opened the QR code. Scan the code to add a friend and I'll contact you when I have time. When Yun Zi heard Lin Fan's words, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and scanned the code to add friends. She smiled happily as she hugged her phone when she saw that she had finally friended Lin Fan successfully. Stop giggling and hurry up and take these away, Lin Fan said in an unkind manner to the giggling Yun Zi. Yunzi squatted down and started to clean up, picking up a strawberry-flavored ice cream and handing it to Lin Fan. Brother Fan, just have one. I really stood in line for half a day to get one. Lin Fan knew that if he didn't accept this ice cream today, Yunzi would still be here for half a day. Lin Fan took the ice cream and waved his hand and said, "Well, you hurry up. Brother Fan, bye." Yunzi stood up and smiled at Lin Fan. After saying that, he turned to leave. She had accomplished what she came here for, so naturally she wouldn't stay here any longer. Lin Fan saw Yunzi finally leave and let out a long sigh of relief. He put the ice cream in his mouth. Aha! Not to mention, it's sweet. Senior, is the ice cream good? The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, came to Lin Fan's side at an unknown time. It's okay, quite sweet. Lin Fan nodded and said seriously, "Old four, say, are you going behind schoolgirl Tang's back with another woman?" The oldest two, Li Muyang, came over and asked with glaring eyes, "Old four, you can't be double-minded. How good schoolgirl Tang is to you. If you're sorry for her, buddy, I'll really look down on you." The oldest three, Wang Jian, also came up. Lin Fan looked at the trio and said in a good-natured manner, "First, Sister Tang and I are just ordinary friends. Second, so there's no question of being sorry." Lin Fan lazily ignored these three goods and sat down to eat his ice cream. Soon the break was over and military training continued. The morning passed quickly. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory after eating to hang his clothes up, was about to take a break. At this time, the counselor Morong Shui sent a message to tell him to notify his classmates to gather in classroom 312 at 1 o'clock. Lin Fan could only sit up and start notifying everyone in the group of the news to gather in classroom 312. Lin Fan got out of bed and put on his clothes and said to his three roommates, "Let's go to classroom 312. Senior, what did the guide call us to? Reveal it?" Boss Zhang Ziqiang asked curiously. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Ziqiang and shook his head, saying, "I don't know, boss, let's go. Won't we know when we get there?" The oldest two, Li Moyo, urged. The four headed for classroom 312. Classroom 312. Lin Fan's four came to the classroom and found that the counselor, Morong Shui, had come long ago. The four of them greeted Morong Shui and the four of them found a place to sit down. Soon one after another people arrived. Morong Shui saw that everyone had arrived. Cough cough, she coughed softly, and at once there was silence down there. "Well, I'm talking about things now. I received a notice from the school in the morning that the school is going to have a calligraphy competition, and each class is required to produce a minimum of 2 entries, which are to be handed in today. Students who are good at calligraphy can participate enthusiastically." Morong Shui finished speaking and began to spread the rice paper she had brought on the podium, took out the quill, ink and inkstone and set them up. Meng Xiqing under the stage brightened up when he heard Morong Shui's words. He was forced by his family to learn calligraphy when he was a child, and at that time he was screaming every day and wanted to give up at one time. But now it seems all the suffering was worth it. It came in handy today. Now it was time for him to strike. He had been pressured by Lin Fan and had been unable to breathe, and now the time had finally come for him to make a big turnaround. As long as he won the prize in the calligraphy competition, he was sure that the class flower Su Ruiwen would look at him differently and feel much better. Find a chance to ask out for dinner and shopping and a movie, and by then, won't everything fall into place? He was confident at this point. After all, calligraphy was his strong suit. He didn't believe Lin Fan's calligraphy would be better than his. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned upwards, a confident smile on his face. Morong Shui was ready and realized that no students had come up either. She looked at her classmates on the stage and opened her mouth to ask, "Everyone hurry up, don't be modest at this point." Seeing that no one was going up, Meng Xiqing glanced at Lin Fan, who was not far away. "Just as I expected. Lin Fan doesn't know calligraphy at all." He was so pleased with himself that he seemed to hear the enthusiastic cheers of his classmates. He stood up confidently and said with a smile on his face, "Teacher, I've been practicing calligraphy since I was a child, so I can write a pair of characters for my entry." When the students heard Meng Xiqing's words, they all looked at Meng Xiqing. "I didn't realize that old Meng had practiced calligraphy since he was a child. It's really impressive. I really didn't see that old Meng still has this talent. It's really well hidden. If old Meng wins the award, I'll make sure old Meng treats me." Meng Xiqing even knows calligraphy. It's really good. Now that I look closely at Meng Xiqing, I realize that he's not bad looking. Looking at it like that, Monsignor does look a little handsome. As Meng Xiqing listened to the murmurs below, the smile on his face grew even wider as he confidently walked towards the podium. Chapter 54. Class President Lin, why don't you go up and write a piece of calligraphy? Morong Shui hurriedly gave up her place. Meng Xiqing picked up the brush next to him, thought for a moment, and began to write on the paper in one stroke. "If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll be sad when you're old. Stop writing." Morong Shui nodded when she saw the words written by Meng Xiqing. They looked really good and moderate. She hung this piece of writing by Monsignor on the blackboard so that her classmates could see it. When the students saw Monsignor's writing, they were talking. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Meng, this character is beautiful. It's almost like a computer printout. It's really much better than my ghostly drawings. I'll go. I really didn't see it. Old Meng really does have 2 brushes. Awesome. Just now I thought Old Meng was pretending. I didn't expect it to really be this powerful. It's my pattern that's small. I didn't expect Meng Xiqing's writing to be so handsome, and I realized that his person has become handsome as well. What do you mean handsome? I told you that Meng Xiqing is still quite handsome, and now his calligraphy is so good. He is simply a treasure boy. A smug smile appeared on Meng Xiqing's face as he heard the students below talking. He looked over to the class flower, Su Ruiwen, and sure enough, he saw Su Ruiwen paying attention to writing his words, making him even more excited that he was one big step closer to success. He looked over at Lin Fan and realized that Lin Fan wasn't paying attention to his words at all, instead looking down and playing with his phone. He instantly felt small in his pattern. What's the point of comparing yourself to someone who doesn't know anything about calligraphy? He no longer had Lin Fan in his sights at this point. He had completely drifted. It was as if he heard the cheers of the girls on stage and saw Su Ruiwen's eyes adoring him. Morong Shui said to Meng Xiqing, you go down first. We need 2 entries for each class, and we only have 1 right now, and we still need 1 more entry. Monsignor smiled and said, okay teacher. Like a victorious general, he returned to his seat with a smile on his face. Anyone else down here want to come up and write a picture? Morong Shui looked at all the students below and asked. The students look at me and I look at you. At this time, the class flower Su Ruiwen suddenly spoke up. Lin Banpai, why don't you go up and write a picture? In her mind, she thought Lin Fan was perfect. Lin Fan not only played the guitar well and sang beautifully, the key was also able to fight, and she was sure Lin Fan's calligraphy must be very good as well. Morong Shui's eyes lit up when she heard Su Ruiwen's proposal. Yesterday when Lin Fan approached her for a walk-in, she had seen Lin Fan's handwriting with her own eyes, and it was indeed well written. If it wasn't for Su Ruiwen's reminder, she would have forgotten about it. Lin Fan, now you shouldn't hide your clumsiness. For the honor of the class, you should be the first to rush ahead as class president. Morong Shui looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile. Meng Xiqing almost didn't burst out laughing when he saw that Su Ruiwen had actually suggested that Lin Fan go up and write a character. He was still trying to figure out how to make Lin Fan go up there and make a fool of himself, highlighting his awesomeness. Su Ruiwen really did have a heart-to-heart with herself. He thought triumphantly in his mind. If Lin Fan refuses to go up to write in a while, Su Ruiwen will definitely be disappointed, and then Lin Fan's position in Su Ruiwen's heart will definitely be in tatters. If Lin Fan agreed, that's even better. Lin Fan went up to necessarily write not as good as him, then Su Ruiwen as long as a comparison. The shadow of Lin Fan in her heart is bound to fade, and his figure is bound to be elevated in Su Ruiwen's heart. He was now very proud in his heart. Watch the show and eat the melon. He believes it's not far from his success. Lin Fan could only stand up when he heard Morong Shui's words. Morong Shui had given him such a big hat. If he didn't go up, it would be too much to say. Lin Fan was going to go up and simply write 2 words to cope with it. He was already in the limelight enough now. There was no need to be in the limelight. Would the person who dominates the one campus head list every day care about the first place in a small calligraphy competition? Aha! Lin Fan naturally wouldn't admit that it was for no good reason. Lin Fan lifted his leg and was just about to leave when he suddenly froze. At this time, the system voice rang out. Release the mission. Being a future tycoon, there is no need to hold back. When it's time to show your strength, never back down and shock the crowd by performing stunning calligraphy. Accepting the mission and rewarding Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company with 100% equity. Mission denied. No reward. System, are you the worm in my stomach? It's a rhythm to keep me out of the limelight, but I like it. In the future, I hope to have more and more missions like this. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. The rewards are just too tempting this time. Willow City Golden Man's Media Company is a top 10 Netflix incubator in Willow City. It's now valued at about $1 billion. 10 little goals. The system, this is too good. As long as Lin Fan completed this task, his worth would directly enter the ranks of the 2 billionaires. Although it cannot enter the list of rich people in Luchang, but it is also considered a small success. 20 small goals accomplished. Are 100 small goals far behind? More importantly, this Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company has great potential. Netroots incubation. If the company incubated a few big netroots in the future, then live with goods, that is not earn a lot of money. I don't see how often the internet says that some big internet celebrity is bringing in billions and billions of dollars a year. If he can incubate a few of these big netizens, he will soon be in the tens of billions of billionaires, and the hundreds of billions of billionaires can be expected in the future. Just thinking about it makes you so excited and thrilled. Accept the mission. Lin Fan said with excitement in his heart. Just a simple outing on his own to get a company with such great potential. Cootie. It's only then that you'd turn it down. Lin Fan continued to walk towards the podium. This time there was a mission. He just couldn't just deal with it. What to write? That's something to think about. There it is. Lin Fan just walked to the podium, suddenly brightened up and thought of what to write. He picked up a quill and spread the rice paper flat. The line is flowing. The pen is flowing. The mountain of books is a path of diligence, and the sea of learning is a boat of suffering. A pair of lines was quickly written. Su Ruiwen didn't know when she came to the podium, and when she saw the words Lin Fan had written, she was directly dumbfounded. Her little mouth was wide open and her eyes were round with excitement. The writing is so nice too. It feels like it's alive. How is that possible? That's amazing too. Class President Lin is really excellent. I was not wrong. She couldn't wait to hang up the characters. She wanted everyone to see Lin Fan's characters. It was better to be happy alone than to be happy together. She hangs a piece of Lin Fan's writing in Meng Xiqing's, and compares them. Why is Monseigneur's handwriting so ugly? There really is no comparison. This compares to what kind of Monseigneur wrote. She looked at Meng Xiqing's words with a look of disgust. If it wasn't for the fact that she needed 2 entries for the competition, she would have been tempted to throw Meng Xiqing's words into the trash. The only thing she felt was a trash can was the best place for Monseigneur's character. Chapter 55. I'm just a little bit better than you guys. Su Ruiwen hung up Lin Fan's characters and staggered her body. And suddenly Lin Fan's characters entered the eyes of the crowd. When the crowd saw Lin Fan's words, the crowd that had just been discussing Meng Xiqing's words were instantly dumbfounded. One by one, their mouths were wide open and their eyes were rolling round and round with shock. Is this the writing of Captain Lin? This is too pretty. Asterisk. What kind of divine character is this? Class President Lin. It's obviously a character. How come it makes me see the feeling of a painting? I can't believe I saw a man climbing a high mountain day and night. Could it be that I didn't sleep well last night and hallucinated? Holy, I thought I was the only one who saw the painting. It's amazing. I actually saw a man in a small boat, traveling across an endless sea nonstop every day. How did class leader Lin do this? Writing surprisingly makes you feel like you're watching an animation. I finally understand. This is the meaning of calligraphy. I heard my grandfather say that a master calligrapher can write out the meaning of the words to give people the feeling of being there. I'll go. Wouldn't Class President Lin's calligraphy attainments have reached the level of a master? This is too terrifying. But I've heard that some old-timers who have been writing calligraphy for their entire lives have a hard time becoming masters of calligraphy. How old is class leader Lin? And he's already a master of calligraphy. That's really something. At the same age, compared to class president Lin, I feel like a waste. Alas, why is class president Lin so outstanding? Who wrote the words next to class president Lin? It's so ugly. Hurry up and take it away. Don't affect my appreciation of class president Lin's words. Now it looks like Meng Xiqing's writing is really ugly. It's just like garbage compared to class president Lin's. Meng Xiqing looked at Lin Fan's words and was directly confused. His just smug smile instantly froze, and his shocked mouth slowly opened wide as if he could put in an egg. How is that possible? Why is that? Doesn't Lin Fan know no calligraphy? Why? His painstakingly practiced calligraphy felt the same as garbage to himself when compared to Lin Fan's. He was seriously frustrated inside. He felt a pang in his heart. He wanted to rant about why he was put in a class with Lin Fan. He sat helplessly in his chair, feeling the sky darken outside. Hard, very hard. Lin Fan finished writing and was about to leave. At this time, the counselor Morong Shui called out to him. Student Lin Fan, please wait. Morong Shui's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan. How could she not expect Lin Fan's calligraphy to be so good? She was influenced by her grandfather and has a knack for calligraphy. But compared to Lin Fan's calligraphy, it's like a child's writing. What shocked her even more was that Lin Fan was able to write the meaning inside the words. He knew that his grandfather had been writing all his life and practicing for decades, but he was only able to get started. But Lin Fan's calligraphy seemed to be even higher than that of her grandfather. She wanted Lin Fan to write a piece of calligraphy that she would take to her grandfather. Lin Fan stopped and looked curiously at Morong Shui. Both pieces have been written, so there shouldn't be anything left to do. It's like this. Lin Fan, can you write another character? My grandfather is especially fond of calligraphy, and I'd like to show your calligraphy to my grandfather. Morong Shui bit her lips lightly and said slowly. She said this with some embarrassment. After all, asking Lin Fan to write another character wasn't because of the school, but for her personal reasons. When Lin Fan heard Morong Shui's words, he instantly understood that he was going to let him write a piece of writing to give to the old man. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't refuse. It was just a piece of writing. It wouldn't take him more than a few minutes. Lin Fan picked up the brush again and after thinking about it, he began to write. The dragon still travels in the rain at sunset, and the old tree blossoms even more in the depth of spring. Lin Fan stopped writing. It was as if a twilight dragon was prancing through the sky and traveling in the rain. It was as if a small flower was slowly blooming next to an ancient tree in the sky. Morong Shui looked at Lin Fan's words and covered her surprised little mouth with her hand to prevent herself from making a sound. This one is even more atmospheric than just now. Lin Fan put the brush away, glanced at the words written, and nodded with satisfaction. Teacher, is this piece of writing okay? Lin Fan still needs to ask Morong Shui's opinion. After all, if he gives it away, he can't just think it's good. Too good. Morong Shui stuttered a little in excitement. Thank you, Mr. Lin Fan. My grandfather must have really liked this one too when he saw it. It's fine. Lin Fan nodded, as long as Morong Shui was satisfied. Nothing else? I'm going down. Muriel hooned. Lin Fan returned to his seat. Old 4, how did you practice this character? It's too impressive. Boss Zhang Ziqiang asked with a shocked expression. The word, practiced and practiced. Lin Fan thought about it perfunctorily. He couldn't tell the three that this was given by the system. Senior, you're a genius. The second Li Muyang was speechless, and could only attribute it to the fact that Lin Fan was a genius, different from ordinary people like them. Lao Si, I just want to know what else you won't do, right? You're so good, we feel so much pressure with you. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, looked at Lin Fan and shook his head inside. I'm just a little bit better than you guys. All 3 were silent. Is it a little bit? Or is it billion ... Morong Shui announced that everyone could leave, and the 4 of them walked towards the playground. There was no point in going back to the dormitory when military training was about to start in the afternoon. Time passed quickly and the afternoon of military training was over. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory to change his clothes, ready to go to the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City to see. Lin Fan parked his car in the parking lot. Look at the 3-story building in front of you. I never thought that one day this place would be his. This is exactly where the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City is located. As a top 10 netizen incubator company in Willow City, the popularity can be imagined. There was a long line outside the door of the Anchor application today. There are so many men and women with dreams of becoming internet celebrities and fantasizing about being popular one day. Lin Fan looked at the long line outside. He didn't expect that it was so late and there were still so many people applying for jobs. When he had just arrived, he had called the company's general manager, Shen Jianyun, and told him to be at the company in half an hour. He didn't realize that there was no traffic all the way. It was very smooth and took less than 15 minutes to get there. He wasn't going to go find Shen Jianyun right now. He was going to observe outside first. He walked toward the line. Hello, this beautiful woman. A fashionably dressed young man walked up to Yang Mengran who was standing in line. Hello. Yang Mengran looked at the visitor and gave a polite and salty greeting. Yang Mengran graduated from the Lucheng Conservatory of Music, but after a year of graduation she has not found a suitable job. She thought for days about trying to go the Netflix route in hopes of realizing her musical dreams. Chapter 56, does your uncle often do these things too? What kind of anchor are you applying for? Beautiful? The young man's name was Xie Chenkai, the nephew of the operations director of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City. With this connection, they often come looking for pretty young girls who fantasize about being popular. Yang Mengran glanced at Xie Chenkai, and although she very much didn't want to take care of the Xie Chenkai in her heart, she still politely replied, singing anchor. Xie Chengsai's eyes lit up when he heard Yang Mengran's words. That's a talent anchor. The more he looked at Yang Mengran, the more he liked him. He had exchanged with many anchors, but this was the first time he had encountered such a beautiful and talented anchor. Knowing that in this era of beauty, plain-faced beauties were really too difficult to see, then you can definitely apply for the job, Xie Chenkai said with a smile. With Yang Mengran's appearance when an anchor is more than enough, can have the confidence to do talent anchor how should also have 2 brushes. Getting into the company that was no problem at all. Thanks, Yang Mengran said calmly. She is still confident about the success of the application. How to say is also a graduate of the Lucheng Conservatory of Music. For the professional she is still very confident. At this time, Xie Chenkai looked at Yang Mengran and suddenly shook his head inside. Pity. Yang Mengran looked at Xie Chenkai curiously, not understanding what Xie Chenkai meant by this. When Xie Chenkai saw Yang Mengran looking at him curiously, he was secretly pleased in his heart. Beauty, with your qualifications, I'm sure it would make an excellent talent anchor. But, he paused as he said this. But what? Yang Mengran looked at Xie Chenkai and asked curiously. She also wanted to hear what it took to become a talent anchor, besides her own strength. After all, it was her first time being an anchor, and she didn't know the industry particularly well. So there was always nothing wrong with listening to other people's opinions. Xie Chenkai saw that he had managed to arouse Yang Mengran's curiosity, and he said after a moment of contemplation, Beauty, although your own conditions are very good, but without someone to recommend and discover, wanting to become a big anchor purely by your own talent can only be said to be too difficult to say impossible. Yang Mengran was silent when she heard Xie Qingsai's words. Such a situation she knew of course, which was why she had come to apply for an anchor job instead of just becoming an anchor herself. It was too difficult for a person to become famous and get out of the circle. She just wanted to use the company's resources to get herself out of the circle quickly. After all, a professional Netflix incubation company not only has a professional team, but also has a lot of financial support, so that she can take a lot less detours. However, it seems that today, the Netflix incubation company is not something that you can be recognized by the company just because you have talent. When Xie Chengkai saw that Yang Mengran was silent, he was very pleased in his heart and felt that Yang Mengran had taken the bait. For some people who want to be famous, he understands the urgency of those who desire to be famous. If he gives a little hope, these people will find a way to catch on. Beauty, don't be depressed, you've just met me. When you're done applying for the job, let's find a hotel and talk over dinner. Xie Chengkai looked at Yang Mengran and said with a smile. His face was brimming with confidence, and he believed that Yang Mengran would agree to have dinner with him as long as she wasn't stupid. At that time, as long as he told Yang Mengran about his strength, Yang Mengran would still not obediently throw herself into his arms. The more he thought about it, the more complacent he became. This was strength. As long as there was strength, any beautiful woman could not escape him. He has used this method to spend dinners with a number of anchors. The more he thought about it, the more the smile on his face flourished. This was the first time he had encountered such an extremely beautiful woman. If it wasn't for the large number of people here, his saliva would have flowed all over the place. No, thanks, Yang Mengran said faintly. She had encountered subterfuge when she had just gotten out of school and tried to go straight into an entertainment company. She touched the wall a few times, which is ready to start from the anchor. I did not expect to meet the subterfuge before applying for the job. As much as she longed for success and fame, she would never use such methods to make herself famous. She had thought about it. If the Netflix incubation company was also this dark, she was going to go back and buy her own live broadcasting equipment and become an anchor herself. Though she may never again be associated with her musical dreams, she has no regrets. Beauty, I advise you to think about it. After all, without a background, wanting the company to give you tons of resources, that's unrealistic. Xie Chengkai looked at Yang Mengran and continued. How could he willingly give up such an extremely beautiful woman? Yang Mengran wanted to refuse again. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Could you give him tons of resources? That's for sure, Xie Chengkai said triumphantly. Then how do you guarantee you're not lying to her? Lin Fan came over from the side. He was very angry in his heart. He did not think that such a thing as subterfuge would happen in his own company. And the key was so blatant. What he hated most was subterfuge, and he would never allow such behavior to exist in his company. His words had just fallen, when at once the system voice rang out. Release the mission. Being a great tycoon, how can you allow black sheep to exist in your company and clean up the black sheep? Accept the quest and reward the consummate level drawing skill. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan was happy to hear the system voice. The system is so sweet. It's rushing to deliver rewards. This time it turned out to be a skill. Drawing skills. Happy. Very happy. That's more pleasing than just giving him a few $100 million. Don't assume that skills are inferior to money. The money will run out someday, but the skills will stay with him for life. Even if the system left him one day, he wouldn't panic if he had the skills with him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xie Chengkai, not realizing that this Xie Chengkai was still a money-giving boy. Not bad, real good. He decided to thank the Xie Chengkai properly. I am the best guarantee, Xie Chengkai said confidently. At this time, a sudden cry of alarm came from the crowd. I remember. This person is Xie Chengkai. What happened to Xie Chengkai? Xie Chengkai is the real nephew of Xie Tongyin, the head of operations of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City. I'll go. It's actually Xie Tongyin's nephew. No wonder he dares to say such big words. It's no wonder that the head of operations is in control of the anchor's resource allocation. If this girl doesn't agree to Xie Chengkai, I guess it will be difficult to obtain resources in the company in the future. Xie Chengkai heard the murmurs around him and became even more complacent. He wasn't afraid of people knowing his identity. It's not like he's forcing these anchors. They're all volunteering. He looked at Yang Mengran, wanting to see Yang Meng then repentant expression. But to his disappointment, there was no change at all on Yang Mengran's face. Oh, so you're the operations supervisor's nephew. Does your uncle do this stuff all the time? Lin Fan looked at Xie Chengkai and faintly asked. Chapter 57, let's have someone check it out. Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company. 3rd floor, conference room. At this moment, there was a group of people sitting inside, and these people could be said to be the top management of the entire company. Originally, everyone was ready to go home from work, but the general manager Shin Jianyun called for a meeting. At this time, everyone looked at Shin Jianyun curiously, not understanding what Shin Jianyun was in such a hurry to meet because of. Shin Jianyun saw everyone looking at him, Cough cough. He coughed lightly and spoke. Everyone must be curious as to why I called everyone here in such a hurry? The crowd below nodded. I just got a call from my new boss. Shin Jianyun looked at the crowd and said, deliberately pausing for a moment. When the crowd heard that Shin Jianyun had received a call from his new boss, they were all nonplussed. Knowing that their Willow City Golden Mansion media company could be said to be a company on the upswing, the fact that such a promising company was suddenly sold by its original owner left all sorts of speculations in their minds. However, this new boss was slow to show up, making them all wonder what kind of person this new boss was and what the purpose of purchasing the company was, and the hearts of the people were very unstable. Now that they learned that the new boss had actually contacted Shin Jianyun, how could they lie and sit still? Mr. Shin, what exactly are the new boss's instructions? Hurry up and say it, don't sell out at this time. Yes, Mr. Shin, don't play dumb with us. Mr. Shin, what kind of person is the new boss? Reveal it to us. Everyone can't wait to see what the new boss thinks. Okay, everyone be quiet. I don't know what the new boss is like. I haven't met the new owner like everyone else. But, the new boss is coming to the office later. Everyone will know what kind of person the new boss is. Shin Jianyun looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice. When the crowd heard Shin Jianyun's words, they all quieted down. Mysterious new boss coming to the office? This is the first time you meet your new boss and you must make a good impression. How old would you say the new boss is? 30 or 40 anyhow. After all, our company is valued at about $1 billion, and the person who can come up with that much money at once is definitely not young. Also, I just don't know if the new owner is happy with the way we're operating now, and if he's going to readjust the operating plan. That's not for us to say, it's up to the new owner. The crowd made their thoughts known. Shin Jianyun looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes before the new boss would come. Well, the new boss arrives at the office in 10 minutes, so let's go down and greet the new boss now. Everyone must make a good impression on the new boss. Shin Jianyun said seriously. Understood, Mr. Shin. I know, Mr. Shin. Mr. Shin. Don't worry. Shin Jianyun was the first to get up and walk towards the outside, with the others following closely behind. Each one of them was on standby, all of them thinking of making a good impression on their new boss. Oh, so you're the operations supervisor's nephew. Does your uncle do this stuff all the time? Lin Fan looked at Xie Chengkai and faintly asked. Lin Fan does not believe that this matter does not have Xie Tongyin nodding his head. Xie Chengkai dares to do this. After all, when the time comes, the resources cannot be implemented. Those anchors will certainly not just let it go. When Xie Chengkai heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately said angrily, Kid, be careful what you say. Be careful of suing you for slander. He looked viciously at Lin Fan. He was not a brainless rich second generation pit father and Uncle Goods. He knew what words could be said and what words could not be said. There isn't. Let's have someone check and find out. Lin Fan looked at Xie Chengkai and said calmly, Ha ha ha, kid, you've come to the wrong place to pretend. Xie Chengkai laughed out in disdain. No one dares to check his uncle at all in the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang, but his uncle is on good terms with one of the founders of the company. Even Shin Jianyun, the company's general manager, turned a blind eye to his uncle. This kid is trying to check up on his uncle. It's a big joke. He was full of disdain. At this time, Shin Jianyun was leading the crowd to the downstairs, and when he heard the noise in the distance, he immediately looked over. Supervisor Xie, that man is your nephew, isn't he? So hurry up and take care of it. Shin Jianyun glanced at Xie Tongyin and said with a displeased face. When Xie Tongyin heard Shin Jianyun's words, his face was also ironic. The heart scolded Xie Chengkai fiercely. He hurriedly jogged over towards Xie Chengkai. What for? Yelling. Xie Tongyin looked at Xie Chengkai and asked angrily. Xie Chengkai saw his uncle Xie Tongyin coming and hurriedly walked up. Uncle, this kid is so bold as to try to check you out. Xie Chengkai said with a smile. He didn't take Lin Fan's words seriously at all, his face full of disdain. Kid, you're not welcome at Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company, so please hurry up and leave. Xie Tongyin looked at Lin Fan and said grimly. He was angry in his heart, but he knew that now was not the time to get angry. The new boss was coming and he had to give a good impression to the new boss. Kid, do you hear me? Get the hell out of there. Xie Chengkai looked at Lin Fan and smiled smugly. The crowd looked at Lin Fan and all of them shook their heads and sighed. This brat is also too unaware of the sky to want to check Xie Tongyin. What kind of person is Xie Tongyin? That's the head of operations of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang. It'll be hard for him to find a job in live broadcasting now. Alas, this brat wanted to heroically save a beauty, but he didn't expect to put his own future on the line. It's really pathetic. So don't just pretend to be a bully. If you have the ability, that's called powerful. If you don't have the ability, that's what you are. Yang Mengran looked at Lin Fan and also apologized. She felt that Lin Fan had gotten into this situation because of her, but she couldn't do anything about it now. She bit her lip lightly and decided to leave with Lin Fan in a while. After all, if she rejected Xie Changkai, it would be difficult for her to ask for resources in Xie Tongnin's hands in the future. Lin Fan looked at Xie Tongnin and said with interest, "What if I don't leave?" Xie Tongnin was furious when he heard Lin Fan's words. How could anyone dare to talk to him like that? The key was still a brat. Security! Security! Hurry up and get this kid out of here! Xie Tongnin shouted at the security guard not far away. Xin Jianyun saw that Xie Tongnin went and didn't make the crowd evacuate, but instead made it more lively. At once he grimaced and walked over. He wanted to see what kind of people were causing trouble here. At this time, 2 security guards walked right up to Lin Fan and were about to go up to him to drive him away. "Stop!" Xin Jianyun hurriedly shouted. Everyone looked at Xin Jianyun. Xin Jianyun is the general manager of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang. There was no one here who didn't recognize him. "Mr. Xin, this kid is causing trouble in the company, and I'm about to have the security guards kick him out," Xie Tongnin hurriedly explained. Now times are different. His backer has sold all of his shares. He no longer has a backer, and he doesn't dare to treat Xin Jianyun as he did before. Xin Jianyun didn't pay any attention to Xie Tongnin at all. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and walked over to Lin Fan, his body bowing slightly as he said respectfully, "Boss, you're here." When the crowd heard Xin Jianyun's words, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 58, You'll be in charge from now on. Boss, you're here. When the crowd heard Xin Jianyun's words, they were all dumbfounded. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with incredulity. It was really because Lin Fan was too young. Anyone who thought about it couldn't understand that the owner of the Netflix incubation company, which was one of the top 10 in Luchang, was actually a young man in his 20s. "I'll go. This is the boss of Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company. This is too young. I was still playing games in my dorm when I was his age, I think, and this is awesome. To own a billion-dollar company at such a young age. Awesome. Just awesome." The company's top executives were also filled with incredulity when they saw that Lin Fan was the new boss. They had imagined a million possibilities. They just hadn't realized that the new boss was so young. One by one, you look at me and I look at you. This new boss is too young. This college hasn't even graduated yet. By the looks of it, he should be about 20, and he should still be in college. This new boss feels like he's the same age as my son. My son still only knows how to play games now. It's really impossible to compare people. The new boss can't be a rich son from somewhere to experience life. If that's the case, this is going to be a disaster for the company. Ugh. Looks like it's time to get ready to headhunt and re-look for a job. Xie Tongnin was directly confused when he heard Xin Jianyun's words. His legs began to tremble. How could he not have imagined that the first time he met his new boss, he would want to kick him out of the company? It's over. The new boss must have been particularly unimpressed with him. It just seemed like the new boss said he was going to check him out. Done. It's all over. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and his body shook even more. He hated Xie Changkai to death in his heart. True, a picture of Uncle Goods. Xie Changkai looked at Lin Fan and was directly dumbfounded. The kid he had been looking down on was actually the owner of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City. How is that possible? But Xin Jianyun's appearance, and his own uncle's appearance, all indicated that it was all true. He couldn't wait to give himself 2 big smacks right now. Isn't it good to eat with Vivian? He had to come to the company. Now not only he is in trouble, will also involve his uncle Xie Tongnin. He'd love to escape now, but his legs didn't work at all. Lin Fan looked at Xin Jianyun and said indifferently, "Xie Tongnin and his nephew, have the legal services give me a good check." Xin Jianyun hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. "Show me the company." Lin Fan finished speaking and walked towards the hall. Xin Jianyun hurriedly asked the security guards to keep an eye on Xie Tongnin as he made a call to the legal department and quickly chased after Lin Fan. Xie Tongnin heard Lin Fan's words. With a flutter, he sat straight down on the floor. "It's over. It's over. It's all over." His eyes were lightless as he muttered. The things he does don't stand up to scrutiny at all. He knew he was going to spend the rest of his life in a cell. Lin Fan turned around in the company. The supporting facilities were quite complete and very professional. He came into the conference room. Sitting in his chair, he looked at the standing crowd. "I don't care how it was in the past. In the future company, I don't want to see the subterfuge thing happen again," Lin Fan said in a deep voice. "The subterfuge will cause some really talented people to leave the company. So how else is his company going to incubate big internet stars? Keep in mind that these big netizens can be people who can create huge wealth for him." "Got it, boss," the crowd rushed to say in unison. Lin Fan looked at Xin Jianyun and said directly, "I won't ask about the company's affairs. You'll still be in charge in the future. After all, a professional is in the hands of a professional." Xin Jianyun was able to run the company in a well-organized manner, so it was evident that his leadership skills were still good. He didn't know anything about these specialized things, and meddling in the company's affairs would only lead it to a quick demise. Being a leader is about getting the right people to do the right things. He didn't want to do everything himself and wear himself out. He just needed to keep the big picture in check. When everyone heard Lin Fan's words, they were all at ease. As long as Lin Fan didn't meddle in the company's affairs, then the company would still be the same as it was, and develop in a good direction. Shin Jianyun wanted to have dinner with Lin Fan, but Lin Fan refused. He wasn't used to being blown off by a group of people for dinner. Lin Fan left the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City and drove towards Tianjikai. Lin Fan finished his dinner at the Skydweller and returned to the Haitian No. 1 villa. Lin Fan came to the living room after washing up and walked towards the storehouse next to him. He remembered that there was an unopened set of clerical treasures inside the treasury. Sure enough, when he came to the storehouse he spotted the set, not cheaply valued. At a glance, this set of 4 treasures was previously put in the study. He was in the way, directly thrown into the warehouse to eat dust. He shook his head and laughed as he looked at the clerical box in his hand. He hadn't expected to use the scribe one day. He used to know nothing about brush lettering, much less painting, but now it was different. Not only was he proficient in calligraphy and became a master calligrapher, but now he had gained the skill of painting and became a master painter. The fact that he was now pulling out his stationery was that he just wanted to try out his drawing skills. He spread the rice paper flat on the coffee table. It's a good thing the coffee table is big enough to put down a whole sheet of rice paper. Lin Fan picked up a brush and began to draw on the rice paper. 10 minutes later, a lifelike tiger, the king of all beasts, jumped onto the paper. Lin Fan was looking at the tiger in front of him with a face full of incredulity. It was so much like it that he could not believe that he had drawn it. Lin Fan was very satisfied. True to form, the system is awesome. If he didn't have the system, it would be a fool's errand for him to become a master painter in a short period of time. Lin Fan casually threw the painting onto the sofa next to him, gathered up his clerical treasures and took out his teacup and made himself a cup of second-generation Dahongpo. Putting the teacup to his lips, he blew gently. Take a sip. Fragrant, really good. It's really a second-generation Big Red Robe. Lin Fan smacked his lips and sighed. Lin Fan finished his tea and got up, ready to go upstairs. At that moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Lin Fan glanced. Outside the villa, his eyes filled with doubt. He lived here and didn't seem to have any friends nearby. Who's coming over so late at night? He didn't think much of it, though, and got up and headed outside. Lin Fan came to the door and opened it. At once, he saw 2 people standing outside. One was Tang Yuzhou, whom he had seen in the morning, and the other person was an old man in black. He didn't recognize or hadn't seen it before, but since he was a friend of Tang Yuzhou's, he must not be an ordinary person either, as he could tell from the aura on the old man's body. Elder Tang, please come in. Lin Fan hurriedly invited Tang Yuzhou and the black-clothed old man into the room. Chapter 59, I drew this in my spare time. Lin Fan led the 2 to the living room and invited them to sit on the sofa, took 2 teacups and poured 2 cups of second-generation Dahongpo for the 2 men. Lin Fan put the teacups in front of the 2 men. Tang Yuzhou and the old man in black picked up the teacup and gently sniffed it. Second-generation Big Red Robe? The black-clothed old man uttered in shock. This is the second generation of Dahongpo, just casually used to greet guests. That's too extravagant. You know that Tang Yuzhou didn't even bother to give him a drink after he got the second-generation Big Red Robe. You should know that he and Tang Yuzhou have been old friends for many years. It wasn't because Tang Yuzhou was stingy. It was just that this second-generation Big Red Robe was too hard to get. Tang Yuzhou couldn't even afford to drink it himself. So how could he afford to take it out to entertain his guests? But Lin Fan took it out to entertain his guests as if he were using ordinary tea leaves. How could he not be shocked? Lin Fan looked at the black-clothed old man and said with a smile, "Good insight, old sir." Lin Fan turned his head to look at Tang Yuzhou. Elder Tang, is there something you want to do by coming over so late? After all, now that he had suddenly arrived at night, Lin Fan didn't believe that Tang Yuzhou had just come to visit. He was curious as to why exactly Tang Yuzhou had come to him. Sailor, there is indeed something to find you when you come over so late, Tang Yuzhou said with some embarrassment. This is my old friend Jiang Zhengyang. Then he raised his hand and pointed at the black-clothed old man next to him and introduced himself. Hello, Elder Jiang. Hello Mr. Lin. Jiang Zhengyang greeted Lin Fan politely. He knew Lin Fan's name from Tang Yuzhou. After Tang Yuzhou's introduction, he continued. This old friend of mine learned from me that the second-generation Dahong robe was obtained from you, Little Fan, and insisted that I bring him here to visit you, Little Fan. He was a little embarrassed at the end of his sentence. If he hadn't flaunted the second generation of the Great Red Robe in front of Jiang Zhengyan, he wouldn't have come to disturb Lin Fan so late at night. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, Jiang Zhengyang hurriedly said. After all, coming over to Lin Fan so late in the night did disturb Lin Fan's rest, and he was a little embarrassed. But the temptation of the second generation of the Great Red Robe was just too great for him to wait a minute. I wonder, can Mr. Lin, sell me some second generation big red robe? I know that's a bit much to ask, and I don't want more than 10 grams. Zhang Zhengyang looked at Lin Fan and said. At the end of his words he unconsciously glanced at the tin can of the second generation great red robe that was open next to him. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head when he saw Zhang Zhengyan's movements. He hadn't expected these old people to be so fond of the second generation big red robe. He himself didn't have any requirements for drinking tea. He just thought it was better than plain water. The second generation of Dahongpo was dispensable to him, not to mention that he still had 18 cans, so there was no harm in giving one to Zhang Zhengyan. He could tell from Zhang Zhengyan's aura that Zhang Zhengyan was by no means an ordinary person, and making a good relationship with such a person would only be profitable for him. Zhang Zhengyang saw Lin Fan shaking his head and thought that Lin Fan had rejected his request. Also, anyone would not take out the second generation Dahong robe, which was hard to get, and just sell it. Mr. Lin, it's the old man who was being abrupt. I've disturbed Mr. Lin's rest. We'll leave now. Zhang Zhengyang stood up and apologized to Lin Fan. He didn't blame Lin Fan. He had thought that Lin Fan might refuse before he came, but he was still very sad in his heart when he was really rejected by Lin Fan. Elder Jiang misunderstood me, Lin Fan explained and then said. Just a moment. Lin Fan finished walking towards the upper floor. He also knew that the unintentional shake of his head just now might have caused Zhang Zhenyan to misunderstand. He did not want to explain too much. He liked to speak with facts, and he was ready to go upstairs and directly get Zhang Zhenyan a can of second generation big red robe. Zhang Zhenyan was a little confused when he saw Lin Fan suddenly go upstairs. It's, congratulations to Tang Yuzhou, who was next to him, said with a smile. Old Don, what joy do I have? Zhang Zhenyan looked at Tang Yuzhou and asked suspiciously. Shu Fan went upstairs to get you some leaves. Isn't that a happy occasion? Tang Yuzhou asked with a smile. This is true? Zhang Zhenyan asked excitedly. Of course it's true, although I have not been in contact with Xiaofan for a long time. I can't be wrong about what kind of person Xiaofan is. Tang Yuzhou looked upstairs and smiled. This is great. Zhang Zhenyan happily slapped the sofa next to him. What's this? A piece of paper? He was going to pack up the paper next to the one Lin Fan had just drawn the tiger on. Turn over the paper. When he saw the tiger on the paper, he froze instantly. The tiger on the paper lunged at him as if it had come to life, frightening him so much that he took an involuntary step back. It is? Old Don, come and take a look. Zhang Zhenyan shouted out in excitement. Tang Yuzhou came over. He felt the tiger's mighty breath coming from the paper, and it was as if a real tiger was watching him before his eyes, ready to pounce on him. His body stiffened. He was too frightened to move. Old Don, Old Don. Zhang Zhenyan hurriedly called out when he saw Tang Yuzhou standing still. Tang Yuzhou came back to his senses and unconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was actually scared out of his wits. Chang, what's going on? Tang Yuzhou looked at Zhang Zhenyan and asked in shock. You're intimidated, too, Zhang Zhengyang said with an exclamation. Tang Yuzhou nodded. This is the work of a master painter, who has incorporated a mood within this one painting, giving the tiger in the painting an air of grandeur, as if it were real. Zhang Zhengyang looked at the tiger in the painting and said slowly. This is too amazing. I've always heard you talk about intent. I didn't expect intent to be so amazing. It's not right. Your calligraphy also has a meaning, but it gives me a feeling. Yet. Tang Yuzhou thought back to the words Zhang Zhenyan had shown him. At that time, Zhang Zhengyang told him that he incorporated the meaning of that character. My intent is only just getting started, while the intent of the painting master who drew this tiger is estimated to have reached its peak, and there's no way for that intent of mine to compare to this master's. Zhang Zhengyang said mockingly. He had always thought that his words could be written in a meaningful way and was complacent, but now it seemed that his meaning was still 100,000 miles short of the true master's meaning. Tang Yuzhou nodded. Although he didn't understand what intent was, but the tiger in front of him seemed to be alive. That didn't mean that the intent was quite bullish. Zhang Zhengyang carefully rolled up the painting, fearing that if he exerted too much force and damaged the painting, then he would become a sinner. At this time, Lin Fan came down from upstairs, holding a can of second-generation big red robe in his hand. Tang Yuzhou and Zhang Zhengyang saw Lin Fan come down and hurriedly walked forward. Mr. Lin, may I ask which painting master painted this one? Zhang Zhengyang couldn't wait to ask. Even the second-generation great red robe in Lin Fan's hand was temporarily forgotten by him. You mean this picture of a tiger? Lin Fan looked at the rice paper in Zhang Zhenyan's hand and instantly understood what Zhang Zhenyan was talking about. Zhang Zhenyan nodded his head hastily. This one of the tiger is a random drawing I did in my spare time, Lin Fan said indifferently. This one painting was indeed a random painting that he had nothing better to do. Well, it also took him 10 minutes. Chapter 60, if you like it, just take it. This one of the tiger is a random drawing I did in my spare time. Lin Fan looked at the rice paper in Zhang Zhenyan's hand and said indifferently. Jiang Zhengyang was instantly confused when he heard Lin Fan's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This piece of masterpiece was actually painted by this young man. Lin Fan. That's incredible too. He didn't think Lin Fan would lie to him because there was no need for that. From the fact that this one painting was casually thrown on the sofa, it was clear that Lin Fan didn't care about this one painting at all. It's just incredible to see such a young master painter. He had been writing all his life, and now he was only barely able to get started in the realm of meaning. And how old is Lin Fan? Looks like he's only about 20. At the age of 20, he had already reached the peak of the realm of intent. There was absolutely not a single person who would believe this when it was said. It was only now that he truly believed in the existence of geniuses. Otherwise it simply couldn't be explained that Lin Fan had become a master painter at that age. He had another bitter laugh in his heart. He had worked hard for his entire life, but he was still not as high as someone else's achievements in just a few years. There's really no comparison between people. Ordinary people are even more incomparable to geniuses. Tang Yuzhou was also shocked when he heard Lin Fan's words. It was important to realize that his old friend Jiang Zhenyang had been writing for his entire life before he could even begin to understand the meaning. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to surpass his old friend's achievements at such a young age. He really hadn't been wrong about anyone. He felt that he had to introduce Lin Fan to his granddaughter no matter what. How can such a talented young man be given away? He made up his mind that he must arrange for his granddaughter and Lin Fan to meet and get to know each other as soon as possible. Lin Fan is such a young talent. There must be a lot of girls who like him, so he must hurry. Aha! The granddaughter's mind has to be worked on as well, and I've heard that the granddaughter is a bit high-strung. It's not okay to be high and mighty. You need to be on fire. Tang Yuzhou was calculating in his mind. Elder Jiang. This is a jar of second-generation Dahongpo. Lin Fan handed Jiang Zhenyan the second-generation big red robe in his hand. Jiang Zhenyang instantly woke up when he heard Lin Fan's voice. He excitedly took the second generation of big red robe in Lin Fan's hand. He raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said with a dry mouth, Lin Xian, Master Lin, can you sell me this painting of yours as well? He wanted to call Lin Fan Mr. Lin, then thought that Lin Fan was a proper painting master and hurriedly changed his words. Lin Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, if Elder Jiang likes it, just take it away. This one painting he casually painted, ready to throw the trash can things. Since Jiang Zhenyan give him his. No, absolutely not. I will never take this painting if I don't pay Master Lin. Jiang Zhenyang shook his head and said seriously, Sailor, if you don't take his money, he really won't want it. Tang Yuzhou said from the side. He knew his old friend. If Lin Fan didn't take the money, Jiang Zhenyan wouldn't take the painting. Okay then. Lin Fan said helplessly. He felt a little awkward in his heart to ask Jiang Zhenyan for money for a painting he had casually painted, but he could tell that Jiang Zhenyan was genuinely trying to give money. Lin Fan told Jiang Zhenyan his bank card number. Ding! The sound of a text message rang out, and Lin Fan picked up his phone and glanced at it. Surprisingly, it was a bank transfer. He counted the zeros, the whole 10 million. He raised his head, looked at Jiang Zhenyan, and spoke, Elder Jiang, this money is too much to give. Master Lin, not much. This painting of yours can be said to be worth 1,000 pieces of gold. A painting plus a box of second-generation big red robe. The old man, I've simply made a fortune. Jiang Zhengyang said with a smile. When Lin Fan heard Jiang Zhenyan say this, he didn't say anything more. Elder Jiang, you can call me Lin Fan, or like Elder Tang, call me Xiao Fan. Jiang Zhenyang didn't make any pretense when he heard Lin Fan's words and said with a smile, then I'll lean on my old age and call you Little Fan. Lin Fan nodded. Xiao Fan, thank you for today. And if you need anything in the future, just say so. I, the president of the Willow City Calligraphy Association, don't have much power, but I still have some connections. Jiang Zhenyang patted his chest and said, not only did he get the coveted second-generation big red robe today, but he also got a painting of Lin Fan. Don't underestimate this one painting. It can be priceless for him. He was now a small success in calligraphy, and it could be said that it was 1,000 times harder to improve. But now with Lin Fan's painting it was different. As long as he delved into this painting of Lin Fan's, he believed that he would be able to improve his calligraphic meaning soon, which was not something that money could buy. He was extremely grateful to Lin Fan in his heart. I didn't realize that you, Elder Jiang, are the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association? That's really something, Lin Fan said in admiration. This wasn't him complimenting Jiang Zhenyan, it was a genuine admiration. To become the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association is not simply good at writing, it is necessary to support a strong network of people. Without strong connections, there is no way to become the president, even if your calligraphy is well written. He felt that today's second-generation big red robe hadn't been in vain. Amount. Not only did I not give it away for nothing but I received $10 million. Of course the most important thing is to get acquainted with Jiang Zhenyang. the president of Lucheng Calligraphy Association. That's a lot more important than money. My little achievement is nothing compared to sale. Zhang Zhangyang shook his head and smiled. And that's true. Such a young master painter is destined for a great future. Now, as long as he put out the word, he believed that it would definitely attract countless visits from dignitaries to make friends. He, the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association, really didn't count for anything in front of Lin Fan. Okay, we should go. Sailor, go play at the old man sometime. Tang Yuzhou stood up and smiled at Lin Fan. It's getting late. We're going back. Zhang Zhangyang also hurriedly said. That's fine. I'll see the two old men out. Lin Fan escorted Tang Yuzhou and Zhang Zhanyan out of the villa gate. Lin Fan returned to the living room and picked up the 4 treasures of literature, ready to put them in the study. He wondered if he had time to paint more paintings and take them out to sell. He quickly shook his head. The fact that I was able to sell this painting today is that Zhang Zhanyan really likes it. If he were to sell it himself, he certainly wouldn't be able to sell it for such a high price. Besides, he wasn't short of money right now, so there was no need to earn money by selling paintings. But it's nice to potter around a bit. Lin Fan walked towards the upstairs study. He put down his scribe and went back to his bedroom and soaked in the bath. Comfortable. It's not a real hot spring, but it's quite comfortable. Lin Fan used the spa effect of the bathtub today and it was not bad. It had only been a half hour or so since I had soaked, and I was instantly refreshed. Lin Fan went back to bed and swiped his phone for a while. Looked like it was about time to go to bed. It's good to go to bed early and get up early. Lin Fan didn't want to boil his body down and rely on medicine to maintain his body when the time came. Chapter 61, I'm good for nothing. The next morning, Lin Fan opened his eyes on time. He sat up, opened his arms and stretched, got up and headed for the washroom. Wash up and sit on the bed. Tap on the system virtual panel. Seeing the $1 second items, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. $1 for a top-of-the-line Ferrari Rafa. 1 Vacheron Constantin Malta P30630/S22G9899 watch for $1. The first spike item turned out to be a supercar. Not bad. Real good. This Ferrari Rafa is priced at over $22 million. So how can it all be done for about $30 million? The point is that this Ferrari Rafa is not something that anyone can just buy. It requires qualification. You have to have a couple of Ferrari sports cars before you can apply to buy it. Vacheron Constantin Multi P30630/S22G9899. Vacheron Constantin watches are recognized as a premium luxury brand. Although Lin Fan didn't know the price of this watch, he could be sure that it wasn't cheap. Purchase, Lin Fan said with a smile. There's no hesitation with this one. It's only $2. It's cheap, so what's the reason not to buy it? Lin Fan checked the price of the watch, and as expected, it was as high as $10 million. Congratulations to the host. The Ferrari Rafa purchase was successful. The Ferrari Rafa has been placed in the garage of Villa Haitian No. 1, and the keys and related information have been placed in the villa's study. Congratulations to the host. The Vacheron Constantin Malta P30630/S22G9899 has been successfully purchased. The Vacheron Constantin Malta P30630/S22G9899 and related materials have been placed in the villa study. Lin Fan heard the system voice and said with a smile, not bad. The wealth has increased a little bit more. Now that Lin Fan's fortune had reached over $2 billion, tens of millions of dollars would only be able to increase Lin Fan's fortune a little bit. Lin Fan got up and put on his clothes, heading towards the study. Come to the study. There were 2 beautiful boxes on the desk, and 2 pieces of information. Lin Fan came to the desk and opened one of the boxes. A wristwatch. The tonneau-shaped dial, covered in diamonds, can simply be made to shine. Nice. Lin Fan picked up the watch, put it on, and it fit just right. Lin Fan opened another box, a car key. Lin Fan took the car keys and headed downstairs. Come to the garage. A quick glance showed a blue sports car in the spot that had been empty yesterday. Pretty. Lin Fan circled around the Ferrari Rafa and marveled. He gently pressed the key, and all of a sudden the sports car's headlights came on and the doors slowly opened. Lin Fan sat directly in, and immediately felt his body being wrapped around him. Nice. Comfortable. Lin Fan marveled. Starting the car, there was a loud engine rumble. With a kick of the gas, the sports car scurried away. Lin Fan left the villa and headed directly towards Lucheng University. 30 minutes later, Lin Fan parked his sports car in the parking lot and walked towards the cafeteria. I came to the cafeteria and asked for a drawer of small steamed buns and a bowl of congee. Soon Lin Fan finished the buns and porridge. The flavor is nowhere near as good as the Skydweller. Lin Fan stood up, shook his head, and muttered. He wasn't a picky eater per se, but he was so used to eating delicious food that he always felt worse after eating some ordinary food. He was wondering if he should ask the Skydweller to prepare breakfast as well, and then he would go to the Skydweller every day to have breakfast. He asked for 3 more small steamed buns to be packed. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and found that his 3 roommates were really still sleeping. Hurry up and get up for breakfast. You're going to be late for military training later. Lin Fan threw the small steamed buns onto the table and opened his mouth. Senior, you're back. Did you go on a date with Ms. Tang yesterday? Boss Zhang Zichang was the first to poke his head out. Hurry up and get up to eat, Lin Fan said without any good humor. He didn't bother to explain. Lao Si, what are we having today? The second Li Muyang sat up and rubbed his eyes and asked. Small steamed buns. Lin Fan took out his military uniform and prepared to change. Senior, that's very kind of you. Small steamed buns are my favorite. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, jumped down from the bed, patted Lin Fan's shoulder, and said with a smile. Lin Fan changed into his military training clothes and took out his cell phone to play a game. Before long all 3 roommates were ready. The 4 headed for the playground. Shortly after the 4 arrived at the playground, the instructor arrived to begin this morning's military training. Stopover. After these few days of military training everyone was darker, except for Lin Fan of course, who not only didn't get darker, but also whiter. Senior, what kind of sunscreen do you use anyway? Boss Zhang Zichang looked at Lin Fan's white face and asked suspiciously. I have no use for anything. Lin Fan shook his head and said, he really doesn't like to use makeup and never has. Old 4, you're out of line. You're protecting yourself for nothing, so you don't care if your buddies die. Look at my black face. My mom didn't even recognize me yesterday when I video chatted with her. The second one, Li Magumyo, came over. Lin Fan was too lazy to bother with the 2 men, and he couldn't do anything about it if he explained and didn't listen. At this time, old Zhang, who was not far away, suddenly cried out in alarm. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is too pretty. Old Zhang, can you not be so startled, looking at a beautiful woman as to be so excited? The old king next to him spat. Who's looking at a pretty girl? I'm talking about the car, okay? Old Zhang retorted. He went on to say excitedly, I joined a Willow University car-loving group yesterday. It's full of car lovers, and they're the ones who found Lin's squad leader's sports car first last time. I didn't realize that they just found another new sports car showing up at Willow University. Here's a picture that was just posted in the group. See if it's pretty? Old Wang's group came together. Sure enough, old Zhang's cell phone had a picture of a beautiful sports car, and the sports car was parked in the exact location of the Lu University parking lot. It does look pretty. This is a really cool car. It feels prettier than the class president's sports car. Cough cough. A coughing fit sounded behind the crowd. Old Zhang looked up at the visitor, who was no other than Meng Xiqing. Old Meng, are you sick? You're the one who's sick, Meng Xiqing said without a trace of anger. Why are you coughing blindly when you're not sick? Old Zhang said with a blank look at Meng Xiqing. What are you doing where you are? Monsignor asked curiously. We're looking at a new supercar that showed up at Willow University. Old Wang glanced at Meng Xiqing and said with a sigh. Meng Xiqing's eyes lit up when he heard Old Wang's words. Oh, look at the sports car. Do you guys know who owns this sports car? Monsignor looked at the crowd in triumph. Old Meng, you know? Old Zhang looked at the pleased Meng Xiqing and asked in surprise. Nice. This sports car belongs to my boss. A smug smile spread across Monsignor's face. He was very glad that he had recognized an awesome boss yesterday, which did not pretend to be successful. Chapter 62. What can't you afford? When old Zhang heard Meng Xiqing's words, he hurriedly asked, who is your boss? Meng Xiqing said proudly, Han Wenbin. Han Xiao is my boss. The more he talked the bigger the smile grew on his face as if he was the awesome boss. When the crowd heard Han Wenbin, they all looked at me and you. After all, everyone had just come to Liuzhou University, and they didn't know about some of the Liuzhou University stormtroopers yet. Could it be Duke Han of the 4 great dukes of Lu? Old Zhang suddenly thought of something and looked at Meng Xiqing, asking in shock. Not bad, guessed correctly. Too bad there's no reward, Monsignor said with a snap of his fingers. He was very proud in his heart. Being Han Wenbin's little brother wasn't something anyone had a chance at. He was very thankful to his cousin. If it wasn't for his cousin taking him to dinner, how would he have had the chance to meet Han Wenbin and give him back as his little brother? He glanced at Lin Fan next to him. What's so great about having a sports car? What's the use of just having money in this society? The key is to have connections. He didn't even put Lin Fan in his eyes now. Yesterday he heard that Han Wenbin was going to teach Lin Fan a lesson, and at that time, Han Wenbin's expression didn't even put Lin Fan in his eyes. It's also true that Han Wenbin, as the successor of a $10 billion enterprise, has this backbone. Han Wenbin is different from other second generation. The university has begun to contact the company's business, which is in order to enter the company after graduation to prepare. What's Lin Fan? In Meng Xiqing's opinion, Lin Fan was just the son of a thug from nowhere, with just a few bucks, not even close to those real top 2 generations. Old Zhang, is Mr. Han very powerful? Old Wang looked at the shocked old Zhang and asked curiously. Old Zhang glanced at old Wang, who was like a curious baby next to him, and sighed. In Lu University, the four most powerful people are the four dukes of Lu University. Do you think Duke Han is powerful? The crowd was also shocked when they heard old Zhang's words. How can it not be awesome when Ryu's college students are in the tens of thousands? And the four most recognized characters within such a large number of people? They hadn't expected Meng Xiqing to be Han Wenbin's little brother. They looked at Meng Xiqing with envy. They didn't look down on Meng Xiqing because he had become Han Wenbin's little brother. Instead, they were very envious of him. To be able to get involved with a man of the wind, even if it was to become a junior, it was still very impressive. After all, those of them who had finished college would have to face finding a job, and as an ordinary person without any background, if he had a backer, his career would take a lot fewer detours. When Meng Xiqing saw the eyes of the crowd, his heart became even more pleased, and the smile on his face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. Suddenly there was a gasp from behind Monsignor. Wow, who is this guy? So handsome. This is all name brand, isn't it? This must be $10,000. 10,000? 10,000 can buy a sleeve. These are big name brand clothing. At least 100,000. I'll go. This is too luxurious. $100,000 for one outfit. Monsignor turned his head to look behind him when he heard the crowd exclaim. Upon seeing the visitor, Meng Xiqing hurriedly jogged over. Young Han, you're here. Meng Xiqing whispered with a pandering expression on his face. The person who came was no other than Han Wenbin. Han Wenbin glanced at Meng Xiqing and opened his mouth to ask, which one is Lin Fan? Young Han, he's Lin Fan. Meng Xiqing pointed at Lin Fan who was lying on the ground, looking at the sky and said. Han Wenbin walked up to Lin Fan and looked at him condescendingly. You're Lin Fan? Lin Fan glanced at Han Wenbin and said indifferently. It's me. What's the matter? He didn't even look squarely at Han Wenbin as he spoke and continued to look at the sky. He could hear from Han Wenbin's tone that this was here to find trouble, and for such a person, Lin Fan wouldn't be polite to the other party. Han Wenbin's face instantly grimaced when he saw Lin Fan's appearance. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that in Lude, not even the other three who were also the four great dukes. Lin Fan, Tangruabing is not something you can afford to climb. Stay far away from Tangruabing in the future. Han Wenbin looked at Lin Fan and said in a commanding tone. In his opinion Lin Fan was just a small rich second generation. He didn't put it in his eyes at all. Oh, what if I don't? Lin Fan didn't even look at Han Wenbin and said indifferently. Lin Fan, you shouldn't think that having $2 makes you great. See, no. Han Wenbin took a brand new car key out of his pocket. He looked at Lin Fan and said smugly, Ferrari Daytona SP3, 15 million, an existence you can't afford in your lifetime. He had disdain on his face. Boss. A junior behind Han Wenbin hastily tugged on his shirt. Let's talk about it later. Han Wenbin said unhappily. Can't you see he's teaching Lin Fan a lesson? He must let Lin Fan know that only one like him is worthy of Tangruabing. For such a small rich kid, he had to use his strength to make the other party feel fear. What is strength? The most direct is money-crushing, brutal and effective. Han Wenbin shook the car keys in his hand as if he saw Lin Fan's frightened and panicked appearance. The heart was very pleased. He saw that Lin Fan was still lying on the ground, looking at the sky, treating what he said as if it was air. He exploded in anger. That's not taking him too seriously. He was about to step forward. At this time, Boss Zhang Zichun looked at Han Wenbin and opened his mouth. Your Ferrari Daytona SP3 is pretty much the same as Senior's Porsche 918 Spider. What can't the oldest four afford? Han Wenbin was instantly confused when he heard Zhang Zichun's words. Not the Lamborghini Bat? How did it become a Porsche 918 Spider? How is that possible? Is the information wrong? He turned his head to the little brother behind him with a questioning look in his eyes. Boss, you didn't read the latest information on Lin Fan that I sent you yesterday? The little brother said hurriedly. It was only then that Han Wenbin remembered that his little brother had indeed given him a copy of Lin Fan's latest information last night. However, he didn't put Lin Fan in his eyes at all, so that information was directly thrown to the back of his mind. He took out his cell phone and opened his profile, and sure enough, under Lin Fan's information, he re-added a new entry, Lin Fan's latest ride, the Porsche 918 Spider. He raised his head and glared viciously at the minion. A sentence of things, directly say not finished, but also the whole what information. Now it's done. In hell. Now that's embarrassing. He scolded this little brother severely in his heart, and he was prepared to go back and make sure to teach this little brother a good lesson. It's so embarrassing. I just said that Lin Fan couldn't afford a Ferrari Daytona SP3 for the rest of his life, but it turns out that he bought a Porsche 918 Spider a long time ago. He was slapped in this face. He felt a fiery pain in his face. If there is a crack in the ground now, he can't wait to drill into it. It's too embarrassing. Chapter 63, It's not you, is it? Seeing the change in Han Wenbin's face, Meng Xiqing hurriedly came over. With a smile on his face, he bowed his head and said in a flattering manner, Boss, Lin Fan having a sports car is no big deal. He's not even close to you, boss. Boss, you're the future heir to a $10 billion corporation, and you're already in touch with company business now. What does Lin Fan count as? Han Wenbin's eyes lit up when he heard Meng Xicheng's words. Indeed, he immediately entered the business, and by the time he inherited a $10 billion business, how can Lin Fan compare with him? Instantly confident again, he looked at Monsignor with satisfaction. Not bad, this kid's got a good head on his shoulders. Scorn once again appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lin Fan. He was confident. He didn't believe that Lin Fan would also inherit a $10 billion business. He inherited the business that's the same as inheriting a strong network of people. What's the most important thing about growing your company? Of course it's connections. With connections then comes status. By then Lin Fan will be a cloud of difference compared to him. Confident, very confident. At this time, old Zhang, who was next to him, suddenly thought of something. Shrieked out. Asterisk. Old Zhang, you're sick. What the hell are you screaming for? Old Wang, who was closest to old Zhang, said with dissatisfaction. The ghostly screams just now startled him. He looked over at old Zhang and thought that old Zhang must be sick, otherwise why does he love to be so startled? Old Zhang ignored old Wang, who had just thought of a problem. If this sports car isn't Han Wenbin's, then whose could it be? It's not Captain Lin, is it? The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible before he called out in surprise, knowing that Lin Fan had 2 sports cars that he knew of. If this sports car was also Lin Fan's, then Lin Fan would own at least 3 sports cars. The point is that this sports car is a supercar worth about $30 million. How powerful does this Lin Fan have to be to buy this sports car? He didn't dare think any further. He came next to Lin Fan, pursed his dry lips, swallowed a mouthful of water, and shivered as he asked, Lin, squad leader Lin, that Ferrari Lafa wouldn't be you, would it? Lin Fan looked up at old Zhang and said calmly, if you're talking about the blue Ferrari Lafa in the east parking lot, that's mine. Lin Fan's voice was flat, but hearing old Zhang's ears was like thunder in his ears. Although he had guessed it, he was still shaken and dazed when he heard Lin Fan admit it himself. His mouth unconsciously opened so wide that it seemed as if he could fit an egg in it. It's just so shocking. Lin Fan was their age and now owned 3 sports cars. They struggle all their lives to afford one of these, but Lin Fan owned 3 of them, and he felt that Lin Fan definitely owned more than these 3 sports cars. He was confident in his instincts. He laughed bitterly inwardly. To be in a class with Lin Fan, one really had to have a strong heart, otherwise there was no way to withstand the shock that Lin Fan brought every day. The crowd was directly dumbfounded when they heard the conversation between Lin Fan and old Zhang. One by one, their jaws dropped in shock and their eyes rolled up in surprise. This beautiful sports car turned out to be Lin Fan's. They hadn't expected the sports car to be Lin Fan's in any case. After all, Lin Fan already has 2 sports cars. The point is that both of those sports cars are still extraordinarily expensive. They laughed inwardly with a bitter smile. This casting is quite a skill. Envy. Han Wenbin stared at Lin Fan and asked uncertainly, is that blue Ferrari Lafa really yours? He also saw the blue Ferrari Lafayette on the parking lot, the sports car of his dreams. Not only him, but also the other 3 sons of Lu De wanted to own a Ferrari Lafa, but their families, they wouldn't even give them that much money to buy a sports car. The whole car deal would cost about $30 million, and that's $30 million, not $3,000. $30 million could buy a high-end villa in Luchang. Even if they had the money, they wouldn't necessarily be able to book it. That purchase qualification stopped a lot of people. Even if you are qualified to buy it, you need a strong network to make a successful booking, and it's hard in general. He's going to apply to try it after he inherits a $10 billion business. It's also just a matter of trying it out, and whether you can purchase it or not is another matter. If Lin Fan really is the owner of the blue Ferrari Lafa, this is horrible. He didn't dare to imagine how strong Lin Fan's background was anymore. Definitely not a bit more powerful than him. He thankfully didn't say anything out of line just now, and there was room for reprieve. Lin Fan glanced at Han Wenbin, didn't say anything, and directly took out the brand new car key from his pocket and raised his hand. The implication is clear, this car is his. When Han Wenbin saw the car key in Lin Fan's hand, he instantly believed Lin Fan's words that this blue Ferrari Lafayette was Lin Fan's. That's a big thick leg. How could he pass up the opportunity to make friends? He's going to need his own connections as well if he's going to inherit a $10 billion business. If he had strong connections, inheriting a $10 billion business would be smoother when the time came. As for Tang Ruobing, where is the fragrance of hugging a thick leg? Beautiful women like Tang Ruobing were few and far between, but it wasn't like there weren't any. He inherited a $10 billion business. What kind of woman can't he find when he wants to? Boss, I'm Han Wenbin. I was wrong just now, and I apologize. Han Wenbin said to do it, squatting directly in front of Lin Fan, with a smile on his face, bowing his head and pandering. Mang Sicheng, who was next to him, was directly confused. He looked at Han Wenbin in shock, his eyes wide. Such a posture, such a gesture, felt incredibly familiar to him. Isn't that what he just did to Han Wenbin? What's this for? He couldn't figure out how Han Wenbin, who had been so aggressive just a moment ago, had changed. The key Han Wenbin even called Lin Fan boss. If Lin Fan becomes Han Wenbin's boss, and Han Wenbin is his boss, then wouldn't he become Lin Fan's little brother? Bang! He sank helplessly to the floor. Lin Fan looked at Han Wenbin in front of him, his eyes filled with doubt. This kid isn't out of his mind, is he? Aha! It must be, otherwise how could it change so quickly? I'm not your boss. Lin Fan sat up and said, Hey, you're my boss. Han Wenbin hemmed and hawed at Lin Fan, who had taken the spirit of shamelessness to the extreme. He'll cry in the toilet if he misses such a big thick leg. Stalker also wants to become Lin Fan's little brother. Lin Fan stood up. He had already seen the instructor coming this way. Get the hell out of here. We've got military training. Lin Fan frowned slightly and spoke. Boss, can you give me your contact info? I'll buy you dinner someday. Han Wenbin asked, rubbing his hands together. Dinner is even. However, Lin Fan still took out his cell phone and asked Han Wenbin to scan the code to add friends. Just now Mang Sicheng's words. He also heard. This Han Wenbin can become the status of the four sons of Lu University is certainly not simple. Since Han Wenbin was dead set on becoming his little brother, there was no harm in accepting it. Maybe he could use it one day. Chapter 64, You're here to apply for the security guard job too, right? Han Wenbin was very happy to get Lin Fan's contact information. Boss, I'll go first. He looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile. Lin Fan waved his hand, allowing Han Wenbin to leave. Han Wenbin hurriedly left, not daring to disturb Lin Fan's military training. When Mang Sicheng saw the instructor coming, he stood up as well, only he looked at Lin Fan with very complicated eyes. How did you become Lin Fan's little brother in the blink of an eye? He couldn't figure it out now. He decided to stay away from Lin Fan in the future. The morning's military training ended quickly. Lin Fan drove away from the school and headed towards the Skydweller. He's used to eating at Skyjacket now, and he still likes to eat at Skyjacket for lunch and dinner. Lin Fan called the manager, Nyo Baishan, in advance and asked him to prepare in advance so that he could eat directly when he arrived at Tianjuki. Lin Fan arrives at the Tianju hut and finds Nyo Baishan already waiting for him outside the restaurant. Lin Fan walked towards Ox White Mountain. Nyo Baishan saw Lin Fan arrive and hurriedly greeted him. Boss, you're here. Nyo Baishan said respectfully to Lin Fan. You don't have to come out and wait for me later. Lin Fan glanced at Nyo Baishan and said. After saying that, he lifted his leg and headed inside. Yes, Nyo Baishan hurriedly said. Since Lin Fan had said so, he naturally had to comply. Boss, the meal is ready as you requested. Lin Fan came to the box and the table was already set with 4 dishes and 1 soup. Nice. Keep it simple. It's good to be able to eat. Lin Fan does not have particularly high requirements, and it is not Lin Fan's character to be wasteful, and what he hates the most is wastefulness. Lin Fan first went to the restroom of the box to wash his hands, sat down and started eating. Hiccup. It's still a delicious meal here. Lin Fan burped. After eating, Lin Fan left the Skydweller, driving towards the Willow City Jinding Mansion. This morning Zhu Yongquan, the general manager of the Golden Tripod Mansion in Luchang, said that there was something he wanted to report to him, and he thought about it and decided to go over at noon to take a look. Lin Fan drove to the Golden Tripod Mansion and parked. Getting out of the car and looking at the luxurious office building in front of me, a sense of pride came over me. Golden Tripod Building is located in the center of Luchang, and it is said that many enterprises with more than $1 billion are staying in it, and even some $10 billion enterprises have offices here. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and made a call to the general manager, Zhu Yongquan, ready to ask how many floors the office was on. Who knew that Zhu Yongquan would have to come down to pick him up? Lin Fan hung up the phone and began to look around. He noticed some people gathering in the direction of the security booth. He was very curious as to what these people were doing gathering here at high noon instead of going to dinner. He walked over, only to realize that there was an easel placed outside the security booth with a job advertisement on it. Turns out it's recruiting security guards. Lin Fan was ready to turn around and leave. Lin Fan? Lin Fan looked at the person walking towards him. Qin Xiaochuan? Lin Bufan said uncertainly. I go. Lin Fan is really you. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Qin Xiaochuan walked over and patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile. I didn't expect to meet you here either. Lin Fan said indifferently. This Qin Xiaochuan is his junior high school classmate. Since the junior high school graduation, he has never seen. The relationship between the two people is average. He also did not expect to meet Qin Xiaochuan outside the Golden Tripod Mansion. Qin Xiaochuan is not as tall as Lin Fan, just about 1.75 meters, a gray security uniform, a pair of black leather shoes under his feet, polished, The face was still white and still, the body slightly chubby, and it did seem to be living quite well. Lin Fan, you're here to apply for security guards too, right? I'm telling you, even though we're old classmates, I can't open the back door for you, Qin Xiaochuan said righteously, putting on a leadership pie. Spoken as if he could get Lin Fan to apply for the job in minutes just by saying something. Old school, you're right to come here as a security guard. See that black car over there? It's the one I saved up for after 3 years of working security. He pointed to a 100,000 or so black private car on the edge of the parking lot next to him and said smugly, what's the point of studying well? You don't still have to come and work as a security guard. Brother is now the head of the security team. When Lin Fan applies for the job, let Lin Fan come to work under brother. Hey, what's the point of always being first in class when you're in school, if you're not still working under your brother's hand? He looked at Lin Fan with a burst of smugness in his heart. He was a chandelier when he was in school, and he was very jealous in his heart of a top student like Lin Fan. Now there was a chance to make Lin Fan jealous. How could he not be excited? Do a good job, and by the time you save up for a few years, you'll be just like me. He had a constant smile on his face and was very pleased with himself. It's like he's just a successful person. No need. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. He's not applying for a job as a security guard. He's just here for a casual look around. Aha. Inspection only. He didn't say who he was. That would look like he was pretending and bragging. Although he knew that Qin Xiaochuan was pretending, his mindset had changed since he had the system. Pretending he didn't need. What he liked was to speak with strength. Lin Fan, are you looking down on the security work here? I'm telling you, a lot of people are squeezing their heads in to get in as a security guard. Not only does it pay well here, but the benefits are okay. Do you know how much I make a month as a security squad leader now? You'll never guess. 8,000, plus a bonus at the end of the year, and I'm considered $100,000 a year successful, Qin Xiaochuan said triumphantly. He knows that some college students, after graduation, only get $3,000 or $4,000 a month. How can he, who earns $100,000 a year, be considered a small successful person? It was hard for him to meet Lin Fan. How could he let Lin Fan leave? He must make sure that Lin Fan succeeded in his job application, so that he could let Lin Fan work under his hand. Lin Fan shook his head with a slight smile. Qin Xiaochuan wanted to say something else. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out from inside the building. The middle-aged man probed around and looked up. After seeing Lin Fan, a flash of surprise instantly appeared on his face. He walked quickly towards Lin Fan's side. Mr. Chu, Lin Fan, don't talk nonsense for a while. See that middle-aged man? That's our Mr. Zhu. Make sure you don't talk casually. Strange, what is Mr. Shu doing over here in our security department? Qin Xiaochuan touched his head and muttered with a puzzled face. What he didn't expect was that Zhu Yongkuan was walking towards him, with a smile on his key face. Could it be that Mr. Shu is here to see me? Want to praise me? He had an involuntary smile of surprise on his face. He felt that it must be because he had performed well recently. Zhu Yongkuan was going to come and praise him, and might even promote him to be the center captain. The more he thought about it, the more excited his heart became, and he felt that happiness had come too suddenly. He hurriedly greeted towards Zhu Yongkuan, ready to greet him. Who knew that Zhu Yongkuan didn't pay any attention to him at all? As if he didn't see him, he directly skipped over him. Zhu Yongkuan came in front of Lin Fan. His body bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Boss, you're here." Qin Xiaochuan was instantly confused when he heard Zhu Yongkuan's words. Chapter 65, The Old Principal's Invitation to Dinner. Zhu Yongkuan came in front of Lin Fan. His body bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Boss, you're here." Qin Xiaochuan was instantly confused when he heard Zhu Yongkuan's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with incredulity. How is that possible? How could Lin Fan be the owner of the Golden Tripod Mansion? Must be dreaming. With a snap, he slapped him hard. It hurts. It hurts. It very much all hurts. The dream should have woken up by now. He opened his eyes and realized that Lin Fan was still in front of him. At once he realized that none of this was a dream. Didn't Lin Fan just graduate from high school? How did he become his boss? He couldn't figure it out. He was very embarrassed at this moment. Just now he had told Lin Fan to let him work for a few years and then he would be just like him, and incredibly proud to brag that he makes $100,000 a year. No wonder the other Lin Fan kept smiling and shaking his head, so he thought of himself as a joke. He was now so embarrassed he could hardly find a crack in the ground. True, it's so embarrassing. It's no one's fault that pretending to be a bully has gone so far as to be in front of the boss. He stole a glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Qin Xiaochuan and said with a smile, "I'll get busy first. We'll talk again sometime." Qin Xiaochuan hurriedly nodded his head, and now he didn't even dare to talk nonsense. Zhu Yongkuan led Lin Fan towards the inside of the Golden Tripod Mansion. "Boss, you know that little security guard? Zhu Yongquan turned his head to look at Lin Fan and asked carefully. Lin Fan glanced at Zhu Yongquan and said indifferently, an ordinary friend only. He did not go into detail, but he knew that Zhu Yongquan would understand what to do. Ordinary friends is not close to the relationship, but it is also considered a friend. Within reasonable limits can be appropriate to help. Zhu Yongquan nodded and did not ask again. He led Lin Fan to a luxurious office on the top floor. This office had been empty and was dedicated to Lin Fan. Even if Lin Fan didn't come every day, there were people here who cleaned every day. The whole office is big enough and spacious enough. He stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked half of Willow City. What a nice feeling. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. He sat down in the leather office chair. Not bad. Soft, comfortable. Zhu Yongquan brought over some of the documents of the Golden Tripod Mansion and began to introduce the operation of the Golden Tripod Mansion. Lin Fan nodded his head continuously as he listened. Soon Zhu Yongquan finished reporting the situation in the Jinding Mansion. Lin Fan stood up and prepared to leave. He had military training in the afternoon and couldn't stay here for long. At this moment, Zhu Yongquan's face looked like he wanted to say something. Lin Fan looked at Zhu Yongquan, who was about to speak, and asked suspiciously, anything else? Zhu Yongquan gritted his teeth and spoke. Boss, it's like this. Su Pengfei, the chairman of the Su Group, would like to invite you to dinner. Oh, this Su Group. Lin Fan has heard of it. It is said to be a $10 billion enterprise. It is found in many industries in Willow City. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, thinking that this Su Pengfei should still be met, just for a meal. He also wanted to see what this Su Pengfei was up to. He didn't believe that Su Pengfei would invite him to dinner for no reason. Okay, look, make an appointment with him and let me know when it's time. Lin Fan looked at Zhu Yongquan and said directly, he has a lot of time on his hands now, and he just goes to school every day. The exact time of the meal will also depend on the other party's arrangement. Okay, boss, Zhu Yongquan hurriedly said. He let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily Lin Fan had agreed. He didn't dare to easily offend the chairman of a $10 billion enterprise like Su Pengfei. Lin Fan took the special elevator to the parking lot, saying goodbye to Zhu Yongquan. He drove his car in the direction of Luchang University, Willowtown University. Lin Fan parked the car and walked towards the dormitory. Returning to the dormitory, I found my 3 roommates playing a game. Lin Fan was about to change his clothes. At this time, the boss, Zhang Ziqiang, turned his head to look at Lin Fan and opened his mouth to ask, what is the guide looking for you for? The guide asked for me? Lin Fan asked suspiciously. Well, the guide didn't call you, did he? The second, Li Moyo, took off his headphones and asked. No. Lin Fan shook his head as he quickly changed into his military training uniform. I'll go first. Lin Fan decided to go find Morong Shui and ask what was looking for him. Lin Fan walked out of the dormitory towards the office building. Morong Shui didn't go home, so she must be staying in the office. Lin Fan arrived at Morong Shui's office and gently knocked on the door. Come in. A nice voice was heard coming from the office. Lin Fan pushed the door in and saw Morong Shui writing something. Morong Shui raised her head and saw that the person coming was Lin Fan, and stood up immediately. Teacher, what did you want to see me about? Lin Fan asked curiously. Morong Shui could have called him if she had something to look for him. There was no need to have to go to the dormitory to find him. Aha! Morong Shui pondered for a moment and spoke. Student Lin Fan, it's like this. My grandfather saw the words you wrote and liked them so much that he wanted to invite you to his home for dinner tonight. I wonder if you have time. Morong Shui's beautiful eyes turned to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan thought something was up, but since Morong Shui personally invited him to dinner and didn't inform him by phone, he was obviously sincere. He really didn't have any plans for the evening, and there was no harm in meeting Morong Shui's grandfather. After all, in the future, they will have to hang out under Morong Shui, so it will be easy to get a good relationship and take a vacation in the future. When Morong Shui saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything, she thought that Lin Fan was going to refuse and hurriedly said, my grandfather used to be the principal of Lu University, and learning that Lu University has a talent like you, he is very eager to meet you. Teacher, your grandfather is Principal Muyong Devon? Lin Fan looked at Morong Shui and asked in surprise. How could he not have thought that Morong Shui was Morong Devon's granddaughter? Morong Devon has dedicated his life to Luchun University, and can be described as a peach and plum, which is greatly admired. One of the reasons Lin Fan chose Luchun University was because of Morong Devon, whom he greatly admired in his heart. Morong Shui nodded. She had no choice but to bring up her grandfather, Morong Devon. She was sure that no one who was a student at Ryu University would turn down the old principal's invitation. Yes, I'll be there. Lin Fan nodded seriously. Morong Shui sent Lin Fan the address of her house. She was going to go back early in the afternoon to prepare dinner and couldn't go with Lin Fan. Lin Fan left Morong Shui's office and looked up at the sky. How could he not have thought that Morong Shui was Morong Devon's granddaughter? It is important to know that Morong Duan has been teaching all his life and his students all over the country, some of whom have become 10 billionaires, and there are even rumors that there are students who are 100 billionaires. It could be seen how horrible Morong Devon's connections were. Lin Fan didn't go back to the dormitory and walked directly towards the playground. Come to the playground, there were already a lot of people coming. Lin Fan found a shady place and lay down, looking at the sky, thinking about whether to buy something for Morong Devon. After all, it's not appropriate to go empty-handed for the first time to someone's guest. Chapter 66, Did the old principal let you go? The afternoon military training went very well. After the military training, Lin Fan returned to the dormitory to change his clothes. Old 4, let's go. Eat barbecued meat. Boss Zhang Zichang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, I'm not going. You guys go ahead. Lin Fan buttoned his shirt and shook his head, saying, Holy, Lao Si, you're not going on another date with schoolgirl Tang, are you? The second oldest, Li Muyang, came over and looked at Lin Fan and asked, No. Lin Fan put his clothes in order. So what are you doing? What's more important than a potluck? The oldest 3, Wang Jiang, asked in disbelief. I'm going to Mr. Morong's house for dinner. The 3 of them were all dumbfounded when they heard Lin Fan's words. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. What did they hear? Going to dinner with Morong Shui. The key is still going to Morong Shui's house for dinner. Is this to meet the parents? While openness isn't against teacher-student relationships these days, it's just that this is too soon. Unbelievable. Asterisk. Old 4, when did you hook up with Morong Shui? Hurry up and confess truthfully. Old 4, you're too good for this. You don't know enough when you have Tang school flower. This is not letting go of the beautiful teacher as well. You're really an animal. Old 4, I despise you. Are you doing right by schoolgirl Tang? Lin Fan was filled with black lines when he heard the words of the 3. What is this with? Roll. Lin Fan said without a trace of anger. It was Mr. Morong's grandfather who invited me. It has nothing to do with Mr. Morong. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Fan still had to explain. It didn't matter to himself, but it would be bad to ruin Morong Shui's reputation. The old principal sent you? Boss Zhang Zichang asked in surprise, but he knew that the old principal, Morong Devon, never let people go to his house for dinner easily, unless they were Morong Devon's favorite students. But Lin Fan had just come to school. How could he let Morong Devon invite him to dinner at his home? Can't figure it out. Lin Fan looked at his boss Zhang Zichang in surprise. Boss, I didn't expect you to know that MS. Morong's grandfather was the old principal. Awesome. He gave a thumbs up to his boss, Zhang Zichang. If it wasn't for Morong Shui telling him, he wouldn't have known that Morong Shui's grandfather was the old principal. But Zhang Zichang said it outright. So it seemed that Zhang Zichang had already known that Morong Shui's grandfather was the old principal. He glanced at the other 2 roommates again, and found that they didn't have any surprise either. He had always felt that the 3 roommates were not simple, and now it seemed that they were indeed not simple, and the 3 of them knew what the average person didn't know. Well, no more talking to you guys. I have to hurry. It would be rude to go late. Lin Fan finished speaking and walked towards the outside of the dormitory. Lin Fan came to the parking lot and drove towards the Haitian No. 1 villa. Half an hour later, Lin Fan returned to the villa, came to the study on the 2nd floor, and took a can of 2nd generation Great Red Robe. Lin Fan looked at the 2nd generation Big Red Robe in his hand. This tea is good, but too little. Such a small jar is worth $1 million. He was tempted to take 2 more cans, then thought better of it. Take 1 can and the other person might take it. If you take more than 1, I guess they won't take it at all. Lin Fan walked downstairs, started the car, and headed out of the villa. 20 minutes later, Villa Deshin, Willow City. In front of Villa 9, Lin Fan parked his car and stepped out of it, took the 2 boxes of bird's nest out of the car. This is Lin Fan on the road to find a shopping mall to buy. He only take a can of tea, always feel a little too thin, so he bought 2 boxes of bird's nest. Lin Fan looked at the villa in front of him. Although it wasn't high class, how could it be tens of millions of dollars? It seems Morong Shui's parents aren't simple either. He came to the door of the villa and rang the doorbell. Soon Morong Shui walked out from inside. Morong Shui was wearing an apron and was obviously cooking. Lin Fan hadn't thought that a woman as beautiful as Morong Shui would still cook. It really surprised him a lot. It is important to realize that the more beautiful a woman is, the less she wants to deal with fumes, which can age a woman quickly, and no woman wants to see herself aging before others. Hello, Mr. Morong, Lin Fan said politely to Morong Shui. Lin Fan student, hurry up and come in. Morong Shui smiled and opened the villa door, inviting Lin Fan in. Mr. Lin Fan, just come. Why do you bring gifts? Morong Shui saw the bird's nest in Lin Fan's hand and said with some complaint. She didn't want Lin Fan to use up all of this month's living expenses just to come to her house for dinner. She knew the 2 boxes of birds' nests weren't cheap just by looking at the packaging. She was very much over the moon in her mind. Although she didn't know how Lin Fan's family was, but seeing as Lin Fan usually wore popular brands, she should have an average family. These aren't worth a few bucks, and you can't come to see the old principal empty-handed. That would be too much, Lin Fan said with a smile. These 2 boxes of birds' nests are really nothing to him. Seeing that things have come to this, Morong Shui can only think of a way to return this money to Lin Fan in the future. She led Lin Fan into the living room and immediately saw an old man with a head full of gray hair talking to a young man in the living room. This old man was Morong Shui's grandfather, Morong Devon. Morong Devon wore old-fashioned glasses. His face looked very good, and his body looked tough. Grandpa, Mr. Lin Fan is here, Morong Shui said to Morong Devon who was talking. Morong Devon raised his head to look at Lin Fan when he heard Morong Shui's words. Hello old principal, I'm Lin Fan. You can call me Lin Fan or Xiao Fan, Lin Fan said politely to Morong Devon. Morong Devon hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, You're Lin Fan. Nice, nice, real nice. Sailor, come sit. Morong Devon raised his hand at Lin Fan. Lin Fan hurried over, put his things on the floor, and sat down on the sofa. Xiao Fan, this is your senior Huan Chen, a few years above you, also a graduate of Lu University. Just came back from studying abroad, Morong Devon said, pointing to the young man next to him. The young man was about the same age as Morong Shui, 26 or 27. Hello Hokage. Lin Fan looked at Huan Chen and greeted him politely, but he saw a hint of jealousy in Huan Chen's eyes. Good day, schoolboy Lin, Huan Chen said with a smile. What is this Lin Fan's virtue that he would let the old principal invite his family over for dinner? He didn't even have this kind of treatment when he was in school. What was even more unbearable for him was that Morong Shui had personally cooked for Lin Fan. He had never given up on pursuing Morong Shui. He wants to treat Morong Shui as his private property. Jealousy, jealousy, he was very jealous in his heart. Lin Fan looked at Huan Chen's smile and felt hypocritical no matter how he looked at it. Huan Chen glanced at Lin Fan, the 2 boxes of birds' nests on the ground, and immediately the corners of his mouth curled up, disdain flashing across his face. He picked up a fine box from the floor. Opening the box inside turned out to be a tin of tea. I know that you like tea, old principal, and this is a jar of top-quality Dahanpo that I got at a foreign auction. Chapter 67, can you please identify it for me? Huan Chen put the tea in front of Morong Devon. That's too expensive for me to take. Morong Devon hurriedly pushed the tea in front of Huan Chen. The stuff at the auction certainly wasn't cheap. Old principal, this isn't expensive. It's only $100,000. It's only important that you like it, Huan Chen said with a smile, putting the tea back in front of Morong Devon, and glancing at Lin Fan intentionally or unintentionally after he finished. Mulderman shrugged it off. He saw that it was indeed a piece of Huan Chen's mind. Prepare to receive it and send an item of equal value to Huan Chen when the meal is over. When Huan Chen saw Morong Devon accepting the tea, the smile on his face grew even wider. He looked at Lin Fan and then at the 2 boxes of birds' nests on the floor and asked with a smile, Senior Lin, you didn't just bring these 2 boxes of birds' nests with you when you came to see the old principal, did you? He wanted to completely trample Lin Fan under his feet. These 2 boxes of birds' nests were worth a few $1,000s, he thought. How does a few $1,000s compare to his $100? 000 tea? There is no comparison at all. Completely crushed by his tea, he was trying to make Lin Fan realize the reality that not just anyone could pursue Morong Shui. He wanted Lin Fan to know what to do. Lin Fan hadn't intended to bother with this Huan Chen. After all, this was in the old principal Morong Devon's house. It would inevitably make Morong Devon think that he was pretending to show off, thus leaving a bad impression on Morong Devon. Release the mission. Being a great tycoon, how can you not fight back when provoked? When it's time to strike. Accepting the mission and rewarding Willow City University walk with 100% equity. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the system voice. This time the reward turned out to be the Willow City University walk. Although the pedestrian street of Lucheng University is not large, but it is close to Lucheng University, the stores can be said to be very tight, and the rent is very expensive. Not to mention the rent. The current conservative valuation of Willowtown University walk itself is $1 billion. That's 10 small goals. How could Lin Fan not be shocked? As long as he accomplished the mission his value would grow by a large amount again, and he would be worth $33 billion. One step closer to being a 10 billionaire. Accept the mission, Lin Fan said without hesitation in his heart. That's 10 small goals that no one would turn down. He looked to Huan Chen. He hadn't thought that Huan Chen was still a money-giving boy. This visit to the old principal's house was not in vain. Although it might give the old principal the impression of pretending to show off, what was it compared to 10 small goals? So the old principal likes to drink tea. It's just as well. I've also brought a tin of tea for the old principal to taste and recognize the authenticity, Lin Fan said as he took out the jar of second-generation Dahompo from the small box next to him. Morong Devon heard Lin Fan's words and immediately became interested. What kind of tea is this that even needs to be recognized as true or false? Fan, what kind of tea is this? Morong Devon watched as Lin Fan opened the tea canister, and a burst of aroma came out. He asked curiously. The seller said it is the second generation of Dihong Pao. I don't know if it's real. Please give your old man a chance to identify it, Lin Fan said as he picked up the empty teacup next to him, put in the tea leaves and poured in the water. Poof! Next to him, Wan Chen burst out laughing. Lin Fan and Morong Devon both looked at him, and all of a sudden he knew that he had lost some of his temper and hurriedly restrained his smile. Senior Lin, you must have been tricked. This second-generation Dahompo is 100% fake on the market, he said to Lin Fan, shaking his head and sighing, just how fake that look was. He also wanted to bring some second-generation Dahompo to Morong Devon, but he couldn't find any real second-generation Dahompo with all his connections. It was only when he retreated to the second best that he bought the top-quality big red robe from the auction and gave it to Morong Devon. He didn't believe that Lin Fan would be able to buy a real second-generation Dahompo. If he couldn't buy it, how could Lin Fan? Lin Fan's outfit only added up to a few $100s, so he didn't look like a rich man at all. As far as he knows now, really second-generation Dahompo are speculated to the point of more than 20,000 grams, or even 30,000 grams. Look how this little jar is 50 grams. 50 grams, that's at least $1 million. A person who is covered in hundreds of dollars can come up with $1 million worth of tea to give away? Beat him to death. He thought of a better way to make a fool out of Lin Fan. He's going to open his tin of tea as well. Let Morong Devon taste and recognize the truth and directly hit Lin Fan in the face. By then Lin Fan would definitely have no face to stay any longer. The more he thought about it in his mind, the more pleased he became. He quickly opened the jar of top-quality big red robe, grabbed a cup from the side, put in the tea and poured in the water. Handing the cup to Morong Devon, he smiled. You also recognize the authenticity for me. Morong Devon didn't think much and took Wan Chen's cup, putting it to his nose and sniffing it before taking a small, gentle sip. The flavor is very mild, no different from regular Dahompo, Murray Devon said, shaking his head. The meaning was very obvious. That is, Wan Chen's can of tea was ordinary Dahompo, not at all any top-grade Dahompo. How is this? How is this possible? Wan Chen couldn't believe that the top-quality Dahompo he spent $100,000 on was fake, but he knew Morong Devon wouldn't lie to him. He felt a flash of fire on his face. A wave of embarrassment struck. He glanced at Lin Fan next to him. Soon he figured it out. Lin Fan's tea is also fake. Lin Fan and him were at most a draw. Everyone is fake and he's not embarrassed. He instantly regained his confident look on his face once again. Morong Devon picked up the cup of tea that Lin Fan had placed and put it in front of his nose to smell it, and a burst of aroma hit him, making his eyes light up. He couldn't wait to put the teacup to his lips and take a small sip. Fragrance, fragrance, it's so delicious. He couldn't help but marvel. The mouth and mouth are fragrant. Even after swallowing the tea, the aroma in his mouth still hasn't dissipated. How's it going, old Dean? Lin Fan looked at the intoxicated Morong Devon and asked with a smile. Good tea. It is indeed second-generation Dahompo, Morong Devon said with unquestionable certainty. He used to drink second-generation Dahompo at an old friend's place. That flavor is still unforgettable. That's what it is. Next to him, Wan Chen was instantly confused when he heard Morong Devon's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling in disbelief. How is that possible? How could Lin Fan, a poor student, buy a real second-generation Dahompo? He couldn't even buy the second generation of Big Red Robe. How could Lin Fan? However, he saw Morong Devon's appearance and knew that this second-generation Big Red Robe was real. He instantly felt his face burning. It was like being slapped hard. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Not only does it hurt, but it's incredibly embarrassing. He just swore that Lin Fan's tea was fake. And what happened? It turned out that his tea was fake and Lin Fan's tea was real. He was now so embarrassed he could hardly find a crack in the ground. He was too embarrassed to look up. Chapter 68, From Which Famous Artist? At this time, Morong Shui came to the living room and said to Morong Devon, Grandpa, the meal is ready. It's time to eat. Wan Chen was just about to say goodbye, but he was reluctant. At this moment, when he heard Morong Shui say that he could eat, he thought of another good way to make Lin Fan know what to do. It was a moment of renewed confidence. When Morong Devon heard Morong Shui's words, he hurriedly drank the tea in the cup. Such a good tea could not be wasted, not even a single drop. As for the box of second-generation Dahong robe that Lin Fan had given him, it was tucked away in his arms, and he didn't want to miss out on this jar of second-generation Dahong robe. Sailor, let's go eat, Murray Devine said happily. He was indeed very happy at this time. Being able to come across such a good tea as the second generation Big Red Robe made his heart very excited. After all, such a good tea cannot be found. Encountered must be taken. So he shamelessly did not even shirk with Lin Fan to accept. As for He Wan Chen, Morong Devon seemed to have forgotten about it. When He Wan Chen heard Morong Devon only call Lin Fan to go to dinner, a heartbeat went through his heart. He had just clearly had a good conversation with Morong Devon, and it could be said that they were having a good time. But after Lin Fan came, it all changed. Just now he was the protagonist, now he had directly turned into a supporting role. Wrong, as if he wasn't even a supporting role, he was just a soy sauce player. A hard pang went through him. He blamed Lin Fan for everything, believing that the cause of all this was due to Lin Fan. He must humiliate Lin Fan properly. He cheekily followed behind Morong Devon and Lin Fan. He had taken shamelessness to the extreme, and he couldn't believe that Morong Devon would kick him out in front of so many people. If he left, he would be a complete loser, and I'm afraid that he would never be able to pursue Morong Shua in the future. Morong Devon and Lin Fan sat down. When Morong Devon saw that He Wan Chen also sat down, he really didn't say anything. Lin Fan looked at the dishes on the table, 7 or 8 of them, all of them were some home-cooked dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomato, braised spare ribs, shredded pork with peppers. It looks great. Fan, come and try Yuki's handiwork. Morong Devon smiled at Lin Fan. Lin Fan is not polite. Directly pick up chopsticks, clip a piece of ribs, into the mouth. Very tender, although not as good as the chef of the Skydweller, but there is a taste of home. Yummy. Lin Fan spat out the bone in admiration. Eat more if it's good, Murray Devon said with a smile. He was also very satisfied with his granddaughter's cooking skills and was naturally very happy to hear Lin Fan's compliments. Aha! Lin Fan took another bite of another dish. Mr. Morong's cooking is beyond words. Delicious. I didn't expect MS Morong to not only be beautiful, but also cook so well. Whoever marries MS Morong in the future will be blessed. Lin Fan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. This was not her complimenting Morong Shue, but sincerely. Morong Shue was really a virtuous wife and mother type, able to go up to the hall and down to the kitchen. It's not as good as you say. Morong Shue was a little embarrassed by Lin Fan's compliments. He Wan Chen looked at Morong Shue, who was talking to Lin Fan, and his heart was stymied again. He had pursued Morong Shue for so long, and had never seen Morong Shue act like a little woman in front of him. Lin Fan had only been attending school for a few days, and for Morong Shue to treat Lin Fan like this made him very jealous in his heart. He clenched his fists. I'll let you have your fun for a while, he thought darkly in his mind. A very pleasant meal. This eating pleasant nature Lin Fan Morong Devon 3 people. As for He Wan Chen did not eat anything at all. He Wan Chen waited for the meal to end to implement the plan and make a fool out of Lin Fan. He Wan Chen waited for Morong Shue to finish cleaning up and sat down, then said to Morong Devon, Old headmaster, I haven't forgotten to practice calligraphy all these years abroad. I'll write a piece of writing for you to show me what's still lacking. When Morong Devon heard He Wan Chen's words, he directly nodded his head in agreement. He was very appreciative of people who sincerely sought to learn. Morong Devon brought the 3 of them to the study, and there were already 4 treasures of literature on the desk, so it was evident that Morong Devon usually liked writing very much. He Wan Chen entered the study and couldn't wait to show his calligraphy in front of Morong Shue. He walked quickly to his desk and picked up his quill. Old headmaster, then I'll make an offering. He brooded for a moment and began to write on it. He put down his pen and said humbly, trouble the old principal. He didn't forget to glance at Lin Fan with a provocative look in his eyes. What's the point of being able to buy a second-generation Big Red Robe? You have to be really good at it for the old principal to like it. What's the real deal? That's the real deal. He didn't believe Lin Fan's calligraphy was as good as his. Later he would invite Lin Fan to write a character as well. Compare and contrast the two. Hey, Lin Fan won't lower his head in shame when the time comes. He thought of Lin Fan's frustrated appearance and felt a wave of relief in his heart. Finally, he was able to save face in front of Morong Shue and at the same time make a fool out of Lin Fan. At that time, Lin Fan still had any courage to compete with him for Morong Shue. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. It was as if he had seen Lin Fan lose his way and leave this place. Murray Devine walked up and began to look. Not bad, it's really quite an improvement. I can see that you really haven't been lazy all these years, Murray Devine said appreciatively. Thank you, old principal, for the compliment. He Wan Chen was very pleased in his heart, and the smile on his face was as bright as that of a blooming chrysanthemum. He glanced at Lin Fan. That's the gap. The old principal liked people with real talent, wouldn't be comfortable with speculators. He felt like he was winning now. He was very pleased in his heart. His next step was to find a way to invite Lin Fan to write a character as well. He looked around the den. That's a beautiful piece of writing. Which famous artist is this from? No drop? He was very curious that such a word obviously from a famous artist had no inscription. Old principal, From which famous artist did this piece of writing come? And why is there no inscription? That's really good writing. Pretty, pretty. Yuan Shen looked at the piece of writing in front of him and marveled. He then looked at his own writing and, upon comparison, realized that what he had written was nothing. It's simply unbearable. He decided that he must pay a visit to this famous artist, and if he could be instructed by him, he was sure that his characters would improve by leaps and bounds. Morong Devon burst out laughing when he heard Yuan Shen's words. Not bad, quite a vision. Old man, I also think this one is well written. Yuan Shen couldn't wait to ask, which famous hand did the old principal come from? He was so anxious to know about this man that he was beginning to calculate that he must bring a generous gift to visit the other man, far away and close. This one was written by Xiaofan, Murray Devon said with a smile. There was admiration and exclamation in his eyes. He had written all his life but not as well as Lin Fan, and had to sigh that genius really existed in the world. Yuan Shen was instantly confused when he heard Morong Devon's words. Chapter 69, It hasn't been long since I practiced. This piece of writing was written by Little Fan, Morong Devon said with a smile. Yuan Shen was instantly confused when he heard Morong Devon's words. His mouth slowly opened in shock at this moment, his eyes wide in disbelief. How is that possible? How could this piece of writing be written by Lin Fan? Is this clearly from a famous artist? But Morong Devon would never lie to him. How could he not have thought that the famous artist he had longed to visit would be Lin Fan? He felt a momentary pang of darkness. His left and right faces instantly felt hot. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts very much. It was like being slapped hard left and right twice. He wanted to make a fool out of Lin Fan, not realizing that he was the clown in the end. A pang of bitterness ran through him. How could he not have expected such a result? He didn't have the face to stay any longer. He turned to Morong Devon and hurriedly said, Old principal, I still have something to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, without waiting for Morong Devon to reply, he turned around and left. Even Morong Shui, whom he had always liked, didn't say hello. He felt that he had lost his face today, and he would not have the face to come back to Morong Shui in the future. Seeing that Yuan Shen was leaving, Morong Devon didn't hold back. He smiled and said to Lin Fan, Little Fan, how long have you been practicing this character? It seemed to him that Lin Fan must have started practicing calligraphy from a young age to get where he was today. Lin Fan touched his head in some embarrassment. It hasn't been practiced for long. This calligraphy skill was given to him by the system. It was true that it hadn't been long, just 2 days, but he couldn't tell Morong Devon that it was given to him by the system. Not yet gone far, all Yuan Shen heard Lin Fan's words. Instantly his heart became even more stuffed. He practiced calligraphy since he was a child is not as good as Lin Fan, a person who has not practiced for a long time. A burst of bitterness in his heart. Feeling more bitter than eating Huanglian, he walked at a faster pace. He wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. He was afraid that if he heard Lin Fan say something else that would make his heart sink, then he would probably have to be carried out today. Morong Devon sighed when he heard Lin Fan's words. It's true that the world of geniuses is unimaginable. He attributes such achievements to Lin Fan's talent. Lin Fan didn't explain. Come sailor, look at my collection. Morong Devon pointed to some of the paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall, which at a glance were all of some age. Lin Fan has calligraphy skills and painting skills for calligraphy, and painting discernment is also quite strong. These are nice words and paintings. Old principal, Lin Fan said with a smile. This was Lin Fan's sincere words. These words and paintings should be Morong Devon's hard search over the years. Morong Devon was happy to hear Lin Fan's words. After all, Lin Fan's calligraphy had the style of a master. Old principal, it's getting late, so I'll take my leave, Lin Fan said to Morong Devon. It had indeed been a long time since he had been here, and he was ready to leave. He knew that Morong Devon had to rest as well, and old people generally like to go to bed early and get up early. Morong Devon heard Lin Fan was leaving and hurriedly took down a painting from the wall next to him. He was going to give the painting to Lin Fan. After all, he had received Lin Fan's tea. Why a painting, not a word? Because he felt that these characters in his collection couldn't catch up with those written by Lin Fan. Little Fan, this painting is for you, as a small token of my old man's appreciation. Morong Devon passed the words to Lin Fan. Lin Fan hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head in rejection. Old principal, I can't accept this. The painting looked like something Morong Devon liked. Although this painting is not the most valuable in here, Lin Fan estimated that if this painting is sold on the market, it will cost $3 to $4 million. Little Fan, are you looking down on the old man? Morong Devon said, pretending to be angry. Mr. Lin Fan, just take it. My grandfather has never been one to say anything, Morong Shui said hurriedly from the side. She knew her grandfather's character. Lin Fan heard both Morong Devon and Morong Shui say this and took the painting over. Thank you, then, old principal, Lin Fan said with a smile. That's right. When Morong Devon saw Lin Fan accept the painting, a happy smile appeared on his face. After chatting a few more times, Lin Fan got up and excused himself to leave. Morong Devon asked Morong Shui to send Lin Fan away. Lin Fan came outside the villa and said to Morong Shui, "Goodbye, Ms. Morong, bye." Morong Shui waved her hand at Lin Fan. Morong Shui was ready to ask Lin Fan how to get back, only to see Lin Fan press the key and the headlights of the luxury sports car next to him instantly lit up. Lin Fan got into the car, started it up, and with a kick of the gas, the sports car scampered away. Morong Shui looked at Lin Fan, who drove away. Her shocked little mouth opened wide as if she was able to put in an egg. How could she not have expected Lin Fan to drive here? The key is still a luxury sports car. She didn't know anything about cars, but one look at the sports car and it wasn't cheap. Her eyes were very complicated. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to be a rich second generation. She closed the cottage door and headed for the living room. "Grandpa, what are you doing down here?" Morong Shui looked at Morong Devon curiously. Morong Devon did not answer Morong Shui's words, but asked Morong Shui, "Yuki, sale left?" Morong Shui nodded. "Grandpa, it's getting late. You should rest early," she cautioned. "There's no rush." "Yuki, what do you think of the sales?" Morong Devon looked at Morong Shui and asked. How about what? What does Grandpa mean by this?" She said thoughtfully. "Student Lin Fan, low-key and polite, and exceptionally capable. Lin Fan as a rich second generation does not have the arrogance and domineering of the rich second generation, and Lin Fan is very low-key. The key is also very talented, writing calligraphy better than even her grandfather." Morong Devon. Murray Devon nodded. "You're his guide now, so you're close to the water, so to speak, so take advantage of the opportunity." Morong Devon finished speaking to Morong Shui and stood up to head upstairs. Morong Shui was instantly confused when she heard Morong Devon's words. What does it mean to be close to the water? What do you mean, take advantage of the opportunity? What's going on here? Grandpa's not asking me to chase Lin Fan, is he? This is outrageous. I'm Lin Fan's counselor, okay? It's Lin Fan's teacher. How can you be with Lin Fan? Grandpa is really getting confused as he gets older. Morong Shui spat helplessly in her mind. Lin Fan naturally didn't know about the conversation between Morong Devon and Morong Shui. He returned to Villa Haitian 1 after 20 minutes. He first went to his study to read the documents related to the Willow City Walk. The system is so awesome. That's another 10 small goals in hand. Lin Fan sighed happily in his heart. He finished his shower and sat on his bed to swipe his phone for a while. Looking at the time, it was almost time to rest and turn off the lights and go to bed. He began to look forward to the new day to come. Chapter 70, Wait for me, I'll pick you up. Woke up on time the next morning. Lin Fan went to the restroom to wash up first. After washing up, Lin Fan opened the system's virtual panel to check today's $1 spike items. It had become something he had to do every morning when he got up. Lin Fan looked at the $1 seconds item with a face full of incredulity. $1 for 5 of good color special cigarettes. 10 bottles of Romane Conti 1945 red wine at $1 a second. This time the seconds turned out to be cigarettes and wine. Cigarettes he doesn't smoke very often. He'd spent the last 2 days wondering if the wine cellar in the villa was too empty for any good wine. I didn't realize that the system's spike item today had red wine. Buy them all, Lin Fan said without hesitation. Congratulations host, purchase successful. The good color special cigarettes and the Romane Conti 1945 red wine have been placed in the study. The efficiency of the system is just fast. Seconds. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and began to check the good color special cigarettes. Really do not know. A check shock. Damn. A box of good color special cigarettes costs $600,000. This one is $6 million. Wouldn't 5 cost $30 million? The key to this kind of cigarettes on the market is simply very difficult to see. Have been some of the great tycoons' collection. Really can be said to have a price without a market. He was sure that if he said he had some good colored special cigarettes, a lot of rich people would come to him and ask for them, and the price would still be whatever he wanted. The system is awesome. Lin Fan sighed. Other people can't even get excited when they have one box. The system gave him 5 straight. He continued his search for Romane Conti 1945 red wine. Romane Conti he knew. It was a red wine that only billionaires could afford. Sure enough, it's not cheap. It's simply outrageously expensive. One bottle turned out to be as high as $3.8 million. 10 bottles is $38 million. The point is that this wine is not something that money can buy. Even buying some ordinary vintage Romane Conti requires qualification. Not enough qualification. Sorry not to sell you. Not to mention the scarce Romane Conti 1945. For the 1945 Romane Conti, only 600 bottles were produced that year due to the climate. He hadn't expected the system to give him 10 bottles straight away, and he wondered if the system had gotten him all the existing Romane Conti 1945s. The system is so awesome. The system is truly and forever God. Lin Fan quickly put on his clothes, opened the bedroom door, and headed towards the study. Entering the study he did see 5 fine cigarettes. and 10 bottles of red wine neatly placed on the desk. Lin Fan first put 10 bottles of red wine in the wine cellar. Go back to the den and open a good color special cigarette. This cigarette case is just exquisite. This ruby is beautiful. This diamond is really bright. It's so extravagant. The boxes are decorated with rubies and diamonds. This one empty cigarette case is probably worth a lot of money. Lin Fan opened the cigarette case and took one out. Grabbing a nearby lighter, he lights it, takes a deep drag, and exhales a nice smoke ring. It's good. It tastes okay, Lin Fan said with a smile. He took the one he had just unwrapped and headed downstairs, where he was going to keep it in his car, ready to smoke. Lin Fan came to the garage and threw the open cigarette, casually, aside. Starting the car, a rumble of the engine sounded, and with a kick of the gas pedal, the car instantly sprinted away. Willowtown University parking lot. Lin Fan parked the car and put the box of cigarettes he had just unwrapped in his pocket, toward the cafeteria. Even if the breakfast in the cafeteria was hard to eat, Lin Fan had to deal with a bite. Not eating breakfast on an empty stomach for a long period of time would make him prone to getting stones, and he didn't want the doctor to break them up for him. Lin Fan asked for an order of tofu brain, and 2 donuts. The cafeteria fries are pretty big though. Lin Fan likes salty tofu brain, put some chive flour sauce into it, added some garlic sauce, and finally drizzled with chili red oil and stirred well. Eat. After breakfast, Lin Fan asked for some small steamed buns as usual. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, and sure enough, the 3 of them were still sleeping, and it seemed that they had stayed up late again last night. Lin Fan threw the small steamed buns directly onto the table. Get up, it's breakfast. Pulled his military uniform out of the closet and prepared to change. Senior, you're back. Boss Zhang Zicheng poked his head out and said, Senior, thank you, for bringing us breakfast every day. The oldest too, Li Moyo, said with a smile. Lin Fan waved his hand. Just a few small steamed buns. Lin Fan got dressed and took out his cell phone to play a game for a while. The 3 of them were also ready to go, and together they headed for the playground. Shortly after arriving at the playground, the instructor arrived. A new day of military training has officially begun. The sky was a bit cloudy today. It looked like it was going to rain, but it was good weather for Lin Fan and the others who were in military training. They didn't have to bask in the sun. Everyone was looking forward to the rain, but as the morning military training was about to end, the rain had not yet come. Just when everyone thought it wasn't going to rain today, suddenly rain fell from the sky and it got heavier and heavier. Everyone quickly ran towards the trees to use to get out of the rain. It's good that the foliage is lush enough, but it's not a permanent solution. Lin Fan looked at the heavy rain outside. Some helpless. This if you run back to the dormitory will certainly become a soup chicken. At that moment, his cell phone beeped. Senior Lin, I made a reservation at the Linjiang Hotel at noon to thank you for your help last time. When Lin Fan saw Tang Ruobing's message, he hurriedly replied, Senior Sister Tang, I might not be able to go. Got a date? Tang Ruobing's message was followed by big playful question marks. I'm stuck in the playground in the pouring rain. Lin Fan wrote helplessly. He looked at the sky. This rain didn't look like it would stop for a while. He was going to run back to the dormitory and get wet. Just get wet. Ding. Another message from Tang Ruobing. Wait for me. I'll pick you up. Lin Fan was touched when he saw Tang Ruobing's message. After all, it was raining a bit heavily right now, and Tang Ruobing was still willing to brave the rain to pick him up. Lin Fan put his cell phone down. At this time, a classmate next to me said proudly, Hey, my girlfriend will come to give me an umbrella later. Holy, Cho, when did you get a girlfriend? One of the students next to him asked. Hey, the one called Old Chow Hamden Hod. It's from our place, a year above me, and I'm taking Willow University just to come see her. Old Joe, awesome, to have found a schoolmate. The students next to him gave Old Joe a thumbs up. Generally average. Old Joe said modestly, but how that expression looked. It was like a look of being in need of a beating. Ugh, if only my girlfriend would bring me an umbrella. Che, if you want your girlfriend to give you an umbrella, you have to have a girlfriend first, do you? The person who had just spoken had a heart attack. If I had a girlfriend I'd still be here whining. At that moment, a girl came out of the rain. Not tall and average looking. My girlfriend is here, Old Chow said with immense triumph. Here. Old Chow waved his arms and shouted at the top of his lungs. The girl quickly walked over. Here. Hand Old Chow one of the umbrellas in his hand. The surrounding students looked at Old Joe with envy. Old Joe saw the gazes of his classmates and felt a surge of triumph in his heart. Chapter 71. I think it's better to forget about it. Hey, is it okay if I take an umbrella with you, so that I can lend this umbrella to my classmate? Old Joe asked as he looked at the girl in front of him. He was just pretending in front of his classmates. This girl wasn't even his girlfriend. It was true that they came from the same place. He's courting this girl right now, but she's not even saying yes to him. He had just begged the girl for a long time, and she had agreed to give him an umbrella. remembering that we all came from the same place. He was ready to take this opportunity for two people to share an umbrella so that a story could happen. No, what if I get my clothes wet? Do you want it or not? If not, I'm leaving? The girl looked at old Joe and said with some impatience. Old Chow's face was a shade of red and purple at this point, very embarrassed. He hadn't expected the girl to refuse so dryly, literally drier than dry noodles. That, I'll take. Old Chow gulped, and hurriedly brought the umbrella over. A pang of loss washed over him. At that moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from the distance. This is schoolgirl Tang, isn't it? Simply as pretty as a fairy in the rain. Why is she here in such heavy rain? You're silly. Schoolgirl Tang must have come here to pick up Class President Lin. The whole school knows about Schoolgirl Tang and Class President Lin. I'll go. Class President Lin is so happy. There's still Schoolgirl Tang giving umbrellas on rainy days. When the crowd saw Tang Ruobing come to the playground, they all coincidentally looked at Lin Fan with envy in their eyes. Even those who had girlfriends were incredibly envious in their hearts. After all, there were too few beautiful women like Tang Ruobing. To have such a beautiful girlfriend they don't even want to let her out in the rain. Envious, envious, very envious. Tang Ruobing walked over to Lin Fan. Senior Lin, I'm sorry, I only brought an umbrella. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and said with some embarrassment. She was just thinking about coming out to pick up Lin Fan, and when she walked to the playground, she realized that she had only brought an umbrella over. Lin Fan was also in a bit of a bind. How do you fight with this umbrella? You can't get both of them wet. He thought about it and decided it would be better for him to run back to the dorms on his own. It was better for one person to get wet than two. He was about to open his mouth. At this time, Tang Ruobing said with a red face, Senior Lin, why don't you put your arm around my waist and get closer? You should be able to stay out of the rain. She didn't know how the hell she said that, and she regretted it a little when she finished. But since the words were already out, she couldn't take them back. When the crowd heard Tang Ruobing's words, they were instantly dumbfounded. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. Is this still the high and mighty schoolgirl Tang? I can't believe I said that. Listen, what do you hear? In front of a large crowd, Tang's schoolgirl actually let Lin's class president take her by the waist. Is this to bring us dog food in case we starve? It's bad enough getting wet and having to eat your dog food. Why are we so miserable? That's not good. I think it's better. Lin Fan hesitated and said. He didn't care, but Tang Ruobing was a girl after all, and such an intimate move would definitely have a bad effect on Tang Ruobing. When Tang Ruobing saw that Lin Fan had actually refused, she was very angry in her heart. There's no such thing as bad. Hurry up. Tang Ruobing was slightly angry and directly urged. Lin Fan saw that Tang Ruobing had said so it would be too unlike him if he was squirming. He quickly came under Tang Ruobing's umbrella and stretched out his left arm to gently wrap Tang Ruobing's thin waist. It's very soft and fine. He felt Tang Ruobing's body suddenly tighten, and it was obvious that Tang Ruobing was very nervous inside at this time. Close to Tang Ruobing, a nice smell entered his nostrils. Soon Tang Ruobing returned to normal and said to Lin Fan, Let's go. The two of them, Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan, walked towards the outside of the playground with their umbrellas. The crowd looked at the distant Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing with faces full of envy. Class President Lin is so awesome. Class President Lin deserves to be my idol. Captain Lin is truly a role model for men. Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan didn't speak on the way, just stepping out of the playground. A gust of wind blew by. It's a little cold. Tang Ruobing felt a chill on her body and unconsciously leaned towards Lin Fan's side. Aha! I didn't realize that schoolboy Lin was so warm. It felt as warm as the spring sun. Tang Ruobing stole a glance at Lin Fan. It was discovered that Lin Fan was looking straight ahead without a single glance. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't notice anything unusual made her heart let out a long sigh of relief. The two were about to reach the boys' dormitory building. A little cold? Where's Mr. Lin? She realized that Lin Fan had let go of her waist and stood outside the umbrella. Senior Lin, hurry and come in, Tang Ruobing said hurriedly. Aha, no, the rain has stopped. Lin Fan pointed to the sky. Tang Ruobing looked around, and sure enough, it was no longer raining. A little embarrassed, she put her umbrella away. Senior sister Tang, please wait for me downstairs. I'll go up and change a dress, Lin Fan said to Tang Ruobing. He was still wearing his military uniform. It was inappropriate to go to dinner. He was going to change his clothes to go to dinner. Aha, Tang Ruobing hummed. Lin Fan walked quickly towards the dormitory building. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and quickly changed into a set of clothes and hurriedly headed downstairs. After all, Tang Ruobing was still downstairs. Lin Fan came down from upstairs and realized that the sky had cleared. He had to wonder how changeable this weather was. Senior Tang, let's go, Lin Fan said to Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing nodded. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing came to the school parking lot. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and asked curiously, Senior Lin, where's your car? Lin Fan's Porsche 918 Spider sports car was very conspicuous, but he didn't see Lin Fan's car in the parking lot. Lin Fan walked up to a beautiful blue sports car. Taking a key from his pocket, he pressed it gently. At once the headlights of the blue sports car next to him lit up and the door slowly opened. Tang Ruobing looked at the sports car in front of her, her small mouth wide open. She looked at Lin Fan in surprise. Senior Lin, you're changing cars again. Lin Fan nodded and said with a smile, Senior Sister Tang, get on the bus. Tang Ruobing hurriedly sat in the car. The interior was very beautiful and the seats were very soft. Senior Lin, this car of yours isn't cheap, is it? Tang Ruobing hadn't seen such a beautiful sports car before, and she was curious how much such a beautiful sports car cost. It's okay, not too expensive, Lin Fan said with a smile. This Ferrari Laffa was his $1 second, and it certainly wasn't expensive. It was still very cheap. He started the car and headed out of the school. Chapter 72. Who said schoolboy Lin doesn't have a girlfriend? Half an hour later, the parking lot of the Linjiang Hotel in Lucheng. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing walked down from the car. Lin Fan looked at the glorious gate in front of him, worthy of being a five-star hotel, just grand enough. The average person who sees such a luxurious door has to be deterred. After all, one look at this facade. The consumption inside is not low. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing didn't stay too long as the two of them walked towards the hall. Come to the hall. Senior Lin, wait for me in the hall first. I'll go to the restroom. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and said with some embarrassment. She had just drank more hot water when she came out and now her stomach was a little bloated. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. Tang Ruobing found the lobby manager, asked for the location of the restroom, and quickly left. Lin Fan looked around and surveyed the layout of the hall. The entire layout of the hall gave Lin Fan a feeling. Aha! Luxury, atmosphere, very imposing. In the past, he wouldn't dare to come to such a five-star grand hotel to spend money, but now it was different. Not only did he dare to come to spend money, even the whole five-star grand hotel was his. It made his heart very proud. He was very thankful for the monopoly growth system. If it wasn't for the system he wouldn't be here today. The system is so awesome. Just as Lin Fan was about to go sit down on the sofa next to him, a woman's voice sounded behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Lin Fan heard someone call him and turned to look. Yum Eli? Lin Fan frowned slightly and said indifferently. Yumeli was Lin Fan's high school classmate, but not in the same class. The relationship between the two is only average. Yumeli confessed to Lin Fan when she was in high school, but Lin Fan only wanted to study hard at that time, and rejected Yumeli without hesitation. Lin Fan, it's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yumeli crossed the arm of a middle-aged man with a smile on her face as she walked. I hadn't thought of that either, Lin Fan said indifferently. He didn't know Yumeli well in the first place, so he naturally didn't speak with as much enthusiasm. He sensed from Yumeli's tone that it didn't look warm and friendly either. Who is this man? Little baby? The middle-aged man looked at Yumeli and asked suspiciously. Don't think too much of it, dear. This is a classmate of mine from high school. He did used to pursue me in high school, but I rejected him unceremoniously. Yumeli threw a wink at the middle-aged man and said petulantly. She said without forgetting to glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was speechless when he heard Yumeli's words. He hadn't thought that this Yumeli's ability to turn black and white upside down was so strong. It's almost like you could be a movie queen. What a talent too. Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to Yumeli, and was ready to find a place to sit down and stop ignoring Yumeli. But Yumeli didn't think so. Lin Fan, you're not here to apply for a waitress job, are you? Yumeli asked with her eyes wide with curiosity. The waiters here are really well treated. After all, this is a five-star hotel. Yumeli talked herself up, causing Lin Fan to listen with a breathlessness to the extreme. How can you come out for dinner and meet such disgusting people? Then you'll have to hurry up and apply for the job. And when you do, you can serve us at dinner later. I'll have my husband tip you then. LOL. Yumeli actually giggled at the end of her sentence. Honey, how much do you think would be appropriate to give then? She smiled at the middle-aged man next to her and asked, her eyes glancing at Lin Fan from time to time. Well, since it's your high school classmate, naturally you can't give less. $10 surely won't do. Give it 100. Like the waiters here are paid a couple $100 a day. 100 is quite a lot already, the middle-aged man said graciously. He could hear that this was Yumeli deliberately embarrassing Lin Fan. Of course he was going to go along with it, and by the time Yumeli was happy, he might be able to unlock a few new moves for the night. Yumeli was a bit ordinary looking, but her body was top-notch. Giggle, hubby, you're still the best, tipping so much. Yumeli twisted her waist and giggled. She was very pleased in her heart at this time. Made you reject me in high school. Now you regret it. She was feeling extraordinarily relaxed right now. Even the air you breathe is sweet-smelling. Lin Fan, I wonder if you have a girlfriend. It's not like I've made you develop a love phobia because I've rejected you. Then all I can say is sorry. Yum Eli laughed, shaking her head and sighing. She was even more complacent at this time. She wanted to trample Lin Fan hard under her feet, rubbing and rubbing again, so that Lin Fan would deeply experience the scene of rejecting her. She had been ruthlessly rejected by Lin Fan at that time, and she had hated him in her heart, believing that he had made her lose face and become the joke of the school. She also wanted to continue humiliating Lin Fan. At that moment, a nice voice rang out from the hall. Who said that schoolmate Lin doesn't have a girlfriend? Yum Eli looked at the visitor. So pretty, so classy, even she, a woman, found the other beautiful and beautiful. The middle-aged man saw the visitor, eyes rolled up and down, an involuntary gulp escaped his mouth. It's so beautiful. It's simply the best on earth. The person who came was no other than Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan saw Tang Ruobing arrive and stood up. Tang Ruobing slowly came to Lin Fan's side under the gaze of Yumeli and the middle-aged man, and naturally took Lin Fan's arm. Senior Lin, I've kept you waiting, Tang Ruobing said to Lin Fan with a smile. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head as he didn't say anything. He hadn't expected Tang Ruobing to suddenly appear, and in such a way. It took him very much by surprise. Yumeli and the middle-aged man were instantly dumbfounded when they saw Tang Ruobing's actions. Both of them coincidentally had their mouths wide open and their eyes rolling round and round with shock. Yum Eli was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? How could such a beautiful woman be Lin Fan's girlfriend? A sense of frustration rose in her. No wonder Lin Fan hadn't refuted it just now. People didn't even bother to refute it. I'm afraid that everything she just did was just a jumping clown's performance in Lin Fan's eyes. Her face felt hot now. It was like being slapped in the face so hard. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. The middle-aged man was also filled with incredulity as he looked at Lin Fan. What's going on? Isn't this kid a working man? How can you find such a beautiful girlfriend? This is too unscientific. What kind of luck has this kid had? He was very jealous in his heart. Why should a working man have such a superb beauty? And he can only have so much of the common stuff. He was very unbalanced in his mind. Chapter 73, You've offended the wrong person. The middle-aged man saw that Tang Ruobing was so beautiful. How could he let it go? The middle-aged man looked at Tang Ruobing, revealing a self-professed charming smile as he opened his mouth. This beautiful young lady, don't let this man fool you. He's just a little waiter. The middle-aged man saw that Tang Ruobing was still in college at her age, so she should have been tricked by Lin Fan's flowery words. Don't think that being good-looking makes you a meal. He wanted to let Tang Ruobing know that it was useless for a man to be handsome. Money was king. He believed that as long as he showed his strength in a while, Tang Ruobing would definitely know how to choose. After all, people have to eat. They can't live in a fantasy. Bread and love. He believed that once Tang Ruobing regained her senses, she would know what the right choice was. Tang Ruobing looked at the middle-aged man when she heard his words. That look is like looking at a little cutie. Like, schoolboy Lin is a little waiter? You're here for a laugh, aren't you? Have you ever seen a waitress who drives a sports car to school every day? She thought the middle-aged man must be sick. Lin Fan didn't want to dwell on these too much. He said to Tang Ruobing, Senior Tang, let's go eat. I'm a little hungry. Poof. The middle-aged man burst out laughing. Kid, you're too good at pretending. What is this place? A casual meal here costs thousands of dollars. You're afraid you'll be eating noodles for months after this meal. The middle-aged man said with contempt. Young people nowadays are so good at pretending, not capable of doing it, and beating your face against the wall in order to pretend to be something you're not. He wanted Tang Ruobing to see Lin Fan's true colors, so wouldn't his chance come? He was now very proud in his heart. It was as if he saw Lin Fan's shameful appearance. It was as if he saw Tang Ruobing leaving Lin Fan. When Tang Ruobing saw that the middle-aged man had been targeting Lin Fan, she immediately quit. Who said that we need to ask schoolmate Lin to pay for it? After Tang Ruobing finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan. Let's go. Schoolmate Lin, feel free to order whatever you want. Humph. I'm willing to spend money for schoolboy Lin. Tang Ruobing finished glancing at the middle-aged man. She took Lin Fan's arm and walked towards the elevator. The middle-aged man was instantly confused when he heard Tang Ruobing's words. His shocked mouth slowly opened, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did he hear? This kid was actually bagged by that extremely beautiful woman. How is that possible? How could such a superb beauty harbor a gigolo? Can you really do whatever you want with your good looks? He was full of envy. Not only do you have the company of extremely beautiful women every day, but you also have pocket money to spend every month. What kind of life is this? It's just like winning in life. Envy, jealousy, hate. The middle-aged man was ready to take Yum Eli to dinner. At that moment, a man in a designer suit suddenly came from the side of the hall. The man in the suit directly stopped Yum Eli and the middle-aged man. You two stay back. You are not welcome here. Please leave now. When the middle-aged man saw that the other party was going to kick him out, he immediately quit. He yelled, What are you? Get your manager here. Is this how you treat your guests at the Linjian Hotel? The man in the suit looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, "I am Sui Yang, the general manager of Linjiang Hotel." The middle-aged man instantly wimped out when he heard that the man in the suit was actually general manager Sui Yang. "That, Mr. Su, I don't know how I offended you." The middle-aged man looked at Sui Yang and asked cautiously. He was very strange in his mind. He didn't have any interactions with this Sui Yang, and he hadn't offended the other party, so why did the other party target him? Although he had some money, it was still not enough in front of the Linjiang Hotel. He didn't want to be blacklisted by Linjiang Hotel. That would definitely have a huge impact on his future business. Like these 5-star hotels are all sharing information internally. If he was blacklisted by the Linjiang Hotel, then he is expected to be put on the unwelcome list in other 5-star hotels as well. If that were true, his business would surely go down the drain. He had to figure out why and find a way to fix it. Sui Yang looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "If you offend me, I'm not going to kick you out, but you've offended the wrong people." He shook his head at the end of his sentence. "Who do you think you're offending but Lin Fan?" "Who is Lin Fan?" "That's the real owner of the Linjiang Hotel. He was also just working for Lin Fan." The middle-aged man's heart thumped when he heard Sui Yang's words. Has this offended the gods? He stumbled and asked, "May I still ask Mr. Su to clarify?" Listening to Sui Yang, the person he offended should be a big shot. How is that possible? He didn't think he'd offended any big shots. He was very apprehensive at this time. It's the unknown that's scary. "Do you know who the young man is that you've just been looking down on?" Sui Yang looked at the middle-aged man with pity. "It's really a case of do or die. Could it be a male of any family?" The middle-aged man said hurriedly. "Yes, that young man must be a great young man. Otherwise how could that extremely beautiful woman willingly follow the other party?" "That's my boss," Sui Yang said indifferently. He wouldn't have stepped in if it were an ordinary Daiukai, but his own boss was a different story. "Make sure you keep the boss happy or he'll be waiting to roll." Sui Yang's words were very soft, but when he heard the middle-aged man's ears, it was like the deafening sound of spring thunder. His mouth opened wide in shock, as if he could fit an egg in it. How is that possible? That wage earner he had always despised was actually the owner of the Linjiang Hotel in Luchang? This is too hard to believe. No wonder Sui Yang wanted to kick him out. Offending the owner of the hotel and still wanting to eat at someone else's place is just delusional. A pang of bitterness ran through him. How did you offend the owner of the Linjiang Hotel for no reason? He glanced at the dumbfounded Yum Eli next to him. "It's you? It's all you? If it wasn't for you, how would I have offended the owner of Linjiang Hotel?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Snap! He swung his hand up and hit Yum Eli hard in the face. "It's all because of you. Otherwise how would I have offended the hotel owner? I'll beat you to death." There was a clap. The middle-aged man slapped again at Yum Eli. The mind is still not relieved. The middle-aged man swung his arm up, still trying to make a move. At this time, Yum Eli also reacted. Yumeli stood up and yelled, "How dare you hit my mother? I'll fight you." She instantly tore into the middle-aged man. The two wrestled in the hall together and that scene was very hot. Sui Yang hurriedly called for security and dragged the two out of the hotel lobby. He didn't want the two to affect the hotel's business. Chapter 74, Let me discuss something with you. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing arrived at the reserved box. Lin Fan looked at the box. It wasn't big, but it was more elaborate. Obviously Tang Ruobing was going to break the bank quite a bit this time. The two sat down and began to order. Finish ordering. The waiter leaves and arranges for the food to be served. Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing and said with a smile, "I just thanked Senior Sister Tang. Senior Lin, I just helped you out. How do you plan to thank me?" "Wouldn't want to leave it at that with a thank you, would you?" Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smiling face. When Lin Fan heard Tang Ruobing's words, he thought for a moment and said, "Senior Sister Tang, why don't you let me buy this meal? This meal is my way of thanking you for your help last time. How can I let you buy? One size fits all." Tang Ruobing picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea. Then next time I'll treat Sister Tang." Lin Fan thought about it and said, "I'll remember the words of schoolmate Lin." Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "Aha." Lin Fan nodded. The food was served very quickly for the reason that there weren't a lot of people eating at lunch. It wasn't long before the food came up. Lin Fan didn't ask for a drink and asked for a bottle of juice. The two men talked and laughed as they ate. A pleasant meal for two. Lin Fan found it easy to be with Tang Ruobing. After eating, Lin Fan drove his car and headed towards Luchang University. Back at Willow City University, Lin Fan sent Tang Ruobing downstairs. "See you later, schoolboy Lin." Tang Ruobing waved her hand at Lin Fan. "Senior Sister Tang, goodbye," Lin Fan said with a smile. Lin Fan saw Tang Ruobing walk into the dormitory building and he turned towards the boys' dormitory building. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory where his three roommates were playing games. The three saw Lin Fan return. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Si, you're back from your date with schoolgirl Tang. The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, put down the mouse in his hand, stood up, walked over to Lin Fan and said, Senior, you're amazing. You didn't see, after you left with schoolgirl Tang, the way everyone looked at you, that envy. The oldest, Lim Yo, came over and said excitedly, as if that person was him, Old 4, I don't know what you're thinking. How can you let schoolgirl Tang give you an umbrella in such heavy rain? You're supposed to be bringing hot water to schoolgirl Tang. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, didn't know when he stood next to Lin Fan. I don't like what you're saying, Lao San. You're making Old 4 a lickspill. You haven't heard. Lick the dog, 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 lick until there's nothing left at the end? I think Lao Si did the right thing. What's wrong with letting schoolgirl Tang deliver the umbrella? This is a good indication that Old 4 has an important position in schoolgirl Tang's heart. The eldest Zhang Ziqiang retorted at the third Wang Jiong. Lin Fan lay on his bed, put on his headphones, and listened to music. As for the quarrel between the three, what has it to do with me? Soon it was time to meet at the playground. Lin Fan changed into his military training uniform and walked towards the playground with his 3 roommates. Fall weather can be quite changeable, with pouring rain in the morning and straight-up sunny skies in the afternoon. It had just rained, but it wasn't cool at all. It's humid and hot. The 4 made their way to the playground and found a shady spot to sit. The expressions of the students who came to look at Lin Fan were all tinged with envy. The instructors soon arrived and the afternoon's military training began. The afternoon was spent in humid and muggy heat. After military training, the 4 returned to the dormitory. Lin Fan couldn't wait to take a cool shower. I felt refreshed. Let's go, brothers, let's eat barbecue. My treat. Lin Fan was in a good mood and wanted to eat barbecue today. The last time I had a barbecue, I happened to see a barbecue place not far away. It looked good from the outside, so I was just in time to try it today. Old 4, mighty. Old 4, awesome. Senior, I love you. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, ran to Lin Fan's side and was about to hug Lin Fan, making Lin Fan push him away. Asterisk 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 off. Brother is not good with men. Lin Fan said without a trace of anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother's normal too, okay? The oldest 3, Wang Jian, said angrily. Let's go. There's no room if you're late. Boss Zhang Ziqiang urged. The grill is still pretty hot, so if you go late you might not actually get a spot. The 4 of them exited the dormitory and headed towards the pedestrian street. Willow City Ding Yuan Barbecue. It's a relatively upscale barbecue buffet. $188 a head, even at that price, and it's still full every day. When Lin Fan's 4 arrived at the barbecue restaurant, they realized that there was only 1 table left, and the 4 of them screamed out a fluke. If you come a little later, there really won't be any room. Lin Fan sat down with the 4 of them and started to get the food. For self-service barbecue restaurants, they usually prepare some kind of deli food, but Lin Fan came here to eat mainly barbecued meat. Soon the table was covered with a pile of various sliced meats and fruits, and of course drinks and wine. Start the roast. Brush with oil. Lin Fan brushed the oil twice and began to put in the meat. There was a bared sound. While the meat was grilling, Lin Fan mixed his own favorite dipping sauce. The dipping sauce is the soul of the barbecue and must not be compromised. Soon a pot roast is ready. Lin Fan put the roast in the dip and rolled it around. Put it to your mouth and gently blow on it. Can't wait to put it in your mouth. Nice. Good quality meat here. Lin Fan gulped down the roasted meat and marveled. Definitely worth the price of $188. Unlike some places that pass off duck meat as beef or lamb, the other 3 ate as well. The 4 men raised their glasses in a toast. Lin Fan drank wine as well, and tonight he had no plans to go back to the villa, preparing to sleep in the dormitory for the night. At this time, a young man suddenly walked by and stood in front of Lin Fan's table of 4 students, to discuss something with you. The young man said that he would discuss things, but he didn't look like he was discussing things at all. Boss Zhang Ziqiang looked at the young man and asked suspiciously, "What is it? Would you 4 please vacate this table? This meal today is on me." The young man looked at Zhang Ziqiang and said with a smile, he was sure that once he heard that it didn't cost him anything, he would be sorely tempted to give up his table. After all, he saw that the 4 were still students, and that they had asked for money from their families. He didn't believe that he could save money and that these people would not do as they were told. "No, we haven't finished eating yet." Boss Zhang Ziqiang directly refused. A couple of them had just started eating, so if they were full, it was okay to give up their seats, but they hadn't had enough to eat, so how could they give up their seats? "Class, you probably don't know who I am, do you?" The young man looked at his boss, Zhang Ziqiang, and said with great confidence, "My name is LV Ningqiu, and this store is owned by our family." Zhang Ziqiang frowned slightly and asked directly, "Are you trying to kick us out?" "No, I was going to say that if you guys give up your seats, next time you come back, you'll even get a free bill. Lu Ningqiu waved his hand and said, it's not like he's a cutie pie. He's not a cutie, but a guest offering to give up their spot and leave, that's a different story. He couldn't believe that. With another free meal, these 4 men wouldn't allow the location. He had a confident smile on his face. Aha, very confident. Chapter 75, this is your little brother's little brother. No, we don't need a waiver. Boss Zhang Ziqiang ate the meat on his plate and rejected it outright. It's just one meal. It's not enough to get the bill waived. When Lu Ningqiu heard Zhang Ziqiang's words, his face instantly turned gloomy. He just came back from out of town and promised to treat a few of his minions to dinner today, but he didn't realize that business was so good at home that there was no room. The reason why he looked at Lin Fan's seat was because it was relatively large and could seat everyone. A little brother next to him saw LV Ningqiu's face change and knew that LV Ningqiu was angry. The little brother stepped forward and said arrogantly, you guys are from Lu Di, right? Do you guys know who my boss hangs out with? Mr. Han of the 4 Dukes is my boss's boss. If you don't want trouble, hurry up and do what my boss says and give up your spot. When Lin Fan's 3 roommates heard the arrogant little brother's words, they all coincidentally looked towards Lin Fan, who had been eating barbecued meat with his head down. Old 4, this is your little brother's little brother. Is that your little minion? Or is it a penis? Lin Fan knew that if he didn't get rid of these people, this meal wouldn't be clean. He raised his head, looked at Lu Ningqiu, and asked indifferently, you're Han Wenbin's little brother? Lu Ningqiu said smugly, nice, now give up your position and I can leave you alone. At this time, the arrogant little brother next to him was startled when he saw Lin Fan's appearance. He hurriedly tugged on Lu Ningqiu's clothes. What's wrong? Lu Ningqiu asked suspiciously. Old boss, this is Lin Banji. The arrogant little brother shivered and said, where was the arrogant look he had just had? Captain Lin? What Lin Banshi? Lu Ningqiu looked at the arrogant little brother and asked suspiciously. The arrogant little brother then remembered that LV Ningqiu had just returned from the field and didn't know what had happened to Lu Di recently. He hurriedly came to Lu Ningqiu's front and whispered an explanation in her ear. Lu Ningqiu was instantly dumbfounded when he heard the arrogant little brother's words. His mouth was wide open in shock and his eyes were rolling. Schoolgirl Tang's boyfriend? An $8 million Lamborghini Bat SV? A $15 million Porsche 918 Spider? A $30 million Ferrari Rafa? Han Wenbin is begging to be his little brother? If he knew that Lin Fan was driving a $30 million Ferrari Rafa, he would have knelt down and recognized his big brother. This is a real big young man. This is a big thick leg no one wants to give up. It was definitely a wise choice for Han Wenbin to recognize Lin Fan as his boss. He stole a glance at Lin Fan. Wouldn't he be Lin Fan's little brother? This bastard just came back and even offended the old boss. That, old boss, I didn't know you were here. I apologize. Lu Ningqiu's body bowed slightly and said in a pandering manner. Lin Fan waved his hand and said indifferently, well, get out of here. We have to eat. Yes, we're leaving. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Ningqiu let out a long sigh of relief in her heart and hurriedly said. After saying this, he took his sidekick and quickly left, fearing that if he left late, Lin Fan would find him to settle the score. Lin Fan lowered his head and continued to eat the grilled meat. That little hiccup hadn't affected his mood for barbecue. A meal took 4 people an hour and a half. After dinner, the 4 of them walked down the pedestrian street. Old 4, I've heard that at the end of the pedestrian street, there's a square with a fountain that's especially beautiful at night. Boss Zhang Ziqiang looked at the end of the pedestrian street and said with glowing eyes, Che, boss, you don't even want to see the fountain. You want to see the pretty young lady. The second Li Muyang immediately revealed what Zhang Ziqiang had in mind. Hey, Dick, don't you want to see it? Boss Zhang Ziqiang looked at Li Muyang and squeezed his eyebrows and asked. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, urged. What's the point of dilly-dallying when you've got a pretty young lady to look at? In case you ask for the contact information of a pretty young lady, is it possible to develop an unusual romance? Go, old 4, come on, don't call Lao Si, let him go slowly. He already has schoolgirl Tang. It's not like us 3 single dogs. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly as he looked at the 3 people who were leaving at a fast pace. His pace is not fast and not slow walking on the pedestrian street. Come to this world. Have not yet properly appreciate this side of the night scenery. Just today to appreciate it. Music Square. The fountain is colorfully illuminated by the colored lights at the bottom, and with the sound of music, the spring water rises and falls, forming all kinds of beautiful patterns. Lin Fan looked at the fountain for a while and casually walked around. He walked to a corner to find a crowd gathered around him. He moved closer to take a look. A girl with white short sleeves on top and jeans underneath was singing, and was estimated to be about 1 meter 6.5 tall. Singing anchor. The girl's features could be clearly seen under the fill-in light. Very delicate looking. with light makeup painted on her face and a few hairs on her forehead that were wet and wrinkled with sweat. With a smile on his face, he was selling the song. Old 4, you got here fast. Boss Zhang Ziqian patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, we've been around the whole music square, and it's still this girl who looks so pretty. She's practically a schoolgirl. The oldest too, Li Muyang, said with a sigh of relief. I'm going to go up and ask her for contact info after the song later. What do you guys think? The oldest 3, Wang Ziyong, looked at the girl who was broadcasting live and asked, Lao San, I'm with you. Come on, Lao San. Lin Fan didn't say anything. Going up for contact information? Unless the other person is a cutie. Only then will they give it to you. This kind of girl who's out there on the air every day would not know what you're thinking. How can you easily give your contact information to strangers? In his heart, he observed a minute of silence for the oldest 3. Wang Ziyong, rejected for sure. Lin Fan watched the girl sing and felt that the singing was okay. He rubbed his chin. If we recruit this girl into the company and train her well, I'm sure it won't be long before I can develop into a big anchor. After all, the girl had a great face and not a bad voice singing level. All that's missing is the opportunity. As long as the company gave the girl a lot of resources, he believed that the girl became a big anchor that was the nail in the coffin. If the girl is willing, she can even use the anchor platform to make her debut and become a full-fledged singer. And it's not impossible for her to become a second-tier, or even first-tier singer. This was just what he had in mind. Whether it would work or not would have to be determined after communicating with the girl. The girl finished her song and took a sip of water. She smiled and said to the live streaming netizens, I'll pick an audience member live to sing a song with me. Okay? There were so many good words typed on the screen of the live broadcast. She saw the netizens agree and she turned her head to the crowd, ready to pick an audience member to sing with her. Chapter 76. Will you sing a song with me? Lao Si, Missy is looking at me. Boss Zhang Ziqian tugged on Lin Fan's arm and said excitedly. See, Lin Fan said somewhat breathlessly. The young lady was clearly looking at a large group of people. You just thought she was looking at you. Lin Fan was powerless to spit in his heart. He was thinking about how to get in touch with this young lady at the moment. After all, this was a very promising young lady, and as long as it was cultivated properly, it would definitely bring him great rewards. Lin Fan bowed his head in deep thought. At this time, a nice voice suddenly rang out from the side. This little brother, can you sing a song with me? Lin Fan looked up just in time to see that young lady flashing her big eyes at him, waiting for his reply. Lin Fan secretly sighed. What good luck. I was just worried about how to approach the girl, but here's the opportunity. Sure. Lin Fan finished and smiled slightly at the girl. Lifting his leg, he followed the girl toward the steps. The 3 roommates were instantly dumbfounded when they saw Lin Fan being called away by the young lady. One by one, their shocked mouths were wide open and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. How come Lin Fan was invited away? What the hell is going on here? How did Missy fall for Lin Fan? I'll be damned. Senior, how did that get picked? I just saw Missy clearly looking at me. How come she chose old 4 in the blink of an eye? This old 4's peach blossom luck is too strong. Are the 3 of us really that bad? Old 4 he doesn't stand out much except that he's a little better looking than me. A little taller, and a little whiter. Sour. Very sour. More sour than eating a lemon. The 3 of them looked at Lin Fan who walked up the steps with the young lady. Envy. Envy. Fellow papapas, I've invited a little brother from the scene to sing with me. Welcome, everyone. The young lady turned to the screen, pointed at Lin Fan next to her, and said with a smile. Lin Fan waved his hand at the screen as a way of saying hello to the netizens. There weren't many people in Missy's live room, more than 1,000. Lin Fan glanced at the young lady's live broadcast name. Orange loves to sing. A very straightforward name. You can tell this young lady does love to sing. The netizens in the live broadcast room popped up after seeing Lin Fan's appearance. I'll go. Where did Missy find a star? Why do you feel more handsome than me? This little brother is so handsome. I wonder how he sings. Orange, hurry up and get contact information from your little brother. I'm going to fall in love. Orange, hurry up and ask little brother if he has a girlfriend. I want to give little brother a monkey. Upstairs, don't pretend. Your personal information has exposed you. You are a stingy man. Who are you trying to disgust? Orange, if you get your little brother's contact info, I'll swipe your rocket for you. Go for it. Speed. When the young lady saw the message in the live broadcast, she sneaked a glance at Lin Fan and realized that the other party wasn't staring at the live broadcast, making her heart breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly chose a love song that the 2 of them sang to each other. She finished choosing the song and blushed slightly at the title. She hadn't sung a love song with a guy on the air yet. If she hadn't been a little sick in the throat today, she wouldn't have gotten a chorus on the spot. She was ready to go off the air after the chorus. Little brother, is this song okay? She turned her head and asked. Could be. Lin Fan nodded. The young lady heard Lin Fan agree and clicked play. The prelude played at once. The song starts with a girl solo verse. The young lady's sweet voice rang out instantly. Lin Fan felt the young lady's voice at close range, and felt that it sounded better than from a distance. The young lady's part was quickly sung, and it was Lin Fan's turn. Lin Fan picked up his headset and sang along with the accompaniment. As Lin Fan's voice came out, the scene fell into silence. The pop-ups on the live feed felt like someone had pressed the pause button. Lin Fan didn't stop after one verse. The chorus was next. The soprano part could not be sung due to Missy's sore throat. At this time, Lin Fan directly raised his voice another degree, directly overshadowing the young lady's voice. The young lady gratefully glanced at Lin Fan. If it wasn't for Lin Fan being there today, her voice would have definitely been injured even if she had just sung up. Soon the song finished. The netizens in front of the screen directly exploded. OMG. This singing is too good to be true. It's just awesome. It feels even better than the original song. This little brother wouldn't really be a star. It was so powerful, especially the high notes. It shook me to the point where my blood was pounding. My little brother was amazing. Little brother. Love it, love it. Orange, hurry up and ask little brother if he has a live broadcast number. I want to become his little Iron Fan. The young sister didn't look at the screen at this time, but instead looked dumbfounded at Lin Fan. She was very shocked at this time. Just now the high notes of the first chorus. She thought it was Lin Fan's limit. Who knew that last ending chorus raised it another degree? Her mouth was unconsciously wide open at this point, and it was evident that she was very shocked. Even when her voice wasn't hurting, she couldn't sing that high. What shocked her even more was that Lin Fan didn't break his voice at all when he sang such a high note. That's too awesome. Lin Fan asked curiously when he saw that the young lady kept looking at him. Do I have dirt on my face? The young sister woke up instantly when she heard Lin Fan's question. She said hastily, No. She didn't look at the live broadcast pop-ups and said directly to the netizens in front of the screen, Posies, this is the end of today's live broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow. She finished and clicked straight off the air. She turned her head to Lin Fan. Little brother, can you give me your contact information? Thank you for today. I'll buy you dinner someday. The young sister's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Fan without turning. Lin Fan was happy in his heart. He was just thinking about asking for contact information from the young lady in a while, but he didn't think that the young lady would open her mouth first. How could Lin Fan miss such a good opportunity? He took out his cell phone, opened the QR code and handed it to the young lady. The young lady hurriedly took out her cell phone and scanned the code to add friends. My name is Zhang Yun Orange. Little brother, what's your name? Zhang Yun Orange told Lin Fan his name. Lin Fan. Lin Fan said directly. Lin Fan, I have to go back. We'll be in touch by cell phone. Zhang Yun Orange shook the cell phone in her hand and said with a smile, Aha. Lin Fan nodded and hemmed. He also had no intention of inviting Zhang Yun Orange to his company today. There were some things that could not be rushed. Lin Fan turned toward his three roommates. The three roommates were filled with envy when they saw the returning Lin Fan. Look at the gap. Everyone else is chasing after the young lady for contact information. But what about Lin Fan? The young lady took the initiative to add Lin Fan contact information. There's really no comparison between people. Chapter 77, Can I Run With You? Lin Fan returned to the dormitory with his three roommates. Lin Fan went to take a cool shower to wash the alcohol off his body. Lin Fan was just lying in bed. That's when his cell phone rang. A look at the number. It was Zhu Yongkuan, the general manager of the Golden Tripod building. Who called? Lin Fan slid the answer button. Boss, just now Su Pengfei, the chairman of the Su Group, called me and asked if you have time tomorrow at noon? Zhu Yongkuan didn't nag and directly stated the purpose of the call. Lin Fan mused for a moment, thinking about the fact that he didn't have anything to do tomorrow at noon. Could be. Lin Fan opened his mouth and said, Tomorrow at 12 noon. The Imperial Box at the Linjiang Hotel in Willow City. Zhu Yongkuan reported another time and place. Got it. Anything else? Lin Fan nodded and asked. No more. Then I won't disturb your rest, boss. Zhu Yongkuan hurriedly said. Lin Fan hung up the phone, his head resting on his hands, looking at the ceiling. This Sui Yang is really an interesting person. Sui Yang had clearly made all the arrangements before asking him if he had the time, so it was evident that he was a very sincere person. It seems that the other party has no malicious intent. Lin Fan muttered. Linjiang Hotel's Imperial Box is not cheap. The box fee alone is as high as 88.88, and this is still no consumption. The minimum consumption of 100,000 yuan. It was evident that Sui Yang attached great importance to Lin Fan and was full of sincerity. Lin Fan was lying on his bed swiping his cell phone. Played the puzzle game Landlord for a while. Aha! Winning every time. He had found that his level of playing doujinshi had skyrocketed since using the learning skill. This is a really good learning skill. After playing for a while, Lin Fan felt that it was about time and got out of bed to wash up and get ready for bed. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up on time. Get out of bed and wash up. After shuffling around, Tap on the system's virtual panel. Check out today's dollar per second items. $1 for one top quality imperial green bracelet. $1 for one painting by Tangin. Lin Fan felt good. Buy them all. He didn't hesitate. What was there to hesitate about? Even if it didn't work, it was only a $2 loss. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. The imperial green bracelet and Tang Yin's calligraphy and painting have been placed in the study of Villa Haitian No. 1. The system was still quite considerate, knowing that it was inconvenient for him to view it now, and put it directly into the villa. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and looked up information on imperial green. The market price of top quality emerald green is now between $500,000 and $600,000 per gram, and an emerald green bracelet weighs about 40 to 80 grams. Aha! It's worth at least $20 million. His value has simply grown by tens of millions more. Tang Yin calligraphy and painting. Tang Bohu, that is a famous celebrity. How can a painting of Tong Pak Fu cost tens of millions of dollars? This is simply the system to send benefits. Lin Fan was in a very good mood. Lin Fan put on his clothes and walked towards the playground. It was still a little early for breakfast, so Lin Fan planned to go for a short run on the playground. He felt like his body had an inexhaustible amount of strength every day since the last time he used his fighting skills. The military training made him not feel tired at all. Running in the morning is even more trivial. Lin Fan came to the playground and found that there were already people on the playground who had started exercising, so it was clear that not everyone at the university liked to sleep in. The female students, in particular, exuded youthfulness. Self-discipline makes them more beautiful. Lin Fan adjusted his breathing and started running. For the first lap, he used jogging to let his body get used to the movement. Squad leader Lin, you're coming to run too. At this time, a nice voice rang out next to Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head to look at the female student who had spoken. He was very puzzled. This female student he didn't know at all. Aha, you are? Lin Fan nodded, still asking the doubts in his heart. He really didn't remember the girl from his memory. And now that the girl had greeted him and he didn't know who the other person was, it was a bit awkward, but better to be briefly embarrassed than to be embarrassed all the time. I'm Shi Lin from sophomore class 3 of the finance department. It's your schoolmate Shi Lin said with a smile. Her two small tiger teeth were playful and cute. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Sure enough, he didn't recognize it before. Fortunately, something wrong? School teacher? Lin Fan looked at Shi Lin curiously and asked. He hadn't crossed paths with the Shi Lin before, and he didn't understand what Shi Lin was looking for him for. Shi Lin was speechless for a moment when she heard Lin Fan's words. Schoolboy Lin, what a log. I can't say hello to you if it's okay. She could only spit in her mind. Schoolboy Lin is simply a treasure boy. Not only can he sing and play the guitar, but he's rumored to be a good fighter. What's more crucial is that Schoolboy Lin is super rich. She had heard that Mr. Han, one of the 4 great sons of Lu University, had begged to be Lin's junior. Such a powerful character. Who wouldn't want to get acquainted? Maybe even an unusual story. As for what happened between Schoolboy Lin and Tang Ruobing, she didn't care. It's not like they're married, so we don't know who's going to die. She was still very confident in her own beauty as a fellow Lu University student. She smiled and said, just wanting to get to know schoolmate Lin. I'm a great admirer of schoolmate Lin, a man of the people like him, she said looking at Lin Fan with perfect eyes. Lin Fan heard Shi Lin's words and felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. How did he become a windbag? Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, Shi Lin then said, can I run with you, Senior Lin? She wanted to get in touch with Lin Fan more, in case Lin Fan had a crush on her. The only way to get a chance is to make contact. Isn't that right? Such an excellent class president Lin. If she didn't fight for it, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Lin Fan nodded when he heard Shi Lin's words. Maybe running would be more fun with a beautiful woman in tow. Thank you schoolmate Lin, Shi Lin said with a smile. Lin Fan waved his hand indifferently. Running alone is also running, and running with 2 people is also running. Lin Fan and Shi Lin both started running side by side. The edge of the playground. A young man dressed in a designer sweatshirt trotted up to one of the boys. He hurriedly asked, is Shi Lin here? The boy hurriedly said, schoolgirl sure is here. The young man had a smile on his face when he heard the boy's words. The reason he got up so early was because he heard that Shi Lin came to the playground to run in the morning. He wanted to have a chance encounter with Shi Lin so that he could go for a breakfast after his run. Go with the flow and ask for contact information. He felt like his plan was about to work. He couldn't wait to get to Shi Lin. At that moment, there was a sudden tug. What else? The young man asked in displeasure. That, you can't go to schoolgirl sure right now. The boy had a bitter smile on his face. How could he not expect Shi Lin, who had just been alone, to take the initiative to hit on Lin Fan and run with him? Why? There was a hint of anger in the younger man's tone. Schoolgirl sure is with class president Lin right now. The boy saw that the younger man was angry and hurried to explain. What the is a Lin band leader? Whoever it is, they can't ruin my plans, the young man said angrily. After he finished, I feel like I've heard of this Captain Lin somewhere before. Captain Lin? It can't be him, can it? The class president Lin you're talking about wouldn't be Mr. Han's boss, would he? The young man asked eagerly. The boy smiled bitterly and nodded fiercely. Who dares to call Lin class president in Ludi except Han Gongzi's boss? The young man was dumbfounded at the sight of the boys. Chapter 78, You're on the campus hotspot again. The young man was momentarily dumbfounded when he saw the affirmative reply from the boys. He unconsciously took 2 steps back. Everything he'd planned had been for nothing. This is class president Lin, the boss of Mr. Han, one of the 4 sons of Ryu University. If you gave him 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to go against class president Lin. He laughed inwardly. It's love in the womb before it's begun. In the future it seems to stay far away from Shi Lin. If this caused Lin Banzai to misunderstand something, he wouldn't even need Lin Banzai to make a move. Those juniors of Dukhan would not be something he could afford to offend. He was lost in thought and headed for the playground exit. Lin Fan naturally didn't know that simply by helping Shi Lin drive away a suitor, Lin Fan jogged round and round. There was no way out. He wanted to run fast, but there was a drag queen Shi Lin next to him. He couldn't just leave Shi Lin behind and go run by himself. Lin Fan felt some slight heat on his body. Aha, just fine. Lin Fan stopped and looked at Shi Lin, realizing that the other party's face was red and her forehead was covered in fragrant sweat. Lin Fan was startled. Concerned, he asked, "Are you okay?" He hadn't expected the Shi Lin to be so feisty, obviously already exhausted, but still insisting. Shi Lin blankly glanced at Lin Fan. This Lin schoolboy is really an iron tree wood. Why don't you know how to have mercy? Just run and don't look at how the person next to you is doing. She spat frantically in her mind. It was good that Lin Fan finally stopped. If she ran another lap, she would have died of exhaustion on the playground. No, it's fine, she said with a smile. Naturally, she couldn't say what was on her mind. Lin Fan didn't ask more questions when he saw Shi Lin say she was fine. I'm going to eat, so run along. Lin Fan and Shi Lin were ready to say goodbye. He's in just enough shape that he feels fine running, his body slightly warm, or sweating a little. Shi Lin heard that Lin Fan was still telling her to run. I'm like this, can I still run? You really can't tell? Her mind roared madly. As it happens, I'm feeling hungry too. Let's go together, she said with a smile as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lin Fan nodded. The two of them headed out of the playground. Cafeteria. Lin Fan entered the cafeteria and asked for a tofu brain and 2 donuts. He thought the cafeteria's tofu brains and fries were still good. He found a seat and sat down. He entered the cafeteria and separated from Shi Lin. Just had a bite of fries. He noticed a man sitting down next to him. He looked up and the person coming was none other than Shi Lin. He didn't understand why this Shi Lin kept following him. He had no intention of talking, though, and was ready to eat his fill and leave the cafeteria. Senior Lin, how can you eat so little? Here's a little bun for you to eat, Shi Lin said as she took a small bun from her own plate and put it on Lin Fan's plate. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. This Shi Lin is a bit overzealous, isn't she? We just met, okay? He spat in his mind. Thanks. Lin Fan said thank you. He couldn't just chuck the little buns back again. The students eating next to them were instantly dumbfounded when they saw Shi Lin actually give a boy a bun. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. You know Shi Lin is the school beauty of Lu University. There's nothing to say about that face value naturally. Ki was never rumored to have been this close to any boy. She was known as the Lu de Double Iceflower alongside Tang Ruobing. Never just a lovey-dovey look to boys. They didn't expect to see Shi Lin holding buns for the boys today. How could they not be shocked? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is this kid? This is too powerful. The schoolgirl even took the initiative to clip the bun for him. Could it be schoolgirl's boyfriend? This is big news. I advise you, don't talk nonsense or you'll get yourself in trouble. This kid is famous? You haven't met him, but you must have heard his name. Who? Captain Lin. I go. So it's an idol. I can't believe I've seen Class President Lin in real life. I said who can capture the heart of school flower sure. If it's Class President Lin, then it's too normal. Didn't you say that Class President Lin is with Schoolmarm Tang? How come he's with School Mistress Sure again? That's what you don't understand. How can a powerful person like Class Leader Lin have only one girlfriend? 2 I think is less. It's also true that Class Leader Lin's realm is not something we can understand. Lin Fan finished his breakfast and asked for 3 more Xiaolong steamed buns to pack away. Lin Fan said to Shi Lin next to him, I'll leave first. Wait. Shi Lin saw that Lin Fan was leaving and hurriedly said. Lin Fan looked at Shi Lin and asked curiously, what else? Senior Lin, can you give me your contact information? Shi Lin looked at Lin Fan and asked, If others would have come up and asked for her contact information, but when it came to Lin Fan, after a meal, Lin Fan didn't even mention a word about asking for contact information. She was in a hurry and had no choice but to take the initiative. Aha! Lin Fan briefly froze. He took his cell phone out and opened the QR code. Since Shi Lin said it, it would be rude to reject it outright. Shi Lin saw Lin Fan turn his cell phone on, and she hurriedly took out her phone to scan the code to add friends. Goodbye, Senior Lin, she said happily after getting Lin Fan's contact information. Bye. After saying goodbye to Shi Lin, Lin Fan took the Xiaolong Bao and walked towards the dormitory. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory to find that all three of his roommates were up. Did the sun come out of the west today? Lin Fan asked curiously as he looked at the three. Senior, did you just go to the cafeteria to eat? Boss Zhang Zicheng came over and asked. Nonsense, if I don't go to the cafeteria to eat, how can I bring you Xiaolong Bao back? Lin Fan pointed at the Xiaolong Bao on the table and said in a nonchalant manner. Old four, tell me the truth. When did you hook up with schoolgirl Shi? The second oldest, Li Muyang, came over and patted Lin Fan's shoulder and asked. He was full of envy. Not only did Lin Fan have tang ruobing, but now he was having an intimate breakfast with Shi Lin. What hookup? So hard to hear. Shi Lin and I just happened to run into each other while we were running. Lin Fan blankly glanced at the second oldest, Li Muyang. Ha? How did you guys know about me having breakfast with Shireen? Lin Fan asked curiously. Scream, old four, you're on the campus hot search again. And this time it's not with schoolgirl Tang, but with schoolgirl Shi. The oldest three, Wang Jian, brought his cell phone to Lin Fan and pointed to the campus hot list. The topic of Shi Lin pinching buns for Lin Fan has entered the top 10 of the campus hot search list. Lin Fan was also speechless when he saw this topic. Are all college students so idle? Care about other people's gossip all day long? Lin Fan no longer cared. Just say it, it didn't matter. He pulled out his military uniform and prepared to change. Chapter 79, This is the cigarette I asked my cousin for. Lin Fan's four came to the playground, found a seat and sat down, waiting for the instructor to arrive. Time passed and soon the instructor arrived. Today's military training officially begins. The sun still shines in the fall. Finally it was time for a break and everyone rushed to find a shady spot to sit. Phew, this damn weather is so hot. Old Zhang sat on the ground and spat. Smells that good? What kind of cigarettes are these? He turned his head to look at old Wang, who was not far away next to him. I only saw old Wang put a cigarette into his mouth and spit out a smoke ring in a dashing manner. A look of intoxication. Old Zhang got up and came over to old Wang and asked with a smile. Old Wang, what kind of cigarettes are these? Why don't they look like the ones you usually smoke? Old Wang glanced at old Zhang and said lightly. Of course it's different. This is the cigarette I asked my cousin's uncle for. When he saw old Zhang's appearance, he was secretly pleased in his heart. It was not in vain that he had begged his cousin uncle for half a day with his dead skin. No, his cousin was so annoyed that he gave him 2 boxes. He just wanted to pretend in front of old Zhang and his classmates. It wouldn't let him successfully pretend to. Old Zhang eagerly asked, what kind of smoke is this? It smells so good? Old King said triumphantly. Of course it smells good. It's a yellow crane soft treasure. Can it not smell good? He took another intoxicating drag. Cool. The surrounding students were filled with envy when they heard that Lao Wang smoked a surprisingly soft and precious product of Yellow Crane Tower. It's a Yellow Crane soft treasure. Prices are in the 60s for a box. They only smoke $12 a day. They can't afford to smoke a whopping 60 Yellow Crane soft jumbo. Keep in mind that they are living on a limited amount of money a month. If they smoke such high-class cigarettes, then they should prepare to eat vomit next month. I'll go. Old Wang is awesome. He even smoked the Yellow Crane House Soft Rare. Envy really envy This cigarette is more than 60 a box Can't compare But this premium cigarette just doesn't taste the same as a regular cigarette. Old Zhang was also shocked. He did not expect that the old Wang smoked the Huangdalo soft treasures. He rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, Old Wang, can I discuss something with you? Old Wang looked up at old Zhang and faintly asked, what is it? That one. Can I have a Yellow Crane soft rare so I can try it too? I haven't smoked anything this expensive. Old Zhang's eyes were glowing and his mouth was watering. Old Wang was secretly pleased when he saw old Zhang's appearance. That's so cool. No wonder so many people like to pretend. We're brothers. So here. Lao Wang is so comfortable in his heart that he naturally will not begrudge a cigarette. He took the cigarette case out of his pocket and took one out, tossing it to old Zhang with a casual look. He was secretly pleased. Old Zhang hurriedly took it carefully and put it in front of his nose to smell it. He couldn't wait to light it and inhale deeply with a mesmerized look on his face. That's really nice. When I'm rich, I'll smoke this every day from now on. Old Zhang said in admiration. Such high-grade cigarettes are not affordable for ordinary people. Realize that he smokes at least 2 packs of cigarettes a day. That's $120 a day. That's $3.600 a month for cigarettes. The average $10.000 a month earner wouldn't dare smoke like that. Not to mention the fact that a recent college graduate makes $4,000 or $5,000. How can you afford to smoke it? You can only dare to smoke it like that when you have money later. Old Chang smoked his cigarette in ecstasy. What's that smell? This is too flavorful. Not the smell of cigarettes in your hand. Old Zhang opened his eyes and realized that Old Wang had similarly opened his eyes and looked around, searching for something. Lao Si, what kind of smoke is this? It tastes so special. Zhang Ziqiang, the boss next to Lin Fan, asked as he looked at the cigarette Lin Fan was holding in his mouth. This smoke smelled like nothing he had ever smelled before. Mind you, he smoked quite a few brands and none of them were cheap, but none of the flavors were the same as the ones Lin Fan smoked. It made him very curious in his mind. Old Zhang and Old Wang all looked at Lin Fan when they heard Zhang Ziqiang's words. They were also curious about what kind of cigarettes Lin Fan was smoking. After all, in their minds Lin Fan is a rich second generation. Smoking cigarettes must not be low grade. Very curious to know what these second generation guys like to smoke. Lin Fan glanced at his boss, Zhang Ziqiang, and calmly said, "Good color special cigarettes." After saying that, he took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled a nice smoke ring. The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, heard that the name sounded somewhat familiar, but could not recall it for a moment. Old Zhang and Old Wan looked at each other and shook their heads at each other. The guys hadn't heard of it either. The rest of the class was even more confused. At that moment, an exclamation of surprise came. The good color special cigarettes, is so expensive. A good student took out his cell phone to check the price and was shocked and screamed out. The classmate next to me said with displeasure, "What are you ghosting about? It scared me." $600,000 a box. The student who had just shrieked shivered. It's $600,000, not 60. Wouldn't that one be as high as 30,000? When the crowd heard that the good color special cigarettes even cost $600,000 a box, they hurriedly took out their cell phones and checked. Sure enough, it's $600,000 a box. The crowd raised their heads and looked at Lin Fan, who was swallowing clouds. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. $600,000 a carton of cigarettes. It costs $30,000 a piece. OMG. This is too scary. Even if they graduate and get a job, they'll be thankful to make $10,000 a month. A tiny cigarette in Lin Fan's hand cost $30,000. The average college student doesn't always save up $30,000 a year. The key so a cigarette only takes a few minutes to smoke. It's the equivalent of pumping $30,000 straight out of your pocket in a few minutes. It's completely gone. Just a little bit of soot left. That's too extravagant. Is this what money can do? Is this the real second generation? It was horrible. *******. Lao Si, you're great. You can even get such rare cigarettes. Good color special cigarettes. I said, why does it sound so familiar? Hey, give me one of those. The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, rubbed his hands together and hemmed and hawed at Lin Fan. The truth was that this smoke was too rare, and he knew that Lin Fan certainly didn't have much of it either. And he didn't want to miss this opportunity, and maybe he could only have this one chance to taste the smoke in his life. Lin Fan threw the cigarette case directly to the boss. Zhang Ziqiang, help yourself, Lin Fan said indifferently. Boss Zhang Ziqiang hurriedly caught the cigarette case. Sure enough, rubies and diamonds. This cigarette case is so extravagant. He looked at the cigarette case in admiration. Just a cigarette case like that is worth a lot of money. He hurriedly took one out of it and lit it. That's a nice flavor. The crowd was full of envy as they looked at the smoking Lin Fan and Zhang Ziqiang. Chapter 80 Feast for the new boss of Willow City's Golden Tripod Mansion. Soon the instructor returned and announced that the break was over. Military training continued in the morning. The time just went by minute. Soon the morning's military training was over. Lin Fan didn't go to the cafeteria to eat with his 3 roommates, but returned to the dormitory alone. He went back to his dorm and took off his military uniform and changed into a set of casual clothes. He looked at the time and predicted that there was still enough time to get to the Linjiang Hotel. He put on his shoes, grabbed his car keys and walked out of the dorm, heading downstairs. Yanagi City Rinqiang Hotel, the Imperial Box. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting in the box, and one of them was none other than Su Pengfei, the chairman of the Lu Chang-su group. The other was a middle-aged man about the same age as Su Pengfei. This middle-aged man was none other than Su Pengfei's close friend, Lu Cheng-hai-kuan Group Chairman Kong Hai-kuan. Kong Hai-kun took a sip of tea, put down the teacup and looked at Su Pengfei, asking suspiciously, "Old Su, what kind of people are you going to feast on, making the whole thing so mysterious?" He was going to ask Su Pengfei to have lunch with him at noon today, but Su Pengfei told him that he had an appointment with a distinguished guest. He was curious and followed him over, but Su Pengfei hadn't said exactly who he was going to invite even now, making him very curious. Su Pengfei looked at the time and said with a smile, "The person I'm inviting is Lin Fan, the new owner of the Golden Tripod Mansion in Luchang." The reason he didn't tell Kong Hiken was that he was afraid that when Kong Hiken heard about the banquet, he would look down on the other party and refuse to come. On the surface, the Golden Tripod Mansion was only worth $800 million, which was nothing to the two of them who were both at the helm of $10 billion. Yet he knew deep down that being able to take down the Golden Tripod Mansion was not something an ordinary person could do. At the very least, he had been staring at the Golden Tripod Mansion for a long time, but Lin Fan had taken it unnoticed. That would make Lin Fan seem quite terrifying. He was also doing it for Kong Hiken's benefit, and wanted Kong Hiken to get to know Lin Fan as well. If Kong Hiken was told in advance that he was going to be entertaining only a boss of the Jinding Mansion, then Kong Hiken's character would certainly not look down on a small boss like Lin Fan. After all, 800 million is nothing to Kong Hiken. What? The new owner of the Golden Tripod Mansion? Kong Hiken directly slapped the table and stood up. Old Su, do you have a problem? Just inviting a small boss with less than $1 billion. Do you need such a row? He looked at Su Pengfei, glaring, and asked in an exasperated manner. You have to know that this imperial box is not cheap. The box fee alone is more than $8,000, and there is also the fact that there is a minimum spending of $100,000 here. They don't get their money from the wind. It's natural to care about every penny spent. He always thought that Su Pengfei with such high specifications banquet how to be in Tang 10 billion enterprise boss, or 20 billion enterprise managers and so on. How could he not have expected Su Pengfei to be feasting on just a small boss with less than $1 billion? That's obviously too much emphasis on the other side, and dragged him along for company. It made him very angry. Su Pengfei waved his hand downward and said with a smile, Old Kong, sit down first and listen to me slowly. He just knew that Kong Hiken was reacting like this, and it was a good thing he hadn't said anything ahead of time. Okay, go ahead. Kong Hiken sat down on the chair, slumped over, with anger on his face, and opened his mouth. Old Kong, you know, I've been thinking about how to acquire the Golden Tripod Mansion, Su Pengfei said with a sigh. Kong Hiken nodded. He had always known about this matter, and also knew that Su Pengfei had found some connections for this matter. Are you trying to buy the GTA building from this new owner? He asked, looking up quizzically. If that's the case, it would make sense to invite each other to such a grand banquet. Su Pengfei shook his head. In his mind, he realized that purchasing the Golden Tripod building in the hands of the new owner was impossible. Since the new owner has purchased the GTA building, how can he sell it so easily? He hadn't thought about buying the GTA building from the new owner since the beginning. If you're not in it to buy the GTA building, what the hell are you in it for? Kong Hiken was confused. He didn't understand why Su Pengfei was having such a grand banquet for the new owner of this Jinding Mansion when he wasn't going to buy it. I just want to befriend each other. Su Pengfei looked at Kong Hiken and opened his mouth. He just wanted to befriend the other party, and for such a powerful character, he felt it was worth befriending. At first he thought the new owner who bought the GTA building would be someone about his age, but he learns through inquiries that this new boss is actually a freshman who just started college. It shocked him to no end. It is important to know that this Golden Tripod building is in a special geographical location, and many tens of billions of dollars of enterprises attach great importance to it. But now the new boss is a young man under 20, which makes people wonder. It could only mean that this young background was terrifying and didn't take Lin Fan Mansion seriously at all. Maybe it was given as a gift to this young man. He knows that for a business to grow bigger and stronger, it needs strong connections in addition to its own reasons. This new owner is a powerful network of people. If he can get on good terms with the new owner, it might take his business to the next level if there are opportunities to work together in the future. When a business reaches a certain size, it is not so easy to take a step forward. He was well aware of this, and this time, in order to make Lin Fan's acquaintance, he had made the scale of the banquet so grand. When Kong Hiken heard Su Pengfei's words, he frowned slightly and looked at Su Pengfei and asked, why? He could know that at their level, befriending people depended on whether or not their strength was equal. Do you know how old the new owner of this GTA building is? Su Pengfei didn't answer Kong Hiken directly, but asked in return, how old? About the same as us, or bigger than us? Kong Hiken thought for a moment and opened his mouth. He felt that the person who could take out $800 million to buy the Golden Tripod Mansion must not be too young. Old Kong, you would never have guessed that the new owner of this Golden Tripod Mansion is a freshman. A young man not yet 20 years old. Su Pengfei shook his head and said with a smile. He couldn't help but marvel at how young this new boss was. Kong Hiken was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Su Pengfei's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling in disbelief. How is that possible? That's too hard to believe. How can a young man come up with $800 million for the Golden Tripod Mansion? The key is still a freshman, less than 20 years old, and that's incredible. He couldn't get $1 million when he was 20. But the new owner of the Golden Tripod Mansion can easily come up with $800 million to buy the Golden Tripod Mansion. What strength is this? It was horrible. Chapter 81. What brings you here, Mr. John? Su Pengfei looked at the somewhat dumbfounded Kong Hiken inside. Hard to believe indeed. I was no less shocked than you were when I first heard it. Kong Hiken quickly came back to his senses when he heard Su Pengfei's words. He was indeed shocked just now. After all, being able to mobilize so much money at such a young age was mind-boggling, but quickly regained his composure. He looked at Su Pengfei and opened his mouth to ask, "This is the eldest young man of which family, right?" After all, in his opinion, such a young man couldn't buy the Golden Tripod Mansion by himself in any case. After all, it takes $800 million, not $8, to buy the GTA building. So much money he didn't believe a young man could have. It must have been by the support of his father's family that he was able to do so. He felt that this new boss was bound to be a big young man of a powerful family, and not just any big young man. His son is considered rich, but he's not going to give his son a few $100 million. He has those hundreds of millions perfectly capable of creating more value for the company. Su Pengfei shook his head and said, "Maybe, no matter what, it's never wrong to get acquainted." He also knew that the new boss was most likely a powerful young man. After all, he didn't believe that a young man less than 20 years old would be able to come up with $800 million at once, but that didn't stop him from wanting to befriend his new boss. The fact that the new boss was able to take down the Golden Tripod Mansion was a good indication of the other party's terrifying strength, but it was just unknown how the new boss was as a person. That's why he was thinking of feasting on his new boss to see what kind of person he really was. The reason why the new boss was invited to the banquet with such a high standard was that even if he could not befriend the new boss, he did not want to offend him. After all, the new boss's background was definitely in existence stronger than his. Kong Hiken shook his head helplessly when he heard Su Pengfei say that. He thought the new boss was probably a dude. Such people are not worth befriending at all. There's not a lot of experience, and you do things on a whim. He despised such people in his heart of hearts, but since Su Pengfei wanted to befriend the other party, he also wanted to see what kind of person this new boss was. He poured a cup of tea and stopped persuading Su Pengfei, but he took a cup of tea and realized that the new boss hadn't come yet. He looked at Su Pengfei and said with slight anger, "Young people nowadays really don't have any sense of time." Su Pengfei glanced at the time. There were still 10 minutes before the appointed time. He turned to Kong Hiken and said with a smile, "The time I agreed with the new boss hasn't arrived yet. It's because we're early." Kong Hiken heavily placed his teacup on the table with a disgruntled face. "I see this new boss doesn't have you in his sights. If I really valued you, I should have come half an hour earlier." Su Pengfei shook his head and didn't continue to say anything. At that moment, the door of the box was pushed open and a handsome young man walked in. The person who came was no other than Lin Fan. Su Pengfei stood up when he saw Lin Fan and asked with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Su Pengfei." He sized up Lin Fan. Although he had seen Lin Fan's picture at Zhu Yongquan's and knew that the other party was very young, he was still shocked for a moment after actually seeing the real person. "Hello, Dong Su." Lin Fan also greeted Su Pengfei politely. The two men shook each other's hands. "Mr. Lin, this way please," Su Pengfei said with a smile. Lin Fan took his seat. He glanced at Kong Hiken next to him, not understanding how there was another person here. Su Pengfei naturally saw Lin Fan's eyes and hurriedly said with a smile, "This is my good friend Kong Hiken, chairman of the Willow City Hiking Group." Kong Hiken nodded at Lin Fan. Although he despised the dude, he wasn't stupid enough to offend the other side to his face. Lin Fan looked at Kong Hiken and nodded. He could tell the other man didn't seem to be welcoming or overly enthusiastic. Su Pengfei sighed helplessly in his heart. He wondered if calling Kong Hiken here was a mistake. He could tell from what he had just said that Lin Fan was definitely not a dude. At the very least, he was different from the dudes he had seen. He called out to the door. A waitress in a cheongsam walked in. He said to the waitress, "You may serve." The waitress stepped out of the booth and arranged for the food to be served. Su Pengfei looked at Lin Fan in front of him and said in admiration, "Mr. Lin, still really young and promising." Lin Fan picked up his teacup and drank a cup of tea, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Not dare." He wasn't exactly young and talented at the moment. These things were given to him by the system, and the achievements belonged to the system. When Su Pengfei heard Lin Fan's words, he was immediately impressed. No arrogance or impatience. This is the man who can do great things. In his heart, he decided that Lin Fan would definitely be able to accomplish great things in the future. Next to him, Kong Hiken didn't say anything and drank tea by himself. At that moment, a knock sounded outside the box. "Come in." Su Pengfei spoke out. "Sigh, this Linjian hotel serves food pretty fast." The door to the box opened and in came an old man in gray. Su Pengfei and Kong Hiken hurriedly stood up when they saw that the old man was not calm anymore. "What brings you here, President Jian?" The person who came was no other than Jiang Zhengyang, the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association. When Jiang Zhengyang saw Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken, who stood up to greet him, he said with some surprise, "So you guys, Dong Su and Dong Kong, are also here." Jiang Zhengyang briefly greeted the two. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken looked at Jiang Zhengyang with light in their eyes. After all, being able to get on good terms with Jiang Zhengyang would help them a lot. Don't underestimate Jiang Zhengyang, the president of the Calligraphy Association. Jiang Zhengyang's connections are quite terrifying. Now a lot of tens of billions of enterprise bosses have contact with Jiang Zhengyang, including some 20 billion, 30 billion or more bosses. The two of them were only just $10 billion old bosses, so they naturally hoped to have a good relationship with Jiang Zhengyang. When the relationship is reached, Jiang Zhengyang introduces some other 10 billion old bosses, or even more than 20 billion old bosses. This way their network will become wider and their business may be able to go further. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken didn't expect to meet Jiang Zhengyang here, and the key was that Jiang Zhengyang himself came to the door. It made them both very excited in their hearts. They're going to take advantage of this opportunity. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken prepared to walk up. At this time, Jiang Zhengyang directly staggered past the two to come in front of Lin Fan. He patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Sailor, it really is you. I thought I was looking at the wrong person." He had just seen a person whose figure resembled Lin Fan when he was outside and chased after him. In his mind, Lin Fan was a genius painting master. Such a person had to be befriended. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken all instantly froze when they saw Jiang Zhengyang being so enthusiastic about Lin Fan. Chapter 82, General, I've seen it once before. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken all instantly froze when they saw Jiang Zhengyang being so enthusiastic about Lin Fan. The two people were shocked with their mouths wide open and their eyes rolling round and round, full of unbelief. How is that possible? What did they see? Jiang Zhengyang's attitude towards Lin Fan wasn't like that of an elder towards a junior. This was clearly an attitude that only existed between peers, and it even felt like Jiang Zhengyang was somewhat humble. Is this a hallucination? The two men rubbed their eyes in unison. It was discovered that Jiang Zhengyang's attitude really didn't treat Lin Fan as a junior. That's a little scary. You have to know that in Lucheng, you haven't heard of that which young man can make Jiang Zhengyang treat him as a peer. Su Pengfei's heart burst with joy. He felt like the right bet. Befriending Lin Fan was the right decision. After all, the only young man who let Jiang Zhengyang treat him like this was Lin Fan in the entire Lucheng. It was evident that Lin Fan not only had a terrifying background, but was even very powerful himself. He wouldn't think that Jiang Zhengyang was treating Lin Fan as a peer because of Lin Fan's background. Inevitably Lin Fan also had something special. Otherwise Jiang Zhengyang would never have been like this. The more he thought about it in his mind, the more excited he became. And he made up his mind that he had to get on good terms with Lin Fan. Can't you see that Jiang Zhengyang is paying so much attention to Lin Fan? Kong Haiken's heart turned over at this time. How could he not have thought that Lin Fan, who he had always thought of as a playboy, would make Jiang Zhengyang treat him so solemnly? He had heard of Jiang Zhengyang's character, and the last thing Jiang Zhengyang could see was a playboy. So it seemed that Lin Fan was definitely not the kind of dude he thought he was. And there was something he didn't know. Otherwise Jiang Zhengyang wouldn't have treated Lin Fan in such a manner. At the same time, he secretly pinched a cold sweat in his heart. Fortunately he hadn't offended Lin Fan just now. Certainly didn't make friends with Lin Fan. So it seemed that he could only slowly repair the relationship later. He glanced enviously at Su Pengfei next to him. Alas, it was Lao Su who had the foresight. He sighed in his mind. Jiang Zhengyang chatted with Lin Fan for a few moments as he still had things to do. He said goodbye to Lin Fan. Little Fan, when you have time one day, go to my house. I have a few bottles of good wine there. I'll give you a taste then. Jiang Zhengyang said to Lin Fan with a smile. He knew that people like some of the masters were into drinking. He thinks Lin Fan likes to drink too. He usually had a little drink sometimes before writing. He thought that a young master painter like Lin Fan must be no exception. After all, sometimes wine could inspire. Okay, when I have time, I'll definitely go to Elder Zhang's house to have a drink, Lin Fan said with a smile. He could sense from Jiang Zhengyang's words that the other party genuinely wanted to make friends with him. So how could he be ungrateful? Being able to befriend Jiang Zhengyang would only be beneficial to him, without any harm. Okay, that's settled. I'll go first. Jiang Zhengyang nodded to Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken as a farewell after he finished speaking, and turned to walk out of the box. When Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken heard Jiang Zhengyang's words with Lin Fan, their mouths, which had just closed with difficulty, slowly opened again. What did they hear? Jiang Zhengyang actually invited Lin Fan to dinner. The point was that Jiang Zhengyang had invited Lin Fan for a family dinner. People like Jiang Zhengyang rarely leave people at home for dinner. Only those who are on extraordinarily good terms are invited to dinner at home. From inviting Lin Fan to Jiang Zhengyang's house for dinner, it is evident how important Lin Fan is in Jiang Zhengyang's heart. What made them feel even more horrified was that this mealtime needed to be set by Lin Fan, which meant that everything was dominated by Lin Fan. no matter how they thought about it in their minds. They couldn't understand what was so special about Lin Fan that made Jiang Zhengyan treat him so solemnly. The two were so shocked that they had forgotten to say goodbye to Jiang Zhengyan. Lin Fan turned around and sat back in his seat, seeing the dumbfounded Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken both. Mr. Su, Lin Fan directly shouted. He didn't understand what was going on with the two. Jiang Zhengyan had already left, so why were they still gawking there? Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken instantly woke up when they heard Lin Fan's voice and hurriedly sat back down. Mr. Lin, you know President Jiang well? Su Pengfei sat down. The doubts in his heart asked out. Is really his heart itching not? Not ask out, I'm afraid to suffocate internal injuries. Generally, I've seen it once before. Lin Fan thought about it and said, it was true that he and Jiang Zhengyan were not considered to be very familiar, and he had indeed only met once before. This? Believe you, damn it. If you don't know him well, he'll be so enthusiastic about you? You meet them once and invite them over for dinner? He didn't believe what Lin Fan said from the bottom of his heart, knowing that he did ask a bit abruptly as well. He stopped dwelling on the question. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The waiter pushed the food cart and started serving the food. Lin Fan also had military training in the afternoon, naturally could not drink. He asked for a bottle of juice. Kong Haiken, no longer face when eating, began to have a smile on his face. Although Lin Fan didn't know why this Kong Haiken had a problem with him in the beginning, since people were enthusiastic and slightly humble in their toasts, he couldn't refuse. After all, one more friend is one more way. Maybe one day we'll use each other. A very pleasant meal. An hour later, the three of them walked out of the Linjian Hotel. Dong Su, Dong Kong, then I'll leave first. Lin Fan said goodbye to Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken said at the same time. Lin Fan waved his hand towards the parking lot. He went to the sports car, opened the door, and got in. A rumbling engine sound rang out. Lin Fan kicked the gas, and the sports car scurried out of the parking lot. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken's eyes stared when they saw the sports car Lin Fan was driving. I didn't realize Lin Fan was driving a $30 million sports car. Su Pengfei exclaimed. It's not that they can't afford a sports car. It's just that every penny of those guys' money goes into company investments. They think a sports car is a consumable item that brings little value and only depreciates. Yeah, Kong Haiken felt the most. He had initially thought that Lin Fan was just an uneducated dude, but after coming into contact with him, he realized that his pattern was small. Lin Fan treats people just right. Together with Lin Fan's deep background, he felt that Lin Fan would definitely shine in the future. Old Su, I'm not as good as you, or you have a vision. He looked at Su Pengfei inside. Lin Fan drove to the school parking lot. He parked the car and headed for the dorms. I returned to the dorm to find my three roommates playing a game. Senior, you're back. You're not going out with schoolgirl Tang again, are you? Boss Zhang Zichun looked up at Lin Fan and opened his mouth to ask. It's not right. Look, old four, someone's trolling you. The oldest two, Li Moyo, suddenly shouted out as he held his cell phone. Chapter 83, Are you still in the mood to sleep? The eldest Zhang Zichun and the third Wang Jiyong hurriedly came over. In the photo, a young man holding a large bouquet of roses was saying something to Tang Ruobing. Here's a picture of one from a distance, but it was still possible to see clearly that the person on top was Tang Ruobing. It was really Tang Ruobing's aura that was too special, high and cold. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who is this? Who even dares to dig up old four's corner? Don't you know that schoolgirl Tang is now seniors? Let's go. Now go to the girls' dormitory building and block this cargo. Boss Zhang Zichang saw the photo and immediately quit. This Tang Ruobing is Lin Fan's girlfriend. Who doesn't know in the whole Lu University? Surprisingly, there were still people who didn't know how to die who dared to confess to Tang Ruobing. The second Li Muyang and the third Wang Jiyon stood up and were about to follow the oldest Zhang Zichun to rush out of the dormitory. Boss Zhang Zichun turned around to find Lin Fan surprisingly indifferent. What's going on? 4. Hurry. You're in the mood to sleep when your younger sibling is about to be snatched away? The boss, Zhang Zichun, saw that Lin Fan had actually changed his clothes and was preparing to go to bed, so he immediately shouted in a hurry. The oldest two, Li Muyang and the oldest three, Wang Jiyon, hurriedly ran over and were about to drag Lin Fan. How could the two men get close to Lin Fan? A left and right dodge and the two men pounced. Lin Fan looked at the three of them and was speechless in his heart, but there was another warmth in his heart. Breathlessly he and Tang Ruobing weren't not boyfriend and girlfriend. What warmed his heart was the fact that the three knew something was wrong with him and were willing to rush out. Okay, calm down. Lin Fan looked at the three and said in a deep voice. First, Tang Ruobing and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Tang Ruobing has the right to pursue happiness. Secondly, even if Tang Ruobing is my girlfriend, if someone else confesses to her and has to leave me, it's fine not to have such a girlfriend. Lin Fan still explained, saving these three goods from being endless. Boss Zhang Zichang glanced at Lin Fan and felt that Lin Fan had a point. The second Li Muyang and the third Wang Jiyon looked at each other and also resumed their seats. Lin Fan was relieved to see that the three of them were no longer yelling to go out. Lin Fan was ready to lie down on the bed and rest for a while. After all, there was still some time left before the afternoon military training. Lin Fan had just laid down not long ago. The oldest two, Li Muyang, suddenly shouted out a nationalist. Penis, are you sick? A shock. Is there any rest left? Lin Fan turned his head to look at the second oldest, Li Muyang, and said without a good mood, Old 4, you're still resting. Someone has challenged you in the school forum. Make an appointment for you to compete in the schoolyard at 7 o'clock this evening. The second oldest, Li Muyang, looked at Lin Fan and said hurriedly. Lin Fan was speechless when he heard this. He wasn't some famous big shot. Wasn't there something wrong with challenging him? Lin Fan wasn't going to pay any attention. If everyone ran up to him and got the better of him to challenge him, then he wouldn't be annoyed to death. This must have been some student deliberately taking him to task in order to brush up his presence. If he had responded, the other would have screamed even more. So when it comes to things like this, the best thing to do is to ignore the other person. The second, Li Muyang, continued. Fourth, do you know who challenged you? He looked up and realized that Lin Fan wasn't even looking at him. Still lying on the bed. The one who challenged you this time is Cao Haosu, one of the 4 great dukes of Lu University. He looked up at Lin Fan realizing that the other party still had no reaction after hearing Cao Haosu. Holy, it's that Taekwondo genius, Cho Hosu, now the president of the Taekwondo Association? Boss Zhang Zicheng stood up and asked, but I've heard that this Cao Haosu just challenged the old president of the Taekwondo Association when he was a freshman. He eventually defeated the old president, thus becoming the youngest ever president of the Taekwondo Association at Ryu University. The oldest 3, Wang Jiyon, said with a sigh. So powerful, then isn't old 4 in danger? Boss Zhang Zicheng exclaimed. I think the best thing to do would be for the oldest not to answer the war. The oldest 3, Wang Jiyon, thought about it and said, although it looked a bit cowardly not to respond to a fight, it was better than going on stage and being humiliated. Ugh. Next to him, the second oldest, Li Muyang, sighed. The oldest, Zhang Zicheng, and the third, Wang Jiyon, both looked at the second, Li Muyang, not understanding why Li Muyang suddenly sighed. The oldest must answer. This Cao Haosu is the one who sent flowers to Tang Ruobing. The oldest 3, Wang Jiyon, shook his head and said. The eldest Zhang Zicheng and the third Wang Jiyon looked at each other. They didn't expect that the person who had just sent flowers to Tang Ruobing was Cao Haosu. Now that's trouble. Although they knew Lin Fan could fight, Cao Haosu was very strong. They didn't think Lin Fan could win against Cao Haosu. After all, Cao Haosu's battle record was so amazing that it was like a huge mountain for people to surpass. Old 4, you'd better not agree. Boss Zhang Zicheng walked over to Lin Fan's bed and said, yes, there's no fear of being burned when you're left with a green mountain. The oldest 3, Wang Jiyon, also walked over and persuaded. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless as he looked towards the two. When did he agree to compete with that asshole Cao Haosu? He was just about to say that he wouldn't go. At this time, the system voice sounded in his head. Release the mission. A great tycoon should never back down in the face of a challenge. It's time to put fear into his opponents. Accepting the mission and rewarding a residential building in the Willow City Painting Ding neighborhood. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan was instantly happy when he heard the system voice. Never mind. Since there was a mission, he would accept it begrudgingly. For him it was just a matter of wasting a few minutes. Aha! It feels okay to trade a few minutes for a residential building. Accept the mission, Lin Fan said in his heart. He sat up and said to his second, Limoyo, reply for me at the school forum. Challenge, I accept. Senior, you won't think about it anymore? Senior, you can't go. The eldest Zhang Zicheng and the third Wang Jiyoung advised. Well, when have you seen me fight a battle I wasn't sure of? Lin Fan looked at the two and asked with a smile. The two men thought about it, and it was true that Lin Fan had never fought a battle he wasn't sure of. The two heard that since Lin Fan had said so, they no longer advised each other. The second, Li Magumyo, nodded, ready to take up the challenge on the school forum. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and typed in Lucheng Painting Ding Community. Some information about the Willow City Painting in Dinning neighborhood appeared at once. The Huading neighborhood is considered to be a mid to high-end neighborhood with easy access to public transportation. A house there now is around 600 a set. There are about 100 units in a building, probably worth $600 million. Aha! Another 6 small goals. Adding these 600 million, his fortune directly reached a terrifying 39 billion, infinitely close to 4 billion. One small step closer to being a 10 billionaire. Lin Fan thought beautifully in his heart. This Cao Haosu didn't expect to be a money-giving boy. A few more such money givers and he'd be a 10 billionaire in no time. Chapter 84, There's Nothing to Prepare For. The moment the forum post of Chow Hao-su challenging Lin Fan came out, the entire Luqiang University exploded. After all, this Chow Hao-su was really too famous. One of the 4 great sons of Lu University. The youngest talented president of the Taekwondo Association at Ryu University. With so many halos, all the Lu University students were nonplussed when his post challenging Lin Fan came out. They didn't understand how such a powerful person suddenly went and challenged class leader Lin. What is Chow Hao-su trying to do? Why are you suddenly challenging class leader Lin? Even if class president Lin is powerful, his influence shouldn't be as great as Chow Hao-su's. Not so much as to threaten Chow Hao-su's position. Of course that's not the reason. It's rumored that Chow Hao-su likes schoolgirl Tang, and now that he's learned that class president Lin even beat him to the punch and took up with him, how could he possibly swallow this? So it is so but Chow Hao-su's pattern is also too small. Lin class president chased a Tang schoolgirl, that is people Lin class president's ability. Their own ability in the Tang schoolgirl back is. Who says Chow Hao-su didn't go after school flower Tang? Just now, Chow Hao-su hugged a bunch of roses and confessed his love to schoolmistress Tang. Guess what? Well, schoolgirl Tang agreed? You're silly, how can that be? If schoolmarm Tang agrees, Chow Hao-su will still challenge class president Lin. Schoolmarm Tang told Chow Hao-su icily that she wouldn't like him, and now Chow Hao-su directly hated class president Lin, believing that it was class president Lin who prevented him from being with schoolmarm Tang. This Chow Hao-su, I used to think of him as a character, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. Really too small in temperament. I'm a little worried about class leader Lin now. Do you think he'll agree to the challenge on impulse? This is really hard to say. After all, class president Lin is also the newest man of the hour. It's impossible to say that he doesn't have a temper. It's surprising that class leader Lin agreed to the challenge so quickly. Class captain Lin is really a man, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. Alas, I hope that when the time comes, Chow Hao-su will be gentle with his hands. Yeah, this Chow Hao-su doesn't have a lot of gas, but his strength is real powerful. I'm still a bit worried about class president Lin. Lin Fan naturally didn't know that everyone didn't think highly of him, thinking that he wasn't even a match for Chow Hao-su. Lin Fan continued to lie on the bed with his eyes closed, hoping that the time would pass quickly. After all, how could his heart not be tickled as he watched the 6 small goals beckon to him? Afternoon military training time is approaching. Lin Fan and his 3 roommates came to the playground, found out it was almost there, but everyone was looking at Lin Fan in a strange way. Mercy, sigh, schadenfreude. Lin Fan naturally didn't care what others thought in their minds, and found a seat and sat down, waiting for the instructor to arrive. Not long after the instructor came, this afternoon's military training officially began. Time rushes by. The afternoon military training ended with a whistle from the instructor. Senior, where are we going to go now? Boss Zhang Zichun looked at Lin Fan and asked. He felt that Lin Fan should wait here for Chow Hao-su and adjust his condition to the best so that he would have a better chance of winning. Although Lin Fan was full of confidence at this moment, he felt that it was better for Lin Fan to be careful. To the cafeteria. Of course, Lin Fan said casually as he looked at his boss, Zhang Zichun. He was a little hungry now, so of course he had to go fill his stomach. You're not waiting here for Chow Hao-su to prepare for the battle, boss reminded. After all, there could be injuries in this bout, and it's good to be well prepared. There's nothing to prepare for. Let's go. Let's eat. Nothing is more important than eating, Lin Fan said as he walked towards the outside of the playground. Boss Zhang Zichun didn't say anything more when he saw Lin Fan's unimpressed look. Today Lin Fan came to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, ordered some home-cooked food. He really couldn't get used to the big pots of food on the 1st floor of the campus cafeteria. The 3 roommates weren't advising Lin Fan. They were ready to come on at any time to save him when they got to the ring. The food came up quickly. Lin Fan took a bite of mapo tofu. Average flavor. He saw that none of his 3 roommates had moved their chopsticks. Eat? It's only good when it's hot, Lin Fan said as he chucked another piece of ribs. The 3 roommates looked at each other and picked up their chopsticks to eat. After all, it takes strength to rush upwards for a while. There was a clatter of footsteps. The visitor suddenly stopped in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his head curiously and looked at the visitor. Who was it if not Tang Ruobing? Sister Tang, what brings you here? Just in time, the food has just come up. Let's eat together, Lin Fan said in surprise. Senior Lin, you don't want to go and compete with Chow Hao-su? Tang Ruobing said with an anxious face. Although Lin Fan had defeated her cousin Zhang Haoqiang, there was still a huge gap between her cousin Zhang Haoqiang's strength and Chow Hao-su's. Sister Tang, I have to go for this challenge. I'll be fine. Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing and said with a smile. But, Tang Ruobing wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Fan. Alright, school sister Tang, hurry up and sit down to eat. Lin Fan yanked a chair for Tang Ruobing and put it next to him. When Tang Ruobing saw that Lin Fan was determined to do this, she knew that no further persuasion would yield any results. She was prepared to follow, so that if Chao Haosu tried to lay a heavy hand on Lin Fan later, she could run up and stop it. A meal that Lin Fan ate was very average. Mainly this cafeteria's food was really not comparable to the food of Tianjikai, but the thought of having 6 small goals coming in soon made this awful dish nothing. Lin Fan is barely full. However, the 3 roommates in Tang Ruobing didn't have much of an appetite and were worried about Lin Fan's next contest. The group finished eating and headed for the playground. Lin Fan came to the playground and looked at the time. It was just right. The playground was already lit up. There were quite a few people gathered in the playground at this time. After all, this was a duel between 2 great figures of the world. With Lin Fan's arrival, a commotion was caused. The crowd parted automatically. Lin Fan walked at the front. At this time in the center position of the playground stood about 10 people. The leader was a young man dressed in designer clothes. This young man was none other than Chao Haosu. Chao Haosu's eyes were filled with disdain when he saw Lin Fan arrive. He thought he was not a waste like Zheng Haoqiang. He looked down on Zhang Haoqiang from the bottom of his heart, and naturally, he didn't put Lin Fan, who had defeated Zheng Haoqiang, in his eyes. When he saw Tang Ruobing behind Lin Fan, he immediately clenched his fists tightly. He thinks that the obstacle between him and Tang Ruobing is Lin Fan, and as long as he defeats Lin Fan, Tang Ruobing will leave Lin Fan and accept him. You're Chao Haosu. Lin Fan looked at the leader, Chao Haosu, and asked, Lin Fan, today I will definitely let you know who is truly worthy of Tang Ruobing. Who is the best place for Tang Ruobing? Chao Haosu clenched his fists and glared at Lin Fan. Chapter 85, My 3 roommates like to joke around. You're really full of crap. Hurry up. I have to go home and soak in a bath later. Lin Fan saw Chao Haosu's verbose appearance and said directly, if it wasn't for the fact that Chao Haosu was a money-giving boy, he would have long ago kicked this nagging fellow and ate him off. Chao Haosu's teeth itched with anger when he heard Lin Fan's words. He couldn't wait to make a move on Lin Fan right now, but he had to maintain a good demeanor in front of Tang Ruobing. But Chao Haosu's little brother quit. Chairman, this kid is too arrogant. Hurry up and let him know why the flowers are so red. Chairman, hurry up and make a move. I can't take it anymore. I've never seen such an arrogant newcomer. Chairman, don't show mercy when you strike. This kid is just too arrogant. Lin Fan was a bit speechless when he saw Chao Haosu still standing there stupidly. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Lin Fan looked at Chao Haosu and said without a trace of anger. When Chao Haosu heard Lin Fan's voice, his anger immediately surged, and the mood he had just calmed down was instantly enraged by Lin Fan again. Kid, you seek death. You've completely pissed me off. Chao Haosu was just thinking about not going easy on him. After all, this was in school, but now he decided not to keep his hands off. He must teach this guy who didn't know the heights of heaven a hard lesson. When the crowd on the playground heard Lin Fan's words, they kept shaking their heads and sighing. Lin Banzai is really impatient today. This is going to be a loss. Or he's too young and impetuous. Yeah, this has really angered Chao Haosu. Alas, class leader Lin is going to be in danger. I used to see class president Lin is quite stable. What's wrong with him today? I can't even bear to watch. In a moment, class president Lin will definitely be taught a miserable lesson by Chao Haosu. I'll observe a minute's silence for Lin Ban. You say, do we need to call an ambulance now? Chao Haosu's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. He must teach Lin Fan a hard lesson today. He was ready to give Lin Fan a taste of his best legwork. He was going to make Lin Fan lie at his feet without a fight. He moved his ankle hard. Whoosh! He kicked directly into the air at Lin Fan. Chao Haosu's crowd of minions lit up when they saw Chao Haosu's movements. I didn't expect the chairman to zoom in right away. This time that kid is going to be miserable. The chairman's great move. Currently no one can come next. Even the chairman's teacher, he doesn't dare to take it hard. He can only dodge. That kid is scared silly. Even stood there motionless. This time if hit, estimated to have to lie in bed for 10 days and half a month. Serves him right. Who made him so arrogant? Not putting the president in his eyes at all. This is what he deserves. Chao Haosu looked at Lin Fan who was standing stupidly. His heart was even more disdainful. I thought you had a lot of skills, but you're just a talker. He thought triumphantly in his mind. It was as if he saw Lin Fan being kicked to the ground by him, kneeling down and begging for mercy. He had an involuntary smug smile on his face. Why isn't there anything? He looked to his toes and realized that Lin Fan had grabbed his pant leg at some point. He cried out and just tried to pull his leg back. But it's late. Only Lin Fan gently tugged forward. Stabbing. Chao Haosu instantly lands a 1-2 on the ground. Aha. Very standard. Chao Haosu instantly felt a cool sensation in addition to pain. He looked down at the crotch of his pants and realized that they were surprisingly torn and his red underwear was showing. He instantly blushed, all the way up to his neck. He had his hand over his torn pants. He hurriedly stood up, not caring about the minions behind him, and quickly ran towards the outside of the playground. It's so embarrassing. It's so humiliating. What made him even more devastated was that he also let Tang Ruobing see it. He couldn't wait to grow 8 legs right now and disappear right away. Go, go, go again. Soon Chao Haosu disappeared from sight. The crowd was all dumbfounded when they saw Chao Haosu's escape. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This is the Taekwondo genius from Ryu University? Why do you feel like you're here for a laugh? I'll be damned. Isn't Chao Haosu very powerful? This is the end. I'm still waiting to see the battle of the century? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Chao Haosu to like wearing red pants. Now Chao Haosu is going to be even more famous. Seriously though, just now I thought that class leader Lin was scared silly, but I didn't realize that class leader Lin had already thought of a coping strategy. Class leader Lin is so powerful, so dashing. Just a gentle tug and Chao Haosu was defeated. Class president Lin is going to become the most powerful character in Lu University now. Didn't see that Chao Haosu, who is known as the Taekwondo genius of Lu University, couldn't even walk a single move in class president Lin's hands. No wonder Schoolmarm Tang chose class president Lin. It's still Schoolmarm Tang who has the vision. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan, her eyes full of surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to win so easily. She came next to Lin Fan and said with a smile, "You're really great. Senior Lin. Average. Average." Lin Fan said modestly with a smile. "Old 4, awesome." The 3 dormitory roommates also came over and said, "Old 4, I won't bother you on your date with schoolgirl Tang. We'll go back to the dormitory first." The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, scowled at Lin Fan. He finished dragging the second Li Muyang and the third Wang Ziyong towards the outside of the playground quickly. Lin Fan looked at the 3 people who had left and was speechless in his heart. He said he has nothing with Tang Ruobing. This is getting a little awkward. He looked up at Tang Ruobing and rubbed his nose. That, and my 3 roommates like to joke around. Sorry. Tang Ruobing just heard the words of Lin Fan's 3 roommates and felt a warmth in her ears. "No, it's fine," she whispered. "Senior Tang, let me send you back." Lin Fan looked at the crowd around him. He had just done it to complete his mission and didn't care about the people around him watching. But now that the mission was accomplished, he didn't want to be treated like a monkey by everyone. Trouble schoolmate Lin. Tang Ruobing adjusted her mind and smiled. The 2 men headed out toward the playground. The crowd saw Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing leave. Both boys and girls had envy in their eyes. The boys envied Lin Fan for having a pretty schoolgirl girlfriend like Tang Ruobing. The girls envied Tang Ruobing for finding a good boyfriend like Lin Fan who was versatile and secure. Lin Fan sent Tang Ruobing back to the dormitory and came to the parking lot. He wasn't going to go back to the dormitory to sleep tonight. He was going to go back to Haitian No. 1 villa. After all, it's still the villa's king-size bed that's comfortable to sleep in. Lin Fan started the car, and there was a rumble of a rumbling engine. With a kick of the gas, the sports car scurried right out of the parking lot and towards the school entrance. Chapter 86. I'm not a bad student, am I? Lin Fan returned to Haitian No. 1 villa. When he came to the study on the 2nd floor, he immediately saw a small box sitting on the desk. Lin Fan went forward and opened the small box, which revealed a reddish real estate certificate. Lin Fan casually took out a real estate license, on which the name of the owner was exactly him. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fan smiled and muttered to himself, with all these houses, he can be a chartered house. As for selling these houses, that's not going to happen. These houses are golden hens that lay golden eggs, and as long as they are rented out the rent will come in every month. He wasn't one of those rich kids who only knew how to spend money. He deeply understood the importance of living in peace. In case the system was gone one day, he can still live a clothed life with these houses. Lin Fan closed the case and put it aside. There was a scroll on the table and a wooden box of yellow pear. Lin Fan opened the scroll. Immediately an ink painting came into view. This is a painting and calligraphy by Tang Yin. Lin Fan looked at the painting twice and put it away, ready to hang it up sometime. Pick up the wooden box of yellow pear next to it. Opening it instantly revealed a turquoise imperial green bracelet, lying inside the box. Lin Fan picked it up and played with it twice. It's okay. Lin Fan put the imperial green bracelet back into the box as he got up and walked towards the bedroom. Returning to his bedroom, Lin Fan took a short bath and immediately felt his body relax. Back in bed, Lin Fan swiped his cell phone for a while. Go to bed on time. It's still true that the body is the capital of the revolution. He didn't want to get a bunch of diseases before the good life was enjoyed. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up and opened the system virtual panel after washing up. Check out today's dollar per second items. 1 Qing Celadon porcelain vase for $1. $1 for a top-of-the-line Koenigsegg Agero R. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and directly said, buy them all. The system voice sounded instantly. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. The Qing Celadon porcelain vase has been placed in the villa study. The Koenigsegg Aguilar has been parked in the villa garage. Lin Fan heard the system voice and had to sigh. The efficiency of the system was just awesome. It never needed his prodding. Lin Fan got up and walked towards the villa's study. When I walked into the study, I saw a vase on the desk, full of blue flowers, very artistic and very beautiful. Lin Fan picked it up and gently caressed it. The vase is relatively light and the glaze is translucent, so you can see that this is a rare and fine piece. He took out his cell phone and looked it up. Such a Celadon vase cost around $30 million. Of course, this was just his estimate, and probably the actual price was higher than that. He put down the vase and picked up the beautiful box next to it. Opening the box instantly revealed a beautiful dark black car key inside. The Koenigsegg Aguilar, he just checked, costs around $27 million. Not too far off from the Ferrari Laffa he drives now. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fan was in a very good mood. This morning the value of his worth has increased by another $60 or so million. He is now worth an estimated $4 billion. Aha! 40 small goals accomplished. Can 100 small goals be far behind? Lin Fan walked downstairs happily. He ran around the yard for a while. After all, the yard is big enough and the air is fresh enough. Lin Fan looked at the empty villa and sometimes wondered if he was looking for some people to manage the villa, but he thought better of it. From time to time, the system puts something into the villa, and it is inevitable that people who are interested will find something unusual. He didn't want anyone to know the system existed. Lin Fan looked at the time, came to the study to carry the box of real estate certificates and headed downstairs. Arriving at the garage instantly he saw another black sports car inside the garage. He circled the sports car twice, admiring it, and headed for the Ferrari Laffa. He was now somewhat used to driving a Ferrari Laffa and had no intention of driving this Koenigsegg Aguilar. He put the real estate license in the Ferrari Laffa. He was going to find a housing agent near the Willow City Painting and Dinning neighborhood sometime today and rent out the house. It's better to leave these at home to eat dust than to let them make money in a hurry. He started the car and headed out of the villa. 30 minutes later, Willowtown University's parking lot. Lin Fan stepped out of the car, went to the cafeteria for breakfast first. I returned to the dorm to find my 3 roommates still in bed. Boss Zhang Zicheng opened his eyes when he heard the door open. Old 4, how was your date with schoolgirl Tang last night? He asked curiously. Lin Fan blankly glanced at his boss, Zhang Zicheng, and said without a trace of anger, "Roll, come down for dinner." All 3 roommates got out of bed when they heard there was breakfast. After breakfast, the 4 of them headed for the playground. The weather is still nice today. Shortly after Lin Fan's 4 arrived at the playground, the instructor arrived. Military training officially began this morning. Time passes by. Break time is here. Lin Fan just sat down. At this time, the counselor Morong Shui came from the distance. Coming to Lin Fan, he said to him, "The principal is looking for you." Lin Fan glanced at Morong Shui, not understanding why the principal was looking for him. He stood up and followed Morong Shui out. The crowd murmured when they saw Lin Fan being called away by Morong Shui. "What do you think the principal wants with class president Lin?" "I don't know. It couldn't have anything to do with what happened yesterday, could it?" "I don't think so. I can only say that Chao Hao-su is to blame for what happened between Lin class president and Chao Hao-su. The principal won't care." Lin Fan followed Morong Shui towards the principal's office. "Ms. Morong, what does the principal want with me?" Lin Fan looked at Morong Shui and asked curiously. He couldn't for the life of him figure out why the principal wanted him. Morong Shui shook her head. She didn't know. Just now the principal called her and asked her to call Lin Fan over, and didn't explain what exactly. Lin Fan saw Morong Shui's appearance and knew that Morong Shui didn't know, so he didn't ask much. The office of Yen Zhenghong, the president of Lucheng University. At this time, there were 2 other people in the office besides Yen Zhenghong. One person was a middle-aged man about the same age as Yen Zhenghong and a young man. "I'm not a bad student, am I?" The middle-aged man's face was very pleased with himself, pointing at a character he had just written, looking at Yen Zhenghong and smiling. He brought his students here today just to show off. "Not bad," Yen Zhenghong said with a not-so-good look on his face. This smug middle-aged man was Jin Ninghui, the president of the Lucheng Language University. The 2 of them, he and Jin Ninghui, compete for first place every year because of a calligraphy competition. How could he not understand Jin Ninghui's intention to show off? If it were before, Yen Zhenghong would have been infuriated. But times are different now. They have awesome calligraphy students at Ryu University too. When he thought of Lin Fan's calligraphy, his heart was also very sighing. Even he, who had been writing calligraphy for decades, admired Lin Fan to no end. That Lin Fan character is simply everyone's work. Chapter 87, Principal. We've won an award. I think the first place in this year's calligraphy competition will be our Feng Junyu. Old Yen, what do you think? Jin Ninghui said with a smile on his face, pointing at the young man next to him. He was very smug inside at this point. His loss to Yen Zhenghong last year had been nagging at him. and this year finally allowed him to recruit a calligraphy genius. This finally allowed him to take a breath, and he was even more pleased when he saw Yin Junghong's face turn blue. The more he looked at Feng Junyu next to him, the more satisfied he became. A smile suddenly appeared on Yin Junghong's face when he heard Kim Ninghui's words. Lao Jin. Ah, the first place in this calligraphy competition. The deer is still not certain. It's too early to jump to conclusions. That calligraphy of Lin Fan was something that even the old guys couldn't catch up with, let alone a brat. He didn't believe that there was any other character who was more talented than Lin Fan. After all, it was the first time he had encountered a genius as powerful as Lin Fan in most of his life. Jin Ninghui was very puzzled when he saw Yin Junghong's sudden smile. A final struggle? That must be it. He didn't believe that Lu Di had a character more powerful than his student Feng Junyu. In his mind, he thought that this Yin Junghong was just good at saving face and being a dead duck. Old Yen, is it so hard to admit that someone else is good? Jin Ninghui shook his head inside with a smile on his face. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Yin Junghong's eyes lit up when he heard the knock on the door. He knew it must be Lin Fan who had come and hurriedly said. The office door opened and Lin Fan and Morong Shui walked in. Principal, this is Lin Fan. Morong Shui turned to Yin Junghong, pointed to Lin Fan next to him, and introduced him. Hello Principal. Lin Fan greeted politely. Good, Mr. Lin Fan really is a talented person. Yin Junghong stood up and smiled. The more he looked at the courteous Lin Fan, the more he liked him. Lin Fan was not only highly talented, but crucially not arrogant at all. He felt that Lin Fan would definitely have a great future in the future. Jin Ninghui and Feng Junyu looked at Lin Fan who had come in and were filled with confusion, not understanding what this Yin Junghong meant by calling Lin Fan. Cough cough. Yin Junghong cleared his throat, looked at Jin Ninghui, and opened his mouth. Old Jin, let me introduce you. This is our student Lin Fan from Lu University, also a genius of calligraphy. Yin Junghong had a constant smile on his face at this point. It was now his turn to be pleased. He had asked Lin Fan to come over so that he could have Lin Fan write a piece of calligraphy in front of him and use it to punch Jin Ninghui in the face. Let you come to me and fool around. Hey, look at the slap in the face. The more he thought about it in his mind, the more pleased he became. Jin Ninghui glanced at Lin Fan when he heard Yin Junghong's words. Thinks Lin Fan is a gigolo. To his death. He wouldn't believe that Lin Fan was a calligraphy genius. He felt that Yin Junghong just wanted to regain face and deliberately pulled out a student. He was sure that as long as he offered to let Lin Fan write a piece of calligraphy, Yin Junghong would definitely push back left and right. Oh, Lin Fan's student, right? I wonder how long has Lin Fan practiced calligraphy? He did not directly ask Lin Fan to write on the spot, after all, but also to give Yin Junghong a little bit of face. Well, Lin Fan looked at Yin Junghong, not understanding what this Jin Ninghui meant. Seeing Lin Fan's appearance, Yin Junghong hurriedly introduced. This is Principal Jin of the Luchang Language University, and this is his student Feng Junyu, who is also a calligraphy genius. When Lin Fan heard Yin Junghong's words and was looking at this Jin Ninghui, he immediately understood that this Jin Ninghui was here to pick a fight. Hello Principal Kim. I haven't been practicing calligraphy for long, Lin Fan said with a smile. Although the other party was looking for something, the proper politeness should still be there. When Jin Ninghui heard Lin Fan's words, he was instantly happy in his heart. Calligraphy has not been practiced for long. That is ingenious and what has been accomplished. He could know that his student Feng Junyu insisted on practicing calligraphy for at least 2 hours every day. He didn't believe that Lin Fan, who hadn't practiced calligraphy for long yet, would write better than Feng Junyu. He glanced triumphantly at Yin Junghong. This was hitting himself in the face. Such a student who hadn't practiced for long and wanted to show off in front of him. Wasn't that sticking his face out for him to hit? In that case, he's not polite. He was going to ask Lin Fan to write a character on the spot to compare with Feng Junyu. Hit Yen Masahiro hard in the face. A pang of triumph went through him. He didn't finish his sentence. There was another sharp knock on the office door. Yen Zhenghong frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, "Come in." The office door was pushed open and a middle-aged woman walked in. "Principal, we won an award." The middle-aged woman looked at Yen Zhenghong and shouted happily. She was very excited, as if the award was hers to win. What's with all the yelling and screaming? What did you just say? Winning an award? What won the award? Yen Zhenghong's slightly angry face suddenly became puzzled. For the calligraphy competition, Lin Fan, from our school, won the first prize, the middle-aged woman said excitedly. It was a school honor. How could she not be happy? She was sure that Yen Zhenghong would be very happy to hear this news as well. Yen Zhenghong hadn't had a chance to speak. At this time, next to him, Jin Ninghui stood up directly. With a look of uncertainty, he asked, "Who did you just say won first prize?" Although the middle-aged woman didn't know Jin Ninghui, she was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to chat with Yen Zhenghong in the principal's office. Still, she answered, Our school's Lin Fan won first place in this calligraphy competition. Ji Ninghui glanced at Lin Fan and then at Yen Zhenghong. Yen Zhenghong smiled and nodded. His heart was very cool at this time. Ji Ninghui was instantly dumbfounded when he received Yen Zhenghong's affirmation. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. How is that possible? How could this first place be Lin Fan? This? He didn't think the schoolteacher would tell a lie. After all, the schoolteacher didn't even know him. The key is not necessary either. This first name just needs to go back and ask if it's true or not. His old face flushed. He instantly felt his face burning. It was like being slapped hard. Just now, he had sworn that the first place winner was his student, Feng Junyu. This facepalm came too soon. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Feng Junyu also looked at Lin Fan with a shocked expression. How could he not have expected that the first place winner of the calligraphy competition would be Lin Fan? How is that possible? He had been confident that this first place was for him. Now that the first place had gone to Lin Fan, how could he not feel bad in his heart? A hard pang went through him. It was too much for him to take. He felt a pang of darkness. The smug smile he had just worn instantly disappeared without a trace. What was left behind was a face full of despondency. It's hard. It's hard. It's very hard. Chapter 88, the calligraphy competition won first prize. Yen Zhenghong was very pleased in his heart when he saw Ji Ninghui's shocked appearance. You were just fooling around. Now you're stupid. Ha ha ha. He laughed in his mind. And it was a good laugh. Ji Ninghui saw Yen Zhenghong's smug look and felt a pang of helplessness in his heart. There's no way around it. Who let them win first place? A bitter laugh ran through his mind. He was ready to take Feng Junyu and leave. Today was just too humiliating. Come over here and punch yourself in the face, only to get slapped in the face. He didn't have the face to stay any longer. At this time, Feng Junyu directly stood up with blood in his eyes and said excitedly to Lin Fan, I'll have to compete with you again. It's a word I just wrote. I don't believe you can write better than me. He had thought about it for half a day, and in his heart he was very unwilling. He didn't want to leave in disgrace like this. He wanted to have a new match with Lin Fan. Ji Ninghui's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Junyu's words. In his heart of hearts, he didn't think Lin Fan's calligraphy was better than Feng Junyu's. He was now somewhat skeptical that those judges were of limited level and could not detect the goodness of Feng Junyu's calligraphy at all. But he was different. As long as Lin Fan wrote a word, he would be able to tell if Lin Fan's calligraphy had any water in it. He immediately regained his confidence. After all, Feng Junyu's calligraphy was the best he had ever seen within the young people. Ji Ninghui looked at Yen Zhenghong, a small smile on his face as he spoke. Old Yen, why don't we also let Lin Fan write a character on the spot? This will also make Junyu lose. Although he said with his mouth that he was convinced, in his heart, he did not think that Feng Junyu would lose. Yen Zhenghong looked at Lin Fan and opened his mouth to ask, Student Lin Fan, what do you mean? He still had to consult Lin Fan. After all, it was Lin Fan who was going to conduct the competition. Lin Fan shrugged indifferently. Could be. Since Yen Zhenghong asked so, he naturally cannot not give Yen Zhenghong face. Write a word cannot spend him a few minutes. It does not matter. Lin Fan walked over to the table and took out a new sheet of paper and laid it down. Pick up a quill and start writing. The mountain of books is a path of diligence, and the sea of learning is a boat of suffering. Still participating in the contest's famous quotes and sayings, he put down his pen and said to Yen Zhenghong, Principal, I've written it. When Feng Junyu heard Lin Fan say that he had written it, he quickly stepped forward and couldn't wait to compete with Lin Fan. But when he saw Lin Fan's font, he was instantly dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open in shock. His eyes were rounded, and he looked as if he had seen a living ghost. How is that possible? Why is that? Why? Why does Lin Fan's calligraphy have a mood? He had practiced calligraphy for many years, but had not yet touched the meaning of calligraphy. But how was Lin Fan able to write words with meaning? Why? A pang of bitterness ran through him. He lost very thoroughly. Lin Fan's calligraphy has a sense of meaning and is arguably 100 times better than his. How does this compare? There is no comparison. He felt a momentary pang of darkness. Ji Ninghui also came over, and after seeing Lin Fan's words, his eyes instantly went wide. His mouth, which had just managed to close, slowly opened again. How is that possible? That's too hard to believe. It's amazing how this word carries meaning within it. The key is not even the introductory intention, but reaching a very high level. This? How old is Lin Fan? Just to reach such a high level of achievement, it was too hard for him to believe. He's been writing for half his life and is just now getting some first glimpses of the meaning. He believes that in a few years, he will be able to have meaning in his writing. Now compared to Lin Fan, it was a world of difference. He was still hanging around in front of the door of the realm of intent, but the other Lin Fan had already traveled a long way inside the realm of intent. Turns out there really are geniuses in this world. Lin Fan is the calligraphy genius. Feng Junyu didn't lose unfairly. He glanced at Feng Junyu who was lost in thought next to him. Inwardly, He laughed bitterly. There's no comparison between this man and man. Genius, in particular, is beyond the comprehension of us ordinary people. He turned to Yen Zhenghong, shaking his head and sighing. Alas, Junyu is not like Lin Fan. We'll head back and talk some other time. He tugged Feng Junyu and walked towards the outside of the office. Yen Zhenghong saw that Ji Ninghui was leaving and didn't hold back. After all, it's useless to say anything at this point. He shook his head. There were times when genius did hit quite hard. Luckily this genius was his student. He came to Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Student Lin Fan's writing, it's really good." He was still shocked when he saw Lin Fan's words again. It's all about context. What a state that everyone who learns calligraphy aspires to reach. He had to marvel at the gap between geniuses and ordinary people like a chasm. Lin Fan just smiled and nodded. His calligraphy skills were given by the system. If he were to practice on his own, he probably wouldn't be able to reach such a realm of calligraphy if he practiced for the rest of his life. He sighed in his heart. It was still the system that was powerful. Lin Fan chatted with Yen Zhenghong for a couple more minutes and bid farewell to Yen Zhenghong and Murong Shui with the fact that military training was about to begin. Lin Fan exited the principal's office and walked towards the playground. Returning to the playground, I realized that military training had not yet begun. Lin Fan found a seat and sat down. "Senior, what did the principal want to see you about?" Boss Zhang Zicheng came over and asked curiously. "Nothing much, just telling me that I won first place in the calligraphy contest." Lin Fan opened his mouth with an indifferent look. This winning first place will definitely be publicized by the school, and then everyone will know about it. It's okay for him to say it now. The good students next to him were all dumbfounded when they heard Lin Fan's words. One by one, they looked at Lin Fan in shock, their faces full of incredulity. What did they hear? First place in the calligraphy competition. Listen, it's only first place. Is this human language? They'd be too happy to sleep if they got a top 50 finish. Look at the cloudy look on the other Lin Fan's face. How can there be such a big difference when this is also from compulsory education? It's really worthy of Lin's class president. Envy, jealousy doesn't exist. It was hard for them to rise up in jealousy of a genius figure like Lin Fan. Lin Fan's heights were probably heights that they would never reach in their entire lives. Old 4, awesome. Boss Zhang Zicheng gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. He was genuinely happy for Lin Fan. Old 4, such a big celebration. And no treat at noon. The oldest too. Li Moyo said with a smile. Lin Fan was just about to say, "No problem." That's when his cell phone rang. Lin Fan took a look at the phone number, but it was Tang Ruobing's cousin Zhang Haoqiang who called and slid the answer button. At once came Zhang Haoqiang's voice. "Cousin-in-law, it's me, Zhang Haoqiang." Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. This young Hokong wants him to be his cousin's husband so badly? Chapter 89. Do you still remember that you owe me a favor? Say, what is it? Lin Fan looked at the time. The break was coming to an end. "Cousin-in-law, I'd like to take you to lunch at noon." Zhang Haoqiang on the other end of the phone hurriedly said. Lin Fan thought about the fact that he didn't have anything to do at noon and nodded. "Okay, that's fine, cousin-in-law. You go ahead and I'll be in touch after school then." Zhang Haoqiang knew that Lin Fan still had military training to do and didn't chat much. Okay. Lin Fan hung up the phone after saying that. Noticed 3 of his roommates staring at him. "What's wrong?" Lin Fan asked suspiciously. "Another date with schoolgirl Tang?" Boss Zhang Zicheng opened his mouth and asked. Lin Fan shook his head, then said, "It's not Tang Ruobing, it's her cousin Zhang Haoqiang." Lin Fan explained. At this point, the instructor came and the military training continued. Time rushes by. That was the end of the morning's military training. Lin Fan called Zhang Haoqiang after his military training and told him he had to go back to the dormitory to change his clothes. Lin Fan went back to the dormitory to change his clothes. When he came to the dormitory floor, he found Zhang Haoqiang already waiting downstairs. When Zhang Haoqiang saw Lin Fan come down, he hurriedly said with a smile on his face, "Hey, cousin-in-law." Lin Fan blankly glanced at Zhang Haoqiang and said indifferently, "School sister Tang and I aren't what you think we are. Not now, but later." Zhang Haoqiang said with a smile. He felt that only Lin Fan could match his cousin Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan was too lazy to explain. He looked at Zhang Haoqiang and opened his mouth to ask, "What are you looking for me for, cousin-in-law? Go eat first, go eat first." Zhang Haoqiang said with a smile, leading Lin Fan towards the outside of the school. 5 minutes later, Lin Fan looked at the store in front of him and glanced at Zhang Haoqiang with some odd eyes. Next door to old Li's spicy hot pot. The first time Tang Ruobing brought him to a place to eat. It's so true that they are close cousins. Zhang Haoqiang saw the strange look in Lin Fan's eyes and asked suspiciously, "Cousin husband doesn't like spicy hot pot?" Lin Fan said indifferently, "It's okay, let's eat here." "Scared me. I thought you didn't like spicy hot food." "Hey, my cousin and I like spicy hot food." Zhang Haoqiang pointed inside and said with a smile, Lin Fan didn't bother to listen to Zhang Haoqiang's nagging and walked directly towards the inside. After a morning of military training, he was indeed a bit hungry now. Lin Fan and Zhang Haoqiang ordered their food and sat down. Now you can talk. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Haoqiang and asked directly. He didn't understand what this Zhang Haoqiang was looking for him for, and he was so mysterious about it. Hey, cousin-in-law, you remembered to owe me a favor. Zhang Haoqiang hemmed and hawed, then said. Lin Fan nodded. At that time, he did say that he owed Zhang Haoqiang a favor. As long as he could do it, he didn't mind helping Zhang Haoqiang. Cousin-in-law, can you teach me fighting arts? Zhang Haoqiang rubbed his hands together and looked at Lin Fan with an expectant expression. He knew that this fighting technique wasn't usually taught easily to others, so he could only exchange it for the favor Lin Fan owed him last time. Lin Fan thought something was wrong when he heard Zhang Haoqiang's words. It's not a big deal to teach young Ho Kung about this. Could be. Lin Fan agreed with alacrity. He had fighting skills and it was still very easy for him to instruct a Zhang Haoqiang. Zhang Haoqiang smiled happily when he heard Lin Fan agree. Great. After dinner, cousin-in-law, will you teach me? Zhang Haoqiang said hurriedly. He couldn't wait for Lin Fan to teach him now. But he hadn't eaten yet. He'd been thinking about it for days and was a little impatient. Lin Fan was also speechless in his heart when he saw Zhang Haoqiang's appearance. What's the rush? Is it because you're afraid he'll back out? Lin Fan secretly spat in his heart. But since I promised to teach Zhang Haoqiang, I will teach him early and late. Okay, Lin Fan said indifferently. That's when the spicy heat came up. Cousin-in-law, what kind of dip do you want? I'll make it for you. Zhang Haoqiang is actively trying to mix the dipping sauce for Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand and spoke. Just get your own. I'll just do it myself. When Zhang Haoqiang saw Lin Fan say this, he didn't insist anymore. Mixed his own dipping sauce, sat down, and started eating. Lin Fan mixes the dip to his taste. Time passes quietly. The two of them finished their meal and walked down the walkway. Cousin-in-law, let's get started. Zhang Haoqiang said impatiently. Lin Fan looked around and asked. Here? Zhang Haoqiang looked around and felt that it was really inappropriate on the street. He thought for a moment and spoke. There. Cousin-in-law, come with me. Zhang Haoqiang brought Lin Fan to a gym called Lu Cheng Xan Lu Combat Gym. Cousin-in-law, all the time I've been practicing fighting here. Young Ho Kung pointed to the Shinryu wrestling gym. Lin Fan nodded. Zhang Haoqiang brought Lin Fan to the wrestling gym. It was lunchtime, but there were still some people practicing hard. Zhang Haoqiang brought Lin Fan to an unoccupied location. Cousin-in-law, start. He couldn't wait. Lin Fan looked around at the surroundings. It wasn't bad. Could be. Now you attack me. Use all your means and show me where your strength really lies. Lin Fan said seriously to Zhang Haoqiang. Since he promised to teach Zhang Haoqiang properly, he naturally wouldn't deal with it sloppily. He wanted to see what level of strength Zhang Haoqiang had reached so that he could teach him according to his ability. Zhang Haoqiang also got serious when he heard Lin Fan's words. Begin to assume a fighting stance. Offense. 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 After 10 minutes, Lin Fan told Zhang Haoqiang to stop attacking. Zhang Haoqiang was panting tiredly at this point. The attack he had just made hadn't even touched Lin Fan's hair, but he had tired himself out. Well, your problem. I understand. Now let me instruct you on each of your questions. Lin Fan thought about it and said. He felt that the problems that existed in Zhang Haoqiang should be solved first, and a good foundation should be laid, so that there would be more room for progress in the future. When Zhang Haoqiang heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately brightened up, and his body, which had just been tired, instantly stood straight. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction when he saw Zhang Haoqiang's state. Fighting isn't something you can do overnight. It takes strong perseverance and long hours of persistence to do it. Lin Fan began to give hand-to-hand instructions on the problems he had just discovered in Zhang Haoqiang. Half an hour later, Lin Fan stopped. That's basically all the problems you have. Get those out of the way and your fighting skills will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Haoqiang and said seriously. Zhang Haoqiang's eyes looked at Lin Fan with even more fervor and were filled with admiration. Lin Fan is amazing. Solved so many problems that had been bothering him. In his heart, he was very glad that he had asked Lin Fan to teach him fighting. That's when a disjointed voice rang out. Gu, who do I think is so hard-working? So it's the underdogs. Only a young man approached with a disdainful smile on his face. Chapter 90, do you dare to fight with me? Gu, who do I think is so hard-working? So it's the underdogs. A young man who was about the same height as Zhang Haoqiang walked over, and it was from this man's mouth that the conspiratorial words came out. The visitor was one of Zhang Haoqiang's opponents at the fight gym, named Wei Yunxiu. The two don't get along at the wrestling gym. The two had fought countless times, but every time it was Zhang Haoqiang who lost the battle. Zhang Haoqiang looked at Wei Yunxiu, his fists clenched tightly. He couldn't wait to go up and punch Wei Yunxiu hard a few times, but he knew that he wasn't Wei Yunxiu's opponent. He could only clench his teeth in secret as well. He believed that after Lin Fan's guidance, as long as he practiced diligently, defeating Wei Yunshu wouldn't be any bit of a problem for him. Wei Yunshu saw that Zhang Haoqiang didn't say anything and became even more pleased in his heart. Softballs. He looked at Lin Fan next to Zhang Haoqiang and said teasingly, "You underdog have started accepting disciples? Wouldn't that be a mistake? Ha ha ha." He burst out laughing. The minions behind him laughed along with him. He looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Kid, don't follow Zhang Haoqiang, follow me. Yum Ho Kung is a softie." When Zhang Haoqiang heard that Wei Yunshu had actually said that about Lin Fan, he instantly quit. "Wei Yunshu, you keep your mouth clean. This is my master." He didn't say that Lin Fan was his cousin's husband. He felt that right now Lin Fan was fully qualified to be his master. He could tolerate Wei Yunshu talking about him, but he would never allow Wei Yunshu to talk about Lin Fan. Ha ha ha. Master? Zhang Haoqiang, you're really getting worse and worse, to be reduced to recognizing a brat as a master. What a laugh. Wei Yunshu looked at Zhang Haoqiang and said with a teasing face, "You." Zhang Haoqiang looked at Wei Yunshu, his eyes wide and his fists clenched tightly. "You what you? No, come and fight. Don't you dare. Bah, softies." Wei Yunshu looked at Zhang Haoqiang with a disdainful expression. Zhang Haoqiang had not yet spoken. Lin Fan, who was next to him, said indifferently to Zhang Haoqiang, "Fighting only progresses quickly in real combat. Believe in yourself and be victorious." Zhang Haoqiang's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Fan's words. The anger slowly dissipated from his face, which had just been filled with rage. He looked at Wei Yunshu and spoke, "Do you dare to fight me? This time it is he who will fight." He felt that Lin Fan was right. Although practicing hard could improve fighting techniques, it was far from being as fast as actual combat. What do I hear? Zhang Haoqiang actually wanted to challenge me. Ha ha ha, that's a laugh. Zhang Haoqiang turned back to his little brother behind him and said with a big smile, "Wei Yunshu, do you dare or not?" Zhang Haoqiang looked at Wei Yunshu and said calmly, "Humph, Zhang Haoqiang, since you want to seek death, then I'll fulfill you." Wei Yunshu narrowed his eyes at Zhang Haoqiang and said grimly. He felt that this Zhang Haoqiang was provoking him. He must give Zhang Haoqiang a deep lesson. Young Ho Kung walked towards the fighting ring. He did a jumping flip and stood directly on the fighting table. Wei Yunshu had a cold smile on his face when he saw Zhang Haoqiang get on the fighting stage. He didn't put Zhang Haoqiang in his eyes at all. In his mind, Zhang Haoqiang was a defeated man. He walked up to the fighting stage and looked at Zhang Haoqiang, asking coldly, "Thinking about it? Ready to stay in bed for a few days?" Zhang Haoqiang assumed a fighting stance and opened his mouth. "What a lot of nonsense. Let's begin. You're looking for death." Wei Yunshu looked at Zhang Haoqiang and gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected that this Zhang Haoqiang would dare to talk to him like this today. Wei Yunshu assumed a fighting stance. Although he was cocky, he wouldn't take it lightly in the face of a fight with Zhang Haoqiang. Fighting bouts are simple. Knock your opponent to the ground until they admit defeat. Wei Yunshu was the first to attack. Young Ho Kung can only play passive defense. Wei Yunshu's little brother, seeing Zhang Haoqiang's appearance, burst out laughing. "Is this Zhang Haoqiang's skin itchy? How dare he take the initiative to fight brother Wei? He. I guess at this moment, Zhang Haoqiang is regretting it in his heart. Wei won't spoil him and let him show off. He'll be in bed for a few days now. Wei is really fast with his punches. If I were to get in the ring, I probably wouldn't be able to fight back. Seriously, this Zhang Haoqiang still has some skills to last this long. I think it's because Wei deliberately tricked Zhang Haoqiang. That's what made him hold out for so long. Otherwise Wei would have knocked him out a long time ago." Wei Yunshu on the stage saw that Zhang Haoqiang was just dodging, and his heart burst with smugness. He threw his punches faster, trying to settle the fight quickly. But no matter how much he accelerated, he found that Zhang Haoqiang was able to dodge it. Even if he couldn't avoid it, he was only slightly injured. He couldn't take down Zhang Haoqiang for a long time, causing a rush of impatience in his heart. Attack! Attack! Still attacking. When the crowd of juniors saw Wei Yunshu's attack speed up, their eyes went wide. Wei, awesome! This speed is awesome. 2 points faster than just now. Awesome. Wei is really awesome. Even such a fast attack can be hit continuously. Zhang Haoqiang is about to be unable to fight back. Look at Zhang Haoqiang just got hit by Wei again. He. The next moment should be the moment when young Ho Kung falls to the ground. Wei Yunshu smiled bitterly inwardly when he heard his little brother's words. He was using his full strength now, but he still hadn't knocked Zhang Haoqiang to the ground. He was clearly feeling physically exhausted now. He would soon have trouble maintaining his current speed. Sure enough, he's losing speed. The physical strength was a bit overwhelming. Zhang Haoqiang's eyes lit up when he saw Wei Yunshu's state. Here's your chance. It's that time. Young Ho Kung concentrates and strikes quickly. He had been keeping his stamina small, and that was a very fast punch. Wei Yunshu was clearly out of stamina and slow to react. Poof! Young Ho Kung jabs Wei Yunshu in the chest. Bang! Wei Yunshu fell to the ground. He instantly felt a great pain in his chest. It made him want to scream. He tried to get up and keep fighting, but his body simply wouldn't listen. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. He lost. He lost to the underdog he had always despised. He looked at Zhang Haoqiang with a look of confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand how he lost to Young Hokong. He couldn't figure it out. When Wei Yunshu's crowd of minions saw Wei Yunshu being knocked to the ground, they were all confused. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round in disbelief. How is that possible? How could Wei lose? What the hell is going on here? How did you lose to Young Hokong? Isn't Wei going to win soon? A series of question marks lingered in the minds of the minions. They couldn't believe that Wei, whom they worshipped, had been defeated by Zhang Haoqiang. Chapter 91, I have a teacher now. Zhang Haoqiang looked at Wei Yunshu, who had fallen to the ground, and a mouthful of bad breath came out of his heart. He was very excited in his mind right now. The heart is very soothing. He didn't expect to knock Wei Yunshu to the ground so easily. Aha! It's a little time consuming though, but it was worth it. He glanced gratefully at Lin Fan. He knew that if it wasn't for Lin Fan's guidance to him, he wouldn't have been able to win against Wei Yunshu. He looked down at the collapsed Wei Yunshu and asked with a smirk on his face, Wei Yunshu, can you serve? Wei Yunshu looked at the complacent Zhang Haoqiang and a mouthful of old blood almost didn't spray out. These words were all said to Young Hokong every time he said them. Hearing Zhang Haoqiang say this now felt so harsh. He wanted to pass out, but the pain kept him awake and wouldn't let him. When Zhang Haoqiang saw that Wei Yunshu didn't say anything, he immediately raised his foot and was about to give Wei Yunshu another kick. Wei Yunshu was startled when he saw Zhang Haoqiang's movements. Enduring the pain, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Don't, I'll give in. He's not even sure how many days he'll be in bed with the injuries he's sustained now. If he received another kick from Zhang Haoqiang, he couldn't dare to imagine it. Zhang Haoqiang heard Wei Yunshu personally convinced. That comfort in his heart. Cool, very cool. Get lost. Zhang Haoqiang said loudly to Wei Yunshu with disdain. Wei Yunshu was so infuriated that he almost couldn't take a breath. He just wanted to pass out, but the pain in his body instantly woke him up again. He looked at Zhang Haoqiang with a face full of hatred. He vowed to avenge this when he was healed. Young Hokong walked toward the bottom of the fighting ring. When the crowd of juniors saw Zhang Haoqiang leave, they hurriedly ran up to the fighting stage to help Wei Yunshu up and down from the fighting stage. At this time, a middle-aged man walked quickly to Wei Yunshu. Yun Su, what's wrong with you? The middle-aged man looked at the assisted Wei Yunshu and hurriedly asked, Teacher, I was beaten by Zhang Haoqiang. Zhang Haoqiang hit too hard. You must do me justice, Wei Yunshu said with a sobbing voice. He finished with a few coughs and a look like he was about to die. Zhang Haoqiang's face darkened when he heard Wei Yunshu's words. He didn't expect Wei Yunshu to be so shameless. It's surprising to tell your parents when you lose. He despised Wei Yunshu even more in his heart. Yun Su, stop talking. The teacher will do you justice. The middle-aged man gently patted Wei Yunshu's back and said hurriedly. The middle-aged man turned to look at Zhang Haoqiang. He said with a gloomy face, Zhang Haoqiang, you even laid such a cruel hand on a sparring match between classmates. You will never be my cadet again. This middle-aged man was a famous fighting teacher in Luchang named Tao Ruiting. When Wei Yunshu heard Tao Ruiting's words, a gloating smile appeared on his face. Only that smile was a bit ugly. Zhang Haoqiang left the place, and he believed that it would be hard to find such a great teacher in Luchang in the future. He was now very proud in his heart. It was as if he saw the image of Zhang Haoqiang kneeling down and pleading with Tao Ruiting. It gave him a rush of relief in his heart. What's going on? Why is that? He saw that after Zhang Haoqiang heard the middle-aged man's words, no sadness or frustration appeared on his face, but instead a smile appeared. Is Young Hokong stupid? No, Zhang Haoqiang was so obsessed with fighting. How could he not care about Tao Ruiting as a teacher? What the hell was that for? Zhang Haoqiang looked at Tao Ruiting with disdain in his eyes and said calmly, with a misguided teacher like you, it's a good idea not to follow you. Hey, I have a teacher now. When Tao Ruiting heard Zhang Haoqiang's words, his face immediately turned gloomy. No cadet had yet dared to speak to him. What made him feel even more provoked was that he dared to say that he had misled people. How dare you say I'm misguided? Call your teacher? I'd like to see how your teacher doesn't misbehave. He must teach Zhang Haoqiang a lesson. And the best way to do that was to defeat the other party's teacher in front of Zhang Haoqiang. Let Young Hokong know what kind of good teacher he really missed. Next to him, Wei Yunshu endured the pain and said with a smile, Teacher, Zhang Haoqiang's teacher, just the hairy guy next to him. When Zhang Haoqiang heard Wei Yunshu say that Lin Fan was even a brat, he immediately quit. My teacher only taught me for half an hour and beat you. A loser. Zhang Haoqiang looked at Wei Yunshu and said smugly. The meaning was obvious. After practicing with Tao Ruiting for more than half a year, there was no growth at all. He had only studied with Lin Fan for half an hour, and he was so powerful. It's clear which teacher is great. When Wei Yunshu heard Zhang Haoqiang's words, it was like rubbing salt into his wounds. He gritted his teeth and said, You, come and fight if you don't want to. Zheng Haoqiang said provocatively. Tao Ruiting waved his hand to stop Wei Yunshu from playing smart with Zheng Haoqiang and looked at Lin Fan next to him. He asked grimly, "Little brother is Zheng Haoqiang's teacher?" Lin Fan glanced at Tao Ruiting and said indifferently, "Just casually instructed him, not really his teacher." Arrogant. Tao Ruiting was furious when he heard Lin Fan's words. It was a clear statement that he was incompetent and not like Lin Fan. A casual tutelage of young Ho Kung to defeat his carefully trained disciple? This is a provocative insult to him. How could he swallow this? "Little brother, since you're so capable, do you dare to compete with me?" He narrowed his eyes, anger in his voice. He must teach this arrogant brat a profound lesson. Lin Fan looked at Tao Ruiting somewhat breathlessly. This man is not sick. How is he arrogant when he's just telling the truth? And you want a match with him? It does seem to be very sick. He didn't have the free time to compete with this Tao Ruiting. Doesn't it smell good to go back to playing games? He was ready to leave this place. He felt that there was something abnormal about this Tao Ruiting, and he was afraid of being infected by Tao Ruiting. Release the mission. Being a great tycoon, how can you walk away from a challenge and let the other side feel what true arrogance is? Accepting the mission. Rewarded with a perfect level piano skill. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan was happy to hear the system voice. It seems like this competition can't be avoided. It's a little boring, but it's rewarding, and not just any reward. Piano skills, another skill. Lin Fan was now very concerned about these skills. These skills are far more valuable than money. He looked at Tao Ruiting, not realizing that this Tao Ruiting was still a money-giving boy. Good. Lin Fan looked at Tao Ruiting and said with a smile on his face, "People are here to give away their wealth, so how can you be more friendly?" Aha. At the very least the attitude must be friendly. Chapter 92, You're still quite good. When Wei Yunshu and the crowd heard that Lin Fan had actually agreed to compete with Tao Ruiting, a gloating smile appeared on their faces, but they knew that Tao Ruiting was very powerful. That's a bull who's won awards in national fighting competitions. They didn't believe that a brat like Lin Fan would be a match for Tao Ruiting. This brat really doesn't know the heights of heaven. How dare he agree to compete with Master Tao? This is simply looking for death. He. Wait for a while before this kid is beaten and begs for mercy. Then let's see if he can still laugh. I think that expression must be quite wonderful. Not bad. By then Zhang Haoqiang is probably going to be dumbfounded, thinking that he has found a powerful master, and realizing that it turns out to be a master who only pretends to be something he's not. Sit back on your little stools. The good show is about to begin. Stop squabbling and get ready for the show. Tao Ruiting didn't expect Lin Fan to agree so quickly. He thought it would take a lot of talking. That's good. That's very sensible. He decided to go a little lighter on Lin Fan when he laid his hands on him later. Aha. Let's keep this kid in bed for a month. He thought darkly in his mind. He felt very benevolent. Then please. He made an inviting gesture to Lin Fan, allowing him to get on the fighting stage first. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and walked directly towards the fighting stage. Hurry up and solve this Tao Ruiting. There is still time to play the game for a while back. Tao Ruiting saw Lin Fan walk onto the fighting stage, and with a beautiful flip he stood on the fighting stage as well. Lin Fan looked at Tao Ruiting and said indifferently, "Let's begin." Lin Fan had been just standing there casually. No offense. No defense. There's no need. In his opinion this Tao Ruiting wasn't qualified enough for him to make the first move. The crowd of juniors burst out laughing when they saw Lin Fan's appearance. This kid is not forgetting to pretend even at this time. I'm sure this kid can't pretend for more than a minute. Ha ha ha. You're also looking down on this kid too much. I don't think he can even last 10 seconds. He. I don't know who gave this kid the courage to face Master Tao and still dare to act like a pussy. Tao Ruiting was simply furious when he saw Lin Fan's appearance. Lin Fan simply looked like he didn't put him in his eyes and looked down on him. He decided to take back what he had just said, and he was going to let Lin Fan lie in bed for 6 months. Let Lin Fan experience the price of looking down on him. He made a stance to attack. Whoosh! He exerted his feet and quickly attacked towards Lin Fan. When the crowd of juniors saw Tao Ruiting begin his attack, their eyes widened, refusing to miss this wonderful moment. When they saw Tao Ruiting's powerful attack heading towards Lin Fan, they clapped their hands. Master Tao's hand looks so powerful. I feel like I can't catch this move even if I use my full strength. Not only can't you catch it, no one in the room can. See, that kid is scared silly. Hey, this kid is probably about to pee in his pants right now. Look at that. He doesn't even know how to dodge. When Tao Ruiting saw that Lin Fan didn't even dodge, a cold smile appeared on his face. His fist headed towards Lin Fan's chest. If he was hit, Lin Fan was estimated to be in bed for half a year. Ha! Lin Fan looked at Tao Ruiting's attack and let out a light eep. A sidesteps and gently rolls out a jab to Tao Ruiting's chest. Tao Ruiting was knocked back momentarily. Bam! He took 5 steps backward, hitting the railing before he stopped. There was a fiery pain in his back. He looked towards Lin Fan, his face becoming grave. He no longer dared to belittle Lin Fan. The crowd of juniors were instantly dumbfounded when they saw Tao Ruiting being repelled. How is that possible? Master Tao was surprisingly repulsed. This is unbelievable. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on here? How did Master Tao get repelled by that kid? Could it be that Master Tao deliberately let the water out? It must be so. Otherwise that kid would never have been able to repel Master Tao. Master Tao sees that this kid is light in age and intentionally stayed his hand. I didn't expect this kid to be so ungrateful that he would lay such a heavy hand. This kid has angered Master Tao. Look at Master Tao's face change. This kid is going to be miserable. Tao Ruiting was more cautious this time and used his full strength to attack towards Lin Fan. The fist made a whistling sound in the air. The fist was about to reach Lin Fan. Lin Fan flicked his side. The same movement as just now. Same punch. Tao Ruiting looked at Lin Fan's fist and prepared to dodge. But he realized that he couldn't dodge at all. And his face changed drastically. Bang! Tao Ruiting was knocked straight away and hit the railing. Poof! He slumped straight to the ground and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. The crowd of juniors who were ready to call out for Tao Ruiting were instantly confused. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock. And their eyes were rolling round and round with a look of having seen a ghost. How is that possible? How could Master Tao have been knocked out? It's too hard to believe. Why is that? Did Mr. Tao install it this time too? It's not right. This time, Master Tao is spitting blood. The puddle of blood on the floor was a very striking sight. They couldn't figure out how Master Tao, who was awesome to the heavens in their hearts, had been defeated by Lin Fan. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Tao Ruiting struggled to get up. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. He reckons his ribs are broken. He looked at Lin Fan with horrified eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so powerful. A casual strike left him without the power to fight again. Lin Fan looked at Tao Ruiting who was trying to struggle up on the ground and said with a sigh, "You're still quite powerful. To make me use 20% of my strength." When Tao Ruiting heard Lin Fan's words, a mouthful of old blood spurted out. "This is too much of a bully. You use 20% of your strength and you still praise me? It's not that humiliating." He was so enraged that he fainted instantly. Lin Fan turned around and walked off the fighting stage, saying to Zhang Haoqiang, "Going back." Zhang Haoqiang hurriedly caught up with Lin Fan. He was practically in awe of Lin Fan right now. Lin Fan was a godlike existence in his heart. Tao Ruiting was such a great fighter, but he couldn't catch 2 strikes from Lin Fan. Cousin's husband is amazing. He thought excitedly in his mind. He decided that he must hold on to the thick leg of Lin Fan. Lin Fan returned to school and separated from Zhang Haoqiang. Returning to the dormitory, I found my 3 roommates playing a game. Lin Fan changed his clothes and lay on the bed, taking out his cell phone and playing Fight the Landlord. In the blink of an eye, it was time for afternoon military training. Lin Fan's 4 men came to the playground and waited for the instructor to arrive. Not long after the instructor came, the afternoon's military training officially began. Time rushes by. The afternoon military training ended successfully. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory ready to change his clothes and go to Tianjikai for dinner. At this time, the oldest 3, Wang Jian, said excitedly, "Everyone hurry up and get changed. My high school class president is getting ready to sorority with our dorm." Chapter 93, going to be a mascot. The oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, and the second, Li Muyang, immediately lit up when they heard Wang Jian's words. "Lao San, isn't it true?" It was really the suddenness of the happiness that made him a little disbelieving. "Of course it's true. Look." The oldest 3, Wang Jian, handed over his cell phone, and on it was the very chat he had with his high school classmate. "Oldest, awesome." The oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, excitedly gave the oldest, Wang Jian, a thumbs up. Lin Fan's hands moved as he heard the duo's conversation. "You guys go ahead. I'll pass." He felt that there was really no point in such a fellowship. "Aha, it's like a blind date convention." The oldest 3, Wang Jian, instantly quit when he heard Lin Fan's words. "Senior, this is a group activity. How can you not participate? We all know you have schoolgirl tang, but you be happy on your own and not care about your brothers?" The eldest Zhang Ziqiang and the second Li Muyang nodded their heads seriously, unanimously agreeing with Zhang Ziqiang's statement. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. Looking at the 3, he would be disregarding the brotherhood if he didn't go. "Well, it's not good enough for me to go," Lin Fan said helplessly. "Old 4, you go and talk less." "Better not," Boss Zhang Ziqiang suddenly reminded. "Aha, what else do you want me to do if you won't let me talk? Let me be the mascot?" Lin Fan spat helplessly in his heart. "Boss, why?" Next to him, the oldest 3, Wang Jian, looked at the oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, suspiciously. "Lao San, you're stupid. Just Lao Si. This looks, this status. What woman wouldn't pounce on him when she learns about it? There's still the 3 of us to do when the time comes," Boss Zhang Ziqiang said helplessly. The second Li Muyang and the third Wang Jian looked at Lin Fan. Not only is the person handsome, but also so rich. They also felt it was better to keep Lin Fan quiet. It was a good thing that Lin Fan didn't care about dressing and didn't usually wear luxury items. If Lin Fan usually wore luxury brands, then they wouldn't really dare to take Lin Fan out. They don't want to eat dog food all the time. Dog food tastes that one really bad. The four of them packed up and left from the dormitory. Lin Fan looked at the excited trio. Don't see what the excitement is about. Haven't even seen anyone yet. If they all looked like Rohana, it would be a lot of fun. Lin Fan decided to be a punching bag. The four of them arrived at the school gates and hailed a cab. The fellowship was at a bar. When you go to a bar, you more or less have to drink, so naturally you can't drive. 20 minutes later, the cab pulled up in front of a bar called Moon Island Bar in Willow City. Lin Fan's four men stepped out of the car. The three roommates couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes as they looked at the neon lights flashing in front of their door. The oldest three, Wang Jian, took out his cell phone and sent a message to John Lemon. This Zhonglin Lemon is none other than Wang Zhiyong's high school classmate. A reply was quickly received from Zhonglin Lemon. Zhonglin Lemon and the girls are already here. Let's go in too. The oldest three, Wang Zhiyong, said excitedly. The four headed inside the bar. There was a lot of space inside the bar, and when they walked into the bar, pleasant and soft music reached the ears of the four of them. It's not a very rowdy kind of bar. It's good for a chat and a drink. Nice environment. The oldest three, Wang Zhiyong, looked around, spotting Zhonglin Lemon waving at him from the big cart position in the center. Found it. Come with me. The oldest three, Wang Zhiyong, said to Lin Fan's trio. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards Zhonglin Lemon's position. The four quickly arrived at Zhonglin Lemon's location. In addition to Zhonglin Lemon's three roommates, there was also a boy. The oldest three, Wang Zhiyong, looked at the boy with a slight frown. He didn't understand how there could be a boy in a sorority that was supposed to be two dorms. He knew this wasn't the time to ask that. He turned to Zhonglin Lemon and said with a smile, Zhonglin Lemon, these are my three roommates, Zhang Zichang, Li Magumyo, Lin Fan. The three men self-reported their names. Ginger Lin Lemon smiled. Ginger Lin Lemon, nice to meet you all. Zhonglin Lemon was about 5 feet 6 inches and was wearing a black dress. The face is painted with makeup and it looks beautiful. She pointed to the three girls next to her and said, these are my three roommates, Ju Hyuna, Vivian Su, Merlin Chang. The three girls looked at the four and gave their names. Lin Fan sat down with the four of them. The oldest three, Wang Zhiyong, looked at the man next to him and asked suspiciously, who is this? This is Chi Mingqiu. We went to the same school and just happened to run into each other. Ginger Lin Lemon briefly introduced herself. The oldest three Wang Zhiyong nodded at the bottom of Chi Mingqiu. He always felt that this Chi Mingqiu's eyes were not right when he looked at Zhonglin Lemon. He was instantly alert in his mind. He felt that Chi Mingqiu was probably his love rival. Zhonglin Lemon's three roommates are a bit worse looking than Zhonglin Lemon. Zhonglin Lemon was able to reach the class flower level, and her three roommates only reached the quasi-class flower level, which was still some distance away from the class flower. But all three wore elaborate makeup and still looked pretty. Some snacks had been ordered for the table. Lin Fan looked at the snacks on the table for a while, but he hasn't eaten yet. Looks like we'll just have to fill our bellies with these snacks. He sighed darkly as he looked at the snacks in front of him. He began to play the role of mascot by not talking and only eating snacks. Zhonglin Lemon and the third oldest Wang Zhiyong chatted a little every now and then, and seemed to be having a good conversation. The oldest, Zhang Zichang, and the second, Li Muyang, were chatting fairly well with Zhu Xiaona and Su Wenwen. Zhang Meilin found topics to chat with Chi Mingqiu from time to time, but Chi Mingqiu wanted to chat with Zhang Lemon from time to time. It's obvious that this Chi Mingqiu likes Zhonglin Lemon. Chi Mingqiu saw Wang Zhiyong and Zhang Linmeng chatting so passionately, and was instantly very jealous in his heart. He unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. He felt he couldn't go on like this. There it is. The corners of his mouth quirked slightly. He lifted the sleeve of his white shirt upward, and at once his recently purchased Rolex Yacht 26862200002 wristwatch was revealed. Zhang Meilin's eyes widened when she saw Chi Mingqiu's wristwatch. The small hand covered her mouth, her eyes full of surprise. Chi Mingqiu, this watch of yours is a Rolex? She still knew a thing or two about the markings on some of the watches. The logo is clearly a Rolex. This is a famous table. I did not expect Chi Mingqiu to have a piece of it. At once she looked at Chi Mingqiu's eyes even more fiery, hearing Zhang Meilin's words. At that moment, the three girls also looked at Chi Mingqiu. Chi Mingqiu saw that the four women were all looking at him, and was instantly very pleased in his heart. With a smile on his face, he said in a carefree tone, well, it is indeed a Rolex. When Zhang Meilin heard Chi Mingqiu's words, she felt her heart skip 2 more beats. Sure enough, it's a Rolex. That's an expensive watch, isn't it? She asked excitedly. Chi Mingqiu glanced at Zhang Meilin in admiration. What a nice girl. It's not expensive. just over $90,000. He waved his hand with a look of wealth. Chapter 94, just want to eat snacks in peace and quiet. When the four women heard Chi Mingqiu's words, they were all shocked with their little mouths wide open. It's amazing that this watch costs over $90,000. Listen, it's just over $90,000. Is this human language? Especially the way Zhang Meilin looked at Chi Mingqiu was full of little stars. Chi Mingqiu's eyes glanced at Zhang Linluan. He just wanted to show his strength in front of Zhang Linluan. It seems to be working well today. He was very proud in his heart. It was not in vain that he had begged his mother for a long time and finally agreed to buy him this wristwatch. Did he buy the watch simply because he liked it? He's all about pretending. It's not, so he's managed to fit it in. The more he thought about it in his mind, the more pleased he became. He glanced provocatively at Wang Ziyang next to Zhang Linmeng. The look was one of naked provocation, without a hint of concealment. The oldest three, Wang Ziyang, was furious when he saw Chi Mingqiu's provocative look, but there was nothing he could do. Before he came, he didn't feel the need to pretend to show off in front of the girl he liked. He had no accessories with him other than a designer outfit. At this time he was very depressed in his heart. How could he not expect that the fellowship of the two dormitories would come to such a Chi Mingqiu who liked to pretend? The key, this Chi Mingqiu obviously likes Zhang Lin Lemon. Damn, if I had known this was going to happen, I would have worn a wristwatch anyway. This if he lets Chi Mingqiu snatch Zhang Lin Lemon away, he will have to regret it to death. A wristwatch? He turned his head to Lin Fan, who had been acting as a mascot next to him. At this moment, he saw that Lin Fan was still eating a small snack to himself. He had a flash of light, turning his head to look at the smug Chi Mingqiu. Damn, don't you like to pretend? Oh, a sneer ran through his mind. Ahem, he cleared his throat. He pretended to ask loudly to Lin Fan, Old 4, did you bring that Richard Miller RM027 of yours? Let's show buddy what time it is. Lin Fan looked up at the third oldest, Wang Ziyang, and was speechless. He's doing a good job of being the mascot here. Why bring him into this? He just wants to eat his little snacks in peace. The oldest three, Wang Ziyang, saw that Lin Fan did not respond. Thought that Lin Fan did not hear clearly, deliberately repeated again. I'm going to check the time on your Richard Miller RM027. Deliberately aggravated his voice when he said Richard Miller RM027. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, everyone looked at Lin Fan. Chi Mingqiu was also startled when he heard his oldest, Wang Ziyang, actually say that Lin Fan had a Richard Mille RM027 watch. However, when he saw Lin Fan's expression, and what he was wearing, a flash of disdain appeared on his face. He didn't believe that someone like Lin Fan, who wore ordinary brand clothes, could afford to wear a Richard Mille RM027. He had also been watching this watch for a long time and liked it very much, but he couldn't afford it. This watch is up to $5 million. It's $5 million, not $500. Doesn't it smell good to have $5 million for him to buy a sports car? $5 million. He felt a pang of horror just thinking about it. What kind of young man can afford to wear this? He simply didn't believe that Lin Fan could afford this watch. He thought that this was Wang Ziyang and Lin Fan acting, and the corner of his mouth curled up as he prepared to watch the show. He had it all figured out where the plot was going to go, and in a moment Lin Fan was sure to say that he wasn't wearing it. When the time came, he would take the initiative to ask Lin Fan to go back and get it. At this time, he wanted to see if Wang Ziyang and Lin Fan could still pretend. The face of the world is in disrepute. Zhang Lin Lemon must be very disappointed with Wang Ziyang, thinking that Wang Ziyang is a talentless braggart. At this time, he came out to comfort Zhang Lin Lemon. Then everything is still not water under the bridge. A pang of triumph went through him. Thank you very much, Wang Ziyang. How else would it have been possible? Delighted, pleased, very pleased. It was as if he could see Zhang Lin Lemon disappointed in Wang Ziyang. He was also seen taking the opportunity to pat Kong Lin Lemon on the back with his hand to comfort her. He laughed out loud in his mind, almost unable to control his laughter. Zhang Meiling looked at Lin Fan in astonishment. This outfit isn't worth as much as one of her bags. Can you really afford to wear a Richard Mille RM027? She just sneakily checked that the watch was a whopping $5 million. Oh my god, what kind of powerful young man would wear a $5 million watch? But she looked Lin Fan over from beginning to end and thought that Lin Fan didn't look like a rich man in any way. Let's take a look at Lin Fan's eating again. Since sitting down, without saying a word, he has eaten quite a few of the snacks on the table. What great young man comes to a bar and doesn't talk to get a snack? She felt that Wang Ziyang was bragging and must have seen that Chi Mingqiu had strength and wanted to press Chi Mingqiu. But don't you see what kind of actors you're looking for? Simply a foodie. She had a burst of contempt for Wang Ziyang and Lin Fan in her heart. Lin Fan looked at the oldest three, Wang Ziyang, and felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. However, since Wang Ziyang had said so, he naturally couldn't remain indifferent. Unbuckle the sleeve and all of a sudden that Richard Mille RM027 wristwatch was revealed. stretching his arm out in front of Wang Ziyong. "See for yourself," Lin Fan said indifferently, since Wang Ziyong asked him to pretend. Of course he had to pretend naturally. Sure enough, everyone looked at the wristwatch on Lin Fan's hand. "That's a beautiful watch." Su Wenwen looked at the wristwatch and said in surprise. Chi Mingqiu was instantly confused when he saw that Lin Fan really had a Richard Mille RM027 watch on his hand. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with a hellish look. How could he not have imagined that Lin Fan was really wearing a Richard Mille RM027 watch? This isn't like the script he was thinking of, is it? What's this for? How is that possible? Isn't Lin Fan a poor student? How can you afford to wear a $5 million watch? It must all be an illusion. He twisted his thigh hard. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. He quickly looked at Lin Fan's wrist. The $5 million watch is still there. He knew it was all true. There was a great deal of bitterness in his heart. He felt a flash of fire on his face. It was like being slapped hard. It hurts. It hurts. It really hurts. Zhang Meilin looked at the wristwatch on Lin Fan's wrist and instantly froze. Her mouth opened wide in shock, as if she could fit an egg into it. Full of disbelief. How is that possible? How can a poor boy wear a watch worth $5 million? Lin Fan obviously doesn't look like a rich man. Why is that? Do all the real big boys like to keep a low profile so much? But that's too low key, isn't it? A bitter laugh ran through her mind. She felt like she was missing out on hundreds of millions. She glanced at the dumbfounded Chi Mingqiu next to her. Comparing Chi Mingqiu with Lin Fan, it instantly felt like Chi Mingqiu didn't smell good anymore. The two are simply not comparable. She wanted to slap herself hard. Have eyes but no pearls. A missed opportunity to get into a real powerhouse. Chapter 95, let's see if it's genuine. The oldest three, Wang Ziyong, took everyone's expressions into his eyes and had a smug smile on his face, as if he was the one who had just pretended to be a bully. He looked towards the lost Chi Mingqiu and was even more pleased in his heart. Tough out. At this time, he wanted to yell out, "Let you pretend to be a pussy," this time by the master to hit the face of it. Lin Fan glanced at the oldest, Wang Ziyong, and put his arm back. Continue to be the mascot. He felt like he'd had a half-dozen little snacks and still wasn't full. This little snack gives too little. He spat in his mind. He had eaten all the snacks in front of him. The only way he could get another snack would be to get the snack from the girl next to him. This is a bit awkward. He felt that in the future, if anyone booked this party in a bar, he would not come. It's just a pain in the ass to come. Lin Fan took the snacks in front of Zhang Meiling, who was relatively close by, and brought over some. It didn't help that he didn't have much to talk about with these girls. He couldn't just sit there stupidly. Got to find something to do. Aha! At the very least, you can't lose your belly. Be sure to eat enough. Zhang Meilin saw Lin Fan's movements and looked back. The eyes were full of doubt. Is this really a top young man? But how did it feel like Lin Fan looked like he had never seen the world? She glanced at the snacks on the table. Lin Fan already had several empty plates in front of him. This? What the hell is going on here? Wasn't Lin Fan a top young man? But why was Lin Fan wearing a watch worth $5 million? She couldn't figure it out and looked down, overlooking the designer bag in her hand. One word popped into her mind, high fashion. The bag she's holding is a high-quality imitation. That simulation is so real that it can be faked. She glanced at Lin Fan again and realized that Lin Fan was still eating a small snack to himself. The key plate of snacks was still her favorite. She looked at Lin Fan's eating and muttered, "Could it be that he's wearing a high-quality imitation?" Her voice was small, but it happened to be heard by Chi Mingqiu, who had just come to his senses. Chi Mingqiu's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Meilin's words. He looked up at Lin Fan. No matter how you look at Lin Fan, he doesn't look like a top 2 generation. He had just been too shocked by the immediacy to think carefully. Now look closely at Lin Fan's clothes and the look of someone who hadn't seen the world. In his mind, he was becoming more and more convinced that the wristwatch Lin Fan was wearing on his hand was a high-quality imitation. At once he regained his confidence. Damn, you guys almost fooled me, he thought viciously in his mind. He looked at Wang Ziyong and Lin Fan, calculating in his mind how to expose the two. That's when he unintentionally glanced at the entrance to the bar, saw a group of people walk in. When he got a good look at the man at the head of the group, his eyes lit up. The group was about to pass this way, and he stood up in a hurry. With a smile on his face and a pandering look, he said respectfully to the young man at the head of the group, "Hello, Mr. Xia. I didn't expect to meet you here." This young man at the head is named Xia Qidong, a rich second generation. His family's assets are nearly $1 billion. Chi Mingqiu an occasional opportunity to get acquainted with each other, and from then on became Xia Qidong's little brother. Xia Qidong looked at Chi Mingqiu, who greeted him and said with a smile and a nod, "So it's you, kid. On your own?" He had some impression of this Chi Mingqiu. "Came with my classmates." Chi Mingqiu pointed to Zhang Linmeng and the others next to him. Xia Qidong's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Lin Lemon. Zhang Lin Lemon had drawn exquisite makeup, and that appearance was straight after the school flower level. Nice figure too. Chi Mingqiu didn't notice Xie Qidong's eyes. He looked at the crowd at the card table and said proudly, "Let me introduce you all. This is my boss, Xie Xiao." Xie Xiao is a top young man worth $1 billion. He was very proud of himself, and didn't feel inferior for being Xie Qidong's little brother. Instead, he felt immensely proud to be Xie Qidong's little brother. Xie Qidong was very satisfied in his heart when he heard Chi Mingqiu's words. He liked the feeling very much. He felt that he should take good care of this Chi Mingqiu. After all, it's important to sweeten the pot with a little brother who knows what he's doing like that. Zhang Meilin's eyes lit up when she heard Chi Mingqiu's introduction. This is a top young man worth $1 billion. She hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, "Good day, Mr. Xie." Xie Qidong smiled and nodded. The other three women also greeted Xie Qidong. Lin Fan's four people didn't move at all. Xie Qidong looked at the unresponsive Lin Fan 4 and frowned slightly. When Chi Mingqiu saw Xie Qidong's appearance, he was instantly incomparably happy in his heart. He just happened to use this opportunity to expose Lin Fan. Let the crowd know that the watch Lin Fan is wearing is a high imitation. Xiao Xie. Lin Fan is wearing a Richard Mille RM027 watch. You're very knowledgeable. Can you show me if it's authentic? He pointed to the wristwatch on Lin Fan's hand, bowed his head, bent over, and winks on his face. He was very pleased in his heart at this time. Boy, this is going to be the end of you. Take high imitation to pretend. This has now become it. Let's see what kind of face you have left to stay here. Hey, he thought smugly in his heart, as if he saw Lin Fan and Wang Zhiyong leaving in disgrace. He looked at Lin Fan and Wang Zhiyong with a gloating expression. Richard Mille RM027? Xie Qidong didn't expect anyone here to wear this $5 million watch. He looked in the direction of Chi Mingqiu's hand and saw that Lin Fan was wearing a wristwatch on his wrist. Surprisingly, it really is a Richard Mille RM027. It was a watch he had scrutinized every detail of online. Pretty sure this watch on Lin Fan's hand is the real deal. He was very surprised at this point. At this time, he suddenly thought of something and a smile appeared on his face. He's inviting one of the top dudes to the bar today. I was just worrying about what to give a gift to that big young man. Now that gift has a place. It's this watch. He was ready to buy the watch from Lin Fan. No sale? It doesn't exist. As long as the price was right. He didn't believe the other party would not sell. That's how confident he is. He looked at Lin Fan and spoke with a face full of confidence. Classmate, how about I offer you $6 million to let me have this Richard Mille RM027 watch you're holding? He was sure no one could resist a premium of up to $1 million. Confident. When Chi Mingqiu heard Xie Qidong's words, his face, which had just been complacent, was instantly fixed. His mouth slowly opened as he looked at Lin Fan with a shocked expression. How is that possible? The wristwatch on Lin Fan's hand turned out to be real. Isn't what Lin Fan is wearing supposed to be a high-quality imitation? But if Xie Xiao dared to pay $6 million for this watch, it means that this watch is absolutely genuine. This? He laughed inwardly. It's tempting to give yourself a big slap in the face. This is Ed. This is offending a great young man. This woman. He viciously glanced at Zhang Meilin, who was dumbfounded next to him. Chapter 96, Don't bother me with my snacks. When the other three women heard Xie Qidong's words, they all looked at Lin Fan with shocked faces. The three women's small mouths were wide open, covering their mouths tightly with their small hands to prevent themselves from making shocked noises. Although they knew that Lin Fan's wristwatch must not be cheap, they never expected it to be as high as $6 million. That's just outrageous. How could they not have expected that the most deeply hidden person here would be the plainly dressed Lin Fan? An unassuming wristwatch is $6 million. This is properly a top 2. The way the three of them looked at Lin Fan completely changed. When the oldest three, Wang Zhiyong, saw the change in the three women, the complacency that he had just felt instantly disappeared without a trace, and he laughed bitterly inwardly. He knew it would be one of those, but the thought of punching Chi Mingqiu in the face put him in a better mood. As long as Zhang Lin Lemon wasn't chased by Chi Mingqiu, he still had a chance. As for whether Lin Fan would like Zhang Lin Lemon, he never worries. Lin Fan already had a top-notch beauty like schoolgirl Tang. Other women Lin Fan couldn't even look at. After coming to the bar, Lin Fan didn't even look at the four women much. It felt like the four women hadn't been as attracted to Lin Fan as the little snacks on the table. Lin Fan put down the small snack in his hand, looked up at Xie Qidong, waved his hand. The action was like chasing away flies, and said faintly, "Not for sale." He wondered if there was something wrong with this Xie Qidong, who wanted to buy his wristwatch right off the bat. When Xie Qidong saw that Lin Fan had actually rejected him without hesitation, his face, which had just been full of confidence, instantly sank. He was very angry in his mind. Lin Fan had dared to not give him face. He took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, looked at Lin Fan, and said in a deep voice, "Classmate, don't be too greedy." He felt that Lin Fan must have seen that he was generous and wanted to take the opportunity to raise the price so that he could make a hard profit. But he wasn't an ingrate, so how could he continue to raise the price? He thought the price he offered was already very high. When Lin Fan heard Xie Qidong's words, he immediately frowned slightly. This Xie Qidong not only has a problem with his brain, he also has a problem with his ears. He didn't look up this time and simply said, "I said it's not for sale." Xie Qidong was furious when he heard Lin Fan's words. He hadn't expected this Lin Fan to be so difficult and have such a tight mouth. He let out a deep breath and continued, "If you let me have this wristwatch, I can introduce you to a top young man to meet. In order for you, Lin Fan, to sell this watch to him, he's going to introduce the top big shot in hospitality to Lin Fan." Of course, as to whether or not the top youngster would pay attention to Lin Fan, that was none of his business. He believed that as an ordinary second generation, he would never give up such an opportunity to make friends with a top-tier great young man. You have to know that the top Daiukai is not something that these ordinary second generation can easily come into contact with. He had also gone through a lot of trouble to climb into a relationship with this top-notch young man. Now that there was such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he didn't believe that Lin Fan would be unmoved. Lin Fan put down the small snack in his hand. He realized that this Xie Qidong really had a problem. He looked at Xie Qidong and asked directly, "Is there something wrong with your ears? I told you it's not for sale. Did you not hear me? I'm telling you again. I'm not selling this watch. You can go now and leave me alone with my little snack." Qi Mingqiu's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Fan actually talk to Xie Qidong like this. He felt that although Lin Fan was a second generation, he must not be as powerful as Xie Qidong. You know that Xie Qidong's family assets are almost $1 billion. Even though Lin Fan was wearing a $5 million watch, it was only $5 million. You know that the sports car Xie Qidong drives is nearly $10 million. He felt that Lin Fan had kicked the bucket this time. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to disregard Xie Qidong and dare to speak to him like this. He felt that Xie Qidong would definitely not let Lin Fan go. He was ready to watch the show. Since he couldn't befriend Lin Fan, he didn't mind watching Lin Fan's jokes. When Xie Qidong heard that Lin Fan dared to talk to him like that, his anger immediately surged. "Kid, how dare you talk to me like that? Good, good, good." He said 3 good words in a row, and it was obvious that he was very angry in his heart. At that moment, there was a sound of footsteps and he turned his head to look. Upon seeing the visitor, a smile bloomed on his face, which had just been gloomy. He walked toward the visitor. This is the man who was the top young man he's going to entertain. As for Lin Fan, he felt that he could take his time to play later when he had time. The most important thing to do today is to entertain this top-notch big shot. This top young man is no one else but the Han Duke of the 4 Dukes of Lude, Han Wenbin. "Young Han, you're here." Xie Qidong walked up to Han Wenbin, bowing his head, bending over, and pandering, which still has the unbeatable look just now. It's just like a lackey. Han Wenbin nodded and casually looked around. He also agreed to Xie Qidong's invitation because he was really bored today. He looked around the bar and felt okay. I think this Xie Qidong chose the place quite carefully. Ha! He overheard Lin Fan, who looked up slightly. A smile appeared on his face. He pushed Xie Qidong away and walked quickly towards Lin Fan. Xie Qidong was very confused as to why Han Wenbin suddenly pushed him away. Looking toward Han Wenbin, only Han Wenbin walked up to Lin Fan, bowed his head, bent over, and said in a pandering manner, "Boss, I didn't expect you to be here." Xie Qidong was instantly confused when he saw Han Wenbin's appearance. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This action, this demeanor, why is it so familiar? Wasn't this the way he was just treating Han Wenbin? What the hell is going on here? Why is Han Wenbin treating Lin Fan like this? Boss? He seemed to have just heard Han Wenbin call Lin Fan boss. How is that possible? Lin Fan turned out to be Han Wenbin's boss. What's going on? Doesn't that mean Lin Fan is a top-tier youngster even more powerful than Han Wenbin? He felt a sudden pang of darkness. What did he do? Surprisingly, he had offended a great young man who was even more powerful than Han Wenbin. He wanted to smack himself hard in the mouth. He had to find a way to remedy the situation now. Qi Mingqiu was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Han Wenbin actually call Lin Fan his boss. He had just seen how humble Xie Qidong was to Han Wenbin, but such a powerful figure was Lin Fan's little brother. How awesome that Lin Fan has to be. He didn't dare to imagine Lin Fan's identity. It must be quite terrifying. He felt like today was the worst day of his life. He had just had a chance to get better with the top young man, but he had missed it for nothing. He wanted to slap himself. Have eyes but no pearls. He felt his head spin. He had to apologize. He had to apologize to Lin Fan. He knew that there would be 10,000 ways these top daimyo would want to deal with him. He must gain Lin Fan's forgiveness. Chapter 97. It won't taste good when it's cold. Xie Qidong and Qi Mingqiu thought of one thing, and the two of them walked to Lin Fan in unison. Xie Qidong bent his body deeply into 90 degrees. Flutter. Qi Mingqiu was so scared that he directly knelt down. As for face, what's more important than the life of your family now? I'm sorry, Lin Xiao. I'm sorry, Lin Xiao. Han Wenbin glanced at the two and turned to Lin Fan. Boss, how do you want to clean them up? He didn't ask why. As long as Lin Fan gave the word, he would do as he was told. Being a little brother requires the awareness of being a little brother. Lin Fan didn't bother to look at Qi Mingqiu, but instead looked at Xie Qidong and asked with a smile, "Not buying my wristwatch anymore?" Xie Qidong shook his head like a rattledrum and said under his breath, "No more, no more. How dare he buy Lin Fan's watch now?" It was a bitter laugh in his heart. If he had known that Lin Fan was Han Wenbin's boss, he wouldn't have dared to buy Lin Fan's wristwatch even if he was killed. Lin Fan waved his hand and spoke, "Okay, get the hell out of here and don't interfere with my little snack." Lin Fan wasn't petty enough to drive the other party to the point of extinction just because of a few words. What's more, he could tell that this Xie Qidong was likely to become Han Wenbin's little brother. That counts as his little brother. Yes, I'm leaving. When Xie Qidong heard that Lin Fan didn't blame him, a smile appeared on his face and he hurriedly left. He was afraid that if he left it late, Lin Fan would change his mind. Lin Fan glanced at Qi Mingqiu, who was kneeling on the ground, and spoke, "You get up as well. Remember to be less pretentious in the future when there's nothing else to do." When Qi Mingqiu heard Lin Fan's words, he stood up, bowed, and kept saying, "Thanks a lot, Lin Xiao. Thanks a lot, Lin Xiao." Lin Fan waved his hand, allowing Qi Mingqiu to leave. Lin Fan realized that all four women were looking at him, and he knew that he didn't need to eat a small snack next. He wasn't used to being treated like a monkey. He said to his three roommates in the dormitory, "You guys carry on. I'm going back first." The three of them nodded, also knowing Lin Fan's intentions, and did not stay. Lin Fan said to Han Wenbin, who was next to him, "Drive here." Han Wenbin hurriedly nodded. "Send me back." Lin Fan got up and walked towards the outside of the bar. Han Wenbin hurriedly followed Lin Fan away. "Come outside to the parking lot." Han Wenbin pressed the key to the sports car in his hand and the headlights of a red sports car flashed. Open the car door and ask Lin Fan to sit in the passenger side. He started the car. "Boss, where are we going?" Han Wenbin turned his head to Lin Fan and asked. "Villa 1 Haitian." "Okay, boss." A rumbling engine sound rang out. Han Wenbin kicked the gas, and the sports car scurried out of the parking lot. Han Wenbin felt that it was very reasonable for Lin Fan to live in Villa Haitian No. 1. Half an hour later, a red sports car stopped in front of the door of the Haitian No. 1 villa. Lin Fan stepped out of the car. "Come in and sit down." Lin Fan invited Han Wenbin. He thought this Han Wenbin was not bad. It's a passable little brother. There could be more contact. After all, he would need someone to help him with some things in the future. He can't do everything himself. Having a little brother like that might come in handy in the future. Han Wenbin's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Fan's words. He had just been thinking about how to further draw closer to Lin Fan. At this moment, when he heard Lin Fan's words, this was a good opportunity, so how could he possibly miss it? He nodded hurriedly and smiled. Will it bother the boss? Although he said so on his mouth, his body movements were not stopping, closely following Lin Fan into the villa. He was afraid that if he walked slowly, Lin Fan would backtrack. He followed Lin Fan to the hall, and looking at such a luxurious hall, he had to sigh, worthy of being the king of villas in Haitian. He had also heard of this Haitian No. 1 villa, which was nearly double the price of the other villas in Haitian. Now that he saw such a luxurious living room, he could understand why it was so expensive. Luxurious, very luxurious. Lin Fan took 2 teacups. From under the coffee table, he pulled out the open can of second-generation Da Hongpo. Add the tea leaves to the cup and pour in the water. A scent wafted through the villa. Han Wenbin, who was checking out the surroundings, smelled the scent and was instantly drawn over. The body quickly sat down on the couch. Looking at the teacup that was bubbling with white mist, he asked in surprise, "Boss, what kind of tea is this? It smells so good?" He'd had his fair share of good teas, but none of the flavors could catch up to this one. Even if his old sunbox drink the very best Da Hongpo, then this flavor is also a lot worse. He was very curious in his mind as to what kind of tea it was that smelled so good. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, his body leaning back slightly, crossing his legs, and said indifferently, "Second-generation Da Hong robe is just a second-generation Da Hong robe." Han Wenbin was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Lin Fan's words. His shocked mouth slowly opened as if he could fit an egg in it, eyes incredulously looking at the teacup in front of him. Is this the second-generation Big Red Robe? Although he has not drunk the second generation of Big Red Robe, but his ears are often heard his old man nagging, saying how the second-generation Da Hongpo is so good. His old man often lamented how nice it would be to have another drink. But this second-generation Big Red Robe is just too rare. Even a 10-billionaire like his old man would have a hard time buying it. How could he not expect to drink the second generation of the Great Red Robe here in Lin Fan today? This tea is fake? That's simply not possible. Not to mention Lin Fan's status and position. This rich fragrance was top-quality tea. The status of Lin Fan in his heart had risen another level. Lin Fan's background should be quite terrifying. Looking at Lin Fan casually entertaining his guests with the second-generation Great Red Robe, one could tell that Lin Fan didn't care about this second-generation Great Red Robe at all. What kind of background does one have to come from to be so extravagant? He believed that even if Lin Fan wasn't a great young man of the imperial capital, his background was bound to be very extraordinary. He was even more determined to hold on to Lin Fan's big thick leg and never let go. Seeing Han Wenbin looking at the cup in a daze, Lin Fan picked up the cup and said to Han Wenbin, "Hurry up and taste it. It won't taste good when it gets cold." He put it in his mouth and gently sipped it. "It's good. It quenches your thirst." Han Wenbin came back to his senses when he heard Lin Fan's words. "Carefully lift the cup." First, I put the cup under my nose, closed my eyes and inhaled deeply. Fragrance. Smelled up close. The scent is even more intense. Bringing the cup to his lips, he took a careful sip. A sweet flavor filled his entire mouth for a long time. Delicious. It's so delicious. No wonder his old man couldn't stop thinking about this second-generation Big Red Robe. I'm afraid that once you've had this flavor once, you can't forget it for the rest of your life. It really lives up to its name as a second-generation Big Red Robe. This flavor is absolutely amazing. Boss, this second-generation Big Red Robe is really good. What a superb tea. Han Wenbin sincerely sighed. If you haven't had it, it's an exaggeration to say what people say, but when you have had it, you think what they say is really conservative. Lin Fan put down his teacup and faintly asked, "Oh, you like to drink? Then I'll give you a can when I leave later." When Han Wenbin heard Lin Fan's words, his hand shivered in shock, and the teacup in his hand almost fell down. Chapter 98, Aren't my flowers pretty? Han Wenbin couldn't believe his ears and shivered as he asked, "Boss, are you saying you're going to give me a can of second-generation Big Red Robe?" He just couldn't believe it. He had just been calculating in his mind how to ask to buy 10 grams from Lin Fan. No, even a gram. It was really that the second-generation Big Red Robe was too precious, and he didn't dare to ask for too much. A can of second-generation Dahongpo was something he can't even think about. How could he not expect Lin Fan to give him a jar as soon as he asked? That's a lot of cans. That's 50 grams in a jar anyhow. Lin Fan just said send. He believed that Lin Fan wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. After all, such a top-tier young man wouldn't care to joke about it. He felt that happiness had come too suddenly. That's really something, boss. That's really something, he exclaimed with excitement in his heart. He was very glad to recognize Lin Fan as his boss. The second-generation Dahongpo, which was incredibly precious in other people's eyes, was like ordinary goods when it came to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Yes, I'll give you a can." A can of second-generation Big Red Robe is nothing to him. Since Han Wenbin likes it, it's not a big deal to give a can to Han Wenbin. Rare for others, but dispensable for him. Han Wenbin hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Boss, if you're giving it for nothing, I definitely won't take it." He didn't feel like he had done anything for Lin Fan either, and it wasn't appropriate to take such an expensive second-generation Dahong robe. He must pay, otherwise he's out of touch. Even if he gave Lin Fan money, he was still grateful to Lin Fan in his heart. You should know that this second-generation Big Red Robe is not something you can buy with money. Lin Fan glanced at Han Wenbin and saw that the other party's eyes were resolute, with a look that if you don't take the money, you really don't want it. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Okay, he felt that this Han Wenbin knew how to advance and retreat, and might actually be useful in the future. Lin Fan got up and headed upstairs, ready to go to the study to get a pot of tea for Han Wenbin. Han Wenbin saw Lin Fan go upstairs and knew that Lin Fan must have gone to get him the second generation of the Great Red Robe, and he was unusually excited in his heart. He couldn't sit still, rubbed his hands together, and stood up. "Ha, what's this? Why does the color pattern of this vase look so familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere before." He looked at the vase in disbelief. At this time there were a few flowers inside the vase. Instead of picking up the vase, he circled around it. He suddenly remembered something. This vase was surprisingly similar to the one his old man used to play with. I wonder if it's just him. It's just that this vase flower color feels more subtle than the one his old man had. He did remember his old man's fondness for that vase. He wanted to touch it and his old man wouldn't even allow it. At this time, Lin Fan walked down from upstairs. Han Wenbin heard Lin Fan's footsteps and hurriedly got up. "Boss, what's this?" he asked eagerly, pointing to the vase next to him. Lin Fan glanced at the vase and calmly said, "That flower was picked from the yard when I was running in the morning." Not bad. Han Wenbin knew he hadn't made himself clear and hurriedly said, "Boss, I'm talking about this vase." Lin Fan put the tea canister on the coffee table and said casually, "Oh, you said that Qing Celadon porcelain vase. That vase, I thought it would be a waste to leave unused. It's just right to use it for flowers. It's also a waste of money." Han Wenbin was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Lin Fan's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. Although he had guessed that the vase was most likely a Qing Celadon porcelain vase, he was still shocked to hear Lin Fan say it himself. Big brother, it's a Qing Celadon vase. That Celadon vase of his old man's is much lesser than this one, and it's up to $10 million. This vase, this color, at least a few times over. Such a vase of tens of millions of dollars is used for flower arrangements. It's a waste. Here, waste in use? It's amazing to think that tens of millions of dollars of Celadon vases are crap. That's what only Lin Fan thought. That's really big brother. What kind of family was this born into to be so capricious? Seeing the dazed Han Wenbin, Lin Fan asked suspiciously, aren't the flowers I arranged nice? He thinks the flower arrangement. It's okay. Aha. It's pretty. He was going to pick some flowers in the yard sometime and put them in a vase to add some floral flavor to the living room. It's just a little monotonous for a vase, and I wonder when I'll be able to get another vase in seconds. Aha. It's best to have 10 or 8 of them so that they will look even better when placed all over the living room. Han Wenbin was speechless for a moment when he heard Lin Fan's question. Is this a flower problem? It's got nothing to do with flowers. It's the vase, okay? He was powerless to spit in his mind. That one. Good looking. Very good looking. He said hurriedly. Can it not look good? Even a single dead flower looks good in a vase of tens of millions of dollars. Here, take this jar of second generation Dahongpo back later. Lin Fan pointed to an unopened can of second generation Dahongpo on the coffee table. Han Wenbin excitedly sat down on the sofa and quickly picked it up, caressing it lovingly in his hands. Thanks boss. He finished taking out his cell phone and transferring money to Lin Fan. Boss, I only have $2 million on hand. You don't want it to be too little, he said with some embarrassment. He wanted to give more to Lin Fan, but realized that he only had $2 million left in his card. Much. Just give $1 million. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, it's not like he's planning on making a profit. Just give the market price. That's how it works. $2 million I feel like giving less. Han Wenbin shook his head and said. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone beeped, and Lin Fan glanced at it and found that it was an arrival reminder. The whole $2 million. Hey, boss transfer received, right? Han Wenbin smiled at Lin Fan and asked. Lin Fan nodded. When I get home, I'll get a small porcelain bottle and take 20 grams from inside the jar. No, 10 grams is enough. Sell it to dad for $2 million when the time comes, Han Wenbin said to himself. Lin Fan was speechless when he heard Han Wenbin's words. This is the live version of the son of a pitcher. Still a good son to your father. Lin Fan spat in his mind. Han Wenbin sat in the parlor for a while longer and got up to take his leave. He couldn't wait to get home to the pit. Lin Fan sent Han Wenbin away and returned to the bedroom to change his clothes. Come to the top floor. He was going to swim in bed. The temperature is just right. This one is a circulating heated pool with water temperature kept at 40 degrees all the time. Lin Fan lay down on the rattan chair to rest for a while after swimming. Lots of stars in the sky today. After lying down for a while, Lin Fan headed downstairs. I went back to the bedroom, washed up, and lay on the bed for a while to swipe my phone. Looked at the time and was ready for a break. He was sure tomorrow would be another beautiful day. Chapter 99, This is from my boss. Han Wenbin drove home. Quickly, he ran into his bedroom and found a small porcelain vase. Carefully opened the jar of second generation Dahongpo. Take small tweezers, and little by little put it into the small porcelain bottle. Aha! It's almost 10 grams. He stopped his hand movements and capped the small porcelain vial. Take a teacup with a lid and put in a bit of tea. Just put in a little bit. Pour hot water into a teacup. A sweet smell wafted out. That smells good. He put the lid back on. With a hefty grin, he tucked the small porcelain vial in his pocket and carefully capped the second generation big red rogue jar. Prepare to go to the pit. Aha! To honor his father. Walking out of the bedroom, he went to his dad's study door and knocked gently. At once a muffled voice came from the study. Come in. Han Wenbin pushed open the door and walked in. At this moment a middle-aged man in front of the desk was writing something. The middle-aged man bore a slight resemblance to Han Wenbin, and this middle-aged man was Han Wenbin's father, Han Haixian. Han Haihyun looks up and sees that it's Han Wenbin who's come in. Putting down the pen in his hand, he asked angrily, you son of a still wants to come back? His heart that angry he today about the company a few elders, ready to let Han Wenbin contact feelings, so that the takeover of the company win the smooth. This Han Wenbin is good. He ran away directly halfway. It made him very angry. If I'm a son of a... What are you? Han Wenbin muttered in a small voice. What did you say? Han Haixian slapped the table and asked angrily. Dad, take it easy. I brought you some good tea. Try some. Han Wenbin playfully stepped forward, put the teacup in his hand in front of Han Haihyun. Han Haixian glanced at Han Wenbin and said without a trace of humor, what good tea can you get? He didn't think Han Wenbin could get any good tea. Guess I got screwed again. Why don't you just leave me alone? He spat helplessly in his mind. But anyhow, It was also a piece of his son's heart, so he was still ready to open his teacup and take a sip to mean it. You can't take a sip or your son will be sad. He didn't hold out much hope, just that it would be better than plain water. Pick up the glass and remove the lid. A sweet scent wafted out. His eyes lit up. This scent? It's a familiar flavor. He inhaled deeply in intoxication. Fragrant. It's so fragrant. He couldn't wait to put the teacup to his lips and take a gentle sip. The scent filled his entire mouth at once. That's the flavor. His hands were shaking with excitement. He opened his eyes and looked at Han Wenbin, his voice trembling as he asked, "Is this the second-generation Great Red Robe?" He stared at Han Wenbin with unblinking eyes, wanting to know the answer. "Dad, that's awesome, you tasted it right away. Not bad for my dad." Han Wenbin patted a not-so-small ass. Although Han Haixian was prepared in his mind, he was still shocked to hear Han Wenbin's affirmative reply. His mouth slowly opened and his eyes were round, looking at the second-generation Dahompo tea leaves in the teacup, feeling incredible. It took him a long time to get the second generation of Dahompo even after all the trouble he went through. He didn't realize that he, the son who was not a good fighter, had brought home the second generation of the Big Red Robe. How could this not shock him? Sure enough, it's true. He looked at the tea leaves inside the teacup that were so ethereal. The scent emanating from it is so mesmerizing. It's so hard to believe. It's amazing that his son actually got the second generation Big Red Robe. He slowed down and took a deep breath. Looking at the smiling Han Wenbin, he opened his mouth and asked, "Turtle, son, you still have this second generation Big Red Robe, don't you?" He looked at Han Wenbin expectantly. Han Wenbin took out the small porcelain vase he had prepared from his pocket, a shake in the hand. Smiling, he said, "There are 10 grams of second generation Dahompo tea in here." When Han Haixian heard this, he brightened up and was about to reach for it. Han Wenbin instantly withdrew his hand. Laughing, he said, "Dad, you're not just going to take the second generation Big Red Robe out of my hands like that, are you? It's something I had a hard time getting." He turned on the pits. Han Haixian looked at Han Wenbin and said without a trace of humor, "Say, how much do you want this time?" Han Wenbin rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, "That depends on whether you're good enough, Dad." Han Haixian took out his cell phone and transferred money directly to Han Wenbin. Ding! Han Wenbin's cell phone beeped. "Dad, atmosphere," Han Wenbin said with a smile, hurriedly placing the porcelain bottle in his hand in front of Han Haixian. This time Han Haixian actually transferred $5 million directly to him. That's more than double what he expected. It's a real earner. Han Haixian opened the porcelain bottle, and sure enough, it was filled with the second generation of Dahompo. He was very happy. Carefully placed in a drawer, locked away, as if to prevent anyone from stealing it. Han Wenbin saw Han Haixian's movements and skimmed his lips. "I still have 40 grams of tea there. Who cares about your 10 grams? Of course these words would only be in his mind. He wouldn't say them out loud. Han Haixian calmed down and looked at Han Wenbin and asked, "Where did you get the second generation Dahompo from?" He was very curious in his heart. He had no way to get the second generation of the Big Red Robe even if he asked for connections. How did Han Wenbin get it? Hey, of course your son has a good eye. I recognized a boss at school. My boss gave me this," Han Wenbin said proudly. He was proud from the bottom of his heart. When Han Haixian heard Han Wenbin's words, he immediately frowned slightly. He disliked the fact that Han Wenbin was fooling around with some second generation. That was why he had arranged for Han Wenbin to enter the company so early. Han Wenbin saw Han Haixian's expression and knew what was going on in Han Haixian's mind. He smiled and said, "Dad, I know what's on your mind, but this boss of mine is not like the other second generation." "How so?" "It looks very understated, especially in dress. In ordinary clothes, I can guarantee you that when he stands in front of you, you'll never be able to tell he's a rich man, but he usually goes to school and drives a $30 million sports car. Things are also not ostentatious, but instead very low-key," Han Wenbin said thoughtfully. He admired Lin Fan very much in his heart. He felt that Lin Fan had such a powerful background, but he was still so low-key. It was unbelievable to him. Hearing Han Haixian's description, Han Wenbin felt that his son's boss was an uncomplicated person, and in his heart, he wanted to meet his son's boss. "Son, call your oldest home sometime so I can meet him." Han Haixian thought for a moment and said that he wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of person Lin Fan was. "Well, Dad, all I can say is try my best. After all, I've only known the boss for a few days." Han Wenbin rubbed his head and said, he had only just drawn somewhat closer to Lin Fan today, and he didn't know if Lin Fan would say yes if he invited him to his home. Han Haihyun nodded in understanding. Chapter 100, Sister Tang, Can You Still Walk? The next morning, Lin Fan woke up on time. Getting up, he stretched, put on his slippers and headed for the restroom. After washing up, Lin Fan sat on the bed and clicked on the system virtual panel. The azure-colored translucent panel appeared in front of Lin Fan. 5 bottles of 1992 Hantimao wine at $1 a second. 1 Qing Celadon porcelain vase for $1. Lin Fan saw the second spike item and felt how it was meant for him. Yesterday I was whining in my mind about the lack of vases, and today a Celadon vase came with the second item. He was satisfied that he could pick some more flowers back when he went for a run later. Buy them all. Lin Fan closed the virtual panel, took out my cell phone and looked up 1992 Handy Thatch. It doesn't matter if you check. You'll be surprised. This 1992 Handimao is surprisingly high at over $8 million a bottle. Wouldn't those 5 bottles cost over $40 million? It's unimaginable. The system is pretty awesome. This wine is said to have been produced in just 10 bottles that year. Now that the system had gotten him 5 bottles at once, he wondered if the system had gotten him all the existing alcohol. Lin Fan put on his clothes and came to the study. And sure enough, there was another small box next to the box of second-generation Dahongpo tea leaves. Opening the case, 5 bottles of wine appeared in front of him at once. He pulled out a bottle and looked at it, quickly putting it down. He hadn't done much research on wine. He could drink some red wine, but white wine was genuinely not his favorite. He picked up the Celadon vase from the table and, humming a little tune, headed downstairs. I'm so happy today. Finish your run and put the flowers in. Perfect. Now 2 Celadon vases, exactly symmetrical, are much prettier than just 1 bottle. Changed into a different set of clothes and grabbed the car keys. Aha! Seems like the car didn't come back yesterday, he muttered in his mind. Took out his cell phone and called the property. Soon the sound of a car engine came from outside the villa. The property was pretty quick. Lin Fan put on his jacket and headed outside. Sure enough, I saw a limousine parked outside. At that moment, a man in a black professional suit stepped out of the car. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan nodded. Hard work. Glad to be of service to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, please get in the car. The man helped Lin Fan open the car door in the back and invited Lin Fan to get in. Lin Fan got into the car. Willow City University. Lin Fan asked the man to drop him off at the school gate. Lin Fan stepped out of the car, just about to lift my foot towards the school. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Hokage Lin. Lin Fan turned his head just in time to see, coming from outside, Tang Ruobing. He stood still and waited for Tang Ruobing to arrive. School sister Tang, what a coincidence. Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing with a smile on his face. Ouch. Tang Bing's feet slipped and his body was about to fall. If this were to fall, Tang Ruobing would probably be miserable. Lin Fan was quick on his feet and rushed up with an arrow step, using his hand to directly stop Tang Ruobing's thin waist. It's very fine and soft. Although he had wrapped his arms around Tang Ruobing's waist last time, he hadn't felt it hard. This time it was different, but it was actually feeling Tang Ruobing's soft, thin waist. Sister Tang, are you alright? Lin Fan held Tang Ruobing upright and asked with concern. The surrounding students who happened to pass by the school gate were all dumbfounded when they saw Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing's actions at this moment. One by one, their mouths were wide open and their eyes were rolling. How can that be? That's a little too blatant, isn't it? Even if college relationships are free, you can't just abuse single dogs, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk, what have I done to deserve this? Letting me eat dog food in the morning. Can't you two find a place where no one else is showing love? It's just so ungodly. I instantly feel like the meat bun in my hand doesn't smell good anymore. Dog food is not good. I don't want to eat it, and I firmly resist the behavior of feeding dog food. Lin Fan naturally didn't know what the surrounding students were thinking. He said he noticed that Tang Ruobing seemed to have twisted her foot. Sister Tang, can you still walk? Tang Ruobing tried to move, and instantly a pained expression appeared on her face as she shook her head. This? What can we do about this? It was still a distance away from the school infirmary, and now Tang Ruobing couldn't walk. That made it difficult for him. He saw the pained expression on Tang Ruobing's face, directly picking Tang Ruobing up by the waist. Couldn't care less. Tang Ruobing was instantly confused as she was picked up by Lin Fan. She had never let any boy hug her before. She was self-conscious of a blush that appeared on her face, spreading quickly up her neck. She buried her head sheepishly. Adjusting her breathing, she raised her head to look at Lin Fan. It was found that Lin Fan was looking ahead with a serious face and walking at a fast pace. Schoolboy Lin looks so handsome when he's serious, she murmured in her mind. Her involuntary heartbeat accelerated. The students walking around the campus were all dumbfounded when they saw Lin Fan hugging Tang Ruobing. All of them looked at Lin Fan in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. This is just big news. This is too wild. Is this not taking the school seriously at all? This is a place of learning. How can you do this? What kind of hurtful thing was this last night? What kind of torture is schoolgirl Tang going through? Can't even walk down the road properly? This class president Lin is too scary. The boys looked at Lin Fan was full of envy and secretly sighed. Class president Lin's strength is really too powerful and awesome. The girls looked at Tang Ruobing in Lin Fan's arms and were filled with jealousy. Why wasn't she the one in class President Lin's arms? Lin Fan saw that the infirmary had finally arrived and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Doctor! Doctor! Lin Fan shouted. At that moment, the door to the infirmary opened and a pretty young female doctor stepped out. The female doctor saw Tang Ruobing in Lin Fan's arms and glanced at Lin Fan again. That look made Lin Fan feel weird. Like he was saying that young people should know moderation. Come in. The female doctor had a nice voice. Lin Fan hurried into the house and put Tang Ruobing on the hospital bed. What's wrong? The doctor looked at Tang Ruobing, who was lying on the bed, and asked. It's a good cabbage again by a boar. She sighed in her mind. Doctor, she's broken her foot. Have a look at it. Lin Fan saw that Tang Ruobing was unable to speak in pain and hurriedly said. The female doctor was a little embarrassed when she heard Lin Fan's words. It turned out that she had misunderstood. She hurriedly squatted down and watched Tang Ruobing's anklet. It's just dislocated. Nothing serious, the female doctor said with a force in her hand, only to hear a click. Okay, take some anti-inflammatory medicine, put some safflower oil on it, and nurse it for 2 days. The female doctor washed her hands and looked up at Lin Fan. Sister Tang, how are you feeling? Lin Fan stepped forward and asked. Why did he get the feeling that this female doctor was unreliable? This is good? That's too easy. Chapter 101, could it be that class president Lin has iron kidneys? I feel better. Tang Ruobing said, getting up and about to walk down the road. I just took a step and instantly felt my feet hurt again. Doctor, what's going on? Lin Fan looked up at the female doctor and asked. It's all swollen. Of course it hurts. Just take the medicine and reduce the swelling. You can hold her. The female doctor glanced at Lin Fan and said without a trace of anger. Amount. So that's how it is. Lin Fan hurriedly went forward to support Tang Ruobing. Sure enough, Tang Ruobing was no longer in so much pain. Lin Fan took the medicine and helped Tang Ruobing to the parking lot. Sister Tang, do you need us to go to the hospital again? Lin Fan opened the car door and helped Tang Ruobing sit in the car. Looking at Tang Ruobing and asking. There was something about the beautiful doctor he always felt was not quite right. No, I'm feeling much better. Just come back and rest for a couple days. Tang Ruobing shook her head and said. Lin Fan didn't say anything more when he saw Tang Ruobing say this. Start the car and head out of the school. He was ready to send Tang Ruobing home. It was inconvenient to have no one to take care of Tang Ruobing at school. Half an hour later, Lin Fan parked his car at Villa Jinghu 9 in Willow City. He stepped down from the car and opened the door to help Tang Ruobing out of the car. The two headed for the gate. Lin Fan held Tang Ruobing with one hand and pressed the doorbell with the other. Soon Tang Motherly Sime came out of the house and opened the door. Seeing Tang Ruobing, who was being assisted by Lin Fan, she hurriedly walked up and asked eagerly. Bing Bing, what's wrong with you? Mom, I'm fine. I just broke my foot. Already been to the doctor. 2 days rest and I'll be fine. A hint of a smile appeared on Tang Ruobing's face as she opened her mouth to explain. Tang Mother, Li Sime, put her heart down when she heard Tang Ruobing say this. Going forward to assist Tang Ruobing, she complained, you're such an adult. Why are you so careless? Lin Fan and Tang Motherly Sime together helped Tang Ruobing to sit down in the living room. Tang Motherly Sime looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile. Trouble you little Fan. Auntie, you're too kind. It's what I'm supposed to do. Auntie, there's nothing to do. I'll go first. Lin Fan said with a smile. He has military training. He can't stay here much longer. Sister Tang, get well. I'll go first. Auntie, don't come out. I'll just walk by myself. After saying that, Lin Fan quickly walked towards the outside of the villa. Tang Motherly Sime looked at the departing Lin Fan and turned back to the living room. Bing Bing, tell Mom the truth. Are you in love with Xiao Fan? Tang Motherly Sime sat on the sofa and looked at Tang Ruobing as she asked seriously. Mom, what are you talking about? Schoolboy Lin and I are just normal friends, Tang Ruobing said with a pout, thinking of Lin Fan hugging her just now. A blush unconsciously appeared on her face. Tang's mother, Li Sime, didn't ask much when she saw her daughter's appearance. A secret sigh, it looks like Bing Bing is really in love. Lin Fan returned to the school, parked his car, and walked towards his dormitory. He didn't go to breakfast, it was too late in the day. He was going to go straight back to his dormitory to change and then go to military training. Back to the dorms. The three roommates had already started washing up. Senior, are you okay? Boss Zhang Zichon looked at Lin Fan and asked. Lin Fan was puzzled by the question. I'm fine, what can I be doing? Old 4, you must eat more cashews like this to make up for your shape. The second oldest, Li Muyang, walked over to Lin Fan and suggested. Lin Fan's face was filled with black lines when he heard Li Muyang's words. What the hell? Senior, you need to moderate. What if there's a baby? The oldest 3, Wang Jian, patted Lin Fan's shoulder and advised him. What does the oldest mean? Lin Fan didn't understand what was wrong with these three people today, talking so inexplicably. you're on the hot seat again with your morning. The oldest three, Wang Jian, brought his cell phone to Lin Fan. Shocked, class president Lin and schoolgirl Tang are openly spreading dog food. What has Dawn's schoolgirl been through? She can't even walk on the ground. On the strength of Lin's classmates. Is Lin's classmates' kidneys made of iron? Lin Fan looked at these headlines from the school forum, and the more he looked at them, the uglier his face became. What asshole wrote this? Lin Fan took out his cell phone and made a call to Han Wenbin. Tell Han Wenbin to find someone to delete all the posts that had an impact on Tang Ruobing. He could be indifferent about these things, but they had a bad effect on Tang Ruobing. How come the posts are gone? What's going on? The oldest three, Wang Jian, suddenly realized that the forum posts about Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing in the morning were gone. That's so weird. Old four, did you do this? He looked up at Lin Fan. If anyone had this ability, it could only be Lin Fan. Well, I had it deleted. Lin Fan didn't deny it. However, he was satisfied with Han Wenbin's efficiency. Worthy of being one of the four dukes of Lude. It feels good to have a little brother like that. Senior, you're good. The oldest three, Wang Jian, gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. The four changed into their military uniforms and headed for the playground. The four of them arrived at the playground and noticed some of the male students looking at Lin Fan from time to time, especially where Lin Fan's two waists are. Even if these that classmates sneak glances, how could they escape Lin Fan's eyes? Lin Fan was also speechless in his heart. Really thinks his kidneys are iron. A few moments later, the instructor arrived. Today's military training officially begins. Soon it was time for a break. At this time, the counselor Morong Shui came to the playground and found Lin Fan. Come with me to the principal's office. Lin Fan didn't understand why the principal was looking for him again. He didn't ask Morong Shui what was going on because he knew it was useless to ask. The two men soon came to the door of the principal's office. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Principal Yen Zhenghong's voice came from inside the room. Lin Fan pushed open the door and walked in with Morong Shui. There's another person in Yen Zhenghong's office. President Jiang. This is Lin Fan. Yen Zhenghong introduced himself to the old man next to him. This old man was no other than Jiang Zhengyan, the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association. Ha ha ha. I say there are not so many geniuses with the same name under the sky. Sure enough, it's you, sailor. Jiang Zhengyang stood up with a big smile, came next to Lin Fan and gently patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Hello, Elder Jiang. Lin Fan greeted with a smile. He also didn't expect to meet Jiang Zhengyan here. Yen Zhenghong froze for a moment when he saw that Jiang Zhengyang was so familiar with Lin Fan. Opening his mouth, he asked, President Jiang, you know Lin Fan? Jiang Zhengyang smiled and nodded. Alas, little Fan, how can you still let us old guys live when you are so outstanding? Jiang Zhengyang said with a smile and shook his head. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Principal Yen, you've really picked up a treasure. You don't know, Xiao Fan has not only reached the master level in calligraphy, but even painting is at the master level. Little Fan is truly a genius among geniuses, Jiang Zhengyang exclaimed. Yen Zhenghong was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Jiang Zhengyan's words. Chapter 102, don't you think it's too much? Yen Zhenghong was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Jiang Zhengyan's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with incredulity. He had always felt that Lin Fan's calligraphy reaching the level of a master was already very incredible. Now Jiang Zhengyang had gone so far as to say that Lin Fan's painting level had also reached the level of a master. How could this not shock him? He knew that it was already 1,000 times more difficult for an ordinary person to reach the level of master in calligraphy. But Lin Fan had not only reached the level of a master in calligraphy, even his painting had reached the level of a master. That's too scary. It's true that genius is beyond the comprehension of us commoners. However, when he thought that such a powerful genius was a student of their school, his heart instantly burst with joy. Morong Shui also looked at Lin Fan with a shocked expression when she heard Jiang Zhengyan's words. How could she not have expected that Lin Fan was not only good at calligraphy, but also so good at painting? Is genius really elusive? But this is too much. She had been called a genius since she was a child. But now, when compared to Lin Fan, she realized that she was just an ordinary person. But what made her heart happy was that Lin Fan was her student. Teachers for gifted students are good too, she thought happily in her mind. I was very surprised in my mind yesterday when I saw the name of the first place winner announced in the calligraphy contest. Guess in your mind if this Lin Fan is you, little Fan. No, I came over early in the morning. Sure enough, it's you, sailor. Jiang Zhengyang looked at Lin Fan and sighed. Well, seeing as it's you, it's time for me to go. Xiao Fan, remember to come to the house for dinner. I have several bottles of red wine waiting for you to taste. Jiang Zhengyang said goodbye to Yen Zhenghong. Lin Fan sent Jiang Zhengyang downstairs and watched him leave in his car. Lin Fan turned around and walked towards the playground. He hadn't forgotten that he still had military training to do. Military training ended in the morning. Lin Fan drove away from the school. He was going to go to the Willow City painting and dining neighborhood. Find a housing agent near your neighborhood and rent out the house you have on hand. Willow City painting ding neighborhood. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sharp knock on the door. Jeongyun Orange, who was doing a live broadcast, had no choice but to pause the broadcast. She stood up and headed for the living room, through the cat's eye to see the people outside. No one else is precisely the landlord Chen, big sister. She opened the door. Big sister Chen, what brings you here? Jeongyun Orange asked with a smile. From time to time, this sister Chen thinks of deducting her deposit because of a small problem. It made her heart very reluctant to see this big sister Chen, although she hated this big sister Chen. But when people were under the roof, they had to bow their heads. After all, big sister Chen was the landlord. Little Zheng, what are you doing? Opening the door so late? Not doing anything nasty, are you? With that, big sister Chen walked towards Zhang Yunjuan's bedroom, wanting to see what Zhang Yunjuan was actually doing. When Jeongyun Orange heard big sister Chen's words, she was very angry in her heart, but she couldn't show it on her face. Unless she didn't want to rent big sister Chen's house anymore, she still didn't want to have a bad relationship with big sister Chen. Big sister Chen, what are you talking about? I won't do anything that breaks the law. Jeongyun Orange suppressed her anger on her face and put on a smile as she followed behind big sister Chen. It's for the best. Big sister Chen made a perfunctory remark and pushed open the bedroom to see Jeongyun Orange's live broadcasting equipment. Pointing to the live broadcast equipment, he asked, Little Zheng, what are these for? These are the devices I use for live streaming, Jeongyun Orange said as she picked up a selfie stick next to her. Big sister Chen's eyes twinkled when she heard Jeongyun Orange's words. She came here to find Jeongyun Orange trouble. Tomorrow Jeongyun Orange housing will expire. She is ready to give Jeongyun Orange to increase the rent. All she had to do was to catch Jeongyun Orange with a little problem, and she could raise the rent as a matter of course. No rent? I'm sorry, then you move out quickly. How is it possible to find the right house in one day? That's what she seized upon to come the day before rent was due. In this way Jeongyun Orange had no choice but to compromise. Xiao Zhang, you didn't say you were an anchor when you rented the house. Big sister Chen looked at the live broadcast equipment and said with a stern face, Big sister Chen, it's not illegal to do this as a live broadcast, is it? Jeongyun Orange took a deep breath and asked with a smile. I didn't say it was against the law to do live streaming, but I see that those who do it are very scruffy and do a lot of damage to the house, Big sister Chen said as she pointed to some trash on the ground. Jeongyun Orange looked at the few paper balls on the ground and almost didn't die of anger from Big sister Chen. What house can be damaged by these balls of paper? She was up a little late today and had been busy with the broadcast, thinking about cleaning up after she got off the air. She hadn't expected a few paper balls to become an excuse for Big sister Chen to lash out. Phew, she took a deep breath and looked at Big sister Chen and asked, Big sister Chen, what do you say? She wanted to see what this Big sister Chen really wanted. You're doing a live broadcast, you've got to pay for the damage to the house, it's got to be a raise. Big sister Chen stated her purpose. Endure, I endure. Jeongyun Orange continued to take a deep breath. Sister Chen, how much do you want to raise this time? 8,000. Big sister Chen gestured with her fingers and opened her mouth. How much? 8,000? Jeongyun Orange was furious when she heard that Big sister Chen was going to raise the housing to 8,000. She's averaging just over 6,000 a month doing live streaming. After she pays her 4,000 a month in rent, the rest of her money barely makes ends meet, and she can't afford to buy high-end cosmetics. Now that Big sister Chen had even doubled her housing directly, how could she not be angry? Big sister Chen, don't you think it's too much? Jeongyun Orange looked at Big sister Chen and asked. She thought, well, if Big sister Chen insisted on 8,000 housing, the big deal was to move out and not rent here. Excessive? You don't have to rent it if you think it's excessive. Big sister Chen looked like she was eating up Jeongyun Orange. No rent? Off. Jeongyun Orange was furious when she saw Big sister Chen's appearance. Okay, I'm not renting, Jeongyun Orange said angrily. Big sister Chen glanced at Jeongyun Orange and said in a conspiratorial manner, it's fine if you don't rent it, so hurry up and move out. Then please get out. You are not welcome here now that the house is not due. Jeongyun Orange said to Big sister Chen with a cold face. Heck, the house is due tomorrow. If you don't move out tomorrow, I'll have someone throw all your stuff out. Big sister Chen glared and exclaimed. She finished and reluctantly headed for the house. She was very angry in her heart when she saw that Jeongyun Orange was actually really not renting. She didn't think that in less than a day Jeongyun Orange would be able to find a suitable house. Humph, wait and beg me tomorrow, then I'll raise your rent by another 500. She gave a cold grunt in her mind. Jeongyun Orange closed the door, and with a pang of aggression inside, tears unconsciously flowed down her face. She stayed in Willow City to do live streaming with the idea that one day she would realize her dream of making music. Dreams are wonderful, but reality is cruel. She wiped her tears and opened the door, heading out of the neighborhood. There was a Willow City Happy Homes not far outside the neighborhood that specialized in selling and renting homes, and she was going to check there. Chapter 103, I'll pour it out and you count it. Willowtown Happy Houses parking lot. Lin Fan parked his car and stepped out of it, walking towards the Happy House. He checked through his cell phone and this Happy Housing is the closest and largest agency to the Painted Din neighborhood. Zhou Weijin, the manager of Happy Housing, finished the boxed lunch in his hand and threw it into the trash, grabbed a napkin from the table and wiped his mouth. When people hear he's a manager, they think how great he is, they think he's making tons and tons of money, but only he understands in his heart. Now the housing agent is really not good to do. He was barely making ends meet each month. If he doesn't get a bill this month, he'll be eating dirt next month. He heard footsteps, raised his head, and saw Lin Fan who walked in. Although Lin Fan was dressed in ordinary clothes, he didn't look down on the other party. He knew that some rich people were very low-key, not to mention that he was going to be unable to eat. So what reason did he have to pick his clients? Even closing a small order would solve his dilemma at this point, wouldn't it? He greeted them with a smile. Hello sir, I'm Zhou Weijin, the manager of Happy Housing. Warmly extend your hand. Lin Fan glanced at Zhou Weijin, nodded, and said, hello, Manager Zhou. Shook hands with Zhou Weijin. Please sit down. Sir. Lin Fan nodded and sat down. Zhou Weijin picked up the disposable cup next to him, caught a cup of pure water and put it in front of Lin Fan. I wonder what your name is, sir? Zhou Weijin looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smile. He could tell from Lin Fan's talk that it was extraordinary, and he valued Lin Fan even more in his heart. Lin Fan said indifferently. I don't know Mr. Lin, are you buying, or renting? Zhou Weijin crossed his arms and clasped them, asking enthusiastically. In his heart, he hoped that Lin Fan was here to buy a house so that he could earn a large commission. After all, houses over here have relatively higher prices because of the convenient transportation. All he had to do was sell even a normal set and he wouldn't have to eat dirt next month. Rental house. Lin Fan looked at the surroundings and said indifferently. The decor is nice and you can tell it's a competent agency. He doesn't want to put his hands on a house in the hands of an agency that's about to go out of business, and then he'll have to keep looking for an agent. Zhou Weijin put Lin Fan said of renting a house. Listen to the rent house. Instantly just excited heart cooled down. But he was worthy of being an agent, and his mind adjusted quickly. It's nice to be able to rent out a set, so at the very least, it's a cushion for him. I wonder if Mr. Lin has a preferred neighborhood? These neighborhoods are great. Don't look at these neighborhoods as old, but the amenities are still good. I wonder how many apartments Mr. Lin would like to rent? Are there any requirements in terms of size? Price-wise, what's the ballpark? Zhou Weijin said as he took out a bunch of folders from the table. Start laying it out on the table. Lin Fan was speechless when he heard Zhou Weijin's words. Brother, I'm here to rent a house. The mind spat. He saw that Zhou Weijin was still going to take the folder and hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Manager Zhou, I'm here to rent the house. Not here to rent a house. Lin Fan was afraid that Zhou Weijin would not hear clearly and explained a little more. Zhou Weijin stopped his hand movements when he heard Lin Fan's words. He immediately said in embarrassment, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I might not have heard you just now. I wonder what neighborhood Mr. Lin's house is in? Although he was very disappointed in his heart, as a professional agency manager, he naturally would not put the expression on his face. Willow City Painted Ding neighborhood. Lin Fan said indifferently. Zhou Weijin heard Lin Fan want to rent out the community is actually Lucheng Painting Ding neighborhood. Immediately let him just disappointed heart again live up. Yanagi Painting District is a middle to high-class neighborhood in the surrounding area and is very popular with white-collar workers. He believes that as long as the listing is listed, not 3 days, no, 2 days, it even took less than a day to rent out the house. There are simply too many people who want to rent houses in the Willow City Painting and Dinning neighborhood. I wonder if you have your real estate license and ID with you, sir? Zhou Weijin asked with slight excitement. As long as Lin Fan puts the house with them, he can stop eating dirt next month, because he knew that soon Lin Fan's house would be rented out, and the commission would naturally come then. Brought it? It's in the car. Wait for me. I'll move it. Lin Fan got up, spoke to Zhou Weijin, and headed outside. Zhou Weijin was puzzled when he heard Lin Fan's words. Does a real estate license need to be moved? Just bring it over. He felt sure that Lin Fan was wrong. He shook his head. He was still very excited in his heart though when he thought of Lin Fan putting the house in his place. Holding back the excitement in his heart, he poked his head in and looked at the door. What's this? Why is Mr. Lin carrying a suitcase? Does a real estate license need to be put in a box? Could it be? That's not possible, is it? Isn't it a real estate license? His body was trembling with excitement as he thought about it. If he had 2 or 3 real estate licenses, then not only would he not have to eat dirt next month, he could improve his life and go down to the restaurant for some good food. He was even more excited in his mind. He walked quickly towards Lin Fan and was about to step forward to help. I almost fell flat on my face because I was in such a hurry to get going. Mr. Lin, let me get it for you. Zhou Weijin came to Lin Fan and said in a slightly embarrassed manner. He also felt a little ashamed of himself just now. Seeing Zhou Weijin's appearance, Lin Fan shook his head and said, "It's better if I do it myself." He saw that this Zhou Weijin was not very old, but he even almost fell on the flat ground. He wasn't afraid that the real estate license would be broken, but that he would have to clean it up if it fell on the floor. He was afraid of the delay. Lin Fan put the small box on the table. Mr. Lin doesn't know how many houses you have for rent? Zhou Weijin asked in a slightly nervous manner. Lin Fan said as he opened the box, "I think 100 or so sets. I'll pour it out and you count it." Wow! The red real estate license instantly covered the table. Zhou Weijin looked at the table full of red real estate certificates, instantly dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. That's too much, isn't it? That's over 100 real estate licenses. This was the first time he had encountered such an awesome client since he had been an agent, so how could he not be shocked? The key to all these houses is the Willow City painting in Dinning neighborhood. He felt he was going to be rich. As long as these houses are rented out, he no longer has to worry about eating dirt this year. He must treat himself. The red wine steak felt closer to him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he unconsciously swallowed. It was as if he saw a better life beckoning to him. Chapter 104, Are you here to rent a room? Cough cough. Lin Fan saw the somewhat dumbfounded Zhou Weijin and coughed gently. Manager Zhou, is there a problem? He asked suspiciously. He didn't know what was wrong with this manager Zhou, but he even launched himself in broad daylight. I really don't know if it's right or wrong to put the house in the hands of the other party. Zhou Weijin instantly woke up when he heard Lin Fan's words. Excited, he hurriedly said, "No problem." He walked quickly to the table and counted the real estate license. Didn't hear that right. It's counting real estate deeds. If he had told those peers, they would have thought he was bragging. But the reality is this. He'd love to make a little video to show it off. But at this point Lin Fan was still beside him. He could only endure. 1, 2, 3, 102. He excitedly put down the last real estate license in his hand. A whole 102 houses. 102? Why is that number so familiar? I think I've heard that somewhere. Where have I heard that before? Could it be? He carefully opened the real estate license and was instantly dumbfounded when he saw the house building number inside. His shocked eyes were as white as bronze bells, his mouth wide open with incredulity. Surprisingly, it really is the M area of Lucheng Painting Ding neighborhood. Although District M of the Lucheng Painting Ding neighborhood is called a district, there is actually only one building there. It's said to be the best location in the entire Willow City painting district. That's why a lot of people in this M neighborhood are eyeing and wanting to purchase one. Now such a popular house is being used by Lin Fan for rent. Surprisingly, he had a feeling of unreality. He looked at the real estate license in his hand. A tidbit of information suddenly occurred to him. Don't wait, everyone. That building in District M has been bought by a mysterious tycoon. He scoffed at the news at the time. That one house is over $600 million. How rich a tycoon would have to be to part with so much money to buy a house. Although the house will appreciate in value, it is long and relatively slow. He couldn't believe that any tycoon was so stupid as to put 600 million on a house. But today he believed, because then the real estate license was right in front of him, and there was no way for him to disbelieve it. He stole a glance at Lin Fan. So this is the mysterious rich guy. That's so young. It's just like a student. He secretly swallowed a mouthful of water and said with a slight stutter, Mr. Lin, there are a total of 102 houses here. Lin Fan nodded. He had just watched Zhou Weijin count, and the number was right. If Mr. Lin has no other questions, I'll go print the contract? Zhou Weijin was a little nervous at this time, afraid that Lin Fan would suddenly stop renting out these houses. Okay, go ahead. Speed up, Lin Fan said indifferently. He hadn't eaten yet. He couldn't waste his lunch hour. Zhou Weijin almost screamed out in excitement when he heard Lin Fan's words. He dared not hesitate to hurry to prepare the contract. This was a mysterious rich man. He must not keep the other party waiting. Lin Fan put the real estate certificates back into the box one by one. Keep a bunch of keys. Lin Fan had nothing to do. Stood up and walked around, waiting for Zhou Weijin to print the contract. Lin Fan? At that moment, a voice as beautiful as an oriole's call sounded at the door. Lin Fan looked toward the doorway of the happy house. A girl in a floral dress walked in. The person who came was none other than Zhang Yun Orange, whom Lin Fan had met at the music square. Lin Fan, it's really you. I thought I was looking at the wrong person. Zhang Yun Orange walked quickly to Lin Fan's side and said with a smile, It's you. What a coincidence. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yun Orange and said with a smile. He didn't expect to meet Zhang Yun Orange here. He was also prepared to ask Zhang Yun Orange to come out to talk about cooperation when he had time after a while. are you here to rent an apartment too? Zhang Yun Orange asked, staring at Lin Fan with wide eyes. Lin Fan had not yet spoken. At this time, Zhou Weijin, who had printed back, took the lead. Mr. Lin is not here to rent an apartment. Rather, I'm here to rent the house. Zhou Weijin walked quickly to Lin Fan. His body bowed slightly and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, here is the contract. Take a look. Just sign here if there are no questions. This is the mysterious rich man. How dare he be disrespectful? Lin Fan picked up the contract and looked at it carefully, found no problems, took the pen in Zhou Weijin's hand and signed his big name. Mr. Lin, your handwriting is really beautiful, Zhou Weijin sincerely exclaimed. This was not to pat Lin Fan on the back, but Lin Fan's writing was indeed beautiful. I'm flattered. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Zhang Yun Orange and asked curiously, you came here to rent a room? He had just heard Zhang Yun Orange's first words when she met him, asking if he was also renting an apartment. Therefore, he judged that Zhang Yunshan should be here to rent an apartment. Zhang Yun Orange nodded and spoke, that landlord of mine wants to double the rent. I'm pissed off and ready to find a new house and move. What? Before Lin Fan could say anything, Zhou Weijin beside him exclaimed, this Zhang Yun Orange he had an impression of. After all, there are not many girls this beautiful. The house Zhang Yun Orange rented still went through him. I didn't realize that the landlord had raised the rent privately. The key is also doubled, which is a serious breach of the rules of renting. Lin Fan glanced at Zhou Weijin and said without any good humor, what are you fussing about? Zhou Weijin knew that his behavior was inappropriate and hurriedly compensated with a smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I got too excited. It's the obvious breaking of the rental rules that surprised me so much. Lin Fan didn't bother to look at Zhou Weijin, but opened his mouth to Zhang Yun Orange and asked, where do you want to rent? I'm living in the Willow City Painted Ding neighborhood, and it's best to remain in this neighborhood. If you can't find it, you'll have to look in a nearby neighborhood. I have to find a house today because my house is due tomorrow, Zhang Yun Orange said with a bitter smile. She also knew it was harder to find a house in the Willow City Painting and Dinning subdivision neighborhood, and she was lucky to have rented it at the time. All she can say now is that she's here to take her chances, and if she can't find one, she'll have to rent some of the older neighborhoods nearby. Just the old neighborhood, no matter the environment, and supporting facilities are not as good as the Lucheng Painting Ding neighborhood, but also can only endure for the time being. Ms. Zhang, you've really come by coincidence. Mr. Lin is getting ready to rent out his house, and it's the Willow City Painting Ding neighborhood. The key is still in the M block. Zhou Weijin came over and said with a smile, Sector M? Zhang Yun Orange's eyes were filled with doubt. She lives in the Willow City Painting Ding neighborhood, didn't realize there was an M section, but she believed that Zhou Weijin would not lie to her. This M block is that one of the fanciest buildings. Seeing Zhang Yun Orange's puzzled expression, Zhou Weijin explained. Zhang Yun Orange heard Zhou Weijin's explanation and suddenly thought of something. A shocked face looked at Lin Fan. She did know that a lot of people were waiting to buy the house over there because of its location, but she didn't seem to have heard of anyone buying it. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to own a set. The houses there in Key are at least $6 million a set. How could she not be shocked? She had always thought Lin Fan was just a poor student. After all, Lin Fan wasn't dressed like a rich man at all. Chapter 105, then why don't you rent it? Ms. Zhang, are you satisfied? Zhou Weijin looked at Zhang Yun Orange and asked with a smile. He hadn't expected to rent out a house in less than an hour. Zhang Yun Orange hesitated. She can know that the house over there is not only luxurious, the Key is even bigger than the house she is renting now. The rent on her current house is $4,000 a month. A house this luxurious, this big, must not be cheap. She felt she couldn't afford to rent. Manager Zhou, are there any more houses in other districts? Zhang Yun Orange looked at Zhou Weijin and lightly bit her lips. Zhou Weijin shook his head and said, Ms. Zhang, you have to know that the houses in the Lucheng Painting Ding neighborhood are very sought after. If it wasn't for your luck, in a day's time I don't think there'd be any houses left in the M district. This was the big truth he was saying, and he wasn't snubbing Zhang Yun Orange. When Zhang Yun Orange heard Zhou Weijin's words, it was inevitable that her heart was lost for a while. Although she knew in her heart that she might not be able to find a house, it was still hard to avoid being sad when she really couldn't. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yun Orange and asked suspiciously, do you think this M district house is bad? If there was a problem with this M zone house, he was going to see if he had to get rid of the one he was holding. He didn't want tenants looking for him to solve this problem and that problem for 3 days, and he wouldn't be annoyed to death. It's not a bad house, it's the house that's too good. Zhang Yun Orange shook her head and said, then why don't you rent it? Lin Fan asked the doubts in his heart. If the house was so nice, why Zhang Yun Orange didn't rent it was very puzzling to him. A nice house means expensive housing. I can't afford to rent, Zhang Yun Orange said with a bitter smile. Would she not know a good house in M? But a nice house means high rent. and she's struggling a bit to pay $4,000 a month right now. If she was made to pay a higher rent, she didn't know if she'd survive with the rest of her money. How much does your current house cost a month? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yun Orange and fatally asked. 4,000. Zhang Yun Orange blurted out. In that case, the house in the M district also rents you for 4,000. What do you think? Lin Fan said directly. Since he wanted to recruit this Zhang Yun Orange into the company, he naturally had to get rid of Zhang Yun Orange's worries. As for whether or not the rent was given cheaper, Lin Fan didn't care at all. He knew that as long as he trained Zhang Yun Orange to become a big anchor, it would definitely bring in a lot of revenue for the company. The return that would bring him would definitely not be thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, but hundreds of millions, or even billions. Zhang Yun Orange has the potential. He was very optimistic about Zhang Yun Orange in his heart. Zhang Yun Orange froze for a moment when she heard Lin Fan's words. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to rent it to her at a low price. Could it be that Lin Fan has something on me? What should I do if Lin Fan really has something on me? Promise? Or is it a refusal? She was very torn in her mind. After all, it's hard for any girl to turn down a handsome and golden boy like Lin Fan. Well, Lin Fan saw that Zhang Yun Orange didn't say anything and then asked. Zhang Yun Orange returned to her senses and shook her head directly. No, you'll make a lot less money that way. She was not related to Lin Fan. Even if she had a good feeling about him, she didn't want to take advantage of him. That's it. Don't push it any further. This money is nothing to me. The point is you. If you can't find the right house, you're going to be swept off your feet by the landlord tomorrow. Lin Fan's tone was undeniable. He happened to be thinking about how to get closer to Zhang Yunxiang, and now with this landlord relationship, he could better communicate with Zhang Yunxiang and prepare for the next step of inviting Zhang Yunxiang into the company. But, Zhang Yun Orange wanted to agree to Lin Fan, but she was still very hesitant in her heart. No need for buts. Hurry up and choose a house. Lin Fan directly waved his hand to interrupt Zhang Yun Orange's words. Zhang Yun Orange was a bit puzzled when she heard Lin Fan's words. Do you even have to pick a house to rent? Why don't you just sign the contract? She was very confused. She plans to rent Lin Fan's house for the time being, and when she earns money later, she will pay back the lesser rent to Lin Fan. Zhou Weijin could see the doubts in Zhang Yun Orange's mind. Hurrying up, he explained. What, mister? Lin is renting out is not a house. Instead, it's the whole building in the M block. Zhang Yun Orange was instantly dumbfounded when she heard Zhou Weijin's words. Her mouth was wide open in shock, her eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. This is incredible. She thought that Lin Fan having a suite already made her envious. Now Zhou Weijin went so far as to say that Lin Fan rental is not a set. Instead, it was an entire building. And how could that not shock her? How much money would it take to buy the whole building? No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. She knew it must cost lots and lots of money. Absolutely astronomical. She laughed inwardly for a moment. No wonder Lin Fan had just said that this amount of money was nothing to him. A few $1,000s is really nothing compared to astronomical figures. Even though Lin Fan was so rich, she decided to make up for the lesser rent in the future when she earned money. Hurry up and pick a set. I do remember you saying you owed me a meal. Just as well now I'm hungry. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yun Orange and said with a smile. Zhou Weijin told Zhang Yun Orange about all the household types. Zhang Yun Orange picked a penthouse. She often has to broadcast at night and the penthouse is just right. Pick a floor and sign the contract with Zhou Weijin. She led Lin Fan towards the noodle shop not far from the side. She also wanted to treat Lin Fan to something upscale, but she was really shy. Come to the noodle shop. Lin Fan and Zhang Yun Orange ordered a bowl of noodles each. The pasta still needed a bit of time to be ready, and the two made small talk. Sister Yun Orange, can I ask you a question? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yun Orange and asked after some thought. Zhang Yun Orange was 3 or 4 years older than him, so calling Zhang Yun Orange sister was not inappropriate, and it could also bring the relationship closer. What's the problem? Zhang Yun Orange looked at Lin Fan curiously, not knowing what question Lin Fan wanted to ask her. Sister Yun Orange, with such a good condition as yours, haven't you ever thought of entering a live broadcasting company? Lin Fan asked the doubt in his heart. With Zhang Yun Orange's conditions, there should be many live broadcasting companies grabbing for it. I don't understand why Zhang Yun Orange still chooses to fight alone, knowing that it's hard to make a difference alone in this era. When Zhang Yun Orange heard Lin Fan's question, she inwardly laughed bitterly. Sighing, he said, why wouldn't I want to find a good company to work for? It's just that live companies are full of all kinds of subterfuge these days. It's so hard to get ahead by trying to get ahead. I have a good sister in one of Willow City's more famous live streaming companies. The company's head of operations tried to subvert her on her first day, but she didn't agree. She's been with the company for months, and the company hasn't given her any resources. Doesn't make as much money as I do. Zhang Yun Orange finished speaking with a bitter smile on her face. She'd like to find a good company, but it's too hard. Chapter 106, You'd better not go. I can't believe there's such an asshole company nowadays. Sister Rue Orange, you're right not to go. Lin Fan hates subterfuge the most, and he didn't expect Zhang Yun Orange little sister's company to be so rampant. But I heard from that little sister of mine that her company recently changed owners. They say the new boss hates subterfuge. I'm hesitant to apply for a job now, Zhang Yun Orange said as she rested her chin on her hands and looked outside. You'd better not go. Lin Fan was startled when he heard that Zhang Yun Orange was going to apply for a job and hurriedly advised him. He was going to recruit Zhang Yunxiang to his own company. If Zhang Yunxiang went to another company, then wouldn't his plan be in vain? Zhang Yun Orange looked at Lin Fan suspiciously, couldn't understand how Lin Fan had transformed so quickly. She had just advised her to go to a live broadcasting company, but now that she was going to go to a live broadcasting company, Lin Fan was stopping her. I mean, there's still a scouting trip to be made first. Who knows if this is the new boss's third fire? It must be discreet. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yun Orange's puzzled eyes and hurriedly explained. Zhang Yun Orange nodded, feeling that Lin Fan had a point. Sister Yun Orange, what do you think of me? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yun Orange and asked seriously. He couldn't wait. He hadn't planned to talk to Zhang Yunxiang about the company today, but now he heard that Zhang Yunxiang was actually interested in going to the live company. He decided not to wait. He was afraid that if he waited any longer, Zhang Yun Orange would go to another company. Then it will be too late for everything. Zhang Yun Orange was instantly confused when she heard Lin Fan's words. Her eyes were round with shock and her mouth was open as if she could fit an egg in it. How could she not expect Lin Fan to ask her so directly? How does that make her answer? Isn't Lin Fan in too much of a hurry? They've just met twice. Is it appropriate to just tell her that? She was now very torn in her mind, not knowing how to answer Lin Fan. She was afraid that if she rejected Lin Fan directly, she would make him sad. But if she agreed with Lin Fan, then what would she become? She admitted that she had some feelings for Lin Fan, but not to the extent of being boyfriend and girlfriend. She was very torn in her mind. Lin Fan saw Zhang Yun Orange's surprised expression, and only then did he realize that his words were ambiguous. Cough cough. He coughed lightly. Hurrying to change her words, she said, Sister Yun Orange, don't misunderstand. I mean, if I started a company, would you come to mine? Zhang Yun Orange exhaled a mouthful of turbid air when she heard Lin Fan's explanation. In his heart, he sighed, so Lin Fan meant this and was startled. She took a deep breath and adjusted her mind. Eyes narrowed into crescent moons. He smiled and said, if you start a company, I'll definitely join. Really? Lin Fan asked in surprise. Of course it's true, Zhang Yun Orange said with a smile. Although she hadn't been in contact with Lin Fan for long, she felt that Lin Fan was a very upright person. She felt she couldn't go wrong following such a boss. Sister Yun Orange, is that little sister of yours a talent anchor too? Lin Fan was very curious about that little sister of Zhang Yun Orange's. After all, such a person who can resist temptation is really getting rare nowadays. If he could, he would also like to recruit Zhang Yun Orange's little sister into the company as well. Zhang Yun Orange nodded and spoke. That little sister of mine is studying classical dance. Dance anchor. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Yun Orange's words. Classical dance is good. Classical dance is a dance that requires deep dance skills, not one of those messy Netflix messy dances. He decided that he would recruit Zhang Yun Orange's little sister to the company as well. Sister Yun Orange, what do you think? Let that little sister of yours go to my company as well? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yun Orange and asked seriously. Sure, but, Zhang Yun Orange hesitated as she spoke at the end. It's like there's something hard to talk about. But what? Lin Fan was very puzzled as to what exactly Zhang Yun Orange had to worry about. That little sister of mine has a 5-year contract with the company. If you breach the contract, you need to pay for the breach of contract. Zhang Yun Orange was in a depressed mood. A 5-year contract? What kind of asshole company is this? How could Lin Fan not have thought that Zhang Yun Orange little sister had signed a 5-year contract? He must find out which company is so overbearing, not giving resources and signing contracts for so long. Sister Ru Orange, tell me about your little sister's company. I'd like to see what kind of company is such an asshole. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yun Orange and said with an angry face. He had already taken Zhang Yun Orange's little sister as someone from his company as well. This is a talent that will create huge wealth for him in the future. He's definitely not allowed to be in someone else's company. He must find a way to poach Zhang Yun Orange's little sister into the company. Zhang Yun Orange was touched in her heart when she saw Lin Fan's appearance. The company my little sister stays at is Willow City Golden Mansion Media. That's the top 10 Netflix incubation company in Willow City. Zhang Yun Orange said after some thought. Although her heart was very much looking forward to Lin Fan rescuing her little sister from this company, she knew that it was just whimsy. After all, Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company is the top 10 Netflix incubation company in Willow City, which is not so easy, unless the payment of liquidated damages. Lin Fan was directly dumbfounded when he heard the name of the company that Zhang Yun Orange said. The asshole company he just called out was, surprisingly, his own. This is a bit awkward. I can't believe he's going to poach his own company's anchors. He had just stopped Zhang Yun Orange from going to his company. What is this all about? He should have asked for the name of the company first. It's okay now. Now that's embarrassing. Awkward, yes, but things need to be made clear. He looked at Zhang Yun Orange and said with some embarrassment, "That, Sister Yun Orange, if Willow City doesn't have a second one called Willow City Golden Mansion Media, I think the company your little sister is staying at is the one I just acquired." Zhang Yun Orange was instantly dumbfounded when she heard Lin Fan's words. Her shocked mouth slowly opened wide, and her eyes rolled up in disbelief. That's too hard to believe. Lin Fan had actually acquired the top 10 Netflix incubation company in Luchang. She had googled this Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company, valued at over $1 billion. $1 billion? Not 10. This Lin Fan is too rich. She knew that Lin Fan had money, otherwise he wouldn't have bought a building in the Luchang Painting Ding neighborhood. It's too good to be able to just spend $1 billion on a company. She believed Lin Fan wouldn't lie to her. There was no need to lie to her about this. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Fan. How she looked at Lin Fan didn't look like a rich second generation. Which one of those rich kids is not high and mighty, looking untouchable? But Lin Fan is just the opposite. Very low-key. Lin Fan felt like a neighboring brother to her. She felt very relaxed talking with Lin Fan. Chapter 107, Helping MS. Zhang move, of course. Sister Yun Orange, are you okay? Seeing that Zhang Yun Orange didn't say anything for half a day, Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked. Zhang Yun Orange came back to her senses, looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to be so rich." "It's okay," Lin Fan said modestly. "Sister Yun Orange, do you still decide to go to my company now?" He still wanted to hear what was in Zhang Yun Orange's mind. After all, he had to need the other party's consent to join his company. "Of course, I just said I'm in as long as your company is. I don't know if Boss Lin welcomes a little woman like me?" Zhang Yun Orange playfully blinked her eyes and asked with a smile. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard Zhang Yun Orange say this. He was really afraid that the original company image would affect Zhang Yun Orange's decision. He smiled and said, "Of course you're welcome." That's when the top came. The two men talked as they ate. After eating, Lin Fan made a call to Shin Jianyun, the general manager of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang, and told him about Zhang Yun Orange's situation. When Zhang Yun Orange's side is settled, he can report directly to the company. Zhang Yun Orange naturally had no opinion. Lin Fan and Zhang Yun Orange arrive at Luchang Happy Housing and ask the manager, Zhou Weijin, to help Zhang Yun Orange move in the afternoon. Without saying a word, Zhou Weijin patted his chest and promised to complete the task. He naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to befriend Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a mysterious tycoon in his mind, so it was always right to make good relations. Lin Fan said goodbye to Zhang Yun Orange. This matter was considered to be over as he started the car and headed towards Willow City University. Willow City Happy Housing. MS. Zhang, when are you going to move? Zhou Weijin asked enthusiastically. Since he had promised Lin Fan that he would get it done, he would definitely get it done. There is no room for sloppiness. Lin Fan was a big thick leg he was sure to hold tightly. Now, Zhang Yun Orange said after some thought, she figured the sooner the better, and she couldn't wait to move into her new house now. I should have known that the buildings in District M look very luxurious on the outside, and the inside is even more finely decorated, so you can move in with a handbag. When Zhou Weijin heard Zhang Yun Orange say this, he hurriedly called all the employees, 3 men and 1 woman, leaving a woman to watch the store. Zhou Weijin and 3 men accompanied Zhang Yun Orange to move. The 5 quickly arrived at Zhang Yun Orange's house. Zhang Yun Orange asked the 4 to wait for a while she cleaned up. Naturally, the 4 had no problem with it. Zhang Yun Orange didn't have many things and quickly packed them up. Zhou Weijin saw that Zhang Yun Orange did not have many things, and 2 people to help would be enough. He sent the other 2 back to the store. Who are you people? What's going on here? At that moment, a woman suddenly yelled from outside. Zhou Weijin frowned slightly and lifted his feet toward the outside. He was furious at the sight of the visitor. The visitor was none other than Zhang Yun Orange's landlord, Big Sister Chen. Cough cough. Zhou Weijin coughed loudly. When Chen Daisy saw Zhou Weijin, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Manager Zhou, why are you here? She was very puzzled in her mind as to what this Zhou Weijin was doing running here. Zhou Weijin waved his hand at the 2 people who were stopped by Big Sister Chen, telling them to hurry back to the store and leave the matter here to him. I came, of course, to help MS. Zhang move, Zhou Weijin said with an expressionless face. He was very disgusted with the unruly Big Sister Chen. At this time, Zhang Yun Orange and another male employee happened to walk out. When Big Sister Chen saw that Zhang Yun Orange was really going to move out, she was anxious. Hurrying forward, he said to Zhou Weijin, Manager Zhou, how could you do this? This Zhang Yun Orange is living well here. How can you help her move? She wasn't really trying to kick Zhang Yun Orange out, she just wanted to raise the rent more. Now that she saw that Zhang Yun Orange really wanted to move out, How could she not panic? There aren't many soft persimmons like Zhangyun Orange that can be pinched at will. Oof, you're complaining about me now? If you hadn't wanted to raise Ms. Chang's rent, would Ms. Chang have moved out? You broke the rules first. Zhou Weijin snorted and said with a cold face. Zhangyun Orange can move out, but you have to find me a new tenant tomorrow. Big Sister Chen demanded at Zhou Weijin. Since Zhangyun Orange was moving out, but her house couldn't be left empty, she had to rent it out right away. Ha! Zhou Weijin was actually exasperated and laughed at by Big Sister Chen, breaking the rules and trying to get him to rent out the house. What's on your mind? If he hadn't been able to eat before, he might have turned a blind eye and actually helped Big Sister Chen find a tenant. But times are different now. He has embraced the big leg of Lin Fan. Ms. Chen, put it to you this way. I won't be renting out your house for you in the future. Zhou Weijin said with a cold smile on his face. What do you mean, Manager Zhou? Big Sister Chen also became angry when she heard Zhou Weijin's words. Just literally. Zhou Weijin glanced at Big Sister Chen and said lightly. Good, good, good. Big Sister Chen said good 3 times in a row, which showed that she was very angry in her heart. Don't think you're the only one in the housing agency. Humph. I'll look elsewhere. Big Sister Chen's horizontal flesh on her face trembled with anger. Ms. Chen, I advise you to save your breath. No housing agency will ever help you rent a house again. Zhou Weijin had a cold smile on his face. Do you still want to cover the world with one hand? You're just a Thai agent who rents out houses, and you really think you're somebody. Big Sister Chen said with disdain in her eyes, skimming her lips. Hey, I can't do it with this crappy agency, but someone can. Zhou Weijin hemmed and hawed, gloating. Big Sister Chen frowned when she heard Zhou Weijin's words. She is not a little cutie. Heard the unusualness in Zhou Weijin's words. She doesn't remember offending anyone. Manager Zhou, I don't know what you mean by that. Big Sister Chen's words softened. She had to figure out what was going on, and if she had really offended someone, see how she could remedy the situation. What do you mean? You've offended the wrong people. Don't even think about renting out your house from now on. Zhou Weijin didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. No way. No how. Big Sister Chen didn't believe it and shook her head like a rattle. Do you know who Miss Zhang belongs to? Zhou Weijin asked indifferently. Who is it? Big Sister Chen asked hurriedly. Miss Zhang is Mr. Lin's person. Humph. You've offended Miss Zhang. Will Mr. Lin spare you? Zhou Weijin said coldly. Mr. Lin is the mysterious tycoon who bought the entire building in District M. What other agency would dare to help you rent out your house when someone like that puts the word out? When Big Sister Chen heard Zhou Weijin's words, she was instantly dumbfounded. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were rolling with panic. How is that possible? How come Zhangyun Orange is Mr. Lin's man? That's impossible? But Zhou Weijin wouldn't lie to her. She had great regret in her heart. I can't wait to give myself 2 big smacks. Why are you so greedy as to raise the rent for Zhangyun Orange? It's over. It's all over. She sat down helplessly on the floor. She knew it would be difficult, very difficult, to rent out a house in the future. Without an agent's guarantee, it's difficult to re-let the house. Zhou Weijin didn't pay any more attention to Big Sister Chen and helped Zhang Yunxiang with her luggage as the 3 of them walked towards the M District. Chapter 108 No, I like mineral water. Lin Fan returned to Lu Chang University, parked his car, and walked towards his dormitory. Just before walking to the dormitory building, Lin Fan suddenly froze. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, helping employee Zhangyun Orange to punish her evil landlord. Big Sister Chen received a reward, 100% equity stake in our Junlai Western restaurant. The relevant documents have been placed in the study of Villa Haitian No. 1. Gain 10 system points. Ha, this is? He thought for a moment that it must have been Zhou Weijin who helped Zhang Yunxiang move and punished Zhang Yunxiang's original landlord, Big Sister Chen. In the process, is this a reward for nothing? Oh, the system is really great. Taking out his cell phone, he looked up the Argyle Western restaurant and found that there were 8 of this restaurant in the country. Oh, I didn't realize it was still a chain. Lin Fan continued to look down. Argyle Western restaurant specializes in upscale Western cuisine. In total, the 8 stores are valued at around $800 million. That's another 8 small goals. That's really nice. Lin Fan was in a very good mood. Not only did I recruit a good employee, I didn't expect to be unexpectedly rewarded with 8 small goals. That's so cool. Lin Fan whistled as he walked towards the dormitory. Returning to the dormitory, Lin Fan changed into his military training clothes and walked towards the playground. Since he came back a little late, his 3 roommates had already gone to the playground. Arriving at the playground, Lin Fan found a seat and sat down. Soon the instructor came. The afternoon's military training officially began. I didn't realize it was still so hot in September. Time passes by. Soon it was time for a break and the crowd couldn't wait to run for the shade. OMG. The heat is killing me. Holy, This water is hot. How nice it would be to have a bottle of my favorite sparkling water to drink. What a miscalculation. I'll be sure to bring a bottle next time. Even if it's hot from the sun, it's still better than mineral water. Alas. Blunder, blunder. Old Zhang grumbled as he sipped his water. Hiccup. Cool. Old Zhang heard the sound and looked to the side, just in time to see Old King with a look of enjoyment on his face and his favorite sparkling water in his hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old King, hello chicken thief. I can't believe I snuck in and brought my own bubbly water, Old Zhang said angrily at once. Old Wang looked at Old Zhang's angry face and was very pleased with himself. He purposely sneaked in sparkling water just to make Old Zhang envious and jealous. Hey, hey, he served his purpose. Seeing Old Zhang's stormy expression at this moment, he was very cool in his mind. It's not right. We've been together the whole time and we haven't seen you out shopping? Where did you get this sparkling water? Old Zhang looked at the smug-looking Old Wang and asked suspiciously. They were in a dormitory, and they had been playing games together at noon, and they hadn't seen Lao Wan leave. He was very puzzled in his mind as to when this Old Wang had bought the sparkling water. Hey, Old Wang hemmed and hawed and continued to take a sip of the bubbling water. That was awesome. The Old Zhang next to him was looking at it with itchy teeth. Of course I bought it in the cafeteria, Old King said triumphantly. That's not right either. We ate together in the cafeteria, and when we left, I didn't see you with anything in your hand. Lao Zhang thought that Lao Wang was lying. When he left the cafeteria he remembered very clearly that Lao Wang did not hold anything in his hand. Hey, the secret is here, Old Wang said as he yanked out the pants pocket of his military uniform. Lao Zhang looked at Lao Wang's pants pocket and found a hole cut in it. He looked up to see the bottle of sparkling water looking toward the Old King. The hole cut in the pants pocket was just enough to catch the bottle of sparkling water. His eyes narrowed. He was surprised to see a black hair on the bottle of Old King's sparkling water. Could it be? Old Wang was very pleased to see Old Zhang's surprised expression. Smugly, he said, Old Zhang, here, a sip for you. Now that you've flaunted it, naturally you can't keep flaunting it. How about sharing it with a good buddy? Lao Zhang looked at the bottle of bubbly water that Lao Wang handed over, and when he thought about the hair he just had, his heart flipped and he almost spit out his noon meal. He hurriedly waved his hand and sneaked away from Old King for a distance. Phew, sure enough the air was a lot fresher some distance away from the Old King. Old Zhang secretly sighed in his heart. Old Wang didn't care when he saw that Old Zhang didn't want to drink. He looked at Lin Fan, who was not far away, and realized that Lin Fan was drinking mineral water. Hurriedly getting up and walking next to Lin Fan, he said in a pandering manner, Lin Ban Chang, come, have a sip of bubbling water. Lin Fan was the man of the hour at school and his idol. He very much wanted to get on good terms with Lin Fan. Seeing the self-centered Old Wang, Lin Fan waved his hand and said, no need, I like to drink mineral water. After that, he took another sip of the messy spring water. He wasn't in the habit of drinking other people's saliva. Wow! Suddenly there was a gasp from the side. Only a girl came from the entrance of the playground. The girl was classically dressed in dark green, making her look like she had stepped out of an ink painting. Her long hair was coiled up high and her face was painted with light makeup. Yet she was still beautiful, tall and shapely in her walk. Who is this girl? It feels like a fairy that came out of a painting. It's so beautiful. Can it not be pretty? This is our Lu University's Yulan Yun, you big school flower. You school flower is our junior sister. Not only is she pretty, the key is also a good handwriting, but also the president of our calligraphy club at Lu University. If it wasn't for the fact that the calligraphy club is a bit more demanding to join, I would have wanted to enter the calligraphy club so that I could see schoolgirl you often. What do you guys think the metaphorical schoolgirl is doing in the playground on a hot day? How would I know? It's not like I'm a worm in the metaphorical schoolgirl's stomach. Shouldn't it be coming? The few people talking unconsciously looked at Lin Fan. No way. Class President Lin already has school beauty tang. How can school beauty you still like him? In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Yulan Yun arrived at the second finance class. She looked around and saw something, a smirk on her face as she lifted her leg and walked forward. Lin Fan was lying on the ground looking at the sky in boredom. Suddenly a dark cloud drifted in. Why is it suddenly cloudy? But it's very clear in the distance. He was very puzzled in his mind. Immediately after that, two big snow-white legs appeared in front of him. A mount. Only then did Lin Fan realize that it was Yulan Yun who had walked up to him. He hurriedly sat up. After all, the angle is a bit indecent. May I ask if you're Lin Fan, student Lin? Yulan Yun's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Fan as she opened her mouth to ask. Her voice was soft and nice. I am. Excuse me? Lin Fan looked at the picture-perfect fairy like Yulan Yun in front of him and asked suspiciously. He didn't recognize Yulan Yun and didn't understand what the other party was looking for him. Hokage Lin. Hello. You must be exhausted from military training. Have some sparkling water. I specifically asked the supermarket owner for a cold bottle. When Yulan Yun heard Lin Fan's reply, a happy smile appeared on her face. The surrounding students all froze when they saw Yulan Yun actually bring Lin Fan a bottle of chilled sparkling water. Chapter 109 Class President Lin's Height. The crowd looked at the chilled sparkling water in Yulan Yun's hand. Each one of them had their mouths wide open in shock, their eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. How is that possible? How could schoolgirl you bring water to Lin Fan? The key is still chilled sparkling water. Doesn't schoolmarm you know that Lin Fan already has schoolmarm tang? Why? Why did the metaphorical schoolgirl even bother to jump on it like a moth? Is Captain Lin's charm really that great? That's too big. Envy. Envy. They're as sour as lemons. Very sour. Acid. How else can we single dogs live? The summer heat of military training has exhausted us. And give us dog food. You've gone too far, Class President Lin. The crowd looked at Lin Fan with a sly look in their eyes. Can't you hide and find a place where no one's looking for love? Aha! Lin Fan was made whole by Yulan Yun's actions that he wouldn't be able to. This girl is too enthusiastic. He spat helplessly in his mind. No. Excuse me? He didn't pick up the bubbly water and asked suspiciously. The crowd was all confused when they heard that Lin Fan had actually refused the chilled sparkling water sent by Yulan Yun. The mouth that had just managed to close slowly opened again, as if it could fit an egg. Class President Lin actually refused schoolmarm used chilled sparkling water? That's incredible too. That's a chilled sparkling water hand-picked by the metaphorical schoolgirl. How could Lin Banchang bear to refuse? Could it be that Class President Lin refused to touch all the opposite sex for the sake of schoolmarm tang? This Class President Lin is too infatuated. Captain Lin's height is really beyond our comprehension. We're nowhere near Lin's classmates. Captain Lin is really good. Yulan Yun had just been completely immersed in the joy of finding Lin Fan when she realized that she hadn't introduced herself yet. Hello schoolmate Lin. I'm Yulan Yun, your junior sister. She smiled and said to Lin Fan, hello, Sister Yu. I wonder what Sister Yu is looking for me for. Lin Fan looked at Yulan Yun and asked suspiciously. He wouldn't believe that Yulan Yun came here under the sun to bring him sparkling water. He wasn't so arrogant that he was that attractive. Yulan Yun must have something to look for him, but he was very puzzled in his heart. He didn't know this Yulan Yun, nor did he have any interactions with her. He was very curious as to what exactly Yulan Yun was looking for him for. I would like to invite Senior Lin to join the calligraphy club. Yulan Yun stated the purpose of her visit, looking at Lin Fan with anticipation. She had just returned to Lu University yesterday when she heard that Lin Fan had won first place in the calligraphy competition. She went to the principal and looked at Lin Fan's work. That look didn't matter. It directly mesmerized her. Lin Fan's calligraphy is really good. Even if she considered herself a calligraphy genius compared to Lin Fan, she was aware that her gap was as big as a chasm. She was determined in her mind to make sure Lin Fan joined the calligraphy club. She believed that as long as Lin Fan gave them a few pointers from time to time, their calligraphy was bound to take a qualitative leap forward. She knew Lin Fan might not agree to join the calligraphy club. After all, Lin Fan's calligraphy had reached the level of a master. She thought about it all night and decided to impress Lin Fan with her heart. No, she purposely ran to the supermarket to buy chilled sparkling water so that Lin Fan could see her sincerity and honesty. Sister Yu, I'm sorry. Thank you for your kind words, but I have no plans to join the calligraphy club at this time. Lin Fan refused without hesitation. He now felt like he didn't have enough time in the day. How could he have time to go to the calligraphy club every day? He would love to join some college clubs and get a good taste of college club life, but as his industry grows, he will surely spend less and less time at school. When the crowd heard that Lin Fan had actually refused to join the calligraphy society without hesitation, they all beat their chests. How dare Class President Lin refuse to join the calligraphy club without hesitation? It's amazing that Class President Lin refused without hesitation. Why doesn't schoolgirl you invite me into the calligraphy club? I definitely won't refuse. Che, you first have to be as versatile as Class President Lin, do you? Class President Lin is truly a role model for my generation. I feel that Class President Lin has things at his fingertips that I could never ask for. It's really worthy of being Class President Lin, my idol. Having his own principles, it's so awesome. Although Yulan Yun knew that Lin Fan would be rejected, she hadn't expected Lin Fan to reject so dryly. She was instantly very angry in her mind. She braved the sun to bring Lin Fan chilled sparkling water, only to have the other party reject her without hesitation. The smile on her face tightened as she looked at Lin Fan and said, Senior Lin, for the sake of me bringing you water on such a hot day, join the calligraphy club. Lin Fan shook his head and said, Sister Yu, I'm sorry. He still refused Yulan Yun. He really didn't have that much time. Humph. Senior Lin, if you don't join the calligraphy club, I'll come and bring you water every day, until you join. When Yulan Yun saw that Lin Fan was still refusing, she let out a petulant grunt and played a rogue. Lin Fan was instantly speechless when he saw Yulan Yun's appearance. What's wrong with this woman? He refused them all. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. What's this all about? How is it that there are still people who are forced to join? He couldn't understand it. He saw Yulan Yun's appearance and knew that if he didn't agree, this Yulan Yun would definitely come to deliver water every day. Wouldn't he be surrounded like a monkey every day? He didn't know how he'd gotten into trouble with such an unreasonable woman, but he really didn't have the time. He promised to join the calligraphy club and then didn't show up when the time came. So what's the deal? Isn't that going back on your word? He was very torn up inside. Sister Yu, let me be honest with you. It's hard for me to go to calligraphy clubs on a regular basis with the limited time I spend at school. Lin Fan sighed and said helplessly. He still wanted to convince Yulan Yun to give up on the idea of letting him join the calligraphy club. Yulan Yun brightened up when she heard that Lin Fan had refused because of time. She hurriedly said, Senior Lin, as long as you join the calligraphy club, you don't have to come to the calligraphy club as often. Once a week, or once a month would be fine. You don't have to attend any of the calligraphy club's events. Of course you can participate if you want to. In a nutshell, the book club won't put any restrictions on you. Lin Fan listened to Yulan Yun's words and pondered. If there were no time constraints on him, he could go if he wanted to. He didn't think it was out of the question to join the calligraphy club. Lin Fan raised his head, looked at Yulan Yun, and said with a smile, if there's really no limit on time, I think I can join the calligraphy club. That's wonderful. Senior Lin, welcome to the calligraphy club. Yulan Yun almost didn't jump up in excitement when she heard Lin Fan's words. Chapter 110, Letting Class Captain Lin Feel the Warmth of Home. Yulan Yun was very happy at this point and extended his right hand. Lin Fan smiled faintly and similarly extended his right hand to shake Yulan Yun's hand briefly. Aha! Even though he touched it briefly, he could feel that Yulan Yun's hand was very soft. You give me the address, and after military training, I'll go check it out. Since Lin Fan had agreed to join the calligraphy club, he naturally had to go and take a look. Otherwise it would seem too insincere. When Yulan Yun heard Lin Fan's words, she took out her cell phone, friend Lin Fan, and sent Lin Fan the location of the calligraphy club. Okay, I'll go over there when we finish military training. Lin Fan put away his cell phone as he spoke and smiled faintly at Yulan Yun. Then I look forward to schoolmate Lin's arrival. Yulan Yun said with a smile. This one's for you. She handed Lin Fan the chilled sparkling water in her hand. Lin Fan didn't refuse this time. He just refused because he didn't know who the other party was and what their purpose was. Now that the two were familiar with each other, there was naturally no need to push back. After talking for half a day, he did get a little thirsty as well. Then thank you, Sister Yu. Lin Fan smiled and took the sparkling water from Yulan Yun. The bubbly water was cold, and holding it in his hand, it surprisingly made him feel a touch cooler on a hot afternoon. You're welcome. I'll go first. Yulan Yun said goodbye to Lin Fan. She turned and headed out of the playground. Lin Fan opened the sparkling water with his hand, and a white mist rose from the mouth of the bottle. Gulp. Take a sip. Sure is icy enough. That was awesome. Lin Fan marveled. When the crowd saw Lin Fan's expression, their eyes were filled with envy. What an envy. Same freshman. How come the gap is so big? They could only drink scalding mouthfuls of mineral water from the sun, while Lin Banchang could drink chilled sparkling water. The key to this sparkling water is still a gift from the metaphorical schoolgirl. Both come from compulsory education. How come class president Lin is so good? LOL. The thought that they weren't as charismatic and versatile as class president Lin. All one could do was lower his head and gulp darkly. Lao Wang looked at the sparkling water in his hand, and when he looked at the chilled sparkling water in the hands of others Lin Fan, he instantly felt that his sparkling water did not smell good. Before long, the break was over. Military training continued in the afternoon. Time passes slowly. Soon the afternoon's military training was over. Lin Fan didn't go to dinner with his 3 roommates, but returned to the dormitory. He took a cool shower and changed into casual clothes, followed the address given by Yulan Yun and looked for it. Willowtown University Calligraphy Club. President, is it true that class president Lin is coming to our calligraphy club? A small, flat-headed boy, full of excitement, asked. Of course it's true. Senior Lin told me himself. It should be about time now, and schoolboy Lin should be on his way. Everyone be smart in a while, don't leave a bad impression on schoolboy Lin. Yulan Yun looked at the crowd and admonished. Lin Fan was the one he had invited to join the calligraphy club with great difficulty. If the calligraphy club gave Lin Fan too bad an impression, it was expected that Lin Fan would rarely come to the calligraphy club in the future. This was not what she wanted to see. President, just don't worry, class president Lin is my idol. I'll make sure to make class president Lin feel at home. The little platform boys raised their hands in assurance. He was Lin Fan's loyal little fan. He especially admired Lin Fan and had always wanted to get to know him, and now that Lin Fan had joined the calligraphy club, he was very excited in his heart. When I think about meeting my idol soon, my hand trembles when I write. Didn't Lin Fan win first place in a calligraphy competition? As for that, if I hadn't not participated, how could the first place have been his? A disjointed voice rang out. Do you Wei? What are you talking about? Class President Lin's calligraphy is just prettier than yours. Even if you go for it, the one who takes first place will still be Class President Lin. When the small platform heard that Do Yue even looked down on Lin Fan's calligraphy, he instantly quit and angrily retorted. He had long since grown disenchanted with this Do Yue. Do Yue calligraphy is really good. Usually in the calligraphy will look down on people. He also put up with it. But he has seen Lin Fan's calligraphy. Do Yue's calligraphy is simply no method to compare with Lin Fan's. Simply no comparison. The gap between elementary school students and college students. The difference is like a chasm. Humph. I won't argue with you. When Lin Fan comes in a while, I'll compete with him, so you can see whose calligraphy is the best. Do Yue let out a cold snort as he made up his mind to compare himself to Lin Fan. Let the calligraphy club know whose calligraphy is the best. He looked to Yu Lan Yun next to him. Yu Lan Yun, I must let you know, the Lin Fan you value is simply inferior to me. He thought darkly in his mind. He unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. Okay, stop arguing. Let schoolboy Lin see what it becomes in a while. Hurry up and get this side cleaned up. Yu Lan Yun said with a cold face. Doesn't she understand Do Yue's mind? If it wasn't for the fact that Do Yue's calligraphy was really well written, she would have wanted to kick Do Yue out of the calligraphy club. All day long, he's been acting all high and mighty. Her mind unconsciously thought of Lin Fan's appearance. There's no rack at all on schoolboy Lin. How can this gap between people be so wide? She mentally shook her head. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. When Yu Lan Yun heard the knock on the door, she instantly brightened up and quickly went to open the door. The door opens. Senior Lin, hurry and come in, Yu Lan Yun said enthusiastically. Hello, Sister Yu. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Do Yue was extremely jealous when he saw Yu Lan Yun, who was warmly entertaining Lin Fan. Yu Lan Yun had never been so enthusiastic about him before. The small flat-headed boy saw that it was really Lin Fan who had come and excitedly went forward. Class President Lin, it's really you. You're my idol. Class President Lin, I adore you so much. Lin Fan was a bit overwhelmed by looking at such an enthusiastic little flat-headed boy. That's too much enthusiasm. It was all he could do to keep smiling. Captain Lin, look at this character of mine. I can't write it well. What's this about? Seeing his idol coming, he couldn't wait to voice out the questions in his mind to ask Lin Fan. Bringing Lin Fan to a table. The word snow was being written on it with the word snow. Do Yue was very jealous in his heart when he saw Lin Fan, who was enthusiastically surrounded by the crowd. It made him furious. He stepped forward. Lin Fan, I want to compete with you. Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at Do Yue. What's wrong with this guy? I don't even know you. He spat in his mind. Turning away, he no longer paid attention to Do Yue. If every cat and dog jumped out and challenged him, and he said yes to all of them, then he wouldn't die of exhaustion. Sweetie pie. It's the only way to do something that's so laborious and unprofitable. He picked up a quill and wrote the word snow on the paper. Doesn't that make it look much better when it's written that way? Do Yue was still trying to use agitation to get Lin Fan to agree to compete with him. When he saw Lin Fan's randomly written snow character, he was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 111. Are you talking about me? Do Yue looked at the snow that Lin Fan had just written and was filled with incredulity. His mouth was wide open in shock and his eyes were rolling. How is that possible? He saw intent above Lin Fan's words. The reason he was confident in winning over Lin Fan this time was that he had studied calligraphy with a master calligrapher this vacation. Sudden progress under the guidance of a master. The master also praised him as a rare calligraphic genius who might be able to touch the meaning of calligraphy at the age of about 50. But he saw that Lin Fan's words had meaning in them at this time. How could this not shock him? 50 years old touching the intentionality? Calligraphy genius? He laughed inwardly. If he's a genius, then what's Lin Fan? He was very lost in his mind at this time. There was no longer any of the untouchability that had just been there. Turns out he's just a jumper. No wonder Lin Fan ignored himself. With his head down, he walked toward the outside of the calligraphy club. Lost in thought, he doesn't have the face to stay here. The Yu Lan Yun crowd was so caught up in the shock of Lin Fan's words that no one noticed Do Yue leaving. Even if someone found out, no one would say anything regarding Do Yue's usual behavior. At this moment, the crowd of the calligraphy club were all shocked as they looked at Lin Fan's randomly written snow character. They had just begun to understand the words Lin Fan had written from what they had seen on Yu Lan Yun's cell phone. It's hard to get the mood out of a cell phone shot. Now how could one not be shocked to see Lin Fan's words with meaning? One's eyes were wide open, afraid to miss every detail. This? How is that possible? How did this word come from a student? Is this simply the writing of a master calligrapher? They worshipped Lin Fan even more in their hearts. Although Yu Lan Yun had seen Lin Fan's calligraphy, she was shocked to see Lin Fan writing words with meaning on the spot. she quickly came back to her senses. She brought up the questions in her mind and asked Lin Fan for advice. Immediately afterward, other calligraphy club students also scrambled to ask Lin Fan for advice. These questions were simple enough for a master calligrapher like Lin Fan. Spent half an hour at the calligraphy club. Lin Fan solved all the problems of the crowd before saying goodbye to Yulan Yun in the crowd. Lin Fan exited the calligraphy club and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It was really the fact that everyone in the calligraphy club was so enthusiastic that he was a bit overwhelmed. He headed for the parking lot. He was ready to go to dinner. He was feeling a little hungry. Just now, the people from the calligraphy club wanted to invite Lin Fan to dinner, but Lin Fan found an excuse to refuse. He couldn't stand it when these people were so enthusiastic. Lin started the car and headed out of the school. Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived at the Skydweller and was escorted by the waiter into his exclusive box. "Boss, the dishes are all done according to your request. Try it." Nyo Baishan, the manager of Tianzhou Guest, heard Lin Fan arrive and hurriedly came to the box. He pointed to the dishes on the table and said, "Okay, I get it. Go get busy." Lin Fan nodded and said casually, "Okay, boss, take your time." Nyo Baishan exited the box after saying that. Lin Fan started to eat without slowing down. At that moment, a sudden noise came from downstairs. Lin Fan frowned slightly, put down the chopsticks in his hands, picked up the napkin next to him, and wiped his mouth, got up and headed out of the box. If he hadn't been here for dinner, he naturally wouldn't have cared about anything, but since he happened to be here, he couldn't just sit back and watch. He wanted to see what was going on. Families, you all just saw it. That young man didn't have a reservation at all and was directly taken away by the waiter for dinner. So this Skydweller is nothing like it says it is. What everyone needs an appointment. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That waiter just took that young man straight upstairs without even asking. Obviously that's a distinction. Families, a restaurant like this we must expose it. Let more people know that even if you make a reservation you may not be able to get a meal. A female netizen with a short red dress, holding a cell phone, was speaking to the netizens in the live broadcast room with a face full of anger. Boycott this restaurant. This restaurant treats people differently and will never go back. Is this restaurant really so hot? It can't all be trusts hired by the owner. I can't believe there's such a thing. I was planning to go this weekend, but now it looks like I won't have to. Support Yo-Yo Cutie. Women's Network Yo-Yo Cutie looked at the pop-ups on the screen and was very pleased with herself. That was the effect she wanted. She's all about utilizing public opinion to get businessmen to bow down. How can a businessman get her to clarify without paying something? She does it all the time. At this time, Nyo Baishan walked out. "Ma'am, please, we definitely don't treat our guests differently in our restaurant. You should have just misread it, or you didn't see it when our waiter was communicating with the customer." Although Nyo Baishan had anger in his heart, he still said politely. He hated this female netizen Yao Yao Cutie to death in his heart. Surprisingly, he came to make trouble while Lin Fan was eating. If things were not handled to Lin Fan's satisfaction, he would be lightly scolded by Lin Fan, or he would simply roll up and leave. Humph. I'm not the only one who saw it. The general public saw it. It's useless for you to deny it. The female Netflix Yo-Yo Cutie has a high and mighty look on her face. She wasn't afraid. She had tens of thousands of netizens behind her. Nyo Baishan wanted to let the security guards kick out the female netizen Yao Yao Cutie, but he couldn't do it. "Are you talking about me?" At that moment, a voice came from the stairway. The visitor walked through the crowd towards the female netizen Yo-Yo Cutie. The person who came was no other than Lin Fan. Lin Fan heard the words of the female netizen Yao Yao Cutie and knew that it was him who was talking. The female netizen Yo-Yo Cutie saw Lin Fan come down and immediately brightened up. "Now the evidence is overwhelming. That's him. Now what else do you have to say?" The female netizen Yo-Yo Cutie questioned loudly. She felt victorious now, and in her mind she began to fantasize about Nyo Baishan taking her to his office and discussing how to solve this problem. She was very pleased in her heart at this time. With a restaurant this size, you must be bleeding money, she thought darkly. Nyo Baishan saw Lin Fan arrive and hurriedly went forward. His body bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Boss, I'm sorry for disturbing your meal." The female net red Yao Yao Cutie was instantly confused when she heard Nyo Baishan's words. Her mouth was wide open in shock, her eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. How is that possible? How could this young man be the owner of this restaurant? A plain dress. This young man doesn't look like a rich man at all. Ha, what's this for? Is the other side acting? But looking at the other party's demeanor didn't look like an act at all. She actually tried to get the restaurant owner to make dinner reservations. Do restaurateurs need reservations to eat in their own homes? Chapter 112, I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Netflix Yo-Yo Cutie looked into the live broadcast room, and sure enough, the wind had changed. Holy, this boss is so young. That's incredible. This is the top 2, right? It must be, or how else would you own this tens of millions of dollars worth of skydwellers? That's hilarious. What kind of reservation do people use to come to their house for dinner? Offending the boss of the skydweller. Let's see how Yo-Yo Cutie ends up this time. When the crowd heard Neo Baishan's words, they also looked at Lin Fan in surprise. How could they not have thought that this uncharacteristically young Lin Fan would be the owner of such a large restaurant? After all, Lin Fan looked too young, obviously a college student. It's scary to think that a college student attending college would open such a restaurant worth tens of millions of dollars. They were all thinking about how powerful the background behind Lin Fan was. Lin Fan glanced at the disoriented female netizen Yo-Yo Cutie and said to Neo Baishan, "Invite this female netizen out, and put her directly on the unwelcome list." Such a female netizen will take advantage of the public psychology to create public opinion and make a big deal out of a small matter, so as to seek benefits. He had seen so many businessmen online who had been made whole by such netizens. He hated people like that so much in his heart. It's natural to be nonchalant and just pull the plug when you come across it. The female netizen Yao Yao Cutie instantly sobered up when she heard Lin Fan's words. How could she allow the restaurant to blackball her? Then her reputation would stink. She looked up at Lin Fan and said angrily, "What gives you the right to pull the plug on me? I just misread it. I can apologize to your restaurant." Lin Fan looked at the unconvinced female netizen Yo-Yo Cutie and said indifferently, "I'm the boss here. I call the shots. Apologizing isn't necessary. Now please leave, or I'll have security help you out." He didn't understand how there could be such shameless people in the world. If it wasn't in public, he would have directly asked the security guards to kick this female netizen out. "Humph, you're a big deal because you're the boss?" The female netizen Yo-Yo Cutie looked at Lin Fan with an angry face. There are many people in this world you can't afford to offend. She saw that Lin Fan was actually really going to kick her out and pull the plug. She was ready to pull the tiger's skin and scare Lin Fan. Whenever she encountered some difficult merchants, she directly revealed her backstage and these merchants would fall in line. She wanted to repeat the same trick to show Lin Fan that she was afraid and didn't dare to pull the plug on her. In her mind, she began to fantasize about Lin Fan bowing down and inviting her to dinner to make amends when he learned of her background. Lin Fan cocked his head, pulled out his ears, and faintly asked, "Oh, you mean, you're someone I can't afford to offend?" He gently blew a breath and looked at the female Netflix Yo-Yo Cutie. The female netizen Yo-Yo Cutie said with a smug face, "Nice, I'm the one you can't afford to offend." She craned her neck, a smug smile on her face. She was very confident. She couldn't believe that a multi-million-dollar boss wouldn't be scared when he heard about her background. "Then I'd like to know, where do you get off thinking you're someone I can't afford to offend?" Lin Fan was infuriated by this female netizen Yo-Yo Cutie. "Today is a good day to see when you have thick skin. I'm obviously not capable of anything, but I'm acting like I'm good at something. If she went to be an actress, she'd probably be a second girl just for this shamelessness. Do you know what company I work for?" The female netizen Yo-Yo Cutie looked at Lin Fan and asked with a confident face. She was sure that if she revealed the company she was working for, Lin Fan Iran would be stunned. "When the time comes, I'm sure I'll apologize in person." After all, their company was a famous big company in Luchang. She couldn't believe such a small restaurant wouldn't be afraid. "When the time comes, not only will you get a free meal, but the other party will have to pay something to put the matter to rest." It was as if she saw Lin Fan whispering to her. Her heart was overwhelmed with smugness. "Which company?" Lin Fan raised his eyelids and glanced at Netflix Yao Yao Cutie. He really didn't know which 2-bit company had produced such a netizen. "It doesn't matter if you're stupid. This is the company that you have to screw." "Oh, it scares you to death to say it. Our company is the top 10 Netflix company in Willow City, valued at over $1 billion. Willow City Golden Mansion Media, Inc." She looked at Lin Fan smugly, deliberately biting the words valued at over $1 billion particularly hard. Let Lin Fan know the strength of their company so that they could make Lin Fan afraid. She believed that a restaurant owner like Lin Fan would not know the difference between tens of millions and billions. Let Lin Fan know that this restaurant is a fraction of what their company is. Wouldn't Lin Fan be panicked in that case? She looked at Lin Fan with a smirk on her face, waiting to see the change in Lin Fan's expression. When she saw Lin Fan's expression become ugly, she became even more pleased in her heart. "Now you know you're scared, right? Hurry up and beg me." The answer still depends on Sis's mood. Makes you want to blacklist Sis. Now you know what Sis is capable of. She was very comfortable in her mind at the moment. Lin Fan's face instantly became very ugly when he heard Netflix Yao Yao Cutie name the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang. Damn, the company that cultivated such a netizen is actually its own company. This is so ironic too. He was now considering whether to replace Shin Jianyun, the general manager of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City. How is this Netflix cultivated? Bunch of disgraceful. He took out his cell phone and found Shin Jianyun's number and dialed it directly. Quickly connected. This is no nonsense from him. There's a yo-yo cutie netizen who says she's from our company. Do you know? Shin Jianyun heard Lin Fan's voice was not right, as if he was angry. He hurriedly said, "Boss, the company does have an internet celebrity called Yao Yao Cutie. This netizen was recruited by former operations supervisor Xie Tonin. I'm recently arranging for someone to take the netizens recruited by Xie Tonin and examine them, and those who don't qualify, I'm going to fire them." Lin Fan heard Shin Jianyun's explanation and his anger dissipated quite a bit. It seems to be a toxic tumor left over from the past. Okay, you see to the arrangements. But this yo-yo cutie needs to be fired immediately. Lin Fan could allow Shin Jianyun to take his time examining the other netizens, but this Yao Yao cutie, who he had met, had to be fired. Such a netizen would never be allowed to appear in his company. Lin Fan hung up the phone directly after saying that. Ha ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. Fire me, who are you? The female netizen Yao Yao Cutie instantly laughed out loud when she heard Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan actually wanted to fire her. To death she didn't believe that a small restaurant owner of tens of millions of dollars would be able to get the owner of a billion-dollar company to fire himself. She felt that Lin Fan was just acting, trying to scare herself away, but she's seen it all before. How can this little trick scare her off? Her cell phone live stream was turned off. Her arms crossed over her chest, and she looked at Lin Fan with a disdainful expression. She wanted to see how long Lin Fan would pretend. At that moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. One look at the caller's number. It was the company's personnel department. She rushed to the phone. "Wei Yao, you've been expelled." The other party hung up the phone directly after saying that, without any extra words. Wei Yao is also known as the female netizen Yao Yao Cutie. Wei Yao looked at the phone in her hand and was directly dumbfounded. Chapter 113 Yang Mengran and Ilian have a dream. Wei Yao's body unconsciously took a step back. She kept shaking her head in disbelief that it was all true. How is that possible? How did I get fired? What's this for? Is it him? This? She looked up at Lin Fan, filled with horror. He asked, It's you, isn't it? It must be you. Who the hell are you? She didn't understand how a small restaurant owner had the power to get a billion-dollar company to fire her. She couldn't figure it out even if she tried. Lin Fan looked at Wei Yao, who was a little crazy, and said indifferently, "Security, drive this person straight out." Explain? She wasn't going to explain anything to a crazy woman. After he finished speaking, two tall security guards stepped forward and directly held Wei Yao up, heading out of the restaurant. He turned toward the stairs. He hadn't finished his meal and was ready to continue. The crowd looked at Lin Fan, who had gone upstairs, and were filled with awe. One by one, their eyes were wide with shock, and their mouths were tightly closed for fear of saying one more word to make Lin Fan unhappy. This Sky Dweller owner is really something. This is an employee of a multi-billion-dollar company, and one phone call made the other side fire the employee. This boss has a really strong network. It was horrible. Lin Fan went back upstairs to continue eating. After eating and driving the car, he was ready to go back to Haitian No. 1 Villa. Back to the villa. Lin Fan went upstairs to the study to put the information of the Ajunliai Western restaurant away. Exiting the study, he went to the check room, changed into his bathing suit, and headed for the penthouse. Swam for half an hour. Lin Fan went back to his bedroom and lay on the bed and took out his cell phone. Group message. Tap on it. A group of executives from Willowtown Golden Mansion Media, Inc. This was the last time he went to the company and Shin Jianyun pulled him in. The names and times of the anchors ready to go live today. Ha? Yang Mengran? Isn't this the girl we met the other day? Lin Fan's mind drifted back to that beautiful girl. He hadn't expected that after only going through such a short period of training, Yang Mengran was going to start live broadcasting. It's really not easy. It is important to realize that the more promising the anchor, the more comprehensive and professional the training is, and the longer it takes. These were all things that Shin Jianyun had told him last time, in order to just avoid major mistakes in the first live broadcast. After all, these potential anchors in the future the company will spend a lot of resources to cultivate. Do not want to just live on the fetal position. Lin Fan looked at the time. Yang Mengran had already been live streaming for 10 minutes. Turn on Do Whale Live. Enter your account and log in. At once, the system prompted. Welcome, Sailor 1. Lin Fan's nickname is Fan Man 1. Search for Yang Mengran's room number. Yang Mengran's appearance was nothing to pick on. A beautiful woman. But what about talent? Lin Fan didn't know yet. Lin Fan plans to spend a lot of resources to smash out a few top big anchors. Only the top big anchors can give him great returns. When he entered Yang Mengran's live broadcast room, he immediately saw Yang Mengran wearing a long pink dress and singing. At this time, there were over 1,000 people in Yang Mengran's live room. That's pretty good for a newbie. This should be the company buying some small referral bits for Yang Mengran. After all, for a newcomer like Yang Mengyan, even if the company was optimistic about her, it would be impossible to give her tons of resources right off the bat. Resources and capabilities are matched. no ability, no resources, pretty fair. Start listening carefully. He also wanted to see if this Yang Mengran was worth the large amount of resources the company used to cultivate him. Half an hour passed. Lin Fan nodded, thinking that this Yang Mengran had good singing skills, and what she lacked was just experience. He recognized Yang Mengran in his heart and prepared to find time to discuss with Shin Jianyun to see how to quickly cultivate Yang Mengran into a big anchor. Lin Fan was about to close the live stream. After all, today is Yang Mengran's premiere, and the timing is such that the company won't let Yang Mengran drive for too long. The premiere was just a way for Yang Mengran to familiarize himself with the rhythm of the live broadcast. Liam? Surprisingly, someone linked up with Yang Mengran. Being a new anchor usually doesn't connect with others. I don't know if it was because Yang Mengran was startled by the sudden jumping out of the streak, and her hand panicked, directly clicking into agreement. A woman with burgundy hair appeared on the screen at once. The woman looked about the same as Yang Mengran, 25 or 26 years old. How are you, beautiful? The burgundy-haired woman greeted Yang Mengran with a smile. Burgundy-haired woman's screen name, a lotus with a dream. It's a 100,000 level internet celebrity, and she currently has more than 10,000 people in her live stream. You can see it's still very strong. Hello. Yang Mengran quickly adjusted his mind to greet Ichirin Yum. Lin Fan nodded when he saw Yang Mengran's performance. Pretty girl, do you have a guild, please? Ichirin Yum asked with a smile. Yang Mengran nodded and spoke. I'm from Golden Mantle. She was honest enough to say that there wasn't really anything to all of this in the first place. Now newcomers may not know much about you. Once you are famous, some information about you will be known to everyone. When Ilian Yumeng heard that Yang Mengran was from Golden Mansion, her face, which had just been enthusiastic, went cold. Her original name was Li Ilian and she used to be from Golden Mansion Media. Naturally, he knew that the Golden Mansion Guild represented the Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company. She hated Lin Fan, the current owner of Golden Mansion Media Company, very much. She used to be an anchor under Xie Tongyin, and with Xie Tongyin's large amount of resources to push her, she could be said to be mixing it up. It was because Lin Fan fired Xie Tongyin. She was afraid of being implicated, and knowing her own weight, she was forced to leave Golden Man's Media Company, came to Luqing Tongfa Media Company as an anchor, by hooking up with a junior executive at the company. This led to some resources. These resources are nothing compared to what they used to be. She had a great deal of hate in her heart. She hadn't expected a random mic connection to connect to one of the new anchors of Golden Mansion Media Company. Now she's going to take a good breath. She saw the number of people in Yang Mengran's live room and knew that this was the anchor that Golden Man's Media Company focused on. Otherwise it wouldn't have given a referral spot right off the bat. Beauty, let's PK one game. Dare you? Li Ilian asked directly at Yang Mengran. She just wanted to win over Yang Mengran in front of so many Golden Mantle executives. Let's make Golden Mansion Media Inc. lose face. Yang Mengran hesitated, but the internet was not a big deal. Promise her that brother will swipe your gift. Yes, you can't lose your momentum. Anchor, I'm looking at you. Anchor, don't be a wimp. I'll charge up here. Lin Fan was also speechless as he looked at these unsuspecting netizens at the bottom. With just these people, he could guarantee that as soon as PK started, there wouldn't be a single gift swipe. Yang Mengran saw so many people supporting her, and her heart, which had just been hesitant, firmed up. I promise. How about one of us loses and sings a song? Li Ilian's face didn't change when she heard Yang Mengran's promise, but there was a sneer in her heart. Yeah, she didn't care at all about what punishment she was given. She mainly wanted to win over Yang Mengran and take a breath out of her heart. Chapter 114, Helping Yang Mengyan to get on the ticket. Lin Fan didn't expect Yang Mengran to actually agree to play PK. Promise when you know you'll lose. I really don't know what to say about Yang Mengran. Maybe Yang Mengran doesn't think winning or losing matters at all. However, he noticed the change in this Li Ilian's expression and felt that this Li Ilian definitely had an impure purpose. Lin Fan decided to take a look. After all, Yang Mengran was an employee of his company. Soon PK starts. Li Ilian started canvassing to the netizens in the broadcast room. Families, hurry up with your tickets, and don't stop with the popularity vote. Little hearts, lollipops, big sunglasses, hot air balloons, on the wave. I love you guys. She couldn't stop talking. Underneath she took her cell phone and started contacting those big brothers. Brother Wang, people are playing PK, so hurry over and help them upvote. Brother Nyo, why have you rarely come to people's live rooms lately? They're in the midst of PK and are in great need of their brothers' votes right now. Brother Lee, are you there? People are playing PK? Hurry up and come help them, okay? Li Ilian contacted her three big brothers. Even if she didn't contact her big brothers, she didn't believe that Yang Mengran would win. New anchor companies don't usually have special resource arrangements. Regarding the current popularity of Yang Mengran's live broadcast, without the support of Iron fans, there is no big ticket at all. Sure enough, the blood bar was now 10,000 points on her side, while Yang Mangran's side was only 10 points. It's total crush. Yang Mengran doesn't look like there's the slightest chance of a turnaround. She was so pleased in her heart that she was going to record the screen and turn over the video of defeating this Yang Mengran and watch it from time to time. Yang Mengran didn't canvas like Li Yilian did. I'm going to keep singing to everyone. Thank you all for your support. She continued to sing. As for canvassing, she knew in her own heart that this PK was very difficult for her to win, and it could be said that she was bound to lose, barring a miracle. She didn't believe that Lady Luck would suddenly come to her. She still sings quietly so that she can add some more hardcore fans who like her. Lin Fan saw that Yang Mengran didn't canvass the netizens, but concentrated on singing, and greatly appreciated Yang Mengran in his heart. As expected by Lin Fan, the netizens who just screamed cheerfully, the real PK, all dived, not a single bubbling one. Lin Fan is ready to give Yang Mengran an upvote. How to say that Yang Mengran is an employee that he is optimistic about? If he lost on his watch, wouldn't he be slapped in the face by someone else? He opened the recharge screen and prepared to recharge. At this time, the system voice rang out. Release the mission. As a great tycoon, how can you watch your employees being bullied and do nothing to help Yang Mengran win the competition? Accepting the mission and rewarding Fighting Whale live with 10% of the equity. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan was happy to hear the system's mission. Accept the mission. Lin Fan said without hesitation. The system is here to deliver love. Even without the system quest he would have helped Yang Mengran win this PK. The rewards are still quite appealing this time around. A 10% stake in Fighting Whale Live. Live whale streaming is one of the few hottest live streaming platforms available today. You could say that it's a day in the life. The current valuation is around $10 billion. 10% equity is $1 billion. It's safe to say that by completing this task, he'll have 10 small goals to grow his fortune. By then he will be worth a terrifying $6 billion. Getting closer and closer to the 10 billionaires. Lin Fan was very happy. Can you not be happy that you're about to have 10 small goals in your pocket? Recharge begins. He recharged $5 million first. Why 5 million? Not 10 million? He thought 5 million should be enough. The key was that he still had two $50 million 10 times cashback cards, and he could just about use up one of them. These two 10 times cashback cards he was originally prepared to finish military training. Shopping malls to use up. Now it seems that there is no need to shop malls. Back on the air. 2 minutes have now passed. Yang Mengran's score was a pitiful 20 points, and Li Yilian's score reached 50,000. It was completely crushed. He tapped on the gift screen. Click, Super Rocket. Enter the quantity, 99. Why don't you enter a little more? Simply because this maximum number given away is only 99. This left Lin Fan, who was prepared to give away all 5 million at once, speechless for a while. How can there be such a restriction? 99 is 99. Click Confirm. A special effect appeared on the screen. Gorgeous super rocket effects appear in the center of the screen. User, Sailorman1, sent a super rocket plus 99 in the Dreamran Love Singing livestream. Super rockets are $3,000 a pop. 99 is nearly $30,000, which translates to nearly 300,000 points. This time Yang Mengran directly overpowered Li Yilian. Yang Mengran was directly dumbfounded when she saw that the screen was suddenly full of super rockets. Where had she ever seen such a scene? Netizens were completely blown away when they saw the screen full of super rockets. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which big guy is passing by here? 99 super rockets in one shot. Biggie, that's awesome. 99 super rockets, that's almost $30,000. $30,000. I couldn't save that much money in a year. This is really big, brother. Biggie, please take my knee. Biggie, are you still missing the pendant on your leg? Li Yilian was directly dumbfounded when he saw Yang Mengran's 99 super rockets. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were round as if she had seen a ghost. How is that possible? What's going on? How can a newcomer have bigwigs swiping so many gifts for each other? She couldn't believe it. She was very jealous in her heart. Why did Biggie swipe so many gifts for this Dreamland Loves to Sing? Her eyes were red with jealousy. Now her blood bar was completely crushed by Yang Mengran. If she didn't have a powerful big brother to swipe her gifts, she would have lost this round. How she was willing to let herself lose. Her mouth continued to canvas. Bottom started contacting those big brothers. Brother Wang, are you there? All the time. Brother Wang, why don't you upvote them? How can you bear to see them lose? Hey, upvotes are fine. Li Yilian's eyes lit up when she heard the other party agree to upvote. Before she could say her words of thanks, that's $30,000. What do I get for taking all this money to upvote you? Li Yilian was silent. How could she not know what the other party wanted? She gritted her teeth. Brother Wang, as long as you help me get on the ticket, I'll grant you one request. Oh, any request? Aha. Hey, that's what you said. Get on the ticket right away. Sure enough, soon enough 99 super rockets appeared on Li Yilian's screen. It was that Wang who swiped it. Li Yilian watched as the blood bar pressed past Yang Mengran, and let out a sigh of relief in his heart. She felt like the sacrifice she made was worth it, but not before she was happy. Yang Mengran's live broadcast Super Rocket special effect appeared again. Still the familiar 99. Chapter 115. I wonder what song Big Brother wants to listen to. Yang Mengran looked at the screen full of super rockets and gradually came to his senses. Thanks to Sailor Man, a Big Brother super rocket. The netizens in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over again when they saw Lin Fan brush another 99 super rockets. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the big man is the big man. 99 super rockets every time he strikes. That's awesome. I'll go. 30,000 at a time. This Master Fan's family owns a gold mine, right? Could this Master Sale be a union number? You're silly. Master Fan is obviously a new number. Those numbers in the labor union. Which one is not a number with a high level of thievery? Master Fan is a man of few words. Just do it directly and be done with it. Master Fan is my idol from today onwards. Li Yilian was dumbfounded when she saw that Yang Mengran's live room had been swiped by Lin Fan with 99 more super rockets. Does this bigot care so little about money? That's $30,000. She didn't understand why Big Brother continued to swipe gifts for Yang Mengran. Why doesn't she have a big guy on her side who's this good? She didn't understand anymore. She turned on the 10th level of beauty and was not inferior to this Yang Mengran at all. Why did Big Brother favor giving gifts to Yang Mengran? The new anchor? She was very jealous in her heart. She would never let it go like that. She didn't believe that this Big Brother would keep swiping gifts for Yang Mengran like this. Brother Bull, are you there? People are letting the opposite side bully them. Hey, all the time. Then why don't you upvote people and watch them get bullied by the anchors across the street? An upvote isn't out of the question. $30,000 is nothing to me. But on what grounds? Cow. I bought a set of black one-piece pajamas online. I'll wear them for you someday. Don't change the date. Tomorrow night at the usual place. Okay, Bull. Li Yilian saw that this Neo finally agreed to upvote her, causing a long sigh of relief in her heart. That's when, sure enough, Bull powered up. A super rocket special effect floated out of her live room. Li Yilian saw that the PK blood bar had finally pressed past Yang Mengyan again, and his heart was bursting with smugness. She felt that Yang Mengran's big brother must have given up on Yang Mengran, or else why didn't he get on the ticket for so half a day? She felt like she was winning, and although it was a bit costly, she thought it was all worth it. Haitian no. 1 villa. Lin Fan was thirsty and poured a cup of tea, finished it, put the teacup down, and picked up his cell phone. Continued to brush gifts for Yang Mengran. At once, Yang Mengran's live broadcast room appeared full of super rocket special effects again. At this time, not only was Yang Mengran dumbfounded, even the netizens were dumbfounded. Where did this wild god Ho come from? Swipe the gift without saying a word. Thanks to Sailor Man, a Big Brother super rocket. I wonder what song Sailor Man, a Big Brother would like to hear. Yang Mengran spoke to the screen. Where had she ever seen such a scene? She wants to communicate with you, Lin Fan. But Lin Fan was clicking on his cell phone. How could he have time to type? Yang Mengran's words had just fallen. The super rocket effect that had just disappeared reappeared. The netizens were completely nonplussed. Anchor, don't look for Master Fan. Master Fan is swiping gifts for you right now. Master Fan is so awesome. Is this specially for the anchor? This is too ho. One shot is nearly 30,000. And in these few short minutes Master Fan has already swiped nearly 90,000. Master Fan, mighty. Does Master Fan still lack a little brother? I can make beds and fold quilts, and even warm beds. When Li Yilian saw Yang Mengyan's blood bar pressing past her again, instantly her face, which had just been relieved, became even more ugly. Why is this bigot going against her? No, she couldn't just sit back and wait. Bull, cow, I just bought another set of red pajamas. Brother Nyo, help me upload the tickets again. That offer from last time. If you agree, I'm putting you on a wave. Bull replied. Li Yilian bit her lip and looked at the PK blood bar. As long as Nyo helps me win this PK, I promise you. She had to get Bull to help her win the PK before she would say yes, or she would lose a lot of money. Okay, Bull finished and prepared to upvote. At this time, Yang Mengran's live broadcast had another wave of super rockets. Still 99. A small dark room in Willow City. A lecherous man transfers all the credit cards in his hand to cash out. Phew, finally made it to $50,000. When he raised his head to look at Li Yilian's PK blood bar, he was directly dumbfounded. He realized that Li Yilian's blood bar was nearly 1,800,000 points worse than Yang Mengran's. Also, just as he had just transferred the money, Lin Fan swiped another 90,000 for Yang Mengran. The special effects continue with the gorgeous super rocket. 30,000 again. Where is this bigot from? That's too scary. He's not playing. Even if he sells his blood, he can't catch up with the speed at which the Big Brother swipes his gifts. He was afraid that Big Brother would find trouble afterward and simply cancelled his account. He was relieved when he cancelled his account. Li Yilian is still waiting for Nyo to swipe his gift. There was no movement for a long time. This Nyo is one of the most powerful Big Brothers within her fan base. She watched Yang Mangran's live stream Super Rocket continuously, her palms sweating with anxiety. Nyo, hurry up and get on the ticket. Followed by a red exclamation point. Bull? Still followed by the striking red exclamation point. She knew Bull had blackballed her. She was momentarily dumbfounded. At this time, Yang Mangran's score was about to reach 3 million points. She instantly felt a wave of powerlessness wash over her. She's going to lose this PK. No way. She couldn't just sit back and wait. She got up and left the house and went to the living room to find the number of her head of operations for Willow City Tonghua Media. Hello, Supervisor Meng. So it's Li Yilian Li Big Beauty. I don't know what's the matter with calling me so late. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Supervisor Meng, can you give me some more resources tonight? Li Yilian bit her lip lightly. This Supervisor Meng she was very reluctant to contact. Mainly because this Supervisor Meng was a bit of a pervert. Each anchor's resources are allotted by the company. And with so many anchors in the company, if everyone gives me resources when they ask for them, then I don't need to be the supervisor. Supervisor Meng said in a business-like tone. Supervisor Meng, if you help me win this PK, I'll treat you to dinner at the hotel next to the company tomorrow night to thank you. Li Yilian is determined to win at all costs. Hey, seeing as you're so sincere, I'll sneak in and help you once. Supervisor Meng on the other end of the phone hemmed and hawed. Then please hurry up. Supervisor Meng, PK time is limited. She's in a big hurry now. Canvassing for you right away. Li Yilian hung up the phone and hurried toward the bedroom. The office building of the Willow City Tonghua Media Company. Office of the Chief of Operations. A middle-aged man hummed a little song and clicked on Li Yilian's live broadcast. When he saw Li Yilian's poor vote count, he almost didn't spray out the old blood he had treasured for more than 40 years. Chapter 116, Swiping Gifts is so handsome. At this time, Yang Mangran's votes had reached a terrifying 12 million votes. The key is still growing. Supervisor Meng looked at Yang Mangran's live room and couldn't see anyone at all. Only the screen full of super rockets. What kind of big shot is this? That's too mean. He slapped his thigh hard and wide. Luckily there was no upvote. Upvotes are sure to lose, not to mention offend the big boys. He cursed Li Yilian 10,000 times in his mind. This is pushing my old man into the fire. He hurriedly exited the live feed. Don't dare stay long. He was afraid of being seen by the big man. Then he won't have anywhere to cry. Li Yilian returned to the bedroom and looked at the blood bar, realizing that she was almost out of sight. She counted the score on Yang Mangran's blood bar and was instantly dumbfounded. It's about to be 12 million points. This? How is that possible? A bitter smile crossed her face. She knew for sure that Supervisor Meng would not upvote her. After all, the opponent had swiped over $1 million right now, and it would take at least $1 million to win. Even Supervisor Meng, as the head of operations, didn't dare to directly take out more than $1 million to upvote her. What's more, looking at this big man's stance, he has no idea where the limits are. Phew, she's not canvassing, she's ready to give up. In the face of the trenchant big brother, she was afraid to lose her temper a little. This is a real biggie. She can't afford to be offended. If she pisses off the big boys, her company won't even step in to bail her out. She waited patiently for the PK to end. She now felt like every second was passing unusually slowly. Yang Mangran was completely dumbfounded at this point. Look at the sky full of super rockets. She didn't even know what to say. The netizens in the live room also stopped sending pop-ups. Quietly enjoy the super rocket feast. PK is finally over. Do people think PK is over and it's time for the big guy to stop rewarding? The crowd thought wrong. The super rockets still haven't stopped. Li Yilian was relieved to see that PK had finally ended. Looking at the sky full of super rockets in Yang Mangran's live broadcast, she had envy in her eyes. Why hasn't she met a bigot like that? She had completely lost today, and crucially to a newcomer. A bitter laugh ran through her mind. She felt a flash of fire on her face. She thought about watching Yang Mangran's joke, not realizing that she was the one who was the biggest joke. She felt her face being slapped. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. She sang a birthday song and hurried off the line. I can't do it without singing. There's a big man across the street. The crowd of netizens were abuzz when they saw that PK was over and Lin Fan was still swiping Super Rocket. Master Fan, hurry up and collect the divine power. Master Fan, are you still missing the pendant on your thigh? Master Fan, please, don't brush it anymore. My heart is not good. I can't take it anymore. Master Fan, you're a god forever. Awesome. Master Fan, I love you. I want to give you a monkey. No matter how much netizens begged, Lin Fan continued to swipe gifts. Phew, 5 million is finally swiped. Lin Fan took a sip of the second generation Big Red Robe. sat on the couch and moved his fingers, rubbed his wrist. This is a real handful of gifts to swipe. He then had time to look at the pop-ups on the live feed. He was in a very happy mood now. It was a little tiring, but it was all worth it. The system rewards had already been handed out when the PK had just ended. He not only earned $50 million in cashback from a PK, but also obtained 10% of the equity of Do Whale Live. This wave was a bloody good one for him. He was certainly very happy. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's Super Rocket extravaganza. Lin Fan made a mischievous pop-up. After the fight he just quit Do Whale Live. That 99+ message alert. He didn't even bother to read it. It doesn't take much to figure out what group of people added him. It's natural not to waste time on these people. He was going to play some games before going to bed. That's when the cell phone rang. Mom, why are you up so late? The call came from none other than Lin's mother, Zhao Qiuting. Lin Fan was very puzzled as to why his mother stayed up so late and called him. Did something happen at home? Sailor, it didn't disturb your sleep, did it? Lin's mother, Zhao Qiuting, asked gently. No, Mom, you're calling me this late. Is something wrong at home? Lin Fan asked hurriedly. Sailor, nothing happened. Your father and I are fine. Zhao Qiuting, Lin's mother, smiled when she heard Lin Fan's concern. It's like this. Your uncle just called me and found out you're in Willow City. Your uncle will probably call you tomorrow. I thought about it and thought I'd let you know. Lin Fan thought of his uncle's family after hearing his mother's words. The uncle's family except for the aunt who makes it more annoying. Cousin and cousin are still on good terms. Uncle also loves Lin Fan more. It's just that this aunt Lin Fan doesn't want to see. My uncle was doing business in Luchang and the family had some money. Every time Auntie and Lin's mother, Zhao Qiuting, met, it was a show-off. It made Lin Fan feel very disgusted in his heart. After coming to Luchang to go to school, Lin Fan has not been contacting his uncle. In fact, he does not want to see his aunt. But since my uncle knew that he was in Luchang, he had to go and meet him anyhow. Okay, Mom, I got it. You rest early, Lin Fan said softly. Xiu Fan, you go to bed early too. Don't work too hard. Lin's mother, Zhao Qiuting, was concerned. Got it. Lin Fan hung up the phone and looked at the ceiling. A little kid unconsciously appearing in his mind, running after him. He decided to stop playing the game and get ready for bed. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Lin Fan got up and washed up. Tap on the system virtual panel. Saw today's $2 item and froze right up. $1 for 1 second on a 66. 6-carat water drop love diamond necklace. 1 10-digit loyalty card for $1. A 10-digit loyalty card? He remembered that the points were just 10 short of upgrading the system. He thought he had to do one more system quest before he could upgrade. Now it seemed that with this point card, he could just upgrade the system. Buy them all, Lin Fan said directly. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. 10 denomination integral cards have been put into the system backpack. The water drops of love diamond necklace has been put on the desk in the study of the villa. He tapped on the system backpack and instantly saw a card inside. Use the scorecard, Lin Fan said directly. The host's points have met the upgrade conditions. May I ask if the host is upgrading now? Upgrade. He started to get dressed, and when he was done, he walked out of the bedroom and headed for the den. When I came to the study I really saw a beautiful box on the desk, and next to the box were some certificate documents. He stepped forward and opened the box, and instantly saw a sparkling diamond necklace lying inside. Took it out and looked at it. It does look pretty. A large diamond shone brightly in the light. This diamond necklace he estimated to be worth around $60 million. Nice. Really nice. Not only did you get a diamond necklace worth $60 million, the key system can be upgraded now. He began to look forward to the surprises the system upgrade would bring him. Chapter 117 Uncle Zhao Hengji's Concerns. Lin Fan put the diamond necklace away, gathered up the papers on the table as well and put them away. He headed downstairs. Arriving at the garage, he started the car and headed toward Willow City University. Half an hour later, Lin Fan parked his car in the parking lot, was about to go to the cafeteria to eat. That's when his cell phone rang. His brow furrowed slightly when he saw the caller number. Still, he slid the answer button. What is it? He said faintly. Brother Fan, when are you going to teach people extreme drifting? People are waiting for the flowers. A petulant voice came from the other end of the line. Yun Zi, talk to me normally. He shivered, feeling goosebumps falling all over his body. Oh, Fan, you promised me you'd teach extreme drifting. When are you going to teach me? Yun Zi spoke a little more normally. When I'm going to have time, I'll teach you, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. It's that excuse again. Yun Zi beamed her little mouth. Lin Fan felt was a burst of headache. After a while, I'll definitely teach you. He rubbed his temples. No, today, just this afternoon. Yun Zi began to play the rogue. Big sister, I have military training this afternoon. How will I have time to teach you? Lin Fan was speechless for a moment, and in his heart he began to regret agreeing to teach extreme drifting to Yunzi. Then teach me after military training. Don't you even think about turning me down. If you refuse me, I'll be waiting outside your school playground. As if Yunzi knew that Lin Fan was still going to refuse, she directly blocked Lin Fan's mouth. Although she had not been in contact with Lin Fan for a long time, she knew that Lin Fan was a person who ate softness but not hardness, and it definitely worked if she was deadpan like this. Lin Fan was instantly speechless when he heard Yunzi's words. That's a threat to him, but he couldn't say anything harsh. She's a beautiful woman waiting there for you, and you go straight up and angrily try to kick her out. Then he wouldn't instantly become the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Although he wasn't afraid, being looked at by other people's strange eyes every day would be very uncomfortable in his heart. Okay, scared of you. Just this once. If you do it again next time, I'll just blackball you. Lin Fan warned Yunzi. If Yunzi used this method to blackmail him every time, then he could only remove Yunzi from his friends. He believed that Yunzi was a smart girl and knew what she would do. He did promise Yunzi to teach extreme drifting as well, so let's forget about it this time. He wasn't used to being held hostage. Settle down, just this once. It's not because you didn't give me the exact time. I was in a hurry, so I came up with this trick. Yunzi hurriedly pretended to be a docile rabbit. Just send me the address directly this afternoon. I'll go there myself. Lin Fan didn't want Yunzi to come to the school to look for him. He was already in the limelight enough now. Okay, followed by a little cute emoji. Lin Fan put away his cell phone and shook his head toward the cafeteria. I came to the cafeteria and asked for a xiaolong bao and a bowl of millet porridge. Finished breakfast and took some xiaolong bao and soy milk towards the dormitory. When I got back to the dormitory I saw that my 3 roommates were still sleeping. This was last night playing the game again, not knowing what time it was. He threw his breakfast on the table and said loudly, "Get up, senior, you're back. How did you get along with the metaphorical schoolgirl yesterday?" Boss Zhang Zichang poked his head out and looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smile. Asterisk. Off. I just went to the calligraphy club to check it out. Nothing with you, senpai. Lin Fan laughed and cursed. You're right. You've got schoolgirl tang, so you should abide by the way of the husband. Don't think about dabbling around. The second oldest, Li Muyang, got down from the bed and looked at Lin Fan with a relieved expression. Good. I agree with what the second said. It's important to leave these resources to those in need. The oldest 3, Wang Jiang, held his toothbrush and agreed. Lin Fan lazily ignored these 3 goods and found his military uniform and started to change. After changing his clothes, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and prepared to play the game for a while. That's when his cell phone rang. Seeing the phone number, he mused for a moment and slid the answer button. Sailor, is that you? A thick, middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Uncle, it's me, Lin Fan said hurriedly. Yesterday he asked for his uncle Zhao Hengji's number from Lin's mother Zhao Qiuting. Sailor, it didn't disturb your rest, did it? Zhao Hengji asked with concern. No, I'm up early. Lin Fan's heart warmed when he heard his uncle Zhao Hengji's concern. Xiu Fan, come to the house for lunch today. You're such a child. You didn't come to see uncle when you came to Luchang. If I hadn't been talking to your mother yesterday about your schooling, I wouldn't have known you were here in Willow City. Zhao Hengji's tone was reprimanding, but Lin Fan could hear that this was his uncle Zhao Hengji's concern for him. Okay, uncle. Zhao Hengji asked him to go to dinner, so he naturally wouldn't push back and refuse. I'll send you the address in a few minutes, and you can take a cab here yourself after school. Zhao Hengji was in a very good mood when he heard Lin Fan agree. Lin Fan and Zhao Hengji friend each other. Zhao Hengji directly sent Lin Fan a large red packet of $1,000. Thanks, uncle. Lin Fan was not polite and accepted it directly. This amount of money was nothing for him now, but it was a piece of Zhao Hengji's heart. Immediately after that, Zhao Hengji sent a location message. Lin Fan put away his cell phone and stood in front of the window, looking outside. He knew that his uncle Zhao Hengji liked to drink white wine. He was going to go back to the cottage after school to get a bottle of wine. Not long after, the 3 roommates cleaned up. The 4 headed for the playground. Lin Fan came to the playground and found a place to sit down. After these days of military training, everyone was a little darker, but looked healthier. Senior, I just don't understand how you grow that face. Look at me and the oldest. The oldest is getting a coltan. TSK, and yet you're still acting like a little white boy. Did you sneak in some makeup? The boss, Zhang Zichang, looked at Lin Fan's face and was filled with incredulity. They people are getting more and more tanned. Lin Fan is good. How was it before military training? How is it now? The resting girls all looked at Lin Fan when they heard Zhang Zichang's words. Seeing Lin Fan's face, they were full of envy. They also wear sunscreen, but it doesn't work if they wear too little, and if they wear too much, they tend to get pimples. which makes them very frustrated. They were very envious in their hearts when they saw Lin Fan's white face. What kind of divine skin is this? That's too good to be true. If they didn't know that Lin Fan could fight, they would have wanted to go up and pinch Lin Fan's tender face. Lin Fan was startled big time when he saw the eyes of the crowd. Why does it feel like these people have a weird look in their eyes? It was a good thing the instructor came at that moment, much to his relief. If so many people were to swarm him, even if he could fight, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Chapter 118. Can I not enroll? Military training officially began this morning. The sun is not as hot today as it was yesterday, but standing in the sun for long periods of time is also uncomfortable. No, the instructor had just finished his break. Everyone ran into the shade. Just when everyone was chatting recklessly, Counselor Morong Shui is here. When the crowd saw Morong Shui coming, they unconsciously looked at Lin Fan. In their minds, every time Morong Shui came, she was looking for Lin Fan and it was none of their business. Morong Shui looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone be quiet. I have something to announce." Surprisingly, this time, he wasn't looking for Class President Lin alone. They were all curious as to what exactly Morong Shui was announcing. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Morong Shui opened her mouth and said, "The half-month military training is coming to an end. After it's over, the school is getting ready for an orientation party. Does anyone want to sign up for a show?" The crowd was silent when they heard Morong Shui's words. "I recommend Class President Lin." At that moment, a bold girl shouted out, "I want to hear Bandmaster Lin play the guitar." Another girl yelled out, "I want to hear Bandmaster Lin sing." A group of girls collectively shouted, "I want to see Class President Lin perform martial arts." Dude, you look a little strange. You're not in my class, are you? Bro, it's true that I'm not from your class, but don't you want to see Class President Lin perform martial arts? Fair enough. Lin Fan was a bit speechless as he listened to the voices around him. "I don't need your recommendation to perform a show?" He spat helplessly in his mind. He really didn't want to perform anything. Once you've participated in registration, then you have to rehearse. He doesn't have time to rehearse every day. Morong Shui winked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Class President Lin, since the students are so enthusiastic, why don't you perform a program?" Morong Shui also learned what her classmates called Lin Fan, Class President Lin. Before Lin Fan could speak, the girls around him boiled over. "Class President Lin, hurry up and sign up. I'll support you. I'm cheering for you. Class President Lin, Captain Lin, I love you. Captain Lin, I want to give you a monkey." Dude, it's fine if a girl wants to give Class President Lin a monkey. You want to give Class President Lin a monkey? Who are you trying to disgust? The boys looked at the boiling girls and looked at Lin Fan with envy. Look at other Class President Lin. No need to chase girls. Every girl is eager to jump into Class President Lin's arms. Look at yourself. To say a word to the girl you like, you have to gestate for half a day. Afraid to say the wrong thing and make the girl unhappy. How can there be such a big difference when they're both freshmen? What Lin Banchang disdained was unattainable for them. They could only cast envious glances at Lin Banchang. They can't be jealous or hateful. Speaking of Class President Lin's face value alone, it was properly at the top schoolboy level. Just as men like beautiful women, women like handsome men as well. As far as looks are concerned, they are out of reach. Even more crucial was the horrifying background of Lin Banji, driving a $30 million sports car, wearing a $5 million watch, smoking $30,000 a cigarette. These are things that they may not be able to possess even if they pursue them for a lifetime. Who are they to be jealous? Who are they to hate? They wouldn't even be on the same starting line as Lin Fan. They were standing on the horizon, while Lin Banchang was already standing on the clouds, a presence they look up to. Lin Fan stood up. He couldn't help it if he didn't. He hadn't expected these girls to be so enthusiastic. Hands pressed downward, and at once the girls, who had just been boiling, stopped. It's clear that Lin's class president has a lot of prestige. "Teacher, can I not sign up?" Lin Fan looked at Morong Shui with a bitter smile on his face. Seeing Lin Fan's appearance, Morong Shui laughed and said loudly, "Classmates, Class President Lin doesn't want to sign up. Do you agree?" Morong Shui's words had just fallen, and the surroundings instantly boiled. "Disagree. Disagree. Disagree." Morong Shui pressed her hand, looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Class President Lin, as you can see, this is what everyone wants." Lin Fan was also speechless when he heard Morong Shui's words. "I'm the one who's going on stage, okay? It's not like you're going up on stage to receive an award, and you're expected to do so?" He spat helplessly in his mind. Look at this situation. If he doesn't sign up today, he's going to have a mass defection. What's all this about? "That, teacher, I really don't have time to rehearse." Lin Fan still told his difficulties. "Tell Morong Shui that it's not that he doesn't want to participate but that he really doesn't have the time." Morong Shui stared at Lin Fan and sighed a bit. "Will you have problems getting on stage if you don't rehearse?" Lin Fan listened to this Morong Shui's meaning, It was a must for him to go on stage, and could even make him not participate in the rehearsal. As long as there are no problems with the equipment, there's no problem going straight to the stage. Lin Fan still had this confidence. That's it. You can skip rehearsals and just go on stage when the time comes. Morong Shui made a direct tap. So what program are you going to sign up for? Morong Shui asked. Lin Fan can skip the rehearsal, but what to perform still needs to be reported. Lin Fan had not yet spoken. The people around the room were anxious first. Class President Lin signed up to play guitar. I want to hear Class President Lin's guitar. Sign up to sing. Class President Lin. I can be your backup dancer. Sign up for a martial arts show. Class President Lin. I can be a rock for you. Lin Fan glanced at the boy who was going to be a rock, growing like a chickadee. If this was a rock, he was afraid that a kick would just kill the other guy. Lin Fan mused, pressing the hand. I'll play and sing along on the guitar. He then confirmed a song for Morong Shui to report. Morong Shui looked at the others and opened her mouth to ask, anyone else want to sign up? The crowd looks at me and I look at you. The class flower, Su Ruiwen, stepped forward. Teacher, I can dance with Class President Lin. Morong Shui nodded. Anyone else want to sign up? Some of the boys also had some talent, but with the multi-talented Class President Lin in front of them, they didn't go up to be humiliated. It's really because Lin's class president is too dazzling. Since there aren't any, I'll go. Seeing that no one had signed up, Morong Shui turned around and walked towards the outside of the playground. Captain Lin, how about you see me do this dance? Class flower Su Ruiwen came to Lin Fan and started dancing. Aha! Lin Fan hurriedly took a step back when he saw that Su Ruiwen was actually about to run into his arms as she jumped. Su Ruiwen glanced at Lin Fan with a sly look. The boys looked at Lin Fan with envy. The class flower, Su Ruiwen, throws herself at him, and Class President Lin actually tries to hide. That's the realm of the forest class leader. Leave them in the dust. At this time, the instructor returned and announced that the military training would continue. This also made Lin Fan breathe a sigh of relief. This Su Ruiwen is just too enthusiastic. Chapter 119, Your pattern is small. The morning's military training finally came to an end. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory to change out of his military training clothes and took a quick cool shower. Change your clothes. He came to the parking lot, started the car, and headed towards the Haitian No. 1 villa. 30 minutes later, Lin Fan returned to the villa, came to the study, took a bottle of 1992 Handy Ma wine, and randomly found a bag to put it on. Took another can of second-generation Big Red Robe. He carried the bag to the garage and tossed it casually on the passenger side. Start the car and head out of the villa. Willow City Rhyme Court neighborhood. This neighborhood is a mid to high-end neighborhood in terms of Willow City. House prices are around 20,000 per square meter. Lin Fan's uncle Zhao Hengji's family lives here. Lin Fan came to the cell door. When the security chief saw Lin Fan's car, he opened the door directly without asking and let it go. The security guard next to him, who had just arrived not long ago, asked suspiciously, Captain, this car doesn't seem to belong to our neighborhood. He's also been here for almost half a month, and he's seen basically every car in the neighborhood. It was a car he was obviously seeing for the first time. Old Lu, do you know what kind of car that was just there? A sports car. The security guard named Old Lu replied. Sports cars he still recognized. And do you know how much this sports car cost? The captain asked slowly as he took a deep drag on his cigarette, his eyes looking in the direction the sports car had left. 3 million? Old Lu thought for a moment and held out 3 fingers. He studied all the sports cars in the neighborhood and made a point of Googling the prices of them. He came to the conclusion that the sports cars cost right between $1 and $3 million. He thought the sports car he had just seen, as nice as it was 3 million tops. The captain glanced at Old Lu and sighed. Old Lu, your pattern is small. There's still a 0 to add to that number for that sports car. When Lao Lu heard the captain's words, his hand shivered, and the cigarette he had just lit snapped and fell to the ground. Captain, are you saying that sports car just now cost $30 million? He was so stunned that he spoke with a little shiver. His shocked eyes were wide and dumbfounded as he looked in the direction the sports car had left. How could he not have thought that this sports car, which looked somewhat beautiful, would cost $30 million? How much does this cost? With a salary of $3,000 a month, he can save more than $30,000 a year without eating or drinking. $30 million he needs to save for 1,000 years without eating or drinking. He was shocked when he did that math. 1,000 years. He'll be lucky to live 100 years. Is this what real rich people do? That's too scary. No wonder the captain let it go painfully without even asking. The most expensive house in this neighborhood is just over $8 million. That's nothing compared to this big guy's car. Would someone like that come to the neighborhood and steal? Lin Fan came to the front of his uncle Zhao Hengji's building, park in the adjacent parking lot, took the bag off the passenger side. He came to the front of the building and pressed the room number of his uncle Zhao Hengji's house. A middle-aged woman's voice came at once. Who? As soon as Lin Fan heard it, he knew it was his Aunt Jo Limei's voice, although he didn't like his Aunt Jo Limei, but since he was here, he had to see his uncle Zhao Hengji in any case. Auntie, it's me, Lin Fan. As soon as Jo Limei heard that it was Lin Fan coming, she directly hung up the phone. The door next to it clicked open. Lin Fan carried the bag towards the elevator. Walking out of the elevator, he came to the door of his uncle Zhao Hengji's house and rang the doorbell. The door opened with a click. Change this disposable slipper, Jo Limei said with an expressionless face. She glanced at the bag Lin Fan was holding, her eyes filled with disgust. I really don't know what old Zhao was thinking, having to let this Lin Fan come to the house. A pang of muttering ran through her. Aha! Lin Fan didn't say anything more and changed into his slippers. There are disposable cups there, so catch your own water if you're thirsty, Jo Limei said, pointing to the cup next to the water dispenser. You sit there and don't move. Lin Fan shook his head when he saw the small bench specially prepared for him next to him. He would have slammed the door and left if it weren't for his uncle Zhao Hengji's face. Lin Fan sat down on a small stool and put his things next to him. He didn't want to fight with Jo Limei right after he arrived. Besides, he doesn't care to argue with women. He was going to leave after meeting his uncle, Zhao Hengji. As for dinner, he didn't think he'd be able to eat this meal well if he stayed. The truth was that he really didn't want to see Jo Limei's face. That's when the doorbell rang again. Jo Limei came out of the house and went to open the door. Limei, are you home? I thought you weren't home. A stylishly dressed middle-aged woman walked in with a smile. Jo Limei took a pair of slippers for the woman from the nearby shoe rack. Lin Fan looked at the disposable slippers under his feet and was speechless. It's ready to go straight to the trash when he leaves. Limei, ouch, you have a guest in your house. Who is this handsome little man? The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smile. Old Cho's nephew, Jo Limei said faintly. With a twinkle in her eye, the middle-aged woman walked over to the couch and sat right down on her butt. Limei, my nephew brought Lao Qian 2 cases of thatched wine. I know that your family's old Zhao is also a good drinker. So no, I brought you 2 bottles. Is that good enough for you? He said and took out the 2 bottles of thatched wine from the fine bag and set them on the coffee table. Showing off. Just showing off. This middle-aged woman was Jo Limei's neighbor and a good sister. Jo Limei looked at the middle-aged woman's 2 bottles of wine, and then looked at the bottle of wine in Lin Fan's bag. The outer packaging looked a little yellowed. It's not like I know where I got the specials from. This is trying to drink old Zhao to death. Same nephews, look at what other people's nephews are carrying. Mauve. The key is still 2 boxes. In looking at the wine his nephew took, wine is on special. The key is still only 1 bottle. She had lost her face in front of her little sister today. The more she thought about it in her mind, the angrier she became. Her face became very ugly. The middle-aged woman pointed to the wine on the table and said with a smile, my nephew works as a sales manager at the biggest famous wine sales center in Luchang, earning $1 million a year. Old Zhao wants to buy good wine. Tell me and I'll have my nephew give you a discount. Jo Limei's heart was not in a good mood, and her face was almost blackened into a pot. Also nephews, this gap is too big. Other people's nephews can help, and their own nephews have to pay money backwards. Ding dong. That's when the doorbell rang. Jo Limei stood up and opened the door, outside which stood a young man in a suit. You're Auntie Cho, aren't you? Is my aunt and uncle here? The young man said politely. At that moment, the middle-aged woman blurted out from inside the house. Here it is, here it is. Jo Limei invited the young man in. Just as the middle-aged woman had said, old Zhao liked to drink, and might be useful for buying alcohol in the future. The young man walked towards the middle-aged woman and suddenly saw the outer packaging exposed in Lin Fan's bag. Ha, this is? Chapter 120, Making a Little Money. The young man came next to Lin Fan and didn't rush to open Lin Fan's bag. He knelt down and took a closer look. Lifting his head, he looked at Lin Fan and asked excitedly, can I take it out and look at it? Lin Fan nodded indifferently. The young man carefully took the box of wine and gently placed it on the coffee table. First, he looked carefully around the wine box over and over again. The excitement was growing on his face. Can I open the box and see? The young man stuttered a little in his excited speech. How could he not get excited when this could very well be that legendary wine? Lin Fan nodded. He also wondered what the young man wanted. The young man saw Lin Fan agree and carefully opened the outer packaging. He eased the bottle out from inside the box. Concentration. Not a hair out of place. He was afraid that the slightest negligence would ruin the legendary bottle. He held the bottle in both hands and slowly placed it on the coffee table. He looked at the wine in front of him, his body trembling with excitement. Really? Surprisingly, it's true. He ran his hand gently over the bottle. It's a legendary wine. He was actually honored to see it today. He calmed down a bit, looked at Lin Fan and asked, may I ask what your name is? Sir? Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, is this bottle of wine yours? The young man asked, looking at the wine on the coffee table. Well, it was brought to my uncle. Lin Fan didn't understand what this young man was up to, but he naturally wouldn't put up a fight when people asked politely. The young man was thrilled when he heard Lin Fan's words. This is a real big young man, taking $8 million worth of wine and giving it away. This is definitely a top-notch big shot. He hadn't expected to come to his uncle's house and meet the top young man. A great young man like that must be on good terms. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Zhang Qingtong. You can just call me Xiao Zhang. Here's my card. Zhang Qingtong bowed his head and said with a pandering face. The middle-aged woman was very confused when she saw her nephew, who was so respectful to Lin Fan. Zhou Limei was filled with incredulity as she looked at her good sister's awesome nephew, who was so lowly to Lin Fan. The two men looked at each other. The middle-aged woman turned to Zhang Qingtong and asked, Qingtong, what's different about this bottle of wine? She saw that Zhang Qingtong had become like this by opening Lin Fan's wine box, but after looking at it for half a day, she couldn't see any difference in this wine. Zhou Limei also walked up and got close, wanting to hear what was different about the bottle of wine that looked like a special offer. Surprisingly, it made Zhang Qingtong's attitude change so drastically. Zhang Qingtong stood up when he heard the middle-aged woman's question. Cough cough. He cleared his throat and opened his mouth to ask, Auntie, do you know what kind of wine this is? The middle-aged woman looked at it and realized that the brand was surprisingly the same as the wine sent by Zhang Qingtong. Is this also thatched wine? She is still very doubtful in her mind. Even if it is thatched wine is not a big deal. Good, it is indeed thatched wine. Zhang Qingtong looked at the thatched wine on the coffee table and marveled. Is it different from the thatched wine you gave your uncle? The middle-aged woman took a closer look at the thatched wine on the coffee table and still couldn't find anything different. To be different, this thatched packaging is a bit yellowed. Other than that, she didn't really see the difference. Of course it's different. This is a bottle of 1992 Hantima wine. What a legendary Mulan. Zhang Qingtong said excitedly. It's worth it? The middle-aged woman asked suspiciously when she saw Zhang Qingtong's appearance. Not very valuable, but very valuable. This bottle has been marketed at 8 million a bottle. The point is that there is a price for it. Zhang Qingtong looked at the thatched wine on the coffee table, shook his head, and sighed. That's $8 million a bottle. The middle-aged woman was instantly dumbfounded when she heard Zhang Qingtong's words. Her mouth was wide open in shock, and her eyes were rolling with disbelief. This bottle of wine turned out to be $8 million. This is too much. Her house isn't even worth $8 million, and the bottle of wine cost more than her house. How is that possible? But she believed that Zhang Qingtong would not joke about this. She turned her head to Lin Fan. This Zhou Limei's nephew is also too ho. I can't believe I'm taking an $8 million bottle of wine and giving it to my uncle. This is just trenchant. She had just bragged in front of Zhou Limei about how awesome her nephew Zhang Qingtong was. At this time and then take Zhang Qingtong's 2 boxes of wine compared to Lin Fan's 8 million a bottle of Mao wine is simply no comparison. Zhang Qingtong's 2 cases of wine are worth 50,000 or 60,000 at most. She felt her face burning. It was like being slapped hard. This face was slapped. Zhou Limei was instantly confused when she heard Zhang Qingtong's words. Her shocked mouth slowly opened wide as if she could fit an egg into it. Filled with disbelief. This? How is that possible? This wine is worth $8 million? Isn't Lin Fan's family poor? How could he come up with that kind of money for alcohol? That's $8 million worth of wine. It's not $800. Their family's savings are only $8 million. This is simply too hard to believe. Is this wine fake? Zhang Qingtong was an expert-level wine connoisseur. How could he be wrong? She looked to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was found to have a very ugly face. A pang of triumph went through her. Finally, a breath of fresh air. She looked at Lin Fan. I really don't know what happened to Lin Fan to make him so rich. She felt that this nephew was very strange at the moment. The middle-aged woman couldn't sit still. She stood up and forced a smile on her face. I have to go back before I go home. After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhou Limei to reply and directly walked towards the door. She just couldn't face staying any longer. What a shame. Zhang Qingtong said to Lin Fan in a pandering manner. Mr. Lin, I'll leave first. Lin Fan nodded. Zhou Limei sent the middle-aged woman and Zhang Qingtong away. Back inside. Walking up to Lin Fan, he said with a smile, Little Fan don't sit on this stool how cold it is. Hurry up and sit on the couch. He said that he was about to go up and pull Lin Fan. Lin Fan hurriedly got up and sat on the sofa. Zhou Limei took out a new cup and caught the water. Have some hot water. It's better to use alabaster cups for drinking water. She put the alabaster cup filled with water in front of Lin Fan. Don't like water. She saw that Lin Fan didn't move the cup. Auntie will wash your fruit. Soon Zhou Limei returned with a plate of fruit. Little Fan, how did you have so much money to buy your uncle a drink? She asked the question in her mind. I'm in business with a friend and I'm making a little money. Lin Fan said indifferently. Zhou Limei was speechless in her heart when she heard Lin Fan's words. $8 million worth of wine right out of the gate. You call that chump change? What does that make their family? Wouldn't that make you a pauper? She sputtered madly in her mind. Chapter 121, Can you stop bragging? Zhou Limei wanted to ask something else. That's when the doorbell rang. Zhou Limei stood up and went to open the door. Mom, I'm home. The visitor was Zhou Limei's son, Zhao Qingjie, Lin Fan's cousin. Why are you back so late? Your cousin Lin Fan is here. Zhou Limei was ready to scold Zhao Qingjie, but thinking that Lin Fan was here, she hurriedly changed her words. When Zhao Qingjie heard Lin Fan coming, he changed into his slippers and quickly walked into the house. Cousin, I've missed you, said the man as he went up to Lin Fan and gave him a big hug. Lin Fan gently patted Zhao Qingjie's back. Thinking back to the old days when Zhou Sungjie was small, he liked to follow his ass. Here, let me see if you've grown taller again. Lin Fan pushed Zhao Qingjie away and asked with a smile. Cousin, you really are a pot calling the kettle black. The one thing Zhao Qingjie disliked the most that people brought up was his height. It was a pain in his heart. Not bad, a centimeter taller. Lin Fan looked at Zhao Qingjie and complimented him. Zhao Qingjie blankly glanced at Lin Fan. What's so proud about a centimeter? He's not a dwarf. He didn't want to dwell on it. Changing the subject. Cousin, do you know why I'm back so late? He asked, his eyes glowing with excitement. Lin Fan looked at Zhao Qingjie's excited appearance and asked suspiciously, You found a girlfriend? Not a girlfriend. Zhao Qingjie hurriedly waved his hand and said, His mom is around, and if she knew he was looking for a girlfriend, she'd probably give him a good beating. Ugh, what's that? Where do I have a girlfriend? He spat in his mind. Lin Fan blankly glanced at Zhao Qingjie and said without a good mood, It's not like I'm a worm in your stomach. How do I know why you're back so late? Zhao Qingjie heatedly smiled and spoke. Hey, cousin, you'd never guess. I was surprised to see a super cool sports car downstairs. That's a supercar. I've dreamed of owning one. He was filled with envy. He really wondered what it was like to drive such an awesome sports car. It must be very racy. When you're an adult, I'll give you a supercar. Lin Fan saw Zhao Qingjie's envious gaze and said with a smile, The sports cars in his garage are sitting around eating dust, so it doesn't matter if he gives one to Zhao Qingjie. Cousin, I appreciate your thoughts. Zhao Qingjie shook his head. Lin Fan's family's situation he knew, not to mention sending him a sports car, or even buying a family mobility scooter for himself was a struggle. I just came up so late just to take pictures down here, Zhao Qingjie said and took his cell phone out, tapping the album, which was densely packed with photos of cars. Every part came with at least one close-up. Lin Fan looked at the photos and was speechless. Isn't that the Ferrari Laffa he parked downstairs? Zhou Limei was curious as to what kind of car her son was shooting that made him so excited. She hadn't studied sports cars and didn't understand them. Puzzled, he asked, Son, this sports car is similar to your brother Wang's upstairs. She looked at the sports car and felt it was similar to the one driven by a young man named Wang upstairs. I don't understand why Zhou Sungjie is so excited. She remembered that Zhao Qingjie wasn't this excited and thrilled to see that sports car either. Cut. Can Wang's sports car compare to this one? Zhao Qingjie skimmed his lips and said, The sports car that Wang has upstairs is only about $1 million. This car, however, costs over $30 million. How do you compare? A single tire on this Ferrari Rafa is more than $1 million. This sports car is expensive? Zhou Limei asked the doubts in her heart. She thought about biting the bullet and buying her son a couple $100,000 sports car as well when he became an adult. You can't have someone else's kid with a sports car and not have your own. Expensive? Not very expensive, but ridiculously expensive. Brother Wang's sports car is just over $1 million when all is done. And this sports car costs over $30 million to do it all. The key to a sports car like this is not something you can buy just because you have the money. It's something that requires very demanding conditions. Zhao Qingjie sighed as he looked at the photos in his cell phone. What kind of awesome person can afford to drive this? Would love to meet this awesome character. No way. After dinner, I'm going to squat downstairs. Be sure to meet the owner. It would be nice to climb the ladder. He slapped his thighs and made up his mind. Zhou Limei was instantly dumbfounded when she heard her son Zhao Qingjie's words. Her mouth was wide open in shock, her eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? This sports car costs over $30 million? This is outrageous. How could she not expect this sports car to be so expensive? It was beyond her imagination. What kind of person could afford that? It's probably something only the really rich can afford. She instantly felt her face burning. It's like being slapped in the face. She was just thinking about buying her son a sports car just like this one. A bitter laugh ran through her mind. It's just that she can't afford it even if she sells all her family's assets. Lin Fan saw Zhao Qingjie's infatuated eyes. Patting Zhao Qingjie's shoulder, he smiled and asked, Do you want to get on this sports car and sit for a while? Of course I want to, but what's the use of just thinking about it? Zhao Qingjie hung his head in shame. Fingers gently slid through the photos on his cell phone. If I told you, that sports car is mine, do you think there's anything wrong with going for a ride? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Cousin, will you stop bragging? Zhao Qingjie was speechless. He didn't realize that his cousin, who had never been a braggart before, had taken to bragging. Follow me. Lin Fan stood up and walked towards the balcony. Zhao Qingjie didn't understand what Lin Fan wanted to do, but he stood up and followed. Lin Fan walked over to the windowsill, just in time to be able to see the downstairs parking lot. He took the car keys out of his pocket, gently pressed the vehicle key switch. The headlights of the Ferrari Lafayette downstairs flashed momentarily. He pressed it again, and at once all the headlights went out. Well, now believe it. He shook the car keys in his hand and looked at Zhao Qingjie with a smile. Zhao Qingjie was instantly confused when he saw that Lin Fan really did have the car keys to the sports car. He looked at Lin Fan with a face full of shock, his mouth wide open as if he was able to fit an egg in. How is that possible? This Ferrari Lafa turned out to be really a cousin's. That's incredible too. Isn't the cousin's family still worse than his? Why was the cousin able to drive such an awesome sports car? A large series of question marks floated over his head. He couldn't figure out how his cousin from an ordinary family could own such an awesome sports car even if he tried. But his face suddenly perked up. The car belonged to his cousin, so wouldn't he be able to go up and just sit in it? He could even go up and drive a couple if his cousin agreed. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Chapter 122. What's inside this tin can? Cousin. I believe it. I believe it. Zhao Qingjie looked at the car keys in Lin Fan's hand and danced with excitement. Come on, downstairs, take you for a ride. Lin Fan saw Zhao Qingjie's appearance and knew that if he didn't get a ride in the sports car today, he wouldn't be able to have a peaceful lunch. He turned toward the gate. Cousin, you're wonderful. I love you. Zhao Qingjie was filled with excitement and hurriedly followed. Zhou Limei saw that this sports car was actually Lin Fan's. Her eyes widened in shock, and her mouth, which had just closed with difficulty, slowly opened again. That's $30 million a sports car. Surprisingly, it belonged to her nephew Lin Fan, whom she had always despised. How could she not be shocked? That's when she suddenly figured something out. Lin Fan had just given away a bottle of $8 million worth of Mao wine, as if it made sense to drive a $30 million sports car. She looked toward the door with very complicated eyes. She hadn't expected that one day, Lin Fan's family would become an existence that their family looked up to. It was good that Lin Fan had a good relationship with her daughter and son, so if her son and daughter were in trouble in the future, Lin Fan would definitely not stand by. She also has to repair her relationship with Lin Fan's family. Such a thigh must be hugged tightly. She made up her mind. Zhao Qingjie and Lin Fan came to the parking lot. Cousin, quickly open the car door. Zhao Qingjie looked at the beautiful sports car in front of him and tugged on Lin Fan's arm, urging. Lin Fan gently pressed the sports car key, and suddenly the sports car headlights flashed. Open the door. Zhao Qingjie couldn't wait to both sit on the passenger side. He ran his hand gently over the car's interior accessories. It's so luxurious. At that moment, a rumble of engines sounded. Zhao Qingjie was very shocked and excited to hear the engine sound like the roar of a wild beast at such a close distance. Buckle up. Lin Fan glanced at the dazed Zhao Qingjie and said with a smile. Zhao Qingjie hurriedly fastened his seatbelt when he heard Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan kicked the gas and the car whooshed out of the parking lot. Lin Fan's uncle Zhao Hengji's house. The doorbell rang. Zhou Limei rushed to open the door. Old Zhao, you're back. The person who came back was none other than Lin Fan's uncle. Zhao Hengji, is sale coming? Zhao Hengji probed into the room as he took off his jacket. He saw that there was no Lin Fan on the sofa in the house, and his brows unconsciously furrowed. Seeing Zhao Hengji's appearance, Zhou Limei hurriedly smiled and said, Xiao Fan is already here. She just went downstairs with Xiaojie, and will come up in a while. She didn't say that Zhao Qingjie went to see a sports car with Lin Fan. She was afraid that Zhao Hengji wouldn't be able to accept it for a while, and she planned to tell Zhao Hengji slowly. Zhou Limei was about to close the door, when a hairy middle-aged man ran over. Panting, he complained, Lao Zhao, why are you like this? Didn't I ask you to wait for me for a while? Hello sibling. The visitor talked to Zhou Limei, said hello, and took a pair of slippers to change into them without seeing anything else. Zhao Hengji glanced at the middle-aged man's face was a bit ugly. The middle-aged man was his neighbor, Old Money. This old money didn't know where he had gotten a whole can of superb big red robe from, and showed it off to him along the way, annoying him to no end. He thought that he had arrived home and could be quiet for a while, but he didn't expect that this old money would follow him to the house. Old Zhao, hurry up and get cups and boil water. I didn't even go home, so I came to your house to let you taste my excellent big red robe. Is that good enough for you? Don't make a face. Hurry up. Old Money sat on the sofa, ready to open the extreme big red robe, and unintentionally glanced at the corner of the coffee table. Ha, is this a tin can? Could it be tea inside? Lao Zhao, what's inside this tin can of yours? Old Money pointed his finger at the tin can on the coffee table and looked at Zhao Hengji and asked curiously. Zhao Hengji also looked at the tin can on the coffee table with a puzzled expression. He doesn't remember buying a tin can like that. He turned his head to his wife, Zhou Limei. Seeing the tin can, Zhou Limei clapped her hands in self-reproach and hurriedly said, "This is the tea that Xiaofan brought," she said as she was about to go up and put it away. She had just put away the bottle of $8 million worth of Mao wine, and before she had a chance to put away this pot of tea, Zhao Hengji came back. Since the Mao wine Lin Fan had sent was worth as much as $8 million, then this pot of tea must not be cheap either. She waited for Lin Fan to come back to ask properly what kind of tea this tea was before making plans. "Sibling, slow down." At this time, Old Xian stood up and said to Zhou Limei. He walked up quickly and picked up the tin can from the coffee table. "Just right. Good tea needs to be contrasted in order to feel how good it is. Use this can of regular tea from your nephew to make the green leaves for my can of extreme Dahongpo. Only then can you realize the difference between this ordinary tea and the very best Dahongpo," Old Money said with a smug look on his face. When Zhao Hengji saw Old Qian's smug face, he couldn't wait to go up and drive Old Qian away. But how to say is also an old friend. Old Money's temperament he also understand, is love to fool around. "Don't." Zhou Limei was just about to stop Old Qian. Who knew that Old Qian's hand was one step faster and directly ripped the tin can open. Old Money saw that there is still a layer inside the tin can. Muttered, "A can of ordinary tea leaves hole so tight for what?" Zhou Limei saw the Old Money open the tin can and screamed in her heart, "It's over." Zhao Hengji brought cups and a kettle of hot water and put them on the coffee table. He knew that if Old Money couldn't drink this tea today, he wouldn't leave from his house. He was very cooperative in bringing cups and a kettle of hot water in order to get Old Money out of the way quickly. Old Money put the very best Dahongpo he had brought into the cup first. Pour on the hot water. A tea scent wafted out and it did smell better than regular tea. He picked up the glass and sniffed at the tip of his nose with an intoxicated look on his face. "Come on, Lao Zhao. You smell it too." He handed Zhao Hengji his teacup. Zhao Hengji helplessly picked up the teacup and put it next to his nose for good measure. "Lao Zhao, stay close. Can you smell it from that far away?" Old Money reminded Zhao Hengji when he saw his appearance. Zhao Hengji had no way to bring the teacup close to his nose and gently sniffed, not to mention that this tea did smell pretty good. Old Money nodded in satisfaction when he saw Zhao Hengji's movements. He put the tea from the tin canister Lin Fan had brought into a new cup. "Now I'm going to pour water on this regular tea and smell it. One can see why that extreme big red robe of mine is so expensive," Old Money said with a smiling face. The hands moved without stopping, pouring boiling water into the teacups. A white mist of water billowed out from the teacup. "What flavor? It smells so good. Where did this come from?" "Smells good," Zhou Limei cried out in surprise. "This scent surprisingly has a sweet flavor in it that is very soothing to smell." Old Money looked at the teacup on the coffee table, his mouth wide open in shock, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 123 Here. Change these slippers. Old Money looked at the cup on the coffee table with a confused expression. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. "How is that possible? Isn't this a can of regular tea? Why does it smell so sweet? It even smells better than his excellent big red robe. What the hell is going on here? Is this a hallucination?" Snap! He slapped himself. "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. It's not a hallucination. What kind of tea is this? Why does it smell so good?" He had never smelled tea like this before. However, he felt that the aroma of the tea had a familiar flavor in it again. But he couldn't figure out what kind of tea it was even if he thought about it. Zhao Hengji looked at the teacup with white smoke and was directly dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, as if he could fit an egg in it, and his face was full of doubt. "This? The tea aroma of this tea? This scent was surprisingly more fragrant than the tea from Old Money just now. There's a sweetness to the flavor. Old Money's is a superb big red robe. The tea was surprisingly a higher grade than the very best Dahongpo. How is that possible? Did Sale really bring this? But where did Shu Fan get such a superb tea?" His eyes were full of puzzlement. Ding dong, ding dong. That's when the doorbell rang. Zhou Limei came back to her senses and quickly opened the door to her room. Upon seeing the visitor, a smile immediately piled up on his face and he said softly, "Sailor, back. That was hard work. Tired?" Lin Fan glanced at the enthusiastic Zhou Limei, not understanding how this Zhou Limei's attitude had suddenly changed so much. He naturally couldn't lose his manners. After all, in terms of seniority Zhou Limei was his aunt. Even how much he hated Zhou Limei in his heart, he couldn't give Zhou Limei a face in front of his uncle Zhao Hengji and embarrass his uncle. Not to mention the fact that at this point, Zhou Limei had some licking to do. "Thank you auntie, I'm not tired," Lin Fan said politely. Zhao Qingjie, who was next to him, was instantly dumbfounded when he saw his mother Zhou Limei's attitude towards Lin Fan. Is this still the same mother she had? Don't you hate your cousin very much? Doesn't mother always have a cold face whenever she sees her cousin? What's going on today? Why have you become so enthusiastic? It was almost as if he was more enthusiastic to see his cousin than he was to see himself, his own son. He was very puzzled in his mind. Lin Fan wanted to keep wearing that disposable slipper. Zhou Limei hurriedly said, "Come, change into these slippers. Wear this comfortably." A new pair of slippers opened from the shoe closet. Looking upscale, Lin Fan didn't make a pretense. It was just a pair of slippers. He put it on straight away and headed for the house. Zhao Qingjie looked at Zhou Limei with a ghostly expression. These shoes are Zhou Limei's favorite pair of slippers, which Zhou Limei herself cannot wear. Now that he was letting Lin Fan wear it, how could he not be shocked? He began to wonder if this Zhou Limei in front of him was his original mother. Zhou Limei looked at her dazed son, Zhao Qingjie, and patted Zhao Qingjie's head, saying in a good-natured manner, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and accompany your cousin." Zhao Qingjie heard Zhou Limei's words and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. This mother is still the same mother. Hurrying to change his shoes, he walked quickly toward the house. "Uncle." Lin Fan politely greeted Zhao Hengji. Zhao Hengji looked at Lin Fan with a smile on his face and said excitedly, "Sailor, coming. Good, good, good." Growing taller than uncle, old Qian next to him gave Zhao Hengji a wink. Zhao Hengji hurriedly introduced, "This is your Uncle Qian, my good friend." "Hello Uncle Qian." Lin Fan gave a greeting. "Hello, Fan. You brought this can of tea, didn't you?" Old Money asked hurriedly. His mind was very curious to know what kind of tea it was that smelled so good. Lin Fan glanced at the open tin can on the coffee table and nodded. "I brought it to my uncle to try." Old Qian's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Fan's words. "What kind of tea is this that smells so good?" he asked anxiously. He thought about getting some as well. After all, just smelling the tea made it especially comforting. He had in mind to buy a kilogram first. Since Lin Fan had brought it, he didn't think it would be too expensive. After all, Lin Fan was dressed too plainly. Except for his enviable face, he was a passerby on the street. He didn't think Lin Fan was a rich man. After all, if he was rich at Lin Fan's age, he wouldn't be wearing designer labels every day. Why does he know so much about young people? His son is like that, asking him for money for designer clothes every day. Second generation big red robe, Lin Fan said indifferently. There was nothing to hide about it, and he was prepared to tell his uncle, Zhao Hengji, as well. Zhou Limei does not know tea. And when she heard the second generation of Dahompo, she was full of doubts. Zhao Hengji and Lao Qian were tea savvy, and when they heard Lin Fan say that the tea in this tin can was actually the legendary second generation Dahompo, they were instantly dumbfounded. The two men's mouths slowly opened, filled with shock. This turned out to be the legendary second generation big red robe. This is legendary tea. It was impossible to get this second generation big red robe with the two men's financial resources and connections. The second generation Dahompo could only be a legendary tea for the two. No wonder this one tastes so special. Zhao Hengji looked at Lin Fan with a complex face. He didn't know why Lin Fan had this legendary tea. He wasn't going to ask now. He was going to find some time to ask Lin Fan alone. Old Money looked at the tin cans on the coffee table with a bitter smile on his face. He also wants to buy a kilogram. He has heard that the second generation of the big red robogram in the market has been speculated to 20,000. The key has a price. That's $20 million for a kilogram. Even if it was on the market, he couldn't afford it. He felt a flash of fire on his face, an invisible slap in the face. He doesn't have the face to stay here anymore. He hurriedly gathered up the jar of extremely large red robes next to him. Looking at the extremely large red robe in my hand instantly felt unscented. He glanced at Zhao Hengji, eyes full of envy. Why doesn't he have such a good nephew? He stood up and said to Zhao Hengji and Zhou Limei, "Old Zhao, sister-in-law, I'll go back first." After saying this without waiting for the two to respond, he quickly walked to the door, changed his shoes, opened the door and left. Zhou Limei saw old Qian leave and there were no outsiders in the house, so she hurriedly came forward and asked, "Xiu Fan, this tea is very expensive, right?" Before Lin Fan could say anything, Zhao Hengji next to him grabbed the lead. "Expensive? That's very expensive. This tin of tea costs at least $2 million. That's $2 million, not 200. Sailor, you come with me to the study." Zhao Hengji finished speaking and got up to leave. Lin Fan followed close behind. Zhou Limei already knew in her heart that this tea was not cheap, and did not have much surprise. After all, Lin Fan had just given away a bottle of wine worth $8 million. Zhao Qingjie, who was next to him, instantly froze when he heard that such a small pot of tea actually cost $2 million. OMG, is this tea made of gold? It's literally worth more than gold. This is too much. Chapter 124, When did you become a matchmaker? Lin Fan followed Zhao Hengji to the study. Zhao Hengji sat on a chair and signaled Lin Fan to close the study door. Lin Fan closed the door and sat down. "Xiu Fan, tell uncle, how did you get this second generation big red robe?" Zhao Hengji asked with a serious face. His heart wasn't much happier to receive Lin Fan's second generation big red robe. Instead it was full of worry. This second generation of big red robe is not something you can usually get your hands on. He knows Lin Fan's family better than anyone. so how could he get the second generation of Dahompo? He was worried that Lin Fan had gone astray. Lin Fan's heart warmed as he looked at his uncle Zhao Hengji's serious face. He knew this was Zhao Hengji caring about him and worrying about him. He put a smile on his face and straightened his body. Uncle, it's like this. When I was on summer vacation, I accidentally met an old boss. The old boss appreciated my investment vision so much that he put in the money and I contributed. Just made some money. He gave me a villa in succession, and a $30 million sports car outside, and tea and thatched wine, and some cash. Of course, it's not like I drink tea or wine, so I'm not bringing it to you, uncle, to try. Zhao Hengji didn't say anything after hearing Lin Fan's words and just looked at Lin Fan, wanted to see if Lin Fan was lying. However, he realized that after observing him for half a day, Lin Fan still didn't change his face. Although he felt it was a bit outrageous, he still chose to believe Lin Fan. Fan, I'm so proud of you for suddenly accomplishing so much. But, Sale, don't do anything that breaks the law, he said with serious eyes. Lin Fan saw that Zhao Hengji believed his words and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Hurry up and say, don't worry uncle, I won't do anything that breaks the law. I've stopped investing for that old boss for a while now. I want to go to school and learn more about finance for the future. He didn't want to deceive Zhao Hengji either, but he couldn't tell Zhao Hengji that all these things were given by the system. Even if he said it, Zhao Hengji didn't believe him and thought he was lying. After all, the system is outrageous. There was also the fact that he had no intention of telling anyone about the existence of the system, including his parents. He didn't want to be dragged off to be sliced and diced for experiments one day. He was going to rot the system. Zhao Hengji's eyes were filled with appreciation when he heard Lin Fan's words. Good, 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 sailor, it's wonderful that you think so. He was afraid that Lin Fan would float when he got rich, but now it seems that Lin Fan is not only not mesmerized by money, but also has a good plan for the future. Lin Fan chatted with Zhao Hengji for a while longer. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Lao Zhao, Xiu Fan, it's time to eat. Coming. Zhao Hengji stood up and looked at Lin Fan with a smile. Sailor, you're starving. Let's go. Let's eat. Lin Fan got up and followed Zhao Hengji out of the study. A tall, short-haired beauty in the living room was eating grapes. Seeing Lin Fan come out, he stood up. Yo, Sail, how did you grow this? Why did you grow so tall? And this skin? TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at this little face. It's just a little white boy. The short-haired beauty circled around Lin Fan and went up to pinch Lin Fan's face directly. Lin Fan saw the short-haired beauty's movements and was helpless for a moment. Cousin, stop it. This short-haired beauty was none other than Lin Fan's cousin. Zhao Xiaoman, Xiu Fan, I think you're quite a good match for a good sister of mine, Zhao Xiaoman said, returning to the sofa and grabbing a grape to continue eating. Cousin, when did you become a matchmaker? Lin Fan sat next to him and joked. He looked at Zhao Xiaoman in front of him. It was beautiful. It could be said to be on par with Tang Ruobing in terms of looks, although Aunt Zhou Limei is not very good, but I have to admit that Zhou Limei was an unparalleled beauty when she was young. Zhao Xiaoman completely inherited Zhou Limei's beauty. Che, I wouldn't bother introducing you if you weren't my cousin. As the saying goes, fertilizer doesn't flow into other people's fields. Zhao Xiaoman patted Lin Fan's shoulder, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. She introduced her good sister to Lin Fan for two reasons. One reason is that it does feel like Lin Fan is a good match for her best sister. The other reason is that I want my best sister to call her cousin. Thinking about it made her heart very excited. Isn't it very funny to have your best sister standing in front of you, reluctantly calling your cousin? She actually laughed out loud at the thought in her mind. Lin Fan looked at Zhao Xiaoman suspiciously. Is it really such a pleasure to introduce him to someone? Those who didn't know thought that Zhao Xiaoman had found a man of her choice on her own. Damn girl, hurry up and bring your cousin to dinner. Zhou Limei carried a plate and said with a stern face to Zhao Xiaoman, who was sitting on the sofa. Sail, let this dead girl take you to wash your hands. She changed her smiling face and said to Lin Fan, seeing Zhou Limei's two attitudes towards herself and Lin Fan. Zhao Xiaoman skimmed her mouth and muttered, I really don't know if I'm your biological child or not. She stood up. Come on, Shu Fan, let's eat. Lin Fan followed Zhao Xiaoman as she washed her hands and came to the restaurant. By now the table was filled with a variety of home-cooked meals. Steamed sea bass, sweet and sour pork, mu shu pork, egg and nori soup. Here, little Fan, sit over here, next to your uncle. Zhou Limei pulled out the chair next to Zhao Hengji and told Lin Fan to sit down. Thank you auntie, Lin Fan said politely. Since Zhou Limei was so enthusiastic, he couldn't be cold-faced. That would make his uncle Zhao Hengji very embarrassed. Sailor, you have school to go to, so I won't let you drink. Zhao Hengji handed Lin Fan the juice in his hand. Aha! Lin Fan took the juice with both hands. In the middle of a meal. Jie, you must study hard. Look at your cousin Shu Fan. It's through knowledge that he became a billionaire. so it's definitely not an empty phrase that knowledge can change your destiny. Zhao Hengji put down his chopsticks and looked at his son Zhao Qingjie, who only knew how to eat and drink, and said with a serious face. Zhou Limei wasn't too surprised to learn that Lin Fan had earned his money through hard work. Zhao Qingjie also knows that his cousin is powerful. After all, there is a $30 million sports car parked downstairs. Zhao Xiaoman didn't know that. She didn't know Lin Fan had money. She looked at Lin Fan with a shocked expression when she heard Zhao Hengji's words. Her little mouth was so wide open that the chicken leg she had just put in her mouth snapped and fell out without even realizing it. How is that possible? How can Lin Fan be a billionaire? That's too much to believe, isn't it? The key to listening to her father, Zhao Hengji, is that Lin Fan earned all this money on her own through hard work? That's too scary. It's a billion, not 10,000. $10,000 she could earn with hard work, but a billionaire was not something that could be achieved with simple effort. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Chapter 125, System Upgrade Completed. It took Zhao Xiaoman a while to catch her breath, looking at Lin Fan with glowing eyes. When she had just introduced Lin Fan to her good sister, she still had some concerns in her mind. After all, the good sisters have good families, even if two people fall in love. But because of the gateway gap, it is difficult to really come together. But nothing is a problem now. His own cousin is very good. It's simply excellent and somewhat scary. It was as if she saw her best sister, beaming and calling her cousin. There was a pang of triumph in his heart. Lin Fan had a very pleasant meal. Zhou Limei gave Lin Fan dishes from time to time during this meal, so enthusiastically that Lin Fan was a little embarrassed. Zhao Hengji saw that his wife Zhou Limei was so enthusiastic about Lin Fan. Although he was puzzled, his heart was very happy. After all, he didn't want his wife Zhou Limei to give Lin Fan a face. It's so nice to have it all together like this. He was happy and had 2 more glasses of wine. Zhao Qingjie and Zhao Xiaoman didn't know how many times they had rolled their eyes over a meal. Between meals, Zhou Sungjie wanted an extra piece of ribs. Just as it was clipped up, it was knocked off by Zhou Limei's chopsticks. "You're so fat. Eat less for your cousin Xu Fan," said the one he wanted to eat ribs into Lin Fan's bowl. Zhao Qingjie looked at his body that wasn't as strong as Lin Fan's. "You call me fat? Are you really my real mom?" He spat in his mind. After dinner, Lin Fan sent the slightly drunk Zhao Hengji back to his room. Say goodbye to the 3 Zhou Limei. Lin Fan drove straight back to school. He stepped out of the car. Get ready to go back to the dorm. At this time, a system voice rang in his head. System upgrade complete. Lin Fan couldn't wait to open the system virtual panel. The top rank becomes 3. In addition to the original daily spike screen, a big carousel comes out below. System, what's this big spinning wheel? Lin Fan asked with curiosity in his heart. This is a new feature that was opened after the system was upgraded. Lucky spin. Lin Fan curiously all looked at this big colorful carousel with some numbers on top of it. 150? There is a pointer on the top of the dial, and small areas that are divided up. But what is very strange is that there is no text on the top of the turntable. System, how does this lucky carousel work? Lin Fan searched for half a day but couldn't find instructions for use. The lucky spin consumes 50 points each time. Points consumption does not affect system level. Lin Fan sort of understood after hearing the system's words. This lucky carousel required 50 points per use, but this consumed points should be separate from the system level points and not affect the system level. Lin Fan looked at the 150 points on it. System, let's start with a lucky spin. As Lin Fan's voice fell, the lucky carousel spun. At the same time the points next to the lucky roulette were reduced by 50 points, leaving 100 points. Stop. The big wheel of fortune slowed to a halt. Congratulations to the host for the thank you for your patronage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Lin Fan saw the result, a direct phrase of nationalism came out of his mouth. System, come out of there. What the hell is this thank you patronage? Was it easy for him to gain points? It's amazing that 50 points only got you a thank you for patronizing me. How could he not be angry? The host should not be angry. Since it's a lucky draw, naturally it's all about luck. The system replied without haste. Are you saying I have bad luck? Lin Fan asked angrily. Host, there's no chance you'll get something good next time. The system reassured. Lin Fan looked at the system points. Again, rank points become 50 points. The big wheel of fortune spins. Lin Fan was speechless when he saw that the system deducted points before letting the lucky carousel spin. The system is really a crook. He spat in his mind. Stop. At once the big wheel of fortune slowed to a halt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% stake in Willow City's Cartwheel Amusement City. Lin Fan saw this reward light up in front of his eyes. Finally, not thanks to patronage. He took out his cell phone and looked up Willow City Cartwheel Amusement City. Willow City Cuddler's Amusement City is among the top 3 amusement parks in Willow City, currently valued at $1 billion. All the young people's favorite items are inside and very popular with the young people. Not bad, not bad. He's grown in value by another 10 small goals. That's really nice. He glanced at the remaining 50 points. There's no use keeping it. System, continue to use the lucky spin. The big wheel of fortune started spinning. His mind looked forward to it. Stop. As Lin Fan's voice fell, the lucky carousel slowly stopped. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a superb sweat-blooded horse. The sweat-blooded BMW has been placed in the courtyard of Haitian No. 1 Villa. This? Lin Fan was directly confused when he saw the system rewards he had obtained. That's okay? The reward turned out to be a horse. I'm going to go. Everyone else has a pet that's some kind of cat or some kind of dog. His pet was directly a superb sweat-blooded horse. That's definitely a lot of pressure. He took out his cell phone and looked up the price of the sweat-blood BMW. The average sweat-blood horse is worth around $100 million. Extreme sweat-blood BMWs are worth twice as much as ordinary sweat-blood BMWs and are worth about $200 million. What's more crucial is that the very best sweat-blooded BMW is very rare and can be said to have a price without a market. Average. Lin Fan felt that this extreme sweat-blood BMW was just average. After all, the value was there. With $1 billion Willow City Carter coming to the amusement city in front of it, this extreme sweat-blood horse is a bit ordinary. Lin Fan closed the system panel, hummed a little song, and walked towards the dormitory. Back at the dorm, the three roommates were playing a game. Lin Fan took off his jacket and lay down on the bed. There was a ding. Message tone. Xiao Fan, my little sister has suffered a little bit of a minor injury. I'll introduce you to her in a couple of days. A message from my cousin, Zhao Xiaoman. Thank you cousin then. Lin Fan smiled helplessly. He hadn't expected Zhao Xiaoman to be so persistent and insist on introducing her little sister to him. When the time came, they could only meet first. After all, it was a good intention of Zhao Xiaoman. He also wanted to meet the little sister who had been praised to the skies by Zhao Xiaoman. What she really looked like. He was simply curious. Don't worry, wait for my good news, Zhao Xiaoman replied. Lin Fan put his cell phone aside and closed his eyes. Taking a break. Time passes by. Senior, get up. Boss Zhang Zicheng slapped Lin Fan's bed and said loudly. Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked at the time. Get up, get out of bed, and change into your military uniform. The four headed for the playground. Old four, take it easy, even iron kidneys can't withstand such a build. The second oldest, Li Muyang, patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said meaningfully, roll. Senior, how are you doing with your homeroom girl? Lin Fan looked at the oldest three, Wang Jiang, and asked curiously, what else? It's still that way. The oldest three, Wang Jiang, hung his head and said. Lin Fan didn't say anything else and patted Wang Jiang's shoulder. Chapter 126, do you want to drive 2 laps? Lin Fan's 4 men found a shady spot to sit down and waited for the instructor to arrive. Moments later, the instructor arrived. The afternoon's military training officially began. Time rushes by. Finally the day of military training was over. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and took a cool shower. Changing his clothes, he grabbed his car keys and headed for the parking lot. Sit in the car. Open the cell phone navigation. With a kick of the gas, accompanied by the sound of a rumbling engine, the car scuttled off and headed out of the school. Willow City Windchill Racing Club. It is arguably one of the few racing clubs known in Willow City. The club encompasses a variety of tracks to suit different people's needs. Many great youngsters like to come here to play. It became a place where some of the great and the small met. The location Yunzi sent Lin Fan was this Willow City Windchill Racing Club. In front of the club, Yunzi was like a watchful stone, probing her head, her eyes looking around, searching for something. That's when a beautiful Ferrari Lafa arrived in front of the club. Yunzi was deeply attracted by seeing this sports car. It's so beautiful. Not bad for a $30 million sports car. She had little stars in her eyes and was filled with envy. She would like to buy a sports car like that, even if she was qualified to have the money. It wasn't something she would be able to have anytime soon. The Ferrari Rafa suddenly stopped in front of her. She frowned slightly. Though she loved sports cars, she was very much disgusted by the smug second generation. Just as she was about to move away from the sports car and wait for Lin Fan elsewhere, at that moment, the sports car door slowly opened. When she saw the man coming down from the car, she cried out in surprise, Brother Fan. She came to Lin Fan with quick steps. Fan, you changed cars again? The last time she saw Lin Fan, the Porsche 918 Spider was what Lin Fan was driving at that time. This time she was driving a $15 million Lamborghini Reventon. Thinking she could impress Lin Fan, who knew that Lin Fan was driving an even more powerful Ferrari Lafa. It gave her a sense of frustration. It's like something carefully prepared is defeated before it even hits the field. It's been a long wait. Lin Fan nodded and smiled. Today Yunzi wore her signature little leather jacket on top and a pair of small 7-minute leather pants underneath. The face was beautifully painted with delicate makeup. No, I just got here a little while ago too, Yunzi said with a smile. Do you want to drive 2 laps? Lin Fan saw that Yunzi had been staring at the sports car and asked with a smile. Yunzi very much wanted to drive this sports car and experience it, but she hadn't forgotten the purpose of finding Lin Fan here today. She was asking Lin Fan to teach her how to drive. She understood in her heart that after missing this opportunity, she wouldn't know when she would want to invite Lin Fan next time. She bit her lip lightly and shook her head. Brother Fan, you'd better teach me how to learn extreme drifting first. She looked at Lin Fan and said seriously. Lin Fan nodded, and he almost laughed out loud when he saw Yunzi's uncomfortable expression. Fan, park your car and take mine. Yunzi pointed to a Lamborghini Reventon parked not far from the side. She was familiar with her sports car and drove it smoothly. Lin Fan parked the car and got into Yunzi's sports car. Yunzi booked the track a long time ago. She drove Lin Fan to the outside of the track. A lot of people gathered outside the track and were talking when they saw the sudden appearance of the Lamborghini Reventon. I'll be damned. What great young man is here. It's a Lamborghini Reventon. It's worth over $15 million. And this body is just beautiful. I'm now curious as to which of the great young men came to play this ordinary track. The row of tracks they were on were some entry-level regular tracks. It's simply not exciting enough for the big boys. And very few of the top big boys come here to play. They all looked curiously at the sports car. At that moment, the door of the sports car opened, and from it stepped down a girl who was pretty beyond words. When the crowd saw Yunzi coming down from the car, they were all dumbfounded. One by one, their eyes were wide with disbelief. The vast majority of the people they come here to play racing are men, like women occasionally, but girls as beautiful as Yunzi were few, very few, and could be considered rare. I'm going to fall in love. Don't take this one from me. I like this girl. You like? Do you know who she is? And you like it? Hurry up and find a basin, and take a look at yourself with some whole water. She's Yunzi, Young Yun's sister. Young Yun, one of the top youngsters of the Winchill Racing Club in Willow City? My goodness, it's better to forget about it then. Come to think of it, one who can afford to drive such an awesome sports car is definitely not your average missy. Such a big lady is still better to stay away. I heard that this sister of Yun Xiao is very bratty and capricious, and the key is that Yun Xiao also loves this sister very much. How come we haven't seen young Master Yun? Could it be that Mr. Yun is in the car? The passenger door of the sports car slowly opened, and from it stepped out a young man who was handsome beyond words. Yunzi quickly walked up to Lin Fan and wrapped her arms around him, saying, Brother Fan, teach me extreme drifting. Just now in the car. Lin Fan surprisingly didn't intend to teach her extreme drifting now. This is going to make her anxious. What she wanted to learn most was extreme drifting. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded when they saw that Yunzi was actually pampering and being cute to Lin Fan. One by one, their mouths opened wide in shock, as if they could put an egg in, with a look of seeing a ghost. Is this still the legendary unruly young lady? How can you be more of a little woman than your own woman? Is this really Yunzi? How could they have thought that a legendary unruly and capricious young lady would be pampered and cute? The key is also against a white boy. To them Lin Fan was a gigolo. They were full of envy and jealousy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dude is awesome. Taking the unruly and capricious missy and making her obedient. Asshole. As early as I knew that Yunzi likes a little white boy, I will go to do a facelift. The hole in this little white boy is still a little white boy. Dude, I think you should just forget it. Unless you get a new layer of skin. It's, well, hard. Would Yun Xiao be furious if he knew that his sister had adopted a gigolo? If young Master Yun finds out, this little white boy is probably going to be in deep. I'm sure what's going on here will soon reach the ears of Yun Xiao. We just need to watch the show. That's a good point. I didn't think I'd be lucky enough to watch a separation scene between a big lady and a little white boy today. The crowd was ready to watch Lin Fan and Yunzi's drama. Chapter 127. Whoever backs out is a puppy. Lin Fan looked at Yunzi in front of him and was very helpless in his heart. His intention was to let Yunzi build up her foundation well before learning extreme drifting, but now it seems that this Yunzi is bent on learning extreme drifting. When Yunzi saw that Lin Fan was unmoved, her eyes rolled and she narrowed her eyes, shaking Lin Fan's arm and smiling. Brother Fan, just teach me. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard Yunzi's words. Am I that much of a foodie? He spat in his mind. Speaking of eating, though, he hadn't eaten yet and didn't want to waste a lot of time on that. Okay, scared of you. I can teach you, but whether or not you can learn it depends on your perception. Lin Fan pulled his arm out of Yunzi's arms. He was at the age of blood and vigor. How could he stand this kind of treatment? When Yunzi heard Lin Fan's agreement, she immediately said happily, Brother Fan, you're so kind. Lin Fan didn't bother to nag Yunzi and went straight to the driver's seat. Yunzi trotted to the passenger side and hurriedly sat in. Yunzi pointed to the track in front of her and said, This D09 is the track I booked. Lin Fan nodded, started the car, and with a kick of the gas, the car quickly entered the track. The track. which is divided into 5 normal corners and 1 hairpin, does seem a bit ordinary compared to other tracks. Lin Fan introduced to Yunzi as he drove some of the basics of racing. Yunzi listened attentively like a good baby next to her. After talking about some of the basics, Lin Fan began to explain the principles of extreme drifting. Yunzi's eyes immediately went wide and she became more serious. Lin Fan deliberately lowered his speed when he went through the curve so that Yunzi could see better. With that, Lin Fan basically finished explaining extreme drifting to her in 1 lap. Second lap, Lin Fan swapped places with Yunzi. Lin Fan sat on the co-pilot and instructed Yunzi. Lin Fan nodded as he saw Yunzi drifting through the corner in a decent manner. It proved that this Yunzi's enlightenment was still quite high. As long as Yunzi is willing to work hard, she will definitely be no worse than a professional racer in the future. End of the second lap. Lin Fan and Yunzi got out of the car. Brother Fan, how did I drive? Yunzi asked with a smile. She felt that through Lin Fan's guidance, her car skills had improved drastically. Not bad. As long as you practice more in the future, you'll have no problem becoming a professional racer. Lin Fan looked at Yunzi and said with a smile, and I don't see who taught it. Yunzi said with a smug look on her face. Lin Fan looked at Yunzi and smiled. This hasn't accomplished much yet, and it's tailing off. Lin Fan was ready to say goodbye to Yunzi. What he should teach had already been taught and he was going back for dinner. At that moment, there was a sudden rumble of engines in the distance. From far and near, 6 sports cars of great value were parked not far from Lin Fan and Yunzi. Yunzi unconsciously clenched her fists when she saw one of the sports cars. Yo, isn't this young Master Yun's sister? Where's your brother? Are you at home hiding in your house crying and afraid to come out? Ha ha ha. A young man stepped down from the lead sports car and smiled broadly at Yunzi. Yunzi instantly retorted as she heard the young man talk about her brother in such a way. Pan Qingfei, you scumbag. Only you would cry at home. Just be glad that my brother had something to do and didn't come. If my brother had come, he would have made you cry. She glanced at the man next to Pan Qingfei, who was about 31 or 20. This man is a professional race car driver. This is the man who won his brother. Little girl, you seem to have a big problem with me, don't you? Pan Qingfei had a disdainful smile on his face. Humph, you're a scumbag. It's not just me who has a problem with you. Everyone has a problem with you. Yunzi looked at Pan Qingfei and said angrily. Her brother and this Pan Qingfei's car skills could be said to be evenly matched. When Pan Qingfei was racing with her brother once, he went so far as to hire a professional racer and tricked her brother into racing with a professional racer. The result was predictable. Her brother lost, and the sports car next to him was her brother's. Little girl, if you're not convinced, race me, win, and I'll give you back that sports car of your brother's. Pan Qingfei looked at Yunzi with a smile on his face. A little girly girl, he wouldn't even put it in his mind. Seriously though, this little girl is pretty good looking, he muttered in his mind. He had seen Yunzi a few times before, but every time Yunzi had smoky makeup. The now fresh and uncluttered Yunzi has a different flavor. Yunzi's eyes lit up when she heard Pan Qingfei's words. She'd wanted to win her brother's sports car for a long time, but her eyes dimmed as she thought about her car skills. Seeing Yunzi's appearance, Pan Qingfei said provocatively, "Is the little girl afraid? If you're afraid, you should have said so earlier, wasting so much of my time." When Yunzi heard Pan Qingfei actually say that she was afraid, she immediately said loudly as if she had stepped on her tail, "Who did you say was afraid? You, not afraid of a race." Pan Qingfei laughed coldly in his heart when he saw Yunzi's appearance. A little girl is a little girl. Humph, come on, who's afraid? Yunzi gave a petulant hum and said directly. She finished, regretting it, but seeing Pan Qingfei's provocative eyes, he swallowed back the words he wanted to back out. Little girl, with gusto, if you win, I'll give you back your brother's sports car. If you lose, you don't want your sports car. Just have dinner with me. Pan Qingfei saw that Yunzi had taken the bait, so he spelled out the bet. Yunzi was relieved when she heard Pan Qingfei's bet. She was really afraid that Pan Chang would have to make a bet on her car. Then she'd really just have to backtrack hard. But is this Pan Qingfei stupid to only let me accompany him to dinner? She thought happily in her mind. Fearing that Pan Qingfei would back out, she hurriedly said, "It's a deal. Whoever backs out is a puppy." Pan Qingfei smiled and nodded. Naturally, he wasn't that kind. A $10 million sports car for a meal? And only a little girl would believe it. When you get to the table, you can't do anything about it. He sneered in his mind. The two men went over the details of the match again. The race venue races on this regular track. 1 lap. Whoever returns to the finish line first wins. Yunzi asked Lin Fan to accompany her in the race. She felt especially solid and secure with Lin Fan by her side. After all, Lin Fan was a racing expert in her mind. Lin Fan sat on the co-pilot and glanced at Yunzi. And what a little girl to be provoked into taking the bait. Although he didn't know Pan Qingfei's intentions, he believed that it was definitely not good. He was prepared to remind Yunzi at the right time. This was also the reason why he didn't refuse to accompany Yunzi in the match. Chapter 128, Who else is qualified to compare with me? Yunzi and Pan Qingfei's sports car stopped at the starting point. The sound of rumbling engines, the two sports cars were at each other's throats. At that moment, a young lady in club clothes walked between the two cars. Put the little flag in your hand and hold it up high. 3, 2, 1, begin. Small flag swinging down from above. As the young lady's voice fell, the two sports cars scurried out with a whoosh like a wild horse out of control. The first stretch of road is a straight line. Pan Qingfei's driving skills were indeed quite a bit better than Yunzi's. Pan Qingfei quickly finished accelerating, and soon the two sports cars that had just been neck and neck were clearly gaping. Pan Qingfei looked at Yunzi, who was somewhat behind, and the corner of his mouth curled up with disdain on his face. The little girl still wants to race me. Prepare to eat my dust. He sneered in his mind. Yunzi saw Pan Qingfei pass her and prepared to speed up as well. At this time, Lin Fan, who was next to him, spoke. Steady, that's the speed you can manage at the moment. Don't be influenced by the other side. He's bound to slow down when he goes through the corners, and as long as you're traveling at an even pace you can't lose. Yunzi's heart suddenly calmed down when she heard Lin Fan's words. She glanced gratefully at Lin Fan. No more accelerating, but traveling at a constant speed. The crowd murmured when they saw Yunzi trailing Pan Qingfei. Is this Miss Yun stupid? Knowing that she's not an opponent and still going on? Now Miss Yun is one car length behind, and the gap will only get bigger and bigger down the road. This time Miss Yun is bound to lose. This Pan Xiao has really hit the nail on the head. If Yun Xiao can't arrive in time, then this Miss Yun will be in danger. This eldest Miss Yun is really simple. How dare she believe in the words of Pan Xiao so easily? Such a big gap at the beginning. This match seems to be without any suspense. None of the people were optimistic about Yunzi, and the current situation showed that Yunzi was bound to lose. Without any chance of turning the tide, Pan Qingfei looked at Yunzi behind him, and a smile continued on his face. He felt victorious now. He didn't think Yunzi had any chance of turning the tables. Immediately into the first turn, Pan Qingfei began to slow down. After all, his skills were there, and he wasn't capable of taking corners at such high speeds, even normal corners. Pan Qingfei just reduced his speed. At that moment, a sports car next to him overtook directly. Pan Qingfei saw Yunzi crossing the curve surprisingly without slowing down at all, opened his mouth and cursed. Little girl, you are crazy, don't want to die. Yunzi didn't pay any attention to Pan Qingfei at all, and was fully concentrating on using the cornering skills that Lin Fan had taught her. Easy over the curves. Pan Qingfei was instantly dumbfounded when he saw that Yunzi actually crossed the curve with ease. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were as white as bronze bells, as if he had seen a ghost. This? How is that possible? How can this little girl take the corners so easily? But just now the little girl was clearly not as good as herself? Did the little girl just pretend? He couldn't figure out how Yunzi was able to go through the curve without slowing down. He was without the smugness he had just felt. At this point the heart is all angry. He felt like he was being played. He tried to accelerate as well, but just as he entered the corner, he almost flipped the car, but he slowed down in time. He was in a cold sweat. He looked at the ever-distant Yunzi, his eyes filled with hatred. He thought Yunzi was a white rabbit. Who knew that Yunzi was a wolf in sheep's clothing? His face was on fire. It was like being slapped hard. He felt like he was a clown in Yunzi's eyes. The crowd was all dumbfounded when they saw Yunzi not slowing down to cross the curve. One shocked mouth slowly widened as if he could fit an egg in it. Yunzi scared them with this action. What did I see? MS. Yun unexpectedly did not slow down to cross the curve. And the key is also so silky smooth. Can someone tell me how Miss Yun did this? It's so beautiful. When did Missy Yun's car skills become so good? In the past, I heard that Miss Yun doesn't come to the club because her car skills are too good. Miss Yun's driving skills. Why do I feel like it's about to catch up with professional racers? Be confident. Remove the soon-to-be. Miss Yun's car skills are now no different from professional racers. Even better than some professional racers. That's true. After all, the average professional racer wouldn't dare to go straight through a corner without slowing down. Even if the corner is a normal one. It really didn't occur to me that Miss Yun's car skills are so powerful that it makes me feel sweaty to watch. I feel a burst of fire in my face. Just now I said that Miss Yun was set to lose. This face slapping Yunzi traveled at an even pace all the way around the track, quickly back to the finish line. She got out of the car in a very emotional state. How could she not expect to win so easily against Pan Qingfei? She ran to Lin Fan's side and fiercely embraced him in her arms. Brother Fan, thank you. She knew that without Lin Fan's guidance, it would be absolutely impossible for her to win against Pan Qingfei. Cough cough, hurry up and let go. I'm losing my breath. Lin Fan said without a trace of anger. He did not expect that this Yunzi did not look like a big person, but this strength was not small. It wasn't that he couldn't break free. He was afraid of hurting Yunzi if he exerted himself. Yunzi heard Lin Fan's words and let go of him in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I got carried away. She hurriedly apologized. The crowd was full of envy and jealousy when they saw Lin Fan being held in Yunzi's arms. A secret sigh. Why wasn't it himself who was in the arms of Miss Yun? After a while, Pan Chengfei's sports car finally returns to the finish line. He got out of the car with hatred. Yunzi saw Pan Chengfei come back and walked directly to Pan Chengfei's face, stretching out her small white hand. Bring it. She saw that Pan Chengfei was surprisingly immobile, and her willow brows furrowed slightly. Is it hard to believe that you want to renege on your debt? Although Pan Chengfei hated his teeth, he nodded to his sidekick. The follower took the car keys out of his pocket and handed them to Yunzi. Yunzi got the car keys and said with a smug face, count on you to know what you're talking about. She was going to return the car keys to her brother at night to see how surprised he was. It was as if she saw her brother's shocked expression. Unconsciously the smile on his face grew even wider. The more Pan Chengfei saw Yunzi's appearance, the more he thought about it. Little girl, do you dare to compete with me again? You? What qualifications do you have to compete with me? A defeated man? Yunzi said disdainfully. She didn't even put Pan Chengfei in her eyes now. Aha! She drifted a bit. Pan Chengfei almost stormed out when he heard Yunzi's words, but held back. Who let Yunzi tell the truth? Chapter 129, the key is still my high level of enlightenment. Not with me, with him. Pan Chengfei gritted his teeth and pointed at the 31 or 22 man next to him. The man's name is Gu Qianyu. It's a professional racer that Pan Chengfei spent a lot of money on. And it's not just any racer. Yunzi glanced at Gu Qianyu, skimmed her mouth, and looked at Pan Chengfei like an idiot, saying, I look like a cutie to you, do I? He's obviously a professional racer. Or the good kind. I'm not an idiot. Why should I compare myself to him? But she knew that her brother was the one who lost to Gu Qianyu. Although she had just won against Pan Chengfei, she didn't think she was invincible yet. That's a bit of self-awareness. Pan Chengfei's fists clenched tightly when he heard Yunzi's words, but he couldn't do anything about Yunzi. At that moment, the sound of a sports car's rumbling engine came from the distance. The 3 sports cars quickly arrived in front of Yunzi and the others. From the lead car came down a young man, dressed in a famous brand, with a few similarities between his eyebrows and Yunzi. This young man was none other than Yun Jinglong, Yunzi's older brother, who had hurriedly arrived. Yun Jinglong quickly stepped in front of Yunzi and turned to Pan Chengfei and said angrily, Pan Chengfei, how dare you bully my sister? You wait for me, I'll get you later. When Pan Chengfei heard Yun Jinglong's words, he almost spat out the old blood that had been accumulated for almost 30 years. What do you mean? I bullied your sister? It's your sister who bullies me, okay? He had a burst of aggravation in his heart, but he couldn't say this. It was so humiliating. Yun Jinglong hurriedly turned to look at Yunzi and asked with concern, Sister, are you alright? Seeing that Yunzi had come, she went up to Yun Jinglong and wrapped her arms around him, saying with a smile, I'm fine, he's the one who's not okay. He. She pointed at Pan Chengfei and smiled cheekily. Yun Jinglong was confused when he heard Yunzi's words. What do you mean? He looked at his sister Yunzi suspiciously. Yunzi saw Yun Jinglong's puzzled look. With a smile on his face, he didn't say anything and put the car keys in his hand, waving them in front of Yun Jinglong. Yun Jinglong's eyes instantly widened when he saw the car keys in Yunzi's hand. This? How did the car keys get in my sister's hand? What's going on here? Did my sister make some kind of deal with Pan Chengfei? He asked anxiously. Sister, what demands did you promise him? He didn't think his sister would be able to win back his sports car by racing it. He knew better than anyone how much of a rookie Yunzi was. He felt that Yunzi must have made a deal with Pan Chengfei when she was able to get her sports car back. He didn't believe that Pan Chengfei was kind enough to return the sports car. When Yunzi heard Yun Jinglong's question, she was instantly unhappy and pouted her little mouth. What's the request? People win fair and square. Yun Jinglong didn't believe Yunzi's words at all when he heard them. Seeing that Yun Jinglong didn't believe it, Yunzi nudged at Pan Chengfei and said, If you don't believe it, you can ask Pan Chengfei. Yun Jinglong looked at Pan Chengfei who was not far away. At this time, Pan Chengfei's face was as blue as constipation. However, Pan Chengfei still nodded and said unwillingly, I was the one who lost to her. After all, the loss couldn't be hidden with so many people watching. He has lost face today. Yun Jinglong was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Pan Chengfei's reply. He looked at his sister Yunzi in shock. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? How could he not have thought that this sports car was really won back by his own sister? Yunzi? That's incredible too. He knew Yunzi's car skills best, but the fact that it was in front of him made him believe it. What the hell is going on here? When did Yunzi's car skills get so good? He couldn't figure it out even if he tried. What's going on? Sister? Your driving skills aren't. His words did not continue. When Yun Zi heard Yun Jinglong's words, she knew what Yun Jinglong meant. Brother, they say that a man who is not a man is a man who is a man who is not a man. How long has it been since you raced me? People's driving skills will grow, Yun Zi said with a small mouth. Yun Jinglong still felt a little less real. Even if Yun Zi's car skills had grown, this was an overly dramatic increase. He is very aware of Pan Qingfei's car skills. Even he cannot say that he won Pan Qingfei steadily. He was very curious as to how Yun Zi's car skills actually improved up. You practiced on your own? He asked suspiciously. He hadn't heard Yun Zi mention anything about finding a coach. If I'd found a good trainer, I'd have been all over him by now. Of course not. Even if your sister and I are even talented. If I don't have a famous teacher to guide me, how is it possible to progress so rapidly? Yun Zi smiled smugly. She doesn't take all the credit. Master teacher? Yun Jinglong noticed the famous teacher's guidance in Yun Zi's words and spoke out in doubt. Hey! Yun Zi came to Lin Fan and wrapped her arms around him, saying with a smug look on her face, this is my boss and my famous teacher. Yun Jinglong's eyes narrowed when he saw Yun Zi's movements. He had never seen his sister so close to any boy before, and was instantly wary in his mind. Lin Fan saw the look in Yun Jinglong's eyes and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Hurriedly pulling out his arm, he hurriedly spoke. I'm not Yun Zi's boss. He was afraid that if he was late in explaining, Yun Jinglong would rush up and beat him up. Of course he wasn't afraid of Yun Jinglong. He just didn't want to be misunderstood somehow. He felt the need to explain anyway. When Yun Jinglong heard Lin Fan's explanation, his wariness eased a little, but it wasn't completely lowered. Holding out his hand, he introduced himself. Yun Jinglong, Yun Zi's brother, Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook Yun Jinglong's hand. Did you teach my sister how to drive? Yun Jinglong asked curiously. He had some doubts in his mind about Lin Fan's driving skills. After all, Lin Fan looked younger than his sister. I only slightly instructed Yun Zi, Lin Fan said indifferently. Brother, do you hear me? Brother Fan only guided me a little. The key is still my enlightenment. Yun Zi flaunted with a proud face. When Yun Jinglong heard Lin Fan say this, he felt that it was likely that Lin Fan only knew theoretical knowledge. It just so happened that his own sister was so gifted that she got the hang of it straight away. When Pan Qingfei, who was next to him, heard that Yun Zi's car skills were actually coached by Lin Fan, he immediately looked at Lin Fan with a face full of hatred. He felt that if Lin Fan hadn't coached Yun Zi, he wouldn't have lost to Yun Zi and made a fool of himself. He counted everything on Lin Fan. I want to race you. Chapter 130, Bring me my car. I want to race you. Pan Qingfei looked at Lin Fan and gritted his teeth. Yun Jinglong and Yun Zi both looked at Pan Qingfei, not understanding what this Pan Qingfei was mad about. Lin Fan glanced at Pan Qingfei and said indifferently, not interested. Are you afraid? What kind of man are you if you only dare to hide behind women? Being a pro racer, race him if you can, Pan Qingfei said angrily. He felt like he was being counted by Lin Fan. It must have been Lin Fan who secretly taught Yun Zi and then got Yun Zi to race with himself. Make a fool of yourself and lose face in front of everyone. He thought Lin Fan was the professional racer Yun Jinglong had found to use against himself. How could he swallow that? The more he thought about it in his mind, the angrier he became. He must teach Lin Fan a good lesson. Only then could he get this bad anger out of his heart. Lin Fan looked at Pan Qingfei and was speechless in his heart. What is this? You lost to Yun Zi. Just find Yun Zi. What do I care? He spat in his mind. He wasn't going to bother with the somewhat two-dimensional Pan Qingfei and was ready to leave for dinner, just about to say goodbye to Yun Zi. At this time, a system voice sounded in his head. Release the mission. As a great tycoon, how can you let someone provoke you recklessly? Punish the other party and let them know that not just anyone can be provoked. Accept the mission and reward Willow City Century Mall with 100% equity. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan instantly froze when he heard the system mission. He excitedly spat out a nationalist phrase in his mind. The system is awesome. This time the reward was surprisingly Willow City Century Mall. That's one of the several most crowded malls in Willow City. Inside is a collection of famous products from all over the world. What's even scarier is that Willow City Century Mall is valued at around $3 billion. That's a whole 30 little goals. With these 30 small goals, he would be worth a terrifying $10. 2 billion. Directly among the 10 billionaires. 10 billionaires are considered a party in Lucheng. He suppressed the excitement in his heart. Accept the mission. That's 30 small goals. How could he refuse? He was in a good mood at this time. He didn't expect that casually teaching Yun Zi to learn how to drive could be such a good task. This time it's a real moneymaker. He looked at Pan Qingfei and said with a smile, since you want to race with me so badly, I'll fulfill you. But, he mused. Pan Qingfei was overjoyed when he heard Lin Fan agree. Hearing Lin Fan hesitate, he hurriedly asked, but what? It has to be colorful. Otherwise racing would be meaningless. Lin Fan said with a smile. When Pan Qingfei heard Lin Fan's words, he secretly shouted, just what I wanted. He was still trying to figure out how to open his mouth to place a bet with Lin Fan. Now that Lin Fan had brought it up himself, how could he not be happy? He decided that Lin Fan was a professional racer, but he knew that professional racers' cars were professionally modified. He was ready to bet his sports car against Lin Fan's. How about using my sports car as a parley with yours? He looked at Lin Fan and pointed to a sports car not far from the side, which was worth around $15 million. Lin Fan glanced at the other sports car and shook his head. Pan Xingfei frowned slightly when he saw Lin Fan's appearance. Doesn't the other guy want to bet on a sports car? That's a little hard to do, he muttered in his mind. Lin Fan handed Yunzi the car keys. Go to the parking lot and bring me that car. Yunzi excitedly took the car keys and drove her sports car in the direction of the parking lot. Pan Xingfei looked at Lin Fan in confusion, not understanding what Lin Fan meant. Since I went to pick up my car, I agreed to race, but the other side of the bet is not satisfied. He was just about to open his mouth to ask Lin Fan what he was taking as a prize when he heard a roar like a wild beast from the distance. Immediately afterward, a Ferrari Lafayette appeared in front of the crowd. The sports car stopped. Yunzi stepped out of the car and handed the car keys to Lin Fan. When the crowd saw that this Ferrari Lafayette was actually Lin Fan's, all their eyes were wide with disbelief. How is that possible? What's going on? Isn't this kid a gigolo? Wasn't he adopted by Miss Yoon? Who tells me what's going on here? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ferrari Lafa finally saw the real car today. This is too beautiful. A $30 million sports car. Can it not be beautiful? I didn't realize this kid was driving a Ferrari Lafa. It's really something. Could it be that this kid isn't a gigolo raised by Miss Yoon? Definitely not. Miss Yoon and Mr. Yoon don't even have Ferrari Rafa. How can they raise each other? Yoon Jinglong was also startled when he saw Lin Fan's sports car. When he just saw Lin Fan, he also thought in his heart that Lin Fan was just looking at his sister Yunzi's money. Now it seems he was wrong in his thinking. A man who can afford to drive a Ferrari Lafayette would care about his sister's pocket money? Don't wonder if this sports car is a loaner. Borrow? Such sports cars are in the hands of some top tycoons. Who would lend them to you without ironclad connections? Even if this sports car was borrowed by Lin Fan, that meant that Lin Fan's background was very impressive. His eyes were very complicated at this point. Pan Xingfei was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Lin Fan's sports car. His shocked eyes were wide with disbelief. He knew Lin Fan's sports car wasn't simple, but how could they not expect Lin Fan's sports car to be a Ferrari Lafa? This is simply too much. He's always wanted a Ferrari Rafa, but hasn't gotten one in a long time. A car like this is not something you can buy just because you have the money. It requires specific qualifications. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. No wonder Lin Fan just shook his head. One's own sports car is no match for this Ferrari Rafa. There's a huge difference in price alone. In terms of future appreciation, your own sports car is only going to get less and less valuable, while the Ferrari Lafa is going to get more and more valuable. If I were myself, I wouldn't agree to such a bet. Lin Fan took the car keys and said with a smile, "You've seen my sports car. Definitely not with that sports car of yours." Pan Xingfei gritted his teeth and asked, "Then what do you want?" "This way. That sports car of yours plus the one next to it. I'll take a loss." Lin Fan had a generous look on his face. Pan Xingfei looked to the sports car next to him. This sports car was just recently bought by one of his juniors and was worth around $10 million. "Bet," he said through clenched teeth. "Pan Xiao." That's when the little brother next to him got anxious. Pan Xingfei directly interrupted his little brother. "Don't worry. If you lose, I'll pay you a new one." He didn't believe that Lin Fan could win against Gu Qianyu. Gu Qianyu's car skills he had personally learned. It was very impressive. Chapter 131, The Confident Gu Qianyu. "Then let's begin." Lin Fan glanced at Pan Xingfei and said indifferently. Pan Xingfei nodded and said to Gu Qianyu next to him, "Trouble Mr. Gu Xiao Pan. Please rest assured." Gu Qianyu glanced at Lin Fan and said with incomparable confidence, "He's not your average racer." He was very confident in his car skills that car skills like Yunzi's just now were nothing in his eyes. For him it's child's play. The disciples he taught were all much stronger than Yunzi. To be able to teach a disciple like Yunzi, he felt that Lin Fan's skills were just that. It wasn't even on his radar. Gu Qianyu and Lin Fan both chose two sports cars with similar prices. The track of choice this time was still the normal track. The two drove to the starting position. Gu Qianyu glanced provocatively at Lin Fan. Lin Fan directly ignored Gu Qianyu's provocation. Gu Qianyu's self-professed extraordinary car skills were like trash in Lin Fan's eyes. If it wasn't for the sake of completing the system mission, he wouldn't bother racing with this Gu Qianyu. After all, his car skills were at the peak of car skills, and that was properly the same as a car god. Racing with Gu Qianyu was a bit of a bully, but for the sake of the system mission, he could only bully Gu Qianyu. The pretty club lady walked out and came between the two sports cars with a small flag. She raised her arm high in the air and said loudly under her breath, 3, 2, 1, begin. As Missy's words fell, The two sports cars scurried out in an instant like a wild horse out of control. The two sports cars went side by side in unison. The crowd looked at the two sports cars that were far away and murmured, "Who do you think will win between the two of them?" That goes without saying. Of course it's Gu Qianyu. That's someone who has participated in provincial racing competitions and won awards. I think it's also Gu Qianyu who will win. After all, Gu Qianyu has participated in quite a few competitions and achieved quite a few results. This young man is too impulsive. Impulse is the devil. I haven't heard of such a person in the Willow City racing community. Could it be that this young man is a great young man from somewhere else? This young man is going to be planted this time. After this incident, I'm afraid that this young man will no longer dare to easily agree to someone else racing. The crowd, you and I, all thought that Gu Qianyu would definitely win, and no one favored Lin Fan. On the track, Gu Qianyu had increased to the maximum speed he could control. Seeing Lin Fan, who was following closely behind, his eyes were filled with disdain. At this speed he could travel the entire course at an even pace and could maximize time savings by not having to slow down. He was confident at this point. At this time, Lin Fan finally finished testing the maximum speed that this sports car could withstand. He's still more careful. He was very confident in his car skills, but even the best car skills need a good sports car to match. He didn't want to just bring up the speed and find that the sports car couldn't handle it. Wouldn't he be miserable then? At this point he had a complete idea of the sports car's terminal velocity. 1 foot on the gas. The sports car instantly reaches the maximum speed it can handle. Whoosh! Quickly heading forward. At this moment, Gu Qianyu inside the sports car was humming a cheerful little song. A face full of cozy ease. He doesn't even look like he's racing right now. Aha! Like a vacation. Yeah, he didn't even treat this race as a race. This is? A rush of engines overtook him. Instead of panicking, he had a sneer on his face. Looking for death. The curve was coming up ahead. Lin Fan was accelerating at this time. He thought Lin Fan was looking for death. He felt that there were two paths before Lin Fan now. First road, slow down right away and take the curve slowly. The second way, straight and fast into the curve. The car was destroyed. He didn't think there would be a third way. After all, Lin Fan was too fast now. Not to mention him, even if the captain of their racing team came, the same would have to slow down a little to get through the corner. He could not believe that Lin Fan had better car skills than his captain. He was ready to watch the show. He unconsciously frowned slightly. He realized that Lin Fan was about to reach the curve and surprisingly hadn't slowed down yet. Do you really want to die? This? How is that possible? Lin Fan enters the corner and after a beautiful extreme drift, silky smooth out of the corner. He was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Lin Fan come out of the corner. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling in disbelief. This? How is that possible? What's going on here? Is this it? Extreme drifting? It must be. And only extreme drifting can get out of a corner so smoothly. How could he not expect Lin Fan to be able to extreme drift? But so fast. What precise control must be required? That's too scary. He can also drift out of corners at speeds within his control. But with a speed as fast as Lin Fan's, even their captain couldn't drift out of the corner. Doesn't that mean Lin Fan's car skills are even better than their captain's? How is that possible? But the fact that it was right in front of him made him believe it. He knows he's lost, and lose very thoroughly. He felt a flash of fire on his face. Just now, he had looked down on Lin Fan, not putting the other party in his eyes. At this moment, he was slapped hard by Lin Fan. He felt his face being slapped. He unconsciously slowed down, because the rest of the game was out of reach. He knew he was bound to lose. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded when they saw Lin Fan's beautiful extreme drift out of the corner. One by one, their shocked eyes were as wide as bronze bells, and their mouths were unconsciously wide open. This? How is that possible? How did this happen? Am I blind? You can get out of a corner that fast? That's amazing. How did he do that? It didn't look like there was any pause at all. Just silky smooth out of the corner. Awesome. Really awesome. I didn't think I'd look away. Is this the legendary extreme drift? That should be it. Trying to get out of a corner at such a fast speed. Even if it's a normal corner, you definitely can't get out of it if you're not extreme drifting. Holy, I didn't think I'd see the legendary extreme drift today. It's so cool. Yun Jinglong's eyes involuntarily widened when he saw that Lin Fan had actually exited the corner at such a high speed. Is this extreme drifting? This is extreme drifting that only exists in legends. How could he not have expected his sister's boss to be able to drift at the limit? He unobtrusively glanced at Yun Zi next to him. It was discovered that Yun Zi's face did not change in any way. It meant that Yun Zi had seen or knew that Lin Fan could extreme drift. I really don't know where my sister met such a great young man. The key doesn't look too old. He glanced at his sister Yun Zi with complicated eyes. A secret sigh of relief. Still, his own sister had vision. Chapter 132, Neighbor Sue Lucy. Pan Shengfei was instantly confused when he saw Lin Fan drifting out of the corner at the limit. His shocked mouth was wide open, as if he was able to put in an egg, with a look of seeing a ghost. This? How is that possible? Why is that? How does Lin Fan know how to extreme drift? He plays with cars a lot and extreme drifting is his dream car skill. You know that extreme drifting requires very strong control. How can someone do it so easily? The key is also done so silky smooth and easy. A feeling of powerlessness flooded through him. He knows he's lost. He lost completely. This time not only was his car going to lose to Lin Fan, but even his little brother's car was going to lose to Lin Fan. He couldn't wait to smack himself in the mouth at this point. Why did you bet with Lin Fan? But it's too late for regrets. Lin Fan gets back to the finish line with ease. Get out of the car. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with admiration. This is a real bull. This is a bull who even knows the legendary extreme drift. When Yunzi saw Lin Fan get off the bus, she quickly ran next to Lin Fan and said happily, "Brother Fan, you're really great." Although she had seen Lin Fan extreme drifting once, she was still shocked to see Lin Fan use extreme drifting again. She secretly vowed to double her efforts in practicing her car skills and strive to reach Lin Fan's realm as soon as possible. Average, Lin Fan said indifferently. Average indeed. His car skills were not even fully utilized. After all, as good as he was at driving, this sports car was too unimpressive. It made him unable to utilize his full strength at all. Yunzi skimmed her mouth when she heard Lin Fan's words. You call that average? Wouldn't I be ashamed of my car skills then? She spat in her mind. The crowd rolled their collective eyes when they heard Lin Fan's words. The vast majority of them were not as good as Yunzi's driving skills. By Lin Fan's standards, they weren't even considered car skills. They were a pile of. That's when Gu Qianyu's sports car returned to the finish line. Gu Qianyu came to Pan Chengfei with a disheveled face and lowered his head. Xiao Pan, I lost. Pan Chengfei shook his head. It was not Gu Qianyu's fault that he lost this match. It doesn't matter who's here. Anyone who comes to face a bull who can drift at the limit will have to kneel. He came to Lin Fan and took out the car keys of the two sports cars. Here are the car keys. Lin Fan had not yet spoken. Yunzi, who was next to her, quickly grabbed it. I'll count on you to know what you're doing, and not playing games, she muttered under her breath, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Pan Shengfei. Pan Shengfei's face was very ugly. Playing tricks on him was not so bad. More to the point, he wouldn't dare. Who knows what Lin Fan is from? Drives a $30 million Ferrari Lafa. It also does the legendary extreme drifting. Such a powerful figure. He didn't believe that he wouldn't have a deep background. He was a bit of a dude, but he wasn't stupid. Lin Fan glanced at Pan Shengfei, turning her head to Yunzi next to her. She said, arrange for someone to send these two sports cars to Heishan One Villa. I'll go first. I've taught you all the car skills. It's up to you to learn how much you can learn. He finished and headed straight for the Ferrari Lafayette. Yunzi wanted to say something, but was grabbed by Yun Jinglong. He shook his head at Yunzi. Lin Fan opened the car door and sat in. With a kick of the gas, the car scurried away. It quickly disappeared in front of the crowd. Lin Fan came to the Skydweller. A simple dinner was eaten. Finished eating and headed towards the Heishan One Villa. Half an hour later, in front of the gate of Heishan One Villa. Is it a thief? It's just that this thief is too blatant, isn't it? The point is that this thief is too pretty to look at, isn't it? A beautiful woman in a sports outfit in front of the villa's door was poking her head in there. Lin Fan stopped the car and stepped out of it. Hello beautiful. Su Lucy was startled by the sudden sound. Turning back, he saw Lin Fan's appearance and was dumbfounded, sighing in his heart, so handsome. Although she wasn't from the Society of Appearance, Lin Fan's appearance still caught her eye. Lin Fan saw Su Lucy fuming and not speaking. Cough cough. He coughed lightly. What can I do for you, beautiful? He looked curiously at Su Lucy in front of him. It felt like this Su Lucy had a silly look about her, but he hadn't seen the other side as far as he could remember. Couldn't figure out what the other guy was doing in front of the villa. Ah, hello. Excuse me, is this your home? Su Lucy asked, pointing inside the villa. Lin Fan was speechless in his heart when he heard Su Lucy's question. This isn't my house. Why am I asking you? He spat in his mind. He nodded in order to figure out the other's intentions. Does your family have horses? When Su Lucy heard Lin Fan's words, she immediately brightened up and hurriedly asked. Lin Fan frowned slightly when he heard Su Lucy's question. He didn't understand how Su Lucy knew that there was a sweat-blooded horse inside his villa. He was just about to ask Su Lucy how he knew. At that moment, there was a horse's cry from the villa. He touched his head in some embarrassment. He'd forgotten that the horses would call this themselves. I'm glad I didn't ask, or I would have been embarrassed. Well, kept a horse. Lin Fan nodded and said, can I go in and take a look? Su Lucy asked hurriedly. Aha, this girl is too big-hearted, isn't she? Running to a stranger's house in such a hurry? Aren't you worried that he's a bad guy? Okay, He admitted he couldn't be a bad guy with that face either. And you are beautiful? He asked suspiciously. While the other man didn't mind going to a stranger's house, he didn't like leading strangers home, not to mention a strange woman. Sorry, forgot to introduce. Hello, my name is Sue Lucy, and I live in the Haitian No. 2 villa next door. When Sue Lucy heard Lin Fan's question, she realized that she didn't seem to have introduced herself. Lin Fan heard Sue Lucy's introduction and secretly sighed, so they are neighbors. It wouldn't hurt if the neighbors invited the family over. Hello, Lin Fan. Lin Fan gently shook hands with Sue Lucy. Mr. Lin, can I come in and see your horse? Sue Lucy looked at Lin Fan with unblinking eyes, her eyes full of expectation. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Sure, press the remote key in your hand. The gate opened slowly. Come in. Lin Fan made a gesture of invitation. Thanks, Sue Lucy said gratefully. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sue's voice was indeed quite nice. Enter the courtyard. At a glance, Sue Lucy saw a white stallion running recklessly in the courtyard. Lin Fan whistled. The Sweatblood BMW heard the sound and instantly ran towards Lin Fan's side cheerfully. The Sweatblood BMW came to a stop in front of Lin Fan. It arched its head over Lin Fan. Sue Lucy was instantly confused when she saw the Sweatblood BMW up close. Chapter 133 is about going to and from school every day. Sue Lucy's eyes were dumbfounded as she looked at the sweat-blooded horse in front of her. Her shocked little mouth was wide open and her eyes were rolling in disbelief. This? How is that possible? What's with the sweaty horses here? She had also only seen the Sweatblood BMW once on the horse farm in the imperial capital, which made her unforgettable for the rest of her life. The key sweaty horse didn't feel as handsome and godlike as this one. She was outside the villa when she heard a horse barking in the yard and knew that the horse in the yard was definitely a good one. But how could she not expect the horse inside the villa to be a sweat-blooded horse? How could this not shock her? She pointed at the Sweatblood BMW and asked with a slight stutter. This is the Sweatblood BMW? Lin Fan nodded and gently stroked the sweat-blooded BMW's head with his hand as he spoke. Well, this is an extremely fine sweat-blooded BMW. There was nothing to hide about this one, and he had no intention of doing so. But this Sweatblood BMW's fur is really smooth. It feels really good in the hand. When Sue Lucy heard Lin Fan's words, her small mouth, which had just closed with difficulty, slowly opened again. Eyes round and unblinking, he looked at the sweaty horse in front of him. This is actually a superb sweat-blooded horse? Although she felt that this horse was different. But how could she not have thought that this horse was an extreme sweat-blooded horse? After she came back from the Imperial Horse Farm, she had specifically Googled the information on sweat-blood BMWs. Ordinary sweat-blooded BMW is as high as $100 million. The key is not just anyone can get it. Need a strong network. And the very best sweat-blooded horse is more than twice as expensive as a regular sweat-blooded horse. What's more crucial is that the very best sweat-blooded BMW is very rare and can be said to have a price without a market. Although she had some money, she didn't have enough connections, and it was difficult for her to buy an ordinary sweat-blooded horse, let alone such a superb sweat-blooded horse. She felt horrible about this neighbor of hers. What kind of powerful connections does it take to buy a superb sweat-blooded horse? She decided that she must get on good terms with Lin Fan. She loved riding horses so much that she would go to the stable whenever she could. She realized that since Lin Fan owned such a superb sweat-blooded horse, then Lin Fan must also be an equestrian enthusiast, or even an equestrian obsessive. This way they have something in common and can stay in touch well. Mr. Lin, isn't your horsemanship very impressive? She looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, asking with anticipation. Aha! Lin Fan was stumped for a moment by Sue Lucy's question. He just has a sweat-blooded horse. He doesn't know any horsemanship at all. And I don't currently know horsemanship. Lin Fan didn't forcefully say that he was good at horsemanship, so if he couldn't do it, he couldn't do it. There's no shame in not being able to. He just said he wouldn't at the moment. He didn't say he wouldn't in the future. God knows one day the system suddenly gave him an equestrian skill. He didn't put words in his mouth. Sue Lucy was instantly confused when she heard Lin Fan's words. She couldn't tell you how many times she'd been shocked by entering the courtyard. I can't believe you don't know how to ride a horse? How is that possible? But she didn't look like Lin Fan was lying. And crucially Lin Fan didn't have to lie to her. There was something about the neighbor that she couldn't understand. She was totally confused. If you don't know horsemanship, what's the point of buying such a powerful horse? There was a great deal of doubt in her mind. Mr. Lin, so you're buying this sweat-blood BMW? She still asked the doubt in her heart. If not, she was afraid that it would be difficult to sleep this night. Keep it as a pet. Lin Fan thought about it and said, he felt that it would be quite good to keep an extreme sweat-blooded horse as a pet. It was slightly bigger, but it didn't matter. His villa was big enough. Sweatbloods can be active here in the open. Key sweatbloods are very well behaved. Look how delightful. While others can jerk off cats and dogs in their spare time, He can jerk off horses. Aha! He thinks it's great too. When Su Lucy heard Lin Fan's words, her small mouth unconsciously opened wide again. Once again, she was shocked. Listen to this. Is this human language? As a pet? This is a superb sweat-blooded horse worth over $200 million. I can't believe you're keeping it as a pet. Other people have cats and dogs, but you even have a superb sweat-blooded BMW as a pet. That's too ho-hum. She couldn't understand the neighbor more and more. It's simply trenchant. She felt like her heart couldn't stand talking to Lin Fan in one piece. She had been speechless. I don't know how to talk to Lin Fan anymore. She felt that compared to Lin Fan, she was a poor person. The sweat-blooded BMW that she longed for could only be a pet in Lin Fan. That's too big a gap. She wants to go home. She wanted to get out of here quickly and didn't want to talk to Lin Fan any longer. She's afraid she'll have a myocardial infarction if she talks too long. She looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly said, Mr. Lin, I'll leave you to rest. I'll go back first. She said goodbye to Lin Fan. She really couldn't stay any longer. She found that having such a great neighbor required being equipped with a strong heart. Otherwise, you don't even know when you have a heart attack. When Lin Fan heard that Su Lucy was leaving, he felt that this Su Lucy was quite sensible. He nodded, politely, bye. Come and play often sometime. When Su Lucy heard Lin Fan's words, she immediately brightened up and asked excitedly, Mr. Lin, can I come to your house more often? This was a superb sweat-blooded BMW. Although it was not hers, it was not bad to be able to live through it often. How could she not be excited to hear that Lin Fan could let her come and play more often? Aha! Lin Fan was instantly speechless. He was just being polite. How could he not expect Su Lucy to be so excited? He looked at Su Lucy's expectant eyes and swallowed his words of refusal straight into his stomach. Of course, we're neighbors, he said with a slight smile. Su Lucy almost jumped up in joy when she heard Lin Fan's affirmative reply. That's wonderful. Then I'll probably trouble Mr. Lin a lot in the future. Lin Fan shook his head when he saw the happy Su Lucy. Don't understand, it's just a horse. Why are you so happy? The point is this horse isn't even yours. He couldn't figure it out. It's just that I'm not home a lot, so you could have called me before you came, he said after a moment of contemplation. Since he had promised to let Su Lucy come to his home to play often, he naturally had to tell the other party about his infrequent being at home, lest the other party wait for him in front of his home and have a situation like today. Mr. Lin is busy? It's also true that a person like Mr. Lin must usually be very busy. Su Lucy nodded in understanding. It's not particularly busy. It's just that I have to go to and from school every day, and sometimes I live in school, Lin Fan said with some embarrassment. When Su Lucy heard Lin Fan's words, her heart, which had just managed to calm down, beat violently again. Chapter 134, Come in for a cup of tea. Su Lucy looked at Lin Fan with a shocked expression. How could she not have thought that Lin Fan was still a student? How is that possible? How can a student buy a superb sweat-blooded horse? How powerful must Lin Fan's background be? She dared not imagine going on. She felt that Lin Fan was most likely a son from a certain family, or else an ordinary second generation would never have been able to buy a superb sweat-blooded horse. She had just noticed that Lin Fan was handsome outside due to the dim lighting. Now under the bright light, it was discovered that although Lin Fan had an extraordinary temperament, there was still some unfaded tenderness on his handsome face. It does look like a student. Mr. Lin, you're still in college? She looked at Lin Fan and opened her mouth to ask. Well, just started freshman year. Still in military training. Lin Fan nodded and said indifferently. When Su Lucy heard Lin Fan's words, she thought even more that Lin Fan was the son of a certain powerful family. Otherwise, how would a freshman get the best sweat-blooded horse? It was very likely that this superb sweat-blooded BMW was given to Lin Fan as a pet by Lin Fan's family for fear that Lin Fan would be lonely and bored. A pang of discouragement went through her at the thought. This casting is quite a skill. What she had gone through so much trouble to get. Look at the other Lin Fan. She didn't have to worry about her family getting it ready. Lin Fan still looked like he didn't care, although her origin was already considered very good for an ordinary person. But when she compared herself to Lin Fan at this moment, she felt like a beggar who had never seen the world. Lin Fan glanced at the dazed Su Lucy. I don't understand how the other guy is going to leave and why he hasn't yet. Cough cough. He coughed lightly. Why don't you come inside for a cup of tea? He asked tentatively. Su Lucy instantly woke up when she heard Lin Fan's voice. Hurriedly waving his hand, he said, No, it's too late today. I'm bothering Mr. Lin. She turned and headed out of the villa when she finished speaking. She had to go back and calm down. Lin Fan didn't say anything else. He was afraid that if he said too much, this Su Lucy would really go back to the house with him to drink tea. Although Su Lucy was a great beauty, but after all, it was the first time he met her. He didn't have any ideas. The human heart is unpredictable. Who knows what kind of heart lies beneath the beautiful exterior? He thought it was better to take things slowly together. Unconsciously a stunningly beautiful face came to his mind. I wonder if Sister Tang's foot is healed yet. Lin Fan shook his head and prepared to go drive the Ferrari Lafayette sports car into the garage. At that moment a rumble of engines came from the distance. He looked away suspiciously. He had lived here for some days, and it was the first time he had heard a sports car over here. The sound of cars was getting closer. 3 cars? 2 sports cars and an SUV. Why do these 2 sports cars look familiar? He looked at the 2 sports cars suspiciously. That's when all 3 cars stopped. Yunzi took the lead and stepped down from the sports car, quickly stepping in front of Lin Fan. He said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be waiting for me at the gate, brother Fan. Lin Fan sort of understood when he saw Yunzi. These 2 sports cars were the same 2 sports cars he had won at the Windchill Racing Club in Willow City. Didn't I tell you to just arrange for someone to deliver it? Why are you even here in person? Lin Fan asked suspiciously. He just asked Yunzi to arrange for 2 of his juniors to send it to him at that time. How could he not have expected Yunzi to send it to him in the middle of the night? He was very puzzled in his heart. Could it be that Yunzi was looking for him for something else? How can I trust those minions to deliver it when they're so clumsy? Yunzi said with a pout. The reason was something she made up. She came here mainly to see where Lin Fan lived and to recognize the door, so that she could come directly to Lin Fan's house if she had any problems in the future. Lin Fan just wanted to say that it doesn't matter if these cars break down, but thinking of Yunzi's hard work in delivering it, he swallowed the words back into his stomach. Lin Fan looked toward the other sports car. Who drives that sports car? The sports car hadn't gotten down to anyone after it stopped. At this time, the door of that sports car opened and Yun Jinglong walked down from the car. He originally did not agree with Yunzi coming over. After all, it was so late, but Yunzi insisted on coming over, and he could only follow him if he was not assured. Lin Fan saw Yun Jinglong who stepped down from the car. Glancing at Yunzi, he hurriedly stepped forward and said politely, It's really troublesome for Mr. Yun. Yunzi raised her small fists and made a self-confessed vicious expression at Yun Jinglong. Nothing, Yun Jinglong said lightly, his tone nonchalant. Now that you're here, come inside and have a cup of tea. After all, people sent their sports cars all the way here, and it would be too much to ask someone to come in for a cup of tea. No. Yun Jinglong was just about to say no. At this time, Yunzi next to her grabbed the lead and said cheerfully, Yes, I happen to be thirsty. Please come in. Lin Fan made a gesture of invitation. Yunzi walked forward quickly, and Yun Jinglong followed helplessly inside. Just walked into the villa. Suddenly a horse's cry came. The voice? This is? Yun Jinglong looked at the Sweatblood BMW that was running in the courtyard in disbelief. The Sweatblood BMW spotted the returning Lin Fan and quickly ran to him, rubbing his horse's head against him. Lin Fan looked at the sweat-blooded BMW in front of him and said in his heart, this was worthy of being a legendary BMW, full of spirituality. He had the distinct feeling that Sweatblood was trying to curry favor with him. He felt that the horse was about to become immortal. Yunzi's eyes widened as she looked at the sweat-blooded horse in front of her. That's a beautiful horse. The white horse hair glistened in the light. There wasn't a speck of dust on the horse. Yun Jinglong was instantly dumbfounded when he saw the Sweatblood BMW. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were as white as bronze bells, filled with disbelief. Is this a sweaty horse? Nope. This is not an ordinary sweat-blooded BMW, but an excellent sweat-blooded BMW. How can there be a superb sweat-blooded horse here? How could he not have expected to see the very best sweat-blooded BMW in Lin Fan's villa? This is a legendary BMW, very rare. In addition to his love of racing, he also enjoyed horseback riding. I've been longing for a sweaty horse for a long time. He was very unsettled in his mind at the moment. Such a superb sweat-blooded BMW is something his father couldn't even get. But there was one inside Lin Fan's villa. This Lin Fan's connections behind him were too terrifying. Extreme sweat-blood BMWs definitely required horrible connections to get them. Once again, he refreshed his perception of Lin Fan. Awesome car skills. The family also has a superb sweat-blooded horse. Where in the world is this big young man from? He now put away contempt in his mind. It was only at this time that he realized that it wasn't at all true that Lin Fan had intentionally approached his sister, Yunzi. There was no shortage of women around a horrible young man like this. How could he look at his crazy girl-like sister? He thought back carefully. Since the beginning, Lin Fan had treated his sister as if she were an ordinary friend. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. It seems that I cared too much about my sister. Chapter 135, You still have to work hard yourself. Brother Fan, what kind of horse is this? It's too beautiful. Yunzi stared with wide eyes, unblinking as she looked at the extremely fine sweat-blooded horse in front of her. Sweat-blood BMW. Lin Fan gently stroked the horse's head and said indifferently, Wow, it's actually a sweat-blooded horse. Yunzi screamed in excitement when she heard Lin Fan's words. Although she didn't like riding horses, she had heard of the name Sweatblood BMW. Can I touch it, Fan? She looked at the sweat-blooded BMW in front of her with little stars in her eyes. It was just that the sweat-blooded BMW was so beautiful. There is no girl who doesn't love such a beautiful sweaty horse. Yunzi was naturally no exception, and she was eager to caress the sweat-blood BMW with her own hands. Lin Fan nodded as he saw Yunzi's eyes full of expectation. Stepping forward, he grabbed Yunzi's wrist and touched towards the sweaty blood horse's head. He didn't let Yunzi touch it herself. He was afraid of startling the sweat-blooded horse. He didn't want any accidents. Sure enough, with his hand in the air, the sweatshirt didn't react much. A few moments later, Lin Fan turned to Yunzi and asked, "Is that enough?" Yunzi heard Lin Fan's question and reluctantly removed her hand from the horse. Lin Fan was relieved to see that Yunzi had finally touched enough of the sweatblood BMW. He was really afraid that Yunzi would never stop. "Come on, go to the house." Lin Fan finished speaking to Yunzi and patted the horse's head, and the sweat-blooded BMW ran obediently towards the courtyard. Yunzi saw the sweat-blood BMW run away and reluctantly followed Lin Fan to the living room. Yun Jinglong followed the two. Lin Fan invited Yunzi and Yun Jinglong to sit down. He brought 2 teacups, remove the tea leaves and pour in the boiling water. A scent of tea wafted out of the cup. "Smells good." Yunzi, who had just been a bit despondent, smelled the scent of tea and was immediately energized. She quickly reached for a glass, lifted it up and held it under her nose to sniff. "It's so good smelling." Yunzi finished and couldn't wait to take a small sip. "It's delicious. It's so good." Yun Jinglong was instantly dumbfounded when he smelled the aroma of tea. He looked at the teacup in shock, his mouth wide open and his eyes rolling. "This flavor? Right. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's the flavor. This is the flavor of the second-generation Dahongpo. This aroma is unique to second-generation Dahongpo. He drank a second-generation Dahongpo at his grandfather's place once, and the flavor is still unforgettable. It's just so special." He hadn't expected to drink the second generation of Big Red Robe at Lin Fan's house today. This is a second generation Dahongpo that's hard to find for $1,000. Lin Fan actually used it to entertain guests. From the random placement of the tea canister, it was clear that Lin Fan did not take the second generation of Dahongpo seriously at all. This? What kind of origin could care so little about the second generation Big Red Robe? He couldn't visualize it. This second generation Dahongpo is something that so many tycoons dream of getting. However, in Lin Fan's case, it felt like Lin Fan was treating the second generation of Dahongpo like ordinary tea leaves. He's really struck out today. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. He used to think he was quite knowledgeable as a great young man, but now that he had come to Lin Fan, he realized what it was to sit on a well and watch the sky. Lin Fan pushed another cup in front of Yun Jinglong and said with a smile, "Drink tea." "Thanks." Yun Jinglong hurriedly picked up the teacup with both hands, sniffed it first, and gently took a small sip. That's the flavor. He estimated that Lin Fan's jar had to be about 50 grams. Surprisingly, it's 50 grams. His grandfather only had 10 grams there. "Too, baby. You can see how precious and rare this second generation Dahongpo is." Lin Fan made himself a cup of tea as well. The three of them chatted for a while with one word or another. The aroma of tea in the cup disappears. Yun Jinglong stood up and pulled Yunzi up as well. "It's getting late. Mr. Lin, we should go back, so we won't disturb Mr. Lin's rest." Yunzi beamed. "I haven't stayed long enough." Yun Jinglong glared at Yunzi. "We'll go first." Lin Fan got up and nodded. "I'll walk you out." Yun Jinglong tugged the reluctant Yunzi out of the living room and walked towards the outside of the villa. Lin Fan watched Yunzi and Yun Jinglong leave in the SUV. He glanced at the 3 sports cars outside the villa. Alas, one still has to work hard. He shook his head helplessly. It's a good thing the villa garage is big enough for all these sports cars to fit. He drove all 3 sports cars into the villa's garage and then went to the study. There was a stack of papers on the desk, the very same papers from the Century Mall in Willow City. He picked them up and looked at them, then put the papers away. Walk out of the den and back into the bedroom. Take a hot shower and suddenly the fatigue of the day disappears. He sat on his bed and clicked on the system's virtual panel. He could remember that he had 50 more points arriving today. It's time for another lucky dip. Sure enough, in the points position of the lucky wheel, the original 0 became 50. "System, the lucky roulette goes," he said to the system in his mind. As Lin Fan's words fell, 50 points disappeared and the big wheel of fortune began to spin up. "Stop." As Lin Fan shouted out the word stop, the lucky carousel slowly came to a halt. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the consummate level equestrian skill. Equestrian? System, say, did you do it on purpose? Lin Fan had to suspect that the system was up to no good. He obtained the Sweatblood BMW, and at this time, he was lacking horsemanship, and this system let him draw horsemanship. That's too much of a coincidence. He had to suspect that the system was manipulating everything. Host, the system is absolutely fair and impartial. This point please host put the heart in the pelvic bone. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment when he heard the system all talk. I'll believe the hell out of you. Forget it. There was nothing he could do if the system didn't recognize it. He had just seen the Sweatblood BMW running, and his heart had been itching, and he was planning to sign up for a lesson in horsemanship. Now everything is solved. He's got the horsemanship skills to gallop. He changed into a sweatshirt and quickly left his bedroom for the yard. Whistles were blaring. The Sweatblood BMW that was just about to rest heard the whistle and quickly ran towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan gently patted the horse's head. One rolled over and sat directly on the horse's back. There was no saddle, but that wasn't even a problem for Lin Fan. Giddy up. As Lin Fan's voice fell, the Sweatblood BMW ran quickly in the courtyard. Lin Fan experienced a different feeling. Magnificent. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan got off his horse. The yard is still too small to utilize the speed of a sweaty horse. Lin Fan shook his head and muttered. After that, he headed for the house. He was thinking that sometime he could take the Sweatblood BMW to a professional horse farm to run, where it should be able to maximize its strength. Back in his bedroom, he reshuffled. It was getting late and he was ready to rest. Chapter 136, What Love Breakfast? There was no talk all night. The next morning, Lin Fan got up early. After washing up and sitting on the bed, he prepared to open the system's virtual panel. He was somewhat looking forward to what changes had been made to the $2 items after the system upgrade. This? His eyes were wide open, and he looked at the $1 items with a surprised face. $1 a second to kill the consummate level of the kitchen god skill. $1 seconds for consummate level shooting skills. Surprisingly, all of the $spike items this time around are skills. It was a skill. How could he not be surprised? Skills were far more important in his mind than the money industry. 2 skills. Buy them all. No need to hesitate at all. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. Kitchen skills, shooting skills have been put into the system backpack. Tapping the system backpack, he immediately saw 2 skill packs shining there. Use them all. There was a huge amount of information heading towards his brain. A few moments later, he opened his eyes and felt both skills carefully. Cooking skills. No more going to the cafeteria for breakfast. Every day he goes to the cafeteria for breakfast. He's going to throw up. It's really only those 2 that can go down. He thought about cooking himself, but he was not a good cook. Nowadays, with the skill of a cook, nothing is a problem. You can totally make your favorite breakfast by yourself. You can also add to your meal if you are hungry in the evening. He felt that this cooking skill was too good to be true. Shooting skills. He can now be said to be proficient with any shooting instrument. Aha! Slingshots he is also proficient in. As long as it's categorized as shooting he can do it 100 times 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 100. Horseback riding and archery. Bend your bow and shoot a big eagle. None of it's hard to beat him. Strong, strong, strong. He had to marvel at the system's power. It made him in a few short minutes not only a contemporary culinary god, but also a very good shooter. Turn off the system virtual panel. Although there is no increase in the number of $1 items in this system upgrade, the quality of this one has increased dramatically. He's still happy with it. Leave the bedroom and come into the kitchen. Opened the fridge and found some pasta and fresh vegetables. He was going to make a bowl of noodles in clear soup. It's better to eat light in the morning. Boil the water below and put in the vegetables. Beat 2 eggs. Soon a steaming bowl of noodles in clear soup was ready. Zip. Sucked in a mouthful of spaghetti. Yummy. It's so yummy. It's worthy of the kitchen god's skill to have the ability to transform things into something magical. He sighed as he ate. Even a bowl of ordinary noodles in clear soup. He did a very good job. Soon a big bowl of clear soup noodles entered his stomach. There wasn't even a drop of soup left in the bowl. It's so soothing. He stood up, opened his arms and stretched. He was ready to go upstairs and clean up. Ding dong. At that moment the doorbell rang. Who so early? He got up and headed for the yard. Opened the door. Elder Tang. What brings you here? Hurry in. He saw that it was surprisingly Tang Yujo outside the door and smiled as he invited the other party in. Tang Yujo waved his hand and said with a smile, Xiaofan, I won't go in. I wonder if Sailor has time at noon. Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard Tang Yujo's question. It's still morning, and he doesn't know if he'll be back in time for lunch. Something wrong, Elder Tang? He still decided to ask Tang Yujo what was going on. He was very curious as to what exactly Tang Yujo had come to find him so early in the morning because of. It's like this. I'd like to have you over for lunch at noon. As if he could see Lin Fan's doubts, Tang Yujo hurriedly explained with a smile. So, just the 2 of us? Lin Fan asked curiously. I mainly want to introduce you to my son and granddaughter. Tang Yujo was smiling. He felt that Lin Fan's extraordinary temperament and mysterious origin might help his son's future career. At the same time, he also saw that Lin Fan and his granddaughter were about the same age and had common topics. It would be better if they could be together. After all, there were so few young talents like Lin Fan that they were practically rare. A family dinner. Lin Fan muttered. He'd heard what Tang Yuzhou meant, and this family banquet was actually a way for him to meet with Tang Yuzhou's family. This way, you won't have the awkward situation of meeting someone and not recognizing them. Since it was a piece of goodwill from Tang Yuzhou, it was not easy for him to refuse. Okay, I'll be there after school. When Tang Yuzhou heard Lin Fan agree, the smile on his face grew even wider. When he came, he was really afraid that Lin Fan wouldn't have the time. It wasn't easy for him to get his son and granddaughter together on a date. His son is also very busy expanding his group's business right now. It was also very hard to find time to have lunch with him. Okay then, it's a deal. When the time comes, just come straight over. I'll go home and have dinner prepared. After saying that, he waved his hand at Lin Fan and turned to leave. Lin Fan looked at the distant Tang Yuzhou and shook his head helplessly. What time is it? Lunch? But this was also a sideways indication of how much Tang Yuzhou valued Lin Fan. Lin Fan went back to his bedroom and changed his clothes. Downstairs, to the garage. Drive towards the school. Half an hour later, Willowtown University parking lot. Lin Fan parked the car. Grabbing his car keys, he hummed a little tune as he headed for his dorm. Aha! He was in a good mood today. At least you never have to eat that awful breakfast in the morning again. Back to the dorms. 4. Why didn't you bring breakfast? The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, was about to go wash up when he saw Lin Fan, who entered the door empty-handed, and asked suspiciously. But he remembered that every time Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, he brought them breakfast. Gone are the days of bringing breakfast. From now on, my brother will eat at home. Lin Fan glanced at his boss Zhang Ziqiang and said smugly. He finished by picking up the cup on the table and preparing to take a sip of water. Old 4, you're living with schoolgirl Tang? The second Li Muyang poked his head out and asked with a face full of shock. His eyes rolled back in admiration. Old 4 has moved in with schoolgirl Tang so quickly. It's going too fast. True to form, the oldest 4. It's really enviable, he sighed in his mind. When Lin Fan heard the words of the second Li Muyang, the water that had just been in his mouth puffed out. Cough cough. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you babbling about, Dick? When did I live with Sister Tang? Lin Fan wiped the water stains at the corners of his mouth and said angrily. He could care less about the reputation, but he couldn't jeopardize the reputation of the other Tang Ruobing. Isn't it schoolgirl Tang who makes you a loving breakfast every day? The second oldest, Li Muyang, asked with a puzzled face. Asterisk 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 off. What love breakfast? Brother, make your own breakfast, okay? Lin Fan said without a trace of anger. I really don't know what's going on in this dickhead's head. Lin Fan spat helplessly in his heart. Che, I thought I had a love breakfast to eat, but it turns out I'm just making it for myself. What's there to brag about? The second Li Muyang turned to leave after saying that. Did I show off? Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart. Where did he show off? Chapter 137, I don't want to know. Time rushes by. The morning military training ended quickly and successfully. Old 4, let's go. Let's eat. Boss Zhang Ziqiang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, you guys go ahead. Lin Fan said casually. Senior, you're not eating? Boss Zhang Ziqiang looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. I'll go out to eat. Lin Fan said indifferently. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Si, you're going to eat alone again. The second oldest, Li Muyang, stepped forward and put his arm around Lin Fan's shoulders. What eating alone? I'm going to a friend's house party. Lin Fan glanced at the second oldest, Li Muyang, and said without a trace of anger. Female friend? The oldest 3, Wang Jian, came over and asked with a smile. Roll. What female friend? An old man. Lin Fan is too lazy to take care of these 3 goods, and thinks of everything in terms of women. He headed for the dormitory. Back to the dorms. Lin Fan changed out of his military uniform. Get changed and come out to the parking lot. Start the car and leave Willow City University. Villa Haitian 6. Tang Yuzhou was watching the TV, glancing at the clock on the wall every now and then. Ding dong. That's when the doorbell rang. He got up and left the parlor. Opened the door. The visitors were a middle-aged woman and a young girl. Dad, Grandpa. The young girl cheerfully walked forward, wrapped her arms around Tang Yuzhou's arm, and shouted with a smile. Ha ha, so it's my good granddaughter who has come. Tang Yuzhou said with a big smile. He stroked the young girl's small brain lovingly. Grandpa, don't touch people's heads. They won't grow tall. The young girl said with a pout. Ha ha ha, you grew up with me touching your head, and you're still not growing so tall. Tang Yuzhou smiled and led the two toward the house. The visitors were none other than Tang Ruobing, Tang Yuzhou's granddaughter, and his daughter-in-law, Li Simei. The three came into the living room. I'll go see what Auntie Wang has prepared to eat. Tang Ruobing let go of Tang Yujo's arm and walked quickly towards the kitchen. Auntie Wang is the nanny who takes care of Tang Yujo and cooks very well. Wow, so much good food. Tang Ruobing said aloud in surprise when she saw the table full of dishes. She walked out of the kitchen and sat on the sofa, wrapping her arms around Tang Yujo and said with a smile, "It's still Grandpa who loves me and prepares so many delicious food for me. Ha ha ha. If your own good granddaughter doesn't feel pain herself, do you still think of letting others feel pain?" Hearing Tang Ruobing's words, Tang Yujo said with a big laugh, "Grandpa, you're the best." Tang Ruobing's small head leaned against Tang Yujo's shoulder. "Of course Grandpa is the best. Hey, I've prepared more than just good food for you today." Tang Yujo smiled mysteriously at Tang Ruobing. Does Grandpa have any more surprises? Just say it." Tang Ruobing's eyes instantly widened when she heard there was a surprise, and she wrapped her arms around Tang Yujo's arm and shook it. Stop. Can't I just say it? You're about to shake me apart." Tang Yujo said hurriedly. "He's getting on in years now. He can't afford to be shaken so much." Tang Ruobing looked at Tang Yujo with an expectant face. "There's a forgotten friend of mine coming over for dinner later. I'll introduce you to each other when the time comes," Tang Yujo said with a smile on his face. Tang Ruobing instantly lost interest when she heard Tang Yujo introduce her to some forgotten friend. Seeing Tang Ruobing's appearance, Tang Yujo smiled and said, "My forgetful friend, is equal in age to you. One could say it's a looker. A very fine young man." He looked at the granddaughter in front of him and thought that she and Lin Fan were really very well matched, so to speak. I don't want to know. When Tang Ruobing heard that Tang Yujo was actually going to introduce her to someone, her smiling face turned cold and she turned away angrily. Tang Yujo sighed. It wasn't like he necessarily wanted Tang Ruobing to be with Lin Fan. He just felt that a young man like Lin Fan was too rare. Since his granddaughter was unwilling, he naturally wouldn't force her. Okay, it's Grandpa who's wrong. He patted Tang Ruobing's shoulder and hurried to say something nice. Tang Motherly Sine glanced at Tang Yujo. The heart sighed. I didn't expect the old man to act as a matchmaker, but she knew her daughter already had a favorite. I'm afraid I'll have to live up to the old man's intentions. 30 minutes later, Lin Fan returned to Haitian No. 1 Villa and parked his car in the garage. Grabbing the gift box he had bought on the way, he walked out of the villa. Come to Villa Haitian 6. Lin Fan rang the doorbell. Tang Yujo in the living room heard the doorbell and lit up. He was about to get up and go to the door. How could Tang Ruobing, who was next to her, bear to let her grandfather open the door? She hastened to her feet. Grandpa, sit down. I'll get the door. She saw the joy on her grandfather Tang Yujo's face and knew that it must be her grandfather's forgotten friend who had come. She wanted to see what kind of person would make Tang Yujo pay so much attention. She coldly headed out of the living room, opened the cottage door. Tang Ruobing, who had just had an icy face, was instantly dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Fan in shock, her little mouth wide open, her beautiful eyes round and full of disbelief. This? How is that possible? How come it's Mr. Lin? Schoolboy Lin is Grandpa's forgotten friend? That's too much of a coincidence. The person Grandpa was just about to introduce himself to was Schoolboy Lin. I think I just gave a rejection myself. The little heart in her mind was beating indisputably. Lin Fan was also dumbfounded when he saw that it was Tang Ruobing who opened the door. How could he not expect to see Tang Ruobing here? Could it be that Sister Tang and Elder Tang have some kind of relationship? Don? Both surnamed Don. That's right. Could it be that Sister Tang is Elder Tang's granddaughter? That's quite a coincidence. He came back to his senses and said with a smile, Senior Sister Tang, what a coincidence. Tang Ruobing returned to her senses, a smile on her face. Yeah, what a coincidence. I didn't realize that you, Senior Lin, were the forgotten friend my grandfather spoke of. Lin Fan heard Tang Ruobing's words and secretly sighed. It's a pretty small world. Sister Tang, won't you invite me in? Lin Fan saw that Tang Ruobing was very happy in her heart and deliberately joked. Tang Ruobing then realized that had been blocking the door. Senior Lin, please come in. She moved out of the way, embarrassed. Thank you, Senior Sister Tang, Lin Fan said with a smile. Senior Tang, how's your foot? He looked down at Tang Ruobing's feet. It's well enough to walk normally. Tang Ruobing smiled and took 2 steps in front of Lin Fan. Alright, just fine. Lin Fan nodded. Hurry up and go inside. My grandfather is probably waiting impatiently. Tang Ruobing then remembered that Tang Yujo was still waiting in the house. Lin Fan nodded and followed Tang Ruobing towards the living room. The living room door was pushed open. Tang Yujo stood up. When he saw Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan who were talking and laughing, he instantly froze. Chapter 138, I do have a pet horse. When Tang Yujo saw that Tang Ruobing was actually talking and laughing with Lin Fan, he felt that his body was instantly fixed. He looked at the two unconsciously with his mouth wide open and his eyes rolling round and round with shock. Is this still his granddaughter? He had just clearly seen his granddaughter go out with a cold face. How did this change in the blink of an eye? It's too hard to believe. He had just been worried about his granddaughter giving Lin Fan a face. Now it seems that his fears were purely unwarranted. Look how happy the two are talking. What a match. He was very happy in his heart. He was just about to speak. At this time, next to Tang's mother, Li Simei, stood up and shouted in surprise. Xiao Fan. Hello auntie. Hello Donald. Lin Fan heard Tang mother Li Simei's voice and hurriedly greeted her. Tang Yuzhou looked at Li Simei with a surprised expression. Seeing the look in Tang Yuzhou's eyes, Li Simei hurriedly explained. Xiaofan and Bing Bing are from the same school. I've met with Sale twice. When Tang Yuzhou heard Li Simei's explanation, he sighed in his heart. This is really fateful. But he knew his granddaughter was cold to boys. Now that he was so enthusiastic about Lin Fan, he felt that there was something in store for the two. Come on, sailor, hurry up and sit down. Tang Yuzhou was in a good mood and greeted Lin Fan warmly. Thank you, Donald. Lin Fan said politely to Tang Yuzhou. He came to the couch and sat down. I didn't think that Little Fan and Little Ice were still classmates. What a coincidence. He looked at Lin Fan in front of him, then glanced at his granddaughter Tang Ruobing next to him and said with a smile. It's quite a coincidence. I also didn't think that Elder Tang was school sister Tang's grandfather. Lin Fan sighed. He had only befriended Tang Yuzhou because he felt that this Tang Yuzhou was not simple and simply wanted to expand his network. How could he not have thought that Tang Yuzhou was Tang Ruobing's own grandfather? Dinner would have to wait a while, and a few people chatted away on the couch. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Don's mother, Li Simei, got up and went to open the door. Mom, I'm home. Only a boy's voice rang out as the villa opened. The boy was none other than Tang Ruobing's younger brother, Tang Yuxuan. Tang Yuxuan was 2 years younger than Tang Ruobing and was in his senior year of high school at this time. Xian, why are you back? Tang mother Li Simei looked at Tang Yuxuan suspiciously and asked, doesn't this miss you? Tang Yuxuan playfully stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Tang mother Li Simei. You child. Tang mother Li Simei glanced at Tang Yuxuan, her face full of doting. Come on, hurry up and get in the house. Don's mother, Li Simei, closed the door. Aha! Tang Yuxuan was relieved to see that he had tricked his mother into passing. He didn't find it fun to stay at school and sneaked back. It was because she was afraid that Tang mother Li Simei would find out that she came to Grandpa Tang Yuju's house to rub her nose in it. How could he not expect to meet Tang mother Li Simei here? Ha, sister too? What's with all the people? Who is this young man? He walked into the living room and was startled to see Tang Ruobing's trio. Why are they all gathered together? It's not like his dad's coming too, is it? He looked to his mother and asked suspiciously, what is this? Hearing her son Tang Yuxuan's question, Tang mother Li Simei smiled and said, a family banquet. A family dinner? Why don't I know? Am I your biological child or not? Tang Yuxuan was speechless for a moment in his heart. Tang's mother, Li Simei, saw the doubts in Tang's mind and hurriedly explained, it's not that you're in your senior year of high school, time is more precious, so I didn't notify you. Oh, Tang Yuxuan nodded and looked at Lin Fan. What's a stranger doing at a family dinner? This is your sister's classmate, Lin Fan. Tang mother Li Simei introduced herself to Tang Yuxuan. Lin Fan? How come I haven't heard sis mention it before? Tang Yuxuan muttered. He felt that Lin Fan must be Tang Ruobing's suitor. Tang mother Li Simei said to Lin Fan, my youngest son, Tang Yuxuan. Hello. Lin Fan gave a greeting. Tang Yuxuan nodded at Lin Fan as a form of greeting, not being very enthusiastic. Put down your backpack and sit next to Tang Yuzhou. Grandpa, I missed you so much, Tang Yuzhou said as he put his arm around Tang Yuzhou. Ha ha ha, Grandpa misses you too. Tang Yuzhou looked at Tang Yuxuan in front of him and said with a big smile, Grandpa, can you keep horses in this villa area? Tang Yuzhou froze when he heard Tang Yuxuan's question. A horse? He didn't understand what Tang Yuxuan meant. What horse breeding? He asked suspiciously. I was just passing Villa 1 when I heard a horse braying inside. You don't know? Tang Yuxuan explained. Tang Yuzhou heard the name of Villa 1 and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan unconsciously touched his nose. Can't a villa have horses? That, and I do have a pet horse. He answered truthfully. Wow, Senior Lin, you actually have a pet horse. Next to her, Tang Ruobing said in surprise. She had seen pet cats and pet dogs, but she had never seen a pet horse, and she was very curious. Aha, after dinner later, I can take senior sister Tang over to take a look. Seeing Tang Ruobing's face full of curiosity, Lin Fan said with a smile, you live in Villa 1? At this time, Tang Yuxuan looked at Lin Fan and asked, aha. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Yuxuan and nodded. Snap. What you're, no big deal. Call brother Fan. Next to him, Tang Yuzhou slapped Tang Yuxuan's brain. What's the big deal about living in Villa 1? Tang Yuxian muttered in his heart. He hated Lin Fan. If it wasn't for Lin Fan, how did he get slapped by Tang Yuzhou? Then I'll have to take a good look at what kind of pet horse Senior Lin's pet horse is? Tang Ruobing narrowed her eyes and smiled. Ding dong. The villa's doorbell rang again. Don's mother, Li Simei, got up and walked out of the living room to open the door. Open the door. Two men stood outside the door. One was Tang Ruobing's father, Tang Changyuan, and a young man. Hello, auntie, the young man said politely. And this is? Tang mother Li Simei looked at her husband Tang Changyuan suspiciously. Honey, this is Xiao Ming, Zhao Jinming, Tang Changyuan explained. Koto mine? Tang's mother, Li Simei, couldn't think of anything even after half a day's thought. My old friend's son, just recently returned from abroad. I just happened to run into him today, so I brought him back for a quick dinner, Tang Changyuan explained. Although Tang mother Li Simei didn't know why Tang Changyuan invited this Zhao Jinming to his home for dinner, but since she was here, she naturally couldn't kick the other party out. Come in. The three came into the living room. Tang Yuzhou frowned involuntarily when he saw his son suddenly bring back a young man. Dad, this is my best friend's son, who just returned home and happened to run into him, Tang Changyuan explained to his father. Tang Yuzhou didn't say anything and nodded. Hello, Grandpa Tang, Zhao Jinming greeted politely. Hello, Tang Yuzhou returned. Tang Changyuan's eyes were filled with doubt when he saw Lin Fan next to his daughter Tang Ruobing. And this is? Chapter 139. I should be able to help you with this. Tang mother Li Simei introduced. This is Bing Bing's classmate, Lin Fan. Fan, this is Bing Bing's father. Lin Fan hurriedly stood up and said politely. Hello Uncle Tang. Hello, Tang Changyuan said with a nod. He didn't understand why Lin Fan was here, and although there were questions in his mind, he didn't ask them. Tang Changyuan greeted Zhao Jinming and sat on the sofa. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing both continued to chat happily. Next to him, Zhao Jinming looked on with eyes full of jealousy. He deliberately went to Tang Changyuan just to find a chance to get close to Tang Ruobing. After his father showed him Tang Ruobing's picture, he fell in love with her at once. The Tang Ruobing he felt was the other half he was looking for. How could he allow Tang Ruobing to get close to another man? At this moment, he was about to explode with anger in his heart. Tang Yuzhou saw that his son Tang Changyuan's face had been ugly since he entered the door. Opening his mouth, he asked. The company encountered the question? He has let go of the company, but after all, Tang Changyuan is his son. He cannot look at his son every day sad face. Tang Changyuan sighed and said slowly, I'm going to increase the number of laying grounds locally, and I've encountered some problems. Tang Yuzhou knew that Tang Changyuan was thinking of expanding his local share, something he was aware of. He nodded. The plan was to rent 2 more venues at Century Mall in Willow City, but something went wrong. Tang Changyuan continued. What asked? Tang Yuzhou asked curiously. Willowtown Century Mall rental venue. This is an important part of expanding your local share. Willow City Century Mall is one of the most crowded local shopping centers in Willow City. If this is not able to lay enough goods, it will certainly very much affect the local market share of Lucheng. I don't know how the news leaked out, but the Wu family is actually expanding their laying grounds as well. A relative of the Qi Wu family works as a vice president in the Century Mall in Willow City. There are now only 2 spare venues left at Century Mall in Willow City. With this meddling by the Wu family, it's going to be hard for us to rent those 2 spare venues. Tang Changyuan shook his head helplessly. The Wu family was one of their Tang family's competitors, and they didn't know where they got the news that they were expanding their venue. The Wu family followed suit and expanded their venue, which was a problem. He didn't know the executives of the Century Mall in Willow City at all. Although he was the head of a $10 billion enterprise, the other Willow City Century Mall, as one of the most influential shopping centers in Willow City, did not give him face at all. It is said that the boss behind this Willow City Century Mall is very mysterious, basically no longer showing up in public. He just couldn't find his boss even if he wanted to. Now he is very distressed. If this Willow City Century Mall store cannot be carried out smoothly, then his plan may have to be stillborn. He was very upset. But what could he do if he was upset? He looked for a few friends, but no one knew who the mysterious owner of the Century Mall in Willow City belonged to. Has the Wu family signed the contract already? Tang Yuzhou asked in a deep voice. That's not true, but it should be soon, Tang Changyuan said with a sigh. At this time, Zhao Jinming, who was next to him, saw a light in his eyes. He felt an opportunity coming on. He meets a tycoon on his cruise back home, rumored to be the owner of the Century Mall in Willow City. At that time, he asked for the other person's contact information in a deadpan manner. I didn't expect to use it now. A smug smile instantly appeared on his face as he glanced at Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing next to him. He wanted to let Tang Ruobing know who was the one who could truly help the Tang family, who was the best companion for her. It doesn't do any good to look good as a white boy. It's the connections, the ability that counts. Uncle Tang, if it's renting space in the Century Mall in Willow City, maybe I can help. Zhao Jinming stood up and said with a smile on his face. At that moment, Tang Ruobing, who was next to her, looked curiously at Zhao Zhenming. Can Zhao Zhenming really help with something that even her father can't do anything about? She somewhat wondered if this Zhao Zhenming was saying this on purpose to get her attention. She noticed that this Zhao Zhenming always looked at her intentionally or unintentionally when she entered the room, making her very disgusted. When Tang Changyuan heard Zhao Zhenming's words, he was immediately delighted and asked excitedly, "Xiao Ming, do you really have a solution? When I was back home, I happened to meet the owner of the Century Mall in Willow City on a cruise ship. When we were parting, we exchanged contact information." Zhao Zhenming said with a pretense of modesty. Of course he wouldn't say that he had asked for it from someone in a deadbeat. That would be too faceless. When he saw Tang Ruobing looking at him, he was extremely pleased in his heart. It was all coming together as he wanted it to, step by step. Just let Tang Ruobing see that the problem Tang Changyuan couldn't even solve. He gave an easy solution. Then, won't you still admire him and take the initiative to add his contact information when the time comes? Hey! The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became in his mind. Glancing at the scowling Lin Fan next to him, a pang of disdain ran through his heart. Heck, it's no use for a bimbo to just look good. He didn't even put Lin Fan in his eyes now. He didn't feel like he was on the same level as Lin Fan. Lin Fan frowned slightly when he heard Zhao Zhenming's words. When had he seen this Zhao Zhenming on a cruise ship? Also, he hasn't been on a cruise lately. This puzzled him greatly. When Tang Changyuan heard Zhao Zhenming's words, he hurriedly said, "Xiao Ming, since you know the owner of the Century Mall in Luchang, can you introduce him to Uncle? Uncle Tang. Since I said it, naturally I did it to help you solve your problem. I'll call the owner of Century Mall in Willow City." Zhao Zhenming patted his chest and said. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and found a number to dial. Soon the call was answered. "Mr. Qin, this is Xiao Ming." Xiao Ming? Obviously the general manager Qin on the other end of the phone didn't even remember who this Xiao Ming was. "What's the matter with you, Mr. Qin? One of my uncles wants to rent 2 venues in the Century Mall in Luchang," Zhao Zhenming said with a flattering face. "The grounds of the Century Mall in Willow City? I'm sold on the Century Mall in Willow City." Mr. Qin over there directly hung up the phone after saying that. Zhao Zhenming was directly dumbfounded when he heard Mr. Qin's words. Mr. Qin actually sold the Century Mall in Willow City. Because the room was quiet, the sound of the phone was heard in all ears. Ugh, it's true. Next to him, Tang Changyuan shook his head and said, Zhao Zhenming looked at Tang Changyuan, not understanding what Tang Changyuan meant. The rumor in the grapevine is that the Century Mall in Willow City has a new owner. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true. That's a mall worth $3 billion. I really don't know what kind of person is so financially powerful to directly buy Willow City Century Mall, Tang Changyuan exclaimed. That's $3 billion, not 30, even if he, the head of a $10 billion corporation, could come up with $300 million, it would be good. I really don't know what kind of tycoon can come up with $3 billion. Cough cough. Lin Fan coughed lightly. He couldn't keep his mouth shut at this point. He was kind enough to invite him to dinner, so if he stood by and did nothing, it would be a bit of a statement. This matter is just a matter of words for him. Elder Tang, I should be able to help in this matter. The crowd looked at Lin Fan in unison. Chapter 140, 2 venues leased directly to Tang's group. When the crowd heard Lin Fan's words, they all looked at him. Sailor, do you really have an idea? Tang Yuzhou asked in a deep voice. He had a gut feeling that Lin Fan could really solve this problem. Lin Fan nodded. I'll make a call. He took out his cell phone and found a number to dial. Tang Changyuan looked at Lin Fan. How could he not believe that Lin Fan could solve the problem of renting a venue? After all, Lin Fan looked too young. But since Lin Fan wanted to help, he wouldn't say anything. It was a good intention after all. Zhao Zhenming was full of disdain when he heard Lin Fan say that he could solve the problem of the venue. He didn't believe Lin Fan could solve this problem. Even he and Tang Changyuan didn't know who the new boss was. He didn't believe that the little white boy Lin Fan would know. It's going to be hard to fix this without finding a new boss. Even if you find the general manager of the current Century Mall in Willow City, it may not work. After all, a relative of the Wu family is a vice president. He felt that Lin Fan was thinking of getting Tang Ruobing's attention before he deliberately said that. He thinks Lin Fan is just looking at the fact that everyone can't find a new boss, and when the time comes that he can't do it, he'll just push it onto the fact that he can't find a new boss. Although Lin Fan didn't accomplish anything at that time, Tang Ruobing would definitely be grateful to Lin Fan in her heart. In this way Lin Fan's purpose was achieved. What a shady kid. Let's see how I'll dismantle you later, he thought viciously in his mind. He was ready to watch the show first. A moment later, he exposed Lin Fan's tricks and made a public spectacle of Lin Fan. When the time came, he made Lin Fan no longer have the face to stay here. Tang Yuxuan looked at Lin Fan with doubt in his eyes. Can this kid really solve a problem that his father couldn't even solve? How is that possible? Tang Changyuan was omnipotent in his mind. And he didn't believe Lin Fan could do anything that even Tang Changyuan couldn't do. So much of a poser. And you want to chase my sister? Ugh. I must have a good talk with my sister and tell her to stay away from this pretender. He spat in his mind. He felt that at this moment, Lin Fan was just pretending in front of his sister, trying to win her favor. Tang Ruobing's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan, who was preparing to make a call. She thought Lin Fan might actually be able to solve this problem. Although she hadn't spent much time with Lin Fan, she had never seen him talk big before. He felt that Lin Fan was someone who said one thing and wouldn't talk big for no reason. She was now a little curious as to how exactly Lin Fan would help his father with this dilemma. Could it be that schoolmate Lin really knew the new owner of the Century Mall in Lucheng? It's not out of the realm of possibility. After all, schoolboy Lin's origins were somewhat mysterious. The key, schoolboy Lin, is also very low-key. So understated that anyone would think he was just a regular guy. Can you contact the new owner? Anticipation began to build in her mind. Lin Fan's call was quickly answered. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Boss, the two venues in the Century Mall in Willow City are directly leased to the Tang Group, Lin Fan said in a deep voice, not babbling and cutting straight to the chase. The person he was calling at this time was none other than Fancy Wei, the general manager of the Century Mall in Willow City. He had a big problem in his mind with Fan Shaw. It was clearly Tang Chang who originally approached Willow City Century Mall for the rental of the venue. Just because the Wu family has a vice president at Century Mall in Willow City, it makes it impossible for Tang Changwan to rent a venue. He feels that this Fan Shaw GM is inactive. He is ready to have time to go to the Century Mall in Lucheng to take a trip to meet this Fancy Wei, to see if he wants to replace the general manager of Fancy Wei. He hung up the phone straight after that. He knew that Fan Shaw knew what to do as long as he wasn't stupid. The general manager's office on the top floor of the Century Mall in Willow City. Fancy Wei was directly startled when he suddenly received Lin Fan's order. This Don's group renting the venue. He knew about it. It was only because the vice president, Wu Yongqiang, had gotten through to him to leave the two venues to the Wu family. He sold Wu Yongqiang a face for what he felt was just two venues, so Tang Changyuan approached him several times, but he avoided him. Now it seems that this Tang Changyuan's hand is in the right place, and he has found his way to the new boss. The key also convinced the new boss. Old Wu, it's not that I won't help you, now that the boss has spoken. I'm on my own. You're on your own. He laughed bitterly in his mind. He heard Lin Fan's anger over the phone. If this matter is not resolved well, if it doesn't satisfy Lin Fan, he'll be ready to roll up his sleeves and leave. He picked up the landline next to him, ready to call his secretary and ask him to bring Tang Changyuan's phone number to him. He was just about to dial the number when he quickly put the phone down again and got right up, heading outside. He thought it would be better for him to ask the secretary for it himself. It would also save some time. He didn't want to keep Lin Fan waiting. If this is a good job, I might even be able to keep my current position. He quickly exited the office and found the secretary. Tell the secretary to hurry up and find Tang Changwan's phone number. When the crowd heard Lin Fan call, they said something and all looked at Lin Fan. That's it? Tang Yuzhou looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes, secretly shaking his head in his heart. It seemed that he had overestimated Lin Fan. Tang Changyuan looked at Lin Fan with a bitter smile on his face. He had just fantasized that maybe Lin Fan really did have a way to help him with this problem. Now it really seems like he was delusional. Tang Yuxuan skimmed his lips. Sure is a pretender. He spat in his mind. Zhao Xinming almost didn't burst out laughing when he heard the content of Lin Fan's call. There was no need for him to even expose Lin Fan now. No one in the group believed that Lin Fan could solve the problem with such a sentence. He was now very pleased with himself, and in his heart, he was even more certain that Lin Fan was pretending. The key to this level is not very good. Make it obvious at first glance. He unconsciously looked at Tang Ruobing next to him. He wanted to see Tang Ruobing's disappointed expression towards Lin Fan. At this time, Tang Ruobing didn't have any disappointed expression on her face. Instead, she had expectations. How is this not what he thought it would be? Hasn't Tang Ruobing reacted yet? Definitely. He believes that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Waiting for a while, he was going to ask Lin Fan when he had news. Expose Lin Fan's lies to his face. By then, Tang Ruobing would not be disappointed. Isn't this his chance? The more he thought about it in his mind, the more excited he became. He was somewhat grateful to Lin Fan at this point. If it wasn't for Lin Fan pretending to be a pussy, he wouldn't have had such a good chance to get close to Tang Ruobing. He was very pleased in his heart. At that moment, a phone rang. Tang Changyuan frowned slightly, not understanding who was calling him at this time. Still, he took out his cell phone and slid the answer button. Hello, which one? He asked in a hushed voice. Hello, is this Mr. Tang Changyuan Tang? I'm Fancy Wei from Century Mall in Willow City. Vancewell on the other end of the phone said politely. You can't be polite. This is the guy who can hire the new boss. Fancy Wei? Tang Chunyuan muttered, not reacting at first. He thought of something, snapped his eyes wide open, stood up directly, and asked excitedly, "Are you Mr. Fan of the Century Mall in Willow City?" It's me, Fan Siwei said hurriedly. When the crowd heard that the call was actually from Fan Siwei, the general manager of the Century Mall in Willow City, they all held their breath and their eyes opened wide. Chapter 141, Mr. Tang, you really love to joke. I wonder if Mr. Fan is calling me? A possibility came to Tang Chunyuan's mind, and he unconsciously glanced at Lin Fan, who was sitting next to him. I wonder if Mr. Tang has time this afternoon? I want to sign the contract for those 2 venues with Mr. Tang. Fan Siwei opened his mouth and asked directly, what? Mr. Fan, you mean signing the contract for those 2 venues? You're not kidding, Mr. Fan, are you? When Tang Chunyuan heard that Fan Siwei actually asked him to sign the contract in the afternoon, he was shocked and asked loudly, Mr. Tang, how dare I joke with you? If I wasn't afraid of interrupting your dinner, I could sign it now. Fan Siwei hurriedly explained. He had a bitter laugh in his heart. How could he dare to joke at this point? This was Lin Fan's order, and he couldn't wait to sign the contract now to make Lin Fan happy. Now that the contract has not been signed, he is also in a state of confusion in his mind, fearing that Lin Fan will not be satisfied with the efficiency of his work. When Tang Chunyuan heard Fan Siwei's words, he was thoroughly convinced that Fan Siwei wasn't joking with him. Mr. Fan, I'll look for you to sign the contract in the afternoon during office hours, he said hurriedly. He felt that happiness had come too suddenly, smashed him out of his mind. He's gone to a lot of trouble for these 2 venues. Now that it was suddenly solved, how could he not be excited? Well then, I'm waiting for Mr. Tang in my office. Fan Siwei on the other end of the phone said with a smile. Fan Siwei was also in a good mood when he heard that Tang Chunyuan had come to the office to sign the contract in the afternoon. He was really afraid that Tang Chunyuan would say he didn't have time to come back and sign in a few days. It would be really hard to explain to Lin Fan. Would Lin Fan doubt his ability to do his job at that time? Now that Lin Fan had asked, he would also have an explanation. Mr. Fan. Tang Chunyuan stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. What else is going on with Mr. Tang? Fan Siwei asked suspiciously. He listened to Tang Chunyuan's tone as if there was something else. Tang Chunyuan pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Fan, I wonder who made you change your mind about renting these 2 venues to me? He was curious to know if Lin Fan had found someone to help him with this problem or not. It would be a little embarrassing if people helped with this dilemma and didn't know who did the favor. You're a real joker. Mr. Tang, why didn't you say earlier that you knew our new boss? If you had said earlier there wouldn't have been so many misunderstandings, Fanshawe said with a bitter smile as he shook his head on the other end of the phone. Getting to know the new boss? How come I didn't know I knew your new boss? He was very puzzled in his mind. But from Fan Siwei's words he also heard out, is the new boss has sent word, which let the other party to find their own contract. Mr. Fan, I wonder what your new boss is called? He decided to ask anyway. He was a little scratchy right now with this new boss and it was making it very hard on his mind. Don didn't realize you were so jovial. Our new boss is Lin Fan. Mr. Tang, this time you are satisfied. Don't forget to come and sign the contract in the afternoon. I have to hang up now. Fan Siwei thought Tang Chunyuan was deliberately joking with him. That's fine. You get busy first. Tang Chunyuan said carelessly. Lin Fan? Why does that name sound familiar? It seemed like he'd heard it somewhere before, and for a moment he couldn't remember. Lamb. Sale. Could it be? He looked at Lin Fan with a surprised expression and asked with some stuttering. Your name is Lin Fan? Lin Fan nodded when he heard Tang Chunyuan's question. Just now when Tang Motherly Sime introduced him, she said his name. I don't know why this Tang Chunyuan suddenly asked again. How was he to know that just now when Tang Motherly Sime introduced him? Tang Chunyuan didn't care about Lin Fan's name at all. You are the new owner of the Century Mall in Willow City? Tang Chunyuan asked hurriedly. I did just acquire the Willow City Century Mall a few days ago. Lin Fan nodded and said indifferently. Since he had agreed to help, there was no need to hide the fact that he was the owner of the Century Mall in Willow City. Although Tang Chunyuan had such a guess in his mind, he was still shocked to hear Lin Fan's affirmative reply. His mouth was wide open at this moment, and his eyes were as wide as bronze bells. How could he not expect his daughter's classmate to be the new owner of the Century Mall in Willow City, which he had searched so hard for? That's too hard to believe. Lin Fan looks about the same age as his own daughter. But who would have thought that Lin Fan was now the owner of the $3 billion Willow City Century Mall? This is incredible. I'm afraid this Lin Fan's background is very scary. How else could Lin Fan at his age easily come up with $3 billion to buy the Century Mall in Luchang? He had to marvel at the fact that it was still the old man's ruthless vision. He had secretly asked his wife, but this Lin Fan was not invited by his daughter at all, but by his father, Tang Yujo. It was evident that his own father had discovered Lin Fan's extraordinary features long ago. I'm not even close to my father. At the very least, it's a very long way off in terms of looking at people. It's okay, it's okay. Luckily, he hadn't given Lin Fan any bad impressions just now. He was secretly glad. When Tang Yujo heard his son's words, his heart was also shocked, but it was quickly released. Like Lin Fan casually taking out the second generation of De Hong robe to entertain his guests, one could tell that Lin Fan came from an extraordinary background. The background is bound to be big and scary. Being able to buy the Century Mall in Willow City doesn't seem to be a difficult task. I really don't know what kind of family produces such an outstanding young man, he sighed in his mind. Tang motherly Sime looked at Lin Fan in front of her, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked in her heart, the more satisfied she became. Tang Yuxuan looked at Lin Fan with a face full of surprise. He hadn't thought that this Lin Fan wasn't pretending, but was really powerful. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan, her eyes full of excitement. Sure enough, I knew schoolboy Lin wouldn't talk big. She was very happy in her heart, as if it was she who had solved his father's troubles. Zhao Zhenming was instantly confused when he heard that Lin Fan was the new owner of the Century Mall in Luchang. He looked at Lin Fan with a face full of shock, his mouth wide open as if he was able to put in an egg. This? How is that possible? How could Lin Fan be the new owner of Century Mall in Willow City? But the facts were in front of him and he couldn't believe them. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. He was also prepared to expose Lin Fan's lies and make a fool out of him. Nowadays it looks like you're just a jumped-up clown. He felt his face burning. It was like being slapped hard. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. He was very lost in his mind at the moment. He felt like he was nothing compared to Lin Fan. At this time, Auntie Wang came out from the kitchen. Old Mr. Tang, it's time to eat. Good. Ha ha ha. Now that the matter has been settled, everyone hurry up and go eat. Tang Yujo stood up and said with a big smile. It was evident that he was in a very good mood at the moment. Chapter 142, Why don't you come to my place? The group headed toward the restaurant. During the meal, Tang motherly Sime deliberately put Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing next to each other. This way the two can chat to increase their relationship. Tang Chanyuan naturally saw Tang motherly Sime's meaning and didn't stop it. Lin Fan had done him a great favor today, and he couldn't be bothered to speak out to stop him. He was very pleased with Lin Fan's performance. His demeanor and speech were very decent. What's more, he felt in his heart that it was not bad to have an awesome son-in-law like Lin Fan. Lin Fan had a very pleasant meal, but some of them are like chewing wax, tasteless. Zhao Zhenming completely transformed into a small transparency in one meal. If not, Tang Chanyuan could not even feel his presence if he occasionally spoke to him. His meal was beyond heartbreaking. The heart felt very aggrieved. Obviously he was also the pride of heaven. How did he fall to the point where he wasn't even a green leaf? It simply became a weed. The one on the side of the road that no one gave a second glance to. He was aggrieved and wanted to cry out. This was too much bullying. He wanted to turn away, but he didn't have the courage. After all, he still had to give face to Tang Chanyuan. A meal finally finished. A long sigh of relief washed over him. The meal was just too long for him. It made him really feel like a day in his life. Good thing it's finally over now. The crowd finished eating and came into the living room. Zhao Zhenming said to Tang Chanyuan, Uncle Tang, I still have things to do, so I'll go back first. Tang Chanyuan wanted to stay, but when he thought of the scene of the meal just now, he secretly sighed. Forget it. That's fine. Come visit often sometime. He nodded and patted Zhao Zhenming's shoulder. Okay. Zhao Zhenming barely had a smile on his face. Only that smile was so ugly. It's almost better than crying. Zhao Zhenming nodded to the others and turned to leave at a quick pace. He was not going to stay here for a second. He just wanted to get the hell out of there. He felt that this place was scarier than a dragon's den. Brother Lin, can I go see your pet horse? Tang Yuxuan's address changed after a meal. After all, Lin Fan was really powerful, and he wasn't stupid. There were only benefits and no harm in knowing a powerful character. Not to mention that Lin Fan could potentially become his own brother-in-law in the future. Relationships still need to be good. He was very curious in his heart at this moment as to what Lin Fan's pet horse was like. He was passing by the Haitian No.1 villa when he heard the horse's cry and was startled. That voice is simply wonderful. Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing and asked with a smile, Senior sister Tang, why don't you go sit at my place? Tang Ruobing had not yet spoken. At this time, next to Tang's mother, Li Sime, spoke up, of course it's good. These days Bing Bing has been bored out of her mind at home. It's just as well. Now that her feet are healed, she can skate around for a break. After she finished speaking, she pushed Tang Ruobing towards the door. Tang Ruobing glanced at her mother, muttering in her heart, am I still your daughter or not? But she was also curious about what Lin Fan's house was like. Is it very dirty like on TV? After all, she was under the impression that boys threw things around when they lived by themselves. Elder Tang, Uncle Tang, Auntie, we'll leave first. Lin Fan politely said goodbye to the three. Ha ha ha, go ahead, Tang Yujo said with a big smile. He was also very satisfied with Lin Fan. Thinks Lin Fan is a good granddaughter-in-law. Tang Changyuan and Tang Motherly Sime nodded. Lin Fan and the three of them left Tang Yujo's house and arrived at Villa 1. Lin Fan flicked the switch to open the door. Senior sister Tang, please. Lin Fan smiled at Tang Ruobing. When Tang Ruobing saw Lin Fan's quirky appearance, she gave Lin Fan a blank look. The three had just walked into the villa. A white stallion was seen galloping through the yard. Tang Ruobing looked at the large horse galloping in front of him. Is this the pet horse? This pet horse is too big. But this pet horse has such a beautiful white coat. Tang Yuxuan froze directly as he looked at the galloping Sweatblood BMW. It's just that the horse is so beautiful and majestic. This is not a mortal horse. This is a heavenly horse. The Sweatblood BMW realized that Lin Fan had returned. A horse called. Happily, she ran to Lin Fan and rubbed her head against Lin Fan's body. Tang Ruobing looked at the sweat-blooded horse in front of her and wanted to go up and touch it, but she held back. Brother Lin, what kind of horse is this? Tang Yuxuan, who was next to him, came forward and asked suspiciously. He thought the horse was too majestic and beautiful, asked for the breed, and he went home and asked his dad to buy me one as well. Riding a horse like that is definitely awesome enough. He fantasized about riding on such a horse and looking smugly at the crowd casting admiring glances. Thinking about this scene, he unconsciously had a smug smile on his face. This one is an extreme Sweatblood BMW. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Yuxuan and said truthfully, there's nothing to hide about this one either. Senior Lin, can I touch it? Next to her, Tang Ruobing bit her lip and looked at Lin Fan. In her heart, she really wanted to pet the sweat-blooded horse too much. Of course, Lin Fan looked at the expectant Tang Ruobing and said with a smile. He couldn't help but sigh. This Sweatblood BMW's attraction to girls was just too great. He grabbed Tang Ruobing's arm and was about to go up to pet the Sweatblood BMW. Ah, Tang Yuxuan, who was next to him, suddenly exclaimed. Tang Ruobing was instantly startled. Tang Yuxuan, what are you ghosting about? Tang Ruobing looked at Tang Yuxuan and said viciously. I really don't know what this brother of his is mad about again. It's not enough to be mad at home, but to come to schoolboy Lin's house to be mad. It's so annoying. What a shame, she muttered in her mind. Tang Yuxuan couldn't even speak well enough to say a complete sentence. It was really too much of a shock inside him. He had just taken out his cell phone to check the price of an extreme sweat-blood BMW. It's a shock not to find out. An ordinary sweat-blooded BMW was worth $100 million alone, while the very best sweat-blooded BMW was surprisingly as high as $200 million. This is outrageous. He laughed inwardly for a moment. And he had just wanted his old man to buy him a superb sweat-blooded horse. It's just a regular sweat-blooded horse that his old man wouldn't buy for him. That's $100 million, not 100. If he dared to mention it, his father would probably be so angry that he would break his legs. Defeat, just too much defeat. He was all still groggy at this point. I can't believe someone actually paid $200 million for a horse. The key to this one was right next to him. It's so ho-hum. This? Humph. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, let's see how I'm going to clean you up when I get home. Tang Ruobing narrowed her eyes and looked at Tang Yuxuan with a dangerous expression. When Tang Yuxuan saw Tang Ruobing's eyes, he was startled and his neck shrank. The one he was most afraid of in this family was his sister, Tang Ruobing. He knew this expression was Tang Ruobing getting really angry. He took a deep breath and hurried to explain. This extreme sweat-blood BMW is as high as $200 million. Tang Ruobing, whose face was filled with anger, instantly froze when she heard Tang Yuxuan's words. Chapter 143, What's the matter with schoolmate Lin? Tang Ruobing was shocked as she looked at the beautiful sweat-blooded horse in front of her. The small mouth was wide open and the beautiful eyes were round. How could she not have thought that this beautiful sweat-blooded horse was worth $200 million? How is that possible? This sweat-blood horse costs $200 million? Oh my god, is this sweat-blood BMW made of gold? It's literally worth more than gold. This is too hard to believe. Schoolboy Lin actually keeps a $200 million sweat-blooded horse as a pet. She'd seen noble women with a pet dog that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars and felt pretty incredible. Keep 200 million pet horses. She didn't even know how to describe Lin Fan nowadays. This can no longer be described as plain old trenchant. It's simply trenchless. She looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes. Schoolboy Lin was like a mist that one couldn't see through. Versatility. Plain and simple. Simply a treasure boy. And not just any treasure boy, but a super huge treasure boy. Sister Tang? Lin Fan saw Tang Ruobing dazed and called out. Ah, what's the matter with schoolmate Lin? When Tang Ruobing heard Lin Fan's words, she instantly woke up and blurted out. Aha? Lin Fan was asked. The mind was a little speechless. Aren't you the one who wanted to touch the sweat-blood BMW? How's that for asking me what's up? He spat in his mind. Sister Tang, do you still want to touch the sweat-blood BMW? He asked, pointing to the sweaty horse next to him. Ah, I'm sorry, schoolmate Lin, Tang Ruobing said with embarrassment. She had just been so shocked that she had forgotten about touching the sweat-blood BMW. Of course, she followed up. Lin Fan re-grabbed Tang Ruobing's wrist. Just now, Tang Ruobing was so frightened by Tang Yuxuan's shout that her hand shrunk back. Aha, MS. Tang's skin is really good. Smooth hands. The most intuitive feeling. He didn't really have any other ideas. He was simply being truthful. Tang Ruobing stroked the fur of the sweat-blood BMW, eyes wide open. The hair on this sweaty horse is so smooth. A few moments later, Tang Ruobing said fondly, alright, Senior Lin. Seeing Tang Ruobing's appearance, Lin Fan smiled and asked, Senior Sister Tang, do you want to go up and ride this sweat-blooded horse? He pointed at the back of the sweat-blood BMW's horse and looked at Tang Ruobing. Can I get up there and ride? When Tang Ruobing heard Lin Fan's words, her eyes instantly went round with surprise as she asked. She also wanted to feel what it was like to sit on such a tall horse. But is it really possible to sit on such a tall horse? Of course, Lin Fan said with a smile. He could tell from Tang Ruobing's eyes that it was a great desire to go up and sit on the back of the sweat-blood BMW's horse. He didn't wait for Tang Ruobing to reply, stretching out his arm and directly wrapping it around Tang Ruobing's small waist. Tang Ruobing was instantly picked up by him. He jumped upward with all his might and did a flip. He and Tang Ruobing then sat on the back of the horse. Ah! Tang Ruobing yelped in shock at Lin Fan's actions. She found herself surprised to be sitting on the back of a horse. This? She looked at the horse's head in front of her with incredulity. It's that easy to come up? She saw other people get on their horses and have to prepare a lot of things. But when it comes to schoolmate Lin, how come it's so easy? But quickly put all those doubts behind him. She was very excited now. It's so nice to sit on a horse. She had never thought of learning to ride a horse before. After all, she thought horseback riding was a very dangerous thing. Sitting on a horse nowadays really makes you realize why so many people love to learn how to ride. The feeling is just fantastic. Tang Yuxuan was instantly dumbfounded when he saw that Lin Fan had actually hugged Tang Ruobing and sat directly on the back of the horse. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. He looked at Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing on the horseback in shock. Is this still her own high-strung sister? How could you allow a man to hug her? The key is not resisting at all. Nope. At this moment, Tang Ruobing on horseback was filled with excitement. This? How is that possible? This is unbelievable. Even if Lin Fan will become my brother-in-law in the future, it shouldn't be so soon, right? I just wanted to simply look at the sweat-blood BMW. Why are you eating dog food? Dog food is just awful. But if Lin Fan really becomes my brother-in-law, isn't it true that I can ride this sweaty blood horse as I please? He was very excited at the thought. It would be nice to sit on a horse and make a little video. Circle of friends in one post. Hey, I'm still envious of those sons of ES. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He can't wait to ride and make videos. But he also knew that this was his sister Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan's time for two. The dog food was hard to eat, but the little video of the shoot in the back was unbelievably flavorful. He held back the hard feelings in his heart and waited for his sister Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan to get down from their horses. Why aren't you coming down? He looked at Lin Fan and his sister Tang Ruobing on the horseback with a puzzled face. Sister Tang, would you like to gallop a little? Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing in his arms and asked with a smile. May I? When Tang Ruobing heard Lin Fan's question, she turned her head and asked in surprise. She sat on the back of the horse, always feeling like something was still missing. Hearing Lin Fan say this, she realized that what was missing was that feeling of galloping. Senior Sister Tang, sit tight. I'll take you around twice. Lin Fan turned to Tang Ruobing and said with a smile. When he finished, his legs clamped down on the horse's belly. Giddy up. At once the sweat-blooded horse ran before Tang Ruobing could react. It was fortunate that Lin Fan had his arm around her, or she would have inevitably been thrown off the horse. She saw that the sweat-blood BMW actually ran suddenly and screamed in terror. Sister Tang, stop screaming. My eardrums are about to burst from you, Lin Fan said aloud with a smile. When Tang Ruobing heard Lin Fan's words, her heart, which had just been tense, suddenly felt much better. Miraculously, she found her nervous heart slowly calming down. She felt that with Lin Fan by her side, she wasn't scared at all. She was beginning to enjoy the feeling of galloping. The sound of the wind kept ringing in his ears. It was as if she couldn't feel the passage of time. 2 laps later, phew, as Lin Fan's voice fell, the sweat-blood BMW slowly stopped. Lin Fan jumped first with a flip. Immediately after that, he helped Tang Ruobing off his horse. How do you feel, Sister Tang? Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing, whose small face was red, and asked with a smile. It feels really good. I didn't realize it felt like this to gallop a horse. Tang Ruobing said with a face full of excitement. A feeling of not having enough to do. When Lin Fan saw Tang Ruobing's appearance, he secretly sighed. I didn't think that school sister Tang would like horseback riding so much. The yard is a bit small, and the sweatbloods can't run at all. When we have the opportunity in the future, we can find a professional horse farm to run. Lin Fan said with a smile. Really? That's great, Tang Ruobing said excitedly. Chapter 144, Why are you standing there giggling? That, can I interrupt? Tang Yuxuan, who was next to him, saw his sister Tang Ruobing chatting endlessly with Lin Fan one after another, and carefully interrupted with a voice. Hearing Tang Yuxuan's voice, Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan both turned back to look at Tang Yuxuan. Tang Yuxuan gulped. Brother-in-law, can you let me ride the Sweatblood BMW as well? Seeing the two staring at him, Tang Yuxuan was too nervous and spoke the epithet directly from his heart. Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard Tang Yuxuan call him brother-in-law. When Tang Ruobing heard Tang Yuxuan actually call Lin Fan her brother-in-law, she said viciously, Tang Yuxuan, what are you talking nonsense about? She stole a glance at Lin Fan next to her and realized that there was no change on Lin Fan's face. With a sigh of relief in her heart, she was still really afraid that Lin Fan would misunderstand something. Though there was something in her heart that didn't dislike Lin Fan, and she had a good time with him, but she wasn't sure if that counted as liking someone. Aha! Seeing that look in Tang Ruobing's eyes, Tang Yuxuan also knew that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly changed his words. Brother Fan, can I ride this horse? He felt that calling Brother Fan was a bit more intimate than Brother Lin. Do you know horsemanship? Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked. He wouldn't mind letting Don ride a sweaty horse for a bit. There was no resistance in his heart when he straddled Tang Ruobing and galloped his horse. After all, Tang Ruobing was a beautiful woman, but for him to put his arms around Tang Yuxian and gallop his horse, he really couldn't get down. A big man with his arm around another big man steering a horse. The thought of the image made him shiver. Equestrian? This? Brother Fan, I don't know horsemanship. Tang Yuxuan had some loss in his eyes. Suddenly something came to mind that made him light up. Fan, you can hug me like you hugged my sister. I don't mind, he said excitedly. Just try to keep Lin Fan out of it when you make the little video. I'm such a big smart ass. He was very pleased in his heart. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Yuxuan and felt his heart flutter. You don't mind. I do. He spat in his mind. He mused. I can let you sit on the horse. He thought about it for a moment, and there was only so far he could go. He would never agree to let him put his arms around Tang Yuxian and steer his horse. He's afraid to run halfway and throw up. Yes, of course. Tang Yuxuan's eyes showed excitement when he heard that Lin Fan could let him sit on the horse by himself. He didn't have to gallop, just be able to sit on a horse and make a little video. He just wanted to show off to his classmates. Lin Fan stepped forward and stroked the Sweatblood BMW, soothing it. Bring that stool over here. Lin Fan pointed to a stool in the yard and said. Tang Yuxuan hurriedly and quickly moved the stool over, put it next to the sweatshop. It took a lot of effort to finally sit on the horse. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to Tang Ruobing next to him with a face full of excitement, saying, Sister, hurry up and record a little video for me. Tang Ruobing glanced at Tang Yuxuan and took out her cell phone to start recording a video for Tang Yuxuan. Alright. Tang Ruobing recorded the video and said to Tang Yuxuan on horseback. Tang Yuxuan couldn't wait to get off his horse when he heard Tang Ruobing's voice. One anxious, almost fell right off the top. Luckily Lin Fan was beside him. Tang Yuxuan said gratefully, Thank you Brother Fan. After saying that, he walked quickly towards Tang Ruobing, watching the small video that Tang Ruobing had given. It's very satisfying. There was a happy smile on his face. Quickly put together a small video for editing. Circle of friends. Posted. Watch the little video of the successful release. Sons of dogs, go ahead and envy. He was very pleased in his heart. That fast? Just see the likes and comments appear below the little video posted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of horse is Tang Yuxuan? It's too beautiful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tang Yuxuan, you run your own horse ranch to play. Also do not bring brothers. Really not enough. Che, what's wrong with that? Isn't it just an ordinary horse? My brother-in-law is taking me to the horse farm on Saturday, and I'll pick out one even prettier than this one then. Pang Shangzi, can you stop pretending? Do you know what kind of horse this is? An ordinary horse. It's scary to be uneducated. Seeing that Pang Shangzi was actually pretending, Tang Yuxuan directly replied. The two of them, he and Pang Shangzi, didn't get along in school. Pang Shangzi often bragged about what a great brother-in-law he had. Today his brother-in-law bought him this, and tomorrow his brother-in-law is taking him somewhere. Anyway, just bragging every day that his brother-in-law is awesome. It just looks rather ordinary. Pang Shangzi's mouth was stiff. He naturally wouldn't admit that Tang Yuxuan's horse looked good. How could he allow someone else to overpower him, let alone the incongruous Tang Yuxuan? You're really good when you refer to an extremely fine sweat-blooded horse as an ordinary horse. It doesn't matter if you're uneducated. Can't you even use a cell phone? Tang Yuxuan commented with a cold smile. Humph. I'd like to see what's so great about this extreme sweat-blood BMW. I'll ask my brother-in-law to buy me a horse that's even better than the very best sweat-blooded BMW. Make a video. Envy you to death. And let you have your way. Pancha muttered in a small voice. Disconcerted. He took out his cell phone and looked it up. When he saw the results of the check, he was instantly dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open in shock and his eyes were rolling. This? How is that possible? The best sweat-blooded horse costs $200 million? He thinks it's just a horse, and it's only a few thousand or $10,000. How could he not have thought that the extreme sweat-blood BMW would be as high as $200 million? He felt a flash of fire on his face, like being slapped hard. He had just gone so far as to ask his brother-in-law to buy a horse that was even more powerful than the sweat-blood BMW. It wasn't true that his brother-in-law's family had some money, but spending $200 million on a horse, unless his brother-in-law was crazy. He felt a pang in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Tang Yuxuan saw that Pang Shanze no longer commented, and his heart burst with triumph. Let you have it. Hey, but it's a great feeling to pretend. He enjoyed it immensely. Tang Yuxuan, what are you standing there giggling about? Tang Ruobing followed Lin Fan as he was about to walk into the living room. She realized that Tang Yuxuan was actually still standing in place, and Qi was still giggling there. She felt that bringing Tang Yuxuan to Lin Fan's house was a mistake. It's just too humiliating. Tang Yuxuan instantly woke up when he heard his sister, Tang Ruobing's voice. Hurrying to put his cell phone away, he walked quickly in the direction of the living room. Come into the living room. Tang Yuxuan and Tang Ruobing sat on the sofa. Lin Fan took 2 new cups and poured 2 cups of tea. That smells good. Tang Yuxuan put it under his nose and sniffed. Take a small sip gently. Brother Fan, what kind of tea is this? So sweet? He asked curiously. He had never had such good tea. Second generation big red robe, Lin Fan said indifferently. Picking up his teacup next to him, he poured himself a cup of tea as well. Chapter 145. I didn't realize Sister Tang had such good eyesight. Second generation big red robe? Tang Yuxuan muttered in a small voice. He took another sip and immediately felt his mouth fill with flavor. It's so delicious. I've decided I'm going to drink this tea from now on. That's the kind of scent I like. Go back and ask Pops to buy me a pound too. No, how is 1 pound enough? Buy 2 pounds at least. Well, it's decided. He thought happily in his mind. He took out his cell phone and prepared to check the price so he could ask his dad for the money. Open your phone's browser. Type in second generation big red robe and click search. This? How is that possible? He looked at the information displayed on his cell phone with disbelief. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were rolling. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. Make sure you're reading it right. The second generation Dahongpo surprisingly costs $20,000 a gram. Gold is weak compared to the second generation big red robe. The key is still available for a price. It's not even available on the market. This is too much. 1 gram costs 20,000. 500 grams per caddy. Wouldn't that be 10 million? This? Not to mention whether he could buy it or not. The price alone scared him. If his father knew that he took $10 million to buy a caddy of tea, he would still break his legs. He shivered involuntarily. He can't afford this tea. He unconsciously glanced at the teacup. Wouldn't this little cup of tea cost $20,000? That's too extravagant. He was curious as to what Lin Fan actually did. Keeping the finest sweat-blooded BMW worth $200 million as a pet and drinking 20,000 grams of second-generation Dahongpo. He, a rich second generation, felt like a child who came out of the slums and hadn't seen the world when compared to Lin Fan. He identified Lin Fan as his brother-in-law. So mysterious, so powerful a brother-in-law. He believed that if he missed it, there would never be a second one. Senior Lin, did you arrange this flower? Tang Ruobing put down her teacup, looked up, and inadvertently saw the 2 vases placed next to her. The inside of the vase was filled with flowers. It's just that this flower arranging technique is really not complimentary. She took a look at such a rough flower arrangement technique that only Lin Fan could do. Aha! Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard Tang Ruobing's question. It felt very good to look at the flowers I had arranged. I didn't expect school sister Tang to have such a good eye. I could tell at a glance that it was my flower arrangement. Awesome! Aren't my flower arrangements pretty? He looked at Tang Ruobing and said with a smile. Eyesight? What more eye candy is needed for that? A discerning eye can tell that it was done by someone who doesn't know anything about flower arranging. Rough, brutal, pretty? Flowers are beautiful, but the skill of the flower arranger is far from beautiful. Tang Ruobing blankly glanced at Lin Fan. Walk over to the vase. Take the flowers out of the vase. Grab the scissors next to you and trim up. Seeing Tang Ruobing's movements, Lin Fan curiously walked forward and watched Tang Ruobing trim the flowers. Tang Yuxuan looked at Tang Ruobing, who was trimming the flowers, and Lin Fan, who was standing next to her. and secretly sighed, sister and brother-in-law are really a good match. Handsome man, beautiful woman. This vase is so beautiful. Even if he didn't know anything about porcelain, he felt that this vase was unusual. He walked up and picked up the vase. Look left. Look right. Brother Fan, this vase is really beautiful. It's not cheap. He looked up at Lin Fan and asked. He thought the vase was likely tens of thousands. After all, Lin Fan's class was there. Even an ordinary vase, he felt that anything less than a few tens of thousands would not be worthy of Lin Fan's status. Although he didn't know what Lin Fan's status was, he could tell that Lin Fan was extraordinary from the pets he kept and the tea he drank. It's okay, it's not very expensive. Lin Fan glanced at the vase in Tang Yuxuan's hand and said indifferently, well, this Qing Celadon porcelain vase worth $30 million is really not very expensive for him who is already worth $10 billion. That's his big truth. Phew, Tang Yuxuan let out a deep breath. Sure enough, it wasn't very expensive. Okay, that way he could afford to buy one to put in his bedroom as well. After all, the vase looks so pretty. Brother Fan, what's the name of this vase? He asked for the name so he could go to the store that sold the china and just buy it. Qing Celadon porcelain vase. Lin Fan said casually as he stared at Tang Ruobing trimming the flowers. Green Celadon vase? What kind of name is that? Tang Yuxuan's eyes were filled with doubt. Why does the name have to be too green? He pulled out his cell phone and decided to look it up. Why is it called a Celadon vase? No? He suddenly saw a prompt. May I ask if you are searching for Qing Celadon porcelain vases? He clicked yes. The introduction of the Qing Celadon vase appeared at once. This? Antiques? 30 million a pop? He lifted his head with difficulty and looked at Lin Fan. Fan, brother Fan, this vase of yours is an antique? He asked, stuttering a bit. Qing Dynasty? Sort of. Lin Fan glanced at the vase and said in a flat tone. Tang Yuxuan was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Lin Fan's affirmative reply. His mouth was wide open as if he could fit an egg in it. Although he guessed that the vase was a Qing Celadon porcelain vase, he was still shocked to hear Lin Fan admit it himself. Such a small vase is worth $30 million. The key to such an expensive vase was even casually used by Lin Fan to arrange flowers? OMG. This is too extravagant. If he had such a vase worth $30 million, he would have hidden it carefully. Which is like Lin Fan, who puts it in the living room as a decoration without a care in the world. He thought this brother-in-law was too good. This big thick leg must be held tight. He carefully put the vase away. He wouldn't dare take it again. It's $30 million. If it falls, he can't get that much. Tang Ruobing casually took the vase. Tang Yuxuan was startled to see Tang Ruobing's movements. Wanting to open his mouth to remind, he glanced at the unconcerned Lin Fan and swallowed his words. Tang Ruobing skillfully put the flowers into the vase. Staggered. Well, Tang Ruobing rearranged the vase and looked at Lin Fan, asking with a smile. Well, it does feel different from the flowers I arrange. It's more layered. That's nice. Lin Fan marveled. It does look a lot better than just arranging flowers like he did. That's for sure. I've specialized in flower arranging. Tang Ruobing hummed, proudly raising her head and said, awesome, awesome. Lin Fan smiled and gave Tang Ruobing a thumbs up. Then please trouble Master Flower Arrangement Tang to help me trim that vase of flowers as well. Lin Fan made a please pose and said with a smile. Well, seeing as you're sincere, Master Tang I promise, Tang Ruobing said with a serious face. When he finished, he knelt down and began to prune the flowers in another vase. Tang Yuxuan watched his sister, Tang Ruobing, chatting with Lin Fan and felt like he had been stuffed with another load of dog food. Instead of being disgusted at this point, he felt that the dog food was not enough. He needs to eat more. That way Lin Fan could become his brother-in-law faster. Chapter 146, we look like cuties to you, do we? Tang Ruobing quickly finished the flowers in that vase as well. She stood up and looked at the time. Senior Lin, when you go to school this afternoon, take me with you. I seem to be having trouble with my car again. She looked at Lin Fan and said, of course there's no problem. Lin Fan nodded and said with a smile. Taking Tang Ruobing to school on the way was nothing to refuse. Lin Fan took Tang Ruobing around the villa again. Re-enter the living room. Lin Fan looked at the time. It was almost time. We should go to school. Sister Tang, do you still need to go back to get your things? He asked Tang Ruobing next to him. No need. Let's just go. Tang Ruobing shook her head. That's fine. Lin Fan got up and walked with Tang Ruobing towards the outside of the living room. Outside the garage. Why are you following me if you're not going back? When Tang Ruobing saw Tang Yuxuan follow her to the garage, her willow brows knitted slightly and she asked with some displeasure. I want to witness you and Brother Fan leave. Tang Yuxuan hurriedly said. Naturally, he wouldn't admit that he had come to see Lin Fan's car. There was no man who didn't like cars, and he was sure Lin Fan was no exception. He didn't believe that Lin Fan didn't have an awesome car in his garage. He followed to see what kind of cars Lin Fan had. When people ask later, what kind of car does your brother-in-law drive? he replied with embarrassment. I don't know. That would be embarrassing. You don't even know what kind of car your brother-in-law drives. He doesn't want that. With such an awesome brother-in-law, it would be a waste not to go and play hard to get. Tang Ruobing didn't think much about it and followed Lin Fan into the garage. Tang Yuxuan was relieved to see that Tang Ruobing didn't ask again in his heart. He was very curious in his mind whether Lin Fan had 2 or 3 cars. After all, things like cars were expendable, and he felt that Lin Fan would be lucky to have 3 of them. Lin Fan is just one person. He can't drive here, and it's a waste to buy too many cars. He felt that Lin Fan wasn't a cutie pie. Even if he was rich, he wouldn't be so wasteful. Enter the garage. Tang Ruobing didn't react too much when she looked at the cars in the garage. She had basically seen all of these cars before. It's nothing to fuss about. But Tang Yuxuan was different. It was his first time in Lin Fan's garage. He was instantly dumbfounded when he saw the car in Lin Fan's garage. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? This is too much, isn't it? He thought it would be very impressive for Lin Fan to have 3 cars. But that's too much. Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG, Bentley Mulsanne, Lamborghini Bat SV, Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Porsche 918 Spider. This is Koenigsegg Agera R. Holy, that's a $27 million supercar. Wait a minute, that? Ferrari Rafa. Surprisingly, it was a Ferrari Rafa, a sports car he had dreamed of owning. Lin Fan garage car. If he owns one of the car dream will wake up laughing. But with so many awesome cars, it's amazing that most of them are eating dust. This? It's not even close to heavenly. Lin Fan glanced at the cars in the garage. Aha! He pondered for a moment. Today he was going to get a new sports car. After all, new cars need to be broken in. Just this one, Koenigsegg Agera R. The car looks more understated. It's better to keep a low profile. He took out his car keys and flicked the switch. The headlights flashed on and off. The car door opened slowly. Senior Sister Tang, get in the car. Lin Fan turned to Tang Ruobing next to him and said with a smile. Tang Ruobing nodded and sat in the car. Lin Fan started the car. 1 foot on the gas. The car instantly let out a beastly growl. Whoosh! The car scurried out of the garage like a runaway bronco. Tang Yuxuan instantly woke up when he heard the engine of a sports car hurrying towards the entrance of the villa. Lin Fan saw Tang Yuxuan come out and closed the villa door, waving his hand at Tang Yuxuan. The feet were hard. The car started and quickly disappeared from Tang Yuxuan's sight. Tang Yuxuan glanced at Villa number 1 and reluctantly walked towards Villa number 6. Half an hour later, downstairs in the girls' dormitory at Willow City University, Tang Ruobing stepped out of the car and waved goodbye to Lin Fan. Lin Fan watched Tang Ruobing go upstairs and started the car towards the parking lot. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and looked at the time. It was almost time for the afternoon military training. The 3 roommates had already started changing. He said hello to his 3 roommates and began to change into his military uniform. The 4 changed into their military uniforms and left the dormitory. Upon arriving at the playground, I realized that the instructor had not yet arrived. Lin Fan found a shady spot and sat down. Senior, you changed cars again? The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, held his cell phone in his hand and raised his head to look at Lin Fan. Aha! This car has been eating dust in the garage and I brought it out today to skate. Lin Fan glanced at the picture on his boss Zhang Ziqiang's cell phone. It was Lin Fan who had just sent Tang Ruobing back to her dormitory, and was photographed and put on the school forum at this time. Amount. Boss Zhang Ziqiang was speechless for a moment when he heard Lin Fan's words. Everyone else walks their cats and dogs. Old 4 is good. Skidding the car. He wasn't going to talk to Lin Fan about it anymore. He saw Tang Ruobing get out of this car. Senior, you're a big liar. Didn't you say you were going to accompany an elder to dinner? How did Dawn's schoolgirl get out of your car? Don't tell me we met on the road. We look like cuties to you, do we? At this time, the oldest 2, Li Muyang, and the oldest 3, Wang Jiang, who had come over, nodded their heads together. Lin Fan looked at the 3 and was speechless for a while. He didn't understand how the trio could be so nosy. The 3 people's eyes told him that as long as he couldn't explain clearly, this matter today was afraid to be unfinished. The elder I went to see is none other than Senior Sister Tang's grandfather, Lin Fan said without a trace of humor. The 3 were instantly dumbfounded when they heard that the elder Lin Fan had actually gone to see was Tang Ruobing's grandfather. The 3 of them were shocked with their mouths wide open and their eyes glaring like bronze bells, full of disbelief. This is meeting the parents? The key is not just any parent, or Dawn schoolgirl's grandfather. This is too much for old 4. Wouldn't this be the rhythm of having all the receptions during the school year? That's a lot of money to go along with it when the time comes. Looks like we'll have to save up from now on. Wait a minute, if they accidentally have a baby, won't they be uncles? Full moon wine? A 100-day feast? Holy, how much money does this have to come with? No, we have to start saving money and saving money and saving money today. The game is recharged. Not charged. Take out. Don't order it. Pavilion. No more. The three of them looked at me and I looked at you, each seeing the other's firm resolve. Seeing that the three no longer asked, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. What's most important between brothers? Trust, of course. He saw trust in his three roommates. No, he told the truth and the three roommates immediately shut up. It's all about trust. Absolute trust. Chapter 147, is your girlfriend in there? A few moments later, the instructor arrived. The afternoon's military training officially began. Time rushes by. The afternoon's military training was finally over. Lin Fan came to the three roommates and said to them, Go out to eat. He finished and prepared to leave the playground. No go. No go. No go. The three men said in unison as if they had agreed. What's going on with the three? Why? Lin Fan stopped and looked at his three roommates, asking suspiciously, Save money. Save money. Save money. The three looked at Lin Fan and said at the same time. It was just that the three of them looked at Lin Fan with a sly look in their eyes. This? Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart. I don't understand what the trio is smoking. Don't go. He's going on his own. It was just the look in the trio's eyes that made him feel weird. Like he owed the trio money. He shook his head and walked towards the dormitory. No longer bothering with the three, Lin Fan returned to the dormitory. Changing his clothes, he exited the dorm and headed for the parking lot. Cafeteria. The trio looked at the veggies on their dinner plates. No appetite at all. Asterisk. The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, suddenly spat out a nationalist phrase. The oldest too, Li Muyang, was so frightened by the sudden shout of the oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, that his hand shivered, and the cauliflower that he had just clipped up fell straight to the ground. Putting down his chopsticks, he asked angrily, Boss, what's gotten into you? Scared the cauliflower out of me. Boss Zhang Ziqiang scratched his head in embarrassment and knew that he had just been reckless. The three of us need to save money, but the oldest doesn't. Just now, Old Four called us for dinner. We can totally let Old Four treat us. He slapped his thighs vigorously and said, Asterisk. Why didn't you say so earlier? Boss? The third oldest, Wang Jian, put down his chopsticks when he heard Zhang Ziqiang's words and asked, I didn't just figure it out too. The oldest Zhang Ziqiang glanced at the oldest Wang Jian and said in a good-natured manner, Alas, the oldest is probably long gone by now. Hurry up and eat our cauliflower, or it'll get even worse when it gets cold later. The second Li Muyang shook his head, picked up his chopsticks, picked up a cauliflower and brought it to his mouth with difficulty. This? It doesn't taste like meat at all. It's so bad. How are we going to live from now on? Lin Fan naturally didn't know what happened to the three roommates. He had already arrived at the Skydweller's box by now. Pick up your chopsticks and enjoy the food. Three people actually trying to save money? It's so confusing. It tastes pretty good. He swallowed a mouthful of beef and muttered to himself. He finished his meal and left the Skydweller. He didn't go back to Haitian No. 1 Villa, but came to Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City. He called General Manager Shin Jianyun on his way there and asked the other party to wait for him at the company. He wanted to know specifically about recent developments in the company. Parking lot outside Golden Mansion Media in Willow City. Lin Fan stepped out of the car. Shin Jianyun at the door saw Lin Fan walking down from the car. Hurrying quickly to Lin Fan, he said respectfully with a smile on his face, Boss, you're here. Lin Fan nodded. Boss, I have all the information ready. I've had it placed in your office. Aha. Lin Fan hemmed and lifted his foot towards the Golden Mansion Media Company building in Willow City. Third floor, Lin Fan's exclusive office. Lin Fan looked at the recent developments of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City. It can only be described as middling. Nothing wrong with it, but no surprises either. Close the file. He raised his head to look at Shin Jianyun and opened his mouth to ask, Has Zhangyun Orange come? When Shin Jianyun heard Lin Fan's question, he hurriedly said, It's been here for 2 days. He still didn't know what kind of relationship this Zhangyun Orange had with Lin Fan until now. Listening to Lin Fan's question, it seemed like the two were not in regular contact. Shouldn't be a couple or anything. Oh, how did she do? Lin Fan crossed his legs and asked indifferently. He was eager to know about Zhang Yunxiang's situation. After all, Zhang Yunxiang was someone he looked favorably upon. Someone who could bring him great rewards in the future. Good performance and very serious study. Right now Willow City is training on the second floor. Would you like to check it out? Shin Jianyun exclaimed. He also thought that this Zhangyun Orange was doing well. He had initially thought that this Zhangyun Orange was Lin Fan's woman who had come here to casually play and pass the time. Who knows Zhangyun Orange study very seriously. The training teacher are all praise Zhangyun Orange. Think Zhangyun Orange unlimited potential. Go on, check it out. Lin Fan also wanted to see exactly how Zhangyun Orange would behave. Shin Jianyun led Lin Fan to the door of the training room on the second floor. Boss, do you want me to call them off? Shin Jianyun looked at the crowd inside that was training and asked. No, I'll just take a look here. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, Boss, I'm going out to take care of a file while you watch. You call me if you need anything. Shin Jianyun said to Lin Fan. Go get busy. I'll call you if something happens. Lin Fan nodded and said. Shin Jianyun turned to leave. Not a moment too soon. A footstep came from the stairway. Lin Fan thought it was Shin Jianyun who had turned back. Turn your head and look. It wasn't Shin Jianyun. It was a young man, about 27 or 18, holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Lin Fan saw that it was not Shin Jianyun who came back and continued to look at Zhang Yun Orange. At this time, Zhang Yun Orange was listening carefully inside, and also made notes from time to time. It was like a schoolboy who was listening attentively. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Talented and diligent. He will have a bright future. Brother, are you waiting for someone too? A voice suddenly sounded next to Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head to look at the person who had spoken. It was the young man who had just held flowers in his hands. Lin Fan nodded politely. My name is Lu Quanming. I don't know what brother's name is? Lu Quanming was self-explanatory and introduced himself. Lin Fan. Lin Fan said indifferently. Lin Fan? Why does that name sound familiar? Lu Quanming muttered in his mind. He didn't think much of it though. After all, there were too many overlapping names, especially two-word names. Brother Lin. You're waiting for a woman, right? Lu Quanming looked at Lin Fan with a smile on his face. Lin Fan nodded and continued to watch Zhang Yun Orange's training. Brother Lin. It's not brother, I'm talking about you. You can't do this. Like brother me. At least prepare a bouquet of flowers. Girls love romance. Lu Quanming said in a torrent. As if he had transformed into a love saint, he began to teach Lin Fan how to chase girls. He taught Lin Fan all his experience without reservation. Lin Fan looked at the self-centered Lu Quanming and was speechless in his heart. He just wanted to quietly look at Zhang Yun Orange training. Was that too much to ask? But after all, he couldn't say anything since people Lu Quanming had good intentions. Lu Quanming finally stopped. Is your girlfriend in there? Lin Fan saw that Lu Quanming was so experienced that he must not lack a girlfriend. I'm still working on it. Lu Quanming said with embarrassment. Chapter 148, I didn't think it was really you. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard Lu Quanming's words. You're still a single dog yourself, and you're teaching someone how to chase a girlfriend? Who the hell gave you that confidence? He spat in his mind. Brother Lin. Although right now Xiao Hong has not yet become my girlfriend, but the fact that she took the initiative to ask me out to dinner today proves that I'm not far from success. I've just been speaking from experience with those, and they'll definitely be helpful to you. Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Lu Quanming hurriedly explained. He felt like he was close to making it even though he didn't have a girlfriend yet. And wasn't dinner today the biggest step forward? Lin Fan glanced at Lu Quanming and said faintly, thank you. He didn't need all this experience, but this was after all a good intention of Lu Quanming. No need to be polite. Lu Quanming waved his hand and said with a smile, he felt that he was about to break away from being a single dog, and it was a kind of fate that he was able to meet Lin Fan. That's when he decided to share his valuable experience with Lin Fan, and also let Lin Fan get out of the ranks of single dogs as soon as possible. He didn't think Lin Fan had a girlfriend. He had never seen Lin Fan appear here, which meant this was Lin Fan's first time, but he had heard that none of the girls training here had boyfriends. Lin Fan and the others must not have established a relationship with each other yet. He felt that in the future, Lin Fan would often come to wait for people, and the two would see each other often, which would be considered a brother in the trenches. At this time, the training ended. The door opened, and one after another people came out of it. A short girl with delicate makeup painted on her face walked out. A smile instantly piled up on Lu Quanming's face when he saw the girl. Quickly, he came to the girl. Red, you're out of class. Tired? Here are the flowers I have for you. Lu Quanming smiled and shushed him. Red took the flowers and looked at them, her face flat as she said, thank you, you're still polite with me. Come on, let's go eat. I have reservations for the restaurant. Lu Quanming had a constant smile on his face and spoke softly. Lin Fan looked at Lu Quanming and shook his head. How to look at this? Lu Quanming is like a licking dog inside a single dog. Lin Fan was ready to leave. He didn't intend to meet with Zhang Yun Orange. Since he knew that Zhang Yun Orange worked hard to get ahead, he could arrange for Shin Jianyun to focus on cultivation when the time came. Although he felt that his vision wouldn't be bad, it would be more reassuring to see how Zhang Yun Orange behaved. He was just about to lift his foot. Lin Fan? A clear and nice girl's voice sounded not far away. Lin Fan looked at the girl who spoke. It was none other than Zhang Yun Orange. Seeing that it was really Lin Fan, Zhang Yun Orange quickly came to Lin Fan with a charming smile on her face. I thought I was looking at the wrong person? I didn't realize it was really you. She was very happy to see Lin Fan and excitedly wrapped her arms around him. Lu Quanming, who was about to leave next to him, was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Zhang Yun Orange wrapping her arm around Lin Fan. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? This is the goddess Zhang Yun Orange. Zhang Yun Orange was so beautiful that she was named a goddess as soon as she came to the company. Coupled with Zhang Yun Orange's infectious smile, it can be said that there is no man who doesn't like it. But after coming to the company for 2 days, Zhang Yun Orange always kept her distance from everyone. He thought such a goddess could only be seen from afar and would not descend to earth. But now, how can you not be shocked to see Zhang Yun Orange with her arm around Lin Fan? He laughed inwardly. He always thought Lin Fan didn't have a girlfriend. But now he saw that even the goddess had descended to earth for Lin Fan. Does Lin Fan lack a girlfriend? He thought about how he had just taught Lin Fan how to chase girls. He felt a flash of fire on his face. He couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground now. It's just so embarrassing. Aha! Are you used to being here? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yun Orange and asked with a smile. I'm just getting used to it. But I'll try to get used to it. Zhang Yun Orange clenched her small fists to cheer herself up. She wants to realize her dream and she feels that this is the best stage for her. If there's anything you can't solve, you can come to me directly. Lin Fan was happy in his heart when he saw Zhang Yun Orange's appearance. He hadn't thought that Zhang Yunjiang had such a cute side. Well, I know that. Zhang Yun Orange nodded. She knew Lin Fan's true identity. That was the real boss of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang. Having such a reliable boss as a backer makes her feel that her dreams can be realized here. You didn't come here just to see me, did you? Zhang Yun Orange asked with a smile. She didn't think Lin Fan would come here specifically to see her. After all, she wasn't familiar with Lin Fan to that extent. Aha! I happened to hear you were training here and stopped by to see you. Lin Fan nodded and said, it's true that he didn't come here specifically to see Zhang Yun Orange. There's no hiding it. He mainly looks at the development of the company. After all, it's his company. When Zhang Yun Orange heard Lin Fan's words, although she knew that Lin Fan had not come specifically to see her, she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart when she heard Lin Fan say this. Are things done? Zhang Yun Orange's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan and asked. Not yet. There's someone I have to see after seeing you. Lin Fan shook his head and said. He glanced at his arm and looked at Zhang Yun Orange and said, can you let go of my arm? Lin Fan saw that Zhang Yun Orange had been wrapping her arm around him, and even if he was thick-skinned enough, he felt uncomfortable being looked at by the people around him in a different light. When Zhang Yun Orange heard Lin Fan's words, she hurriedly retracted her hand. A blush unconsciously surfaced on her face, and her little heart unconsciously skipped 2 more beats. She let out a deep breath and adjusted her mind to calm down. She looked up, puzzled, and asked, who else do I have to see? Lin Fan was just about to reply. A rush of footsteps came. It quickly came to Lin Fan. Boss, I've kept you waiting. The person who came was no other than Shin Jianyun. After he finished with that file, he took care of some other things that caused him to spend some extra time on it. When the surrounding crowd heard Shin Jianyun's words, they were instantly dumbfounded. One by one, their eyes were wide with shock, and their mouths slowly opened wide as if they could fit an egg in. This handsome young guy turned out to be their boss. They only thought Lin Fan was handsome at first. In his heart, he was a little envious that Zhang Yun Orange had found such a handsome boyfriend, but not enough to be jealous. After all, it's not like being handsome is a meal. But not anymore. Not only was Lin Fan handsome, but he was also their real boss. This made them very jealous of Zhang Yun Orange in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, not everyone can grow a naturally beautiful face like Zhang Yun Orange. Chapter 149, is that all there is to it? When Lu Quanming heard Shin Jianyun address Lin Fan, his mouth, which had just closed with difficulty, slowly opened wide again. His eyes rolled up in disbelief. This? How is that possible? Lin Fan is actually his boss? This is too unbelievable. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. No wonder the name Lin Fan seemed a bit familiar at first. Isn't that the name of the new owner? A bitter laugh ran through his mind. What the hell did he just do? I can't believe I'm teaching my new boss to chase girls. It's a travesty of the world. Lin Fan, as the owner of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City, was worth billions, if not tens of billions. Such an awesome guy needs him to teach chasing girls? Not to mention, does Lin Fan need to chase girls? Didn't you see the look in the eyes of those women around you? One by one, they couldn't wait to jump into Lin Fan's arms. Lin Fan saw Shin Jianyun coming. Let's go upstairs, Lin Fan said to Zhang Yun Orange. He didn't want to be surrounded by people all the time. The look in those women's eyes brought a cold sweat to his heart. Those eyes were like a leprechaun seeing a monk. Zhang Yun Orange nodded. Lin Fan and Zhang Yun Orange left and headed upstairs. Shin Jianyun followed behind the two. When the crowd saw Lin Fan leave, they immediately started talking. The new boss is so handsome. My type. You better forget it. If you have a face like Zhang Yun Orange, you can try it. Zhang Yun Orange is really lucky to know her new boss. The key looks like the relationship between the two is not simple. So what if it's not easy? I'm not going to give up. Such a diamond king. If I give up, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I really don't know where you got the confidence to compete with Jiangyan Orange for a man. Oh, haven't you heard that there's no such thing as a cat that doesn't steal? Lin Fan re-entered the office. Sit down. He looked at Shin Jianyun and asked, how is Yang Mengran doing these days? Is she at the office? Yang Mengyan was also an anchor he favored, and getting to know Yang Mengyan's situation was one of the purposes of his visit to the company this time. The person he was going to meet was also Yang Mengran. Before meeting Yang Mengran, he needed to understand Yang Mengran's situation first. If Yang Mengran wasn't worth cultivating, there would be no need for him to meet. Jiangyan Orange's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan. She hadn't thought that the person Lin Fan wanted to see was actually Yang Mengran. As soon as she came to the company she had heard of Yang Mengran's great name, Iceberg Beauty. She had met with Yang Mengran once, and the person was really pretty. She felt that Yang Mengran didn't mean to be stern, but her personality was just like that. However, I heard that Yang Mengran is not doing well. It seems like the company is hesitating to train Yang Mengran. Could it be that Lin Fan came here because of Yang Mengran? Yes. How can you be a company owner and not care about your company's employees? If Lin Fan knew what Jiangyan Orange had in mind, no hesitation in telling Jiangyan Orange, sorry, you're overthinking it. When Shin Jianyun heard Lin Fan's question, a bitter smile ran through his heart. He didn't intend to let Lin Fan know about Yang Mengran. After all, if the boss is allowed to make decisions on everything, what use is he as a general manager? He was ready to deal with it and report back to Lin Fan when he was done. He didn't know how Lin Fan knew about Yang Mengran, and even made a point of asking about it. Listening to Lin Fan, he also wanted to see Yang Mengran. That made it a little difficult for him. After all, there hadn't been a clear decision on what to do with Yang Mengran until now. But since Lin Fan asked, there was no need for him to hide it. If you can't do your job, you can't do your job. He sighed and spoke. Yang Mengran does currently have some situation. Lin Fan looked at Shin Jianyun suspiciously and opened his mouth to ask, what's the situation? He was very curious in his heart about what kind of situation was going on that made Shin Jianyun difficult. He could tell from Shin Jianyun's expression that Yang Mengran's matter was not easy to handle and deal with. Shin Jianyun was ready to go all in. He sighed and said, Yang Mengran is a fast and serious learner. Lin Fan nodded. He was optimistic about Yang Mengran also because he felt that the other party had potential. After all, the fact that he could start broadcasting in such a short period of time spoke volumes about the other party's ability. He was now very curious as to what exactly had gone wrong with Yang Mengran that had made it so difficult for Shin Jianyun. Shin Jianyun continued, it was because of Yang Mengran's excellence that the company let her start live broadcasting 2 days ago. He had a bitter smile on his face. Lin Fan was very puzzled in his mind. He watched the live broadcast of Yang Mengran 2 days ago and didn't find anything wrong with Yang Mengran, but judging from Shin Jianyun's expression, it was this live broadcast that had gone wrong. Could it be that Yang Mengran's live broadcast had an inside story that he didn't know about? He frowned slightly and opened his mouth to ask, Yang Mengran's live broadcast didn't go well? Shin Jianyun shook his head with a bitter smile as he heard Lin Fan's question and said, Yang Mengran's live broadcast is not unsmooth, but very smooth, smoother than any newcomer. This? Lin Fan was even more confused. Yang Mengran's broadcast went well, so what's the problem? He looked at Shin Jianyun suspiciously. Shin Jianyun saw Lin Fan's eyes and hurriedly continued. When Yang Mengran was live streaming, there was actually a big brother who swiped 5 million gifts for her. Big brother? Isn't that Lin Fan himself? Isn't that a good thing? Lin Fan asked suspiciously. Someone swipes a gift for the company's anchor, which is going to increase the company's revenue. This was a good thing, and he didn't understand why Shin Jianyun still looked sad. Are people happy when they don't swipe gifts for the company's anchors? What kind of logic is that? Swiping gifts, it's good, but it's not always good for new anchors. How could Shin Jianyun not understand Lin Fan's meaning? Of course he knew that swiping gifts for the anchors would increase the company's revenue. This is also divided into people. Yang Mengran is a new anchor who will be trained by the company. Being picked up by the big boys these days is not necessarily a good thing for the company. Lin Fan fell into deep thought after hearing Shin Jianyun's words. He now understood Shin Jianyun's concerns. After all, the fact that the rookie anchor was being picked up by such a big shot who casually swiped $5 million put the company in a dilemma. Once the company trained Yang Mengran to become a big anchor, at this point, if the big brother stepped in to pay Yang Mengran for the breach of contract, while the company may not be losing money financially, it's losing an anchor with a lot of potential, and that's not something the company wants to see. Shin Jianyun should now dwell on the question of whether or not to continue to increase his efforts to cultivate Yang Mengran. This issue is problematic for Shin Jianyun, but for him it wouldn't be a problem. That's the big guy. Just this little thing? He looked at Shin Jianyun and asked indifferently, Aha, you call that trivial? Shin Jianyun laughed bitterly in his heart. That would be heaven for him. Developing a big anchor can create huge wealth for the company. Isn't that a big deal? Such a big deal is a small thing in Lin Fan's mouth? He really didn't know what kind of thing would be considered a big deal in Lin Fan's eyes. Chapter 150, Won't you invite me in? Well, if it's because of this, then there's no hard feelings. The company is focusing on cultivating young Mengran next. Lin Fan stood up, looked at Shin Jianyun, and said calmly, he was going to check on young Mengran. From Shin Jianyun's attitude, it could be seen that he probably didn't pay attention to young Mengran these days. At this time, Yang Mengran didn't know what to think in her heart. It's not good to say that now Yang Mengran is ready to quit, boss, but, when Shin Jianyun heard Lin Fan's words, a smile did not appear on his face, and with a bitter face, he still wanted to persuade. Lin Fan waved his hand to interrupt Shin Jianyun. You're worried about that big guy in Yang Mengran's live room, aren't you? He looked at Shin Jianyun and asked. Yes, boss. Shin Jianyun nodded seriously. To be able to casually come up with $5 million to swipe a gift, this is definitely a big shot. An ordinary person would never be able to do this. After all, it's $5 million, not $500. He was more than aware that the whole process of this big brother was just to say, gentlemen, this is the end of today's Super Rocket extravaganza. That's too ho-hum. He had a feeling the big man was just here to play. It's like swiping $5 instead of $5 million. Bigots like that who didn't think of money as money. He shuddered at the thought. That's too scary. How could he not pay attention when faced with such a superstar? You know it's not easy for a company to develop a big anchor. If Yang Mengyan is really hit by a big brother, there's nothing he can do about it, and he should still release the person. He wouldn't dare offend such a big shot. Then there's nothing to worry about, because that bigot is me. Lin Fan looked at Shin Jianyun and said indifferently, Shin Jianyun looked at Lin Fan with puzzled eyes. The boss won't be irritated. Fantasize yourself as that bigot. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment when he saw the look in Shin Jianyun's eyes. Is telling the truth so hard to believe? He took his cell phone out of his pocket. Tap to whale live and log into your Sailor Man 1 account. Tap spending history. He handed Shin Jianyun his cell phone. See for yourself. Shin Jianyun received the cell phone with a puzzled face. Upon seeing Lin Fan's screen name and spending records, he was instantly dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? 10 million, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. Spend the whole 5 million. The time was exactly the night young Monroe opened the show. The owner turned out to be really Sailor a bigot. This record can't be faked. He laughed inwardly. He didn't think in any way that the big man he had been worried about was his own boss. This is too unbelievable. He really couldn't figure out his boss. What kind of whole thing was going on? If the boss is optimistic about Yang Monran, he can let the company operate. He hadn't slept well for 2 days after letting his boss do this to him, but the boss put up $5 million at once to support a new anchor. That's too scary. The boss likes Yang Mengran? It doesn't look like it, does it? A surprise for Yang Mengran? He didn't think it was a surprise so much as a shock. He knew that Yang Mengran must have had a bad time these 2 days as well. After all, no accurate answer had been given to Yang Mengran until now. LOL. This boss of his own is so capricious. If we had talked to him, would it have been necessary to make such a mess? He sighed in his mind. But these words, he dared not say. After all, Lin Fan was his boss. Zhang Yun Orange looked at Lin Fan in shock. Her little mouth involuntarily opened wide and her eyes stared like bronze bells. She had also heard about what happened to young Mengran. It's because the big man swiped 5 million gifts on the first day of the show. Which godly man has taken a fancy to young Mengran? In her heart, she just assumed that godly man had his eyes on young Mengran. However, she later learned that the godly man, after the incident, seemed to have evaporated, and did not contact young Mengran at all. She thought that young Mengran had met a stupid rich man, who knew that this silly big spender would be Lin Fan. Then it all makes sense. She was very envious of young Mengran for letting Lin Fan notice. It was important to realize that Yang Mengran had reached 100,000 followers directly after finishing her live broadcast, and was still growing slowly. Holy, is this the money power? It was horrible. Cough cough cough. Lin Fan looked at the dazed Shin Jianyun and coughed lightly. Shin Jianyun instantly woke up when he heard Lin Fan's cough. Any more questions? Lin Fan asked indifferently. No, there's no problem. Shin Jianyun replied with some stuttering. What could be wrong with him? He laughed inwardly. Lin Fan looked at the unmoving Shin Jianyun and said in a good-natured manner. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you lead the way? That's a poor reaction time. He spat in his mind. Shin Jianyun hurriedly led the way. Second floor. Yang Mengran exclusive live broadcasting room. Yang Mengran looked at herself in the mirror with a despondent face. Now the company's decision is still pending, making it very hard on her mind. She was a little aggravated. I don't understand how the company can suspend her from live streaming when it's a bigot offering to gift her. She sighed. She prepared for the worst. Ready to quit. She couldn't stand the silent wait. She stood up and prepared to go find Shin Jianyun. Knock knock. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. She came to the door and opened it. The people who came were none other than Lin Fan's trio. Yang Mengran froze when she saw Lin Fan arrive, but she clearly remembered that Lin Fan was the boss of this Lu Chang Golden Mang Media Company. The bosses are here, so it looks like what you feared has happened after all. She sighed in her mind. She felt that since she had alarmed Lin Fan, she must have come to talk about terminating her contract with her. Seeing Yang Mengran blocking the door, Lin Fan smiled and asked, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Yang Mengran glanced at Lin Fan without any change in the expression on her face. Turning sideways, he invited Lin Fan and the three of them to come in. "I know where you're coming from. You don't have to kick me out. I'm quitting now." Yang Mengran glanced at Shin Jianyun. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Fan and said coldly, "Who said anything about kicking you out?" Lin Fan found a chair and sat down, looked up at Yang Mengran and asked, Yang Mengran looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. "You're not going to kick yourself out? Are you going to snow yourself?" She thought darkly in her mind. "Of course, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. After all, what is twisted by force is not sweet." Lin Fan looked at Yang Mengran and said indifferently. It was in his heart. He doesn't like to force people to do things. "Really?" Yang Mengran asked in surprise. "Aha." Lin Fan nodded, but when he saw Yang Mengran's expression at this moment, he shook his head and said, "Ugh, and was going to tell you to focus on you, but it seems like you don't want to stay with the company. What a shame." Lin Fan stood up after speaking and was about to leave. "Wait, did you just say you want to focus on me?" Yang Mengran hurriedly stopped Lin Fan from going and opened her mouth to ask. Chapter 151, Forget About It. "Aha. Yes, or what did I come to see you for? You didn't think I was seeing you just to kick you out, did you?" Lin Fan looked at Yang Mengran with a puzzled expression. "Aren't you leaving? Why do you ask so many questions? This girl is not sick, is she?" he muttered in his mind. When Yang Mengran heard Lin Fan's words, a blush unconsciously appeared on her face, and she instantly felt a hot flash on her face. She knew that she had misunderstood Lin Fan. Seeing that Yang Mengran didn't say anything, Lin Fan said indifferently, "If you want to leave, just talk to Mr. Shin directly." He lifted his foot and prepared to continue his departure. He hadn't expected Yang Mengran to resign. This is something he never expected, but it doesn't matter. There are still plenty of potential anchors out there, and if you take the time to look for them, you're sure to find them. "Humph, who said I was leaving?" Yang Mengran hummed petulantly and asked in return. "The company is going to focus on cultivating her. She still has to go. That is not a little cute. What's wrong with her? She'd had a hard time finding a company she was happy with, and she wasn't going to leave until she had to. Not to mention the fact that now the boss says he's going to focus on her. She's even less likely to leave. After all, there aren't many opportunities to be trained by the company in this way." Lin Fan looked at Yang Mengran with a puzzled expression. "This? Really can't figure this girl out, but it's good not to leave." He looked at Yang Mengran and asked seriously, "You really don't intend to leave?" He still had to ask. Yang Mengran blankly glanced at Lin Fan and said, "You're planning to focus on cultivating me. If I still leave, then I won't become a little cutie anymore?" Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "I'll ask Mr. Shin to make a plan as soon as possible so that you can quickly become a big anchor." He also tried to understand why Yang Mengran reacted that way just now. Must have misunderstood that he was here to break his contract. Not re-signing the contract? Yang Mengran looked at Lin Fan and asked with a puzzled face. She felt that she was going to focus on training her, and for the good of the company, she should have re-signed her to a more demanding contract. "No need." Lin Fan waved his hand and said directly, "There's no need to re-sign the contract with Yang Mengran. By the time Yang Mengran becomes more famous and generates more income, he can sign a split supplemental contract. Only mutual benefits will last. If you only think about making money for yourself and not letting your employees have soup, no one will be willing to work for the company. You're not worried about the big guy anymore?" Yang Mengran's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Fan and asked suspiciously. Lin Fan had not yet spoken. At this time, Shen Jianyun, who was next to him, came over and said with a smile, "Of course I'm not worried about that big brother, because that big guy is our boss." Yang Mengran was instantly confused when she heard Shin Jianyun's words. Her mouth was wide open in shock and her eyes were rolling. "This? What's going on? The boss is the big man." She didn't believe Shin Jianyun would lie to her because there was no need for that. But why did the boss give me a $5 million reward? Why does the boss keep ignoring me after the reward? A long list of questions ran through her mind. If Biggie is the boss, why is the company doing this to her? Lin Fan saw that Yang Mengran's face was full of questions. Unconsciously, he touched his nose. Cough cough. He cleared his throat. Yang Mengran instantly woke up when she heard Lin Fan's cough, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Fan. Blame me for this one. I was done with the bounty and forgot about it. That's how you get such a misunderstanding. Lin Fan explained with some embarrassment. It was just a matter of just thinking about getting the job done. There was no consideration of whether this matter would have an impact on the company and Yang Mengran. It's also something he owes consideration to. When Shin Jianyun heard Lin Fan's explanation, a bitter smile ran through his heart. That's the big guy. Look at that. $5 million in bounties. Forgot about that. Is this something the average person could do? That's $5 million, not 500. A frantic sputtering went through his mind. Yang Mengran was speechless in her heart when she heard Lin Fan's words. How could you forget something so important? Isn't $5 million money to you? More than that, it almost made me quit, she said helplessly in her mind. Why did you swipe me, and swipe 5 million gifts? She asked the other biggest question in her mind. She must find out Lin Fan's intentions. If Lin Fan had other intentions for her, even if the company was going to focus on training her, she would have resigned and left without hesitation. Lin Fan looked at Yang Menghan's puzzled eyes and said without any good humor, "You are an employee of my company. I happen to be there. Can I watch you being bullied by others and do nothing? Naturally I can't. I backhandedly recharged 5 million. Make sure you teach the other party a good hard lesson. How dare you bully my employees?" Lin Fan said with a serious face. Those who don't know really think he's not doing it for the mission, but for the employees of the company. No. When Yang Mengran heard Lin Fan's words, she felt a warmth in her heart. Think there is a future in following such a boss. Zhang Yun Orange was also very touched when she heard Lin Fan's words. I really wasn't wrong about Lin Fan. What a great boss, she thought happily in her mind. Thank you, boss, Yang Mengran said sincerely with a touching look on her face. You do sing well. I'll watch you. Lin Fan looked at Yang Mengran's absolutely beautiful face and said indifferently. He glanced at Shin Jianyun, then at Zhang Yunzhang and Yang Mengran, and asked, You guys haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go. Let's eat. Lin Fan was about to leave after he finished speaking. At this time, Shen Jianyun, however, said, Boss, you guys go ahead. I still have some work to take care of. I'll just order a takeaway. He could tell that Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran more or less had a crush on Lin Fan. He didn't want to be the big light bulb. Alright, take care of yourself. As the helmsman of the company, you can't afford to fall down. Lin Fan patted Shin Jianyun's shoulder. He didn't expect Shin Jianyun to be so serious and responsible. It's very comforting. What's wrong with you guys? He turned his head to look at Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran and asked. No. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran said at the same time. Okay then, let's go. Lin Fan was the first to walk out of Yang Mengran's live room. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran exchanged glances and followed Lin Fan out. Not far from the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City, there is a restaurant. It looks pretty good from the outside. The trio arrived in the restaurant lobby. At once the hall manager greeted them. I wonder if the three of you have an appointment, the lobby manager asked politely. No. Is there a private room left? Lin Fan looked at the hall. There were already quite a few people eating. Sir, I'm sorry, there are no more private rooms. The lobby manager apologized. Boy, this is your first time in a fancy restaurant like this, isn't it? Reservations are required for this kind of upscale restaurant. A man with a fat face rapped a sultry woman next to Lin Fan's trio and said with a smug smile on his face. My cell phone number is. Chapter 152. Do you know who this is? My cell phone number is. Wei Jinbao said to the hall manager with a smug look on his face. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Fan, especially Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Meng ran beside Lin Fan. Another glance at the heavily made-up woman beside him made him feel his appetite drop. He looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of jealousy. Mud, are all the extremely beautiful women blind? I can't believe they all like such a little white boy. He cursed viciously in his mind. The lobby manager enters Wei Kimball's cell phone number and queries it. Bowing slightly, he said politely, Sir, your seat is in B02. I'll take you there now. Wei Jinbao looked at Lin Fan with a smug expression when he heard the hall manager's words. White boys are good for nothing. The key also depends on competence. What is competence? Of course it's the ability to pay money. He glanced at Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran looked like they had just stepped out of college not long ago. There was a twinkle in his eye. Turning to the hall manager, he said, Wait. Turning his head, he looked at Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran. You two beauties haven't eaten yet, have you? It just so happens that I booked a table for 4, so let's get together. He revealed a self-professed charming smile and said to Zhang Yunxiang and Yang Mengran, in a gentlemanly manner, No need. Zhang Yun Orange said coldly. She didn't even look at Wei Kimball. She looked at Lin Fan. Her heart was very puzzled. There were no seats here. Why didn't she leave? She followed Lin Fan's gaze and found a young man dressed in designer clothes walking down from a gorgeous sports car. Wei Jinbao saw that Zhang Yunxiang was ignoring him and followed Zhang Yunxiang's gaze. Is this Mr. Yu? The one who stepped down from the car was none other than Yun Jinglong. When Wei Jinbao saw Yun Jinglong come here, he immediately showed a full smile. He glanced at the dazed Lin Fan and said disdainfully, "Kid, do you know who this is?" Lin Fan glanced at Wei Jinbao. This man can't be sick, can he? He was speechless in his mind, but it was quite a coincidence to meet Yun Jinglong here. Wei Jinbao saw the look in Lin Fan's eyes and thought that he was captivated by his words. He also looked at Zhang Yunjiang and Yang Mengran, and realized that the two women weren't looking at him, but were both looking at Lin Fan. He was even more jealous in his heart. He didn't understand anymore. Why would two beautiful women like a white boy with no strength? Can a white boy really do whatever he wants? He gritted his teeth. He wanted to make Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran see reality. Reality is not just about good looks. Strength is king. What is strength? A wide network is strength. It's not a time to go it alone anymore. It's all about connections. Whoever is well connected has a high status. This is Yun Jinglong Yun Xiao, the true great young man of Lu Chang. He looked at Lin Fan with a face full of complacency and said, "That smug look." As if he was Yun Jinglong. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran glanced at Wei Jinbao. There was a hint of disgust in his eyes. Can't understand why this Wei Kimball is still here. They were very nasty in their minds. They could tell from Lin Fan's eyes that Lin Fan definitely knew this Yun Jinglong. But they knew that Lin Fan was also a great young man. Otherwise, how could a man of Lin Fan's age come up with $1 billion to acquire the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang? Lin Fan must have a powerful background behind him. They felt that these great young men like Lin Fan should all know each other. Yun Jinglong had just walked into the hall. Wei Kimball greeted him with a smile on his face. The body is humble. The face is pandering. "Young Yun, you're here." Yun Jinglong looked at Wei Jinbao in front of him and asked suspiciously, "Which one are you?" He didn't recognize the Wei Kimball in front of him, and he didn't remember seeing him. "Young Yun, you don't know me, but I've seen you before. I saw you from afar at the business meeting not long ago. Our company has successfully won the bid to supply building materials to your group." Wei Jinbao was not disappointed to hear that Yun Jinglong did not remember him, but explained with a winking smile on his face, "Aha." Yun Jinglong sort of realized that Wei Jinbao is a small supplier. He nodded, ready to leave, and inadvertently glanced a short distance away. This is? A smile appeared instantly on his just serious face. Wei Jinbao saw a smile on Yun Jinglong's face and thought that he remembered their company, was about to draw closer while the iron was hot, only to see Yun Jinglong leave in quick steps, heading towards Lin Fan. Yun Jinglong walked up to Lin Fan, a smile piled on his face, and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, you're here too. What a coincidence." Lin Fan looked at Yun Jinglong and said indifferently, "Yeah, what a coincidence." Wei Jinbao was instantly confused when he saw Yun Jinglong's appearance. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with a hellish look. "This? How is that possible? Why is Yun Xiao so respectful to this little white boy? That's not scientific, is it? This little white boy obviously doesn't even qualify to enter such an upscale restaurant. Why is Yun Xiao like this? Why is Yun Xiao's attitude towards the white boy so familiar?" It felt the same as how he had just treated Yun Xiao. As humble as it gets. What's this for? His head was spinning. Yun Xiao is the top young man in Luchang. What kind of person could make young Master Yun treat him like this? He suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine and shuddered. A horrible possibility occurred to him. That is, the white boy is a great young man who is even more powerful than Yun Xiao. What did I just do? Sarcasm, Mr. Big? And thinking of robbing Big Junior's woman. He couldn't wait to give himself 2 hard smacks now. This is looking for death. A large amount of cold sweat broke out on his head. He dared not hesitate. Hurrying towards Lin Fan, he walked briskly, walked too fast and almost fell. Came to Lin Fan. Flutter. He got on his knees. Snap. He slapped himself hard. "Youngest, I'm sorry. I'm dog-eyed, so don't take it personally with me in your honor." Kneeling as he speaks. Yun Jinglong looked at the kneeling Wei Jinbao with a slight frown. He kicked Wei Jinbao away and said angrily, "You dog, how dare you offend Mr. Lin? Disqualify your company as a building materials supplier from now on." He's trying to clear the air with Wei Kimball. If it was because of Wei Jinbao that Lin Fan misunderstood him, that would be too wrong. "Mr. Lin, inside please. Don't let the dog interfere with your meal." He smiled at Lin Fan. Turning his head, he looked at the hall manager. Aloud, "What are you waiting for? Still not taking Mr. Lin to my exclusive box? All of Mr. Lin's purchases are free today." Hearing Yun Jinglong's words, the lobby manager hurriedly said, Yes, Mr. Lin, this way please," she said carefully. This was someone who even the boss respected, so she didn't dare to slack off. Yun Jinglong was none other than the largest shareholder of this restaurant and was considered the owner of the place. "Thanks then." Lin Fan smiled at Yun Jinglong. Who wouldn't want to eat for free? Chapter 153, maybe you think I'm exaggerating. Lin Fan finished speaking and followed the hall manager towards the upper floors. Yun Jinglong watched Lin Fan and the others leave. The face that had just been piled with smiles turned unusually somber. He looked over to Yi Kimball, who was sitting on the floor with his eyes glazed over. Pissed off. Damn it, it was this asshole that almost made him leave a bad impression on Lin Fan. Come on man, get this eyesore out of here, he said to the security guard at the door. The two security guards at the door heard Yun Jinglong's words and hurriedly ran over, one grabbing an arm and yanking Wei Jinbao towards the outside of the restaurant. Yun Jinglong took a deep breath and headed upstairs. The Imperial Box. This box could be said to be the largest and most luxurious in the restaurant besides Yun Jinglong's exclusive box. Yun Jinglong pushed open the door of the box. By now there were 4 people sitting in the box. These 4 people were all famous young men of Willow City, and they were all gathered at this moment, waiting for Yun Jinglong's arrival. These 4 people were all Yun Jinglong's juniors, with Yun Jinglong as their leader. When the 4 saw Yun Jinglong enter, one of them stood up and said with a smile, "Young Yun, you're late." When Yun Jinglong saw the 4 people, his face, which had just been gloomy, eased a bit and spoke, "I'll punish myself with a cup." With that, he picked up the wine glass next to him, poured it full of wine, lifted it up, and gulped it down into his stomach. "Ha, young Master Yun, why are you so sore today?" The person who stood up looked at Yun Jinglong and asked suspiciously. In the past, if Yun Jinglong had been allowed to drink a glass of wine, it wouldn't have been this painful. "What's going on today, young Yun? Is this something you've encountered unhappiness?" A man next to Yun Jinglong asked. "Don't mention it, just almost gotta killed." Yun Jinglong sat down, picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the dish. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what kind of person dares to harm Yun Xiao? See if I don't screw him. The young man opposite Yun Jinglong stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to go out to help Yun Jinglong take revenge. Yun Jinglong waved his hand for the man across from him to sit down, put down his chopsticks, and said, "The matter has been resolved." "Yun Xiao, what's going on?" the person next to Yun Jinglong asked suspiciously. The other 3 were also looking at Yun Jinglong with puzzled faces. All of them were curious about what had happened to Yun Jinglong. Seeing the eyes of the 4, Yun Jinglong poured a glass of wine, gently took a small sip, and slowly said, "I just met a top-tier big shot outside. The 4 of them look at me and I look at you." They felt that Yun Jinglong was the top young man in Luchang. However, looking at Yun Jinglong, it seemed as if the other party was even more powerful than Yun Jinglong. Yun Jinglong saw the 4 people's puzzled looks. Laughing to myself, I said, "I also thought I was great and a top-notch youngster before I met this youngster." He shook his head, took a sip of wine, and continued, "But after I met this great young man, I realized that my eyesight is still too narrow, and my pattern is too small." The 4 looked at each other, not understanding what Yun Jinglong meant by this. Could it be that there is still a great young man in Lucheng who is more powerful than Yun Jinglong? Even if there is, it shouldn't be too different. But listening to Yun Jinglong's words, how did it feel? As if the gap was very huge. But how is that possible? They didn't believe there was such a great young man. Yun Jinglong saw the 4 people's disbelieving expressions. If I'd heard something like that before, I'd have scoffed too. After all, those top youngsters in Willow City are just like that. He picked up his glass of wine, tilted his head back, and drank it all down. I used to think I was awesome because I drove a tens of millions of dollars sports car and had a multi-million-dollar pet dog. But after meeting that great young man, he filled his glass. Do you guys know what kind of pets that big young man has? He looked at the 4 and asked with a smile. The 4 looked at each other. Dogs, cat, eagle, horses? One of the 4 names an animal. Yeah, you're right, it's horses, Yun Jinglong said as he pointed to a person next to him. The 4 did not understand what Yun Jinglong meant by this. Pet horses are nothing special. All 4 of them had a horse or 2 at the stable. There's no fuss about it. They were fast becoming confused by Yun Jinglong at this point. Yun Jinglong took in the expressions of the 4 and asked with a smile. You guys wouldn't think that the horse that great young man keeps is your kind of cheap horse, right? Young Yun, that horse of mine isn't cheap. It cost me nearly $10 million to get the horse to Lucheng. Yun Jinglong had just finished speaking when someone stood out and retorted. $10 million? A lot? Yun Jinglong asked rhetorically as he looked at the 4. He shook his head. If it were before, he might have thought $10 million for a horse that was a bit extravagant. The 4 were instantly speechless when they heard Yun Jinglong's words. 10 million isn't much? That $10 million horse could very well be a total bust if it's not fed well. This horse breeding is more of a loser than buying a sports car. A horse is a living thing, and you can't tell when it gets sick and hangs up. Then the money is really gone. Get lucky with a sports car and it will go up in value. And even if it depreciates, you won't be left with nothing. $10 million for a horse. That's only for a great young man who really likes horses. The average big young man would never spend his money on a horse. Seeing the expressions of the four, Yun Jinglong smiled and said, maybe you guys think I'm exaggerating, but do you know what kind of horse that great young man has? That's a sweaty horse. The key is still a superb sweat-blooded horse. Yun Jinglong finished his speech in one breath and drank all the wine in his cup to suppress the shock. Every time he thought of Lin Fan's superb sweat-blooded horse, he was unusually excited. That's a superb sweat-blooded horse worth $200 million. Legendary horse. The four people were instantly dumbfounded when they heard Yun Jinglong's words. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? Sweat-bloods? It's still the very best sweat-blood horse. That's incredible too. An ordinary sweat-blooded horse is already very rare. This great young man actually owns a superb sweat-blooded horse. It's a superb sweat-blooded horse worth $200 million. What a horse they've dreamed of owning, but they can only think about it in their dreams. There was a bitter laugh in their hearts. No wonder young Master Yun asked if $10 million was a lot. A $10 million horse is nothing compared to a superb sweat-blooded horse worth $200 million. This great young man taking an extremely rare sweat-blooded BMW as a pet. This was too terrifying. Where is this great young man from? That's too scary. It took a while for the four to catch their breath. It was really that the shock of an extremely high-quality sweat-blooded horse as a pet was too great for them. Young Master Yun, are you saying that the great young man is eating at the restaurant? The person next to Yun Jinglong looked at Yun Jinglong with glowing eyes and asked excitedly. When the other three heard the man's question, they all looked at Yun Jinglong as well. Not bad, that great young man is dining in my exclusive box. Yun Jinglong nodded. How could he not know what was in the hearts of the four? How could such a great young man miss the opportunity to make his acquaintance? Chapter 154, you can think about it. Exclusive box. TSK, 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 TSK. It's really luxurious enough. Entering the box, Lin Fan surveyed the box inside in his heart. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran were directly dumbfounded when they entered the box. Is this the box? Why does it feel as splendid as the palace? This is too luxurious. The three men took their seats. The lobby manager handed Lin Fan the menu. Lin Fan turned his hand and put it in front of Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran and said with a smile, no need to save me money. Just order whatever you want. When Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran heard Lin Fan's words, one of them gave Lin Fan a big blank stare. They had just heard Yun Jinglong say that all of them were free. The two looked up the menu together. The two men saw the prices on the menu, which instantly staggered both of them. That's too expensive. My goodness, a regular dish costs a couple hundred. Wouldn't a random meal like that eat up a month's worth of their living expenses? That's a casual meal. A little more serious and they'd be stuck eating instant noodles for the rest of the year. When Lin Fan saw the two gawking there, he frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, no favorites? Is the food here bad? It shouldn't. The decorating pattern here is all very beautiful and upscale. The fact that you can only come here to eat from a reservation means that the place is very hot. He was very puzzled in his mind at this point. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran looked at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. They're not too picky about what they eat. It's just the price of the place that puts them off. Although they knew that they were exempt, they didn't dare to just ask for it in the face of such an expensive price. Lin Fan, it's not that we don't have any favorites, but the dishes here are just too expensive. We don't dare to order them. Zhang Yun Orange took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan and said with a bitter smile, they're not the type to take advantage of a bargain when they see one. They do have their own bottom line. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran, his eyes filled with admiration. That's quite a find. Girls who are not materialistic like Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran are too few and far between nowadays. He didn't feel that Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran lied to him. A person's movements could fool people, but their eyes couldn't fool people. If both eyes can fool Lin Fan, then Lin Fan can only admit it. After all, the only ones who have reached that acting realm are movie stars and movie queens. He didn't force himself to let Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran order again. Do you two have any contraindications? He looked at Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran and asked. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Yun Orange pushed the menu in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't look at the menu and closed it. Looking toward the hall manager, he slowly said, serve a few of your signature dishes here. Just enough for the three of us. What he hated most was wastefulness, and naturally he would not change for nothing. Okay, I'll get you set up, the lobby manager said respectfully. After saying that, he walked towards the outside of the box. Before leaving, he deliberately glanced at Lin Fan, his eyes full of surprise. She thought that Lin Fan would order a dozen or so dishes even if he didn't order a large table. She didn't realize that Lin Fan only needed enough to eat. It's only a 4-course meal for just 3 people. Lin Fan watched the hall manager leave. Pour yourself a cup of tea. Take a sip. The tea here is not as good as the second generation Dahongpo, but it's still good for quenching your thirst. Sister Yoon Orange, MS. Yang, I wonder if you have any plans for the future? He put down his teacup and looked at Zhang Yunzhuang and Yang Mengran, asking. He had some ideas for a plan, but that was all he had. He still wanted to hear what Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran thought. If it's in line with what he's thinking, it's going to make all the difference. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran glanced at each other, not knowing why Lin Fan suddenly asked this question. They are now able to engage in their favorite singing lead and still be able to put food on the table, and they already feel very good about it. As for planning, they don't have any long-term plans and not everything is something they can plan to decide. Lin Fan could see from the faces of the two men that they had no plans, at least for now. He pondered for a moment, but decided to say what was on his mind. Sister Yoon Orange, MS. Yang, I have an idea for your future plans that you can consider. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran looked at Lin Fan curiously. They couldn't plan for the future themselves, and they were curious to know what Lin Fan's future plans were. Both of you really love to sing, and crucially are very talented at it. I do. The first step is for you to become big anchors and have your own huge fan base. Zhang Yun Orange sighed when she heard Lin Fan's words. It's not easy to become a big anchor. She is not confident, although she knew she was a good singer. This society was not one where if you had the ability, you could succeed. It's not me, Lin Fan said with a smile when he saw Zhang Yun Orange's appearance. When Zhang Yun Orange heard Lin Fan's words, she immediately brightened up. How could she have forgotten that Lin Fan was a silly big spender? When are you going to go to my live room and swipe $5 or $10 million too? She asked with a narrow-eyed smile. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment when he heard Zhang Yun Orange's words. Does he really think he's some kind of a fool? That was his mission. He didn't bother to swipe the gift without the mission, but he didn't care too much about the money. After all, he still had a 10 times cashback card. Mostly, it's just too much work for your hands. In the future, in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, your training will all be done by the company. When the time comes, I'll have Shin Jianyun help you guys develop a detailed cultivation plan, so that you can quickly accumulate a large number of fans to become big anchors. Zhang Yun Orange nodded. What she had just said was just a joke. She didn't really want Lin Fan to swipe a gift for her. Just finished step 1. Now step 2. Lin Fan finished taking a sip of tea. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran looked at Lin Fan curiously, curious to know what Lin Fan's second step was. In the second step, you enter the entertainment industry directly with the help of your huge fan base and become singers, Lin Fan said indifferently as he looked at the two. When Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran heard Lin Fan's words, the two of them instantly froze. The two were shocked with their mouths wide open and their eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? The idea of becoming singers with the help of a live platform never crossed their minds. They entered into being anchors, already feeling farther and farther away from the singers, and thinking in their minds that maybe they would never have the chance to be singers in their lives. But now that Lin Fan had told them that they could debut as singers with the help of a live broadcast platform, how could they not be shocked? It was their first dream to become singers, but reality forces them to give up their dreams. They didn't believe Lin Fan would lie to her because they knew there was no need for that. They felt dizzy in their heads, almost stoned by the surprise that had come out of nowhere. Chapter 155, What horse farm is this? Cough cough. Lin Fan coughed lightly when he saw Zhang Yunzhuang and Yang Mengran gawking. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran instantly came to their senses and looked at Lin Fan in unison. This is just one of my future plans for you guys. It's up to you to make it happen, Lin Fan said seriously. The road, he paved it, but whether or not he could reach his destination, that was not for him to decide. But it was up to Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They certainly understood what Lin Fan meant, but the fact that Lin Fan was able to do this was enough, giving them the opportunity to be able to realize their dreams. It's up to them to take hold of it as to whether or not it will materialize. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Lin Fan said to the door. The door was pushed open. The lobby manager walked in, followed by a waiter pushing a food cart. Mr. Lin, the dishes are ready, the hall manager said respectfully to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. The lobby manager instructed the waiter to bring the food from the food truck to the table. 4-course meal. The dishes all looked very sophisticated and the aromas wafting out were instantly appetizing. This is too pretty. Zhang Yun Orange's eyes were round as she looked at the dishes on the table, which were simply like a work of art. Mr. Lin, please enjoy your meal. The lobby manager finished and left with the waiter. Well, don't look. Hurry up and eat. The food won't be good if it gets cold in a while. Lin Fan picked up the chopsticks next to him and said with a smile. After saying that, he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the dish. Aha, the flavor is okay. Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mengran looked at each other and picked up their chopsticks and ate as well. It was so delicious. Both men thought at the same time in their minds. End of dinner. It was a very pleasant meal for all three. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Come in, Lin Fan said indifferently. The door pushed open, and the first to walk in was Yun Jinglong, who was followed by 4 young men about the same age as Yun Jinglong. Lin Fan looked at the 5 Yun Jinglongs who came in and was very puzzled in his heart, wondering what Yun Jinglong meant by this. Mr. Lin, how's the food? Still satisfied? Yun Jinglong walked forward and asked with a smile. He calculated the time and estimated that Lin Fan's side was almost done eating. Only then did he bring the other 4 to Lin Fan's box. Well, not bad. Something? Lin Fan looked at Yun Jinglong and asked suspiciously. It's like this. A few of my brothers know that Mr. Lin is eating here and want to get to know him. Yun Jinglong pointed at the 4 people beside him and said with a smile. Hello Mr. Lin. Hello Mr. Lin. Hello Mr. Lin. Hello Mr. Lin. The 4 bowed slightly and said at the same time. Hello guys. Lin Fan returned the favor. As the saying goes, you can't reach out to a man without a smile. When people gave him face, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Mr. Lin, this is. Yun Jinglong introduced all 4 of his little brothers, one by one. These 4 people were all the sons of famous group chairman in Luchang, the future first heir of these groups. Next to them, Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mangran looked at the 4 people who were nodding to Lin Fan. The 2 shocked little mouths unconsciously opened so wide that they were about to be able to put in an egg. These people's conglomerates are very famous in Luchang. Those are all at least tens of billions of dollars or more. Being the heir to a $10 billion corporation, that was a true young man of Luchang. Such a great young man was so respectful in front of Lin Fan. They didn't dare to imagine what kind of identity Lin Fan actually had again, but they knew that it had to be more bullish than these people, or else they wouldn't have made these people so respectful. They were very fortunate to have met Lin Fan, their cow boss, so that their dreams can be realized. Lin Fan gestured for the 5 to sit down. At this time, Yun Jinglong looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, I've told these 4 brothers of mine about your extreme sweatblood BMW. I wonder if you have any pictures of the very best sweatblood horses there for them to look at. The photos aren't there. Lin Fan shook his head and said directly. He'd never wanted to be photographed with a horse. The main reason was that he had never put the very best sweat-blooded horse in his heart. When the 4 heard Lin Fan's words, a trace of loss instantly appeared on their faces. They thought about asking Yin Jinglong to take them directly to visit Lin Fan's house, but after thinking about it, they felt that it would be too presumptuous. He could only retreat to come and meet Lin Fan, and in the meantime, look at the pictures of that superb sweat-blooded horse. Now that I didn't get to see the photos, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't lost. After all, that was a superb sweat-blooded horse worth $200 million. Not just anyone could see it, but I have a little video here that you can watch. Lin Fan said and took his cell phone out. This little video was exactly what Tang Yuxuan had taken when Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing were riding together. The 4 instantly brightened up when they heard Lin Fan's words and all came over. Lin Fan opened the album and clicked on the video. A handsome white horse with 2 people sitting on its back appeared in the video. Although they could only see the side, everyone could tell at a glance that the person behind this was Lin Fan. Although the woman in Lin Fan's arms could only be seen on the side, it was still possible to see that the woman was incredibly beautiful. Mr. Lin, which stable are you at? A man asked curiously. As you can see from the view in the video, this is very fast. But this surrounding scene, he hadn't seen it before and was curious as to which horse farm Lin Fan was playing at. Ask for the name of the horse farm, and then they can also get a membership card at that horse farm, so that they can ask Lin Fan to go to the horse farm together sometime. Emotions are something that need to be maintained on a regular basis. Otherwise even the best relationship will be broken if you don't contact them for a long time. This is at my cottage, not a horse farm. Lin Fan glanced at the man and said indifferently. The 5 Yin Jinglongs were all dumbfounded when they heard Lin Fan's words. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? I can't believe it's in the villa at such a fast pace? That's incredible too. This is just too hard to believe. With such a fast speed, they wouldn't dare to run like that in an open horse field, let alone a villa yard with little space. What was even more unbelievable was that Lin Fan had a woman with him. It's exponentially more difficult to realize that riding alone, and riding with someone, is not a 1+1 relationship. What great horsemanship it would take to do that. Such horsemanship they felt was not at all worse than those international equestrian masters. Those equestrian masters may not even do as good a job as Lin Fan when they come. It was horrible. At this moment, the 5 people admired Lin Fan's horsemanship. Chapter 156, I wonder if you're interested in participating. Yun Jinglong picked up his teacup and smiled at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, I'm convinced. Your horsemanship is amazing. I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. It's from his heart, not a pat on the back. He truly admired Lin Fan's horsemanship. The other 4 also picked up their teacups and looked at Lin Fan with adoration. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't hold back, and also picked up a teacup, looked at the 5 people, and said with a smile, "Average." Equestrianism was just a minor skill for him. He didn't seem to see any value in it except to play. Far from catching up with the practical value of calligraphy skills and drawing skills. That's his big truth. However, when the 5 people heard Lin Fan's words, a bitter smile ran through their hearts. Lin Fan's such great horsemanship is only average? And what is their horsemanship? Isn't it even trash? The 4 chatted some more. At this time, Yun Jinglong thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Lin, we have a project. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining and having some fun." That's what they're really here for. Just meeting and getting to know each other. That is, just at the level of getting to know each other. Only if we all cooperate with each other. This will bring the relationship closer and make it stronger. Lin Fan took a sip of tea, looked up, looked at Yun Jinglong, and asked curiously, "What project? Tell me about it?" He was also curious as to what kind of project these great young men were working on. Yun Jinglong heard Lin Fan's question and hurriedly said, "The 5 of us invested in a game company." "A game company?" Lin Fan muttered. "Games do make money, provided they are fun to play. You represent good gaming products?" Lin Fan looked at the 5 Yun Jinglongs and asked indifferently. In his opinion, it should be that Yun Jinglong and the others had found a good game they were ready to represent, and that's why they opened the company. After all, the cycle of developing a game on your own is too long. Games like the ones that are popular now are probably not popular by the time you develop the same game, so it is usually a direct agent of mature game products. Just need to do a good job of promotion to make money. As long as the game isn't particularly crap, it's still good money. Yun Jinglong shook his head and asked in a deep voice, "We have no intention of representing the game." Lin Fan involuntarily frowned slightly when he heard Yun Jinglong's reply. This is about developing your own game. If you're proxying a game, take a developed game and look at it. Test it to see the potential of the game. Can you make money? Can you make a lot of money? It can be predicted, but develop it yourself, and this is too much uncertainty. If it was a proxy game, it wouldn't matter if he invested in it and played it. After all, the game still makes money, so at least it won't make him lose money. But if he were to develop the game himself, he'd have to think long and hard about it. After all, he didn't get his money from the wind and has to be responsible for his money. Yun Jinglong nodded seriously and said in a deep voice, "We are prepared to develop a set of true holographic projection games." A real hologram game? Lin Fan fell into deep thought. There are some holographic projection games nowadays, but that's not really holographic projection at all. The technology of holographic projection is not yet mature. Developing a true holographic projection game on immature technology is visibly very difficult. It wasn't that he wasn't optimistic about the holographic projection game. If a holographic projection game could really be developed, it would be 100% certain to make money. But would a holographic projection game be so well developed? Lin Fan shook his head. He wasn't optimistic about the holographic projection game development of Yun Jinglong and the others. One is that the technology simply isn't there, and the other is that the development cycle is too long. After all, none of the current holographic projection technology is mature. Yun Jinglong saw Lin Fan shaking his head and said confidently, "We've already recruited the top technicians from all over the country. Development has now begun. I'm sure it won't take long to develop our game model." Lin Fan glanced at the confident Yun Jinglong. "I really don't know who gave you so much confidence," he muttered in his mind. With such an unreliable program, he really wasn't interested in participating. There's so much uncertainty here. He didn't want to play with his money down the drain. Lin Fan was about to refuse. At this time, the system voice rang out. "Release the mission. Being a great tycoon, how can you not have your own squad? Accept the invitation from Yun Jinglong and the others to form your own squad. Receiving the mission. Rewarding Willow City with 100% stake in the Rhyme Balling Horse Farm. Mission denied. No reward." Lin Fan was happy to hear the system voice. The system is making it so he has to take a hit with his money. Luchang Mo Yun Chiao Horse Farm, which is the largest horse farm in Luchang. After he obtained the Extreme Sweat Blood BMW, he purposely checked the horse farms in Willow City. After all, keeping the very best sweat-blooded horses in the villa for a long time is not a thing. He was going to send the very best sweat-blooded BMW to a horse farm to have a person in charge of feeding it. He wants to ride a horse. He can just go to the stable then. At that time, he also fell in love with this Luchang Mo Yun Chiao horse farm in his heart. After all, this horse farm is the largest in Luchang, and the technicians inside are also the best in Luchang. He put the very best sweat-blooded horse inside before he was relieved. He saw at the time that Luchang Mo Yun Chiao horse farm was valued at roughly $3.5 billion, and secretly sighed, a horse farm was worth so much money. Which tycoon is so capricious as to make such a luxurious horse farm? Who would have thought that now this stable would soon be his? Accept the mission. Lin Fan agreed. taking a small amount of money to go down the drain, only to get a horse farm worth $3.5 billion. As long as it's not a cutie pie, just know what to choose. How much do I need to invest if I want to join? Lin Fan looked at Yun Jinglong and asked directly. Since he had accepted the mission, what he naturally wanted was to join quickly. That's how quest rewards get there. The 5 of us invested $100 million initially, so you're just like us. Yun Jinglong's heart rejoiced when he heard Lin Fan's question and hurriedly said, "That's fine. I'll invest $100 million as well." Lin Fan put down his teacup and said directly. Next to them, Zhang Yan Orange and Yang Meng Ran were instantly dumbfounded when they heard Lin Fan's words. The two were shocked with their mouths wide open, their eyes staring like bronze bells, full of incredulity. This? Just a simple investment of $100 million? This is too capricious to come up with $100 million to invest without even seeing the project or understanding it. Is this the capriciousness of the rich? They felt that Lin Fan's tone of voice when he said investing $100 million was like it wasn't $100 million, but a dollar. How much money does it take to care so little about money? There was a bitter laugh in their hearts. They feel that they are frogs at the bottom of a well, and suddenly they come to a new world, and what they see completely overturns their 3 views. Chapter 157, is that the game you just developed? When Yun Jinglong heard Lin Fan agree, he was instantly very happy in his heart. Lin Fan joined, which brought their relationship a level closer. He was very optimistic about the prospects of this holographic projection game, otherwise he wouldn't have introduced Lin Fan to join. He thinks that if he develops it, he's sure to make a lot of money. He felt that only something of great value like a holographic projection game would be able to attract Lin Fan to join them. Didn't that succeed in getting Lin Fan on board? Welcome aboard, Mr. Lin. He stood up, raised his teacup, and smiled at Lin Fan. The other 4 stood up and picked up their teacups as well. Lin Fan smiled faintly and stood up, picking up his teacup and clinking cups with Yun Jinglong and the other 4. These people were already considered to be the top young men of Willow City, and having these people as his team would only benefit him without any harm. He had just sat down after clinking glasses and drinking tea with the crowd. At this time, the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The documents related to Willow City's Mo Yin Xiao Horse Ranch have been placed on the desk of the host's Haitian No. 1 villa, gaining 50 system points. He just loved the system's pain-in-the-ass personality, arriving in seconds and never reneging. Another 50 points. There's no point in keeping it. In his mind, he said to the system, use 50 points to open the lucky carousel once. As his words fell, the points were deducted and the big wheel of fortune slowly turned. Stop, he murmured in his mind. The big wheel of fortune slowly came to a halt. Host's lucky break. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of holographic projection games. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the consummate level program development skill. He was shocked to hear the system's reward, and a nationalist phrase came directly from his heart. It was too hard for him to believe. Having just negotiated a cooperation with the 5 Yun Jinglongs, winning a set of holographic projection games in a lottery was like being possessed by the Emperor of Europe. System, come out of there. He didn't think he was lucky enough for that. Think what you want to come to the point. He had absolute reason to believe that this was the system's doing. Please trust the system. The system is absolutely fair and impartial. This is a big burst of luck for the host. I'll believe the hell out of you. He also knew it was futile to ask the system. He first absorbed the consummate level program development skills. He instantly reached a terrifying level of knowledge about program development in this world. He had to sigh, the system was really great. This made him, a white guy who just knew nothing about program development, instantly become a program development guru. He was going to take out this holographic projection game that the system had given him. After all, if he really counted on Yun Jinglong and the others to develop the holographic projection game, then his $100 million would inevitably go down the drain. He had just gained program development skills, and no one knew the current level of development in the world better than he did. He guessed that someone had already started to do the development of the holographic projection game a long time ago and was close to developing it. If they really let others succeed in developing it ahead of time, then Yun Jinglong and the others would not have any chance. After all, this is the information age, and speed is what's up for grabs. Whoever develops it first will be the first to capture the market. Even if Yun Jinglong and the others developed it by then, the yellow flowers would be cold. It's all a bit of a long story, but in reality only a moment passed. Lin Fan looked at the 5, took out his cell phone, and said indifferently, I developed a holographic projection minigame myself in my spare time. Will you guys see if it's useful to the company? He finished and started pretending to reach for his phone. Yun Jinglong and the other 4 looked at each other. How could they not have thought that Lin Fan himself would develop a game? And the key was a holographic projection game. They didn't think Lin Fan could develop any decent holographic projection games. Keep in mind that they got the top techs in the country. and none of those techs have developed a decent thing so far. They didn't believe that Lin Fan was better than these top technicians. They thought Lin Fan had made a simple model at most. Their faces didn't change much for the sake of Lin Fan's face, but they didn't think from the bottom of their hearts that Lin Fan could come up with anything decent. When Zhang Yan Orange and Yang Mengran heard Lin Fan's words, they also looked over curiously. They hadn't thought that Lin Fan would even develop games. No matter what game is developed, for them as long as they can develop a game, it's pretty awesome. Lin Fan took out his cell phone, got up, and went to the door. Click. He replaced the main switch for the lights and the room instantly became unbearably dark. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Yun Jinglong hurriedly asked when he saw Lin Fan turn off the lights. Aren't we going to show the game? He didn't understand what Lin Fan was doing with the lights off. His words just fell. Only a curtain of light shone in Lin Fan's cell phone. It instantly illuminated the entire box, making people rush to close their eyes. Yun Jinglong slowly opened his eyes. He saw the scene of a lifetime. He was currently in a mountain forest, surrounded by tall trees. Every now and then there are birds chirping and insects singing. This? Where is this? Why am I here? A long list of questions popped up in his mind. At this time, the lights of the box suddenly turned on, and the scene just now all disappeared. Yun Jinglong looked around in disbelief and realized that the others were just like him. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lin Fan. His throat felt a little dry, and he couldn't speak well. Lin, Mr. Lin, was that the game you developed just now? When the crowd heard Yun Jinglong's question, they all looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the crowd, nodded with a smile, and spoke, yes. Although the crowd was prepared in their minds, they were still shocked to hear Lin Fan admit it in person. One by one, their mouths were wide open and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This turned out to really be a game developed by Lin Fan. How is that possible? That's too powerful. Yun Jinglong and the other four looked at each other. There was a bitter laugh in their hearts. They originally thought Lin Fan's game was a miniatures. Now it looks like a perfect hologram. What a shock. They felt that even if their game was developed, it wouldn't necessarily be as powerful as the one developed by Lin Fan. They were very glad that they had met Lin Fan today. If Lin Fan used this game for business, then their game company would simply go out of business. After all, it's not like their game is going to be developed overnight. Fan, did you just say you're taking this game out? Yun Jinglong was so excited that he didn't even call Mr. Lin and directly called on Brother Fan. This holographic projection game developed by Lin Fan gave him too much of a shock, and Lin Fan just meant to take this game out. Aha! Lin Fan hemmed and nodded. Chapter 158, I'll accept it with reluctance. This little game I developed isn't bad, is it? Lin Fan glanced at the other four and turned to Yun Jinglong, asking with a smile. He had to sigh in his heart at the same time. The system is the eternal god. He hadn't expected this holographic projection game to be so powerful. It's almost like being there. It was a great feeling. Yun Jinglong and the four looked at each other. Listen to this. Is this human language? You call this a little game? A game this awesome is called a minigame? Wouldn't that mean the games they're developing now can't be called games? You call that not bad? It's simply a much better game than they thought it would be. None of the games they're prepared to put a lot of money into developing are necessarily as good as this. The five spat madly in their minds. It was hard to hide the excitement in his eyes even though he was spitting. With this game, they just have to have the text test and tweak it. It won't take long to do the listing. They believe that there is simply no game on the market right now that can match this one. They will have the entire hologram gaming market to themselves. It was as if they saw the company's valuation skyrocket. 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. They don't dare to imagine it anymore. It's really that this game has so much potential. Their company will be a minimum $100 billion valuation. How much is this gonna cost? Even if they were top-tier second generation, this much money scared them. They were very excited in their hearts at this time. It was as if they saw their fathers recognizing them with appreciation. After the excitement, they unanimously looked at Lin Fan, because it was Lin Fan who brought this about. They feel very lucky to have met and befriended Lin Fan. They looked at each other and nodded in unison. At this time, Yun Jinglong said seriously, Brother Fan, since you're providing the technology, the funds don't need to come from you. Oh, Lin Fan glanced at Yun Jinglong, not expecting Yun Jinglong to say such a thing. Actually, 100 million is nothing to him. He hadn't expected Yun Jinglong to ask him to take a technical stake. Okay. He didn't make any pretense and nodded in agreement. He also knew the value of this holographic projection game to Yun Jinglong and the others. Yun Jinglong heard Lin Fan agree and a smile appeared on his face. He went on to say, equity will have to be redistributed a bit as well, he said glancing at the other four. The other four nodded at Yun Jinglong. Lin Fan looked at Yun Jinglong curiously, wondering how Yun Jinglong wanted to adjust his stake. Brother Fan, you have 50% of the equity and the five of us have 10% each. Yun Jinglong looked at Lin Fan and said seriously. It was well thought out by him. After all, The fact that Lin Fan had come up with such an awesome game meant that Lin Fan's skills were very impressive. For them to truly tie Lin Fan to the same chariot, they had to give Lin Fan absolute power in the company. Don't think they're losing out. He is very optimistic about the holographic projection game, and the company will be at least $100 billion enterprise in the future. That 10% stake gives him at least $10 billion. Money wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was to be truly tied to Lin Fan. He believed that Lin Fan's origins were definitely very uncomplicated, and following someone like that, he felt that the future value would definitely be greater than 10 billion returns. Oh, Lin Fan looked at Yun Jinglong in surprise and asked with a smile, I just came out with a small game. You don't regret giving me so much equity? When he finished, his eyes narrowed and he glanced at the other four. He hadn't expected this Yun Jinglong to be so bold. He was very satisfied in his mind. He is going to form his own team. Naturally there are far and near proximity. For the time being, you can put Yun Jinglong in the close one. No regrets. Yun Jinglong said very seriously. How could he regret it? He felt it was the best decision he had ever made. Lin Fan looked at the other four and asked with a smile. What about you guys? The four said in unison. No regrets. Alright, then, I'll accept it with reluctance. Lin Fan said with a smile. He stood up and raised his teacup. Yun Jinglong and the other four also stood up and similarly raised their teacups. Happy cooperation. Lin Fan took the lead. Happy cooperation. Yun Jinglong and the other four said at the same time. Clink glasses. Lin Fan sat down again. He sent Yun Jinglong the code of the small game in his phone. Now that he has become the person in charge of the company, he naturally wants to get the company's products out quickly. Of course the game code he gave to Yun Jinglong was also modified by him. There are some features that have been removed that are so simple that those technicians at the company were able to patch them in. He didn't want those techs doing nothing every day. Also the core code of the game code he encrypts. The key he chose was a string of characters in billions. To fully crack. Aha. At the rate computers run today, it would take almost a couple hundred years. Next to Zhang Yan Orange and Yang Mengran saw that in just a few minutes Lin Fan had turned Yun Jinglong's 5 people's company into his own, earning $250 million. The two people were directly dumbfounded. The two were shocked with their little mouths wide open and their eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. This is too much. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, and someone had told them that whoever it was had made $200 million in a few minutes, they would have thought that person was bragging. That's a lot of money to make too fast. Although they didn't know how fast the world's richest man made money, they felt sure that it wasn't as fast as this Lin Fan. That's amazing. They feel like they're running out of brain capacity. Couldn't figure out why the 5 trusted Lin Fan so much and willingly handed over control of the company. Look, 5 people with smiles piled on their faces. Is this the legend of selling yourself and counting for others? But they knew these people weren't stupid, and there had to be a side to them that they didn't know about. But no matter what, it meant that Lin Fan was very powerful. It made the 5 feel that giving Lin Fan the $250 million was very much worth it. Yun Jinglong was very excited as he looked at the code in his cell phone. He looked at Lin Fan and asked out loud, Brother Fan, do you want to go to the company now? He felt that Lin Fan, as the person in charge of the company, should visit the company. Also he wants to get this game code to the techs for testing as soon as possible. When Lin Fan heard Yun Jinglong's words, he thought a little and nodded. He didn't really plan on meddling in the company's operations. Being a competent boss is about knowing the right people and not doing everything yourself. So many of his businesses, if he were to take on all of them himself, he'd be dead in the water. He didn't want that. He just needs to have a general overview. He turned his head to look at Zhang Yunjiang and Yang Mengran and asked with a smile, That's it for today. You guys go back first. He also saw that Zhang Yan Orange and Yang Mengran were bored sitting here. And besides, what should be said had been said. He had no intention of bringing Zhang Yan Orange and Yang Mengran to the game company. I'll have the people from the restaurant send the 2 sisters-in-law back. Yun Jinglong stood up and said with a smile. Chapter 159, isn't it very atmospheric? What's with the blind yelling? We're just ordinary friends. Lin Fan said without a trace of anger. A blush unconsciously appeared on the faces of Zhang Yan Orange and Yang Mengran when they heard Yun Jinglong's address. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I'll arrange for a car to take you back. Yun Jinglong hurriedly apologized to Zhang Yan Orange and Yang Mengran. After he finished speaking, he quickly walked out of the box and arranged for a car to go for Zhang Yan Orange and Yang Mengran. Go! Lin Fan stood up and said to Zhang Yan Orange and Yang Mengran. Zhang Yan Orange and Yang Mengran nodded, got up, and followed Lin Fan out of the box. Outside the restaurant, there was a business sedan parked. Yun Jinglong saw Lin Fan and the others come out and said with a smile, The car is ready. Thanks, Lin Fan said with a nod. You guys go back first. He turned his head to Zhang Yan Orange and Yang Mengran who were next to him. Zhang Yan Orange and Yang Mengran nodded, knowing that Lin Fan had things to do next and didn't say anything more. Lin Fan watched the two get into the car and leave. Let's go too, he said to Yun Jinglong. He finished walking towards the downstairs parking lot of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City. Lin Fan came to the parking lot, took out the car key, and pressed the switch. The lights on the Koenigsegg Adroar next to it instantly lit up. The 5 Yun Jinglongs each drove a sports car and quickly arrived in front of Lin Fan. The 5 Yun Jinglongs stepped down from the car and looked at the Koenigsegg Adroar in front of them. Fan, you changed cars again? He looked at Lin Fan and asked in surprise. Last time he had seen Lin Fan driving a Ferrari Laffa. This time it was surprisingly replaced with a Koenigsegg Adroar. And this one looks new at first glance. Well, this sports car has been in the garage too long. Bring it out for a spin, Lin Fan said casually. The 5 Yun Jinglongs were instantly speechless when they heard Lin Fan's words. The car obviously looked like it hadn't been driven. Are you buying a toy? Buy it, put it away, let it eat dust in a corner, and occasionally get it out and play with it when you think about it? Storing a sports car as a toy was something they felt only Lin Fan could do. Which one of them buys a new sports car and doesn't drive it out first to get a kick out of it? What's more, this kind of super sports car worth nearly $30 million. Do not come out to show off a little bit or sorry for such a good car. Well, stop gawking and get going. Lin Fan started the car and saw Yun Jinglong's 5 people dazed there and spoke out to remind them. When the 5 Yun Jinglongs heard Lin Fan's words, they looked at each other and rejoined the car. Yun Jinglong drove in front. Lin Fan followed Yun Jinglong's car closely, and the other 4 followed behind Lin Fan. Half an hour later, Yun Jinglong parked his car in front of a building. Willow City Kickstarter building? Lin Fan stepped down from the car and muttered as he looked at the building in front of him. Brother Fan, our company is on the 12th floor. Yun Jinglong introduced himself as he walked. The group took the elevator to the 12th floor. Willow City Piercing Arrow Information Technology. Cloud Piercing Arrows? Lin Fan was directly speechless in his heart when he saw the name of the company. An arrow through the clouds. 1,000 armies to meet? I really don't know what the 5 Yun Jinglong people were thinking of, coming up with such a company name. He shook his head and didn't say anything more. It was just a company name after all. At this time, Yun Jinglong spoke. Yun Jinglong smiled and pointed at the name of the company, looking at Lin Fan and asking, Brother Fan, how about this company name? Isn't it very atmospheric? Lin Fan looked at Yun Jinglong suspiciously. That's it? It has nothing to do with the atmosphere. He spat in his mind. Did you come up with this company name? He guessed from Yun Jinglong's expression that the name should have been given by Yun Jinglong. Brother Fan, awesome, you guessed it all. Yun Jinglong gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Lin Fan glanced at Yun Jinglong and was speechless for a moment. Is that even a guess? Look at that excited look on your face. As long as you're not a cutie, you can tell. This was something he only thought about in his mind. Naturally he would not say it out loud. The group entered the company. Hello Mr. Yun. The receptionist was a young girl who looked like she had just graduated. May, this is Chairman Lin Fanlin of our company. Yun Jinglong introduced himself to the receptionist Li Haimei. May's name is Li Haimei and she has just graduated. How can that be when the company employees don't even know the chairman of their own company? Li Haimei was shocked to hear Yun Jinglong's introduction. She had just noticed Lin Fan as well, but she thought of him as Yun Jinglong's brother or something. After all, Lin Fan looked younger than her. How could she not expect this Lin Fan, who was even younger than her, to become the chairman of the company? Yun Jinglong saw Li Haimei dazed, and immediately reminded over. What are you still frozen for? Call someone. Li Haimei instantly woke up when she heard Yun Jinglong's words, hurrying to say, Lin Dong, hello, Lin Fan said with a slight smile. Notify the development department manager, Ma Junjie, and have him come to my office. Yun Jinglong instructed Li Haimei. Okay, Mr. Yun. Li Haimei hurriedly nodded her head and replied, Brother Fan, come on, I'll show you my office. Yun Jinglong turned his head to Lin Fan and said with a smile. Lin Fan nodded and followed Yun Jinglong to the office. Make yourself at home, Brother Fan. After Yun Jinglong finished speaking, he took out a new cup and poured tea for Lin Fan. Tea, Brother Fan. He put the teacup in front of Lin Fan. Thanks, Lin Fan said with a smile. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. As Yun Jinglong's words fell, the office door was pushed open and a man with glasses walked in from outside. The man was 27 or 28, dressed in casual clothes. Mr. Yun, you're looking for me? The man was none other than Ma Junjie, the manager of the development department. Did you test the game code I just sent you? Yun Jinglong looked at Ma Junjie and asked directly. We were just in the middle of a meeting and I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, Ma Junjie said with some embarrassment. He was indeed just in a meeting to discuss some of the problems encountered in the development of the game. As for the game code Yun Jinglong had sent him, he hadn't given it a second thought. He didn't think Yun Jinglong could find any good game codes. You will now immediately have everyone stop what they're doing and test this game to the fullest. Yun Jinglong stood up and looked at Ma Junjie with a serious face. Everyone stop? Ma Junjie asked with a look of disbelief. Yes, all of them. Yun Jinglong nodded solemnly. Mr. Yun, can I ask what kind of game is this? It's so exuberant. Ma Junjie was very curious in his heart about what kind of game Yun Jinglong was asking him to test, that he wanted everyone to cooperate to complete it. It's a holographic projection game. Yun Jinglong took a deep breath and said slowly. Ma Junjie instantly froze when he heard Yun Jinglong's words. Chapter 160, I suggest you give up. This? How is that possible? Thinking that his ears were out of order, Ma Junjie asked out loud again. What game are you talking about? Yun Jinglong looked at Ma Junjie and said with a serious face. Holographic projection game. When Ma Junjie saw Yun Jinglong's serious face, he confirmed that he had indeed heard correctly just now, and that Yun Jinglong was talking about the holographic projection game. He froze momentarily. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? Yun Jinglong actually got the holographic projection game code? But, how is that possible? However, looking at Yun Jinglong's serious face, he felt that what Yun Jinglong gave him should be a real holographic projection game, but there was no mature holographic projection game out in the world. So where did Yun Jinglong get it? How could he not have expected that what Yun Jinglong had just given him was actually the code for the holographic projection game? How could this not shock him? This is incredible. His brain was running at full speed, and he felt that Yun Jinglong wouldn't lie to him, but he couldn't believe that someone had actually developed a holographic projection game already, and even more so, put it up for sale. There was only one possibility, and that was that Yun Jinglong had been tricked. He was prepared to immediately arrange for someone to conduct the test and give Yun Jinglong an answer at the earliest. The only way to test out that what the other party gave Yun Jinglong was not a holographic projection game at all was to allow Yun Jinglong to quickly recognize the other party's scam and recover his losses. He took a deep breath and hurriedly said, General Manager Yun, I will arrange for someone to conduct the test. After he finished speaking, he quickly left Yun Jinglong's office. Development Department of Lu Chang Piercing Arrow Information Technology Company. Ma Junjie pushed open the door to the development department. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Ma Junjie. Ma Junjie didn't nag and said directly, everyone put down the work at hand and fully cooperate with me to test this game. A young man with a beard stood up and asked Ma Junjie suspiciously, Boss, what game needs all of us to cooperate? He was very curious as to what game Ma Junjie had taken a trip to bring back that required their entire development department to cooperate in testing. It's the holographic projection game that Mr. Yun just brought. Ma Junjie took a deep breath and said slowly. When the crowd heard Ma Junjie's words, they all stood up in shock. Boss, Chief Yun really got the code for the holographic projection game? This is too awesome. Mr. Yun is really amazing. Even the holographic projection game code can be obtained. Now we can relax a bit. I think you're overjoyed. Would someone take out a project as promising as a holographic projection game and sell it? That's true. I think it's 80% that Mr. Yun has been tricked. Mr. Yun is really confused. How can he be fooled so easily? Alas, it seems that Mr. Yun is still in too much of a hurry, thinking that our development is too slow and wanting to go public quickly. This holographic projection game has not been developed successfully all over the world, so it can be seen that it is very difficult and challenging. How can it be developed so easily? Boss, what do you think we should do now? Ma Junjie saw the crowd looking at him. He said in a deep voice, my idea is that we run the tests first and get the results out as fast as we can. Only when General Manager Yun sees the test results will he believe he's been cheated, and maybe he'll be able to recoup some of his losses. When the crowd heard Ma Junjie's words, you looked at me and I looked at you. Okay, boss, just do as you say. Let's work overtime today to test all of this game. Well, that's settled. Boss, hurry up and set up the mission. Ma Junjie nodded seriously when he saw how active everyone was. Start arranging for the crowd to move. Ma Junjie downloaded the game and loaded it onto the holographic projection specialized equipment. Beginning to activate. Ma Junjie saw that everything was ready and said in a deep voice, a variety of test equipment is in place for a full range of tests. Game button to start. A huge beam of light was projected from the device. Instantly the crowd's surroundings changed. The crowd came to a huge door of light. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded as they looked at the real-like light door in front of them. One by one, their shocked eyes rolled round and round like copper bells, and their mouths unconsciously slowly opened wide. This? What's going on here? This is a hologram game? This? How is this possible? But the fact that it was in front of them made them believe it. But that's incredible, isn't it? Someone really made a hologram game this powerful. They hadn't expected anyone to actually make a holographic projection game in such a way that people couldn't tell the game from reality anyway. That's too good to be true. Ma Junjie looked at the light door in front of her for a while before she slowed down. It's really that this hologram game has shocked him so much. He reached out with a trembling hand and tapped the button next to the newbie tutorial. The light door disappeared instantly. They came to a world full of giant trees. The scene before them was like a whole new world. The crowd looked at the world in front of them, and their mouths, which had just closed with difficulty, slowly opened wide again. One by one, their eyes were round and shocked as they looked at the scene in front of them. Did we cross over? They all had a sense of unreality. That's too much to believe. Is this a hologram game? The realism is too powerful too. They don't even know how to get past the completed newbie tutorial. The whole thing was experienced in shock. The crowd re-entered the light door, and Ma Junjie tapped the exit game button next to it. The entire door of light slowly disappeared, and everything around it returned to its original state. The crowd looked at their surroundings, their heads still spinning. What I just experienced was just too real. Make them all think they've gone to another world. Ma Junjie shook his head to clear it completely. He sat down at his computer and opened the code all the way. He wanted to see how the code solved that one problem that had been bothering him for a long time. Encrypted? The corner of Ma Junjie's mouth curled up. Decryption. He was the best in the entire development department. He pulled out the cracking tool. Prepare to crack. Inadvertently saw an unencrypted file in the folder. He wondered why the file wasn't encrypted. Could it be an oversight on the other side? He couldn't wait to open the file. He was directly dumbfounded when he saw what was in the document. I'm sure you've seen that the files are all encrypted. If you want to crack the file, I suggest you give up. I have a key that you can't crack for the rest of your life. Don't be disconcerted. My key employs a string of 100 million characters. Starting from you here to crack it. It is estimated that it will take your heavy grandchildren's generation to crack it successfully. The above is a friendly reminder. Believe it or not. Chapter 161, Don't you know how to knock? A sense of powerlessness struck Ma Junjie when he saw what was on it. He didn't believe the words above were lying to him. Anyone who could develop such a powerful holographic projection game must be a superb expert in program development. Ugh, he sighed. It seemed impossible to break the codes. Old boss, shall we continue the test? The young man with the beard came next to Ma Junjie, swallowed hard and asked with difficulty. This holographic projection game is still making him a little giddy right now. With that kind of effect, they don't even know when they'll develop it. Look at people. It's been developed so perfectly. Now he realized the saying that there were people beyond the sky. He had always felt that his skills were already among the best in the country and felt no worse than anyone else. Watching this hologram game made me realize that I had been sitting on the fence. Ma Junjie turned his head to look at the visitor and said after a moment of contemplation, the entire team continues the test. The main thing to look for is holes and deficiencies. It was clear in his mind that this game was a true holographic projection game, and other tests were no longer needed. Just need to find the holes and deficiencies within this game and refine them. He's sure it won't take long for this game to come out. After the explanation, he stood up and hurried towards the outside of the development department. He was going to find Yun Jinglong. He wanted to ask if he could find this development team. There were a few questions that had been bothering him for far too long, and perhaps only someone from this development team could answer his questions. Yun Jinglong's office chatted with Lin Fan and introduced the entire company to him. There were also some future plans, and listening to Lin Fan dozed off. Phew, seeing Yun Jinglong finally stop, it made him let out a long sigh of relief. If Yun Jinglong continued to talk, he was ready to leave. In the future, you'll just be in full charge of the company. You don't need to report to me on everything. Lin Fan took a sip of tea and said indifferently. He really didn't have the heart to run a company. It was too exhausting. Some of the chores are too much, especially for businesses that are just starting out. Yun Jinglong likes to manage. Just let go directly and let Yun Jinglong take full responsibility. He just needs to see the company running. Yun Jinglong saw that Lin Fan really wasn't interested in company management at all. He nodded. At the same time, his heart became even more impressed with Lin Fan. Knowing that this holographic projection game had a very bright future, he believed that it wouldn't be long before the valuation of this company would reach $10 billion. Reaching $100 billion he believed wouldn't even take long. Such a $100 billion company. Lin Fan was surprisingly not interested at all. He really didn't know what kind of business would raise interest in Lin Fan's mind. Brother Fan, come have some tea. He refilled Lin Fan's cup with water. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open. Yun Jinglong was so startled that the water bottle almost fell out of his hand. He put down the kettle, looked at Ma Junjie who hurriedly walked in, and asked angrily, Ma Junjie, can't you knock? Ma Junjie also knew that he was in too much of a hurry and forgot to knock on the door, so he hurriedly bowed and apologized. General Manager Yun, I'm sorry. Remember to knock first when you come in from now on. Yun Jinglong saw that Ma Junjie's attitude was quite good, and his anger subsided quite a bit. I'll remember. Ma Junjie was relieved to see that Yun Jinglong's anger had subsided quite a bit. What are you doing here with me all of a sudden when you're not testing the game in the development department? Yun Jinglong looked at Ma Junjie suspiciously. Is the test over? It shouldn't. Is there something wrong with the game? He unconsciously glanced at Lin Fan and realized that Lin Fan was there leisurely drinking tea. Mr. Yun, Where did you buy that holographic projection game? Hearing Yun Jinglong's question, Ma Junjie hurriedly asked, bad game? Yun Jinglong frowned slightly and opened his mouth to ask. He had felt the shock of that holographic projection game for himself. Definitely very good. Does Ma Junjie not think such a game is good enough? It's not bad. It's too good to be true. Ma Junjie's face flushed a little red with excitement, and his voice trembled a little. Yun Jinglong was relieved when he heard Ma Junjie's words. As long as there are no problems with the game. So what did you just mean? He looked at Ma Junjie and asked suspiciously. I mean, could you contact their development team? I have some questions in my mind that I have never been able to resolve and would like to ask them for advice. Ma Junjie quickly told Yun Jinglong the reason for his visit. He looked at Yun Jinglong with unblinking eyes, hoping that Yun Jinglong would give him a satisfactory answer. Yun Jinglong turned his head to look at Lin Fan when he heard Ma Junjie's words. Brother Fan, do you think it's okay? Ma Junjie froze when he heard Yun Jinglong's words. He had noticed Lin Fan a long time ago, and had always thought that Lin Fan was just here to play with Yun Jinglong. I didn't expect Yun Jinglong to have to consult Lin Fan. In his heart, he was very curious as to what kind of person Lin Fan was that would make a great young man like Yun Jinglong call him brother. Lin Fan put down his teacup and looked at Ma Junjie, faintly asking, what's the problem, you ask? It's all about your own company's employees and being able to help them improve their skills, which will help them in the future. Some questions he can answer as long as they are not core. When Ma Junjie heard Lin Fan's question, he looked at Yun Jinglong. Seeing Ma Junjie's dumbfounded look, Yun Jinglong said without any good humor, that holographic projection game was developed by Brother Fan. Ma Junjie was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Yun Jinglong's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? How could he have never imagined that that holographic projection game was developed by this Lin Fan, who looked like he was still a college student? That's incredible too. However, looking at Yun Jinglong's serious face, he knew that Yun Jinglong had not lied to him. No wonder Yun Jinglong was so respectful to Lin Fan. This is a real master program developer. It's just that this Dana is so young in age. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. It's true that there are aspirations. He had always felt that he was a genius in program development, but now he felt that he was nothing compared to Lin Fan. Yun Jinglong saw Ma Junjie glowering there. He shouted at Ma Junjie, what are you fuming about? Hurry up and ask. Ma Junjie instantly returned to his senses when he heard Yun Jinglong's words, looking at Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration. May I ask what your name is? He looked at Lin Fan and asked. Before Lin Fan could speak, Yun Jinglong next to him grabbed the lead and said, this is Lin Fan, the chairman of our company, Lin Dong. When Ma Junjie heard Yun Jinglong's words, he looked at Lin Fan with a surprised expression. He hadn't thought that Lin Fan was still the chairman of the company. He gathered his emotions and hurriedly said, Lin Dong, hello, my question is, Chapter 162 I wonder if you have time? Lin Fan gave a detailed answer to some of Ma Junjie's questions, which made Ma Junjie enlightened. Ma Junjie was so excited that he almost knelt down to Lin Fan. In a short period of time, under Lin Fan's guidance, his skills could be said to have skyrocketed. Lin Fan looked at the time. It was almost time to go home. I'll go back first, Lin Fan said to the crowd. Fan, I'll give you a ride. Yun Jinglong got up and escorted Lin Fan to the parking lot. Witnessing Lin Fan start his sports car and leave, Ma Junjie looked at the departing Lin Fan and sighed. Lin Dong's technology is really awesome. Yun Jinglong patted Ma Junjie's shoulder and said, you're not so bad. Just now, didn't Brother Fan say, it's just that you haven't touched this field before. I believe that it won't take long for you to become a big shot in this field. Ma Junjie nodded and said seriously, I will definitely not let you and Director Lin down. Half an hour later, Lin Fan returned to Lu Cheng Haitian 1 Villa. Wash up and change your clothes. He came upstairs to the study and put away the documents related to the Willow City Inc. Rhyme bowling stables on the desk. Back in the bedroom, he took out his cell phone and swiped it for a while, looked at the time and got ready for bed. It's good to go to bed early and get up early. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Lin Fan got up early. After washing up, he sat on the bed and opened the system virtual panel. He froze when he saw today's $1 second item. $1 seconds for consummate level angling skills. 10% stake in fighting whale live for $1. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He spat out a nationalist phrase right afterward. Can't blame him. Another 10% stake in bucket whale live, plus the previous 10%. He now had 20% of bucket whale live in his hands. If he gained a few more stakes in fighting whale live, wouldn't fighting whale live become his? 10% of the do whale live equity is another nearly $1 billion, which is more than just giving him $1 billion to make him happy. This fighting whale live broadcast is the top 3 live broadcast platform in China, so it can be said that the potential is very huge. The valuation is still growing. Right now his stake is worth $2 billion, and it could appreciate to $4 billion in the future. $10 billion is possible. Fishing skills. There's no man who doesn't like to fish, and naturally he's no exception. It's just that he used to be very bad at fishing, and every time he went in full of hope, he went home defeated. Not now with this angling skill. He rubbed his chin, thinking that he must have a painful day of fishing sometime. Buy them all, he said to the system, without any hesitation. It's a bargain at just $2 for 10% equity in Do Whale Live and fishing skills. It's like a systematic benefit. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. Fighting Whale Live's shareholding documents have been placed in the study of Villa Haitian No. 1. The angling skill has been put into the system backpack. He opened his system backpack and said to the system, use the fishing skill. After a moment of vertigo, all sorts of knowledge about fishing appeared in his mind. Holy, there's still a terrain survey? That's too much. He found out that the fishing skill was not only about how to fish, but also about analyzing the terrain survey. It's so comprehensive. He could now tell by the terrain heading if and what fish were in the waters. That's awesome too. He had to sigh, it's so hard to become a master fisherman. It's still a great system. While others fumble and learn for decades, he became a master angler in just a few minutes, saving decades of learning. He's very happy today, and the main thing is that his value has grown again. He is currently worth very close to $15 billion. It's getting closer to 20 billion. Humming a little tune, he walked out of the villa, ready to take a morning run and calm his slightly agitated mood. Lin Fan was in a good mood in the morning, but some people were in a very bad mood. Magic City, Fighting Whale Live headquarters. General Manager Miao Yenwen was smoking a cigarette in his office at the moment. The whole office was in a mess with him. It was evident that he had smoked out an unknown number of cigarettes. He had been in a very good mood this morning, but a phone call made his otherwise good mood vanish in an instant. Lin Fan. The word Lin Fan was written on his desk. At first he didn't care much for the sudden appearance of this shareholder. After all, he held 25% of Do Whale Live in his hands. The 10% stake in Lin Fan's hand wasn't even on his radar. But this morning he received a phone call that Lin Fan had silently acquired another 10% stake. This brought Lin Fan's stake directly to 20%. It would not be able to keep him from taking it seriously. The difference in equity between him and Lin Fan is now only 5%. God knows if Lin Fan will still go ahead and acquire a stake in Fighting Whale Live. What made him fidgety was that he had no idea what Lin Fan was really up to. He loves his current GM position and doesn't want to lose it. He threw the butt away and stood up. He can't just sit back and wait. He has to be proactive. He wanted to understand Lin Fan's true intentions. Wasn't interested in the GM position. He picked up his cell phone and dialed Fong Changhui, the vice president who was working in Luchang. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Miao, you help me meet Lin Fan and find out what his purpose is in acquiring Do Whale Live. Miao Yenwen said directly to the point. Okay, Mr. Miao. Miao Yenwen hung up the phone and stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the scene of Magic City. It's better to stand here and look at the view. It's soothing, he exclaimed to himself. Lin Fan trotted along the mountain path in a very good mood, breathing in the pure air. Half an hour later, he came down from the mountain. At this time, he saw Su Lucy in front of the villa door was standing there looking around. Ms. Su, what can I do for you? Lin Fan walked over and asked curiously. He didn't understand how this Su Lucy came back again. When Su Lucy heard Lin Fan's voice, she jumped in shock and directly screamed out. What a coincidence, Mr. Lin. When Su Lucy saw that the person coming was Lin Fan, she hurriedly said. Lin Fan was instantly speechless when he heard Su Lucy's words. You're hanging around in front of my house and you call that a good coincidence? He spat in his mind. Mr. Lin, I wonder if you have time. Su Lucy also knew that the reason she said was rather lame and hurriedly pulled away from the topic. What can I do for you, Ms. Su? Lin Fan looked at Su Lucy and asked suspiciously. He had only had a one-sided relationship with this Su Lucy. Not familiar. And he didn't understand what Su Lucy was looking for him for. We're not neighbors. I'd like to invite Mr. Lin to my house for breakfast. Chapter 163. What is this thing? We're not neighbors. I'd like to invite Mr. Lin to my house for breakfast. Su Lucy's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Fan as she spelled out her purpose. She had spent all day yesterday thinking about the superb sweat-blooded horse in Lin Fan's villa. She very much wanted to ride that superb sweat-blooded horse, but she didn't know Lin Fan well, and if she made this request rashly, Lin Fan would most likely reject it outright. Her racked brain finally let her come up with an idea. Take the man's hand and eat the man's mouth. She invited Lin Fan to have breakfast, so that after Lin Fan ate her breakfast, the right time for her to make this request. She believed that even if Lin Fan was unwilling in his heart, he would certainly not refuse with his mouth. I'm such a big smartass. Her mind appreciated her own cleverness. This is not early in the morning came to the door of Lin Fan's house. She had just pressed the doorbell for half a day with no response from inside. and she thought Lin Fan hadn't come back today. She was about to give up, but she didn't expect to meet Lin Fan coming back, which made her happy. Her plan was finally ready to go. Aha! Lin Fan instantly froze when he heard Su Lucy's words. How could he not expect Su Lucy to seek him out in order to invite him for breakfast? He felt as if this Su Lucy was sick. The two of them had only met once. Was it necessary to buy breakfast? And breakfast isn't necessary. He opened his mouth and refused. After all, he didn't know this Su Lucy well enough to eat any breakfast. It's not like he's a foodie. Besides, was Su Lucy's breakfast as good as his own? I'm sure it's not as good as his own breakfast. Mr. Lin, are you looking down on me? Su Lucy looked at Lin Fan and asked, pretending to be angry. This? Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard Su Lucy's words. What is this? You're looking down on me for not going to your breakfast? He spat helplessly in his mind. He saw that this Su Lucy meant that he had to let him go to breakfast. Sighing, forget it. It's just a breakfast. Big deal. Next time, invite Su Lucy to have a meal at home. Well, then I'll be bothering Ms. Su. He smiled. When Su Lucy heard Lin Fan agree, immediately her face, which had just been angry, instantly revealed a smile. Happily, he said, Mr. Lin, please. Lin Fan saw how quickly Su Lucy changed her face and admired her in his heart. It's a shame this isn't an actor. It's like being a living, breathing movie queen. He shook his head helplessly and could only blame himself for being too soft-hearted. On the way to Villa Haitian 2. Still in school. Mr. Lin? Su Lucy looked at Lin Fan curiously. The last time I came to Lin Fan's house, I heard Lin Fan mention it. Aha. Lin Fan hemmed and nodded. Mr. Lin, what university did you attend? Su Lucy chatted with Lin Fan in one sentence or another just to bring the two of them closer together. Only when we are familiar with each other can we make demands. Luchang University, freshman. Lin Fan glanced at Su Lucy, who was like a curious baby, and said indifferently, wow, Mr. Lin is actually a student of Luchang University. That's too much of a coincidence. I graduated from Willow City University too, a couple years before you. In that case, I'm still your schoolmate, Su Lucy said excitedly. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to be a student at Luchang University. It's her schoolmate, which brings the two of them one step closer. Oh, I didn't realize that Miss Su also graduated from Willow City University. That does seem a bit coincidental. Lin Fan looked at Su Lucy with some surprise. He also hadn't thought that he was still an alumnus with Su Lucy. Still called Ms. Su. Su Lucy pretended to be angry and said with a beak, aha, Su senpai. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. How come they all wanted to be his schoolmates so badly? Schoolmate Lin. Su Lucy was very happy. The key now was that her relationship with Lin Fan was not only on the level of neighbor, but also on the level of alumni. The two quickly arrived in front of the door of the Haitian No. 2 villa, and Su Lucy opened the door. Su Lucy led Lin Fan to the living room. Senior Lin, sit here and watch TV for a while. I'll go make breakfast, she said as she turned on the TV. Lin Fan glanced at the cartoon on the TV. Turning to Su Lucy, she said, trouble school sister Su. No trouble, no trouble. Su Lucy finished walking towards the kitchen. Lin Fan hadn't thought that Su Lucy looked mature and stable on the outside, but he didn't realize that he still hid a child's heart inside. He wasn't a fan of cartoons and grabbed the remote next to him and just turned the TV off. He surveyed up the living room layout. Very clean and understated. He watched for a while, ready to sit down and swipe his phone for a while. Ah, a scream from the kitchen. Lin Fan thought that Su Lucy was in some kind of danger and quickly came to the kitchen. This? He saw that at that moment, Su Lucy was looking at the black stuff in the pot and staring at it. Sister Su, are you okay? He stepped forward and asked. Su Lucy sobered up when she heard Lin Fan's words. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, it's okay. Lin Fan pointed at the black stuff in the pot and asked, Sister Su, what is this stuff? It looks like dark chocolate, but have you ever had dark chocolate for breakfast? Su Lucy stroked her hair, a touch of pink unconsciously appearing on her face, and said with embarrassment, this is an omelette. When Lin Fan heard Su Lucy's words, black lines covered his forehead. Is this black thing an omelette? Is this edible? This is the legendary dark cuisine, isn't it? He spat in his mind. Sister Su, you don't usually cook, do you? He looked at Su Lucy and asked. The kitchen was just so clean. It didn't even look like it was used regularly. I work a lot and rarely cook at home. I've seen videos where it's easy to make an omelette, and I don't know why I got it like that, Su Lucy said with embarrassment. Lin Fan glanced at Su Lucy. This is the real Missy. Truly a 10-fingered affair. LOL. Really can't figure out Su Lucy. Inviting him over for breakfast when he obviously can't cook. I really don't understand what Su Lucy was thinking. He looked around. I opened the refrigerator to find some greens inside and an unopened bag of hanging noodles. I'll do it. He took out the green vegetables and hanging noodles and said to Sue Lucy. He didn't want to eat Sue Lucy's dark cuisine. He'd like to live a few more years. Sue Lucy let out a sigh of relief in her heart when she heard Lin Fan's words. At work she was never afraid of anything, but she didn't expect such a small breakfast to be difficult. She really didn't have the confidence to make a good breakfast. Senior Lin, what can I do to help you? She was too embarrassed to go out and sit down. She invited Lin Fan over for breakfast and ended up making him make his own breakfast to eat. She wanted to find some work to do to help Lin Fan share the load. Lin Fan glanced at Sue Lucy and understood what Sue Lucy was thinking. Then I'll trouble you to wash the bok choy. Sue Senpai. Okay. Sue Lucy was very happy to hear Lin Fan's command and started picking vegetables. Chapter 164. I finally see a live one. Lin Fan began to boil water. Below, put vegetables, and finally ruffled 2 eggs. Perfect. Soon the pasta was cooked and served. Sue Lucy looked at the 2 steaming bowls of noodles in front of her and unconsciously gulped. This scent is just so good. Sister Sue, try how about the noodles I made? Lin Fan looked at the 2-eyed Sue Lucy and said with a smile. When Sue Lucy heard Lin Fan's words, she hurriedly sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and ate. Zip. Phew. Phew. She blew on the noodles twice and quickly put them in her mouth. She instantly froze, her eyes unconsciously rolling round and round like copper bells. This is too delicious. She had never imagined that veggie noodle soup could be so good. It's literally better than the chefs at those 5-star hotels make. She lowered her head and ate quickly. Soon the bowl of noodles was quickly wiped out and she licked her lips as she finished the last mouthful of soup. He looked up at Lin Fan and found him eating noodles in an organized manner. Aha! And half a bowl. As if he noticed Sue Lucy's gaze, Lin Fan raised his head, looked at Sue Lucy, and asked suspiciously, Senior Sister Sue, what's wrong? She didn't understand why Sue Lucy was looking at him so straight. Schoolmate Lin, I'm done eating. Sue Lucy looked at Lin Fan and spoke. Aha! Lin Fan glanced at Sue Lucy's empty bowl. It was indeed cleanly eaten, as clean as scrubbed. He didn't understand what Sue Lucy meant by that. Is it to tell him to eat quickly? Senior Lin, are there any more noodles in the pot? Sue Lucy glanced at the kitchen and asked. The noodles made by Lin Fan were so delicious that she didn't feel full and could eat another bowl. No more. Lin Fan shook his head and said. He glanced at Sue Lucy. He hadn't thought that such a slim figure, Sue Lucy, would be able to eat so much. Is this a natural ability to eat anything and not gain weight? It's still a good life. When Sue Lucy heard Lin Fan's words, her eyes were lost for a moment. Lin Fan quickly finished half a bowl of noodles. Sister Sue, thanks for the hospitality. I'll go back first. Lin Fan stood up and smiled at Sue Lucy. When Sue heard Lin Fan's words at this time, her face felt a burst of fire, and she gently stroked her hair to hide her embarrassment. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, Senior Lin, you have things to do first. I'll invite schoolmate Lin to dinner some other day. How could she not expect to invite Lin Fan for dinner and end up letting Lin Fan, her guest, cook? Lin Fan heard that Sue Lucy was still going to invite him to dinner, causing him to involuntarily shiver. That dark cuisine omelette couldn't help but come to his mind. Sister Sue, goodbye. He greeted Sue Lucy and hurriedly left. Sue Lucy looked at the departing Lin Fan and sighed. I didn't realize that schoolmate Lin's cooking skills were so good. Lin Fan returned to Haitian No. 1 Villa and changed his clothes, driving toward Willow City University. Half an hour later, Willowtown University parking lot. Lin Fan stepped out of the car, looking up at the sun today. Another beautiful day. He sighed, humming a little song. He headed for his dorm room. Back to the dorms. The 3 roommates were already up. Lin Fan looked at the 3 with a puzzled expression. Did the sun come out of the west today? Why are the 3 so diligent today? You guys are? Lin Fan saw the 3 going out. It's not even the point of military training yet. What's the point of being so aggressive? The 3 of them glanced at Lin Fan grudgingly and said at the same time, go eat breakfast. Only that voice sounded breathless. Well, that's good. Nutritionists have already said that breakfast is important. Go on. Lin Fan patted the shoulders of the 3 in turn and said appreciatively. The 3 of them blankly glanced at Lin Fan. It's not your fault? If you weren't getting ready to get married and have kids during college, why would we need to save money? Do you need to starve if you don't save money? The vegetarian food in the cafeteria is just awful. They ate just a little last night and woke up in the middle of the night starving. The saddest thing is that all the instant noodles in the dormitory are gone. Neither of them knew how they were going to get through the rest of the night. Anyway, it was very hard. Zhang Ziqiang, the oldest who was about to leave, suddenly turned to Lin Fan and asked, Old 4, you weren't with schoolgirl Tang last night, were you? Lin Fan was very puzzled when he heard his boss Zhang Ziqiang's words. No, he didn't understand why boss Zhang Ziqiang suddenly mentioned Tang robbing. Phew, boss Zhang Ziqiang let out a deep breath. No is good, no is good, he said walking out of the dorm. Lin Fan wasn't with Tang robbing, so he wouldn't have a little baby so soon. That way they don't have to save money today. I'll finally get some meat today. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye in excitement. It's so not easy. Lin Fan glanced at the three who had left, always feeling that the three were looking at him strangely. He pulled out the mirror function of his cell phone and took a look at his face. There's no dirt. He shook his head and muttered. He found his military uniform and changed into it. He got up and left the dormitory, heading for the playground. He didn't have much fun alone in the dormitory. He was ready to go to the playground and move around. Basketball court. Yu Yunfeng was playing basketball with a few of his classmates. A starting jump. Goal. It drew cheers from the surrounding female students. He glanced around at the schoolgirls, a smug grin spreading across his face. He enjoyed it immensely. He purposely had someone break the news of his morning game in the campus forum last night. It didn't gather a lot of schoolmates to watch. The crowd looked at Yu Yunfeng and murmured, Yu Yunfeng is so handsome. That goal scoring was so charming. Yu Yunfeng deserves to be the main cadre of the varsity basketball team. This technique is really awesome. I heard that Yu Yunfeng won another prize this time when he competed with another school. That's awesome. I wonder who's better compared to Class Captain Lin and Yu Yunfeng. I've heard that Class President Lin is also exceptionally good at basketball. I wonder if that's true. Of course it's true, but it's a pity that Class President Lin isn't here. Wouldn't it be very exciting if we could have Class President Lin have a match with Yu Yunfeng? Lin Fan was casually walking around the playground. Did something happen there? Why are there so many people gathered? There was still some time before military training started. And anyway, he had nothing to do, so he headed for the basketball court. Wow, Class President Lin is so handsome. I've finally seen a live one. I don't know who yelled. When Lin Fan heard the yelling, he instantly stumbled on his feet and his forehead was covered in black lines. What do you mean you saw a live one? He's been alive and well. There's no crazy people here, is there? He wanted to turn away. Wow, it's really Class President Lin. Captain Lin, can I take a picture with you? Class President Lin, can you give me your autograph? Squad Leader Lin. A group of girls directly surrounded Lin Fan. Lin Fan had a big headache at this moment. How could he not expect the girls to be so enthusiastic? Chapter 165, sorry, I dare not. Yu Yunfeng jumps up and scores, shaking out his hair. He stood in what he thought was a handsome pose. How come there's no cheering? Shouldn't there be screams and cheers and shouts at this point? Where are the people? It was very strange in his mind. He turned his head to look out onto the field and noticed the female students surrounding a boy. Who is this boy? How dare you come here to make trouble? Turning to a companion next to him, he asked, who is this man? That companion glanced at Lin Fan and whispered to Yu Yunfeng, brother Yu, this person is freshman Lin Fan, known as Class President Lin. Squad Leader Lin? Yu Yunfeng said to himself, you, don't do anything stupid. It's rumored that Class President Lin has a very powerful background. Even Han Wenbin, one of the 4 great sons of Lu University, is Lin Banzai's little brother, so it's obvious that Lin Banzai comes from a very extraordinary background. The companion warned carefully. He was afraid that Yu Yunfeng wouldn't know how to take things lightly and directly trouble Lin Fan, and that would be a big deal. Han Wenbin is actually Lin Fan's little brother. That's interesting. Yu Yunfeng stroked his chin and said with narrowed eyes, although he looked down on Han Wenbin's few people who called themselves the 4 Dukes of Lude. Han Wenbin's family did have strength. One could say it's similar to his house. If Han Wenbin was really Lin Fan's little brother, then he really couldn't act recklessly. He didn't think Han Wenbin was a cutie. He recognized his big brother in everything. It could only mean that Lin Fan was indeed something extraordinary. Lin Fan looked at the enthusiastic female classmates and felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. He's just here for the fun. A punching bag. When did you become a celebrity? Classmates, would you please move over? Lin Fan asked as he looked around at the female students. Of course he could have just barged out, but he was afraid of hurting someone if he didn't control his force properly. These are a delicate flower anyhow. If he really fell because of him, then there was something in his heart. Not good. The female students around the room said in unison. Laughing, Lin Fan nearly got down when he heard the voices of the women. He felt like he was no longer a wolf at this point, but a sheep. Sheep into wolves. The feeling made him feel weird. Hello, Class President Lin. A man's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Fan was filled with doubt when he heard the man's voice. Why is there a man in there? If it was all women around him, he could take it, but let's forget about men. The thought of a big man pouting in front of him gave him a wave of nausea. Goosebumps fell all over my body. I'm not good with men. He clasped his hands to his chest in order to avoid the other party's entanglement and hurriedly made his position clear. When the women heard Lin Fan's words, their bodies shook and they burst out laughing. Laughing my ass off. Class President Lin is so cute. It's so funny to see that expression and that action on Lin Ban's face. Yu Yunfeng's face has turned black. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Yu Yunfeng is really something too. It's enough for a group of us girls to surround Class President Lin. What's the point of him coming to join in the fun? Could it be that Yu Yunfeng really likes Class President Lin? Get lost you. Can't you see Yu Yunfeng's face is almost gloomy? Yu Yunfeng's face was ugly and darker than the bottom of a pot when he heard the comments around him. He looked at Lin Fan and gritted his teeth. He thought it was all because of Lin Fan that he made a fool of himself. He blamed it all on Lin Fan. He must teach Lin Fan a good lesson today and ruthlessly take out a mouthful of the bad anger in his heart. He took a deep breath, looked at Lin Fan, adjusted his state of mind, revealed a self-professed charming smile, and said, "Class President Lin, I'm not good with men either. Phew, it's okay, it scared the hell out of me. I thought I was so attractive that even men were thinking about me. No is good, no is good." Lin Fan patted his chest with a grateful expression. He finished, ready to slip away when the crowd wasn't looking. Yu Yunfeng saw that Lin Fan was preparing to slip away. How could he let Lin Fan run away? "Class President Lin, I heard you're good at basketball. I'd like to spar with you. I don't know if Captain Lin dares?" He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Fan, asking in a deep voice. Lin Fan glanced at Yu Yunfeng. Is this guy out of his mind? I don't know you. What kind of basketball game am I playing with you? What's with this douchebag? Is it another psychopath? He spat helplessly in his mind. "Sorry, I wouldn't dare," he said hurriedly. "I don't know what psychiatrist said that you must not argue with a psychopath, but go along with the other person. He's just playing the wimp right now. What else? Should he be allowed to argue with a psychopath? Wouldn't that make him a psychopath too?" Yu Yunfeng was speechless for a moment when he heard Lin Fan's words. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to reject him outright, and rejected it so neatly, without any delay at all. That's not what he thought it was. That's not how the script was supposed to go. At this time, the women next to them quit. "Go for it, Class President Lin. I'm looking out for you. Captain Lin, you're the best. Charge and Yu Yunfeng over. Captain Lin, don't be a wimp. We support you. Class Leader Lin, Yu Yunfeng is a vegetable. You're the best person. Go for it, Class President Lin." When Yu Yunfeng heard the shouts around him, his face, which had just managed to return to normal, slowly darkened again. "Vegetables? Ed up?" He clenched his fists tightly. "I'll show you who's the vegetable. Who got Ed over?" He looked at Lin Fan and thought viciously in his heart. He felt that it was all because of Lin Fan that his female classmates treated him this way. If Lin Fan hadn't arrived, he would still be enjoying the cheering cries of his female classmates. Lin Fan looked at the excited female students around him and was speechless in his heart. He had always thought that only boys loved to get up in arms, but he hadn't realized that girls loved to get up in arms so much. With a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly thought of a way to get out of the situation. "You want to play basketball against me?" He looked at Yu Yunfeng and asked. He took 2 steps forward, and sure enough the female student in his way automatically stepped out of the way. He saw his female classmates give way, and his eyes lit up. "This works. Not bad." Yu Yunfeng looked at Lin Fan and said in a deep voice, "How about I throw a pitch? You follow it, and if you can do it, I'll match you?" Lin Fan looked at Yu Yunfeng and asked with a smile on his face. He was naturally happy that he would soon be away from the wolves. In Yu Yunfeng's eyes, this smile of Lin Fan's was provocation. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good." He didn't believe Lin Fan could throw the ball that he couldn't do. He couldn't compare to Lin Fan in terms of face value, but he hadn't convinced anyone in basketball. Lin Fan walked towards the basketball court, and sure enough, the female students automatically made a path in the direction he was going. Lin Fan went to the basketball court and picked up a basketball, walked to the basket, hands up. Yu Yunfeng's face was filled with disdain when he saw Lin Fan's movements. Shooting under the basket? He's just getting into basketball. But the next scene made him directly dumbfounded. Chapter 166, Is there food at the reception? Lin Fan lifted the basketball over his head with one hand and flung it with such force that it flew out. Yu Yunfeng watched as Lin Fan surprisingly threw the basketball across the room. He'd never heard of anyone who could shoot a field goal at the opposite basket. He thought Lin Fan was grandstanding. He was going to have a good laugh at Lin Fan later. Let you pretend. See if I won't expose you? He had made a calculation in his mind that after the basketball landed, he would go and sneer at Lin Fan to take a good breath. Put. The basketball went in. The foot that Yu Yunfeng had just raised was directly fixed in midair. He looked at the bouncing basketball on the floor with a dumbfounded look on his face. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with a hellish look. This? How is that possible? How is it possible to score from such a distance? It must have been an eye-opener. He rubbed his eyes hard and opened them. That basketball is still where it was just moments ago. It means that everything that just happened was real. That's incredible too. That's too good to be true. He laughed inwardly. Just now, Lin Fan had given him face by refusing him. He was even unknowingly trying to challenge Lin Fan. He couldn't wait to slap himself twice. If they didn't challenge Lin Fan, some of these female students would still stay and cheer for him when Lin Fan left. But now, All the female classmates went after Lin Fan. He glanced around the emptiness. With a sigh, he picked up the basketball and headed out to the basketball court. Lin Fan quickly stepped to the place where the military training was assembled and glanced behind him, realizing that those female classmates weren't chasing after him, which made him feel relieved in his heart. Senior, what have you done to lose your mind? Boss Zhang Zicheng came up to Lin Fan and asked with a puzzled expression. Asterisk 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 off. You're the one who's doing something wrong. Lin Fan glanced at his boss, Zhang Zicheng, and said without a trace of anger. Then what are you running for? Boss Zhang Zicheng asked suspiciously. They had seen Lin Fan rush in. The second Li Muyang and the third Wang Zhiyong also came over. Can't I work out? Lin Fan looked at the trio and returned a glance. Sitting on the ground and resting up. It's not good for this guy to be too famous, he sighed in his mind. No wonder those stars go out with so many people. Now it doesn't seem to be about platitudes at all. Once surrounded by fans without enough people to block them, there's no way to leave. It's not easy for the stars. Old 4, what in heaven's name have you done? The oldest, Li Moyo, took his cell phone, sat down, and questioned. The oldest, Zhang Zicheng, and the third, Wang Zhiyong, came over and saw that the scene of Lin Fan being surrounded by a group of female classmates was playing on the cell phone of the second, Li Muyang. All three of them looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at the oldest too, Li Muyang's cell phone, and was speechless in his heart. Who's got nothing better to do? Look at the headline. Shocked. Basketball court crowd of women captures Lin's class president alive. What's the title of this? A pang went through his mind. He lazily ignored his three roommates and lay down on the floor, resting on his hands, watching the clouds in the sky. Soon the instructor arrived and today's military training officially began. Time went by and soon it was time for a break. Lin Fan found a seat and prepared to sit down. That's when his cell phone rang. He saw the caller's number and raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, it was Xin Jianyun, the general manager of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang. Who called? Calling him at this hour. Did something happen at the company? He slid the answer button. Boss. Xin Jianyun on the other end of the phone said respectfully. What is it? Lin Fan asked indifferently. Boss, there's a reception at noon at the Linjiang Hotel in Willow City, and you're invited to join me. Xin Jianyun knew that Lin Fan didn't want to hear him babble, hurriedly said. A drinking party? Lin Fan muttered. Attending a cocktail party doesn't interest him, but since Xin Jianyun had called, surely there was something special about this reception. He had told Xin Jianyun a long time ago that he would let Xin Jianyun take full responsibility for the company's affairs, including some social functions and receptions. He sat down, looked away, and asked, is there anything special about this reception? When Xin Jianyun heard Lin Fan's question, he hurriedly smiled and said, Boss is really great. I haven't even said anything yet. Boss, you've already guessed that this reception is different. He slapped a modest ass at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's face didn't change at all when he heard Xin Jianyun's words. Impatiently, he said, hurry up. How come he hadn't realized before that this Xin Jianyun could still kiss ass? He needs more than an ass-kissing GM. Xin Jianyun seemed to understand what was going on in Lin Fan's mind and hurriedly said quickly, this reception is a celebration banquet organized by Lucheng Tong Fa Media Company, to celebrate the deep cooperation between Willow City Tongfa Media Company and Du Whale Live. Lin Fan was even more confused when he heard this. He has heard of this Lucheng Tong Fa Media Company, which is also a top 10 Netflix incubation company in Lucheng. It's in competition with his Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company. As the saying goes, peers are enemies. I don't understand why this Xin Jianyun must want him to attend this reception. What's more, this is the celebration banquet of others' company. Do they go over to see how others go with spirit? That's not like you're looking for trouble, is it? Isn't that sick? Did Xin Jianyun's head get hoofed by a donkey? Do you think he's got a donkey's hoof in his head, too? Xin Jianyun seemed to understand the doubts in Lin Fan's mind and explained. Boss, this time to talk about cooperation with Lucheng Tongfa Media Companies. The one who came was Fong Changgui, the vice president of Du Whale Live. I'd like you to attend to see if you can strike up a good relationship with the other side and deepen the cooperation in the future. After all, the main business of Lucheng Jinmon Media Company is the incubation of online celebrities, and it has to rely on these live broadcasting platforms. Du Whale Live was again the platform they relied heavily on and had to be taken seriously by him. It would be better if we could also have deep cooperation opportunities with Du Whale Live like Lucheng Tong Fa Media Company. As for why he must have Lin Fan follow him, although he was the general manager of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City, after all, he was only a part-time employee, and his weight was not enough for fear that the other party would not take his words seriously. Lin Fan was different, the real boss of the company. Hearing this, Lin Fan sort of understood what Xin Jianyun meant. This was for him to go over and pull some strings. After all, this time, the Fighting Whale Live came with a vice president. It's not usually easy to see such a high level, But does Lin Fan need to pull strings? He himself is a shareholder of the Fighting Whale Live. And not just any small shareholder, but a shareholder who holds 20% of the shares of the Fighting Whale Live. In his heart, he was very curious about what kind of deep-level cooperation Lu Chengtong FA Media Company had with Du Whale Live, that they openly held a reception to celebrate. Is there food at the reception? He asked after a moment of contemplation. Since Shin Jianyun valued this reception so much, it wouldn't hurt for him to make the trip. As for talking about cooperation and such, he didn't care at all. He cared if he was able to get his lunch sorted out. After all, you can get tired of eating Tianjuk's signature dishes every day, so it's necessary to change your tastes once in a while. Shin Jianyun was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Lin Fan's question. Chapter 167, Mr. Shin, eating here? Shin Jianyun on the other end of the phone heard that Lin Fan's concern was actually whether or not there was food. He involuntarily froze outright with his mouth wide open. This? Did I just say to go to dinner? I'm talking about cooperation, okay? Did the boss not hear what I said? Did I not make myself clear enough just now? But it shouldn't be? I guess I must tell the boss that again when I see him. Let the owner understand the importance of this reception. He spat madly in his mind. Lin Fan looked at his cell phone and frowned slightly. Why is there no sound? Is there no signal? But it shouldn't? He muttered with a puzzled look as he looked at his cell phone with a full signal. Hey, can you hear me? He tried to speak into his cell phone. Shin Jianyun on the other end of the phone instantly woke up when he heard Lin Fan's voice. Hurry up and say, boss, I can hear you. When Lin Fan heard Shin Jianyun's echo, he said without any good humor, you didn't say anything for half a day. I thought my phone was broken. I really don't understand what this Shin Jianyun is up to. He muttered in his mind. Is there food at the reception? He repeated the question. That was his only concern going to the reception. He had to ask. If there was no food, he felt there was no point in going to this reception. He doesn't care about cooperation. There's no food. What's he going to do? Just to go over and meet the VP? Or are you just watching the boss of Willowtown Tonfa Media play hard to get? When Shin Jianyun heard Lin Fan bring up the issue of eating again, he immediately laughed bitterly in his heart. Boss, shouldn't you be concerned about the company's growth? Is eating really that important? This time he didn't froth, but hurriedly said, there's food. He was going to let Lin Fan follow him to the reception first. When he met with Lin Fan at that time, he was going to give Lin Fan a good explanation of the main purpose of his visit. That's fine. I'll be there after school. Lin Fan hung up the phone directly after saying that. Shin Jianyun on the other end of the phone looked at the hung-up phone and shook his head for a while and smiled bitterly. You have to wait until after school to go over to such an important reception? Can't really figure out what the owner was thinking. This is a perfect opportunity to get in good with Du Whale Live. Lin Fan wants to go over there after school. There's nothing he can do about it. After all, Lin Fan was the boss. Lin Fan hung up the phone. That's when the three roommates in the dorm were found staring at him. He looked at the three men suspiciously. What's wrong? The oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, looked at Lin Fan and asked, Old 4, are you going out to eat again at noon? They had just planned to let Lin Fan treat them at noon. After all, they were saving Lin Fan's son's money, so it was only right to let Lin Fan treat them. Aha! I've been asked to a reception at noon, Lin Fan said directly without hiding. He didn't think it was a big deal. Just a cocktail party and a meal. The students sitting next to him were full of envy when they heard Lin Fan's words. Look at what kind of life other classmates live every day. In looking at what kind of life you're living, it's the same compulsory schooling origin, and this is too big a gap. They felt that even if they struggled for their entire lives, they wouldn't necessarily be as accomplished as Lin Fan was now. That's too much of a difference between people. There was a bitter laugh in their hearts. Military training continues. Time passes by. The morning's military training was finally over. Lin Fan walked towards the dormitory under the strange gazes of his three roommates. In his mind though he wondered what was wrong with his three roommates, but if the three didn't say anything, he didn't bother to ask. Back at the dormitory, Lin Fan changed into casual clothes. He still felt more comfortable in casual clothes. Changing his clothes, he grabbed his car keys and headed out of the dorm and towards the parking lot. Yanagi City Rinkiang Hotel. At this moment, Shin Jianyun was standing in the doorway, looking around. He just got a call from Lin Fan saying he'd be right there. He purposely waited for Lin Fan's arrival at the door, ready to properly talk to Lin Fan again about the purpose of this visit to the reception. Suddenly there was a loud rumbling of engines in the distance, coming from far away. The sports car was parked in the parking lot of the Linjiang Hotel in Luchang. Lin Fan stepped out of the car. Shin Jianyun still wondered in his heart, which big young man is here? Seeing Lin Fan get out of the car, he hurriedly jogged over. Smiling, he said respectfully, Boss, you're here. Aha. Lin Fan nodded and hemmed. Boss, let me tell you again, the purpose of our visit here this time. Shin Jianyun was just about to say that when Lin Fan directly interrupted him. Lin Fan waved his hand, glanced at Shin Jianyun, and said indifferently, I'm only here to eat. I don't care about other things. Doesn't he understand Shin Jianyun's meaning? But those that Shin Jianyun cares about are simply within reach in his eyes. He didn't bother to explain to Shin Jianyun. There are some things you say that people may not believe. Actions are far more important than words. He was going to find an opportunity for Shin Jianyun to get acquainted with all the executives of Do Whale Live. This would make Shin Jianyun's work a lot smoother in the future. But Shin Jianyun didn't understand what Lin Fan had in mind. When Shin Jianyun saw that Lin Fan's concern was still the issue of eating, he immediately laughed bitterly in his heart. It looks like I'll be in more contact with the VP of Do Whale Live myself in a while. Let's just hope our own words are heavy enough. There's no way around it. Who let Lin Fan care about that at all? Shin Jianyun brought Lin Fan to the Supreme Hall. This is where the reception is being held today. By now there were quite a few people in the hall. The vast majority of the people who came were on good terms with Lu Chengtong FA Media Company. Lin Fan walked into the hall and sure enough saw that there was food. It's all a bit of a buffet here. A buffet is a buffet. It's better than being hungry. Lin Fan took a plate and started taking his favorite food. When Shin Jianyun saw Lin Fan's movements, a wave of helplessness ran through his heart. All he could do was watch from the sidelines. He didn't have any appetite at this point. What was more in his mind was worrying about whether he could make a good relationship with the vice president of Do Whale Live this time and promote the company's deep level of cooperation. Lin Fan took 2 plates and found a seat, prepared to enjoy a good meal. After all, this is a 5-star hotel, and even the buffet still tastes good. He took a bite and it tasted fine. He looked up to see Shin Jianyun staring at him and asked suspiciously, "Why aren't you eating? It still tastes good." Shin Jianyun showed a bitter smile on his face and spoke, "Boss, you eat. I'm not hungry." Where was his appetite for food now? A bitter laugh ran through his mind. Lin Fan pushed one of the plates to Shin Jianyun and said, "Hurry up and eat." Shin Jianyun looked at the plate in front of him. Is no appetite at all. "Yo, Mr. Shin, eating here?" At this time, a conspiratorial voice came from not far away from Shin Jianyun. Chapter 168, we'll play later. Shin Jianyun turned his head to look at the visitor and frowned slightly. The visitor was no other than the organizer of this reception, Ren An Kai, general manager of Lu Chengtong Media Company. His face turned somber. To say who was the last person he wanted to see at the reception. That's not this Ren An Kai. But he also knew that Ren An Kai was the organizer of the reception. So how could he not have come across it? It's just that he didn't expect to meet Ren An Kai so soon. So it's Mr. Ren. He gathered himself and said lightly. Ren An Kai pointed at the plate in front of Shin Jianyun and asked with a smile, "Mr. Shin, this buffet I prepared is still appetizing, isn't it?" Though he had a smile on his face, it was just full of disdain in his eyes. He deliberately had the invitation sent to Shin Jianyun in order to embarrass Shin Jianyun. See how he's spirited today. He and Shin Jianyun could be said to be old rivals, always thinking of pressing Shin Jianyun. How could he miss such a great opportunity this time? When Shin Jianyun heard Ren An Kai's words, how could he not understand the meaning of his words? But there was nothing he could do. After all, this was really Ren An Kai's celebration banquet. He glanced at Lin Fan, who had kept his head down and kept eating together, and a wave of helplessness ran through his heart. This boss of his own doesn't know what to think. How come there's no rush at all? Ren An Kai saw Lin Fan next to Shin Jianyun and asked with a smile, "Mr. Shin, this is your relative, right?" He spoke to Shin Jianyun and turned his head towards Lin Fan, saying with a disdainful face, "Young man, you're very good to know that you've come here to see the world." When Shin Jianyun heard Ren An Kai talk to Lin Fan like that, he immediately quit. Ren An Kai said he could, but said that if he didn't show it, then he wouldn't have to be the general manager. He stood up and turned to Ren An Kai, saying angrily, "Mr. Ren, please watch what you say. This is my boss, Mr. Lin." When Ren An Kai heard Shin Jianyun's words, he immediately looked Lin Fan up and down carefully. "Hey, is this the new boss of your company? The one who's a god?" He looked at Shin Jianyun and asked with a conspiratorial smile. He had heard about Shin Jianyun's new boss, who never cared about the company, and the company was Shin Jianyun's sole responsibility. He'd also heard that Shin Jianyun's new boss was a rich second-generation man who was young and unlikable. Now it seems the rumors were true. Shin Jianyun's new boss is a rich second generation who knows nothing. He despised such rich kids from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he wouldn't put Lin Fan in his eyes. "Mr. Ren, you." When Shin Jianyun saw that Ren An Kai was looking down on Lin Fan, he was about to angrily question the other party. At this moment, Lin Fan waved his hand and said with a disgusted expression, "Why does it suddenly smell so bad here?" Lin Fan glanced up at Ren An Kai, his eyes full of dislike, as if the stench was emanating from Ren An Kai. When Ren An Kai saw the look in Lin Fan's eyes, his anger surged. "Kid, don't think you're great just because you have $2 stinking. Humph, there are many richer than you in this world." He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Although he despised Lin Fan, he didn't want to tear his face off with the other party right now. After all, this is his celebration here today. If he really argued with Lin Fan, then there would be no need for him to have this celebration banquet. Kid, we'll play slowly later. He finished and left with anger. When Shin Jianyun saw Ren An Kai leave, he immediately said with some worry, "Boss, you have to be careful with this Ren An Kai. It is said that he has recently found a backer." "Oh, the vice president of Fighting Whale Live?" Lin Fan looked up curiously at Shin Jianyun. Shin Jianyun shook his head and slowly said, "That person isn't Fong Chanhui, the vice president of Do Whale Live. It should be one of our bigwigs from Willow City." He was only moderate with Ren An Kai and didn't dare to make too much of a mess, simply because there were still people behind Ren An Kai. Now that Lin Fan was so disrespectful to Ren An Kai, I guess Ren An Kai hated Lin Fan. Ren An Kai was afraid that he would think of ways to trip up their company in the future. LOL. He sighed. It seemed that he would have to soldier on from now on. There was nothing else he could do, and there was a powerlessness in his heart as he faced the real big brother. Counting on Lin Fan? In his mind, he thought that Lin Fan was also a rich second generation who didn't know anything. There is some money in the family, but sometimes in this world it's not just about having money. You also need strong connections. Big brother's connections, that's pretty scary. Maybe Lin Fan's family had connections, but would they move for a rich kid like Lin Fan? That's another unknown. Lin Fan continued to eat after listening to Shin Jianyun. As for who was behind Ren An Kai, did he need to care? $10 billion man? $20 billion man? This he even felt high on Ren An Kai. With Ren An Kai's kind of temperament, it would be hard for a $10 billion big shot to be willing to be his backer. He didn't put Ren An Kai in his eyes at all. Not to mention his connections, he's a $15 billion big shot on his own. When Shin Jianyun saw Lin Fan's appearance, he shook his head for a while and laughed bitterly. This is still really a rich kid who only spends money. It's not a worry at all. He felt that he was very much doomed. How did he follow such a boss? But then again, if Lin Fan did everything himself, then he wouldn't be able to do things so casually. Is this what comes with the territory? He thought helplessly in his mind. Just when Shin Jianyun was incomparably bitter, suddenly a commotion came from the entrance of the hall. Shin Jianyun raised his head and looked toward the hall entrance, only to see a middle-aged man dressed in designer clothes walk in. Everyone walked up to say hello to each other. The person who came was no one else but Fong Chanhui, the vice president of Do Whale Live. Shin Jianyun didn't stand up and immediately go to greet Fong Chanhui. He knew it wasn't the best time. He needed to wait for a suitable opportunity before climbing into a conversation with Fong Chanhui. Ren An Kai saw Fong Chanhui arrive and hurriedly got up, unobtrusively glancing at Shin Jianyun, who was not far away. His eyes were filled with complacency. He walked quickly toward Fong Chanhui. Walking up to Fong Chanhui, he smiled broadly and said, "Welcome to Vice President Fong's presence." Fong Chanhui looked at Ren An Kai and also smiled and said, "How dare I not come to Mr. Ren's reception? Vice President Fong, please come inside. I've prepared your favorite red wine for you." Ren An Kai made a gesture of invitation and said with a smile, "Oh, Mr. Ren is really thoughtful." Fong Chanhui glanced at Ren An Kai and said with a smile on his face. After saying that, he was ready to leave with Ren An Kai. He unintentionally glanced around the corner. This is? He saw the person in the corner and immediately lit up, followed by an excited smile on his face. He couldn't be bothered to talk to Ren An Kai and walked quickly toward the corner. Chapter 169. Do you know this Mr. Lin? Ren An Kai frowned slightly when he saw Fong Chanhui walking towards Lin Fan and Shin Jianyun. I don't understand why Fong Chanhui went that way. He was very puzzled in his heart and followed Fong Chanhui closely towards Shin Jianyun's side. He wants to see what Fong Chanhui wants. Does Shin Jianyun know Fong Chanhui? However, he glanced at Shin Jianyun, who was sitting in his seat with a puzzled look on his face, and quickly snuffed out this thought. From Shin Jianyun's expression, it could be seen that Shin Jianyun didn't know Fong Chanhui at all. Indeed, Shin Jianyun was also confused when he saw Fong Chanhui suddenly coming his way. He didn't know why Fong Chanhui suddenly came towards him here. He doesn't know Fong Chanhui at all. But why did Fong Chanhui come toward him? He unintentionally glanced at Lin Fan. However, he saw that Lin Fan was still there eating to himself, not even looking up at Fong Chanhui. He shook his head helplessly. He felt that Fong Chanhui shouldn't be here to find Lin Fan. He stood up and prepared to say hello to Fong Chanhui. He thought it was a good opportunity to get up close and personal with Fong Chanhui. He had just gotten up and was ready to speak. Who knew that Fong Chanhui seemed as if he hadn't seen him, and walked straight to Lin Fan with a smile on his face and a slight bow of his body, respectfully saying, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Fong Chanhui, the vice president of Fighting Whale Live." The crowd was in an uproar when they saw that Fong Chanhui was so respectful to Lin Fan. I'll go. Who is this kid? To make the vice president of Fighting Whale Live so respectful, it's really awesome. Just now I vaguely heard Ren An Kai and Shin Jianyun talking. This kid should be the real boss of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang. This is really strange. Even if this kid is the owner of Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang, this Feng Changhui shouldn't be so respectful to him, right? That expression on Feng Changhui's face looks like he's pandering to this kid. Feng Changhui is the vice president of Du Whale Live. It's unbelievable. Renankai instantly froze when he saw that Feng Changhui was actually so respectful to Lin Fan. He looked at Lin Fan with a face full of doubt. He couldn't see how he could not understand why Feng Changhui was so respectful to Lin Fan. It felt a little too respectful. He was very puzzled. Wasn't it just a second generation? He looked at Xin Jianyun, hoping to clear up his confusion. But seeing Xin Jianyun's expression, he knew that Xin Jianyun was just like him. Nothing is known. Xin Jianyun looked at Feng Changhui in front of him, and at this moment, he was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Why is Feng Changhui so respectful to his boss? He was now full of questions. It was only now that he felt like he didn't have enough brains. He realized that he didn't seem to know Lin Fan at all. Lin Fan put down his chopsticks, picked up a paper napkin and wiped his mouth, casually threw it on the table, lifted his head to look at Feng Changhui, and faintly asked, "You know me?" Hearing Lin Fan's question, Feng Changhui hurriedly smiled and said, "I've seen your picture. You're much more handsome in person than in your picture." He slapped a modest ass at Lin Fan. "Aha!" Lin Fan hummed, picked up the toothpick on the table, and started picking his teeth. That action didn't put Feng Changhui in his eyes at all. Does he need to put Feng Changhui in his sights? Of course not. He was a shareholder of Du Whale Live who held 20% of the shares. Although Feng Changhui is a vice president, he doesn't have any shares. He is just a hitman. When Feng Changhui saw Lin Fan's appearance, there wasn't a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. He knows where his place is. Lin Fan was his boss to him. The boss told him to stand, but he was afraid to sit. Unless he doesn't want to do it at Fighting Whale Live anymore. It was so hard for him to sit in the position of vice president of Du Whale Live. How could he give it up? Renankai came back to his senses and walked over to Feng Changhui, asking in a low voice, "Vice President Feng, this Mr. Lin you know?" He just wanted to say this kid, and hurriedly changed his words. Feng Changhui was so respectful to Lin Fan. He also knew in his stupidity that Lin Fan must have other identities. Feng Changhui glanced at Renankai and said loudly, "This Mr. Lin is a shareholder of our Du Whale Live. Mr. Lin holds 20% of the shares of our Fighting Whale Live in his hands." Renankai was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Feng Changhui's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? How could he not have expected Lin Fan to be a shareholder of Du Whale Live? Lin Fan owns 20% of the shares of Fighting Whale Live. It is important to know that the general manager of Du Whale Live, Miao Yanwen, only holds 25% of the shares. Lin Fan, who owns 20% of the shares, has a very heavy voice in the Du Whale Live. He glanced at Xin Jianyun with some depression. He thought that he could press Xin Jianyun by cooperating deeply with Du Whale Live. Who knew that Xin Jianyun's boss was actually a shareholder of Du Whale Live? It seemed like he had just offended Lin Fan. Whether or not he'll be able to go deep with Du Whale Live is now an open question. After all, even Du Whale Live's general manager Miao Yanwen wouldn't easily offend Lin Fan. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. "I can't wait to slap myself hard. Keep yourself in check. It's okay now. If they really can't cooperate with Du Whale Live in depth, then their company's initial investment will go down the drain. Is this a self-inflicted wound?" Xin Jianyun was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Feng Changhui's words. His eyes were as wide as bronze bells, and his mouth was unconsciously wide open. This is unbelievable. How could he not have expected that his boss would be a shareholder of Fighting Whale Live? The key is not just any shareholder. That's 20% of the shares of Du Whale Live, which is only 5% less than the general manager of Du Whale Live, Miao Yanwen. Lin Fan was definitely a pivotal figure in the Du Whale Live. He had just been worried about the company. After all, Renankai was deeply involved with Du Whale Live and they weren't. Now all of a sudden I find out that my boss is a shareholder in Du Whale Live. It made his heart very excited. He felt that happiness had come too suddenly. It smashed him so dizzily that it was surprisingly surreal. He then realized why Lin Fan hadn't cared about this reception all this time, but only cared if there was food here. Lin Fan is a shareholder of Du Whale Live, and Feng Changhui, even if he is the vice president of Du Whale Live, is just a part-time worker like him. Does the boss care about a reception for a part-time employee? Would climb up with a part-time employee? Apparently not. He was very glad in his heart at this time that his boss was Lin Fan. With the identity of Lin Fan as a shareholder of Du Whale Live, his future cooperation with Du Whale Live will be very smooth. He was very happy now, and unconsciously glanced at Renankai who had a hard look on his face. "Ha ha ha, letting you get away with it? Now goof off." That beauty in his heart. Chapter 170, I'll let you go if you apologize? Renankai took a deep breath and came to Lin Fan. Bowing his head, he apologized. I'm sorry Mr. Lin, I didn't know you were a shareholder of Do Whale Live. He hoped that his apology made Lin Fan not interfere with his deep cooperation with Do Whale Live. In his heart, he actually didn't think Lin Fan would give up his deep cooperation with him. After all, it was a win-win situation. Lin Fan was a businessman, and businessmen seek profit. He didn't believe in messing with money. Lin Fan didn't raise his eyelids and said indifferently, "Why do I seem to hear someone apologizing to me? Is it a hallucination? Looks like you haven't been sleeping too well lately. Looks like I'll have to go to bed even earlier from now on." He shook his head and continued to eat. Renankai's teeth itched with anger when he heard Lin Fan's words, but he couldn't snap. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Mr. Lin, you didn't hear me wrong. I'm the one who apologized to you." Lin Fan glanced at Renankai and faintly asked, "Oh, which one are you? Why are you apologizing to me?" Renankai's fists clenched tightly when he heard Lin Fan's words. He was on the verge of going berserk at this point. When Shin Jianyun saw Renankai's appearance, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. "Let's just let you get away with it. It's now, isn't it?" A wave of relief washed over him. Jingle bells. Renankai's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone, glanced at the caller, and his gloomy face instantly piled on a smile. He hurriedly slid the answer button, only to see him say a few words with a winking smile on his face. He hung up the phone, his face returning to normal. In not having the somber look he had just had, he turned his head towards Lin Fan, straightened his body, and said calmly, "Mr. Lin, be forgiving. I've already apologized to Mr. Lin." Lin Fan put down his chopsticks, glanced at Renankai, and asked with a smile, "I'm going to let you off the hook if you apologize? You don't really think I'm a pilgrim? Think I specialize in horse herding, do you?" Renankai's face, which had just calmed down when he heard Lin Fan's words, instantly turned gloomy again. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Mr. Lin, a word of advice. There are people beyond the sky. If you offend someone you shouldn't, it's not going to end well. Do you think so?" Lin Fan glanced at him and said disdainfully, "Are you saying that you're someone I can't afford to offend?" He picked up a nearby teacup and took a sip of tea, rinsed his mouth, and spit the tea into a nearby trash can. He was very curious in his mind as to who had given Renankai the courage. Leave it to Renankai to suddenly dare to talk to him like that. Looks like Renankai's backer is coming. Only Renankai's backer can give Renankai so much backing, right? He now very much wanted to see what kind of person this Renankai's backer was. Just plain curious. Renankai dared to speak to him so stiffly even though he knew that he was a shareholder of Do Whale Live. It was evident that Renankai's backer was not ordinary in Renankai's mind. When Renankai heard Lin Fan's words, an easy smile unexpectedly appeared on his face. He said calmly, "I naturally can't afford to offend Mr. Lin. After all, you're a shareholder of Do Whale Live. But there are some people that Mr. Lin can't afford to offend. His backer, that's a $10 billion big shot in Willow City." Lin Fan was nothing more than a shareholder of Do Whale Live. It's simply not enough in front of the big boys. He had just gotten a call from Biggie, who was running errands in the neighborhood, and had heard that he was having a celebratory reception and that Biggie was coming over to check it out. With the backing of a big brother, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Lin Fan anymore. He believed that the arrogant Lin Fan at this moment would definitely apologize to him when he met the big brother. After all, you have to look at the master to beat the dog. He had planned it out in his mind, and when Lin Fan apologized, he was going to humiliate Lin Fan as well. Take some of the anger out of his heart. Lin Fan looked at the smug Renankai and said with a smile, "I'd like to see what people I can't afford to offend." Not that he was arrogant. With goods like Renankai, he really didn't think he could find any decent backers. He also wanted to see who this Renankai's backer was. He picked up the red wine next to him, poured a glass and slowly savored it. General, he felt that this red wine was very average. "Humph, I hope you'll still be able to laugh later." "Mr. Lin," Renankai snorted coldly and said in a deep voice. The crowd whispered when they saw that Renankai had actually called his backer. "Do you know who Renankai's backer is?" Looking at Renankai, it seems like his backer is very impressive. It's not clear which bigwig exactly, but I heard that this bigwig is the boss of a $10 billion enterprise in Willow City. I really don't know how Renankai got acquainted with such a big shot. A $10 billion big shot. It's really enviable. Who says it isn't? With a $10 billion bigwig backing up behind Renankai, I believe that Lu Chung Tong FA Media Company will soon grow by leaps and bounds. It seems that in the future the cooperation with Lu Chung Tong Fa Media Company will have to be stepped up. Back at the company I'll have someone recreate the program. It's really strange. This kid doesn't seem to be worried at all. Doesn't he know that Renankai's backer is a $10 billion big shot? I think this kid is just pretending to be calm. There's no way he doesn't know that Renankai's backer is a tens of billions of dollars big brother. And he's probably calculating in his mind how to get the big brother to forgive. It makes sense. After all, the entire Do Whale Live is only valued at $10 billion. so how can he, a shareholder, compare to a real $10 billion big brother? This kid is still too young. Just now Ranankai apologized and accepted directly. Wouldn't there be nothing behind? This kid is at a young and spirited age. Plus he is a shareholder of Do Whale Live, so it's understandable for him to lose himself. Shin Jianyun looked at Lin Fan with a worried expression. Although Lin Fan is a shareholder of Do Whale Live, there is still a very big gap compared to the $10 billion big brother. There was nothing he could do about it now. We can only take one step at a time and hope that the $10 billion bigwigs are sensible and don't completely buy into Renankai's bull ******. If they really pissed off the big man, their company was expected to have a very hard time in the future. Even if Lin Fan was a shareholder of Do Whale Live, he was very bitter in his heart. Some regretted bringing Lin Fan to the reception. If we hadn't brought Lin Fan to the reception there wouldn't have been so much trouble. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. At that moment, the door to the Supreme Hall was pushed open. Approached a very spry-looking middle-aged man. When Renankai saw the visitor, a smile instantly piled up on his face. He walked quickly toward the visitor. Shin Jianyun's heart thumped when he saw the visitor. How is that possible? What's with the big guy? How could he not expect Renankai's backer to be this big brother? He glanced at Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan had his legs crossed and was drinking red wine, not even bothering to look at the people. He laughed inwardly. A second generation is a second generation. Chapter 171. Are you here to teach me a lesson? The crowd instantly gasped out in shock when they saw Renankai's backer. Renankai's backer is actually the chairman of the Lu Cheng Hai Kuan group, Kong Hai Kuan. Kong Haiken is a real ruthless starting from nothing, to achieve today's $10 billion enterprise, is a real Lu Cheng cattleman. It really didn't occur to me that Renankai's backer was actually Kong Haiken. What a surprise. Is that kid scared silly? Still pretending to be there even at this hour. If that kid hurry to apologize to Renankai at this time. So there is still room to turn around. If you let Kong Haiken personally find the door, then there is not a little room to turn around. What youthful exuberance. Can't recognize reality at all. This is going to be a hard time. The crowd all shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Lin Fan was going to be taught a lesson by Kong Haiken. A feeling of powerlessness surged into Shin Jianyun's heart as he heard the murmurs around him. He really didn't know what to do now. He wanted Lin Fan to apologize, but how could he dare? Lin Fan is his boss. He hoped and could only pray that Renankai would be able to not take it too personally. But then he saw Renankai's smug face. The heart is bitter. How could Renankai let this opportunity pass? Renankai heard the murmurs around him and felt a surge of smugness in his heart. Humph, kid now knows what happens when you offend me. With a smug smile on his face, he turned his head, ready to look at Lin Fan's face covered in fear. What's going on? Where was Lin Fan's face of fear at this moment? At this moment, Lin Fan was crossing his legs and drinking red wine comfortably, and smacked his lips as he drank, and he muttered, "It's so not good." When Renankai saw Lin Fan's appearance, he was so angry that he almost spat out the old blood he had accumulated for decades. The Real is so angry. He decided that he would add fuel to the fire in front of Kong Haiken, so that Kong Haiken would give Lin Fan a hard time. It was the only way to get rid of this bad anger in his heart. Kong Haiken casually looked at the reception setup. This is? He saw Lin Fan, who was drinking red wine, and immediately brightened up. He was feeling sorry for not befriending Lin Fan last time. How could it not be a surprise to see Lin Fan here now? I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity. He made up his mind. Renankai turned his head and was about to tell off Kong Haiken. Before the words could be uttered, he only saw Kong Haiken directly leave him behind and walk towards the direction where Lin Fan was. This? Had Lin Fan offended Kong Haiken before? That must be it. Otherwise why would Kong Haiken rush up to Lin Fan when he saw him? He clasped his hands to his chest with a smug look on his face. It doesn't even seem like he needs to add to the conversation nowadays. It was as if he could see Lin Fan apologizing to him in a low voice. He was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. When the crowd saw Kong Haiken hurrying towards Lin Fan, they all shook their heads and sighed. This young man is going to be unlucky this time. Look at the way Kong Haiken is walking. How eager he is to go and clean up the other party. Look, it's really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. It's all this time and still drinking red wine leisurely there. It's obvious that he usually pretends to be a bully a lot. This time, it's kind of pretending to be an iron plate. This time let's see if he still dares to pretend to be a bully in the future. This reception, I thought it would be as boring as usual, but I didn't think there would be such a good show to watch. When Shin Jianyun saw Kong Haiken who came in a hurry, he secretly screamed. He wanted to remind Lin Fan, but it was too late. Kong Haiken had walked up to Lin Fan. He was bitter in his mind. This is Ed. Kong Haiken looked at Lin Fan and took a deep breath, which he used to hide the excitement in his heart. His body bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here as well." When the crowd heard Kong Haiken's words, they were instantly dumbfounded. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? What's going on here? Isn't Kong Haiken going to clean up Lin Fan? That's too much to believe. The crowd felt their faces burning. It was like being slapped hard. It hurts. Very much. He had just been mocking Lin Fan for being finished, and now the slap in the face had come so quickly. At the same time, the crowd regretted very much in their hearts that they had missed the opportunity to befriend a big shot. That's a real biggie. Can't you see that the $10 billion man Kong Haiken is so respectful to Lin Fan? They died of remorse in their hearts. Shin Jianyun was instantly confused when he saw Kong Haiken being so respectful to Lin Fan. His eyes were round and his mouth was unconsciously wide open with incredulity. This is too unbelievable. What in the world is the origin of his own boss actually let the $10 billion big brother Kong Haiken so respectful? Doesn't this mean that his boss is more powerful than Kong Haiken? This is too exciting. He felt that Lin Fan had surprised him more today than he had in the past year. His heart was incomparably excited at this time. If not for the large number of people here, he would have jumped up and shouted in excitement. It was as if he saw the future company taking off. With such an awesome boss, it would be a crime if the company didn't take off. Renan Kai was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Kong Haiken respectfully calling Lin Fan Mr. Lin. His shocked mouth slowly opened wide, and his eyes stared like bronze bells, as if he had seen a ghost. This? How is that possible? Why is that? Isn't Kong Haiken going to clean up Lin Fan? Why are you being so respectful to Lin Fan? His head was a mess at the moment. Isn't Lin Fan a shareholder of Do Whale Live? Is Kong Haiken like this? He couldn't accept the reality that Lin Fan was more powerful than Kong Haiken. It's all an illusion. It must be an illusion. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and slowly opened them. It's still the same as it was just now. He shivered and his face began to turn white. Kong Haiken is so respectful to Lin Fan. Then Lin Fan's identity? He shuddered to think of it. He felt a wave of darkness, and would have fallen to the floor if there hadn't been a table right next to him for him to hold on to. It's over. It's all over. Lin Fan raised his head, looked at Kong Haiken, smiled and said, "It's quite a coincidence. I didn't expect to see Mr. Kong here." He glanced at Kong Haiken if he had any deep meaning. He hadn't expected Renan Kai's backer to be Kong Haiken. That's a bit of a coincidence. Kong Haiken felt strange when he saw the way Lin Fan was looking at him. He was very puzzled in his heart, not understanding what Lin Fan meant by this. "Mr. Kong, are you here ready to teach me a lesson?" Lin Fan looked at Kong Haiken and asked with a smile. When he finished, he glanced at Renan Kai, who was holding the table not far away. Kong Haiken was startled when he heard Lin Fan's words. It was too late for him to come and please Lin Fan. How could he come and teach Lin Fan a lesson? When he followed Lin Fan's gaze and saw the pale-faced Renan Kai, it was as if he understood something. This dog even offended Lin Fan. He cursed in his mind. Chapter 172. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your generosity. Kong Haiken said to Lin Fan. How dare I lecture Mr. Lin? After saying that, he turned to Renan Kai, who was not far away, and said angrily, "Why don't you hurry up and roll over?" He looked at Renan Kai, who was standing stupidly, and became furious. It's so aggravating. He had met Lin Fan with great difficulty and was about to make a good relationship. If it was ruined by Renan Kai, he would have to give Renan Kai a hard time. He wants Renan Kai to apologize to Lin Fan and ask for his forgiveness. Renan Kai shivered when he heard Kong Haiken's angry voice. His legs trembled and he gritted his teeth as he arrived in front of Lin Fan. Kong Haiken became even more angry when he saw Renan Kai dawdling. Yelled, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin." Renan Kai was scared by Kong Haiken's roar and his legs trembled even more. Flutter. Straight to his knees. Lin Fan looked at Renan Kai and said with a smile, "But it's not New Year's Eve. Mr. Ron makes such a big gift. I don't have a red envelope for you." Next to him, Shin Jianyun almost burst out laughing when he heard Lin Fan's words. He was trembling, and it was evident that he was holding his breath. When Renan Kai heard Lin Fan's words, a bitter smile ran through his heart. He hurriedly apologized to Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry." He looked very humble now. In the absence of the smug look he had just had, Lin Fan looked at Renan Kai with interest. He really didn't expect Renan Kai to kneel down to him. That's quite a way to bend the rules. But he didn't want to let Renan Kai off so cheaply. If everyone offended him, he spared them. Wouldn't he really be a pilgrim then? Do you really think he's a horse player? Where's Ren's spiritedness just now? He asked with a smirk. Renan Kai couldn't wait to slap himself hard. Why did he try to show off his tongue just now? Now looking at Lin Fan. If he didn't lose a piece of meat today, I'm afraid this matter wasn't over. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, I'm willing to take out 3 slots of the Dream Creation program and give them to Willow City's Golden Mansion Media Company as an indemnity to Mr. Lin." Lin Fan looked at Renan Kai without saying anything. Of course he knew about this dream-making program. This Dreammaker program is a deep collaboration between Renan Kai and Du Whale Live. Renan Kai is ready to invest $200 million on 10 potential netizens to cultivate and package. It's safe to say that Renan Kai has put a lot of effort into the Dreammaker program. Now that Renan Kai was willing to take out 3 places, it was evident that Renan Kai's heart was dripping blood. Lin Fan stretched out 5 fingers. 5 places. Let's leave it at that for today. He looked at Renan Kai with a smirk. When Renan Kai heard Lin Fan's request, he almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood and pass out from anger. 3 slots were already making his heart bleed. Now Lin Fan was actually asking him for 5 places. He was tempted to get up and walk away. But he can't, unless he doesn't want his whole company. A man under the roof has to bow his head. He was struggling in his mind. If Lin Fan is given 5 places, this is equivalent to directly giving Lin Fan $100 million to make amends. That's $100 million. However, he knew that if he didn't take out these 5 spots, his cooperation with Du Whale Live wouldn't be possible. Not to mention the unfathomable background of that Lin Fan. Thinking about it made him feel fearful. The crowd was shocked to hear that Lin Fan had actually asked Renan Kai for 5 places. They are all aware of this dream-making program. This is something Renan Kai has been planning for a long time. The one that cost Renan Kai a lot of energy and financial resources. Do you think that Renan Kai will agree? 5 places. That's equivalent to Renan Kai taking $100 million to make amends. Renan Kai shouldn't agree. After all, it's $100 million. And their company doesn't know how to borrow this $100 million. I think as long as Renan Kai isn't stupid, he won't take out 5 places to make amends. Renan Kai's heart is probably already dripping blood when he takes out 3 places. But if Renan Kai doesn't take out 5 places, if the other party retaliates against their company, then I really don't know if he can carry through. Renan Kai struggled internally. How could he not understand the pros and cons of that? But what to choose? He unintentionally saw Fong Changhui, the vice president of Du Whale Live, standing next to Lin Fan. He suddenly had a flash of light and thought of something. The old man lost his mare. Although he had given Lin Fan 5 places, he had also gotten closer to Lin Fan at the same time. Although this price was a bit high, pulling on the tiger skin of Lin Fan might bring him more benefits. The most intuitive thing is that working with Du Whale Live will be much smoother. He figured this out and stopped feeling bad about the 5 spots. He still feels like he's earned it. He raised his head and looked at Lin Fan, a smile surprisingly appearing on his face as he respectfully said, "Just as Mr. Lin said, 5 places." Lin Fan looked at Renan Kai instead. He hadn't expected Renan Kai to agree so readily. Since Renan Kai wanted to give him 5 places, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, 5 places are worth $100 million. Get $1 billion for nothing, as long as it's not a cutie. Wouldn't have turned it down. Okay, that's it for today, and it won't happen again. When Renan Kai heard Lin Fan's words, a smile appeared on his face, and he stood up directly without knowing where the strength came from. Smiling, he thanked, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your generosity." The crowd was instantly dumbfounded when they saw Renan Kai's appearance. The crowd looked at Renan Kai with incredulous faces. That's a pretty quick turnaround. Gave Lin Fan $100 million to make amends and smiled and thanked him? What's going on here? I'll go. Renan Kai can't be stupid. Gifting the other party 5 spots and thanking them? Being angry and stupid? But looking at Renan Kai's eyes doesn't look like he's stupid. It's really strange. I think Renan Kai is not only not stupid, but also shrewd. How? This young man knows at a glance that he has an extraordinary origin. His background is bound to be very powerful, and many people want to climb into a relationship with him. Although Renan Kai lost 5 spots, he climbed into a relationship with this young man. This is a blessing in disguise. The advantages of climbing into a relationship with this young man outweigh the disadvantages. Renan Kai really is an old fox. No wonder. Renan Kai is smiling so happily and naturally. Kong Hiken chatted with Lin Fan for a while, and had to leave beforehand. And when he left, he made an appointment with Lin Fan to have dinner together sometime. As the saying goes, one more friend is one more way. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't refuse. It was thanks to Kong Hiken that today's matter could be resolved so smoothly. Lin Fan had had enough wine and food and didn't intend to stay any longer. He let Shin Jianyun handle the rest, and he took Fong Changhui, the vice president of Fighting Whale Live, out of the reception and to his office on the top floor. Chapter 173, Do you have another appointment? Fong Changhui surveyed the huge office. He smiled and said, "I didn't think that this Lucheng Linjiang Hotel was also Mr. Lin's property. Mr. Lin is amazing." It wasn't that he was kissing ass, but he meant it. Can't you see that the $10 billion man Kong Hiken is so respectful to Lin Fan? It was evident that Lin Fan was very powerful. The background is very scary. After Lin Fan sat down, he said to Fong Changhui, "Sit down." When Fong Changhui sat down, he looked at the other party and asked suspiciously, "Say, What else? He had just seen Fong Changhui at the reception looking like he wanted to say something. Knowing that this was Fong Changhui must have something else to say to him. He was very curious about what Fong Changhui was going to tell him. After all, he and Fong Changhui had met for the first time, and the key was still a chance encounter. When Fong Changhui heard Lin Fan's question, he took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. He slowly said, Mr. Lin, I wonder what plans you have for the future of Fighting Whale Live. He was a little apprehensive about asking this question. After all, Lin Fan was his boss. It was a little inappropriate for him to ask his boss about his plans as a beatnik. It might even piss off Lin Fan, but he cannot do anything. This is the general manager Miao Yanwen let him ask. He did not dare not listen. It's so hard for him, a hit man, to be in the middle. Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard Fong Changhui's question. He didn't understand why Fong Changhui asked. He's not involved in running the company. What's the planning? Company operations? He suddenly understood why Fong Changhui asked, presumably because of the shares in his hands. This should have been something that Miao Yanwen asked Fong Changhui to ask. He looked at Fong Changhui and asked with a smile, That's what Mr. Miao told you to ask, right? When Fong Changhui heard that Lin Fan could tell at once that this was what Miao Yanwen had asked him to ask, he instead breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. That way he doesn't have to be caught in the middle. Well, it was Mr. Miao who asked me to ask you. Lin Fan adjusted his sitting position and casually said, You call Mr. Miao. I'll talk to Mr. Miao. When Fong Changhui heard that Lin Fan wanted to speak directly to Miao Yanwen, he hurriedly took out his cell phone in a sharp manner, found Miao Yanwen's number, and dialed it. The call was quickly answered. Mr. Miao, I'm Fong Changhui. Mr. Lin would like to speak to you. Miao Yanwen on the other end of the phone pondered for a moment and said, Give the phone to Mr. Lin. He knew there was something he had to ask or he would not be able to sleep or eat. Fong Changhui hurriedly handed the phone to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the phone and said directly, Mr. Miao. Good. Hello, Mr. Lin. I was thinking of going to Lucheng to see Mr. Lin sometime. Miao Yanwen on the other end of the phone said politely, How dare you bother Mr. Miao to come see me? Lin Fan said with a smile. The two men exchanged a few pleasantries. Mr. Miao, I know what you're worried about. I'm not interested in the business management of Fighting Whale Live. I look at the future of Do Whale Live and think it can create more value for me. Lin Fan knew Miao Yanwen's worries and directly said what was on his mind to reassure Miao Yanwen. When Miao Yanwen heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. As long as Lin Fan wasn't interested in running and managing the company, then he had nothing to worry about. The ensuing chat between the two was very pleasant. Mr. Lin, come to the headquarters sometime. I'll be sure to treat you well. Miao Yanwen on the other end of the phone said with a big smile. I've memorized Mr. Miao's words. Lin Fan said with a smile. Lin Fan hung up and handed the phone back to Fong Changhui. He looked at Fong Changhui and asked, When will you go back? Fong Changhui put his cell phone away and hurriedly said, This side of the matter has been finished. I will go back in the afternoon. Lin Fan nodded. The two chatted a little more, and Lin Fan looked at the time. It was time to go back to school. You rest over here. I have to go to school, so I'll leave first. Lin Fan stood up and said, Mr. Lin, you go about your business. Don't mind me. Fong Changhui hurriedly stood up and said with a smile. Lin Fan headed out of the office. Fong Changhui looked at the departing Lin Fan with a lot of emotions in his heart. He knew that Lin Fan was young, but he was still startled to actually see him. That's too young. He thought that Lin Fan was just like any other second generation of rich people, young and ambitious and bound to be empty-minded, looking down on anyone. But he came into contact with Lin Fan and realized that he was very wrong. Lin Fan treats others with maturity and stability. It was really hard to believe that Lin Fan was still a college student. He was very curious about Lin Fan in his heart. What kind of family could have produced such an outstanding young man? Half an hour later, Willowtown University parking lot. Lin Fan stepped out of the car. Dormitory entrance. Before he even entered, he heard the sound of three people playing a game inside. Lin Fan pushed open the door and walked in. Sure enough, the three were playing a hot game. Lin Fan greeted the three, took out his military uniform, and began to changed his clothes and took out his cell phone and swiped it for a while. It was about time, so the four of them walked out of the dormitory and headed for the playground. Arriving at the playground, Lin Fan found a seat and waited for the instructor to arrive. It wasn't long before the instructor arrived and the afternoon's military training officially began. Nothing all afternoon. So much for a day of military training. Boss Zhang Ziqiang came over to Lin Fan, patted Lin Fan's shoulder, and asked, Old Four, do you have a date tonight? He saw that Lin Fan was not in a hurry to leave and thought that Lin Fan should not have a date in the evening. If he had a date, Lin Fan would have left long ago. Why would he still be here to dilly-dally? He was just asking symbolically. The three of them had already discussed that as long as Lin Fan didn't have a date, they would make sure that Lin Fan treated them today. Lin Fan glanced at his boss, Zhang Ziqiang, and prepared to shake his head and say no. That's when his cell phone rang. He glanced apologetically at his boss, Zhang Ziqiang, took out his cell phone and slid the answer button. Cousin, what is it? The caller was none other than Lin Fan's cousin Zhao Xiaoman. He was very puzzled in his mind as to what Zhao Xiaoman was calling him about at this hour. Fan, I'm at the coffee house on the Willow University walk, so hurry over. Zhao Xiaoman on the other end of the phone said mysteriously. Lin Fan didn't know what Zhao Xiaoman was up to, but his own cousin had come to his place, so he had to entertain her anyways. Okay, I'll change and be right there. He didn't ask Zhao Xiaoman why she suddenly came to Lu De Pedestrian Street. It wouldn't be too late to ask after meeting her. Remember to dress up properly. Zhao Xiaoman on the other end of the phone made a point of urging. Zhao Xiaoman hung up the phone directly after saying that. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart. What's he dressed up as a big man for? He put his cell phone away, looked up, startled. At that moment the three roommates' 6 pairs of eyes were staring straight at him, sending a shiver down his spine. What's going on with you guys? He asked curiously. I don't understand why the three of them are looking at him with this expression. Oldest, are you having another appointment? Boss Zhang Ziqiang asked with a bitter smile on his face. Is this mouth enlightened? He spat in his mind. Lin Fan nodded and said, my cousin asked me out. He finished and headed out of the playground. Chapter 174, You won't be able to take your eyes off me. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, rinsed off a cool shower, and changed his clothes. Walk out of the dormitory and head towards the walkway. Willow University Walking Street Coffee House. Ice. Let me tell you, my cousin is handsome. That's a real looker. Suave. If you weren't such a good sister to me, I wouldn't cheapen you. Zhao Xiaoman chattered at a stunning woman. This stunningly beautiful woman was no other than Tang Ruobing, Zhao Xiaoman's best friend. Tang Ruobing looked at Zhao Xiaoman helplessly. Her ears were getting calloused. In the afternoon Zhao Xiaoman came to ask her to go shopping, and she readily agreed. Who knew that all afternoon Zhou was pushing her cousin? She got in the way of her best sister and kept listening. She had expected to come to the coffee house and Zhao Xiaoman would subside. Who knew coffee couldn't even gag Zhao Xiaoman? Man, you've been talking all the way. Aren't you tired? She said with a sigh. Zhao Xiaoman took a sip of her coffee and said with big beautiful eyes, it's not tiring. Halo. Tang Ruobing was instantly speechless. How come she hadn't realized before that Zhao Xiaoman had the potential to be a matchmaker? You're not tired of talking. I'm tired of listening. Forget it. Rant if you want to. She thought helplessly in her mind. She really couldn't do anything about Zhao Xiaoman. She picked up her coffee and slowly savored it. Xiao Bing, my cousin will come over later. I'll introduce you to him. Hey, you're guaranteed not to be able to take your eyes off it when you see it. Zhao Xiaoman scowled at Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing lightly stroked her forehead. She was defeated by Zhao Xiaoman. Now not only did they introduce it, but they actually called the person in. When the people came later, she had to tell Zhao Xiaoman face to face that the two were not suitable, so that Zhao Xiaoman would completely die. If we don't let Zhao Xiaoman die completely, it will probably be endless in the future. She knew this BFF of hers very well. Tang Ruobing? Just as Zhao Xiaoman was about to continue talking about how good her cousin was, a man's voice came from behind the two. Tang Ruobing heard someone call her and turned her head to look at the visitor. Somewhat uncertainly, he asked, are you Yuan Chenfeng? When Yuan Chenfeng heard that Tang Ruobing was able to call out his name, he was instantly very excited in his heart and said in a slightly stuttering voice, I didn't expect you to remember my name, Tang Ruobing. He felt his heart racing at this point. In the past, he could be said to be a little transparent in the class, and the number of times he spoke to Tang Ruobing could be counted on 5 fingers. Tang Ruobing actually remembered him, which made him feel very surprised. He had just been afraid that Tang Ruobing wouldn't remember him, and was ready to introduce himself properly, but now it seemed that he still had a good impression in Tang Ruobing's mind. If Tang Ruobing knew what Yuan Chenfeng had in mind, he would have told the other party without hesitation, you're overthinking it. The reason why she remembered Yuan Chenfeng, that was because Yuan Chenfeng's self-introduction when he first came to the school. She found it somewhat interesting. My name is Yuan Chenfeng. My father's last name is Yuan. My mother's last name is Chen. My parents want me to have food to eat in the future and not go hungry, so they named me Yuan Chenfeng. At that time, the whole class laughed out loud when they heard Yuan Chenfeng's introduction. Tang Ruobing also didn't think that her parents could be so casual with their names. There was some impression of this Yuan Chenfeng, just some impression. Yuan Chenfeng carefully sat down on a chair next to Tang Ruobing. He hadn't dared to sit so close to Tang Ruobing before. He used to have some low self-esteem. Tang Ruobing was a goddess-like figure. He didn't dare to approach at all. His father's business has been going very well for the past 2 years and the family has earned some money. The family also put up some money for him to start a business while he was in college. His self-confidence instantly swelled. It's important to realize that it's very rare for people to start a business while in college. He was able to start a business while in college, instantly feeling superior. Something he had buried deep inside that he was afraid to do now made him stupid. For example, he liked Tang Ruobing in high school. Now that he learned that Tang Ruobing actually remembered his name, he felt that his spring was coming. When Tang Ruobing saw Yuan Shenfeng sitting down, her willow brows slightly knitted as she coldly asked, "You have something to do?" She and Yuan Shenfeng were only limited to knowing the name. They were not familiar at all. She wondered what Yuan Shenfeng was doing sitting down. The fact that the key was still so close to her made her heart very unhappy. Although Yuan Shenfeng noticed Tang Ruobing's icy face, he was used to it. In high school, Tang Ruobing had such an icy face every day, or else she wouldn't have been known as the high cool schoolgirl. He still thought Tang Ruobing was asking him what he came to the coffee house for. He had just been trying to figure out how to put a natural spin on the purpose of coming to the coffee house. Now's the chance. He hurriedly smiled and said, "I have an appointment with Mr. Lu from Walking Street to sign the contract here." He glanced at Tang Ruobing as he finished, a smug smile spreading across his face. He wanted to see the look of surprise on Tang Ruobing's face. However, he realized that Tang Ruobing had been there slowly savoring her coffee since the beginning, and the icy expression on her face had never changed one iota. He thought Tang Ruobing was only focusing on her coffee and didn't hear him. He continued, "I'm going to open an ice cream store at the east end of Pedestrian Street. When the time comes, Tang Ruobing, if you want to eat ice cream, you can come to my store and eat it for free. Eat as much as you want." He smiled and looked at Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing looked up at Yuan Shenfeng. She hadn't thought that this unassuming classmate was preparing to open an ice cream parlor on Pedestrian Street. There are very few people on the east end of the walk. Aren't you afraid of losing money? She has a good heart and is kind enough to warn even a lesser-known classmate. After all, we went to school together. Yuan Shenfeng's face turned unnatural when he heard Tang Ruobing's words, and he scratched his head in order to ease his embarrassment. Squeezing a smile on his face, he spoke, "As the saying goes, good wine is not afraid of the deep alley. I'm sure if I make it good, someone will come." He also wanted to open a store in a place with a high turnover of people, but his strength didn't allow him to do so. He had to rent a store in the middle of nowhere and do it first. Wait to accumulate some funds before changing places. Tang Ruobing wasn't speaking when she heard Yuan Shenfeng say this. As a less familiar classmate, a reminder would be kind. Zhao Xiaoman hadn't said anything, just sipping her coffee there, looking up toward the door every now and then. Wouldn't she be able to tell that this Yuan Shenfeng was interested in Tang Ruobing? So what if it's interesting? As far as Yuan Shenfeng is concerned, her cousin doesn't know how many streets the other party has left behind. She believed that as soon as her cousin arrived he would instantly crush Yuan Shenfeng, unable to lift his head. Renting a store at the east end of the walkway? She was sure her cousin wouldn't even frown on renting a store in a busy neighborhood. That's the difference in strength. What's more, her cousin's face value directly crushed Yuan Shenfeng by several streets and could make the other party self-conscious. Chapter 175. What do you want to drink and I'll order it for you? Seeing that Tang Ruobing didn't say anything, Yuan Shenfeng hurriedly asked, "Tang Ruobing, let's have a meal together in a while?" He felt that it would be a godsend to meet Tang Ruobing here. An opportunity like this he must take advantage of. Otherwise she would surely regret it for the rest of her life. Tang Ruobing glanced at Yuan Shenfeng. She didn't know who gave Yuan Shenfeng the confidence to ask her out to dinner. She said coldly, "Sorry, we have an appointment." She refused outright, speaking in a much colder tone. Yuan Shenfeng heard Tang Ruobing's refusal and felt a little loss in his heart, but thinking of Tang Ruobing's character relieved him. After all, Tang Ruobing is a high-cool schoolgirl, which is easy to go out to dinner with boys. He had never heard of Tang Ruobing getting close to any boy in high school. He felt that being able to chat with Tang Ruobing this time was a huge step forward. He was going to find a suitable opportunity to get Tang Ruobing's contact information later. A fine line. Take your time later. At that moment, the door of the coffee house was pushed open. Lin Fan walked in. When Zhao Xiaoman saw Lin Fan coming, a smile appeared on her face and she stood up and waved at Lin Fan. Here, Tang Ruobing saw Zhao Xiaoman stand up and wave at the door. Curious, he turned his head to look at the visitor. This? Surprisingly, it's schoolboy Lin. That's too much of a coincidence. Man's cousin turned out to be Lin Xuedi. How could she not expect her best girlfriend's cousin to be Lin Fan? Could this be fate? Seeing Zhao Xiaoman waving, Lin Fan smiled slightly at Zhao Xiaoman and walked over. When he saw Tang Ruobing across from Zhao Xiaoman, he instantly froze. He looked at Tang Ruobing with a face full of incredulity. How could he not have thought that the good sister in his cousin Zhao Xiaoman's mouth would be Tang Ruobing? That's quite a bond. Tang Ruobing smiled at Lin Fan. Zhao Xiaoman saw Lin Fan arrive and prepared to introduce Lin Fan to Tang Ruobing, turning her head just in time to see Tang Ruobing smiling at her. Seeing the smile of Tang Ruobing's instantly made her freeze. Her mouth was wide open in shock, her eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. This? What did she see? Her high-strung schoolgirl best friend actually laughed. Qi also smiled at his cousin Lin Fan. How is that possible? That's incredible too. Is this still her high-flying schoolgirl best friend? Her eyes were full of incomprehension. Even if one's cousin is suave and talented, it's not like he's going to melt the high-flying schoolgirl's best friend in the first meeting. This is unbelievable. Could it be that his high-flying schoolgirl best friend is a member of the Society of Appearance? But it's not right. There were some handsome boys pursuing Tang Ruobing in the past, but Tang Ruobing simply ignored them. She felt like her head wasn't enough. Did her best friend take the wrong pills? But then got excited. It was going so well. Wouldn't it be a matter of time before she heard her best friend call her cousin? A pang of triumph went through her. Yuan Chenfeng was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Tang Ruobing actually smiling at a boy. His shocked eyes were as white as bronze bells, and his mouth was unconsciously wide open, with a look of having seen a ghost. This? How is that possible? Is this still the same high-strung schoolgirl? Why would Tang Ruobing smile at a boy? Doesn't Tang Ruobing not know how to smile? What the hell is going on here? Tang Ruobing's smile is so charming. It's almost like a fairy smile. But why didn't Tang Ruobing smile at herself? He was very sour in his heart, and felt more sour than if he had eaten a lemon. This was followed by a pang of jealousy. He was jealous that Lin Fan was able to get a smile from Tang Ruobing. It was more than he could bear. He had already decided to pursue Tang Ruobing, so naturally he wouldn't allow anyone else to get their hands on Tang Ruobing. He looked Lin Fan up and down, dressed very plainly, nothing special except being a bit more handsome than him. He instantly regained his confidence. What's the use of being handsome? In this day and age, having strength is all that matters. What is strength? Starting your own business while you're in college, that's strength. Just like him, he felt that Tang Ruobing must have only been fooled by the other party's appearance, and when Tang Ruobing carefully experienced it, she would surely realize that only one like him was the best choice. Lin Fan came back to his senses and smiled. What a coincidence! School sister Tang. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, yes, what a coincidence. I didn't expect Xiao Man's cousin to be you. Senior Lin. It only means that this Willow City is too small. Lin Fan said with a smile. Zhao Xiaoman heard Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing talking before she reacted as if the two knew each other. She asked hastily, you two know each other? She glanced at Lin Fan and then at Tang Ruobing. Aha, aha. Both of them hummed at the same time. Zhao Xiaoman muttered in her heart. No wonder Xiao Bing met Xiao Fan and smiled. Senior Lin, hurry up and sit down. What do you want to drink and I'll order it for you. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smile. Then I'll trouble Sister Tang. Just order me a glass of orange juice. Lin Fan smiled faintly at Tang Ruobing. Yuan Chenfeng's heart became even more sour when he heard Tang Ruobing take the initiative to ask Lin Fan what he was drinking. He had been sitting here for half a day, and he hadn't seen Tang Ruobing ask a single question. That's too big a gap. He couldn't wait any longer. God knows when Tang Ruobing would come to her senses. He had to let Tang Ruobing know as soon as possible who was the one with the strength and who was the most suitable for the other. I wonder how old this student is. He took the initiative to come over and looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smile. Hearing Yuan Chenfeng's question, Lin Fan said without hesitation, freshman. When he saw Yuan Chenfeng sitting here, he thought he was a friend of Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman, so he naturally had to give face to Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman. Freshman, have you ever thought about working and studying? Hawk, I'm about to open an ice cream parlor and I'm short of manpower. Do you want to come and try out for Hawk? He had a smug smile on his face and the tone of a successful man. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman, but both of them know they are not bad. That meant that this Yuan Chenfeng was just an ordinary friend of the two, or not even a friend, a suitor of one of them. The orange juice came up quickly, and Lin Fan picked it up and took a sip. Putting down his cup, he said faintly, I just want to study hard. When Yuan Chenfeng heard Lin Fan say this, he was even more pleased in his heart, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Senior, although studying is important, practicing is even more important, which will be of great help to you in finding a job after graduation. With a tone of educating people, those who didn't know thought he was a successful man. When Tang Ruobing heard Yuan Chenfeng's words, she glanced at Yuan Chenfeng, and that look was like looking at an idiot. This Yuan Chenfeng even said that Lin needs to find a job after graduation? She felt a pang of amusement in her heart. Yuan Chenfeng saw Tang Ruobing look at him and instantly felt that his words had worked. A pang of triumph went through him. At that moment, the door of the coffee house was pushed open. Yuan Chenfeng instantly became excited when he saw the visitor. The visitor was none other than Lu Donglei, the general manager of the Willow City University Walk. Chapter 176, I finished signing the contract for my store. When Yuan Chenfeng saw Lu Donglei arrive, he hurriedly stood up and went forward to greet him. This is his future landlord. He must make a good relationship, and when the time comes, The rent might even be discounted a bit. Quickly arriving in front of Lu Dongli, his body slightly bowed, his face smiled, and he said in a pandering manner, "You're here, Mr. Lu." Lu Dongli glanced at Yuan Shunfeng without any expression on his face and said flatly, "The money is all ready, right? The contract has to be paid for right away." This Yuan Shunfeng pestered him for a long time and kept asking for a rent reduction. So he found a remote place to rent to Yuan Shunfeng with a slight discount. It just so happened that he came over here to talk to one of the merchants and signed the contract with Yuan Shunfeng in the meantime. He can postpone the rent of other tenants, but this Yuan Shunfeng must pay after signing the contract. Mainly he is afraid of Yuan Shunfeng reneging on the debt. When Yuan Shunfeng heard Lu Dongli's question, he tapped his cell phone and said with a smile, "It's been ready for a long time. It would be better if Mr. Lu could be more favorable." After all, he had just started his own business and was calculating that he could save a little bit. "It's already the best deal for you. I'm sure you've asked some of the merchants, and that price is already very cheap," Lu Dongli said with some impatience. He felt that this Yuan Shunfeng wouldn't be able to accomplish much, not thinking in his mind about how to run a good little store, but gouging on rent. Yes. Seeing that Lu Dongli was a bit impatient, Yuan Shunfeng hurriedly said with a smile. He had also asked a number of stores of the same size and knew in his heart that this price was already very cheap, but that's the way people are. They're cheap and they want to be cheap. "No problem then. Sign the contract." Lu Dongli looked at Yuan Shunfeng, handed Yuan Shunfeng the contract in his hand, and said indifferently, "Okay, Mr. Ryu." Yuan Shunfeng smiled and hurriedly said. He took the contract in Lu Dongli's hand and found an empty table close by. Sign his name at the end of the contract. After signing the contract, he used his cell phone to transfer money to the designated account. "Mr. Lu, the money has been transferred." He chuckled. "Well, it's been received." Lu Dongli's face improved slightly when he saw the money arrive. "Mr. Lu, since you're here, have a cup of coffee before you go." Yuan Shunfeng winks at Lu Dongli. From now on, Lu Dongli is really his landlord. The relationship must be good. Inviting Lu Dongli to have a cup of coffee is exactly the first step to bring the relationship closer. When Lu Dongli heard Yuan Shunfeng's words, he nodded in agreement. After all, now that Yuan Shunfeng had become his tenant, he more or less had to give some face. Yuan Shunfeng was overjoyed to see Lu Dongli agree. "Mr. Lu, it just so happens that my classmate is over there. Let's go sit over there," he asked carefully. He certainly wasn't there to introduce his classmates. He was there to show Tang Ruobing his strength. He showed Tang Ruobing that he wasn't bragging, but had actually rented the store. Lu Dongli nodded indifferently. "It's the same wherever you have coffee." Yuan Shunfeng saw Lu Dongli nod his head in agreement, and with a smile on his face, he hurriedly led the way in front. He came next to the three Tang Ruobing people. Turning to Tang Ruobing, he smiled and said, "Tang Ruobing, I finished signing my store contract." A smug smile appeared on his face as he glanced at Lin Fan, who was drinking juice with his head down next to him. What's the point of being good-looking? He was about to let Tang Ruobing see clearly who was actually capable of creating happiness for the other. Tang Ruobing glanced at Yuan Shunfeng and said coldly, "Congratulations then." The tone was still so cold. Yuan Shunfeng's passionate heart was instantly doused with a penetrating cold. That's not at all what he thought it would be. Shouldn't Tang Ruobing have had a smile on her face, full of admiration for him when she heard this news? He let out a deep breath, thinking that Tang Ruobing still hadn't seen reality clearly. He was about to continue talking to Tang Ruobing. At this time, Lu Dongli, who was rambling next to him, unintentionally glanced at Lin Fan, who had raised his head. A surprised smile appeared on his face. He pushed away Yuan Shunfeng, who was about to speak, came to Lin Fan. Yuan Shunfeng felt puzzled as he was pushed away by Lu Dongli. He didn't know what this Lu Dongli was mad about. He was just about to ask. It was then that he saw Lu Dongli turn to Lin Fan, his body bowing slightly, his face full of smiles, and said in a fawning manner, "Boss, you're here as well." Yuan Shunfeng was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Lu Dongli address Lin Fan. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. What's going on here? Lu Dongli even addressed Lin Fan as the boss. Doesn't that mean Lin Fan is the boss behind the entire pedestrian street? How is that possible? How could he not have thought that Lin Fan, who he had always looked down on, was the owner of the entire pedestrian street? Wouldn't that be his real landlord? A bitter laugh ran through his mind. Just now he was bragging about renting a store in front of Lin Fan. Who knew that the entire walkway was owned by someone else? He instantly felt his face burning. It was like being slapped so hard, so painful. No wonder Tang Ruobing didn't have any reaction when she heard him start a business. Maybe in his mind he has always felt that he is a clown. He was so embarrassed at this time that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It was so humiliating. Tang Ruobing was only slightly surprised when she heard Lu Dongli's words. She just hadn't thought that the pedestrian street was actually Lin Fan's property as well. There wasn't much surprise. After all, Lin Fan had given her so many surprises that she had become immune. Zhao Xiaoman looked at Lin Fan with a face full of incredulity. This cousin just keeps getting more and more mysterious. It's amazing that even the Lu De pedestrian street is now a cousin's property. Wouldn't that mean that if she wanted to open a store in the future, she could just ask her cousin for it? Hey, as for the rent, with the relationship with my cousin, I'm sure my cousin won't charge. A pang of triumph went through her. Lin Fan looked up at Lu Dongli and said indifferently, "Finished signing the contract?" Lu Dongli glanced at Yuan Chunfeng and hurriedly said, "I didn't know that, mister. Yuan was your friend." Otherwise, before Lu Dongli could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Fan waving his hand. "I don't know him well enough to come as I should." Lu Dongli's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Fan's words. He thought that Lin Fan would blame him for offending his friends. Now it seemed that he had overthought things. Yuan Chunfeng's heart burst with regret when he heard Lin Fan's words. Just now, if he hadn't pretended to be a bully in front of Lin Fan and humbly made good relations with him, maybe the rent will actually be waived. And even if it's not a full waiver, it'll be a good deal. After all, the whole pedestrian street is owned by Lin Fan, and it's just a matter of Lin Fan's word whether to collect rent or not. He can't stay here any longer, he said to Lu Dongli and Lin Fan. "Mr. Lu, Boss Lin, there are still things on my side. I'll go back first." He finished and left the coffee house without looking back. Chapter 177. Aren't you a man to show it? Lin Fan chatted briefly with Lu Dongli, then sent Lu Dongli away. When Zhao Xiaoman saw Lu Dongli leave, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she stared at Lin Fan and asked with a smile, "Cousin, where are you going to treat us to dinner later?" She didn't forget to squeeze her eyes at Lin Fan as she spoke. She counted on seeing that her cousin was a log. Tang Ruobing had shown so much affection, but Lin Fan hadn't even shown a single sign. Of course she, as a cousin, couldn't just stand by and watch. Be sure to create more opportunities for Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing, otherwise God knows when the two would have been together. When will I hear Ice call herself cousin? This cousin of his own is simply ed up. Lin Fan saw Zhao Xiaoman squeezing her eyes at him and asked suspiciously, "Cousin, your eyes are not feeling well? Did my cousin get sand in her eyes? But this is a coffee house. There's no sand. That's so weird. How come my cousin's eyes are not feeling well for no reason?" When Zhao Xiaoman heard Lin Fan's words, she almost didn't spurt out the old blood that had been accumulated for more than 20 years. "Is this my eye? Am I signaling you? That's a worrying IQ for a cousin. I don't know how my cousin made so much money with his IQ. It's so frowned upon. Luckily, I have my overly smart cousin." In her heart, she was secretly glad for Lin Fan that she had a cousin like her who had every intention of looking out for Lin Fan. She let out a deep breath and said with a smile, "You'll have to treat me and Ice to dinner later." Lin Fan glanced at Tang Ruobing and smiled at Zhao Xiaoman. "Where do you guys want to eat? Just say so. My treat." He waved his hand in a big, moneyed manner. "Atmosphere, old man." Zhao Xiaoman gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. She turned her head to Tang Ruobing and said with a smile, "Today we'll eat the landlord." Tang Ruobing felt funny when she saw Zhao Xiaoman's appearance. Lin Fan finished his juice and looked at the two of them, Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman, and opened his mouth to ask, "What do you guys want to go eat?" It was only natural for him to consult Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman when he invited guests. The point is that he doesn't know much about what's good to eat in the neighborhood. When Zhao Xiaoman heard Lin Fan's question, she excitedly raised her hand like a schoolboy answering a question. Smiling, "I said, I know a Western restaurant not far away that is very good. It's only 10 minutes away. Why don't we go up there and eat?" She finished licking her lips. Tang Ruobing was speechless for a moment when she saw Zhao Xiaoman's appearance. "Is this a fear that people won't know you're a foodie?" She mentally shook her head. "Good thing there are no outsiders here." Lin Fan didn't say anything and looked at Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing saw both of them looking at her and hurriedly said, "Yes, she doesn't have a lot of requirements for what to eat. She's not a foodie." Hearing Tang Ruobing's agreement, Zhao Xiaoman hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go." Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing glanced at each other, and the two of them stood up as well, following Zhao Xiaoman out of the coffee house together. 10 minutes later, "Xiaoman, are we there yet?" Tang Ruobing looked at the time. Has been walking for 10 minutes, but where is the place to eat around? She followed Zhao Xiaoman shopping in the afternoon. 2 legs are almost broken. Good thing today out wearing flat shoes. To high heels now she must be tired on the road cannot be. "Ma, be right there," Zhao Xiaoman said under her breath. She's tired too. She's been shopping all afternoon, too. She glanced at Lin Fan. "Buddy, cousin is doing it all for you. You've got to step up your game." The reason she chose a restaurant so far away was that she wanted Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing to communicate more. It's a quick way to get to know each other. Phew. She let out a deep breath and opened her mouth to ask, "Ice, are you exhausted?" When Tang Ruobing heard Zhao Xiaoman's words, she gave Zhao Xiaoman a big, beautiful blank stare. Don't you know if I'm tired? I've been shopping with you all afternoon, can't I be tired? She mentally spat. Zhao Xiaoman was secretly happy to see Tang Ruobing's appearance. Here's an opportunity for my oldest brother. You've got to fight for it, old buddy. She looked at Lin Fan and exclaimed, Xiao Fan, look at Xiao Bing. She's exhausted. Don't you, a man, show something? She didn't forget to scowl at Lin Fan when she finished. Lin Fan was confused when he heard Zhao Xiaoman's words. Tang Ruobing is tired. Just sit down and rest. What does he mean? And what's with the cousin's eyes? He turned to Zhao Xiaoman and asked, Cousin, have you gotten sand in your eyes? When Zhao Xiaoman heard Lin Fan's question, her breath almost didn't come up and she was infuriated. What's wrong with this guy's head? Do you have to make it so clear? It's so sad. You don't even know how to take advantage of such a great opportunity. In her mind she was glad she had followed. The original plan was for Lin Fan to take Tang Ruobing to dinner. Once the road is far away and Tang Ruobing is tired, won't Lin Fan's chance to show his manhood come? But now it seemed she had overestimated Lin Fan. Such a great opportunity to not see it. She looked at Lin Fan and said angrily, Xiao Bing is exhausted. You're a big man and you still don't hurry to carry Xiao Bing. When Lin Fan heard Zhao Xiaoman's words, he sort of understood Zhao Xiaoman's intentions. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. Are you really afraid that he won't be able to find a daughter-in-law? So you're trying so hard to set him up with Tang Ruobing? He has always treated his relationships with a sense of letting nature take its course and letting things fall into place. When Tang Ruobing heard Zhao Xiaoman's words, a blush unconsciously appeared on her face and she stole a glance at Lin Fan. Realizing that Lin Fan wasn't looking at her made her heart breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time there was a feeling of loss in his heart. Her beautiful eyes glared at Zhao Xiaoman and said angrily, Xiaoman, what are you talking nonsense about? Even if she was tired, could she let Lin Fan carry her? Although she didn't hate Lin Fan, there was still some fondness for him in her heart. But after all, the two weren't close enough to have that kind of relationship. Zhao Xiaoman glanced at the impassive Lin Fan and gently stroked her forehead. This old brother of his is hopeless. I'm surprised she's still sitting still after all that. It's almost more iron than a straight man of steel. More iron. It's practically a mountain of iron ore. Although she had a million plans in her mind, but Lin Fan was not even cooperating. So all was in vain. Another 10 minutes passed. Zhao Xiaoman pointed to a Western restaurant and said, This is it. She bent over and gasped for air. If she had known that Lin Fan had been uncooperative all the way, she wouldn't have looked for a restaurant so far away. Now instead of setting up Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing, he had exhausted himself to a dog. She was going to eat a lot today to make up for her tired legs. Tang Ruobing was no better than Zhao Xiaoman, and her forehead was already covered in fine sweat. Lin Fan looked up at the restaurant Zhao Xiaoman was pointing at. Surprisingly, it's the Argyle Western restaurant, he muttered in a small voice. I haven't had time to come over since I acquired the restaurant, so it's a good day to try how the food is. Chapter 178, Can you eat here without queuing up? Lin Fan and the three of them walked through the door of the restaurant, and at that moment there were some people gathered in the hall. This is? Lin Fan involuntarily frowned slightly. He didn't expect his restaurant to be so hot. Surprisingly, there was a dining line. Zhao Xiaoman was also shocked to see that there was a line for a meal. Her legs were breaking and she was very reluctant to move right now. Tang Ruobing looked at the people lined up in the hall, her willow brows slightly furrowed. She looked to Zhao Xiaoman, wanted to see if Zhao Xiaoman had any ideas. After all, Zhao Xiaoman was the one who found this place. Maybe Zhao Xiaoman has an idea? Zhao Xiaoman shook her head helplessly when she saw Tang Ruobing's eyes. With a somewhat bitter voice, he said, I just heard from netizens on the internet that the Western food here is particularly delicious, and I didn't know that it was so crowded and that I needed to queue up to dine. That was her big truth. It was a well-reputed and somewhat upscale restaurant that she had specifically found online. It was to provide a better atmosphere for both Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. Now it seems to be a miscalculation. When will they get their turn with so many people? By the time all interest is replaced by exhaustion, where is the mood to talk about love? Is this what a wise man does? The dinner she, the wise man, had planned was afraid to fail today. She sighed. It looked like she'd have to go back and learn her lesson and plan again. She mentally gave herself a pep talk. For the happiness of my cousin Lin Fan, to get Tang Ruobing to call herself cousin. There is still work to be done. Her small fists clenched involuntarily. Tang Ruobing was also speechless when she heard Zhao Xiaoman's words. What now? Waiting here? Or go to another restaurant? But she had just kept an eye out before coming in, and there was no restaurant to be found nearby at all. In her mind, she couldn't figure out why Zhao Xiaoman had to come so far to eat, and lied to her about the 10-minute ride, which ended up wearing her legs out. She wanted to find a place to rest now, and it really didn't matter what she ate anymore. Lin Fan was about to call the manager here. At that moment, a flamboyant woman came into the restaurant. The woman looked 35 or 36 years old and wore heavy makeup. She entered the hall glancing at the people in line with disdain in her eyes as she raised her condescending head and lifted her leg to head inside. She unintentionally saw Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman, and a jealous expression instantly appeared on her face. She was very jealous of women who were prettier than her. So handsome. She saw Lin Fan next to Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman and was instantly attracted. Men aren't the only ones who like beautiful women. Women are also attracted to handsome men. Opposites don't just attract. She clearly felt that Lin Fan should be with Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman. Wouldn't it be a great fulfillment to snatch a handsome man from a beautiful woman? That's what she had in mind. Aren't you pretty? Got a pretty face? But it's about strength here. What is strength? To be able to go in and eat without having to wait in line is a sign of strength. She would be able to go in without waiting in line to eat. She didn't believe that if she invited Lin Fan to dinner, Lin Fan would refuse. After all, you're not so bad looking yourself. So she thought in her mind. She stopped, turned, and walked towards Lin Fan. A confident smile spreads across his face. It was as if she could see Lin Fan couldn't wait to dine with her after hearing the news of the dinner invitation. The two of them fantasized that they would still experience a good time after dinner. Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman frowned slightly when they saw the woman approaching them. The two men looked at each other and shook their heads at each other. Neither recognizes this woman. I don't understand what this woman wants, but looking at the direction of the women, they were definitely coming at them, because there were only 3 of them in this position. The woman arrived in front of the trio and glanced at Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman next to her, her eyes filled with disdain. She smiled like a flower, her eyes staring at Lin Fan's face as she softly said, "Handsome boy, how are you?" She took that little woman posture she saw on TV and acted it out. Lin Fan had goosebumps all over his body when he heard the woman's voice. Lin Fan unconsciously took half a step back. It was just too scary. The woman thought that Lin Fan had been stunned to see him. The smile on her face did not dissipate and she continued softly, "My name is Shi Yunli. What do you call yourself? Handsome?" Lin Fan glanced at Shi Yunli, who was like a dog's skin, and asked directly, "Do you have something to do?" He didn't understand what this Swanlei was up to. He also did not recognize this Shi Yunli. The whole he was full of question marks. Shi Yunli didn't get angry when she heard Lin Fan say that, but continued with a smile, "I want to invite you to dinner." She looked at Lin Fan with unblinking eyes, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. "If you don't smile, you look so good. If you smile, you'll charm people to death. I can't. I'm going to be mesmerized," she thought excitedly in her mind. Lin Fan glanced at Shi Yunli and just wanted to speak. At this time, Zhao Xiaoman, who was next to her, couldn't stand to watch. "No, we'll just eat by ourselves." She really couldn't look at this Shi Yunli scratching her head one after the other, and it made her stomach turn in her heart, not to mention the fact that she actually wanted to eat alone with her cousin, which was the last thing she would tolerate. She had wasted so much effort to have Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing eat together to enhance their relationship. How could she let this Shi Yunli ruin it? Although she also knew that Lin Fan would definitely reject this Shi Yunli, she still couldn't help but speak out. Shi Yunli glanced at Zhao Xiaoman with a hint of disdain on her face. She thought this was Zhao Xiaoman being jealous of her. When she saw Zhao Xiaoman's appearance, she thought even more in her heart that she was about to succeed. Why else would Zhao Xiaoman jump out in such a hurry? She turned her head to Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Handsome boy, come in with me. It's going to be a long wait here." She glanced around at the people waiting in line. Twisting her waist, she was about to lean towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan hurriedly dodged. He didn't want Shi Yunli to touch him. He frowned slightly as he regained his footing. He couldn't hear something unusual in Swanlei's words. That is, Swanlei doesn't have to wait in line to eat here. He looked at Shi Yunli and asked coldly, "You can come here to eat without waiting in line?" Shi Yunli saw Lin Fan avoiding, thinking that there were many people here and Lin Fan was shy. She gently stroked her cheeks to hide her embarrassment. When she heard Lin Fan's question, the smile on her face grew even wider as she said smugly, "That's for sure. Why else would I say I'm buying you dinner? How's that for a heart attack?" She looked at Lin Fan with 2 glowing eyes, thinking that Lin Fan was about to say yes. Lin Fan's frown deepened. To be able to let Shi Yunli eat without having to wait in line, there is only one possibility that someone is using the power in their hands to open the back door for Shi Yunli. What he hated most was using power for personal gain. He decided to fix up the restaurant. "No, thanks," he refused outright. The specific restaurant who had that right was already in his mind. Chapter 179, Come and eat whenever you want. Handsome, after this village, there will be no more store. Shi Yunli still wanted to fight for a bit longer and looked at Lin Fan and said. She realized that Lin Fan remained indifferent. She was rejected again by Lin Fan. The smile on her face disappeared, and her voice was a little cold. "Humph, with so many people lined up, there's no telling when they'll wait for you." Lin Fan waved his hand, not bothering to dwell on this Shi Yunli. When Shi Yunli saw that Lin Fan had refused so firmly, she was unwilling in her heart, but there was nothing she could do about it. She couldn't drag Lin Fan in for dinner in public, could she? With some reluctance, she headed for the entrance to the restaurant. Take me to the booth. She towed up to the waitress. Sorry, the private room is not available. The servicewoman looked at Swanley apologetically. Swanley froze for a moment when she heard the servicewoman's words. She looked around at the people looking at her, and all of a sudden she felt like she had lost a great deal of face. Angrily, he said, blind your dog's eyes. Don't even recognize me? Get out of the way quickly. The waitress said with difficulty, there are really no more boxes. A bitter laugh ran through her mind. How could she not recognize this Swanley? Swanley is a frequent visitor here to mix food and drink, but this time it's the manager's order. No back door for anyone. One particular nod to Swanley. She's just following orders. Sure Yunli heard that the female service actually gave her such a lack of face, causing her to instantly surge with anger. She couldn't help it if Lin Fan just didn't give her face. But a little waitress even dared to not give her face. You think she's a bully? It's really flipped. Asterisk 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 off. She shouted angrily at the waitress. The servicewoman didn't move out of the way. The manager had already said that anyone who let unnecessary people in would go straight to finance to get their paycheck and leave. She doesn't want to lose this job. This job is a little more tiring, but the pay and benefits are much better than other restaurants in Willow City. Sure Yunli was enraged when she saw that she was angry and this female service still wouldn't let go. The female service repeatedly disrespected her. Is this really treating her like a soft touch? Swanley stepped forward and swung her arm up, about to make a move on the waitress. The female service was instantly dumbfounded when she saw Sure Yunli's actions. How could she not expect Sure Yunli to make a move? She reflexively closed her eyes. Wait a few seconds. It doesn't hurt? She opened her eyes slowly. She saw an uncharacteristically handsome man standing next to her and grabbed Sure Yunli's hand that was hitting her. This person was naturally Lin Fan. How could Lin Fan tolerate someone beating up his own employees in his own store? Lin Fan had been paying attention to the situation over here. This was in time to stop Swanley from hitting the women's service. The servicewoman looked back, her body bowed slightly, and said gratefully, thank you, sir. Lin Fan nodded, his eyes cold as he looked at Sure Yunli. How could he not expect this Sure Yunli to be so rampant, daring to hit someone in public? It's simply lawless. Sure Yunli said angrily as she saw her hand being grabbed by Lin Fan. How dare you stop me? She hadn't expected Lin Fan to save a female service, which made her heart so angry that her voice trembled as she spoke. Lin Fan let go of Sure Yunli's hand and wiped his hand on his clothes with a disgusted look. Sure Yunli almost didn't pass out from anger when she saw Lin Fan's movements and expression. She pointed her index finger at Lin Fan and said angrily, you don't want to eat here today. She made up her mind to call her cousin and have the security guards kick the 3 Lin Fans out. That's how she'll be able to get her mind off of it. She pulled out her cell phone and prepared to call her cousin. At that moment, a man's voice rang out from inside. What happened? The visitor was no other than Sure Yunli's cousin, the manager of the restaurant, Sure Ziyang. Sure Ziyang had just walked out in the back kitchen when he saw the place was noisy. The heart is very angry. You should know that today is the general manager of the headquarters. Tang Chunyong personally came to inspect. He had deliberately met and explained this matter to everyone more than once, and there could not be a single mistake. Now that he heard a surprisingly loud noise in the hall, his anger instantly surged. Mr. Sure, it's... The waitress was just about to open her mouth to explain the situation. It was directly interrupted by Swanley. Cousin, this female service bullied me, Sure Yunli said and walked to Sure Ziyang, wrapping her arms around Sure Ziyang and swaying, pouting. Sure Ziyang felt the softness coming from his arm, and a heartbeat went by. Cousin, you must punish this waitress severely. She dared to stop me from going in. Sure Yunli continued to pout. Sure Ziyang regained his senses when he heard Sure Yunli's words. Pulling his arm reluctantly out of Swanley's arms, he said in a hushed voice, I was the one who wouldn't let her let you in. As soon as Sure Yunli heard that it was Sure Ziyang's order, she jumped up as if she had stepped on her tail and asked loudly, why? Sure Ziyang looked at Sure Yunli and said helplessly, didn't I tell you yesterday that the headquarters was coming to inspect today? Sure Yunli instantly froze when she heard Sure Ziyang's words. Yesterday Sure Ziyang had really told her about the headquarters inspection today. She had forgotten about it, and suddenly her face became hard. Seeing Sure Yunli's appearance, Sure Ziyang hurriedly consoled, when the people from headquarters leave, you can come and eat whenever you want. Sure Yunli's face instantly eased a bit when she heard Sure Ziyang's words. Next to him, Lin Fan's face became extremely ugly at this time. It's amazing how this backdoor opening is so well deserved. You really think this restaurant is your own? A good one to come and eat whenever you want. He looked at Sure Ziyang and said faintly, Sure Ziyang looked at Lin Fan, his brows slightly furrowed as he asked suspiciously, who are you? Lin Fan didn't say anything, but Sure Yunli was the first to speak. Cousin, he's just a white boy who came to dinner. Because Lin Fan refused to eat with her, she hated Lin Fan in her heart. Speaking without mercy, he even deliberately described Lin Fan as a little white boy. Shi Ziyang heard Shi Yunli's words and took a closer look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked to be in his 20s. Like a student, he believed in his heart the words of Shi Yunli. A guest who came here to eat. You're the one who's been using your power to open the back door for her, aren't you? Lin Fan looked at Shi Ziyang and faintly asked. He guessed that it was the restaurant's supervisor or something like that who opened the back door for Shi Yunli, but he didn't think that it would be the restaurant's manager Shi Ziyang. Shi Ziyang's eyes narrowed when he heard Lin Fan's words. If those words were heard by the people from headquarters, he'd be done as a manager. He was never going to allow that to happen. He said to Lin Fan, "Sir, you are not welcome here. Please leave." He held out his hand in a gesture of please leave. Chapter 180, he's all yours. Lin Fan looked at Shi Ziyang with interest and faintly asked, "What if I don't leave?" Shi Ziyang's eyes went cold when he heard Lin Fan's words, and his voice became a bit icy. "Then I can only ask you, sir, to leave." He finished with a wink to the security guard at the door. A security guard walked over and said politely to Lin Fan, "Sir, please leave." Even though he couldn't stand to see what Shi Ziyang did, he was just a part-time worker, so what could he do? Lin Fan looked at the security guard and nodded in his heart. At the very least, the security guard was still quite respectful to the guests. It was just that the security guard was also a hitman who couldn't blatantly disobey the manager's orders. He knew nothing would come of it here. After all, this was just a branch, not the main store. With his understanding of the system, only the general manager Tang Chenyang knew his identity in the entire Yujunli Western restaurant. He was ready to leave. There was no way around it. Who let these employees not know him? He went back and prepared to give Tang Chenyang a call, so that Tang Chenyang could personally deal with things here. At the same time, let Tang Chenyang circulate his photo in all the top levels. Otherwise it would be a little embarrassing to come to your own restaurant and have the manager not even recognize you as the owner. But what goes around comes around, and he wouldn't have been able to see the problems with the restaurant if the restaurant manager hadn't known him. He shook his head, turned to Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman next to him, shrugged, and said, "Let's go." Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman looked at each other and also knew that they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to eat here today. The two followed Lin Fan out. At this time, a security guard ran in, panting, and said to Shi Ziyang, "Manager, the car from the headquarters has come." Lin Fan's trio had already walked out of the restaurant's door by now, and didn't hear the security guard's words. Shi Ziyang heard the security guard's words and didn't dare to hesitate to hurriedly walk quickly toward the main door. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Tang Chenyang. Outside the restaurant, Lin Fan looked at Zhao Xiaoman and Tang Ruobing and asked with a smile, "Where are we going to eat now?" A luxurious business car slowly pulled up in the restaurant parking lot. Shi Ziyang saw the car stop and hurriedly jogged over quickly. The door of the car opened, and from the car stepped down a middle-aged man dressed in black. The man looked very shrewd. This person was none other than Tang Chenyang, the general manager of Argyle Western Restaurant. Shi Ziyang's body bowed slightly, his face piled up with smiles, and he said in a pandering manner, "Mr. Tang, you've worked hard." Tang Chenyang glanced at Shi Ziyang and said without authority or anger, "Manager sure, I won't say anything polite. The purpose of this visit is to see if there are any problems on this side." He looked at Shi Ziyang, his face full of seriousness. He's here to check if there's something bad going on at the restaurant on the Willow City side. But he knew his new boss was in Willow City. He didn't want his new boss to come to the restaurant one day and find out a bunch of things, and then he'd be seriously remiss as a general manager. He didn't want to make a bad impression on his new boss. Another purpose of his visit to Willow City was to meet his new boss. A bitter smile ran through his mind as he spoke of his new boss. Other people buy restaurants and hate to check out exactly how much money they make each year. The new owners are great. They don't show up at all since they bought the restaurant. Don't care at all how well the restaurant is run. Isn't it profitable? He felt as if the new owner didn't take the restaurant seriously at all. If he hadn't called him last time, he probably wouldn't have known when to wait for the new boss to call him personally. He thought helplessly in his mind. He planned to take care of the restaurant issue on the Lu Chang side and then go find Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't look for him, but he couldn't not look for Lin Fan. After all, there were some decision-making matters at the restaurant that still required Lin Fan's nod. A laborer has to have the consciousness of a laborer. He lifted his leg and prepared to enter the dining room. This is? New boss? His eyes went wide. A flash of surprise appeared on his face. He hadn't expected to meet Lin Fan here. He bypassed Shi Ziyang and walked quickly in the direction of Lin Fan. Shi Ziyang's eyes were filled with puzzlement when he saw Tang Chenyang suddenly leave. Lin Fan felt someone approaching and he frowned slightly. When he saw that the visitor was Tang Chenyang, the corner of his mouth curled up. That's quite a coincidence. Looks like there's no need to change places for dinner. Tang Chenyang came to Lin Fan's front, his body bowing slightly, his face piled with smiles as he said in a pandering manner, "Boss, you're here too. He looked at Lin Fan in front of him. Although he had seen Lin Fan's photos and knew that Lin Fan was very young, he was still shocked when he actually saw the real person. Shi Xiang was instantly confused when he heard Tang Chengyong actually call Lin Fan his boss. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with a hellish look. This? How is that possible? What's going on? Tang Chengyong called this young man his boss. Wouldn't that make this young man his boss too? How could he not have imagined that the young man he had been looking down on and kicked out of the restaurant was his new boss? He was trembling constantly. He felt a pang of darkness. It was a good thing there was a pole next to him for him to hold onto without falling to the ground. He knows he's afraid he's done for. He felt a pang of despair. Can't wait to slap myself twice. He went so far as to kick his own boss out of the restaurant. No, can't just sit back and wait. He can't lose this job. He didn't know where he got the strength to walk towards Lin Fan. Came to Lin Fan. Flutter. He got down on his knees. Boss, I'm sorry. Boss, I'm sorry. He kowtowed to Lin Fan as he spoke. Tang Chengyong's heart thumped when he saw Shi Xiang's movements. He hadn't expected Shi Xiang to have offended Lin Fan. This caused dense beads of sweat to appear on his forehead involuntarily. He scolded Shi Xiang severely in his mind. Lin Fan looked at Shi Xiang, who was kneeling on the ground, without any changes on his face. He said indifferently to Tang Chengyong, leave him to you. Arrange a box for me. When Tang Chengyong heard Lin Fan's words, he hurriedly said to the assistant manager next to him, why don't you hurry and take the boss to the private room? The assistant manager said slightly nervously, old boss, please follow me. Lin Fan nodded and turned his head to Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman, who were still dumbfounded, and said with a smile, let's go eat. Zhao Xiaoman and Tang Ruobing instantly woke up. The two of them looked at each other and followed Lin Fan towards the inside of the restaurant. When Shi Xiang saw Lin Fan leave, he instantly lost all of his strength and sat down on the ground with lifeless eyes. He knew he was finished. It's completely over. The assistant manager brought Lin Fan's trio into the box. Enjoy your meal, boss. Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling the assistant manager to leave. The assistant manager stepped out of the box and wiped a bean-sized bead of sweat from his forehead. He felt too much pressure with Lin Fan. He glanced at the door of the box with complicated eyes. How could he not expect this young man to be his boss? Chapter 181, Do you want to be my cousin? Inside the box, the chef is cooking ingredients for the three Lin Fan people on the spot. At this moment, Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman stared at Lin Fan without blinking. Lin Fan touched his nose in some embarrassment and asked with a smile, do I have flowers on my face? Zhao Xiaoman was the first to speak. Is this restaurant really yours? She looked at Lin Fan with a face full of incredulity. She felt that this cousin of hers was becoming more and more mysterious. I wonder how many other secrets are hidden in the body. Liudo Wok is owned by Lin Fan. Now this fine dining restaurant turned out to be Lin Fan's as well. Lin Fan looked at Zhao Xiaoman, smiled and said, well, this restaurant is indeed mine, but why don't the restaurant manager and staff recognize you? Zhao Xiaoman stared at Lin Fan and asked the question in her heart. Owned restaurant. Manager and staff don't know their owner. That's too much to say, isn't it? Lin Fan looked at Zhao Xiaoman and Tang Ruobing. He knew the two would ask such a question. Anyone else would be curious. He shook his head helplessly and said, would you believe me if I said it was my first time in this restaurant? He knew he wouldn't believe him if he said it. Sure enough, Zhao Xiaoman directly blanked Lin Fan. That look was like telling Lin Fan, do I look like an idiot to you? First time at your own restaurant? Are you kidding me? Did this restaurant come with the wind and make you care so little? She had googled it, but the restaurant was a chain. There are 10 of them in the country, with a total value of $800 million. That's 800 million, not $8. Is anyone indifferent to an $800 million restaurant? She was sure even the richest man in the world wouldn't leave an $800 million restaurant alone, right? Lin Fan saw Zhao Xiaoman's disbelief, and a bitter smile ran through his heart. This is something that's really not that easy to believe. He continued, I just acquired the restaurant not long ago, and I'm going to wait until military training is over before I come over. I didn't expect you to bring me here first today, cousin. He could only explain up to here, and as for whether Zhao Xiaoman believed it or not, he wasn't even going to explain further. He finished by picking up a nearby glass of champagne and drinking it. Aha, the flavor is okay. The air bubbles are plentiful. He smashed his mouth. When Zhao Xiaoman saw Lin Fan's appearance, she wasn't dwelling on it even though she was still puzzled. It was only now that she took a closer look at the box. It's so luxurious. It's so worthy of your upscale restaurant. She sighed in her mind. She looked at the ingredients the chef was cooking and gulped involuntarily. It's so flavorful. The chef cooks with top quality ingredients. Of course it smells good. When his own boss dined, the assistant manager would definitely want to give Lin Fan the best ingredients. The ingredients cook quickly. Zhao Xiaoman couldn't wait to clip a piece to her mouth, blow on it, and quickly put it in her mouth. Phew, yummy, it's so good. She felt the beef here was really tender. Lin Fan glanced at Zhao Xiaoman and shook his head helplessly. He smiled at Tang Ruobing and said, "School sister Tang, you're starving. Hurry up and taste if it's appetizing." Tang Ruobing picked up her chopsticks and put a piece of beef on her plate, taking small bites. A little family dinner look. He glanced again at Zhao Xiaoman, who was wolfing it down. The same are all beautiful women. This dinner eating look how the gap is so big? Tang Ruobing's appearance was pleasing to the eye. Zhao Xiaoman's appearance, however, was unforgiving. A fairly pleasant meal. In the middle of the day, Tang Qinyong came by and told Lin Fan about Shi Xiang's handling of the situation. After the meal, Zhao Xiaoman sat on the chair without a trace of image, rubbing her stomach that was full of food. It caused a blank stare from Tang Ruobing next to her. "You guys sit down for a while and have some tea. I'm going to explain something to Tang Qinyong." Zhao Xiaoman and Tang Ruobing nodded. Lin Fan turned around and walked out of the box. Seeing Lin Fan leave the box, Zhao Xiaoman came over to Tang Ruobing and asked with a smile, "My cousin is not bad, right?" She saw that Lin Fan hadn't been showing any sign, so she could only come to Lin Fan's aid. Tang Ruobing glanced at Zhao Xiaoman. A hint of pink appeared on her face as she spoke. "Senior Lin, it's indeed not bad. It's genuine." Lin Fan is far ahead of his peers in every way. It can be said to be very good. Seeing Tang Ruobing's appearance, Zhao Xiaoman hemmed and hawed, then asked, "Do you want to be my cousin?" "I'm not going to be your cousin." When Tang Ruobing heard Zhao Xiaoman actually call her a cousin sister, she immediately waved her small fist at Zhao Xiaoman. She did have some fondness for Lin Fan, but she didn't know what was going on in Lin Fan's mind. Restaurant penthouse office. Tang Qinyong was already waiting for Lin Fan inside the office. Lin Fan walked into the office and sat directly in the boss chair. Tang Qinyong saw Lin Fan come in and hurriedly stood up. He didn't understand Lin Fan's character and didn't know if Lin Fan was satisfied with his handling of today. He was very apprehensive. Don't look at him in front of outsiders as the general manager of the whole Yuzhenliai Western restaurant. It's very imposing. But in front of Lin Fan, he was nothing more than a high-level laborer. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Qinyong and pointed to the chair in front of the table. "Sit down and talk. You can't blame Tang Qinyong for some things. After all, there are so many stores in the country. Tang Qinyong can't keep his eyes on one store." When Tang Qinyong heard Lin Fan's tone, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart, knowing that Lin Fan didn't blame him for not doing his job properly. "In the future, you'll have to pay more attention to the management of the branch. You'll have full authority over the restaurant from now on. I'm not going to meddle too much with the restaurant." When Tang Qinyong heard Lin Fan's words, a bitter smile ran through his heart. He sort of listened. Lin Fan is still going to be a shirker, but this was good. After all, Lin Fan was unfamiliar with the restaurant industry. If Lin Fan was really allowed to manage the restaurant, it would probably be messed up by Lin Fan. Lin Fan chatted with Tang Qinyong a few more times and explained everything that needed to be explained. After the explanation and without stopping, he left the office directly. Box. Lin pushed open the compartment door and froze. The two of them, Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman, were wrestling together. That look made Lin Fan fall over. At this time, Tang Ruobing's hair was scattered, which had a bit of the appearance of a high-school schoolgirl. Zhao Xiaoman is no better. Cough cough. Lin Fan coughed lightly. When Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman heard Lin Fan's voice, they hurriedly separated and each tidied up. Lin Fan saw the two finishing up and spoke. "If there's nothing else, let's go back." Zhao Xiaoman and Tang Ruobing looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The three left the restaurant. Lin Fan had the assistant manager of the restaurant arrange a car to send Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman people away. Lin Fan watched Tang Ruobing and Zhao Xiaoman leave in the car. Turning to the assistant manager next to him, he said, "Take me back to Willow City University." His car is still in the Willow City University parking lot. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan returned to the parking lot of Luchang University, drove his own car, and headed towards Haitian No. 1 Villa. Chapter 182, Is the System Advertising Itself? Lin Fan returned to Haitian No. 1 Villa. He shuffled around and got ready for bed. He was still feeling pretty tired from the day. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up on time. He shuffled around, sat on the couch, and tapped on the system's virtual panel. It has become a habit to do a dollar spike every morning. When he saw the $1 second item, he directly froze. $1 seconds for a 20% stake in Willow City Rushi Cosmetics. One copy of the secret recipe for natural skin rejuvenation and whitening cream for $1. The first one is quite understandably a cosmetics company. What the hell is the second one? A copy of the recipe? Still rejuvenating and whitening. The key to such a little secret ingredient is that it's not a giveaway and costs $1 for seconds. System, what's so special about this natural rejuvenating and whitening cream? He asked in his mind to the system. To know the market rejuvenation whitening cosmetics not 1,000 kinds also have 800 kinds. He didn't believe that this rejuvenation and whitening recipe was a common thing. It is important to realize that after the system upgrade, the value of $1 second items has increased greatly. There is bound to be something special about this natural rejuvenating and whitening cream. Otherwise it wouldn't have been put inside the dollar spike items and made separate. The system produces a fine product. The system voice sounded in Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan was speechless in his heart when he heard the system voice. Is the system advertising itself? I meant to ask you what's so special about you? What's that got to do with what you produce? He spat something crazy at the system in his mind. Natural skin rejuvenation whitening cream is natural and non-stimulating. Can quickly whiten and rejuvenate the skin. The effect is immediate. Long-term use can completely improve the skin. The system probably knew what was going through Lin Fan's mind and spoke out the efficacy of the natural rejuvenating skin whitening cream. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with doubt as he listened to the system's words. Does this really work that well? You should know that the fastest you can get a whitening product is a cycle. Immediate results? This is too much. But since the system dared to say that, it should be true. If the host still has doubts, he can use it himself to see the effect. The system thoughtfully gave Lin Fan ideas. Lin Fan was speechless in his heart when he heard the system's words. He's white enough now. It's close to having the word white boy etched on your face. What if it was whiter? He shuddered to think of it. He didn't want to be the one people pointed at every day. He felt that the system was right. How effective it was. Wouldn't it be easier to make it and get someone to try it out? As for which mice to find for experiments, such mice are not a dime a dozen. Without further hesitation, he said to the system, buy them all. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. Documents related to the shareholding of Lu Changlu Shi Cosmetics have been placed in the villa study. The secret formula of natural skin rejuvenation and whitening cream has been put into the system backpack. That's the nice thing about the system. The money arrives and the goods arrive in seconds. Lin Fan didn't rush to the study to look at the equity documents related to the Willow City Lush Cosmetics Company, but instead, he clicked on the system backpack and opened the natural rejuvenating skin whitening cream secret recipe. He looked at the natural rejuvenating and whitening cream recipe in front of him and unconsciously frowned. The herbs inside this secret recipe were surprisingly some very common Chinese herbs. It's everywhere on the market, and it's still not expensive. Crucially, he originally thought that such a heaven-defying efficacy of the secret formula. How the medicinal herbs inside must also be the kind of millennium medicinal herbs or 100 years of medicinal herbs. Now it seems to be that he thought wrong. A terrible thought struck him. If you really make a natural rejuvenating and whitening cream with those low-cost herbs with that awesome effect, well, how big would the profits be? He couldn't even imagine it. It's important to realize that one of the two easiest types of people to make money from in this world is women's money. Women are really willing to spend money for their beauty. He believes that as soon as this natural rejuvenating and whitening cream is released, it will be looted. The effect is immediate. There is no woman who doesn't want her skin to be fair. As the saying goes, one white color covers all the ugliness. He let out a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart. He was going to make a natural rejuvenating and whitening cream first and find a mouse to try it on. This matter was put down first, and he was going to go to his study to look at the documents of the Willow City Rushi Cosmetics Company. He got up and headed for the study. Arriving at the study, I did see a stack of papers sitting on the desk. He went up and opened it. Inside were documents about the equity of the Willow City Lush Cosmetics Company. 20% equity? He hadn't looked closely at the equity ratio just now, but he hadn't expected it to be 120% this time. Keep in mind that companies that used to spike can be up to 10% equity. This time it was 20%. Did the system want to give itself a surprise? He took out his cell phone and typed in Willow City Lush Cosmetics. At once information about Willow City Lush Cosmetics was revealed. This Willow City Lush Cosmetics company is valued at only $5 billion. 20% equity is also worth $1 billion. He thought the system would surprise him. He shook his head. $1 billion is $1 billion. It's 10 small goals anyhow. He froze when he saw the item about the business corporation. Lu Cheng Lucy Cosmetics Company's legal person is surprisingly Sue Lucy. That's quite a coincidence. Surprisingly, he has the same name as his beautiful neighbor. As for whether it was the same person as his beautiful neighbor, we would naturally know when we met. It would be so much fun if it was really his beautiful neighbor. This Sue Lucy of the Willow City Lucy Cosmetics Company is a talented and beautiful president. But thinking of his neighbor Sue Lucy's appearance, it was hard to connect with this capable and beautiful president. You should know that this Lu Chang Lu Shi Cosmetics Company was founded by Sue Lu Shi. In just a few short years, Willow City Lushur Cosmetics Company's valuation had reached a terrifying $5 billion. It feels horrible to think about it. However, he also knew that Sue Lucy's background was bound to be very powerful. Otherwise it would be impossible to make the company so big and strong in a few years. It is difficult for an ordinary person to make a company with a market capitalization of $10 million, let alone a market capitalization of a terrifying $5 billion. He put his cell phone down and put away the company-related equity documents in order. He wrote down a copy of the herbs on the natural rejuvenation and whitening cream recipe and prepared to go to the pharmacy at noon to buy these herbs. This natural rejuvenating and whitening cream is a windfall. If it can really be produced and marketed, then his value is bound to grow rapidly. Money, naturally, is not too much for him. He picked up his cell phone and got up to head downstairs. Other things could be put on hold. For now he needed to exercise first. He was going to work out in the yard. After a short run, he returned to the living room. Get ready to make breakfast and fill your stomach. Even a simple breakfast becomes extremely delicious with the addition of the kitchen god skill. After breakfast, Lin Fan took the car keys to the garage. Start the car and head toward Willow City University. Chapter 183, Old 4 is different from us. Willowtown University parking lot. Lin Fan stepped out of the car, looking up at the sun in the distance. Today was another good day. He lifted his leg and headed for the dormitory. I returned to the dorm to find that all three of my roommates were gone. He shook his head, wondering what was going on today that the three were up so early. Did the sun come out of the west? He pulled out his military uniform and prepared to change. He had just taken his jacket off when he heard the door open. The three roommates are back. He saw his three roommates walk in talking and laughing. The face looked particularly agitated. He was very puzzled in his mind. What kind of beautiful thing had he encountered that he was so happy like this? You three picked up the money? Lin Fan put down the clothes in his hands and looked at the three people and asked. When the three roommates saw Lin Fan return, they immediately surrounded him. Old 4, are you going to Lu Yueqi's concert tonight? Boss Zhang Ziqiang asked excitedly at Lin Fan. Yuki Lu? Lin Fan muttered. Not only is Lu Yueqi beautiful, she also sings very well. A rising star, so to speak, with a lot of momentum. It is said that Lu Yueqi is still from Luchang. He hadn't expected Lu Yueqi to suddenly return to Luchang for a concert. He glanced at the excited trio. He really couldn't understand how these young people were so fond of chasing stars. People's Lu Yueqi was high above the world, with an unearthly look. Will the three of you be noticed? Why are you so excited? He is not going to follow the stars. Isn't it good to have that time to look around at the reality of beautiful women? He felt that Tang Ruobing would be no worse than Lu Yueqi. Not bad. It's none other than Lu Yueqi, who's holding a concert at 8 o'clock this evening at the Sports Plaza. Senior, are you as excited as we are to hear this news? Boss Zhang Ziqiang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile. Lin Fan glanced at his boss, Zhang Ziqiang, and was speechless in his heart. Where did you see that I was as excited as you guys? He mentally spat out a sentence. He was too lazy to bother with these three people, chasing stars and being stupid. Wouldn't it be better to spend more energy on your studies? Aha! It seems like the knowledge hasn't officially started yet. If your teacher doesn't teach you, you can learn on your own. Boss, the oldest is not like us. The second, Li Muyang, saw that the oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, was still trying to say something to Lin Fan and stepped forward to stop him. The eldest Zhang Ziqiang looked at the second Li Muyang with eyes full of doubt. Not the same? He didn't feel that Lin Fan was any different from them. Old 4, with schoolgirl Tang in charge. How dare you chase after a female star? The second oldest, Li Muyang, shook his head and sighed. It's better for them singles. At the very least, no one is restrained. They used to envy Lin Fan, but now it seems that they didn't think comprehensively enough before. Looks like there are benefits to being a single dog. The eldest Zhang Ziqiang nodded when he heard the words of the second Li Muyang. He looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with pity. What a poor kid. You can't even try to follow the stars now. It's such a sad story. Lin Fan glanced at the oldest too, Li Muyang. What's with this? Even if he wants to chase stars, what does it have to do with Tang Ruobing? The point is he's not a stargazer either. He had heard that the entertainment industry was very chaotic. Don't look at Lu Yueqi's appearance, looks like a fairy who doesn't eat fire. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes? He changed and took out his cell phone and swiped it for a while. The three roommates saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything and looked down to play with his cell phone. The three of them looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Is this the price of having a girlfriend? Is this simply a lack of freedom? Wouldn't it be tragic if you couldn't even go after your favorite actress? They involuntarily shivered when they thought that if they were like Lin Fan in the future. It's so tragic. They suddenly felt that life as a single dog was actually quite good now. It's true that there's no comparison. With Lin Fan as a tragic example, they could always be reminded that the three single dogs were still quite happy. Lao Si, thank you. The three of them mourned for Lin Fan for a second in their hearts. It was about time. So Lin Fan and his three roommates headed towards the playground. The three roommates very tacitly agreed not to mention the matter of Lu Yueqi's concert again, just for fear that Lin Fan would have a hard time in his heart. Come to the playground. Lin Fan saw everyone sitting together, discussing the Lu Yueqi concert with furrowed brows. He shook his head. I didn't realize that Lu Yueqi was so influential. He found a place where no one was sitting. He's not a groupie. He doesn't want to listen to these people bragging about it. The three roommates saw Lin Fan sitting alone in a single figure. Lin Fan looked so pitiful in the eyes of the three. All three sighed at the same time. There was nothing they could do to save Lin Fan, who made her jump into the grave of love so quickly. They could only mourn for Lin Fan in their hearts. It didn't take long for the instructor to arrive. Military training officially began this morning. Break time. Lin Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. He unconsciously frowned slightly when he saw the caller's number. The person who called turned out to be Tang Ruobing's cousin, Zheng Haoqiang. That stupid big guy. He slid the answer button. When the phone was connected, there was an immediate transmission of Zheng Haoqiang's thick voice. Cousin-in-law, where's the rest? Lin Fan said without any good humor. Say something. I'll hang up if there's nothing. Hey, cousin-in-law, you owe me another favor. Did my cousin go looking for you? Zheng Haoqiang on the other end of the phone hemmed and hawed and said in a somewhat obscene tone. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard Zheng Haoqiang's words. When did he owe Young Hokung a favor again? It's inexplicable. Just this? He asked lightly. Hey, it's just this. Zheng Haoqiang on the other end of the phone said with a strong smile. Lin Fan was too lazy to listen to Zheng Haoqiang's nagging and directly hung up the phone, feeling that this Zheng Haoqiang hadn't been practicing stupidly lately. I'm having some kind of hallucination. Without further thought, he lay down on the ground, his head in his hands, and looked up at the white clouds in the sky. Wow! Suddenly there was a gasp from the playground. Lin Fan didn't move and continued to look at the white clouds. He wasn't someone who was curious about everything. At this time, the oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, ran over and said loudly to Lin Fan, Old 4, why are you still lying here? Lin Fan looked up at his boss Zhang Ziqiang, not understanding what his boss Zhang Ziqiang meant by this. What's wrong? He asked suspiciously. What else? Siblings are here. Why don't you get up? Boss Zhang Ziqiang whispered to Lin Fan. It seemed to him that Tang Ruobing was here to raise hell. Tang Ruobing must have misunderstood that Lin Fan was going to see Lu Yueqi's concert. After all, Lu Yueqi was the dream girl of all the boys. Lin Fan looked up in the distance and saw that Tang Ruobing was walking this way. He didn't understand why Tang Ruobing suddenly came to him. Can't you just make a phone call? He shook his head and stood up, slapping his hands on the dust. Chapter 184, How could there be no time? Tang Ruobing walked up to Lin Fan, lightly biting her lips without speaking first. Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing, his eyes filled with doubt, not understanding why Tang Ruobing didn't say anything when she came. Sister Tang, what do you want to see me about? He looked at Tang Ruobing and asked curiously. When he saw that Tang Ruobing wasn't speaking, he could only speak first. We can't both just stand here and gawk. The three roommates in the dormitory pinched a cold sweat for Lin Fan. The three of them looked at each other. Big a little wrong rushed forward to persuade the fight. They took out the 100-meter dash. At this point it's time to stick up for your brother twice. When Tang Ruobing heard Lin Fan's question, she took a deep breath and slowly said, My cousin gave me 2 tickets to Lu Yueqi's concert. After a slight pause, she continued, I don't know if schoolmate Lin has time in the evening? She didn't know how she'd listen to her cousin today and ghosted Lin Fan to deliver the tickets. Aha! Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard that Tang Ruobing had actually come to give him tickets to Lu Yueqi's concert. He remembered Zhang Haoqiang's phone call just now and instantly understood what Zhang Haoqiang had just said about owing a favor. When the surrounding students heard that Tang Ruobing had actually come to deliver Lu Yueqi's concert tickets to Lin Fan, flames of envy instantly lit up in their eyes. Ugh! I'm really envious that class president Lin has such a good girlfriend as schoolgirl Tang. The same girlfriend, how come the difference is so big? My girlfriend gave me a death order. If I can't buy Lu Yueqi concert tickets, I have to break up with me. Look at other people's Lin class president. Do not have to explain anything. Tang school flower will buy the tickets, even more specially sent over. This is too happy. Holy, today I was fed a bellyful of dog food again by class president Lin and schoolgirl Tang. Originally I was able to eat 3 steamed buns at noon. Now I can't even eat one. I'm so miserable. The 3 roommates were instantly dumbfounded when they saw that Tang Ruobing was actually giving Lin Fan tickets to the Lu Yueqi concert. The 3 were shocked with their mouths wide open and their eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? Isn't Ms. Tang going to raise hell? What happened to giving away concert tickets? The 3 of them had thought of many possibilities. The only thing they hadn't thought of was that Tang Ruobing would take the initiative to give Lin Fan concert tickets. That's completely unscientific, isn't it? The 3 of them couldn't figure it out no matter what. Not only was Tang Ruobing not jealous, she even gave away tickets. The 3 of them glanced at each other, a bitter smile unconsciously surfacing on their faces. They still underestimated Lin Fan's charm. How much charm does it take to make Tang Ruobing come willingly to give away the tickets? They were also ready to step forward to help pull the fight, but ended up getting a bellyful of dog food when they were caught off guard. Do you think it's infuriating? Just as Lin Fan was about to reply to Tang Ruobing, the system voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Release the mission. Being a qualified tycoon. One must also combine work and rest, promising to go to Lu Yueqi's concert with Tang Ruobing, accepting the mission and rewarding to Shang Qiu Huang Entertainment with 10% equity. Mission denied, no reward. Lin Fan, who was about to open his mouth, directly froze when he heard the system mission. I'm going to go. This time the reward was surprisingly up to 10% of the equity of Shangqiao Huang Entertainment Company. To Shangqiao Huang Entertainment Company in the country that are ranked in the number of entertainment companies. There are so many famous artists under its banner, but it has also trained a lot of heavenly kings and queens, movie stars and actresses. Lu Yueqi is the artist under the company Supreme Qiu Huang Entertainment. What made him even more excited was that Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment was now valued at around $40 billion. Then his 10% stake would be $4 billion. The whole 40 little goals. That puts him infinitely closer to $20 billion. $20 billion is considered a resounding tycoon in Luchang. It seemed like he really owed Zhang Haoqiang a favor this time. If Zhang Haoqiang hadn't given Tang Ruobing concert tickets, there wouldn't have been this matter of Tang Ruobing giving him tickets. Naturally, it won't trigger the quest. But this mission really smells good. He was still thinking about how those future main broadcasts of Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company would work after they were aired. After all, Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company was good at hatching netizens, but they weren't good at artist operations. Now everything is solved. When the time comes, just let Supreme Tide Royal Entertainment operate directly. Professional things still need to be done by professionals, so as to take the road less traveled. It was a bit long-winded, but in his mind, it was all in a flash. Accept the mission. He didn't hesitate and said directly. This was obviously the system sending warmth to him, so why should he refuse? What's more, he was about to promise Tang Ruobing. A girl invited him to a concert in public. How could he be so impolite as to refuse the other party and make them get down? How can there be no time when Sister Tang invites? Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing and said with a smile. Just after his words were finished, the system's voice sounded once again. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The relevant shareholding documents to the Shang Qiu Huang Entertainment Company have been placed in the study of Villa Haitian No. 1. Reward system points of 50 points. He heard the system's voice and was happy. The system really never misses a reward. That's so cool. He also got 50 points, which put him in a very good mood. When Tang Ruobing heard Lin Fan agree, she let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. She was really afraid that Lin Fan would refuse. After all, she had come a bit abruptly, and she didn't know if Lin Fan had the time. She smiled faintly and said, when the time comes, I'll call schoolmate Lin. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. Tang Ruobing said goodbye to Lin Fan and turned to leave. Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing's back as she left, and sighed in his heart. Sister Tang is really my lucky goddess. 40 small goals arrived, putting him in an extraordinarily good mood. Tap on the system's virtual panel. System, open the lucky roulette. He naturally had to use the 50 points he had, and there was no use in keeping them. As his voice fell, the big wheel of fortune spun. Stop. At once the needle of the big lucky wheel slowly stopped. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the consummate level ship piloting skill. I'll go. That's too lucky. Surprisingly, it's a skill. You can buy a yacht in the future without having to worry about not knowing how to drive it. That's fantastic. System, use ship piloting skills. He had a lot more knowledge about ship piloting in his head at once. He was now comparable to an old captain who had traveled the seas for decades. He had to secretly marvel at the fact that the system was forever a god. He came back to reality, ready to lie down and continue resting. That's when the three roommates gathered around. Old 4, how did you get schoolgirl Tang to be so dead set and obedient to you? Boss Zhang Ziqian looked at Lin Fan and asked the question that concerned his heart. Chapter 185, used for mice. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard his boss Zhang Ziqian's words. He has nothing to do with Tang Ruobing at all. Okay? He didn't bother to explain his relationship with Tang Ruobing. The three wouldn't believe it even if they explained it, and it would be a waste of breath. He made a random excuse and said, it has to do with personal charm. After saying that, he lay down, his head resting on his hands, and continued to look at the white clouds, and humming a little song in his mouth, proving that he was in a very good mood at this time. The three of them pricked up their ears, still ready to wait for Lin Fan to pass on his experience. Hearing Lin Fan's words, there was an instant burst of speechlessness. They knew that Lin Fan must be perfuming them again. They didn't dwell on it too much. Why didn't you dwell on it too much? Their three single dogs didn't even have a girlfriend. Even if Lin Fan really told them about the experience. And who are they going to test it on? Time rushes by. The morning's military training is over. The dormitory trio didn't even ask Lin Fan to go to dinner with them. They knew that Lin Fan must have something to be busy with again. Didn't you see the way Lin Fan quickly left after hearing the instructor say dismissed? The three of them looked at Lin Fan's departing back and glanced at each other with a wave of helplessness in their hearts. It's so hard to get Lin Fan to buy a meal. The three of them walked towards the cafeteria. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and changed his clothes. Grabbing his car keys, he exited the dorm and headed for the parking lot. Skyjacket parking lot. Lin Fan stepped out of the car. At this moment, General Manager Nyo Baishan ran over. Lin Fan was the first to speak. "Are you ready?" he said as he made his way inside. "All prepared according to the boss's instructions," Nyo Baishan hurriedly said. He looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes. When Lin Fan called him, he thought he heard wrong. Lin Fan actually asked him to prepare 2 home-cooked dishes of soup and a bowl of rice. Is this the kind of meal a boss should have? He even made a point of asking Lin Fan once, which confirmed that he hadn't heard wrong. You know that he, the general manager, needs at least 3 dishes and 1 soup standard every day. A wave of admiration rose in his heart for Lin Fan at the same time. Not wasteful at a young age and able to tolerate the temptations of good food, he felt that the future was bound to be bright following such a boss. If Lin Fan knew what was going on in Nyo Baishan's mind, he would have told the other party, "You're overthinking it." He was just thinking about a quick dinner and then going to get his medicine. He was on a tight schedule for lunch today, so naturally he had to condense his mealtime. Lin Fan came to the private room, washed his hands, and began to chow down. Say goodbye to the Cow White Mountain after dinner. Driving toward the Willow City Mingren Pharmacy. Willow City Mingren Pharmacy is one of the larger herbal pharmacies in Willow City West. For that matter, those herbs that Lin Fan wanted were ordinary herbs that should all be available at the Mingren Pharmacy in Luchang. Lin Fan parked his car in the parking lot outside the Mingren Pharmacy in Luchang. He got out of the car and headed inside the pharmacy. Right now, since it's midday lunchtime, there are no people in the pharmacy to see the doctor. There was only one female doctor reading a medical book. "Hello, could you please grab me some medicine?" Lin Fan politely said to the female doctor who was looking down at her book. The female doctor looked up when she heard someone speak. Lin Fan froze for a moment when he saw the female doctor. The main female doctor was very good looking and he couldn't help but feel a surge of amazement in his heart. The female doctor looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. The features are very fine looking. In a white coat, she was simply a white fairy descending to earth. The female doctor's name was Li Mu-rong. After graduating from Luchang Medical University, she had been working in her grandfather Li Hongrue's pharmacy. Usually nothing to do but read medical books and follow her grandfather's study of medicine. Li Mu-rong saw that Lin Fan was actually staring straight at her, causing a wave of disgust in her heart. She instantly categorized Lin Fan into the denizen category. "What kind of medicine are you going to grab?" Thinking to quickly send Lin Fan away, she asked coldly. Lin Fan handed the prepared paper in his hand to the other party. "It's all up here. Just grab 100 grams of each." He smiled slightly at Li Mu-yong. When Li Mu-rong saw Lin Fan smile, she couldn't help but feel that the other party didn't have good intentions. If Lin Fan knew what was going on in Li Mu-rong's mind, he would have cried out in injustice. He just smiled politely. Li Mu-rong reluctantly took the paper and looked at the dense herbs on it, confirming even more that Lin Fan was a denizen. A normal prescription would be a dozen herbs at most. Lin Fan's prescription was a densely packed one, estimated to be at least 100 flavors of medicine. Is this for people to eat? There are still many medicinal conflicts in the key, so taking medicine like this won't kill you? She thought that Lin Fan was just here for nothing and deliberately trying to get close to her. She'd met quite a few of these spendthrifts before, but those other big boys know to use their brains and take the same prescription as normal. But Lin Fan was good, and the prescription was presumably written in his own confusion. Why don't you use your brain to write? Have you ever seen a prescription for 100 herbs? You're a cutie yourself, and you think others are cuties too. What? A frantic sputtering went through her mind. She looked up at Lin Fan and asked, "What are you doing with these medicines?" She wanted to make sure she was right. Lin Fan said casually, "It's used for mice." He didn't understand why Li Mu-rong was asking so much. It was just grabbing a medicine and asking questions. When Li Mu-rong heard Lin Fan's words, she further confirmed that what she had in mind was right. Lin Fan was here to deliberately get her attention. The average girl would have been overflowing with love and would have asked, "Is your mouse sick?" But she's not just any girl. She's the girl with the brains to analyze. Her expression of disgust towards Lin Fan no longer needed to be hidden. It was directly on her face. The voice turned colder. "We don't have those drugs here." She put the paper on the counter, not wanting to say a single extra word to Lin Fan. She knew that she had to be quick to treat such a denizen and not leave the other party with any room for fantasy. Lin Fan picked up the paper and looked puzzled. "These medicines are so common that there's not a single medicine here? That's too much to say, isn't it?" He raised his head to look at Li Mu-rong and asked lightly, "Not a single flavor of medicine?" Li Mu-yong said impatiently, "No, there are no dandelions in here either." Lin Fan's face gradually became gloomy. He stared intently at Li Mu-yong. "No, if you don't believe me, catch it yourself." Li Mu-rong didn't bother to nag Lin Fan and said directly, "Humph, you want to be able to get your own medicine?" She finished by picking up the medical book directly and continuing to look at it. Lin Fan's teeth itched with anger when he saw Li Murong's appearance. He didn't know how he had offended this little witch. Yes, the current Li Murong was a brash little witch in Lin Fan's mind. He hadn't seen the other guy before either. Didn't remember offending him. He took the paper and prepared to leave the place. There was no way Li Murong wouldn't grab the medicine for him. He couldn't force the other party to grab the medicine. If Li Murong gave him a messy grab, it would be even more troublesome. He was just about to turn around and leave, when the system voice rang out. Release the mission. Chapter 186, didn't you tell me to get my own medicine? Release the mission. Being a great tycoon, how can you let people bully you at will? Grabbing your own medicine and slapping Li Muyang in the face. Accept the quest. Rewarded with a perfect level of drug recognition and identification skills. Mission denied. No reward. In view of the host's good credit rating, the reward will be released earlier after accepting the mission. Lin Fan was happy to hear the system mission. The system's quests came at too good a time. It's so sweet that key quest rewards can be sent out early. Accept the mission. There's no hesitation in that. Why turn down such a good thing? The reward has been issued to the system backpack. What a timely system the system is. Use the medicine recognition skill, he said directly in his mind. All of a sudden he felt a dizzy spell in his head, and it was a good thing it was very short. He opened his eyes and a lot of knowledge of herbs appeared in his mind. He is now the treasure trove of herbs that walks between heaven and earth. He knew the names of all the herbs in the world by heart. Even a roadside weed he could name. If he were to participate in a wilderness survival competition, he would definitely be the one to win at the end. His just gloomy face slowly dispersed, and a small smile appeared on his face. He looked at Li Murong with some complexity in his eyes. If it wasn't for this Li Murong he wouldn't have triggered this quest. With a teasing smile on his face, he turned to Li Murong and asked, I can go get the medicine myself? Li Murong didn't look up and said casually, you can grab your own medicine as long as you're not afraid to eat to death. She thought Lin Fan was trying to be brave. You have to know that the name of the herbs is not written at all on the outside of the cabinet of herbs in here, and people who are not very familiar with herbs can't tell what herbs they are. The reason why it was like that was because her grandfather had deliberately made it so in order to test her ability to recognize medicine and medicines. Of course there was the name of the medicine in the hidden part of the box, but it was so hidden that she didn't believe Lin Fan could find it. When Lin Fan heard Li Mulong say so, he no longer hesitated and directly walked inside. Li Murong heard footsteps and looked up to see Lin Fan walking in. She stood up instantly and questioned, what do you want? Lin Fan was speechless for a moment when he heard Li Mulong's words. This Li Muyong has a bad memory too. Weren't you the one who told me to get my own medicine? He looked at Li Murong and asked indifferently. Li Murong was speechless for a moment when she heard Lin Fan's words. It was indeed her who had just been talking about letting Lin Fan grab his own medicine. She thought Lin Fan would know better. I didn't expect Lin Fan to actually come in and prepare to grab the medicine. She felt that Lin Fan had done so much to deliberately get her attention. She thinks everything is faked by Lin Fan. Humph, you like to pretend. Let you pretend enough. She gave a cold grunt in her mind. She wanted to see how long Lin Fan could pretend. Her little head lifted slightly and she said coldly, if you die from eating it, don't blame me. No complaints, Lin Fan said with a smile as he looked at Li Murong. After that, he headed for the medicine cabinet. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. When Li Murong saw Lin Fan stop, her heart burst with triumph. No more installations? I thought you were so capable. You'd stop pretending after a couple of times? She despised Lin Fan even more in her heart. Lin Fan turned back to Li Mulong and said with some embarrassment, in a moment, please help the doctor weigh the herbs for me. Only 100 grams will suffice. He hadn't wanted to use Li Muyong to give the title, but thought of Li Muyong as a brash little witch. If he thought that he had taken more herbs by then, he would have to go through some more trouble. It would be better to let Li Murong weigh the herbs at the beginning, so that there would be no subsequent trouble. Okay. Li Murong looked at Lin Fan and said expressionlessly, pretending, still pretending, you just keep pretending, she sneered in her mind. Lin Fan pocketed the prescription and walked over to the medicine cabinet. Opened the medicine cabinet. Dandelion, 100 grams. As he gave the name of the medicine, he grabbed a handful of dandelions and put them in the prepared medicine bag. Grab it and hand it to Li Muyong. Weigh 100 grams, please. Li Mulong took the medicine bag, wanting to see if what Lin Fan had grabbed was dandelion. When opened the bag of medicine froze. It turned out to be really dandelions in there. She bobbed her little head a bit to reconfirm. This? What's going on? Right. Dandelion parks are everywhere. The most common herb out there. It's not unusual to be able to recognize it. She consoled herself with this in her mind. She believed it was just Lin Fan's luck that she was able to find the dandelion. She put the bag of medicine on the electronic scale and weighed it at exactly 100 grams. Her eyes rolled back in her head and she looked like she'd seen a ghost. She rubbed her eyes and the numbers on the electronic scale didn't change. How is that possible? It must have happened again. She consoled herself with this in her mind. She didn't believe Lin Fan was capable of this. She couldn't even grab the medicine so accurately, knowing that she worked with it every day. Astragalus, 100 grams. Lin Fan handed the bag of filled medicine to Li Mulong. Li Muyong couldn't wait to open the medicine bag. This? Surprisingly, it's right again. It should still be happenstance. Astragalus is still quite distinguishable. She consoled herself in her mind. She put the bag of medicine on the electronic scale. The pupils widened instantly. Surprisingly, it was exactly 100 grams again. Must be another coincidence. She couldn't believe that Lin Fan was better than her. She kept reassuring herself in her mind that Lin Fan would definitely make a mistake next time. Codenopsis. 100 grams. Lin Fan filled the herbs and handed the medicine bag to the somewhat dazed Li Mulong. Li Murong opened the medicine bag and saw that it was really party ginseng inside. A bitter laugh ran through her mind. There were many types of ginseng in this herb, and Lin Fan was able to identify the party ginseng at a glance, proving that all of this was not Lin Fan's good luck, but that Lin Fan really did know about recognizing and identifying medicines, and more skillful than her. Even if she had been looking for party ginseng, she wouldn't have been able to find it in such a short period of time. She put the party ginseng on the electronic scale. Sure enough, another 100 grams. A wave of decadence washed over her, filling her entire body. She had always thought that Lin Fan was a clown, but she hadn't expected that in the end the clown would be herself. She felt a fiery pain on her face. It was like being slapped hard. Her pride and pride were slapped away. Lin Fan continued to grab medicines, and Li Mulong mumbled as she received the packets of herbs. It was as if she had gone back to a long time ago at this point, helping her grandfather weigh medicine. She looked at Lin Fan with very complicated eyes. She was beginning to think that Lin Fan had come here like the others to get her attention. Now it seems she was overthinking it. Lin Fan grabbed the medicine very carefully and didn't look at her more than once since the beginning. Soon the herbs piled up on the counter. Phew, finally caught up. Lin Fan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He hadn't realized that grabbing medicine could be so tiring. He looked up to find Li Muyong looking at him. Without giving it much thought, he walked outside the counter and said to Li Murong, "Please calculate the price." "Sir, may I know your name?" Li Murong looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes. She hadn't admired anyone since she was a child, and Lin Fan was the only person she admired. Chapter 187, I bought the second row of seats. Lin Fan frowned slightly. I don't understand what this little witch wants. Not to calculate the price, but to care about his name. He decided to tell Li Muyong his name in order to get out of here as soon as possible and go home to make a natural rejuvenating and whitening cream. Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Li Muyong muttered in a low voice. Can you calculate the price now? Lin Fan asked as he looked at the somewhat dumbfounded Li Murong. This Li Muyong's mental quality is too bad, isn't it? He sighed in his mind. He didn't say anything more. All he could think about now was getting the hell out of here and going home. After all, he was pressed for time at noon. Li Murong began to quickly figure out the price after hearing Lin Fan's words. The prices of these medicines she had just weighed had been calculated in her mind. Lin Fan looked all tisk 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 tisk. He didn't expect Li Mulong's math calculation skills to be so strong. Lin Fan made the payment, put the herbs into a large bag, and quickly left the Lu Changning Ren pharmacy. Li Murong looked at Lin Fan's back as he left, her heart very complicated. Haitian no. One villa. Lin Fan parked his car and stepped out of it. Put the herbs and tools you bought in the yard. He intends to proceed with making a natural rejuvenating and whitening cream now. After all, the only way to make money is to put it on the market. He reweighed a portion of the herbs according to the proportions in the natural rejuvenation and whitening cream recipe. Once weighed, grind all the herbs into a powder. Place in a container. Add purified water and start simmering. Since the herbs are all polished to a powder, the boiling time is greatly reduced. Time passes by. Finally, the medicine in the container became very sticky. Turn off the heat and let the medicine cool naturally. Lin Fan cleaned the small porcelain vase he bought. When the ointment was almost cold, he picked up the small spoon he had prepared next to him and began to fill the small porcelain bottle. In all, it contained 10 small porcelain vials. He looked at the black ointment in each small porcelain vial. There was a satisfied smile on his face. These ointments will reward him handsomely. He put everything away and pocketed a small porcelain vase. He was going to give this small porcelain bottle to Han Wenbin in a while, so that Han Wenbin could take the ointment to do a quality inspection and apply for the patent of the ointment at the same time. He lifted his leg and headed upstairs. There was still time to rinse off and change his clothes. Willowtown University parking lot. Lin Fan stepped out of the car. Han Wenbin saw Lin Fan get out of the car and hurriedly jogged over. Brother Fan, what did you want to see me about? Lin Fan didn't tell him anything on the phone, making him very curious in his mind. Lin Fan took the small porcelain bottle out of his pocket and handed it to Han Wenbin. Brother Fan, what is this? Han Wenbin took the small porcelain bottle and asked curiously. In here is a natural rejuvenating and whitening cream that I've configured. Lin Fan looked at Han Wenbin and said indifferently. Han Wenbin was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Lin Fan's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling in disbelief. The small porcelain bottle was actually a natural skin rejuvenation and whitening cream that Lin Fan had configured himself? That's too much to believe. Lin Fan would even dispense his own medicine? How is that possible? But he knew that Lin Fan had no need to lie to him. But what was Lin Fan doing giving him this little porcelain vase? Was he trying to make him a guinea pig? If Fan really asks me to be a guinea pig, how can I refuse? He thought bitterly in his mind. He didn't want to disfigure his handsome face. He didn't rely on his face for food. But he didn't want to make himself ugly either. He was about to find an excuse to refuse to be Lin Fan's guinea pig. At this time, Lin Fan was heard saying, "You find someone to do a quality inspection report this afternoon. Something that is authentic and authoritative. Also get the patent filed." When Han Wenbin heard that Lin Fan wasn't asking him to be a guinea pig, his heart, which had just been in a state of flux, instantly calmed down. He patted his chest and assured, "Brother Fan, you've come to the right person if you ask me to do this. The QC report and patent will be ready for you tomorrow." Lin Fan glanced at Han Wenbin in surprise. You should know that no matter the quality inspection report or patent application, it usually takes a week or even half a month to come down. I didn't expect Han Wenbin to say he'd give it to him tomorrow. He didn't think Han Wenbin was talking big because there was no need for that. It can only mean that Han Wenbin has someone in this area. It's true that you can't underestimate anyone. He sighed in his mind. He himself hadn't expected the QC report to come out so soon. He patted Han Wenbin's shoulder and said, "It's been hard on you then." Han Wenbin smiled and said, "It's not hard to work for Brother Fan. I still have military training to do, so I'll leave first." Lin Fan said goodbye to Han Wenbin. Han Wenbin nodded and watched Lin Fan leave. He opened the door and started the car to leave the parking lot. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and saw that his 3 roommates had already started to change into their military training uniforms. "Senior, you're back? It's a good thing you came back," Boss Zhang Zicheng exclaimed as he changed his clothes. Lin Fan took out his military uniform, looked up and asked curiously, "What happened?" When he saw his boss Zhang Zicheng's appearance, his heart was very curious. "Did something happen at noon? If you're a little late, we won't be in the dorm." Boss Zhang Zicheng shook his head and said. When Lin Fan heard the words of his boss, Zhang Zicheng, he said without a trace of anger, "Get lost." Lin Fan and his 3 roommates left the dormitory talking and laughing. When they came to the playground, everyone was still discussing about the evening concert of Lu Yueqi. Lin Fan shook his head and found a place with fewer people to sit down, waiting for the instructor to arrive. "Old Wang, which row of seats did you buy?" Old Zhang looked at Old Wang next to him and asked. "Hey, I bought a seat in the 2nd row." Old Wang said proudly. That expression on his face was particularly beaten. "Old Wang, awesome." Old Zhang gave Old Wang an admiring thumbs up. Being able to buy a 2nd row seat would be pretty awesome. When Old Wang saw Old Zhang's appearance, he became even more pleased in his heart. Not for nothing he was in line at 1 a.m. He bought his ticket and took the morning off to sleep in, just to keep his form in perfect condition. He can't let people see that he stayed up all night to buy the tickets, and then the pretense would be off the mark. No, let him pretend to. He didn't buy the ticket to go to Yuki Lu's concert. On the one hand, he wanted to pretend and brush up his presence in front of his classmates. On the other hand, he wanted to please Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was the man of the hour at Luchang University, so if he could use a concert ticket to please the other party, he felt it was worth it. He didn't believe that Lin Fan would stay up in the middle of the night to line up for concert tickets. He smiled and walked over to Lin Fan. "Class President Lin, here's 2 tickets to Lu Yueqi's concert. 2nd row." He made a point of biting the word 2nd row extra hard, just about to explain word for word how good the 2nd row is. Chapter 188, You'd better find a boyfriend first. Lin Fan glanced at Old Wang, shook his head, and said indifferently, "No, thanks." Not to mention that Tang Ruobing already had tickets to Lu Yueqi's concert, and even if he didn't, he wasn't going to ask for Old Wang's tickets. If it wasn't for Tang Ruobing inviting him to see Lu Yueqi's concert, he wouldn't have gone at all. Old Wang thought that Lin Fan was being polite to him and hurriedly said, "Class Captain Lin, you don't have to be polite." Lin Fan hadn't said anything yet, when Old Zhang walked over quickly and grabbed Old Wang to leave. Old Wang broke away from Old Zhang's hand and asked with anger on his face, "Old Zhang, can't you see that I'm in the middle of giving class leader Lin concert tickets?" Old Zhang came up to Old Wang and whispered to him, "Schoolmarm Tang has already prepared concert tickets for Class President Lin." Old Wang was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Old Zhang's words. Schoolgirl Tang had actually prepared tickets for Class President Lin. He looked at the concert tickets in his hand with a bitter smile. How could he not have thought that other people, Tang Ruobing, had already prepared concert tickets for Lin Fan? He didn't think that the tickets Tang Ruobing had prepared were not as good as his spot. He felt a flash of fire on his face. He couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground at this point. It's so embarrassing. He looked at Lin Fan with a red face and followed old Zheng away. For Lin Fan, the delivery of tickets by Old One was just a small episode. The arrival of the instructors heralded the official start of the afternoon's military training. An afternoon of military training went well. End of military training. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and took a shower and changed his clothes. Grab the car keys and head out of the dorm. Drive towards the Skydweller. Lin Fan had just arrived at the Skydweller's box and was about to eat. At this time, Tang Ruobing's phone call suddenly came. He looked at the time. It was still early for Liu Yueqi's concert. Did you change your mind? Without dwelling on it too much, he simply slid the answer button. What's wrong, Sister Tang? He opened his mouth and asked directly. Tang Ruobing on the other side of the phone said with some embarrassment. Senior Lin, can you drive a car that can seat 3 people? Yes. Lin Fan didn't ask why. He finished his meal and prepared to make a trip back to Haitian No. 1 Villa. It's not a hassle to get a different car, by the way. Then, thank you, Senior Lin. I'll see you in a while. Tang Ruobing on the other end of the phone exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. See you in a while. Lin Fan hung up the phone after saying that. He put down his cell phone and started to eat. After eating, he left the Skydweller and drove towards the Haitian No. 1 Villa. Tang Ruobing dormitory. Xiao Bing, it's really not that I want to be your light bulb. It's really because my seat is next to yours, Zhao Sinan said with an innocent face. She hadn't expected such a coincidence either. Her seat was surprisingly next to Tang Ruobing's. She knew she was destined for a bellyful of dog food tonight. Eating early is eating late is eating. She decided to rub up against Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan's car, which would also save her cab money. Tang Ruobing blankly glanced at Zhao Sinan. If you want to hobble a car, just say so, and make so many excuses. She mentally spat. She had just been worried that suddenly asking Lin Fan to change his car would make him unhappy. However, she had just been on the phone and heard Lin Fan agree to change cars without hesitation, and her heart was still happy. Seeing that Tang Ruobing didn't say anything, Zhao Sinan continued. Through this matter, you can see that your little boyfriend is very accommodating to you. It's someone you can trust with your life. A come hither tone. When Tang Ruobing saw Zhao Sinan's appearance, she said without a trace of anger, you'd better find a boyfriend first and teach me. You're still a single dog yourself, and you're teaching others. Zhao Sinan instantly exploded when she heard Tang Ruobing's words. It was a pain in her heart. She walked up and fought with Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan returned to Haitian No. 1 Villa. Coming into the study, sure enough, there was a stack of papers on the desk. He picked it up and looked at it. It was none other than the shareholding document of Supreme Tide Royal Entertainment. He reads it and puts the equity papers away. As for the matter of getting Willow City Golden Man's media company and Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment to work together, there was no hurry at the moment. After all, a few potential anchors are still a little short of fire right now. A little more settling down might enable you to go farther in the future. He tapped on the system virtual panel. System, activate the lucky roulette. His 50 points for completing the quest at noon had arrived a long time ago, and he now had just enough time to spend it. As his words fell, the big wheel of fortune spun. Stop. The big wheel of fortune slowed to a stop. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the consummate level airplane piloting skill. Lin Fan instantly froze when he heard the system reward. I'm going to go. Surprisingly, it's another skill. It's still about airplane piloting. System, use airplane piloting skills. There was a moment of dizziness in his head and he unconsciously closed his eyes, but fortunately the discomfort passed quickly. He slowly opened his eyes. At this point his mind was filled with a great deal of airplane-related knowledge. Airliner piloting, helicopter piloting, and even fighter piloting. That was awesome. In addition to aircraft piloting, this also includes aircraft maintenance and repair. Let's just say this skill is so comprehensive. He was in a very good mood at the moment. He closed the system's virtual panel and hummed a little tune as he headed downstairs to the garage. Arriving at the garage, he pressed the car key in his hand and the lights of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan came on. He was going to drive this car to see Yuki Liu's concert today. This car is more than enough for 3 people. He got in the car and felt it. It feels pretty good. Starting the car, with a kick of the gas, the car scuttled off. The entrance to Willow City University. Xiao Bing, why isn't your little boyfriend here yet? Zhao Sinan probed her head and looked around. Tang Ruobing glanced at Zhao Sinan, pointed to the wristwatch on her hand, and said in a nonchalant manner, it's not even time yet. She got a call from Lin Fan to set up a place and time. Who knew that Zhao Sinan had to drag her downstairs in a fiery hurry? It doesn't come early. Lin Fan hasn't arrived yet. Zhao Sinan looked at the time, and indeed there was still some distance before the appointed time. And really, your little boyfriend couldn't have come sooner? Zhao Sinan muttered. Tang Ruobing didn't bother with Zhao Sinan. Lin Fan was driving from Haitian No. 1 Villa. The fastest would take more than 20 minutes, and it would take even longer if there was a traffic jam. You think you're flying an airplane? And come early. She spat helplessly in her mind. Time passes by. Suddenly there was a shriek in the distance. Zhao Sinan turned her head to look. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, yeah. Ice. Look, it's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, she said excitedly. She might not recognize the other sports cars and such, but she did recognize the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. That's an $8 million luxury car. She looked at the moving Rolls-Royce Cullinan with envy. I wonder who a limo like this is picking up, she sighed in her mind. Chapter 189, I'll leave when someone comes. Why are you coming this way? Zhao Sinan realized that the Rolls-Royce Cullinan had actually slowly stopped in front of her in Tangrawabing. She looked at the Rolls-Royce Cullinan in front of her with a puzzled face. The car door opened slowly. Lin Fan stepped out of the car. Zhao Sinan instantly froze when she saw Lin Fan getting down from the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Her mouth was wide open in shock, and her eyes were rolling with disbelief. This Rolls-Royce Cullinan turned out to be Xiao Bing's little boyfriend Lin Fan's. This is too unbelievable. She had always heard that Lin Fan drove sports cars, and had never heard that Lin Fan had a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. She turned her head to look at Tang Ruobing. As expected, he found that Tang Ruobing's face didn't change in any way, as if she had known it all along. She laughed inwardly with a bitter smile. I'm sure it's myself who hasn't seen the world. But then the excitement came back. She gets to ride in a limo. She was just listening to her online friends talk about how luxurious the Rolls-Royce Cullinan was. In reality, she didn't sit on it. How could she not be excited to have the opportunity to ride in such a luxury car today? Lin Fan came to Tang Ruobing in Zhao Sinan. Nodding at Zhao Sinan, he considered it a greeting. He looked at Tang Ruobing and said with a smile, Senior sister Tang, you're anxious to wait. Tang Ruobing smiled faintly and lightly opened her shell teeth. No, we just got here too. When Zhao Sinan heard Tang Ruobing say this, she was just about to open her mouth to argue, but when she saw Tang Ruobing's wink, she hurriedly kept her mouth shut. Although she wanted to give Lin Fan a good talking to, she immediately had to ride in someone else's Lin Fan's car to go to the Lu Yueqi concert. It was all she could do to endure it. After all, eating someone else's mouth is soft, taking someone else's hand is short. Seeing Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing's faces of not being in a hurry to get on the bus, she hurriedly urged, hurry up and get on the bus. Lin Fan opened the car door and made a gesture of invitation. Thanks. Tang Ruobing nodded her thanks to Lin Fan. Xiao Bing, hurry up. Zhao Sinan said impatiently when she saw Tang Ruobing being so polite to Lin Fan. You're an old married couple. You're still so polite. Do you really want to honor each other from now on? She spat madly in her mind. Tang Ruobing blankly glanced at the monkeyish Zhao Sinan, not understanding what was wrong with Zhao Sinan today. Why was she so calm? She got into the car and sat down. Zhao Sinan saw Tang Ruobing sit down, and she hurriedly dug in as well. Wow, this is too luxurious. This seat is leather, isn't it? And it's really soft. Not bad for a luxury car. Tang Ruobing looked at the fussing Zhao Sinan and smiled apologetically at Lin Fan in the driver's seat. Lin Fan just smiled faintly, indicating that it didn't matter. The car started slowly and headed toward the Willow City Sports Plaza. The car soon arrived near the Sports Plaza. At this time, the parking lots near the Sports Plaza all put up parking space full signs, and even the curbs were full of cars. Lin Fan was speechless in his heart when he saw such a scene. What's the point of going to a concert? Spit it out. The car is still parked. He turned his head to Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan and inquired, do you guys want to go down and wait for me? When he got into the car, he saw that Zhao Sinan was wearing high heels. He looked at the nearest parking lot. The walk was estimated to be 10 minutes. Tang Ruobing glanced at Zhao Sinan, turned her head and nodded to Lin Fan, pointing to a cafe not far away before saying, we'll wait for you at that cafe over there. Okay. Lin Fan slowed the car to a stop and let Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan go down first. Tang Ruobing closed the car door and waved at Lin Fan. Lin Fan started the car and headed off into the distance. 5 minutes later, a parking space was finally found. Lin Fan parked his car, took the key and turned it casually in his hand, and walked quickly in the direction of the Sports Plaza cafe outside the Sports Plaza. Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan sat in front of the window with a glass of lemonade each. Tang Ruobing's eyes drifted to the far side of the window from time to time. Don't look. We're sitting so obviously. Your little boyfriend will be the first to see you when he comes. Zhao Sinan took a sip of lemonade and said carelessly, I've told you many times, I'm not even in the kind of relationship you think I am with schoolboy Lin. Tang Ruobing glared at Zhao Sinan and said, fearing that Tang Ruobing would continue to nag. Zhao Sinan waved her hand and said perfunctorily, got it, got it. When Tang Ruobing saw Zhao Sinan's appearance, a wave of helplessness ran through her heart. She'd explained it all to Zhao Sinan many times, but Zhao Sinan still always called Lin Fan her little boyfriend. How embarrassing it would be for Lin Fan to hear that. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind the two. Tang Ruobing thought it was Lin Fan coming and quickly turned her head. When she saw that it was a strange man, the smile on her face instantly disappeared and her willowy brows furrowed slightly. The look in this strange man's eyes disgusted her greatly. Fei Jiqing just saw Tang Ruobing's back from afar, thinking that it was a pretty girl with a good face and was ready to come over and strike up a conversation. Who knew that after actually seeing Tang Ruobing's face, he was instantly dumbfounded. It's so beautiful. It's almost like the fairies have come down to earth. Especially that smile like a flower in full bloom is simply charming. Even without a smile you look just as good. He felt like he was going to fall in love. Hello, two beautiful women. He sat directly on the empty chair next to him, smiling as he greeted Tang Ruobing, playing the spirit of shamelessness while putting his Mercedes-S car keys on the table. Every now and then, he tapped his finger on the table to remind the two of the keys on the table. When Tang Ruobing saw that Fei Jiqing had actually sat down directly, her face instantly showed displeasure. Zhao Sinan wasn't like Tang Ruobing, who didn't say anything. She directly said in a cold voice to Fei Jiqing, "Please leave. There's already someone here. Isn't there no one there now? I'll leave when someone comes," Fei Jiqing said, and even revealed a smile that he thought was very charming. He was going to take shamelessness to the extreme, and if such an extremely beautiful woman missed the chance to get to know her, he would probably regret it for years. He was sure that if he followed Missy around, he would always find an opportunity. He's going to show his full strength. When Missy learns what he's capable of, she'll still be indifferent. What is strength? The strength was not how knowledgeable he was, but this $1 million Mercedes key in his hand. He tapped his fingers on the table harder. Why is that? He realized that Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan didn't even glance at the car keys on his desk. Reserved? Yes, it must be reserve. He pounded the table harder, his fingers getting a little red and swollen. At this time, he suddenly saw a smile on Tang Ruobing's face. The heart became even more excited, and the fingers became black and swollen without even realizing it. He felt that it must be Tang Ruobing who sought his strength. Tang Ruobing stood up, smiled at the visitor and asked, "Is the car parked?" The visitor was none other than Lin Fan, who had parked his car and rushed over. Chapter 190. It's written there. It's already parked. Lin Fan nodded and smiled faintly at Tang Ruobing, casually shaking the key in his hand as he spoke. When Fei Jiqing saw that Tang Ruobing was actually smiling at a man, he was instantly very jealous in his heart. He stood up with a grim face, wanting to see what kind of a man dared to compete with him for a woman. He turned his head, and when he saw the car keys casually waving in Lin Fan's hand, he was instantly dumbfounded. He looked at the car keys in Lin Fan's hand, his mouth wide open in shock, his eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. This is the key to a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? It's fake, right? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, fantasizing that what he was seeing was fake. I opened my eyes and saw that the key was still there. He knew this car key really couldn't be any more real. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. He sort of understood why Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan didn't go and take a look at his car keys. $1 million car is not even comparable to an $8 million car. People came in an $8 million Rolls-Royce Cullinan, so how would they care about their own car that was only $1 million? He instantly felt a flash of fire on his face, like being slapped hard and invisibly. He felt like a clown in front of Tang Ruobing. He couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground at this point. Without further hesitation, he hurriedly stood up and left quickly without looking back. He was afraid that Lin Fan would clean him up, but he knew that some of the top daimyo had very eccentric tempers that couldn't be measured by normal people's thinking. Lin Fan glanced at Fei Jiqing, who was leaving at a fast pace, and although it was a bit strange, he didn't ask more questions. Let's hurry over there now. Zhao Sinan stood up and said excitedly. She couldn't wait. Tang Ruobing nodded when she saw Zhao Sinan's appearance. The trio exited the cafe and headed toward the ticket gate at the sports plaza. Holy, that's a lot of people. Zhao Sinan looked at the long line of people. Her eyes widened and she exclaimed in shock. Tang Ruobing looked at such a long line, and was also in a state of headache. How long will it take for them to get their turn? Lin Fan was speechless as he looked at so many people. Although he knew it was crowded when he parked his car, he was still shocked to actually see the several hundred-meter long queue. He hadn't expected Lu Yueqi to be so influential and have so many fans. Zhao Sinan jumped up and down anxiously as she watched such a long line. She inadvertently looked a short distance away. She remembered that there was supposed to be another entrance over there. She grabbed Tang Ruobing's hand. Come on, let's go over there. Without waiting for Tang Ruobing's reply, he tugged Tang Ruobing and walked quickly towards another entrance. Lin Fan didn't ask any more questions and quietly followed behind the two. Zhao Sinan came to the other entrance, and sure enough, she saw that there were ticket inspectors on this side as well. The key here is that there's no one in line. She instantly said smugly to Tang Ruobing. See, there's another entrance here. It's still me who's smart, isn't it? She finished tugging Tang Ruobing toward the ticket gate. Lin Fan shook his head when he heard Zhao Sinan's words, but he saw a signboard next to him that said, "This is the entrance for VIP ticket checking. General audience, please go forward." He stood still and didn't move. It was too late to go up and stop Zhao Sinan. He won't stop it, but the ticket inspectors will. Zhao Sinan took out 3 tickets and handed them to the ticket inspector. This is a ticket for the 3 of us. The ticket inspector glanced at the ticket handed over by Zhao Sinan and did not reach out to take the ticket, but said very politely, "Ladies, excuse me, this is the VIP ticket entrance. General audience, please go over there and line up for admission," he said and pointed in the direction of the long line. When Zhao Sinan heard the ticket inspector's words, her face, which had just been excited, wilted. Tang Ruobing tugged on Zhao Sinan's hand, signaling her to leave. The people's ticket inspectors had already said that this was the VIP ticket entrance, so their ordinary tickets definitely couldn't go in through here. Although Zhao Sinan was upset, there was nothing she could do about it. Who made her ticket an ordinary ticket, not a VIP ticket? The two turned around to see Lin Fan standing not far away looking at the two. Zhao Sinan let go of Tang Ruobing's hand and trotted over to Lin Fan, questioning, "Did you already know that this is the VIP ticket checking entrance?" She had some anger on her face, thinking that Lin Fan was deliberately making a fool of her and watching her laugh. That's so bad. She decided to go back and give Tang Ruobing a good earful. She couldn't bear the thought of her best friend jumping into the fire for such a bad boy. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he saw Zhao Sinan's appearance. "You don't look at the signs when you walk, and you're blaming someone else?" He pointed to a sign not far off to the side. "It's written there, 'You guys left so fast I didn't have time to call you,'" he explained anyway to avoid any misunderstanding. As for whether Zhao Sinan believed it or not, it was none of his business. When Zhao Sinan heard Lin Fan's words, she looked at the sign not far away, and sure enough, it was just as Lin Fan had said, and her ears rolled involuntarily. "Turns out it was all because I was in such a hurry that I didn't pay attention to the signs next to me." Knowing that she couldn't blame Lin Fan for this, she turned around and walked over to Tang Ruobing's side. At this time, a luxury business car stopped not far from the trio. At this moment, a middle-aged woman in a fashionable dress hurriedly walked out from the VIP ticket gate. Seeing that the car had stopped, the middle-aged woman hurriedly jogged to the front of the car. The car door slowly opened and a middle-aged man stepped down from the car. The middle-aged man wore all black clothes and a pair of black-rimmed glasses, not imposing himself, making people look like they knew this was a superior person. The middle-aged woman smiled and asked, "Vice President Shui, why did you come all of a sudden? I wasn't prepared at all on my side." This was a middle-aged man was none other than Shui Junshen, the vice president of the Tashang Chao Huang Entertainment Company. He was passing through Lu Cheng this time and heard that Lu Yueqi was having a concert and came over to have a look. It's logical that a rising star wouldn't be enough to bring him to the scene in person. However, Lu Yueqi was different. Lu Yueqi was a relative of the general manager, and this could not help but be taken seriously. He nodded at the middle-aged woman and said with a smile, "I just happened to be passing through Lu Cheng, and I heard that Yu Qi is having a concert today, so I came over to take a look." The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "You've really got a lot of heart. You're welcome inside." Shui Junshen nodded and lifted his feet, ready to enter the sports plaza. He unintentionally glanced at the Lin Fan trio who were preparing to leave not far away. This is?" A flash of surprise appeared on his face. He walked quickly towards the Lin Fan trio. Zhao Sinan and Tang Ruobing were filled with confusion when they saw Shui Junshen, who was suddenly walking towards them. "Don't understand what the other side wants?" The two of them looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. Shui Junshen came in front of Lin Fan, his body bowing slightly, his face full of smiles, saying somewhat curtly, "Good day, Lin Dong. I'm Shui Junshen, the vice president of the Tashang Chao Huang Entertainment Company." Chapter 191, Didn't you see it all? Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan were instantly dumbfounded when they heard Shui Junshen's words. The two were shocked with their mouths wide open and their eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. "This? How is that possible? Why is Shui Junshen, the vice president of Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment, so respectful to Lin Fan?" There was a pleasing expression on his face. "What exactly is Lin Fan's identity?" "Mr. Lin?" Just now Shui Junshen called Lin Fan Lin Dong. Could it be that Lin Fan is the director of Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment? Doesn't that mean Lin Fan is considered the boss of Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment? That's incredible too. Tang Ruobing's eyes were glowing brightly as she looked at Lin Fan. She hadn't thought that Lin Fan had shares in the Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment Company. This is a nationally recognized entertainment company. Schoolboy Lin is really like an enigma. So elusive. It suddenly occurred to Zhao Sinan that if Lin Fan was the owner of Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment, then wouldn't Lu Yueqi be Lin Fan's employee? The owner has every right to enter an employee's concert and go through the VIP ticket gate. She looked at Lin Fan, wanting to verify what was in her mind. Is Lin Fan the owner of Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment or not? When Lin Fan heard Shui Junshen's words, he put on a smile and asked with deep meaning, "You know me?" He hadn't thought that this time the system wasn't only letting the general manager of the Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment Company know what he looked like. The system wanted to tell Lin Fan, "You're overthinking it." As for why Xue Junchen could recognize Lin Fan, of course it was the general manager, Lian Tingkai, who gave Xue Junchen information and photos about Lin Fan. "I've seen your picture," Xue Junchen said hurriedly. He looked at Lin Fan in front of him and sighed in his heart. Although he knew that Lin Fan wasn't very old, he was still startled to see Lin Fan in person. Simply too young. The key is so young to become the director of the Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment Company. It is simply a promising future. His main purpose for this detour to Luchang was to meet Lin Fan, get in good with Lin Fan. Although he was the vice president of the company, he was still a part-time worker in the end. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. "You came to see the Yuechi concert too?" Xue Junchen looked at Lin Fan and asked. "Well, it's just a general admission ticket that I bought," Lin Fan said indifferently. Before Xue Junchen could speak, the middle-aged woman next to him immediately understood and hurriedly said, "Lin Dong, you come with me. I'll take you in." At this time, Xue Junchen's phone rang. "Lin Dong, you go in first. I'll take a call," he apologized and said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand and said indifferently, "You're busy with your own business. Don't worry about me." Turning her head to Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan, she smiled and said, "Come on, let's go in." Zhao Sinan excitedly took Tang Ruobing's hand and followed Lin Fan towards the VIP entrance. The middle-aged woman spoke to the ticket inspector, and Lin Fan's trio smoothly entered the interior of the sports plaza. This stage is so big and beautiful. Zhao Sinan's eyes glowed as she looked at the huge stage in front of her, which also had a huge display. "Lin Dong, do you need me to rearrange your seat for you?" The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Fan and inquired. The seats had been arranged a long time ago, and it would be more troublesome for her to arrange a seat for Lin Fan. It was already busy enough for her when Xue Junchen came. Now there was another director, which made her head spin even more. She had a bitter laugh in her heart. Couldn't she have been informed in advance? Lin Fan waved his hand and said indifferently, "No need, we'll just sit in our original position. You go about your business." He also knew that all these VIP tickets had been given out in advance, and it was bound to be very troublesome to arrange a place for him now. He didn't come here to add to the staff's problems. Besides, he didn't care about Lu Yuechi's concert at all. He just came over to hit the sauce. The middle-aged woman was relieved when she heard Lin Fan say so. She was really afraid that Lin Fan would ask her to arrange VIP seats for her. Her eyes were complicated as she watched Lin Fan leave. She hadn't expected the company to have such a young director. What's even more rare and valuable is that Lin Fan is very talkative and approachable, not at all standoffish. I wonder what kind of family raises such fine young men. She sighed in her mind and turned to leave. She had so much to do. Lin Fan followed Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan to find a seat and sat down. Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan sat together, and Lin Fan sat down next to Tang Ruobing. Zhao Sinan probed her head to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't understand what was wrong with this Zhao Sinan again. He touched his nose and asked with a smile, "What, do I have flowers on my face?" Zhao Sinan didn't laugh, but asked with a surprised face, "Are you really the director of the Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment Company?" She still had a feeling of unreality. After all, the shock Lin Fan had given her was just too great. To Shangqiu Wang Entertainment, a nationally ranked entertainment company. The valuation is said to be as high as $40 billion and growing. She believed that Lin Fan definitely had quite a few shares in his hands, or else he wouldn't have made a vice president so memorable. She glanced enviously at Tang Ruobing next to her. "I used to think that Lin Fan is a rich second generation, but now it seems that this is not a rich second generation, is simply a diamond bachelor." Lin Fan shrugged and said indifferently, "Didn't you see it all?" Zhao Sinan whispered to Tang Ruobing, "Xiao Bing, you've really picked up a treasure this time. Get ready to stay home and be a rich wife from now on." This is her sincere words. Lin Fan is so capable. In the future there is no need for Tang Ruobing to come out to work. Then Tang Ruobing will be a rich wife. When Tang Ruobing heard Zhao Sinan's words, her ears instantly turned red, and she gently pinched Zhao Sinan's arm, saying in a petulant whisper, "What are you talking nonsense about?" After she finished speaking, she sneaked a glance up at Lin Fan and realized that Lin Fan was looking away, so she was relieved. How humiliating this would have to be if Lin Fan heard it. The two whispered and snorted. Lin Fan shook his head as he looked at the jostling two. "Close your eyes and begin to shut them. Time passes minute by minute, second by second. Finally it's almost 8 o'clock. The entire sports plaza was full at this point. The lights around the entire sports plaza slowly went out. Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan also stopped fighting. Tang Ruobing saw Lin Fan's eyes tightly closed and gently pushed Lin Fan. Lin Fan opened his eyes and saw a countdown appear on the screen. Proof that the concert is about to begin. How Lu Yuechi was also an employee of his company. He planned to listen to a few songs seriously. Let's see how good this Lu Yuechi is. There's still a big difference between the live effect and the studio effect. The only way to see how good a person really is to be there. As the countdown ended, the lights on the stage began to go out. That's when the music started. A beautiful woman in a white ancient dress slowly flew down from the sky, like a fairy descending to earth. This beauty was naturally Lu Yueqi. Chapter 192, I wonder if you're ready? With the appearance of Lu Yueqi, the audience in the arena boiled over. All stood up and shouted out Lu Yueqi's name. Lu Yueqi, Lu Yueqi, Lu Yueqi. Seeing that everyone was so enthusiastic, Lu Yueqi had a smile on her face and put the microphone to her mouth, lightly opened her lips and slowly said, "Thank you all for coming to my concert." She finished and bowed in thanks. Lin Fan looked at Lu Yueqi on the stage and sighed. In terms of face value alone, Lu Yueqi and Tang Ruobing were on par, but on Lu Yueqi's body there was one more minute of mature flavor. After all, Lu Yueqi's age was there, 5 or 6 years older than Tang Ruobing. Together with the exquisite makeup that Lu Yueqi had drawn, it made her really look like a dreamy fairy that didn't eat the earth. As the intro ends, pleasant voices rang out across the scene. Not a bad voice. Singing is fine. Lin Fan nodded. Lu Yueqi's voice was very good. If this was properly cultivated, it would still not be difficult to become a top-tier singer in the future. But to become a diva superstar, sometimes it's not all about a few songs alone. Xue Junchen came in after making a phone call, and when he saw Lin Fan sitting in an ordinary seat, he frowned slightly and looked at the middle-aged woman next to him with displeasure on his face. How come there are no VIP seats for Lin Dong? When the middle-aged woman heard Xue Junchen's question, she hurriedly said, "I was going to arrange VIP seats for Dong Lin, but Dong Lin refused." A bitter laugh ran through her mind. She knew Xue Junchen would ask. After all, Lin Fan was a shareholder of the company. When Xue Junchen heard the middle-aged woman's words, he knew that it was Lin Fan's intention and his face eased a bit. "Okay, I know. Go ahead and get busy. I'll just go over there myself," he said as he waved his hand at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman heard Xue Junchen's words and let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. It's so hard to serve these people. The moments are gut-wrenching. There's no way who called them leaders. The middle-aged woman left at a fast pace. Xue Junchen came directly to the VIP seat and sat down. Glancing at Lin Fan and realizing that Lin Fan was listening to the song seriously, he was relieved in his heart. After 3 songs, Lin Fan went back into shut-eye. After listening to 3 songs he already knew in his heart where Lu Yueqi's true level was. There's no need to be expending energy on focused listening. He now sang Riweki as if it were something like a lullaby. But, don't tell me, it works really, really well. He had a drowsy feeling now. On stage, Yuki Lu sold her song. This guy? She realized that Lin Fan was watching her concert and was actually sleeping. It wasn't that her eyes were so sharp, but Lin Fan was sitting in the first row, and with everyone else either cheering or waving glow sticks in their hands, Lin Fan was so obvious that it was hard not to let her see him. She was very angry in her mind. Is it really so hard to get your own singing voice into your ears? But looking at the reaction of the audience, his song was very popular. She took a deep breath and continued to sing. She couldn't let just one person affect her concert. The concert is quickly coming to a close. Her eyes held a hint of anger. She realized that Lin Fan had actually spent the entire concert sleeping, no longer opening his eyes, making her heart furious to the extreme. She felt it was a sign of disrespect from Lin Fan. You don't have to come to the concert if you don't like her. And when you do come, watch it properly. How could Lin Fan not make her angry when he came but was there huffing and puffing and sleeping? She decided to teach Lin Fan a lesson, because there was an interactive session with the audience at the end of the concert. She wanted Lin Fan to go on stage and make a public spectacle of him. It was the only way to get rid of the anger in her heart. Time is flying by and the concert is coming to a close. She held the microphone with a smile on her face. Next, I'm going to ask a live audience member to come on stage and sing a song with me. I wonder which audience member would like to come up. As her words fell, the stage boiled over. Me, Lu Yueqi, pick me. Yuki Lu, I'm a big fan of yours. The stage was a cacophony of noise. Lu Yueqi put the microphone back to her mouth and said with a smile, "Everyone is just so enthusiastic that I don't know how to choose. Everyone sit down first." Then he turned his head and addressed the crew on stage. "Staff, get me a flashlight." The staff quickly brought a flashlight. Lu Yueqi turned on the flashlight and said with a smile on her face, "I'll close my eyes next and shake the flashlight in my hand. To be fair, all of you count to 10 and whoever the flashlight shines on at the end gets to go on stage. Okay?" There was a loud cry from the stage. "Good." Lu Yueqi turned to the audience and smiled. "When I say start, you guys start counting." She slowly closed her eyes and opened her vermilion lips. "Begin." The flashlight in her hand began to shake, causing a squeal from the stage. At the same time a counting sound rang out from the stage. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the last number fell, her flashlight stopped. It shines right on the sleeping Lin Fan. Lin Fan suddenly felt a bright light flash before his eyes, and he slowly opened them. Both eyes looked around in confusion. He realized that Lu Yueqi was shining a flashlight at him. With a slight frown, he looked at Tang Ruobing and asked suspiciously, "What's going on here?" Tang Ruobing naturally knew that Lin Fan had been sleeping. She thought that Lin Fan was tired and naturally didn't go to call Lin Fan. She patiently explained it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was speechless in his heart when he heard Tang Ruobing's explanation. He's just sleeping. How come he's a lucky spectator? He glanced at Lu Yueqi on the stage. When Lu Yueqi saw Lin Fan wake up, a smug expression appeared on her face. At this time, the spotlight hit Lin Fan. Lu Yueqi took the microphone and said, "Let's welcome this gentleman to the stage with a warm round of applause." There was a thunderous applause from the stage. "Get on stage! Get on stage! Get on stage!" Lin Fan was only here to play the sauce. He didn't want to make a splash, but looking at this situation, he couldn't do it without going on stage. He stood up somewhat helplessly and headed for the stage. Coming onto the stage, he suddenly noticed a touch of cunning in Lu Yueqi's eyes. Did the other guy do it on purpose? But he didn't remember sinning against Lu Yueqi. He shook his head, thinking he might be overthinking things. "Hello sir, you will be next to sing this song with me. I wonder if you're ready." Lin Fan naturally wouldn't sing any songs with Lu Yueqi, and he was about to refuse. At this time, the audience on stage did not know who shouted. "Go for it, Class President Lin. Captain Lin, I love you. Class President Lin, you're the best. Captain Lin, I want to give you a monkey." Chapter 193, I'm really just here to play soy sauce. Lin Fan heard the voices from the stage and knew that this was a student from Lu University. Only the students of Ryu University would know him as the head of Lin's class, but the others don't get it. "Is this class president Lin famous?" a girl asked with curiosity on her face as she looked at the boy who was shouting next to her. "That's for sure. Class President Lin is the man of the hour at our Lu University. He's good at piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. Class President Lin is not only good at basketball, but he's even exceptionally good at soccer. Class President Lin is even a martial arts expert. Even our school's sparring champion is no match for Class President Lin." The boy brightened up when he heard the girl's question. This girl is average looking but very durable. He had a smile on his face and his mouth was full of words. Captain Lin is just like him. He blew Lin Fan off so much that he was close to saying that Lin Fan was Superman. What's even more bizarre is that the girl was listening to it with great interest. After hearing this, the girl took out her cell phone, opened the QR code, and said, "Let's add a friend." Boys heard the girl's words, excitedly rushed to take out the phone, quickly sweep the code to add friends in one go. The girl saw that the friending was successful and smiled. "In the future, you have to keep me informed of what happens to Lin Banpeng." She added this boy naturally to get the latest news from Lin's class president. She saw that handsome appearance of Lin Fan and directly transformed into a fan. She just wanted to be Lin Fan's little fangirl. When the boy heard the girl's words, instead of being frustrated, an even brighter smile appeared on his face as he patted his chest vigorously and said, "Don't worry, in the future, I'll be sure to be the first to tell you the latest news about Class President Lin." He naturally knew what the girls were thinking, but ideas are ideas and reality is reality. There wasn't a single female student at Luchun University who didn't want to be Lin Fan's girlfriend. He was sure that was what all the girls at Ryu University thought. But what about reality? The reality is also that only schoolgirl Tang is Class President Lin's girlfriend. This girl is average in appearance. Compared to the Tang school flower is 100,000 miles. Lin Class President naturally do not see. When this girl recognizes reality, won't that be his chance? As the saying goes, you get the moon before you get the water. He was very thankful to Lin Fan in his heart at this moment. If it wasn't for Lin Fan, how would he have the chance to get in touch with this girl? He had it all worked out in his mind that if he really got married to this girl, he would definitely invite Lin Fan to come and drink the wedding wine at that time. For a short time, a number of people joined in the cheering through the introduction of students from Ryu University. Lin's class president cheered even louder. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless as he looked at the enthusiastic audience on stage. "I'm really just here for the sauce," he spat helplessly in his mind. Lu Yueqi was also startled to see such an enthusiastic audience. She hadn't expected this boy named Lin Banpeng to be so influential, but the influence was not big enough. She had to make a fool out of Lin Fan. It was hard for her not to get this breath out of her heart. "Squad leader Lin, I wonder if you're ready." Lu Yueqi looked at Lin Fan and said mischievously. She also learned from the audience to call Lin Fan Lin class president. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't agree to sing with Lu Yueqi on the same stage. After all, he wasn't a person who liked to be in the limelight. At the very least he thought so. He was about to open his mouth to refuse. At this time, the system voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. "Release the mission. Being a great tycoon, how can one fear being in the spotlight? Accept Yueqi's invitation and show off your charms to your heart's content. Accepting the mission and rewarding to Shangqiu Huang Entertainment with 10% equity. Mission denied. No reward." Lin Fan was speechless for a moment when he heard the system mission. He hadn't expected the system to follow suit. Is he afraid of being in the spotlight? He's seeing no benefit. Okay? This quest reward smells so good though. Another 10% stake in Supreme Tide Royal Entertainment. That's another 40 little goals. He's on a fast track to $25 billion in value. System, accept the mission. The system had come to deliver warmth. So what reason did he have not to accept it? He turned his head to look at Lu Yuechi, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. It really didn't occur to me that Lu Yuechi was still a money-giving boy. No, a money-giving girl. He smiled and said, I'm ready. Lu Yuechi froze when she heard Lin Fan's reply. That's a yes? Shouldn't we shrug off the refusal? How was it different from what she had in mind? She thought that Lin Fan would definitely shrug off and refuse. After all, Lin Fan was unprepared and would definitely make a fool of himself if he went straight to the stage like this. She had all thought of multiple scenarios in her mind to use to convince Lin Fan, but now Lin Fan had agreed so crisply. It gave her the feeling that her whole body was hitting cotton. She looked at the smile on Lin Fan's face, which made her heart very unhappy. A possibility occurred to her with a twinkle in her eye. It was Lin Fan who was pretending to be calm in order to save face. After all, everyone was calling for Lin Fan so much right now. Even if Lin Fan knew that he might make a fool of himself, he still had to be tough. Yeah, that must be it. She felt that Lin Fan was just pretending at this point. Don't look calm on the outside, but on the inside you're panicking a bunch. She made sure to let Lin Fan sing first later. She believed that Lin Fan would inevitably reveal himself as soon as he opened his mouth to sing. At that time, Lin Fan would inevitably make a fool of himself in front of everyone. The thought of it soothed her mind. She looked at Lin Fan, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, and said with a smile, since class leader Lin is ready, let's begin. She finished with a nod to the crew on stage. Music soon played on stage. Class President Lin, you go first. Lu Yuechi made a pleased gesture. The smile on her face grew even wider, as if she was seeing Lin Fan make a fool of himself, her heart bursting with triumph. Lin Fan nodded indifferently when he heard Lu Yuechi's words. Since he had accepted the system mission, he would definitely not back down. After all, there are 40 small goals at stake. As the accompaniment ended, he put the microphone to his mouth. A clear and loud voice came out from inside the microphone. That voice was like heavenly music. Lu Yuechi, who was ready to watch the joke next to her, was instantly confused when she heard Lin Fan's song. Her mouth was wide open in shock, her eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? Hasn't Captain Lin always pretended? Why do you sing so well? A voice so loud, no vibrato at all? It was simply better than even she, the original singer, could sing. How could she not expect Lin Fan's singing voice to be so good? She had a bitter laugh in her heart at this point. She had always thought that Lin Fan was pretending to be calm, but now it seemed that Lin Fan was truly powerful. People don't need to pretend to be calm at all. They don't know how many streets she's left behind with this singing ability. She felt a flash of fire on her face. It was like being slapped hard. It hurts. A lot. She realized at that moment why Lin Fan had to sleep when he listened to her concert. Chapter 194, I have to go home and have dinner with my mom. Lu Yuechi she herself didn't even know how she managed to finish this song with Lin Fan. She had been in a muddled state, and had it not been for the fact that the song was hers, sung countless times, and particularly familiar, she probably didn't know how many mistakes she would have made. The song was finally finished, which brought a long sigh of relief to her heart. At this point the audience on stage was on their feet applauding and cheering. Captain Lin, Lin Banchang, Lin Banshi, one more, Captain Lin, I love you. It's really because Lin Fan's singing voice is so good. After the sound of the music stopped, the system voice promptly sounded in Lin Fan's head. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The relevant shareholding documents of to the Shangsheng Chiu Huang Entertainment Company have been placed in the study of Villa Haitian No. 1. Gaining 50 system points. That's the nice thing about the system. It never defaults on rewards. There's still 50 points left for another lucky dip. After hearing the system voice, Lin Fan's mood was doubly refreshed. Lin Fan looked at the enthusiastic audience on stage, smiled slightly and bowed. He handed the microphone to the staff member next to him, nodded to Lu Yuechi next to him, and lifted his feet toward the stage, getting him to sing another song that's not going to happen. After all, he's not a fan of the limelight. Returning to their seats, both Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan stared at him with unblinking eyes. What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? Lin Fan looked at the two and asked with a smile, touching his face after he finished. Tang Ruobing didn't say anything, but Zhao Sinan said excitedly first, Senior Lin, you're really great. Your singing is really good. Zhao Sinan now looked like one of Lin Fan's little fangirls. Average. Lin Fan said modestly. His singing skills are top-notch. Even those divas are at this level. Although Tang Ruobing didn't say anything, a bright light shone in her eyes. Schoolboy Lin is really a treasure boy. He can write. He can fight. And he can sing. It wouldn't be bad to have a boyfriend like schoolboy Lin. Her heart involuntarily raced at the thought in her mind. Lu Yueqi on the stage saw Lin Fan get off the stage and leave, a smile barely appearing on her face. That's the end of today's concert. Thank you all for coming to my concert. Thank you all. She finished with a deep bow. She glanced at Lin Fan with complicated eyes. Lu Yueqi's words had just fallen, and all of a sudden, the crowd on stage frantically ran forward. Lin Fan heard Lu Yueqi say that the concert was over and said to Tang Ruobing next to him, "Let's go back too." Tang Ruobing nodded. Lin Fan was just about to get up when he saw a group of people suddenly surrounding him and was instantly confused. What's going on here? All that could be heard was the crowd yelling, "Class President Lin, give me an autograph. Class President Lin, take a picture with me. Captain Lin, I love you." Lin Fan shivered as he looked at the frantic crowd. That's too much. Even if he had a full level in fighting arts, he was still terrified in his heart at this moment. There are simply too many people. Guys, please move over. I have to go home and have dinner with my mom. He came up with a rather touching reason for wanting everyone to get out of the way, but he underestimated the fan frenzy. His voice was quickly swallowed up by the voices of the fans. A breathless pang went through him. When did he become a big star? If you're not going to block Lu Yueqi, why are you blocking me? He spat helplessly in his mind. Fortunately, the concert security was relatively in place, and soon a group of security guards ran over and escorted Lin Fan's trio to the VIP exit. Lin Fan arrived at the VIP exit and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. At this time, Shui Junchen was already waiting for Lin Fan at the exit. "Lin Dong, I'll walk you out." Shui Junchen smiled at Lin Fan. He looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes. When Lu Yueqi called Lin Fan to sing on stage, he was sweating in his heart, afraid that Lin Fan would make a fool of himself. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to sing so well. Lin Fan nodded and didn't refuse. The group left through the VIP exit. Lu Yueqi looked at Lin Fan, who was escorted away by the crowd, and in a trance, she felt that Lin Fan was the protagonist of this concert, and she was just a bystander, a spectator. She shook her head, sighed, and walked off the stage. Outside the VIP exit, "Lin Dong, did you drive here?" Shui Junchen asked thoughtfully. If Lin Fan didn't drive here, he could arrange for someone to take Lin Fan back. Any chance to please Lin Fan was an opportunity he didn't want to miss. "My car is parked in a parking lot some distance from here," Lin Fan said helplessly. Shui Junchen's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Fan's words and said to the driver next to him, "Xiao Yang, you send Lin Dong to the parking place." He turned his head to Lin Fan and said, "Lin Dong, let's add a friend. I can report to you in time if something happens." Lin Fan did not refuse. After all, now he is also a shareholder holding 20% of the shares of Tashang Chao Huang Entertainment Company. Some of the company's situation or to pay attention to it. He took out his cell phone and opened the QR code. Shui Junchen hurriedly scanned the QR code to add friends. "Lin Dong, you take your time." He sent Lin Fan and the three of them to the car and waved at them. Lin Fan drove Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan back to school, then drove back to Haitian No. 1 Villa. He changed out of his clothes and went to the study, putting away the equity documents of the Supreme Tide Royal Entertainment Company. Sit in the leather-seated chair and tap on the system virtual panel. "System, open the lucky roulette." Just as his words fell, the big wheel of fortune spun. "Stop." The big wheel of fortune slowed to a stop. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the consummate level rock climbing skill. He heard the system reward light up before his eyes. Surprisingly, it's a skill. Not bad, real good. System, use the rock climbing skill. A lot more knowledge related to rock climbing came to his mind. At the same time he felt the strength in his arms, legs and waist increase. He now had the illusion that he could easily climb up a 200-story building with his bare hands. "Doesn't that make you Superman?" he muttered. He stood up and mumbled, "I'm so happy today. Leave the study and come to the bedroom." He was ready to wash up and go to bed. Just as Lin Fan was getting ready for bed, the internet exploded. Someone posted a video of Lin Fan singing at the concert. The video surprisingly broke 100 million views in 1 hour. The key is still growing like crazy. The reviews are even higher at 100,000 plus, and they're all favorable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is this man? This singing is too good. This man's vocals are simply at the level of a heavenly king. Why have we never seen this man before in the entertainment industry? This little brother is really handsome. Not only is he handsome, he also sings so well. Little brother and big beautiful Lu are so well matched. What a pair of golden children. Urgently, online for little brother's name. Chapter 195, there will be no shortage of red wine in the future. It was late at night, and the general manager's office of Sunflower Seed Entertainment in Willow City was still lit. Sun Langlin had just finished the work at hand and placed the papers in his hand on the desk. He touched the top of his soon-to-be bald head with a headache. Not one of their new company stars has pleased him lately. If this continues, the future of their company is in jeopardy. It's hard for a company to last without fresh blood. Bored, he took out his cell phone, ready to look at the hot list. As an entertainer, you must always keep an eye on the hot events. Aha, nothing special. He shook his head, seeing the top 10 hotspots. These were old hotspots. These hotspots at the front of the line are basically hotspots that some entertainment company paid for. Their company also spends money on hotspots that they use to increase exposure when they are campaigning for one of their entertainment stars. He swiped down the screen. This is? Shocker. Mysterious man shows up at Yu Yuki's concert. This hotspot is surprisingly at number 13, and the key heat is still growing by the looks of it. He was very curious in his mind. Such a headline obviously didn't look like a hotspot for an entertainment company's hype. Tap on. He saw the video of Lin Fan and Lu Yueqi singing on the same stage. This? How is that possible? When he heard Lin Fan's voice, he whooshed and stood up. His shocked eyes were rolling round and round like copper bells, full of disbelief. This voice? That's really nice. Not only does it sound good, but its key has its own character. Even though the equipment used for this recording is not professional, it brings out that unique voice. And this appearance, simply a creamy boy. This is the face of a natural flow. Coupled with this unique voice, she is bound to become a top-tier singer in the future. No, it's more than a line, it's a superstar. He still had that eye as the general manager of the company. He could tell from Lin Fan's singing voice and appearance that Lin Fan had superb potential. This is a future diva. You know that a single diva can hold up an entire entertainment company for decades without fail. How could he not be excited to see the future diva right in front of his eyes? After his excitement, he slowly slid the comment. He wanted to get more news about Lin Fan, and reviews were the fastest way to get information. Sure enough, after scrolling through 1,000 comments, he found Lin Fan's message. Class President Lim of RUCI University? Freshman? This? When he saw these messages from Lin Fan, his eyes grew even wider, and his hand holding the phone unconsciously began to tremble. Freshman. It showed that Lin Fan hadn't joined any entertainment companies, so how could he not be excited? After all, if Lin Fan had joined any entertainment company, it would be impossible for him to still go to college peacefully. What made him even more excited was that Lin Fan's school was Lucheng University. His company is in Willow City. As the saying goes, proximity gives him an advantage over any other out-of-town entertainment company. As long as he gave enough sincerity, he was sure Lin Fan would know how to choose. If it wasn't late at night at this point, he would have wanted to go to Lucheng University to find Lin Fan right now. He took out his cell phone and found the phone number of one of the company's vice presidents, ready to ask this vice president to find Lin Fan tomorrow. His finger was about to hit the dial button when it suddenly stopped. He put his cell phone down. He finally decided to go to Lin Fan in person tomorrow. Faced with a future diva, he still didn't feel comfortable letting someone else do it. He was going to find Lin Fan for lunch at noon. Eating can bring the two closer together. The relationship to talk about cooperation. It will not be so abrupt. He made his decision and took a deep breath. His body was filled with strength at this moment, and the exhaustion he had just felt had long since disappeared without a trace. He believed that as long as he could convince Lin Fan to join his company, then his company would be brilliant for at least a few more decades. Even under Lin Fan's influence, his company was able to move to the next level. He straightened his clothes, ready to go home, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep. Meet Lin Fan tomorrow in full spirits, humming a little tune. He turned off the lights and left the office. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up early. After washing up, he sat on the bed and clicked on the system's virtual panel to check out the $1 second items. He froze when he saw today's $second item. 10% stake in the Pinnacle Garden wine chain for $1. 100% equity in Willow City Dreamfan Custom Apparel Company for $1. He froze not because of the Pinkinjuan wine chain, but because of the 100% stake in Dreamfan Clothing Customization Company in Lucheng. Willow City Dreamfan Custom Apparel is a custom apparel company that specializes in custom apparel. Wang Mengfan is a world-class costume designer. This store is so famous precisely because of the presence of Master Wang Mengfan. This company has only been valued at $600 million. This shows the value of this Master Wang Mengfan himself. There are quite a few rich people from the imperial capital who come to Lucheng to look for Master Wang Mengfan's customized clothes. It is evident that Master Wang Mengfan is very well known. How could such a company be for sale? He couldn't figure it out and didn't bother to think about it much. This can only mean that the system is too good. He had planned to get ready to customize a few outfits after military training. He didn't care much for designer clothes. Comfort was the most important thing. It didn't occur to him that the system had given him a surprise. This way, in the future, he can just tell the company what kind of clothes he needs. System, buy them all, he said without hesitation. As far as the Pinnacle wine chain is concerned, it's only $1 and there's no hesitation. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. Equity documents for Pin Ching Yuan Wine Chain Store and Lu Chang Meng Fan Clothing Customization Company have been placed in the villa study. Aha! The delivery speed of the system is still so impressive. Instead of rushing to the study, he picked up his cell phone and searched for the Pinkinjuan wine chain. The Pinkinjuan wine chain has dozens of chain stores in China. All the wines sold are produced and brewed in-house. It has its own grape base and winery abroad, which is said to be at the same latitude as the base of a world-famous red wine. It is important to realize that the quality of red wine is mainly determined by the raw materials. This also determines the positioning of the red wine of the Pinkinjuan wine chain, which is mainly medium and high-end red wine. The Pinnacle wine chain is currently valued at around $10 billion. It is a very promising wine company in the country. Sure enough, it was just like he thought. The system would produce a good product. There will be no shortage of red wine in the future. He put away his cell phone, stood up, and walked out of the bedroom and toward the den. Coming to the study, he picked up the relevant equity documents, looked them over, and put them away. He put the papers away and walked downstairs. He ran around the yard for a while and returned to the kitchen to simply make a breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Fan drove his car in the direction of Luchang University. Chapter 196, You Flew in So Fast? Willowtown University parking lot. Lin Fan parked his car and stepped out of it. Looking up at the sky, it was still so clear. The weather has been pretty good these days, all sunny. He whistled under his breath and walked toward his dorm with his hands in his pants pockets. Just walked into the dorm. Asterisk 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 You're back. Senior, how was your night with MS Tang last night? Boss Zhang Ziqiang put down his toiletries and scowled at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard his boss Zhang Ziqiang's words. That's pretty nosy. After the concert, I sent Sister Tang back to school, he explained, and whether the three believed it or not was none of his business. Lao Si, you're on the hot seat again. This time it's not a campus hit, it's a national hit. Still number 7 on the Hot 100. Senior, you are now a complete celebrity. The second oldest, Li Muyang, looked at Lin Fan with a face full of envy inside. Who wouldn't envy a man who can be famous? Lin Fan just glanced at the oldest too, Li Muyang, and took out his military training uniform, preparing to change. As for being on the hot list, become a celebrity? It's still early. A guy like him is only hot for a few days, and when a few days pass no one remembers him. People are forgetful, and as long as they don't appear in public very often, it won't be long before they're forgotten. That's why those stars go on variety shows to liven themselves up even though they don't do TV and movies. Otherwise, it won't be long before I don't remember you. Lin Fan wasn't a star and didn't want to be a star at all, so naturally he wouldn't try to enliven himself. He was sure it wouldn't take a week for people to forget about him. He changed his clothes and played the game for a while. It was about time, and he and his 3 roommates headed for the playground. Today is the 14th day of military training. It's the last day of military training, so to speak. The military drill is tomorrow. After more than 10 days of military training, everyone came to a big change. It's turning black. Of course this place is going to be an addition to Lin Fan. Lin Fan found a place with fewer people and sat down, waiting for today's military training to begin. At this time, Lin Fan's phone rang. Young Ho Kong? He slid the answer button. What is it? He asked directly without nagging. Cousin-in-law, do you remember owing me a favor? Zheng Haoqiang on the other end of the phone asked with a playful smile. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard Zheng Haoqiang's words. He didn't have the heart to say, do you take me for Alzheimer's? How could he forget so quickly what just happened yesterday? But I really had to thank Zheng Haoqiang yesterday. Otherwise I wouldn't have had the chance to trigger those quests. It's not too much to say that he owes Zheng Haoqiang a favor. Hey, I knew cousin-in-law hadn't forgotten. Zheng Haoqiang on the other end of the phone said with a smile. Lin Fan was too lazy to listen to Zheng Haoqiang's nagging and asked directly, say, how do you want me to return your favor? He heard this and not understanding that Zheng Haoqiang was here to ask him for a favor, then he would really be senile. Hey, it's easy, cousin-in-law, lend me that sports car of yours. Zheng Haoqiang on the other end of the phone rubbed his hands and smiled, but he knew that Lin Fan had been driving a Koenigsegg Agero R to school recently. He's had his eye on it for a long time. Although he called Lin Fan his cousin's husband, their friendship was just average, a little better than ordinary friends. If he didn't have this favor, he really wouldn't have been able to ask to borrow a car from Lin Fan. After all, the Koenigsegg Agero R is worth $27 million, and no one is going to be generous enough to just lend it to someone they don't know very well. Just this? Lin Fan asked with some disbelief. He thought Zheng Haoqiang would let him continue to teach him fighting arts. Borrowing a car, that's too easy. Yeah, that's the thing. Zheng Haoqiang on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, when are you going to use it? Lin Fan asked, cousin-in-law, is it convenient for you now? Zheng Haoqiang on the other end of the phone was a bit impatient. I'm at the playground. Military training will start in a while. Lin Fan said indifferently. It's not too late, cousin-in-law. Wait for me. Zheng Haoqiang on the other end of the phone hung up after saying that. Lin Fan glanced at the phone in his hand and was speechless for a moment. And I'm waiting for you? Where can I go? He mentally spat twice. At that moment, there was a rush of footsteps in the distance. Before he could turn his head, the other party had already arrived in front of him. Cousin-in-law, I'm here. The person who came was none other than Zheng Haoqiang, who was panting. Lin Fan glanced at Zheng Haoqiang and asked suspiciously, you flew in so fast? That's less than a minute from hanging up. Hey, I've been by the playground. Zheng Haoqiang hemmed and hawed, rubbing his head and said. Lin Fan looked at Zheng Haoqiang and was speechless for a while. That's assuming he'll agree to borrow the car. He didn't bother to rub it in with Zheng Haoqiang and directly took out the car keys from his pants pocket and threw them to Zheng Haoqiang. Here, thank you, cousin-in-law. Zheng Haoqiang reached out to catch the car keys and thanked Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling Zheng Haoqiang to leave. Zheng Haoqiang saw Lin Fan's movements and turned to leave. He had been impatient in his heart for a long time. Lin Fan had just laid down ready to look at the white clouds in the sky. That's when his cell phone rang again. It's really not over yet. He thought it was Young Ho Kung calling again, but he froze when he saw the incoming call on his cell phone. Surprisingly, it was Xue Junchen, the vice president of Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment, who called. Without much thought, he directly slid the answer button, and Xue Junchen's voice came from the other end of the phone. Good day, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan directly opened the door and asked, what is it? He was about to go to military training. How could he have so much time to nag Xue Junchen? It's like this, Mr. Lian Tingkai Lian would like to meet you for lunch today. I wonder if you have a moment. Xue Junchen on the other end of the phone also knew that Lin Fan's time was precious, and directly stated the purpose of the call. Oh, Mr. Lian is here? Okay, send a car to pick me up from Willow City University at noon. Lin Fan nodded and said, he didn't have anything to do at noon that would allow him to meet with Lian Tingkai. In the future, some of the cooperation between Lu Cheng Golden Man's media company and Tashang Chiu Huang Entertainment Company, at that time, but also Lian Tingkai cooperation. Okay, I'll pick you up at noon, Xue Junchen said hurriedly. Nothing else? I'm hanging up. Lin Fan saw that the instructor was coming this way. Nothing else? You are busy, Xue Junchen said immediately. Lin Fan hung up the phone and stood up. With the arrival of the instructors, today's morning military training officially began. Time passes by. It was finally time for a break. Everyone couldn't wait to get to the shade and sit down to rest. The breaks will always feel so short. Military training will continue again. At this time, I don't know who shouted. Instructor, rest a little longer. It's too tiring. Chapter 197. Is it time yet? The instructor looked at the crowd, a smile on his face. Rest is fine. The crowd perked up when they heard the instructor's words. Instructor Mighty, that's very kind of you. Instructor, I love you. The instructor looked at the excited crowd, squeezed his hand, and continued with a smile. I do have conditions. Everyone looked at the instructor curiously, wondering what conditions the instructor would make. The smile on the instructor's face withdrew and he said seriously, whoever can do 100 push-ups a minute will not have to do military training for the whole day today. When the crowd heard the instructor's words, they all wilted like frosted eggplants. If there were 10 or 20 of them, there would be people who could bite the bullet and give it a try. 100? It feels horrible to hear that number. Holy, this is too hard. 100 push-ups? I'd rather go to military training. The most I can do is 15. Or while resting. Can anyone really do 100 push-ups in a minute? The instructor wouldn't swindle us, would he? By deliberately saying an impossible number. The students thought the instructor just didn't want them to take a break and purposely came up with an impossible puzzle. Seeing everyone's skepticism, the instructor said to Pang Haoren, the sports commissioner next to him, time me for 1 minute. The sports commissioner, Pang Haoren, hurriedly took out his cell phone and turned on the timer, ready to time it. The instructor nodded at Pang Haoren when he was ready. Pan Hong started counting. 3, 2, 1, begin. Everyone held their breath as they looked at the instructor doing push-ups on the floor. The instructor did it quickly, but it was standard. Someone started counting for the instructor. 1, 2, 3, 99, 100, 120. In a minute, Pang Haoren hurriedly said, time. The instructor stood up. Everyone was instantly in an uproar when they saw that the instructor had actually done 120 push-ups. One's eyes were wide with disbelief. That's too awesome. Holy, the instructor really did 100 push-ups. That's too much. So there really are people who can do 100 push-ups. That's awesome. The instructor is able to do 100 push-ups, and with such good stamina. Isn't he particularly capable of fighting as well? Able to fight? Holy, Do you guys think that if class leader Lin is so capable of fighting, does he also do an exceptional amount of push-ups? Yeah, we can't do 100 push-ups, but class president Lin may not be unable to? Everyone looked at Lin Fan. They had no hope of doing 100 push-ups, but Lin Fan was such a good fighter. He should be able to do 100 push-ups. Lin Fan saw that everyone was looking at him, and a wave of helplessness ran through his heart. It looks like we won't have to march with the group today, he sighed in his mind. Neither for military training, nor push-ups were any more difficult for him. He didn't want to be in the limelight, but he was too good. You couldn't hide it if you wanted to. Class President Lin, why don't you try? The instructor looked at Lin Fan, wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with a smile. He had also heard about Lin Fan being very capable of fighting. He was very curious in his heart and wanted to see what level of strength Lin Fan had reached. Lin Fan walked out, leaning down. Ready, he said to Pan Hong. It's ready. As Pang Haoren's voice began to fall, Lin Fan moved. That one was too fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 101, 102, 103, 201, 202, 203. The crowd were all dumbfounded when they saw that Lin Fan had actually done 300 push-ups. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with incredulity. This is too unbelievable. Class President Lin actually did 300, 200 more than the instructor. Is this still human? They were frightened by Lin Fan's strength. They knew in their hearts that Lin Fan might be able to do 100 push-ups, but they had never thought that Lin Fan could do 300 push-ups. Realize that push-ups get harder and harder the further back you try to do one more. 300 of them. They shuddered in their hearts just thinking about it. That's too scary. They were too shocked to say a word at this point, just staring dumbly at Lin Fan. Not to mention these students, even the instructors were frozen in shock. Where had he ever seen someone who could do 300 push-ups a minute? Even their best squad leader was only doing 200 a minute, which was already very impressive. But Lin Fan had actually done 300 push-ups in 1 minute, which had directly shocked him. Lin Fan felt it should be up to a minute, but it turned out that Pang Haoren hadn't even called it quits. With a slight frown, he stopped and turned his head to Pang Haoren and asked, "Is it time yet?" Pang Haoren instantly woke up when he heard Lin Fan's voice and hurriedly said, "Here it is, here it is." When Lin Fan heard Pang Haoren's words, he directly stood up without blushing. Not at all like you just did 300 push-ups. You know that the instructor had just finished 100 push-ups, but he was sweating profusely. The instructor also scared at the sight of Lin Fan. Curious, he asked, "Squad leader Lin, aren't you tired?" Lin Fan slapped the dirt on his hands and said calmly, "It's okay, not tired." When the crowd heard Lin Fan's words, their mouths, which had just closed with difficulty, slowly opened wide again. His eyes were as wide as bronze bells as he looked at Lin Fan with a shocked expression. Is this really a human being? They get tired and out of breath doing 10 push-ups. But look at class president Lin. After doing 300 push-ups he still looks like he's on cloud 9. Like he's fine. That's too big a gap. As far as Lin Fan's current appearance was concerned, they estimated that Lin Fan would have no problem doing even 1,000 a bit. 1,000 push-ups. It makes my liver quiver to think about it. What a monster. The instructor looked at Lin Fan, smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, "So, instructor, do I not have to do military training today?" Lin Fan looked at the instructor and asked, "There's no need for military training today." The instructor waved his hand. "You still have to participate in the military drill tomorrow." "Okay, understood." Lin Fan nodded and said, when he finished, he headed for the shade. As for why you didn't go back to your dorm, he thought it would be nice to blow off some steam outside. "Assemble," the instructor said loudly to the crowd. The crowd reluctantly stood in line and glanced at Lin Fan, who was sitting in the shade, full of envy. But they knew that it was someone else's class president Lin who had fought for it on the basis of his strength. They don't have the skills to do 100 push-ups a minute. It's better to be honest about military training. The crowd sighed helplessly in their hearts. Lin Fan found that sitting in the shade and watching other people's military training was something else. Chapter 198. I'm not interested in being a star. When the morning military training was about to end, Lin Fan got a little bored of watching and was ready to leave. He stood up, patted the dust off his body, and headed for his quarters. Back in the dormitory first took a shower and changed clothes, called Shui Jun Chen and asked the other party to drive to the school entrance to pick him up. With both hands in his pockets, he exited the dormitory and walked towards the entrance of Willow City University. Sun Langlin, the general manager of Lu Chang Sunflower Seed Entertainment Company, drove his car to the entrance of Lu Chang University. He walked away from the car, ready to find a classmate to ask where Lin Fan was. He looked up and unintentionally glanced at the entrance to the school, just in time to see an uncharacteristically handsome boy walk out. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a comparison with the photo on his phone. At once he had an excited smile on his face. He feels like it's his lucky day. What a blessing. Surprisingly, he had just arrived at Luchon University and met Lin Fan. He thinks he's going to make it today. He walked quickly towards Lin Fan. May I ask if you're Lin class president? Lin's student? He came to Lin Fan and asked with a smile. Lin Fan looked at Sin Lang Lin, who had suddenly appeared, and was filled with doubt. Hello, I'm Lin Fan. May I ask who you are? He looked at Sin Lang Lin and asked out loud. This Sin Lang Lin he did not recall having seen before, and did not understand what the other party was looking for. However, from the moment he looked at Sin Lang Lin's dress and aura, he was not an ordinary person. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Sin Lang Lin, the general manager of Sunflower Seed Entertainment in Willow City, Sin Lang Lin said with a smile. As he said this, he took out a gold-edged business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the business card, glanced down, and muttered, Sun Lang Lin? He raised his head to look at Sin Lang Lin, his face full of doubt. He was still confused and didn't understand what this Sin Lang Lin was looking for him for. Willow City Sunflower Seed Entertainment? Looking for him to work with Supreme Chiu Wang Entertainment? It shouldn't be. He's not in charge of the company's business. There's no point in looking for him. He couldn't figure it out and didn't bother to. Mr. Sin, what do you want to see me about? He opened the door and asked directly. When Sin Lang Lin heard Lin Fan's question, he didn't answer directly, but instead asked, I wonder if Mr. Lin has the time. Let's have a casual dinner together and talk slowly? Lin Fan frowned slightly, glanced at Sin Lang Lin, and said indifferently, I'm sorry, I already have an appointment. If there's nothing else for you to do, I'll go first. He was unclear about Sin Lang Lin's purpose, and even if he hadn't made an appointment with Xue Junshin, he wouldn't just go to dinner with someone he didn't know. When he finished, he lifted his leg and prepared to leave. Seeing that Lin Fan was about to leave, Sin Lang Lin hurriedly stopped Lin Fan on his way and said eagerly, Wait, classmate Lin. Lin Fan stopped and looked at Sin Lang Lin, waiting for Sin Lang Lin's next words. It's like this. I'm here today to find Mr. Lin because I want to ask him to join our company. Sin Lang Lin learned that there was no opportunity to invite Lin Fan to dinner today and hurriedly explained his intentions. Join your company? Lin Fan looked at Sin Lang Lin and asked with a puzzled face. Seeing Lin Fan's puzzled expression, Sin Lang Lin hurriedly explained. We're optimistic about Mr. Lin. As long as you join our company will make every effort to package Mr. Lin and quickly build him into a first-tier star, and even soon after that make Lin's student a diva superstar. He threw out a huge bait, and he believed that no one could resist such a big temptation. This is becoming a diva. It's exciting to think about. When Lin Fan heard this, he was considered to truly understand Sin Lang Lin's intentions. It turned out that they wanted to sign him up and make him an artist for the Sunflower Seed Entertainment public in Willow City. As for how Sin Lang Lin found him, a little thought made it clear that it must have been due to that concert yesterday. He looked at Sin Lang Lin and politely refused. Sorry, I'm not interested in being a star. He really didn't like being a star. What was so great about being a star? Living in the spotlight all day. Take a step back. Wouldn't it be better if he wanted to be a star and debut directly from his own company? Sin Lang Lin instantly became anxious when he heard that Lin Fan had actually refused. He, who was originally victorious, completely panicked and hurriedly continued to explain. Lin's student, are you not understanding what I'm saying? Our company will be able to train you to become a diva, a real top-notch big star. In time. Sin Lang Lin wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Lin Fan waving his hand. I'm sorry, I really don't want to be a star, much less a heavenly king. He was too lazy to tangle with Sin Lang Lin. He looked at Sin Lang Lin and said seriously, Sorry, the person I'm meeting has arrived. I have to go. He had already seen Xue Junshin walking this way. After he finished speaking, he walked in the direction of Xue Junshin. Sin Lang Lin wanted to say something else, but when he realized that Lin Fan had already left, he hurriedly turned around and chased after him. He wasn't going to give up so easily. This was a future heavenly star, an existence that could keep his company in glory for decades. How could he give up so easily? This is? Xue Junshin? How did you get here? Could it be? He thought of a possibility and narrowed his eyes, looking at Xue Junshin. Sure enough, Xue Junshin's footsteps stopped not far from Lin Fan. He hurriedly walked in front of Lin Fan and blocked between the two. He looked at Xue Junshin and said with anger on his face, Vice President Xue, your nose is sharp enough. Xue Junshin was instantly confused when he heard Sin Lang Lin's words. What's that supposed to mean? He looked at Sin Lang Lin and asked with a puzzled expression. Mr. Sun, what do you mean by this? Sin Lang Lin looked at Xue Junshin with a sneer on his face and said in a conspiratorial manner, Is Vice President Xue pretending to be confused with me? Didn't Vice President Xue come here for Mr. Lin? He glanced at Lin Fan next to him. He said why Lin Fan refused so dryly. It turned out to be to Shang Chao Huang Entertainment Company intervened. How could he not have expected Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment to move so quickly? He thought he was the fastest mover. He didn't think that Supreme Tide Royal Entertainment was even faster. He now thought that Lin Fan had rejected him so decisively. It must be because Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment had promised Lin Fan something. That hatred in his heart. He should have looked for Lin Fan last night. Shui Junshen glanced at Lin Fan, then at Tsen Langlin and nodded. He didn't understand what was wrong with this Tsen Langlin today. Had he taken the wrong medication? It's good that you've admitted it. You guys to Shangqiu Huang Entertainment Company are really good tactics. When Tsen Langlin saw Shui Junshen nodding his head in acknowledgement, the anger in his heart increased as he gritted his teeth. What good means? I came to pick up our Lin Dong for dinner. Do I need any more means? Shui Junshen looked at Tsen Langlin and said with an unkind face. He felt that this Tsen Langlin had come over today to cause trouble over nothing. Naturally, he would no longer give Tsen Langlin a good look. What do you mean? Tsen Langlin frowned slightly as he looked at Shui Junshen and asked. Chapter 199, this time it's different from the usual. What do you mean? This student Lin that you're talking about is the director of our Shangqiu Huang Entertainment Company. Dong Lin holds 10% of the shares of our Shangqiu Huang Entertainment Company. Shui Junshen sneered at Tsen Langlin. Tsen Langlin was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Shui Junshen's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were as white as bronze bells, filled with disbelief. This? How is that possible? Lin Fan is actually to Shangqiu Huang Entertainment? That's incredible too. How could he not have thought that Lin Fan would be a director of the Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment Company? The key is still the director who holds 10% of the equity of Supreme Tide Royal Entertainment. 10% equity. To Shangqiu Emperor Entertainment Company is currently valued at $40 billion. 10% is $4 billion. This is just horrible. You know their company is only valued at $10 billion. The key Lin Fan is still a student. He wouldn't think that Shui Junshen would lie to him, because there was no need for that. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. He now finally understood why Lin Fan had just rejected him without hesitation. Do people of their status need to be a diva? He believed that Lin Fan's background was bound to be extraordinary. Or else how could he become a director of Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment Company at such a young age? He felt a flash of fire on his face. It was like being slapped hard and invisibly. It's so embarrassing. Lin Fan said to Shui Junshen. Let's go. He finished, lifted his leg and continued on his way. Shui Junshen glanced at the dumbfounded Tsen Langlin and hurriedly followed. Willow City Voyage Home Airlines Airfield. An airplane slowed to a stop. A middle-aged man dressed in black designer clothes walked down from the airplane. The middle-aged man walked towards the VIP passage. Outside the VIP lane, Lu Yueqi looked up at the VIP exit every now and then she looked down at her wristwatch. When he saw the middle-aged man come out from the VIP channel, a smile burst out on his face. Quickly walking towards the middle-aged man. Uncle, I missed you. Lu Yueqi walked to the side of the middle-aged man holding the arm of the middle-aged man and said in a petulant manner. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yueqi, shook his head helplessly, and said with a smile, How old are you? You're still pouting, and you're not shy. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Yueqi let out a petulant grunt and said, Even bigger, she's still her uncle's niece. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man burst out laughing when he saw Lu Yueqi's appearance. You'd be shocked if your fans saw you now. When Lu Yueqi heard the middle-aged man's words, she hurriedly looked around. If a fan did see it, it would be a problem. Phew. Luckily, she was wrapped tightly enough today that no one recognized her as Lu Yueqi. Uncle, you're so bad. She pounded the middle-aged man's chest with her small fist. The middle-aged man just smiled. Uncle, why did you come to Willow City all of a sudden? Lu Yueqi flickered her big eyes at the middle-aged man and asked suspiciously, but she knew that her uncle was a busy man and didn't understand why he suddenly came to Luchang. Seeing you, my niece, of course. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Yueqi and said with a smile. Lu Yueqi skimmed her lips and said, In a company you are so busy that you don't have time to look at me. Would you believe it when you say that you would come all the way to Willow City just for me? The middle-aged man touched his nose somewhat awkwardly when he heard Lu Yueqi's words. This was really said by Lu Yueqi. He was usually too busy. Even if he was in the same company as Lu Yueqi, he really didn't visit Lu Yueqi often. Cough cough cough. He coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, then said seriously, This time, I came to Willow City to meet a very important person. Lu Yueqi glanced at the middle-aged man, meaning, look, I knew it wasn't here specifically to see me. The middle-aged man saw Lu Yueqi's unimpressed look and continued, In a moment, you'll come with me to meet the other party. Lu Yueqi looked at the middle-aged man suspiciously, not understanding why she was asked to follow along. The middle-aged man could see the doubts in Lu Yueqi's mind and explained, This person is a newly promoted director of our company. Seeing it will do you good later. It was only because he had heard that Lin Fan was very young that he was thinking of bringing Lu Yueqi along. After all, Lu Yueqi was also a young man. So maybe the two had something in common? The key Lin Fan's origin was too mysterious. It's amazing that he acquired 20% of the company in one day. He believed that if he wanted to acquire so many stakes in the short term, he would definitely have to pay a premium. Not at the current valuation. A premium of 10%, or even 20% is possible. That's close to $10 billion. He felt a shiver run through his liver when he thought that Lin Fan had actually taken out $10 billion to acquire a stake in the company. It's that their entire company has about $1 billion in liquidity. How rich does one have to be to come up with $10 billion in cash? It was horrible. Lu Yueqi's little mouth pouted when she heard that she actually had to meet a director. I'm not going. A middle-aged man with a bald top instantly appeared in her mind, smiling at her and asking her to give the other man a toast. She shivered and came back to reality in an instant. She won't go to dinner with a bald uncle. The middle-aged man was none other than Lian Tinkai, the general manager of the Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment Company. Lian Tinkai glanced at Lu Yueqi and said seriously, "This time, the situation is different from usual." How could he not understand what was in Lu Yueqi's heart? In the past, Lu Yueqi didn't want to participate in social functions he never forced. After all, with him as the general manager standing in front of him, no one else dares to say anything. But this time was different. He was actually expecting Lu Yueqi to have something happen with Lin Fan in his heart. After all, Lin Fan's background was extraordinary, and he was doing it for the good of Lu Yueqi. He felt that this uncle of his had simply worked his ass off for Lu Yueqi. Lu Yueqi glanced at Lian Tinkai, knowing that there was no hiding this time. Quickly walking towards the car parked on the curb, she opened the door and sulkily got in. Lian Tinkai didn't say anything else when he saw that Lu Yueqi was unhappy. He shook his head and got in the car as well. The car started and left the airfield. Half an hour later, Shui Junshan drove Lin Fan to the Linjiang Hotel in Luchang. Stepped out of the car. "Lin Dong, let's go in first. Mr. Lian is already on his way." Shui Junshan had just learned that Lian Tinkai had gotten off the plane and was on his way here. Lin Fan nodded and headed inside the hotel. In order to entertain Lin Fan, Shui Junshan specially booked the Imperial private room at the hotel. Inside the Imperial suite, a few moments later, "Dong Lin, you sit down for a while. I'll go outside to pick up Mr. Lin," Shui Junshan said with a smile at Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a sip of tea and said, "Well, go ahead." Chapter 200. I should be the one to ask you this question, right? Outside the Linjiang Hotel in Luchang, a business car slowed to a stop. Lian Tinkai took the lead and walked down from the car, followed by the reluctant Lu Yueqi, who was slatterly making a small face and also walked down from the car. Shui Junshan had just walked out of the hotel's front door, just in time to see Lian Tinkai get out of the car. He rushed over quickly. "Mr. Lin," he said respectfully to Lian Tinkai. He saw Lu Yueqi next to him and greeted him with a smile. "Yueqi, you're here too." Lu Yueqi squeezed out a smile on her face, looked at Shui Junshan, and said, "Hello Uncle Shui." Lian Tinkai looked at Shui Junshan and asked in a deep voice, "Is Lin Dong here?" Shui Junshan heard Lian Tinkai's question and hurriedly said, "Lin Dong has already come." He was still a bit puzzled as to why Lian Tinkai was so attached to Lin Fan. You know, Lian Tinkai is not like him. He was an authentic laborer, and did not have a single share in Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment. But Lian Tinkai is different. Lian Tinkai but owns 15% of the shares of the most popular Chao Huang Entertainment Company. Lian Tinkai glanced at Shui Junshan, knowing that Shui Junshan had doubts in his mind. "Walk and talk, don't keep Lin Dong waiting." Shui Junshan nodded. Lian Tinkai did not stop on his feet and opened his mouth. "I know that you have doubts in your mind as to why I suddenly came to Lucheng to see Lin Dong." He paused. Shui Junshan nodded. He was indeed very puzzled in his mind. Lian Tinkai glanced at Shui Junshan, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "That's because just yesterday afternoon, Lin Dong acquired another 10% of the company." Shui Junshan was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Lian Tinkai's words. His mouth opened round in shock, and his eyes stared like bronze bells, full of disbelief. "This? How is that possible?" Lin Fan had surprisingly acquired another 10% stake in Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment. That's incredible too. One must know that yesterday morning Lin Fan had just acquired 10% of the equity of the Tushang Chao Huang Entertainment Company. 10% equity requires a minimum of $4 billion or more in cash to acquire. Now that Lin Fan had acquired a total of 20% of the equity of Tushang Chao Huang Entertainment, wouldn't he have spent more than $8 billion in cash? That's too scary. What an awesome cash flow it would take to come up with $8 billion at will. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. No wonder Lian Tinkai was in a hurry to come from headquarters. Such a bigot is just horrible. Who knows if Lin Fan will continue to acquire stakes in the company? Are not interested in running a company? If Lin Fan really wanted to interfere in the company's development, Lian Tinkai would probably have to do nothing. This should be Lian Tingkai's real purpose for rushing over from headquarters to meet Lin Fan. Anyone who comes across such a trenchant bigot has to have their liver trembling. Lian Tingkai glanced at the dazed Xue Junshan and shook his head. When he heard the news at that time, his reaction was similar to Xue Junshan's. I really don't know where this came out of such a bigot. He was more worried about the other side's intentions. He had rushed over from the headquarters to meet the other party in a hurry in order to understand the other party's specific intentions. If he couldn't understand the other side's intentions, he couldn't sleep or eat. Go. He patted Xue Junshan's shoulder and said. Xue Junshan instantly woke up and hurriedly nodded, continuing to walk forward. Lu Yueqi didn't care how much equity the other party had. It wasn't like it had half a cent to do with her. She followed behind Lian Tingkai and Xue Junshan without saying a word. The Imperial Suite. Xue Junshan knocked gently on the door and opened it to invite Lian Tingkai to enter. Lian Tingkai looked over at the sitting Lin Fan and was startled when he saw Lin Fan's appearance. It's really too young. He knew Lin Fan wasn't very old, but this was too young. Not even as big as his niece. Lu Yueqi. Lin Dong. Hello, I'm Lian Tingkai. Lian Tingkai had a smile on his face and walked up to greet him warmly. Lin Fan stood up, shook Lian Tingkai's hand, and said with a smile, hello, Mr. Lin. The two men sat down. Lin Dong, still really young, Lian Tingkai said with an exclamation that came from the bottom of his heart. He frowned slightly when he realized that Lu Yueqi didn't follow him in. He got back to his feet and yanked Yuki Lu over to him. Dong Lin, this is my niece, Lu Yueqi. He pointed at Lu Yueqi in front of him and said. After saying that, he said to Lu Yueqi, this is Lin Dong, hurry up and say hello. He didn't understand what was wrong with Lu Yueqi today, usually quite lively. Why such a dumb look today? He now somewhat regretted letting Lu Yueqi come. If he had offended Lin Fan, that would really be a good thing to do. Lu Yueqi looked dumbfounded at Lin Fan in front of her. Her shocked eyes rolled up in disbelief. This? What's going on? Mr. Lin is the newest director of the company? How is that possible? But Uncle Lian Tingkai wouldn't lie to her. How could she not expect to see Lin Fan here? And in such a way? Lin Fan stood up and said with a smile, Miss Lu, we meet again. Lu Yueqi woke up with a start when she heard Lin Fan's voice. Squad leader Lin, is it really you? She was still a little less convinced now. This Lin Fan, who looked much younger than himself, was actually a director who held 20% of the shares of the Supreme Shang Chiu Huang Entertainment Company. She naturally knew what 20% equity represented. With the current valuation of Supreme Tide Royal Entertainment, 20% is $8 billion. That means Lin Fan, still in college, is already a billionaire. Lin Fan nodded. Although Lian Tingkai was surprised that Lu Yueqi knew Lin Fan, he didn't ask much. The four of them sat down, and Xue Junshan began to ask the waiter to serve the food. The food was served quickly. Everyone's pretty much eaten. Lin Fan put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, looked at Lian Tingkai, and said with a smile, Mr. Lian, if you have something to say, just say it. He saw Lian Tingkai trying to speak a few times while he was eating, but then held back. He wanted to see how long this Lian Tingkai could endure, but until he was about to finish the meal, Lian Tingkai still wouldn't say anything. At this moment, Lin Fan had nothing to do and wanted to hear what Lian Tingkai really wanted to say. I'm kinda a nice guy, he sighed in his mind. He was afraid that Lian Tingkai would suffocate his internal injuries. Lian Tingkai didn't eat much at all at this meal. Lian Tingkai took a deep breath when he heard Lin Fan's question. He had thought about asking Lin Fan about his future plans for the company all this meal, but several times he held his tongue. He was afraid that asking would result in something he didn't want to hear. Since Lin Fan had brought it up, he was no longer concerned. Dong Lin, I want to know what plans you have for the company's future? He looked at Lin Fan with unblinking eyes. Lin Fan took a sip of tea and asked with a smile, I should be the one to ask you this question, right? Lian Tingkai was very puzzled as to what Lin Fan meant by this. Chapter 201, What a Laboring Life. Lin Fan put down his teacup and said with a smile, I acquired the company's equity just optimistic about the future of the company. I will not dictate the company's operation. After all, you're the professional. Lian Tingkai's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Fan's words. He hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, I see, Dong Lin, I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. The big stone in his heart finally fell, and he was in a very good mood at this time. Lin Fan naturally didn't hold back and got up, clinking glasses with Lian Tingkai. The two of them then chatted for a while longer, and that was the end of the meal. During this time, Lin Fan briefly talked about the future cooperation between Lu Chang Golden Man's media company and Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment Company. Lian Tingkai patted his chest and promised to cooperate fully. The three of them, Lian Tingkai, sent Lin Fan to the car, arranged for a driver, and sent Lin Fan back to Haitian One Villa. Lin Fan didn't need military training in the afternoon. Naturally he didn't have to rush back to school. Haitian One Villa. Lin Fan returned to the villa shortly after. A strange phone call came in out of the blue. Slide the answer button. Hello, which one? He asked lightly. Soon there was a respectful voice on the other end of the line. Hello Lin Dong. I'm Lei Gaping, the manager of the Luchang branch of the Pin Ching Yuan red wine chain. Oh, Lin Fan was a bit surprised. He hadn't gone to the Luchang branch yet. He didn't expect the manager to call him. What is it? He asked directly. Lei Gaping heard Lin Fan's question and hurriedly said, it's like this. A shipment of red wine fresh from the cellar has arrived for you from headquarters. Is this a convenient time for you? I'll bring it to you. Lin Fan said indifferently. Come directly to Haitian No. 1 Villa. I'll be home all afternoon. He also wanted to taste how the red wines from the Pinkinjiwan wine chain were. After all, it was considered his property, and it was never wrong to learn more about it. Lin Fan hung up the phone and changed into a pair of swimming trunks. It was still a bit hot, and it was still comfortable to soak in the water. An hour later, the doorbell rang outside the villa. Lin Fan, who was lying on the rattan chair, sat up and pressed the remote control, and suddenly the door slowly opened. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked in, followed by a man in overalls pushing a cart with 2 wooden boxes on it. The middle-aged man came to Lin Fan and said respectfully, Lin Dong. He knew that Lin Fan was young through his voice on the phone, but he was still shocked to actually see Lin Fan in person. That's way too young, but even if Lin Fan is young he doesn't dare to make a move. After all, Lin Fan is a real shareholder of the company. You're Ray Galpin? Lin Fan glanced at the middle-aged man and asked. Yes, Lei Gapin hurriedly replied. He turned his head and pointed to the red wine on the cart and asked, Dong Lin, where do you see these wines put? Lin Fan stood up and said, put them in the cellar. He knew that the wine given to him by the company was definitely not the ordinary wine on the market. After all, how could he say that he was also a shareholder holding 10% of the equity? He led the two to the wine cellar. The staff carried the wine in. Lin Dong, I won't disturb your rest. I'll go back first. Lei Gaping said to Lin Fan with a smile as he saw the staff carrying all the wine in. Lin Fan nodded and spoke. Tough on you. No hard work. No hard work. Lei Gapin said hurriedly. After that, he left with his staff. Lin Fan opened one of the wooden crates with 10 bottles of red wine in it and took out a bottle of red wine from it. Surprisingly, it's a golden wine from 5 years ago. He made a point of noting the level of wine sold in the Pinnacle wine chain. This golden wine is of the highest order. The best gold wines are those that are 5 years old. 5 years ago the grapes originated in a region where extreme weather affected the production and drastically reduced it, but the grapes were at their best. The result was that very few golden wines were produced that year, and even more so because of the great quality. The prices were ridiculously high that year. Now that 5 years have passed, the price is even $1 million a bottle. He hadn't expected a golden wine to be sent from the headquarters side, or 5 years ago. These 2 cases of 20 bottles are worth $20 million. He got up and left the cellar and went to the parlor, pulling out a crystal goblet. Open the wine with a bottle opener and pour into a crystal glass. He picked up the crystal glass. It's beautiful. He hadn't expected the red wine to be such a nice color. Like ruby. He put it in his mouth and gently sipped it. Tastes good. Fragrant. Sweet. The wine is full-bodied. He tilted his head back and downed all the remaining wine in his glass, smacked his lips. Nice. Nice. That's when his cell phone rang. He frowned slightly. This was not wanting him to rest. What's with the phone calls? He looked to the caller's number, his brow stretching. Slide the answer button. Han Wenbin's voice was heard on the other end of the phone. Brother Fan, the quality inspection report and patent documents have already been done. Are you in the playground or the dorm? I'll send it to you. Oh, Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard Han Wenbin's words. Han Wenbin, this efficiency can be he is very satisfied. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. I'm not doing military training this afternoon. Why don't you come to my house? He told Han Wenbin the address and asked him to send over the quality inspection report and patent documents. Hanging up the phone, Lin Fan prepared to go upstairs. He needed to change his clothes. Since Han Wenbin had gotten the quality control report and patent documents down, he could take the next step. Looks like I won't be able to take the afternoon off. Ugh, what a labor of love. He shook his head and headed upstairs. A few moments later, the doorbell rang outside the villa. That fast? Lin Fan looked in the direction of the gate with some surprise. He got up and headed for the front door. I opened the door just in time to see Han Wenbin looking around outside. When Han Wenbin saw Lin Fan, he hurriedly handed over the document in his hand. Brother Fan, this is the quality inspection report and patent document. Lin Fan took the papers, then said, come in and talk. Han Wenbin hurriedly followed Lin Fan towards the living room. Unintentionally seeing the sweat-blooded BMW riding under the gazebo, she asked in surprise, Brother Fan, you still keep horses? At this time, the sweat-blood BMW is lying down. Han Wenbin cannot see all, but just see a part also feel that this horse is very extraordinary. Well, it's okay to keep it for fun. Lin Fan returned, came into the living room and sat down. Lin Fan opened the document bag, looked at the documents inside, found no problems, and loaded it up. He looked up just in time to see Han Wenbin staring at the golden wine on the coffee table. He smiled and asked, "Want a drink?" Han Wenbin looked up at Lin Fan and asked excitedly, "Can I?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "What's not to like about that?" Getting up, he took a crystal glass and poured a cup for Han Wenbin, placing it in front of him. Han Wenbin first put it under his nose and smelled it. Why doesn't it taste the same? He unconsciously frowned slightly. Chapter 202, I'm here to pick up Lin Dong. Seeing Han Wenbin's appearance, Lin Fan smiled and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong with this wine?" Hearing Lin Fan's question, Han Wenbin looked up at Lin Fan and asked with some confusion, "The aroma is a bit different from the golden wines I've had." Oh, Lin Fan glanced at Han Wenbin in surprise, not realizing that Han Wenbin's nose was quite sensitive. The bouquet of this golden wine from 5 years ago is really different from the golden wines of today. How did he know? Naturally, the almighty netizen said so. He raised his hand and smiled. "Try a drink." Han Wenbin put the wine glass to his mouth and gently took a small sip, and then his eyes lit up. It's so delicious. The smell of this wine? He put down his glass and picked up the bottle next to him and looked at it. When he saw the date on the bottle, he was momentarily dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. Is this even a golden wine from 5 years ago? No wonder this tasted more flavorful than what he was drinking. He had just thought it was spice-blended fake wine. Now it seems that I thought wrong. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. He said, "Lin Fan, such a character, how can drink spice-blended fake wine? Worthy of being Brother Fan? The red wines he casually drinks are all in the millions. The red wine he drank was just over $200,000 a bottle, and it felt high-end already. But compared to Lin Fan, it's a world of difference." He put down the bottle and picked up his glass to continue savoring the red wine. Such a high-end wine, even if he was a second generation. The next time he drank it, he didn't know when it would be. Who has nothing to do with drinking $1 million a bottle of red wine every day, even if they are rich. Lin Fan poured himself a cup, and the two of them chatted without a word. "Drink almost. Brother Fan, I have to go back first." Finishing the bottle of golden wine, Han Wenbin stood up and excused himself, ready to leave. Lin Fan pressed his hand against Han Wenbin, signaling him to sit down. He stood up and said, "Wait a moment," said to leave. Han Wenbin sat down again when he heard Lin Fan say that, curious as to what else Lin Fan had ordered him to do. Lin Fan went to the wine cellar and took 2 bottles of golden wine. When he had just been drinking, he could tell that Han Wenbin enjoyed it. This wine was nothing to him, and it was just the right thing to give to Han Wenbin to enlist people. You can't just make people work without giving them a little sweetener. Then no one will really work for you in the future. Come into the living room. Lin Fan put 2 bottles of golden wine in front of Han Wenbin, patted Han Wenbin's shoulder and said, "You like to drink? Here are 2 bottles for you." When Han Wenbin saw Lin Fan come into the living room with 2 bottles of golden wine, he had a guess in his mind that these 2 bottles might have been taken to him, but the fact that it was really in front of him still made his heart very excited. "Brother Fan, this gift is too expensive." As much as he liked it, he couldn't have it. "Those 2 bottles are worth $2 million. Just take it when I tell you to. Where's all this nonsense?" Lin Fan looked at Han Wenbin and scolded with a smile. When Han Wenbin heard Lin Fan say this, he was no longer polite and clutched the 2 bottles of wine in his hands as he said with a hefty smile, "Then I'll be polite." He stood up. "I'll go first." Lin Fan nodded and said, "I'll walk you." Lin Fan sent Han Wenbin outside the villa and watched the other party leave, returned to the living room and made a cup of tea. Take a short break. He saw that it was about time and went upstairs to get a bottle of natural rejuvenating skin whitening cream. Returning to the living room, he grabbed the inspection reports and patent papers on the coffee table and headed for the garage. Half an hour later, exterior entrance to Willow City Rush Cosmetics. The security guard stopped Lin Fan's car. "May I ask who you're looking for?" the security guard asked politely. After all, Lin Fan came in a sports car, and he must not dare to offend easily. "I'm here to see your Mr. Sulu Shisu." Lin Fan poked his head out and smiled at the security guard. "May I ask if you have an appointment?" The security guard's smile disappeared from his face when he heard that Lin Fan had come to look for Su Lucy. He thought Lin Fan was an uneducated second generation who came here to pursue Su Lucy. After all, Su Lucy was a big beauty, and there were often some second generation chasing after the company. Lin Fan shook his head and spoke. No, he really didn't have an appointment. The key, he hadn't thought of using an appointment to see Su Lucy. Does he think he needs to make an appointment for his status as a shareholder? "Sir, I'm sorry, I can't let you in." The security guard's face turned serious. He was now 100% sure in his mind that Lin Fan was the second generation who had come to chase after Su Lucy, so he naturally wouldn't let the other party in. Lin Fan glanced at the security guard, didn't say anything more, took out his cell phone and found Su Lucy's office phone number and dialed it. Soon the call was answered. Hello. A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard the voice. Surprisingly, it wasn't the voice of the beautiful neighbor. Su Lucy, is it really the same name? He didn't think much of it, after all. There were too many people with the same name under the sky. Hello, I'm Lin Fan. I'm at the entrance of the company. The security guards won't let me in. Please arrange for someone to pick me up. Lin Fan said directly. The woman on the other end of the phone heard that the person coming was Lin Fan and hurriedly said, Lin Dong, wait for me for a while. I'll go pick you up right away. Okay. Lin Fan hung up the phone after saying that. The secretary outside the president's office, He Shalimi, hung up the phone. Getting up, he walked quickly to the door of the president's office and knocked. Come in. A nice voice came from inside. He Shalimi pushed open the door and said to Su Lucy, who was reading the documents, Mr. Su, Lin Dong is here. After hearing He Shalimi's words, Su Lucy, who was reading a document, put down the document in her hand, stood up and asked, where is the person? He was stopped outside by the security guards. I was about to go down to pick him up. He Shalimi said hurriedly. Shu Lui, hurry up and go. Don't let Lin Dong wait in a hurry. Su Lucy said hurriedly. Okay. He Shalimi said, turning around and walking towards the outside. Su Lucy looked at the departing He Shalimi and muttered, Schoolmate Lin, is it you or not? At the time when the 10% stake in the company was sold, the person who came was just an authorized person of Lin Fan. Therefore, Su Lucy had not met this Lin Fan Lin Dong either, but she had a vague feeling in her heart that this Lin Fan was probably her neighbor, Lin Shuebi. She didn't think much about it. She was about to meet someone, so she wouldn't know if she did. She continued to look at the paper in her hand. Ta-da-da. A sharp click of heels came from the distance. When the security guard saw He Shulim, who was walking fast, he hurriedly greeted him and asked with a smile, What are you doing here, Secretary He, leaving in such a hurry? He thought He Shulim was the most beautiful woman in the company besides Su Lucy. If the skin was lighter, it would be perfect. I've come to pick up Lin Dong. Hirsch Lemon spoke to the security guard. Walking up to Lin Fan's car, he respectfully asked, You are Lin Fan Lin Dong, right? Lin Fan nodded. Chapter 203, Is your dark skin natural? When the security guard heard He Shalimi address Lin Fan, he thought he had heard wrong. He walked over to He Shulin and asked, Secretary He, who is this person? In order to avoid Lin Fan being stopped by the security guards again in the future, He Shulim introduced, This is our company's shareholder, Lin Dong. The security guard was instantly dumbfounded when he heard He Shalimi's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. What's going on? This little white boy is actually the shareholder who recently spent $1 billion to buy 10% of the company? That's incredible too. What did he just do? He went so far as to block Lin Dong. Beads of sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. He treasures the security job, which not only pays better than his counterparts in the industry, but also offers better benefits. He can't afford to be without this job. He was aware that some rich kids were arrogant and domineering and followed their own nature completely. He laughed inwardly. Did you not read the calendar today? Let him meet Lin Fan. It had happened and it was too late for him to regret it. He decided to apologize to Lin Fan immediately, hoping that the other party would forgive him. At that thought he no longer hesitated. Hurrying to Lin Fan's car, he respectfully said, Lin Dong, I just didn't know it was you. Sorry. He said sorry twice in a row. Lin Fan glanced at the security guard and said with a smile, You did the right thing. You don't need to apologize to me. When the security guard heard Lin Fan's words, a smile appeared on his face and he hurriedly said, Thank you, Dong Lin. Thank you, Dong Lin. Bow as you speak. You've just done a very good job of stopping some people of unknown origin out there. Double your salary. Keep up the good work. I'm watching you. Lin Fan thought the security guard was very good and very conscientious. The security guard was so excited that he almost cried when he heard Lin Fan's words. This happiness came so suddenly. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to keep my job. And now suddenly my paycheck has doubled. He felt like he had come from hell to heaven. Thank you. Lin Dong's trust. I will do a good job. He assured Lin Fan seriously. He felt that Lin Fan was his nobleman, and the only way he could repay Lin Fan was to work well and not let him down. Lin Fan looked at Secretary He and said with a smile, You follow up on this matter later. Okay, Dong Lin. He Shalimi glanced at Lin Fan with a strange look in her eyes. She hadn't thought that this Lin Fan had just come to the company and bribed the security guards. The way the security guard looked now. If Lin Fan let the other party die now, the other party probably wouldn't even hesitate for a second. The key to the security guard's salary, of which the big part still has to be paid by Mr. Su, that's a real hit. Lin Fan was directly labeled as a good calculator in her mind. She realized that Lin Fan was looking straight at her. I didn't realize I was all that charismatic, she thought beautifully in her mind. She has always struggled with her dark skin. I used to buy some concealer and whitening cosmetics, but then I realized that my skin started to get irritated after using too much of these things. Now she simply doesn't use makeup, the original color. But her skin was so dark that many people of the opposite sex always looked at her with a strange look. She didn't expect that what she saw in Lin Fan's eyes today was not dissimilarity, but something akin to admiration. How could this not make her happy? Lin Fan looked at his Shulime and felt that God was helping him. He was fretting on the way here. What if there are no mice here? After all, if it's not black enough, the shock effect must be greatly reduced. He looked at his Shulime with a sigh in his heart. What a perfect mouse this is. It's like the legendary Black Beauty. This one would have worked exceptionally well as an experiment. Secretary are you born with dark skin? He looked at his Shulime and asked curiously. It would be even more perfect if you were born with it. When I heard Lin Fan mention that she had dark skin, although she was a little uncomfortable in her heart, she still replied, my skin has always been this dark since I was a child. It was the pain of her life. What girl doesn't love beauty and doesn't want to have fair skin? But she was born that way, and it made her feel like God was unfair to her. Lin Fan burst out laughing when he heard Hishalimi's words. This is great. When Hishalimi heard Lin Fan's words, black lines immediately covered her forehead. Great? It's really good? Why does my dark skin make you so happy? The good feeling she had just had for Lin Fan instantly disappeared without a trace. She felt that Lin Fan was particularly annoying at this time. She thought that Lin Fan was just amusing her just now, and the anger in her heart continued to rise. But she knew she couldn't be mad at Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was the director of the company and was considered her boss. Lin Dong, let's go in. Mr. Su is still waiting for you upstairs, she said coldly, no emotion in her eyes. Lin Fan glanced at his Shulime. I don't understand what's going on with Hishalimi, who just now had a smile on her face. What's with the change of face? Women are really versatile. He sighed in his mind. He thought no more about it. Start the car and head inside. After getting out of the car, Lin Fan followed behind Hishalimi and headed upstairs. Hishalimi led the way in front, not wanting to talk to Lin Fan anymore at all. Stomping hard on her heels, she vented her anger. She couldn't do anything about Lin Fan, so she could only take her anger out on her feet. Lin Fan looked at his Shulime in front of him and shook his head. I don't understand why his Shulime walks so hard. It's not good if you break your ankle. His Lemon had a good trip and didn't have a broken foot. Hishalimi came to the door of Su Lucy's office, knocked gently and pushed the door in. She came not far from Su Lucy and opened her mouth. Mr. Su, Lin Dong is here. Su Lucy didn't bother to look at Hishalimi, but instead stared at Lin Fan with unblinking eyes. She stood up and said with a smile, I didn't expect it to really be you. Schoolmate Lin. Lin Fan walked up and said with a smile, I didn't expect it to be you. Senior sister Su, either. After saying that, he sat on the chair next to him, crossed his legs and looked at Su Lucy. He didn't expect it to really be the beautiful neighbor, Su Lucy. In his heart, he could only sigh, this world is too small. Senior Lin, you're really mysterious. Su Lucy looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, for something as big as signing a contract, Lin Fan even let an agent do it. Lin Fan only smiled slightly when he heard Su Lucy's words. What can he say? Should he tell Su Lucy that this was all arranged by the system? Seeing that Lin Fan didn't speak, Su Lucy asked suspiciously, Senior Lin, why do you have time to come over today? She was very curious in her heart as to what Lin Fan was doing over today. After all, when the contract was signed at the time, there was a clause about not being involved in the company's decision-making and management. Lin Fan just needs to sit at home and wait for the annual dividend. Chapter 204, Getting a little black-faced person to try the effect. Lin Fan stood up and put the document in his hand, in front of Su Lucy. Looking at Su Lucy, he smiled and said, I came for it. Su Lucy glanced at Lin Fan and picked up the papers on the table. Patent documents for natural rejuvenating whitening cream? Natural Rejuvenating Whitening Cream QC report? It's all about a document called Natural Rejuvenation Whitening Cream. She took a brief look at it and understood where Lin Fan was coming from. She looked up at Lin Fan and asked seriously, you want me to produce this natural rejuvenating skin whitening cream? Lin Fan looked at Su Lucy and said with a smile, that's good. The purpose of me coming here is for you to produce this natural rejuvenation whitening cream. Su Lucy's willow brows knitted slightly when she heard Lin Fan's words. Their company has a set process for the production of cosmetics. Clinical trials are required. Test whether the product really works. What are the side effects? If the product produced is not effective, It is not only a waste of money, but also a waste of labor and resources. It's not enough that it works, it also has to have side effects that are within acceptable limits. You can't have a product on the market and complain about the side effects of the product every day. Then such a product will only bring bad influence to the whole company, and even affect the development of the company in the future. That's why she's very cautious about launching new products. I need to get the product manufactured for a clinical trial. She looked at Lin Fan and said seriously, she's been able to get the company to where it is today, partly because of family support, and partly because of this disciplined attitude she has. Lin Fan nodded. He also understood Su Lucy's concerns. If Su Lucy agreed to production without hesitation, he would have to doubt Su Lucy's management ability. It is not a problem for Sulu Creek to do clinical trials. He pulled a bottle of natural rejuvenating and whitening cream he had made out of his pocket, put it on Su Lucy's desk. This is a natural rejuvenating and whitening cream I made so you can see the results first. He looked at Su Lucy and said with a smile on his face. Su Lucy glanced at Lin Fan suspiciously. She thought that Lin Fan was just bringing a report for her to read. She didn't expect the finished product to be made, which greatly exceeded her expectations. She opened the bottle, and a fresh herbal smell hit her. It smells good. Just this look. It's too ugly. Black. Along the lines of. She looked at the bottle and frowned slightly. How can I sell it like this? Seeing Su Lucy's concern, Lin Fan touched his nose and said with some embarrassment, my conditions there are limited, so I can only make it like this. You have specialized production equipment on your side, and it certainly doesn't look like that when it's produced. Su Lucy looked at Lin Fan in surprise. She hadn't thought that this thing was made by Lin Fan himself. She was a little confused now. She thought at first that Lin Fan was just here to fool around. After all, there are so many whitening cream products on the market today. Now that she saw Lin Fan paying so much attention, she suddenly felt in her heart that could this product be effective? She then shook her head. It was never that easy to develop a proven and effective product. Lin Fan glanced at Su Lucy and said with a smile, we could get a little white one right now. He almost said mice outright as he hurriedly rephrased. Find someone with a little black face to try the effect. When he Shalini, who was next to her, heard Lin Fan's words, she was so furious that she almost didn't spurt out the old blood that had been accumulated for more than 20 years. She gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Fan. She could stand it when she was just called black-faced. Now he even directly called her a little black face in front of Su Lucy. She was so angry at this moment that she couldn't wait to go up and beat up Lin Fan severely. What a bully. You're not going to expose people like that? When Su Lucy heard Lin Fan say this, she thought that she could give it a try. She was about to ask Lin Fan if there was anyone suitable. Noticing that Lin Fan was looking away, following Lin Fan's gaze, he happened to see He Shalini looking at Lin Fan with an angry face. When she saw He Shulin's appearance, she instantly understood why He Shulin was angry. Do you want to expose others in front of them like that? Can people not be angry when they say He Shulim is a little blackface? She was a little skeptical of just how low Lin Fan's emotional intelligence was. He Shulim is also a girl. How can she get down? Lin Fan naturally saw that He Shulim was angry. So what? In a while, as soon as He Shalini used the natural rejuvenating skin whitening cream, she was bound to be grateful to him. He looked at He Shalini with a smile and opened his mouth to ask, would Secretary he like to try this natural skin rejuvenation and whitening cream of mine? He Shulim took a deep breath to calm her heart a little. Otherwise she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't get mad at Lin Fan and do something irrational. She looked at Lin Fan's face and hated it any way she could. Her voice was icy as she said, don't. She refused outright. Lin Fan wasn't surprised to hear He Shalini refuse. Tell you what, how about I make a bet with you? He looked at He Shulim and smiled. He Shalini glanced at Lin Fan, not wanting to talk to him at all. Seeing that He Shalini didn't say anything, Lin Fan continued, how about if you have side effects from using this as natural rejuvenating skin whitening cream, I'll compensate you $1 million? He believes in heavy rewards. Sure enough, when she heard $1 million, He Shalini's eyes changed. She was very moved indeed for $1 million. She came out and worked hard for nothing more than to make money. $1 million. She didn't even know how long it would take to save up $1 million, but there was some hesitation in her mind. She had just sneaked a glance at the natural rejuvenation whitening cream, and that color made her recoil at the sight of it. Side effects don't scare her. Big deal. Just get well. But what she was afraid of was disfigurement. Her skin was a little darker but her face was still smooth and her features were delicate. If she was disfigured, she really didn't know if she would have the courage to live. Seeing He Shalini's concern, Lin Fan pointed to the quality inspection report in Su Lucy's hand and said with a smile, this is the most authoritative quality inspection report. It's harmless and won't disfigure you. He Shalini's heart was dumbfounded when she heard Lin Fan's words. Seeing that He Shalini was moved, Lin Fan smiled, and said softly, just try it out for about 10 minutes, and if it really has side effects, I'll transfer $1 million to you right away. He looked like a weird uncle coaxing a white rabbit at this point. Hishalimi looked at Lin Fan and asked seriously, if there are side effects, will you really give me $1,000,000? She had to ask clearly, or else she couldn't do anything about Lin Fan if he backed out later. My character is absolutely fine. This senior sister Sue can testify to that. Lin Fan glanced at Sue Lucy and said with a smile. Sue Lucy blankly glanced at Lin Fan. It's none of my business if you want Suki Lime to do the experiment yourself. But naturally, she wouldn't watch Hishalimi suffer. She said directly, if there really are side effects, I'll make sure he pays this $1,000,000. If Lin Fan really wants to cheat, just deduct it directly from the dividend money when the time comes. Chapter 205, let's talk about profit sharing first. Hishalimi finally made up her mind when she heard Sue Lucy say this. Okay, I'll try, she said, biting her lip, looking as if she would die. Lin Fan smiled and said, there's no need to be like this. Since I dared to bring it, I've already made all the preparations. Don't worry about it. You'll thank me later. Hishalime heard Lin Fan's words and blankly glanced at him. What do I thank you for? Thanks for making my allergies worse? Or thank you for giving me $1,000,000? She wasn't going to believe what Lin Fan said, but since she had promised, she would not go back on her word. She came to Sue Lucy to pick up the natural rejuvenating skin whitening cream and was just about to leave when she turned her head to look at Lin Fan. Just put it directly on your face? She had to ask. Well, just apply the same mask as you usually do. Wash your face first, then just spread the natural rejuvenating and whitening cream all over your face. For good absorption, give your face a little massage. Lin Fan looked at Hishalimi's dark little face and said with a smile, got it. Hishalimi finished speaking and walked towards the nearby restroom. Seeing Hishalimi leave, Sue Lucy turned her head to Lin Fan and asked with a serious face, is that natural skin rejuvenation and whitening cream of yours really not a problem? It would be a lie to say she wasn't worried in her mind. Lin Fan looked at Sue Lucy and spoke, don't worry, Sister Sue, do you have any tea? A little thirsty after all that talk. He had just spoken to Hishalime for half a day, and indeed his mouth was a bit dry now. Sue Lucy opened the drawer next to him and took out a box of exquisite tea, grabbed a ceramic mug from the water dispenser, put in the tea and caught a cup of hot water. She walked over to Lin Fan and put it on the table. Lin Fan picked up the teacup and said with a smile, thank you, Sister Sue. The tea was a little hot and he blew gently on the surface. Slowly, he took a small sip. Aha, not bad, quite a thirst quencher. Sue Lucy turned her head to look at the restroom, her face dripping with worry. Although Lin Fan said so, without seeing the final result, her heart could never truly be at peace. Lin Fan crossed his legs like a nobody and leisurely sipped his tea. Time passes by. 10 minutes finally passed. Sue Lucy's small hands were clenched tightly, and without realizing it, her palms were already sweaty. Ah! A cry of alarm suddenly came out from the restroom. It was the voice of Hishalime from the restroom. When Sue Lucy heard the exclamation, her heart thumped. Could something have really happened? Not daring to hesitate, she hurriedly stood up and trotted toward the restroom. Lin Fan was also startled to hear Hishalimi's voice. Is there something wrong with this natural rejuvenating and whitening cream? He shook his head. He didn't believe that there would be anything wrong with something produced by the system. He felt the system was still very reliable, but he couldn't just sit around now. How about going over there and seeing what's going on? He put down his teacup and stood up, walking toward the restroom without haste. Sue Lucy hurriedly came to the restroom, and when she saw Hishalime in front of the mirror, she was instantly dumbfounded. She was shocked with her hands covering her wide-open little mouth, and her eyes were even more rounded with disbelief. Is this really Hisuk Lemon? She asked with some uncertainty in her mind. There's no way around it. Hishalime has changed so much. It was a total turnaround. If she wasn't sure that only Hishulin was in the restroom, she wouldn't have dared to associate the person in front of her with Hishulin. The old Hishulime was a black beauty, but now Hishalimi's skin has become fair and translucent, glowing red. Simply compared with the previous is a complete different person. Now Hishulime's face is just not even close to hers. That's incredible too. Is this natural rejuvenation and whitening cream really that effective? Even with the facts in front of her, she was still in a bit of disbelief. After all, this effect is too counterintuitive. Just 10 minutes makes such a difference. It's simply unbelievable. She looked at Hishulime, her eyes in a trance, and asked, Shulime, is this really you? It was just too shocking for her to fully accept right now. After all, the shock effect is just too great. Mr. Sue, it's me, Hishalimi said excitedly with a sobbing voice, saying that she went forward to embrace Sue Lucy. It's just too exciting. That's tears of joy, I guess. No one can relate to her struggles over the years due to her dark skin. Now that her skin is finally back to normal, how could she not be happy? You're so beautiful now. Sue Lucy looked at Hishalimi and sighed, gently patting Hishalimi's back with her hand. She now finally accepts that natural rejuvenating and whitening creams work. Thanks. Sue Lucy wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Lin Fan walked in and saw that Sue Lucy and Shalini were hugging each other. Cough cough. He coughed lightly, then said, "Am I interrupting?" He looked at the two with strange eyes. Are the two having an affair? He muttered in his mind. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Shalini let go of Sue Lucy. Eyes complex. She looked at Lin Fan. She had never believed in this natural rejuvenating skin whitening cream of Lin Fan. But now the natural rejuvenation and whitening cream has given her such a big change. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Lin Fan. Beside Lin Fan's ear, he said earnestly, "Thank you." This natural rejuvenating and whitening cream was the equivalent of giving her a new life. Though she used to exude confidence in her body, that confidence was something only she knew was faked, and now she no longer had to pretend. And it was all brought about by Lin Fan. Lin Fan was shocked by Shulime's actions. This girl is too casual. He didn't even know where to put his hands at this point, so he was just suspended in mid-air. It was good that Shalini let go of Lin Fan after she finished speaking. This made Lin Fan breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Lin Fan looked at the greatly changed Shulime in front of him with a smile and sked in his heart. He knew that the system was going to be good, but it was still a shock to actually see the results. This is just amazing. That's too much of a change. Look at Shalini at this moment. Her skin is fair and transparent, and she is still glowing red. It's really true that one white color covers 1,000 ugliness. Plus, Shalini wasn't ugly herself. Straight from Black Beauty to Snow White. That's taking off in place. He turned his head to look at Sue Lucy and said with a smile, "School sister Sue, how is it? I'm not lying to you, am I?" When Sue Lucy heard Lin Fan's words, she said excitedly, "Hurry up and give me the formula. I'll arrange for someone to produce it now." She was very unsettled in her mind at the moment. It's really too good an effect for this. If this is really put into the market, she can imagine that it will inevitably cause a big earthquake in the cosmetics market. She can't wait to produce it now. There's no rush on production. So let's talk about profit sharing, Lin Fan said with a smile on his face. Chapter 206, don't you think it's too much? Lin Fan re-entered Sue Lucy's office. He looked at Sue Lucy with a smile. Production still has to be produced, but it's impossible for him to come up with the secret formula for this natural rejuvenating and whitening cream for nothing. Sue Lucy's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan without blinking. She also knew that she had just thought too simply. This natural rejuvenating and whitening cream is so anticlimactic. Even if Lin Fan was a shareholder of the company, how could he take it out so easily? She calmed down and realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Not to mention the secret recipe for a natural rejuvenating and whitening cream worth $10,000. What will it take for you to give up the secret formula for the natural rejuvenating and whitening cream? She knew that if she didn't pay some price, Lin Fan would definitely not give her the secret formula of the natural rejuvenating whitening cream. Lin Fan drank a mouthful of tea and said with a smile, "Senior sister Sue, as the saying goes, pro brothers settle accounts. It's not impossible to get me to come up with a natural rejuvenating and whitening cream recipe, but what can you give me?" Instead of continuing, he kicked the ball back to Sue Lucy. As a businessman, he would not show his bottom card easily, even if the other party was a big beautiful woman. He had a price in mind, but he also had to see how much the natural rejuvenating whitening cream secret formula cost in Sue Lucy's mind. If Sue Lucy called for a higher price than what he had in mind, naturally he would gladly accept Sue Lucy's offer. If Sue Lucy's offer was lower than his heart price, he would make his own offer and convince Sue Lucy to agree to his offer. Sue Lucy's heart thumped when she heard Lin Fan's words. Sure enough, Lin Fan kicked the ball to her again and let her bid first. She bowed her head in contemplation for a moment, raised her head to look at Lin Fan, and said in a deep voice, "I can take out 20% of the company's equity in exchange for the right to produce the secret formula of the natural rejuvenating whitening cream." All she traded for was the right to produce, not the ownership of the secret formula. It's just that by exchanging 20% equity for production rights, Lin Fan might agree, but exchanging 20% equity for the entire secret formula, Lin Fan would definitely not agree. After all, in her opinion, this natural rejuvenating and whitening cream recipe is a priceless treasure, capable of creating enormous wealth. She believed that if Lin Fan wasn't a shareholder in her company, Lin Fan wouldn't even have approached her for cooperation. After all, it seemed to her that Lin Fan had a mysterious identity and a deep background. Being able to easily come up with $1 billion to acquire their company's equity, they were able to buy a cosmetic company to produce their own natural rejuvenating skin whitening cream. Shulime, who was next to her, was instantly dumbfounded when she heard that Sue Lucy had actually taken out 20% in exchange for the right to produce the natural skin rejuvenation whitening cream. She covered her small mouth with both hands in shock to prevent herself from making a sound, her eyes as round as copper bells, her face full of disbelief. This? Su Lucy even took out 20% of the company's equity in exchange for the right to produce the natural skin rejuvenation whitening cream? That's incredible too. 20% of the company's equity, that's $1 billion. Trading $1 billion for the right to produce a natural rejuvenating and whitening cream is crazy. It's just in exchange for production rights, not yet ownership. She felt like Su Lucy wasn't crazy. When Lin Fan heard Su Lucy's words, he was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect Su Lucy to be so bold and directly take out 20% of the equity. The price wasn't up to his expectations, though. He naturally wouldn't agree to this condition of Su Lucy. He shook his head and said with a smile, "School sister Su, this condition of yours is still far from my expectations. You have to realize that the value of this natural rejuvenating and whitening cream recipe is immeasurable." When I heard Lin Fan's words, she almost suffocated to death without taking a breath. What had she heard? 20% of a company worth $1 billion hadn't even met Lin Fan's expectations. Is this the legendary lion's share? That's a big appetite. She had just thought that Su Lucy had gone crazy, but now it seemed that the person who had really gone crazy was Lin Fan. Su Lucy's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan and said in a deep voice, "Senior Lin, tell me the bottom price you have in mind. I'll see if I can accept it." She gave her bottom price, but Lin Fan was not satisfied, so she could only let Lin Fan quote the bottom price. She wanted to see exactly what the reserve price was in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan looked at Su Lucy and said with a smile, "Sister Su, a bite of 31% of the company." He finished by picking up his teacup and taking a gentle sip of tea. When Su Lucy heard Lin Fan's words, she stood up with a prancing sound and looked at Lin Fan with an unfriendly face and said, "Senior Lin, don't you think this is too much? 31% of the company? If Lin Fan got this 31% stake, then Lin Fan would have 51% of the equity in his hands. Lin Fan will become the company's largest shareholder. Then the whole company will be Lin Fan say so. Since then the whole company has officially changed its name to Lin. How could she stand by and watch her hard-earned company go to Lin Fan?" Lin Fan wasn't surprised to see Su Lucy's appearance. He also understood Su Lucy's feelings, but he must want a controlling stake in the company. Only then can he truly feel at ease to hand over the natural rejuvenating skin whitening cream recipe to Su Lucy. If the controlling interest of the company is not in his hands, there may be many variables, and some unnecessary troubles in the future. After all, the human heart is unpredictable. He smiled at Su Lucy and said, "School sister Su, sit down and listen to me slowly." When Su Lucy heard Lin Fan's words, she slowly sat down, but her face was still so ugly. She just looked at Lin Fan, wanting to hear what exactly Lin Fan had to explain. Lin Fan looked at Su Lucy, smiled faintly, and spoke, "Senior sister Su, you should understand the value of this natural skin rejuvenation and whitening cream better than anyone else. As long as the company produces this natural skin rejuvenation and whitening cream, it will definitely be able to dominate the entire whitening market, and it will not be a problem for the company's valuation to grow dozens and hundreds of times by then." He paused. "I need a controlling stake in the company so I can feel comfortable taking out the natural rejuvenating whitening cream recipe. I don't ask how the company is run, the company's dividend percentage. I can give up some of the dividends, and we can sign a separate agreement." He took a sip of tea and didn't rush Su Lucy. After all, this decision was still relatively difficult for Su Lucy. Su Lucy fell into deep thought after hearing Lin Fan's words. She also understood Lin Fan's concerns. After all, this natural rejuvenation whitening cream was too valuable. She wasn't even sure if the family side would interfere with her company when the time came. If the company is really in the hands of the family, it might actually go in another direction. I'm afraid Lin Fan knew that she wasn't in full control of the company, and that's why she made such a request. Now the valuation of the company is small. The family cannot see. But in the future the valuation of the company to reach the level of hundreds of billions of family can still ignore? That was something she had just overlooked. She raised her head, looked at Lin Fan, and slowly said, "I can agree to your request, but I need the exclusive rights to produce the natural rejuvenating whitening cream." Chapter 207. What are you doing here? When Lin Fan heard Su Lucy agree, he smiled and said, "I'm a person who dislikes trouble the most, and I was going to give you exclusive production rights from the start. That's why I must have controlling interest." When Su Lucy heard Lin Fan say this, she stood up and extended her hand, a smile on her face as she spoke. "Happy cooperation." Lin Fan gently shook Su Lucy's small hand and said with a smile, "Happy cooperation." Su Lucy asked He Shulim to prepare an equity document and an agreement document. Two people signed. Su Lucy looked at Lin Fan. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and said with a smile, "Now that you've become the company's major shareholder, I'll have to rely on you to cover me in the future." Lin Fan looked at Su Lucy and said with a smile, "No problem, brother will cover you in the future." Lin Fan wrote out the natural rejuvenating and whitening cream recipe. The two of them chatted briefly before Lin Fan got up to take his leave. He knew that right now Sue Lucy was so preoccupied with the natural rejuvenating skin whitening cream that she didn't have time to make small talk with him. Lin Fan walked out of the company door in a very good mood. This natural rejuvenating and whitening cream is bound to cause a major storm when it hits the market. He didn't care about these. He trusted Sue Lucy to take care of it. What he expects is that the company's valuation will skyrocket, and that his worth will grow rapidly. He hummed a little tune as he made his way to the parking lot. Start the car and leave Willow City Lush Cosmetics. The security guard saw Lin Fan come out and hurriedly opened the exit. Excitedly, he saluted Lin Fan. Lin Fan was his nobleman. Take care, Lin Dong. Lin Fan honked his horn as a greeting. Out of the front door of the Willow City Lucy Cosmetics Company, he kicked the gas and headed off into the distance. Half an hour later, outside parking lot of Dreamfan Custom Apparel in Willow City, Lin Fan followed the navigation to the outside of Dreamfan Clothing Customization Company in Willow City. He stepped out of the car. Looking at the door in front of him was full of incredulity. Willowtown Dreamfan Custom Apparel is surprisingly open in a quadrangle. Lin Fan walked in and came to the hall. At this time, a waiter came over and politely asked, "May I ask if you have a reservation, sir?" Lin Fan shook and said, "No." He hadn't thought that making a dress would require a reservation. Had he known, he would have called the manager here ahead of time. What a miscalculation. But none of that was hard for him, and now he'd do the same with a call to the manager. It's just a little high profile that way. He still likes to keep his head down and keep his head down. He took out his cell phone and was about to call. A young man next to him laughed and said, "Brother, you don't know the rules here yet, do you? You can't call anyone right now. Reservations must be made. This is a rule set by old Mr. Wang. No one can break it. If you break old Mr. Wang's rules, you'll be blown out if it's light, or if it's heavy, you'll never be able to enter this gate again." Oh, Lin Fan hadn't thought that there was such a rule. It was really interesting. No wonder he saw all these people sitting around, none of them in a hurry, so none of them dare to break the rules. But that's fine. As the saying goes, there are no rules, but those rules are there to govern those clients, not him as the boss. Lin Fan turned to the young man, nodded, and spoke, "Thank you." After all, the young man meant well. The most basic courtesy is still required. Lin Fan still took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. He didn't want to keep waiting here foolishly, then I don't know how long it would take. Seeing that Lin Fan was still going to make a call, the young man hurriedly stopped him. "Brother, are you not listening to what I'm saying? What I just said is true. I didn't lie to you. He's just a hothead as a person." Naturally, he couldn't just watch Lin Fan get kicked out. Lin Fan was also speechless in his heart as he looked at such an enthusiastic young man. This one is so enthusiastic. It's kinda hard to get around, but seeing the young man with this energy, it's going to be hard to make that call today. Unless he yelled at the younger man, "What's wrong with you? Mind your own business." After all, the young man had a good heart, and he couldn't do such a thing. He loaded up his cell phone, ready to stop calling for a while. Observe the company. There are times when microdosing does allow you to see something different. That's why ancient emperors liked to visit in private. When the young man next to him saw Lin Fan put his cell phone away, a smile appeared on his face and he patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said, "Brother, that's right. If we do get kicked out, we'll have trouble getting back in later." Lin Fan glanced at the young man and asked, "What are you here for?" "Some of the customers here are here to customize their clothes and some are here to pick them up." When the young man heard Lin Fan's question, a smile spread across his face and he said smugly, "I was waiting to pick up my clothes." Customized second-class clothes. He had customized it to be second class, but it was something to be proud of. After all, not just anyone can afford to have their clothes customized here. This dress cost him a whole $100,000. A $100,000 dress is a sky-high price for the average person. He glanced at what Lin Fan was wearing, and in his eyes Lin Fan would only be able to customize third-level clothes when he came here. In his opinion, Lin Fan was a poor student. In truth, Lin Fan didn't have a single luxury item on his body. The third-grade clothes. He estimated that Lin Fan had to work several jobs and eat instant noodles for a long time before he managed to save up. Oh, Lin Fan looked at the young man suspiciously. He hadn't thought that there were grades for customizing clothes here. The young man could see Lin Fan's confusion and said with a smile, "There are 3 levels of customized clothes here. First, second and third class, respectively. The third grade is the lowest level, made by an ordinary disciple of old Mr. Wang. The prices are relatively cheap, ranging from $10,000 to $100,000. He finished, pausing slightly. In his opinion, it would be good if Lin Fan could come up with $10,000. The second grade was made by an initiated disciple of old Mr. Wang. Prices range from $100,000 to $500,000. The smile on his face as he said this grew even bigger. His customized clothes were of this grade, and even though he had just reached the threshold of this grade, it made him very proud in his heart. He glanced at Lin Fan and realized that Lin Fan's face hadn't changed at all since the beginning. He thought Lin Fan was scared silly. The first rank, made by an elite disciple of old Mr. Wang. The price starts at $500,000. That's something only the rich can afford to customize, he exclaimed. 100,000 clothes was his limit. Keep in mind that $100,000 is just customizing a dress. How can it be possible that the usual outfit will only be one? No? Lin Fan asked curiously as he looked at the young man. He hadn't heard the price of Wang Mengfan's customized clothes until the beginning. It is important to know that this Lucheng Mengfan clothing customization company is valued so high because of the existence of Wang Mengfan. Chapter 208. This middle-aged man is not simple. The young man froze for a moment when he heard Lin Fan's question. He didn't understand what Lin Fan meant by this. 3 ranks aren't enough? He was now scrambling to be able to customize the second rank. When I have the strength to be able to customize first-class clothes is unknown. As far as Lin Fan was concerned, he was currently only able to customize third-level clothes. Second-class clothes are not even known to have the opportunity to be customized in this lifetime. Still think that's not enough? Seeing that the young man didn't speak, Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked directly, what rank is it to ask Wang Mengfan to customize his clothes? The young man bared his teeth and laughed when he heard Lin Fan's question. Dude, are you here to be funny? You want old Mr. Wang to customize your clothes? Brothers, old Mr. Wang's customized clothes are too far away from us. The people who can hire old Mr. Wang to customize their clothes are some real big shots. I'd be content to be able to wear first-rate customized clothes every day for my generation. Although he had some money at home, it would be a very far cry to reach over $500,000 for each piece of clothing. Lin Fan heard this and sort of realized that for some ordinary people, rich people, I'm afraid that Wang Mengfan's price is also sky high. After all, if anyone could ask Wang Mengfan to customize his clothes, then Wang Mengfan wouldn't be exhausted. Even Wang Mengfan's disciples could see that the craftsmanship was quite amazing. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to take out hundreds of thousands of dollars to customize a dress? Lin Fan didn't ask any more questions because there were some things that I guess this young man wasn't clear about. He casually looked at the busy waitstaff. These attendants were busy, but all had smiles that naturally radiated from their faces. It gives a very comfortable feeling. He nodded with satisfaction. Being a service industry, a good service attitude can better retain customers. At that moment, there was a chorus of compliments from the doorway. Lin Fan turned his head to look. Ha, it's quite a coincidence that it's him. The young man naturally saw the person coming through the door, and he glanced at Lin Fan, noticing that Lin Fan's face didn't change in any way. He thought that Lin Fan didn't know who the other party was. He kindly explained, brother, see this middle-aged man who came in? He paused for a moment to look at Lin Fan and saw him looking at him. Continued, this middle-aged man is not simple. He is the chairman of the Willow City Hiking Group, Kong Hiken, the real Willow City 10 billion big brother. Can't you see everyone scrambling to say hello to each other? If I can climb into a relationship with such a big shot, it's enough for me to brag for a year. But how could such a big man bother with us little shrimps? He shook his head and looked enviously in his eyes at those who spoke to Kong Hiken. Although his family had some money, it was nothing in front of these $10 billion big shots. Lin Fan didn't go up to greet Kong Hiken. He continued to observe the performance of the company's employees to see if there were still some loopholes in the company, and he cherished the opportunity to make a micro-visit. This is after all his industry, although not pointing to make a lot of money, but also cannot dry loss it. When Kong Hiken came in, many people greeted him. As he was at the helm of a $10 billion company, there were naturally many people who wanted to know him, but not many of them he actually knew. People greeted him and he naturally responded accordingly. Those who know each other well talk more, and those who don't know each other say hello with a nod of the head. This back? This is? He unintentionally saw the back of Lin Fan standing not far away. He hadn't expected to be able to meet Lin Fan here. He pushed through the crowd and hurriedly walked in the direction of Lin Fan. Seeing Kong Hiken's sudden departure, the crowd was puzzled, and they all coincidentally looked at the departing Kong Hiken, wanting to know why Kong Hiken was in such a hurry to leave. When the young man saw Kong Hiken walking towards him, an excited smile appeared on his face. He thought his chance had come. It's the best chance to meet the $10 billion man. He just wanted to greet Kong Hiken, only to see Kong Hiken frown slightly and say faintly, please give way. This caused the smile on the face of the young man who was about to greet him to instantly freeze in place. Kong Hiken glanced at the frothing young man and went around the side of the young man. He arrived in front of Lin Fan. His body bowed slightly, and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to be here as well. What a coincidence. Lin Fan looked at Kong Hiken, smiled slightly, and spoke. It's indeed coincidental enough. He thought it was quite a coincidence to be able to meet an acquaintance here. The crowd was filled with incredulity when they saw that Kong Hiken had actually left for Lin Fan. It's really because Lin Fan looks too young. What was even more crucial was the way Kong Hiken treated Lin Fan, which actually had a feeling of how they had just treated Kong Hiken. Kong Hiken was actually currying favor with Lin Fan. This is too unbelievable. You should know that Kong Hiken is a real $10 billion big shot in Luchang, the man of the hour. It's amazing to curry favor with a little young man in his 20s. How can this not be a surprise? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if it killed them. They all secretly memorized Lin Fan's appearance in their minds. Would the man who could curry favor with the $10 billion man Kong Hiken be an ordinary man? The answer is self-evident. Lin Fan is bound to have an extraordinary origin and a deep background. Otherwise he wouldn't let Kong Hiken treat him like this. They knew that even if they couldn't befriend Lin Fan, they must not offend him. Some people even secretly took out their cell phones and took pictures of Lin Fan's appearance, preparing to take it home, so that the family can also remember Lin Fan's appearance, and warn the family that they should never offend Lin Fan. The young man was instantly dumbfounded when he saw that Kong Hiken actually greeted Lin Fan curtly. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling in disbelief. What's going on? How dare Kong Hiken curry favor with Lin Fan? How is that possible? To him the way Kong Hiken treated Lin Fan was like a pipe dream. How could he not have expected Kong Hiken to come over in a hurry in order to greet Lin Fan? This is unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Fan is a mysterious big shot? That must be it. Didn't see some of the tycoons just greeted Kong Hiken, and Kong Hiken just nodded his head and chatted for a couple sentences at most. But when he met Lin Fan he had a pleasing look on his face. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. Just now, he had thought that Lin Fan was a poor student who only deserved to customize third-class clothes. Who knew people were bigots? No wonder Lin Fan had just asked Wang Mengfan about the level of customized clothes. He's a big shot. Of course he can ask Wang Mengfan to customize his clothes. He thought of the way he had just gloated in front of Lin Fan. Instantly, he felt a flash of fire on his face. He couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground at this point. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 209, I go to Willow City University. Kong Hiken looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smile, Mr. Lin, also here to find Master Wang Mengfan's customized clothes? In his opinion, for a person of Lin Fan's status, it was only Wang Mengfan's customized clothes that matched Lin Fan's status. Sort of. Lin Fan nodded and said, he didn't actually have to let Wang Mengfan customize the clothes himself. He doesn't have many requirements for what to wear, as long as it's comfortable and decent. Mr. Lin, why don't you go inside? Kong Hiken asked as he looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled face. He really didn't understand why Lin Fan didn't go in since he was looking for Wang Mengfan's customized clothes. Have you already finished looking for Wang Mengfan's customization? But it doesn't look like Lin Fan. He was very confused in his mind at this point. When Lin Fan heard Kong Hiken's words, he felt that he didn't need to make an appointment at all to find Wang Mengfan's customized clothes. He looked at Kong Hiken and opened his mouth to ask, don't you need to make an appointment? It was true that he knew so little about the rules here. Even if this company was his, Kong Hiken understood for sure that it was Lin Fan's first time here and hurriedly said, of course you don't need to make an appointment to see Wang Mengfan. Lin Fan heard Kong Hiken's words. At this point he was confused as well. This disciple looking for Wang Mengfan's customized clothes needed to make an appointment, but looking for Wang Mengfan surprisingly didn't need to make an appointment. What a strange rule. Kong Hiken made an inviting gesture at Lin Fan, who nodded, and the two of them headed inside. The waiter didn't stop Lin Fan when he saw him with Kong Hiken. After all, Kong Hiken is Lu Chun 10 billion big brother they know. Can let Kong Hiken pleasing treatment of Lin Fan and how can be ordinary people? Lin Fan glanced at the waitstaff and looked at Kong Hiken in puzzlement. Kong Hiken saw Lin Fan's incomprehension and continued to explain as he walked. As long as one is qualified enough to see Master Wang Mengfan. Lin Fan nodded as he listened to Kong Hiken's words. Indeed, if anyone can meet Wang Mengfan, then Wang Mengfan doesn't need to do anything. Just receive these people. It's just that I'm afraid this qualification will block the vast majority of people. Otherwise the qualification would be meaningless. Kong Hiken continued. To see Master Wang Mengfan requires the visitor to have a value of over $5 billion. Generally speaking, hidden rich people with no reputation need to provide proof of their assets. And of course introductions can be made by qualified people. Lin Fan sort of understood when he heard this. You need to be rich enough to meet Wang Mengfan. That's still not a low bar. He also noticed that Kong Hiken had been emphasizing meeting Wang Mengfan, instead of having Wang Mengfan customize his clothes. That's a big difference in one word. He looked at Kong Hiken and said indifferently, seeing Wang Mengfan doesn't necessarily mean that you can get Wang Mengfan to customize your clothes, right? Kong Hiken said with a smile when he heard Lin Fan's question. Still, Mr. Lin is smart. Patting Lin Fan on the back was not a big deal. It's true that meeting Wang Mengfan doesn't necessarily mean you can ask Master Wang Mengfan to customize your clothes. Master Wang Mengfan has a temper of his own. He shook his head at that, a bitter smile in his heart. Sometimes when you come to Wang Mengfan, if Wang Mengfan is in a bad mood, he will not customize it for you at all. Although everyone knew that Wang Mengfan was eccentric, there were still many people looking for Wang Mengfan's customized clothes. After all, Wang Mengfan is a world-class master. Lin Fan glanced at Kong Hiken somewhat breathlessly, not expecting that a big shot like Kong Hiken would also kiss ass, but he was also very curious about this Wang Mengfan now. How could such an eccentric person sell the entire company? The two soon arrived in the backyard. Enter the East Room. There were 3 people sitting and talking inside the East Room at that moment. It is evident that this threshold does stop a lot of people. You can tell by how cold the place is. Kong Hiken and Lin Fan walked in. The 3 stopped talking and all looked at Kong Hiken and Lin Fan. It was Lin Fan that the trio mainly sized up, because most of the people who come here are some middle-aged or elderly people. Young people like Lin Fan were quite rare. One could even say there were none. You know that young people like to show off and definitely pursue some luxuries that everyone recognizes. This shows how good he is. But looking for Wang Mengfan's customized clothes, only those who know it will recognize it, and those who don't will still think of it as a groundwork, so that the compulsion is naturally not as high as luxury goods. After all, they also came from young people and liked to show off when they were young. It's a young man's nature, to be young and wild. They were naturally very curious to see a young man like Lin Fan come to Wang Mengfan for customized clothes. At this time, one of the 3, a slightly obese middle-aged man, stood up. Walking up to Kong Hiken and Lin Fan, he curiously sized up Lin Fan. Looking at Kong Hiken, he asked, "Is this your descendant?" He felt that Lin Fan should be Kong Hiken's descendant to see the world. Of course he felt that Kong Hiken might also use his status to customize a set of clothes for his juniors. Kong Hiken's face changed drastically when he heard the middle-aged man's words. He said hurriedly, "Oldly, what are you talking nonsense about? This is Mr. Lin." He stole a glance at Lin Fan and realized that Lin Fan's face hadn't changed in any way, so he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he exclaimed that Lin Fan's temperament was truly extraordinary. "Mr. Lin?" The middle-aged man, Oldly, looked at Lin Fan and muttered. He thought about it a few times in his head, and he didn't remember anything about Mr. Lin. Kong Hiken's character he still understands some, will not easily bow down to please others. Can let Kong Hiken so nervous? Visible Lin Fan origin must be extraordinary. Definitely a big young man with a deep background. "Mr. Lin, this way please." Since he knows that Lin Fan is not ordinary, he naturally will not offend Lin Fan. After all, one more friend, one more road. Lin Fan nodded at the middle-aged man, Oldly, and said faintly, "Thank you," took a seat on the side. The middle-aged man, Oldly, looked at Lin Fan and asked, "Mr. Lin's first time in Lucheng?" He looked at Lin Fan's face and thought that Lin Fan must be a great young man from somewhere else. Why else would he not have heard of such a powerful young man in just this acre of Willow City? Lin Fan shook his head and said, "I go to school at Lucheng University." He was honest even though he didn't know the purpose of the other party asking this. The 3 were instantly dumbfounded when they heard that Lin Fan was actually attending Lucheng University. One by one, their shocked eyes were as round as copper bells and their mouths were wide open with disbelief. This? How is that possible? In their opinion, such a big young man to go to school, how to be in the imperial capital or something like that. Lin Fan attending Lucheng University was something they had never expected. The 3 of them were a bit confused at this point. They couldn't believe that such a powerful young man couldn't go to a university like the imperial capital. That could only mean that Lin Fan was more capricious, couldn't care less about those imperial universities. There was a bitter laugh in their hearts. Such a great young man is still elusive. Their children should definitely be sent to the imperial capital. After all, the best resources of the country were gathered there. Chapter 210, come back some other time. Kong Hiken glanced at the crowd and was helpless. Anyone who learned that a great young man like Lin Fan was attending a non-top tier university would probably be in a similar mood. After all, at their level, there were some things that ordinary people felt couldn't be done that they could do. It's like getting into Tudor University wasn't even hard for them. He was ready to change the subject and looked at the middle-aged man, Oldly, and asked suspiciously, "How long have you been waiting here?" Normally they wouldn't have to wait long at all to see Wang Mengfan. After all, whether to give them customized clothes or not was just a matter of Wang Mengfan's words. It's just a matter of Wang Mengfan coming out to take a look. When the middle-aged man, Oldly, heard Kong Hiken's question, a smug smile appeared on his face and he opened his mouth. "It's been a while." Kong Hiken looked at the middle-aged man, Lao Li, with a puzzled face. "Been waiting a while? Why are you still so happy? What the hell for? Is there something he doesn't know?" He looked at the middle-aged man, Oldly, and said without a good mood, "Oldly, you're still selling out with me. Hurry up and tell me what's going on." When the middle-aged man, Oldly, saw Kong Hiken's impatient look, his heart became even more pleased. Cough cough. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "That's because Master Wang Mengfan is making the final adjustments to my clothes. He didn't forget to glance at Kong Hiken when he finished speaking. His face was full of smugness. When Kong Hiken heard the middle-aged man Old Lee's words, his eyes suddenly went wide. With a shocked face, he said, "I'll go. Old Lee, when did you have Master Wang Mengfan make this? How come I don't know? I can't believe you're keeping this from me. You're so inadequate." There was a sour note in his tone. He should know that he had come several times, but every time, Wang Mengfan had rejected him on the grounds that the schedule was full. He did not think that this middle-aged man, Lao Li, had customized without saying a word, and the key was about to be done. The middle-aged man Lao Li heard Kong Hiken's words. He hee-hawed and smiled proudly and said, "This is not to give you a surprise." He loved seeing Kong Hiken in this shocked state. Well, it worked out pretty well. A wave of relief washed over him. When Kong Hiken heard the middle-aged man Old Lee's words, he let out a cold snort and said without any good humor, "You just want to pretend in front of me. Don't think that I don't know." He still understands the middle-aged man Lao Li heart idea. Do not tell him, surely hold back and sew on to wear clothes and run in front of him to pretend. This Old Lee's problem still hasn't changed a bit over the years. Seriously, though, it's really letting Old Lee get loaded. A pang of envy and jealousy ran through him now. The middle-aged man, Lao Li, looked at Kong Hiken, and his face became even more triumphant, not caring at all that Kong Hiken broke him down. He had been running here for 3 days for this set of clothes, just to wear it when the time came and make Kong Hiken envious and jealous. Nowadays, although it is not worn in front of Kong Hiken, but the effect is not bad. Seeing the way Kong Hiken was blowing his beard and eyes now, his heart was a burst of smugness. At the very least it's worth the effort these days. He looked at Lin Fan next to him and realized that Lin Fan was sipping the tea brought by the waiter. He smiled at Lin Fan and said, "Mr. Lin, if you want to find Master Wang Mengfan to customize your clothes, I have a tip here. Do you want to hear it?" He wanted to get on good terms with Lin Fan and was ready to tell him how he customized to the clothes. Lin Fan put down his teacup when he heard the middle-aged man Old Lee's words and looked at the middle-aged man Old Lee. His brow furrowed involuntarily. "Tips? Is there something fishy going on?" The words backdoor suddenly appeared in his mind. Oh, what tips? He opened his mouth to ask. He had to find out or he would be uncomfortable in his mind. He had no control over what happened to the company before, but now the whole company was his. This backroom operation is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Kong Hiken heard that the middle-aged man, Lao Li, even had tips, and hurriedly put his ears up. This Old Lee has tips that he secretly hides. It's outrageous. That hate in his heart. He felt like he'd made friends all these years for nothing. When the middle-aged man, Old Lee, heard Lin Fan's question, his heart burst with smugness. He knew Lin Fan would definitely care about this little trick. After all, they all came here to have their clothes customized by Wang Mengfan. However, Wang Mengfan had an eccentric temperament, and it was difficult to get Wang Mengfan to agree to customize his clothes under normal circumstances. He threw out this bait, and sure enough Lin Fan took the bait. As long as Lin Fan used his little tricks to customize the clothes from Wang Mengfan, could he not be thanked? Thanking him doesn't involve buying him dinner. That way you don't get acquainted over time. He hurriedly said, "It's like this. Come once every 3 days, preferably on a single number." Lin Fan was speechless in his heart when he heard the middle-aged man Old Lee's little tricks. What kind of tip is that? Isn't it just a matter of chance? The more you come, the more likely you are to succeed. It was a relief to learn that there were no backroom deals. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea. He felt that this middle-aged man, Old Lee, was too unreliable. People like that should stay away in the future. The middle-aged man, Old Lee, saw that Lin Fan didn't seem to believe him in this little trick. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, you can try following this little trick of mine. That's how I succeeded. You'll know if it works if you try it." Lin Fan waved his hand and spoke. "Thank you." After all, it was a good intention of the middle-aged man, Old Lee. The middle-aged man, Lao Li, was about to say something when the door to the house suddenly opened. At once the middle-aged man, Old Lee, became excited. This is Wang Mengfan coming out. That house is the house where Wang Mengfan works exclusively, and no one is allowed to enter at all. The fact that the door was now open meant that his clothes had been altered. He glanced at Lin Fan. He believed that as long as Lin Fan was rejected by Wang Mengfan's, he was saying more from the sidelines. Lin Fan will definitely follow his tips. Will you thank him then? Wang Mengfan came to the hall, put the clothes on the middle-aged man Old Lee's table, and said with an expressionless face, "The clothes are done. You can try them on." The middle-aged man, Old Lee, had long been surprised by Wang Mengfan's attitude and hurriedly said excitedly, "Thank you, Master Wang." Hurrying to open the beautifully wrapped bag, he took the dress out and compared it to his body. Without lifting her head, Wang Mengfan said, "Today's quota for customized clothes is already full, so you guys can come back another day." He finished and prepared to leave. Why does this side face look familiar? He happened to see Lin Fan's side face as he lowered his head to drink tea. He looked at Lin Fan and slowly raised his head. When he saw Lin Fan's entire face, he instantly became excited. He excitedly came to Lin Fan and said with a slight stutter, "Boss, you're here." When the crowd heard Wang Mengfan address Lin Fan, they were all dumbfounded.